I accidentally rescued the kidnapped national goddess, but she said I looked like her unattainable old acquaintance. I chuckled. Don't treat me as a substitute. Just tie up your old acquaintance and keep him for 10 days or half a month. Discipline him well, and see if he dares to refuse. The girl was stunned. Is that really what you think? But the next second, she locked me up. You got the wrong person. Hey, brother, it's been 12 years. You are more steady and attractive than before. At this time, I accidentally knocked out a big man while riding a motorcycle, and fell into an abandoned factory. Unexpectedly, it was the scene of the kidnapping of the national goddess. A tall person quietly hid a gun behind his back. Are you the backup? Backup? Could it be the one I just knocked over? At this moment, the silent Wen Yusai weakly spoke up, her tone filled with helplessness and pleading. Where exactly are you taking me? Please, spare me. But when our eyes met, I seemed to capture a subtle and elusive emotion from her gaze. My heart stirred, and in an instant, I understood something. This woman was guiding me to fight fire with fire. I understand the text is in Chinese. Here is the translation in English. I understand it in my heart. Slowly walked to Wen Yusai's front, gently lifted her chin with 2 fingers, forced her to look at me, and lowered my voice. Where are you going? If you go, won't you know? Don't worry. I will take good care of you. The 2 kidnappers marveled. No mistake. This evil temperament. This skilled technique. Definitely the same kind of person as them. Wen Yusai turned her head, trying hard not to let her tears fall, her long eyelashes trembling constantly because of emotional fluctuations, as if she could collapse at any moment. I turned around, frowned at the 2 of them, and commanded, what are you standing there for? Come and release her. How can I take her away like this? The short one smirked at me, but did not immediately release Wen Yusai. Right. You haven't said the password yet. Odd changes. Even remains. Symbols look at quadrants. I was amazed at my own intelligence and wit. The tall one suddenly smiled wickedly, quickly pulled out a gun and pressed it against my temple. Where did this brat come from? Dare to play with us? Do you think this is a TV show? Where is the password? I was fooled. I quickly raised my hands in surrender, awkwardly smiled and said, brothers, I just happened to pass by. Seeing me surrender so quickly, the tall guy smirked mockingly, relaxed his guard. In the moment he was distracted. I gave him a sharp look, then swiftly disarmed him of his gun. The tables turned, and I pressed the gun against the tall guy's forehead. The short guy, holding a knife, seemed unsure of what to do, but the tall guy suddenly remembered something and shouted to the short guy, get him, there are no bullets in the gun. I quickly pulled the trigger a few times, and indeed, there were none. In an instant, we started fighting hand to hand. Just as I was struggling to knock down the tall guy with the butt of the gun, the short guy quickly seized the opportunity and viciously stabbed the dagger towards my back. At the critical moment, Wen Yusai raised the chair high and smashed it fiercely towards the short guy who was attempting to ambush. One of the chair legs broke directly, and the short guy fell down with a sound. I turned back in disbelief, only to find that in the chaos, Wen Yusai had somehow freed himself from the restraints. Wen Yusai threw the chair down casually, panting heavily. Not bad skills. My tense nerves seemed to relax a bit. You're not bad either. And at that moment, a faint siren sounded in the distance. I was overjoyed. The police are here. Let's go out first. Wen Yusai nodded, but did not rush to leave. Instead picked up the dagger dropped by the short person on the ground and carefully examined it. Suddenly, Wen Yusai's eyes sank, quickly raised the dagger, and fiercely slashed at the short man's eyes. Bright red blood burst out, followed by sharp and intense screams. I widened my eyes in an instant. What are you doing? However, the next scene shocked me even more. I saw Wen Yusai raise the dagger and press it against her slender neck, then forcefully slash. On her fair skin, bright red blood quickly flowed out. I incredulously watched this crazy woman in front of me. Are you crazy? Have you been tied up for too long and lost your mind? Wen Yusai tremblingly dropped the dagger, covering his neck that was bleeding uncontrollably. His handsome features twisted into a knot. I finally came to my senses, hurriedly rushing forward to support the swaying Wen Yusai. Hey. Why suddenly give up? Wen Yusai's lips began to turn pale, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth, then slowly closed his eyes in my arms. The people inside are not allowed to move. The entrance quickly filled with police officers holding riot shields and guns. I felt like I saw a savior and shouted, hurry, someone is injured here. When Wen Yusai was hurriedly lifted onto the ambulance and taken away, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, cold handcuffs were placed on my hands. Sir, come with us. My heart stopped. For a moment, I felt helpless. The internet was full of various news reports about Wen Yusai, and the once highly anticipated Dixia Film Festival lost its appeal due to her absence. In the detention center, who caused the injury on the victim's neck? I gritted my teeth and answered impatiently. She did it in a fit of madness. The young police officer couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, then proudly received a slap. Have you forgotten the professional training you received? To be honest, I wanted to laugh too, because this was really absurd. When can I be released? I still need to attend a parent-teacher meeting for my sister. After numerous requests, I was granted temporary use of a phone and quickly called my sister, but the phone was hung up after just 2 rings. Oh no! She's angry. At 4 o'clock in the morning, as when Musi woke up, I finally got rid of the suspicion and left the police station. That woman still has some humanity. Back home, when Xianya sat expressionless, staring straight ahead like a motionless statue, when Xianja nervously greeted her, "Ha ha, Xiao Ya, why are you still up so late? Staying up late can cause acne. You know." Upon closer inspection, when Xianya's eyes were red, feeling guilty, when Xianja was about to apologize when Xianya suddenly stood up and said, "I'm sorry, brother, I deliberately didn't answer your call earlier. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so angry. I'm sorry." As she spoke, tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks, and then bawled his eyes out. Oh, ooh-hoo. Moon Hyunchul's chest felt like it was being pressed down by a boulder, so dull that he couldn't breathe. He wrapped her in a hug, his tone filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, yeah." He knew that she had been very understanding and rational, but sometimes he was afraid of her sensitivity, of her understanding. She has endured so much angst and pain that no one her age should have. Moon Hyuna raised her head in his arms, her face covered in tears, and sobbed as she asked, "Wouldn't you be able to live without me? You can just have a clean job. You can go out with your friends. You can have a girlfriend. You can get married. You can have your own family. Instead of being tied to me and scrambling to make money every day?" Moon Hyunchul only felt like his heart was in knots. He gripped her shoulders tightly, his gaze firm and tender. "No, yeah. Everything I do is not only for you, but also for myself. You are the most important person in my life, and without you, I would be all alone in this world. I never feel like I'm working hard because everything I do is worth it. What easy job, what friends, what family, I don't care. You're all I have. I just want you to be happy. I'll do anything and everything as long as it's for you." The tears that Moon Hyuna had managed to stop were now clattering down again. She clung to his shirt and sobbed uncontrollably. "Oh brother. Sorry. Sorry oh." Moon Hyunchul gently patted her back and comforted her with, "Okay, it's okay. How about I take care of all the chores for the rest of the month? Also, you can make 3 random requests of me, and I'll say yes to whatever it is. Oh, I'll go to the school tomorrow and apologize to the teacher. It's just a parent-teacher conference. No big deal." After Moon Hyuna finally went to sleep, Moon Hyunchul quietly took the suit, which was covered in dust and blood, into the bathroom to wash it. Without washing for a while, Moon Hyunchul felt despair. It's over. Not only is the dress torn in a big way, but even the blood stains won't wash out. This time it's really going to cost us all our money. Moon Hyunchul covered his head in pain. In a way, this dress was a sacrifice to save that woman. Is it possible to ask her for compensation fee? By the way, what did the police say the woman's name was? Chien. And there was always something familiar about her face too. Moon Hyunchul wiped his hands and pulled out his cell phone, wanting to see if there were any relevant reports. However, after opening his phone and looking at it for less than a minute, Moon Hyunchul was shocked. Chien Ingyue, how is she? Moon Hyunchul doesn't usually like to surf the internet. The internet is also mainly for finding part-time jobs, so naturally I don't know much about all this celebrity gossip. But Chen Ingshui he still knew. After all, she was on billboards everywhere and it was hard not to recognize her. But I can't believe I didn't recognize her? This is outrageous, isn't it? Moon Hyunchul's brows furrowed as he thought carefully about the reason. It was probably an emergency situation. Or, she looked even prettier in person than in the video photos. Ahem. No. Moon Hyunchul still felt some sense of incongruity. So he once again checked the relevant information about Chien Ingyue. Chien Ingshui. Female, 24 years old. Actress. Second miss of the Chien group. 10 years after her debut. She is a superb actress, has won numerous awards and has excellent business skills. She is regarded as the youngest of the new generation of movie queens. Her works cover a wide range of subjects, from ancient costume dramas to modern dramas, from police dramas to suspense films, and every role has been portrayed by her. In recent years, she has even set the internet on fire with her classic portrayal of the evil female counterpart. Despite often appearing as a villainess on screen and being from a wealthy family herself, she is however a gentle, kind, approachable and even a bit timid and fearful girl in real life. This strong contrast makes her stand out among many actors, attracting the love of many fans and even being selected as a national goddess at one time. Legend has it that as long as one looks into the eyes of Chien Ingshui for 3 seconds, all dogs must fall. The more Moon Hyunchul looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Gentle? Kind? Cowardly? What the hell? He remembered the crazy woman who had a great ability to improvise during the day, who had picked up a chair and slammed it on the kidnapper's head, as well as the crazy woman who had slashed the kidnapper's eyes, and then somehow disliked him with a knife to the neck, and then looked at a certain recent video interview with Chie Ingshue. Inside, she smiled that gentle, sweet, harmless smile. Nice guy. Why does this woman still have two faces? Inside the VIP ward, Xian Ingshue, who was out of life-threatening danger, was transferred out of the intensive care unit, and her pale face had regained a trace of blood color. She was breathing slowly with an oxygen mask and a thick bandage around her neck. Looking at the profile information sent over by her assistant, she stretched out her slightly cool fingers and tenderly and delicately stroked the face on the screen. Little by little, inch by inch, it was like tracing his contours and deepening them into his soul. Xianzhou Wen, after 12 years, I finally found you. It's so nice. Wonderful fate, connecting us again then. Chapter 5, Meeting in the Cold Winter. 12 years ago, in an unusually cold winter, the snow was flying like countless pieces of white feathers, hovering and falling in the air, and the whole world seemed to be sealed by ice and snow. Just a short distance away from the orphanage, by a large, wide river, 3 vicious teenagers were surrounding a young girl with a thin body. They were both children in an orphanage, but had no interaction before that. The young girl's lips trembled slightly from the cold and fear. What did you guys bring me here for? She tried to break free from the 3 kids, who were slightly older than her, but was immediately shoved hard by the teenager in charge. Dad, you're the one who made the little report, right? Who the hell told you to mind your own business? The teenager was only 12 or 13 years old, but showed malice beyond that age. It turns out that they deliberately tricked a 3-year-old girl into eating the driving rain yesterday, and the young girl found out and immediately whispered it to her teacher at the orphanage. The 3 teenagers were then severely criticized and punished. The teenager at the head of the group grinned a grim, intimidating grin. Oh, how can we live up to the whipping we received yesterday if we don't show you some color today? The young girl felt extreme fear, and she fought back desperately, a sob in her voice. Get off me! The teenager in charge immediately gave her a resounding slap, and the young girl fell hard to the ground. Then he grabbed the young girl's hair as hard as he could, a mocking smile on his face. Go ahead and sue the teacher. Isn't that your favorite trick? The young girl sobbed helplessly, tears sliding down her red, swollen cheeks. She shook her head in quick succession, trying to explain her innocence. However, the ferocious teenager was unmoved. His gaze turned to the river next to him, which had already formed a thin layer of ice, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. In a minute you'll see what happens when you meddle. The young girl followed his gaze and shook her head in horror, her voice trembling. No, don't do this. Before the words left her mouth, she was pushed into the cold river as soon as she could. The young girl could not swim and she struggled desperately in the water. Help! Help! The 3 teenagers on the shore covered their stomachs and let loose with laughter. Gradually, the young girl ran out of strength, stopped struggling, and began a slow descent in the stinging river water. Someone, save me! Soon she recognized reality in despair. No one will come to her rescue. She'll be dead soon. Fine, just die. No one cares about her anyway. Just as the young girl's consciousness was about to dissipate, a thin but strong hand grabbed her. A strange teenager jumped into the cold river and saved her. Upon disembarking, the young girl kept coughing, her body shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Immediately, the strange teenager draped the jacket he had left on the shore over her, then got up and walked toward the 3 teens. The teenager in the lead arrogantly raised his chin and provoked. Ha, you like to meddle too? In an instant, he was punched to the ground by the teenager of that. The remaining 2 were shocked. Boss, are you okay? The teenager in the lead hurriedly climbed up from the ground, touched his nose that was bleeding profusely, and laughed coldly. Damn, dare to hit me? Have guts. With that, he rushed towards the strange teenager, and the other 2 followed without hesitation. The young girl was so cold and stiff that she couldn't move her legs. All she could do was wrap her coat tightly around her body and watch the struggle in front of her helplessly. That unfamiliar teenager, although he looked svelte, fought 1 against 3 without fear. Moreover, the strikes were extremely vicious and precise. In a short while, the 3 teenagers were beaten to the point that their heads were broken and bleeding, lying on the ground and wailing. The teenager casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked over to the young girl. The young girl raised her head, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. The teenager's expression was cold. I'm helping my sister get her revenge, and fishing you up is just a side trip. It turns out that the little girl who was tricked into drinking the driving rain was the teenager's younger sister. Hurry back and give me back my clothes. The young girl tried to move her body, but found her legs completely frozen and could only shake her head apologetically. I can't get up. The teenager frowned slightly, but reached out and pulled the young girl to her feet with one hand. The young girl stumbled forward a few steps and almost fell, but fortunately the teenager was quick to help her. The young girl leaned into the teenager's arms, blushing and lowering her head in embarrassment. I can't seem to move my legs. The teenager scared impatiently. What a pain in the ass. Despite the disgust on his lips, he turned and carried the young girl on his back. The teenager's back, though thin, made the young girl feel reassured and warm like never before. She carefully lay on his back and whispered again, "Thank you." The teenager usually always had a gloomy look on his face. No one wanted to play with him, and his teachers didn't treat him well. It was the first time he had ever been thanked so sincerely, and he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. His ears flushed slightly as he cursed. "Can you stop being so low? No wonder those three will come to bully you." The young girl was startled at the words and asked timidly, "So, what should I do?" "Just be like me," the teenager said casually, but quickly dismissed it with a self-deprecating laugh. "Forget it, it's better not to look like me. They all say I'm crazy and insane." The young girl was a little speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. "Anyway, whoever bullied you and upset you, you just retaliate back," the teenager said again, as if to himself. "Come to think of it, there's nothing wrong with being a crazy psychopath. At least no one will mess with you." After returning the young girl to the orphanage, the teacher rushed to take her to change out of her soaked clothes, and the teenager left quickly to find his sister. The young girl had a high fever from catching a cold and lay in a daze in bed for more than half a month. In the meantime, she had countless flashbacks to the teenager who had rescued her from the icy river. "What's his name? How old is he? Looks like he's about her age. Haven't seen much of him before. When did he come to the orphanage? If it wasn't for him, he would have been dead by now, right? Gotta get well soon and then thank him properly for it." When the young girl finally recovers and asks her teacher about the teenager, she says with a happy face that he's been kicked out. That kid is not a good person at first glance. His strikes are not at all gentle. His eyes are fierce. Maybe he is a potential murderer. TSK, it's great to be gone. The young girl's mind went blank. It was a long time before she slowed down, a wave of sourness and regret welling up in her heart. Already left? Haven't even had a proper conversation yet. Me and him, will we ever see each other again? Qianing Shui dreamed again of that cold winter 12 years ago. Everything in her memory had become a little blurry, except for the teenager's cold yet clear face, which was still clearly reflected in her mind. The corners of Qianing Shui's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a satisfied smile. She knew she would recognize him once she saw him again. And what about the fact that he had saved her once again, and was still as reliable as he had been back then? But she was long gone from the timid little girl she had been. Now she had all the strength and means. Since fate has brought them back together again, this time, she would never miss it again. Chapter 6, Qianing Shui wants to see you. The only thing Hyunchul is thankful for is that no one knows he made a trip to the station yesterday, and the Shaw family hasn't continued to come after him. The motorcycle is still being repaired and I don't know if it can be saved. Moon Hyunchul will have to ride his bicycle to work at the bookstore for the time being. While waiting for the red light in front of the sidewalk, Moon Hyunchul heard the two white-collar workers beside him discussing on their cell phones. Hey, look at the hot search. That Qianing Shui you like has finally been saved. Oh great. If anything happens to the goddess, I'll just carry a ing kitchen knife and fight those maniacs. TSK, look at the photos of the wounds. The murderer is too cruel. He's just not human. Yeah, how on earth could you do that to someone so weak and innocent? When the green light came on, Moon Hyunchul hurriedly rode away. He felt horrible when he heard her name now. He wasn't thinking of going to her for compensation for the suit either, and he definitely didn't want to see her again. Thinking back to yesterday's experience, Moon Hyunchul still had a feeling of unreality. It was magical. How could a person like him actually deal with the legendary Qianing Shui? If she was as pure and wonderful as people said she was, he kind of felt lucky. But in reality, that's a crazy woman. God forbid I ever meet her again. After arriving at the bookstore and changing into his work clothes, the owner of the bookstore immediately commanded Moon Hyunchul, saying, "Got a temporary shipment of new goods in today. Going to the warehouse to take inventory." Upon entering the warehouse, Moon Hyunchul only felt his breath catch and his heart jerk. The new stuff is a photo album of Chio Yuki. After standing still for 2 seconds, Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth and struggled to pull a smile from the corner of his mouth. "Ha, it's okay. Then start making a counting machine for mod feelings. It's just a picture. It's not her in person." After the goods were counted, the boss then asked Moon Hyunchul to place Qianing Shui's photo album in the most prominent place in the bookstore. Then put the Chio Yuki poster that came with the book on the front of the bookstore. After doing all this, when Xianjia only felt that his heart had been greatly honed. Looking at the new bookstore, the owner nodded with great satisfaction. Looking at the very sweetly smiling Qianing Shui, when Xianjia heart a chill. When he thought of having to work with so many Qianing Shui for a long time to come, when Xianjia felt that the sky had collapsed. It's a sin. VIP ward of Xiaochang Central Hospital. Qianing Shui sat leaning against the hospital bed, timidly restored the crime. The two policemen at the head of the bed were taking careful notes. During the fight, I don't know whose dagger fell to the ground. The short kidnapper immediately rushed towards me ferociously. I was so scared that I picked up the dagger on the ground and slashed at him with my eyes closed. Then I heard a scream. The tall kidnapper? As soon as he snatched the dagger from my hand. Then, saying that, Qianing Shui's face revealed a look of horror and her lips couldn't stop shivering. She raised her hand shakily and touched her bandaged neck. The agent rushed forward and inquired with concern. Should we pause for a break first? Qianing Shui clenched her teeth and gave a small shake of her head, smiley face. It's okay, I can still go on. 3 days later, the official account of the Summer City Police released a notice about the kidnapping case of actor Qianing Shui. Peaceful Summer City. Circulars. On April 21st, 20 times, actor Qianing Shui was on her way to the Daxia Film Festival when she was kidnapped by suspects Zhao and Lu to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the Eastern District. At the critical moment, Mr. W., a warm-hearted citizen, entered the factory by mistake, and immediately stepped forward to save the victim and fought with the criminals fiercely. During the struggle, the suspect Lu Mao heartless cut the victim's neck. Mr. W. was not afraid of danger, successfully subdued the two suspects. The police then quickly arrived at the scene and sent the victim to the hospital for treatment at the first opportunity. After all efforts to rescue the victim out of life-threatening, is still in the hospital to recuperate. Suspects Zhao Mao and Lu Mao have been controlled by the police. The police will continue to conduct in-depth investigation into the case and the suspects will certainly be severely punished by the law. At the same time, we highly commend the courageous behavior of the enthusiastic citizen Mr. W. and heartfelt thanks. We hope that the general public will actively learn from Mr. W. Xiangxing and promote positive social energy. Notice is hereby given. Xiaocheng Public Security Bureau, April 21st, 20 times. You ate my wireless headphones, finally out of the notice. Those rumors Thousandsing Shua has died of marketing number cannot manage a tube? At peaceful Summer City, my heart is indestructible like iron. What Mr. W. That's the hero who saved Shui, my righteous father. MacArthur says, in 3 minutes. I want to know all about this Mr. W. Don't get me wrong. I just want to go send him a banner. Tiger's ass, I want it too. How come the hero doesn't even have a name? It's so chilling. See cat as a child. Oh, the fear is that you this group of to bother people. So that's why no information whatsoever revealed no? Moon Hyunchul has been anxious about the compensation for that fancy suit for the past few days. He looked up the brand of the dress. Nice guy. $20,000 apiece. Just pay him off. Just as he was at a loss, he received a call from the police. Is this Moon Hyunchul? Come to the police station sometime to collect your prize and banner for bravery. Moon Hyunchul immediately rushed to the police station with fire. Upon receiving the envelope filled with red bills, Moon Hyunchul's hands trembled with excitement. In here, it's 50,000 bucks. Even if the indemnity suit costs $20,000, there's still $30,000 left over. At that moment, Moon Hyunchul felt that the pain and misunderstanding, the trepidation and heartbreak he had suffered all this time could be forgiven. On the way back home from the police station, Moon Hyunchul received an unfamiliar call. Hello? Excuse me, is this Mr. Wen Xianjia? I'm Miss Qianing Shui's assistant. Miss Qianing Shui would like to meet with you. Chapter 7, So Watery and Molested. After the person on the other end of the phone introduced himself, Moon Hyunchul froze slightly. Oh, hello? Regarding that incident the other day, Ms. Qianing Shui would like to thank you in person. Could you tell us your current address and we'll send someone to pick you up later? Moon Hyunchul was silent for a few seconds and replied, no, just tell me the address. I'll come myself. After hanging up the phone, Moon Hyunchul immediately regretted it. Am I crazy? I thought we agreed we didn't want to see her again. How come it even came to my door by itself? He couldn't tell you how he had just jerked around and agreed. Along the way, Moon Hyunchul kept consoling himself. Yes, no matter what, one had to meet her to have closure on this matter. She was her savior, so she couldn't be crazy enough to return the favor, could she? And then again, the day she would cut someone and cut herself. Maybe she really was just too panicked, resulting in a temporary mental disorder. Anyway, nothing to be nervous about. When he was almost at the hospital, Moon Hyunchul also bought a fruit basket at a nearby fruit supermarket. After all, It's kind of like visiting a patient, so it would be rude to go empty-handed. Arriving at the main entrance of the hospitalization department, Moon Hyun-chul saw a number of people gathered around, and a few others being kicked out by the hospital security guards. Even though this is a hospital, it doesn't take mentally ill people, huh? The few people who had been thrown out crawled up in a sorry state, cursing, "What's to stop me from going in? Is it wrong that I just want to visit Qianing Shui? Look, this is her favorite spicy hot pot. The goddess has lost too much blood and needs a blood transfusion. I'm here to donate blood. If you delay the best time for treatment, can you afford it? Yuki, are you okay? I won't leave without seeing you safe and sound with my own eyes. Jussie, please let me in, I beg you. I just want to take a look, to make sure that Shui is okay. I'll immediately get out of here." The onlookers whispered as Moon Hyun-chul carefully stepped around the side. TSK, 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 so it's a fanatical fan of Qianing Shui. It's ing upside down. Upon entering the lobby of the first floor of the inpatient unit, a young woman with short, sharp hair and short-sleeved jeans greeted her politely. She was Qianing Shui's assistant, Lin Xiao. After a brief self-introduction, Lin Shan brought Wen Xianjia to Qianing Shui's hospital room, slowly pushing open the door to the hospital room. With a soft creak, his eyes were naturally drawn to the front. Only Qianing Shui quietly stood with her back to the door of the room. The sunlight poured through the bright windows and wrapped her in it. She was dressed in a white dress and her slender figure looked so delicate. As the breeze brushed by, the silky hair swayed gently along with it. What a great picture of the years. Moon Hyun-chul walked in somewhat nervously. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I won't bother you too then." Then closed the door with a snap. The sound of the door closing wasn't too loud, but it still startled Moon Hyun-chul. "Lin, why is there a bad feeling about this?" Qianing Shui slowly turned around and laughed happily. "There you are." Moon Hyun-chul simply responded. "Well, why do you make it sound like we know each other so well? But she seems pretty normal now. She shouldn't suddenly go crazy and cut me with a knife." Moon Hyun-chul said as he stepped forward and placed the fruit basket on a glass table to the side. "Buy whatever you want and eat lots of fruit during recovery." The next moment, a slightly cool, soft touch came to his chin. Moon Hyun-chul was startled and looked up in a hurry, only to see Qianing Shui stretching out her slender fingers to hook his chin, a smile if any hanging on her face. Moon Hyun-chul hastily took a step back and pulled away from the distance between them, disbelief written all over his face. Qianing Shui let out a light laugh before taking a step forward and reclosing the distance between the two. Then kindness said, "Didn't you do the same thing to me the other day? I'm just trying to figure out what it really feels like to do that." Memories surfaced, and Moon Hyun-chul averted his eyes somewhat awkwardly, explaining with a dry laugh, "Ha ha, that day was purely an act. I didn't want to take advantage of you." Then hurriedly changed the subject. "By the way, how's your injury?" With that, he shifted his gaze back to Qianing Shui's body. Qianing Shui raised her hand to touch the bandage on her neck and said in a flat tone, "The wound isn't really that deep. It's stitched perfectly, and there's about a week to go before the stitches are removed." Moon Hyun-chul frowned and finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. "So why did you do it?" Qianing Shui's face still maintains a light smile. A big star who was kidnapped and rescued unharmed, and a suspect who was successfully arrested. Don't you think this story is too boring? What? Moon Hyun-chul was a bit lost for a moment. Qianing Shui turned around and looked through the window at the growing crowd of onlookers at the hospitalization department's gate and said, "What the audience wants to see is not such a bland story. So it's important to add some excitement to the plot. That's what makes it memorable, isn't it?" Moon Hyun-chul was somewhat plausible. Is she trying to make the impact of this incident bigger and more discussed? Qianing Shui turned around, then pointed to the white bandage on her neck and laughed. "And, thanks to this wound, the share price of Qian's group has risen by a large margin again. It's a good deal, isn't it?" At those words, Wen Xianjia's brows furrowed, and his fists hanging at his side unconsciously tightened slightly. "But aren't you at all afraid that you might get killed for it?" Qianing Shui looked a little surprised. "Ah, people don't die that easily," and then smiled meaningfully. "Even if the body is scaly and disfigured, all rotting and decaying, from the inside out, people can still survive." Oh. Moon Hyun-chul's mood was somewhat subtle as he continued to ask, "Why did you put that man's eyes?" Qianing Shui slightly tilted her head, seemingly recalling something, and then said in a sudden realization, "Ah, because from the beginning, he's been looking at me with a sickening look." Her expression and tone became icy, but her attitude was so casual, as if she was talking about a loathsome bug. Moon Hyun-chul finally realized clearly that those crazy actions of hers were not a mental behavioral disorder caused by too much panic. On the contrary, she's always been sober. She didn't take the kidnapping in stride at all, instead thinking about how to maximize the encounter. It's so calm and scary. Those two kidnappers were nothing compared to her. But, Qianing Shui pursed her lips slightly, then took a step forward and walked to Wenxianjia's face unhurriedly. She stood still before him, gazing quietly and deeply into his eyes. You just never show that kind of look. Oh, on the contrary, your eyes are so clear and clean that I always can't help but fall deeper into them. Saying that, she slowly raised his white and delicate hand, a little closer to his face. Wenxianjia was startled and subconsciously tried to back away, but Qianing Shui grabbed his wrist. Don't move. Let me touch it, okay? Moon Hyunchul gulped and ghostly acquiesced to her strange request. Qianing Shui quirked her lips in satisfaction, then gently touched the corner of his eyes. He could feel the warmth of her fingertips, slightly cool but with a strange blazing sensation. He smelled the faint scent of jasmine coming from her, fresh and light, if anything lingering on the tip of his nose, quietly tugging at his heartstrings. In the sunlight, he even clearly saw the delicate fuzz on her delicate face. He also saw the fervor in her eyes. It was an undisguised fiery emotion, as if it were a burning flame that could consume everything. Her lips came closer and closer, her warm breath lightly spilling over his face. Soft and slightly cool fingers slowly moved to his ear. Qianing Shui slightly narrowed her eyes and softly said, "Your ears are burning." Just at this moment when the ambiguous atmosphere was strong to the extreme, Moon Hyunchul seemed to suddenly wake up from a dream and hastily broke free from her and turned around. "Ha ha. It's getting late, I won't continue to bother, farewell." Then quickly opened the door to the hospital room and fled. Lin Xiao at the door rushed to catch up. Mr. Man, are you leaving? I'll give you a ride." Moon Hyunchul's brain buzzed. It's a little hard to believe to say, but based on his years of rotten experience, that woman definitely has her eye on him. Chapter 8 Surprise. What is the true face of the national goddess? When Xianjia's figure completely disappeared in the corridor, and Qianing Shui in the ward remained calm and collected, it was as if everything was expected. Only a touch of imperceptible loss surfaced in the bottom of those deep and obscure eyes. Sure enough, he had completely forgotten about her. Also, he's changed a lot from before, becoming more composed, more handsome, and more. It's tantalizing. Qianing Shui slowly raised her hand, her fingertips still retaining his temperature. She put a finger to her lips and brushed it across them, then closed her eyes as if savoring something. Well, restraint, stoicism, what a wonderful character. Just then, a panicked figure rushed into the hospital room. Auntie, who gave you permission to meet with vegetarians in private? The visitor was none other than Qianing Shui's manager, Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian was so angry that his eyebrows were flying. Qianing Shui was oblivious and continued to murmur thoughtfully. You say, if I hold him down, will he resist? I don't think so. After all, someone who is so good at enduring, even if he's really ed by me, he'll just grit his teeth and pretend that nothing happened. If we meet again, all I need to do is to make a reflective and pitiful expression. He'll definitely soften his heart, and then he'll be tricked and ed by me again. Ah, will he cry? Just thinking that he'll shed tears from humiliation and shame makes me even more excited then. Zhao Qian's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. You? What are you talking about? Qianing Shui ignored it, narrowed her eyes, and continued. But even if he cries and begs me, I will never let go. Oh, I want him to get used to and accept my existence. I want him, completely, to become something that belongs to me. Zhao Qian finally came back from his shock. He hastily drew the curtains, then pulled out his detector and quickly scanned the room. After confirming that there weren't any eavesdropping and filming devices, he breathed a sigh of relief. But what if he's even more stubborn than I thought, and is all about running away? Wouldn't I have to use some special tactics in order to make him die completely? For example, getting rid of all the people that he cares about, so that I'm the only one in his world. Zhao Qian was furious. Stop it. Stop it. If some paparazzi snaps a picture, your image as a national goddess will be completely ruined. Just then, the door to the hospital room was opened unexpectedly. Zhao Qian's heart pounded with fear and he almost passed his back on the spot. Phew, Mr. Man, is going too fast too. It turned out to be the breathless Lin Xiao returning. After seeing the visitor clearly, Zhao Qian's paused heartbeat resumed. He lightly patted his chest, then immediately jumped up and gave Lin Xiao a handful of blows to the back of his head. How many times have I told you to knock before entering? You want to scare me to death, don't you? Lin Xiao quickly rubbed her head in pain and commiserated. I'm sorry, Uncle Ken. The words were followed by another hand blow. How many times have I told you to call me Ken? I'm only in my 30s, alright. Also, you're the dead girl who brought that kid through, aren't you? Can't call that kid, that's Sister Shui's savior. It has to be called Mr. Man. What lifesaver? Jesus couldn't meet her alone even if he came down to earth. Do you know that? The two people in front of them were bickering. Qianing Shui casually took out an apple from the fruit basket and took a bite, chewing slowly and methodically. That's sweet. Zhao Qian, so skilled at matchmaking? Don't be a celebrity assistant. Just switch to being a matchmaker. And you'll have a booming business. Lin Shan, Aya. Sister Shui just wanted to say thank you to Mr. When in person. Brother Qian, your thoughts are too dirty. Zhao Qian incredulously pointed at himself. I'm nasty? Ha ha. I'm a well-known gentlemanly gentleman in the inner entertainment. Then glancing to the side. I wonder who has the nastiest mind in our place. Lin Qian quickly complained. Sister Shui. This old den said you have a dirty mind. Zhao Qian immediately anxious. Hey, I cannot name Wait, call Hu Lao, dang it. Xianing Shui let out a light laugh in disbelief. Alright, let's all stop arguing. Why don't we take this opportunity to show the world the true face of the national goddess? No. Yeah. Zhao Qian and Lin Xiao said almost simultaneously. In the next second, Lin Xiao received her third hand blow from today's Zhao Qian. Then she sniffled and silently moved to a corner to crouch and draw circles. Zhao Qian turned his head and bowed to Qianing Shui with his hands together, his voice tinged with tears. Auntie, I beg you, for the sake of my age, please don't make this kind of joke anymore, okay? I can't afford to be scared. Qianing Shui covered her lips lightly in surprise. Agent Zhao, what are you so nervous about? Hasn't Qianing Shui's true colors been shown to everyone a long time ago? A gentle and kind, innocent and beautiful, perfect existence. I'm just trying to impress everyone a little more. With that, she gave a sweet smile. But the seemingly harmless expression was chilling. Zhao Qian swallowed his saliva violently. Ha ha, Hara, so that's what it means. It's me who misunderstood. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief, then grabbed a pear from the fruit basket in his hand. A cold, piercing sight immediately spread over him. Zhao Qian instantly stiffened his body, and Qianing Shui coldly said, put it down. Zhao Qian's cold hairs stood straight up, and he honestly put the pear in his hand carefully back into the fruit basket, dryly smiling. Ha ha, just remembered that pears are too high in potassium to eat. Chapter 9. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. After leaving the hospital, Moon Hyun-chul's entire body was in an out-of-body state. In a daze, he even rode his bike up on the elevated road, almost causing a traffic accident. Luckily, he came to his senses in time and ran away in a hurry, so that he wasn't caught by the traffic police on duty. Otherwise it would have been another day trip to the police station. Based on Moon Hyun-chul's past experience, the way that woman looked at him and her every move towards him was not innocent. The legendary national goddess Qianing Shui, known as the dream lover of thousands of innocent young men, interested in him? West End, One Love Bar. At the bar sat a young male with yellow hair and a young woman with a big red perm. The man wore a blue shirt with the collar buttons casually open, looking untamed and debauched. The woman, on the other hand, was wearing gaudy, heavy makeup and halter top shorts that showed off her hot body. The yellow-haired man held his glass in his hand and smiled bashfully at the big wavy woman. Maybe you don't believe it, but my hair was born in this color. Maybe you don't believe it, but my hair is naturally this color. The woman covered her mouth in surprise as the yellow-haired man tickled the corners of his mouth in triumph and continued. I'm not a summer city people. My hometown is in the beautiful country, and although my father is a summer city people, but my mother is a native beautiful country people. So, I also have half the beautiful blood. And this yellow hair is the best proof. I'm not from Natsujo. My hometown is in the beautiful country, and although my father is from Natsujo, my mother is a native of the beautiful country, so I also have half beautiful blood, and this yellow hair is the best proof of that. With that, he also gently ruffled his hair with his hand, as if to prove to the woman that it was the real thing, not a wig. The woman nodded in belief, then asked, so why don't you stay in your hometown? Why don't you stay in your hometown? The man put down his glass and sighed in frustration. It's say come a long way. It's a long story. Then the words turned to a deep smile. But we can find a quiet room and I'll tell you slowly. But we can find a quiet room and I'll tell you slowly. The woman froze, then smiled shyly. He was about to say yes when he suddenly saw a tall figures walk into the bar. The woman froze for a moment, and the man hastily glanced toward the woman's line of sight, his breath catching for an instant. The man quickly stood up and smiled awkwardly at the woman. My friend is here. He doesn't like bars. I must take him out. Next time continue. My friend came and he didn't like the bar. I had to take him out. Continue next time. The woman, however, acted as if she hadn't heard him, still just staring ahead with pink bubbles in her eyes. The man's instantly became drawn. You just wanted to go to room with me. Grass. Obviously just wanted to go to the room with me. Women really are all ill-changing. Fan Sung Jae, Man Hyun-chul's best friend, the yellow-haired man from just now. The two of them sat in front of a roadside barbecue stand at night, and Fan Xingjie jerked a skewer while accusing. I'm really convinced of you old six. Not coming early and not coming late. but coming here when I'm about to start my happy time. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? And didn't I say, during the hunting period, no disturbance is allowed? Moon Hyunchul turned his head and shouted at the owner who was grilling skewers. Boss, another 50 skewers of grilled lamb. Okay. Fan Xingjie instantly changed his face and said happily, oh yo, why are you so generous today? Are you rich? Moon Hyunchul turned his head, speechless. What are you talking about? Haven't I always been generous? Want to ask you a few questions as a consulting fee. What's the problem? Just say it. Thousanding Shue has her eye on me. Fan Xingjie almost didn't spray out the beer in his mouth, coughing for a long time in a row, his face reddening. You're thinking fart food. No, buddy you. How did you also learn to daydream? Do people chanting Shue know you and start to look at you? Moon Hyunchul didn't get annoyed and just stated in a calm tone. For some reason I've met her twice. Met twice? The Lord of the Week pulls the strings? When Xianjia was speechless to the core, believe it or not. Fan Xingjie wiped his mouth, patted his shoulder, and sighed. Man, I admit that you have a few good looks, and it's not too much to call you a teenage girl killer, and it's true that a number of rich ladies have pursued you so far, but, Fan Xingjie turned his words around and said with a straight face, that's Qianing Shui, national goddess Qianing Shui. What kind of men do you think she hasn't seen before? Even if she's seen you twice, there's no reason for her to fall for you, right? Qianing Shui, but she has been on the scene for 10 years and has had no scandals. She is an absolute goddess. She wouldn't bow down for you. Fan Xingjie continued in a sudden realization. Ah, I know, because you usually not only have to work everywhere to earn money to support your family, but also have to take care of your sister's living and living. It's really too hard, too lonely, and too eager for someone to sympathize with you and care for you and love you. So that's why you made such an unrealistic dream. When Xianjia frowned, and Fan Xingjie sighed, listen to my advice. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. Not only can it be a harbor for your tired soul, the most important thing is, he suddenly smiled meaningfully, it'll help you relieve a lot of stress. Moon Hyunchul stared at him breathlessly. I have ways of relieving stress that don't require any girlfriends. Fighting in an underground boxing ring isn't just about making extra money. Fan Xingjie gave a smile. Ooh, no need want women friends. Then don't let me find out you're seeing someone, or I'll laugh at you. Chapter 10, I'm getting to understand everything. Thank goodness the motorcycle with 1,000 holes was salvaged. To celebrate the motorcycle's rebirth, Moon Hyunchul gave it a name. Phoenix, meaning the immortal bird that is reborn from the fire. Moon Hyunchul drove the Phoenix to the Western Hospital. Then carrying the thermos to the 3rd floor of the hospitalization department, he walked straight into one of the wards. There are 4 beds in the ward, 3 of which are surrounded by patients who are passionately fighting the landlord, and the middle-aged woman in the hospital bed by the window sat quietly, staring out the window. Ranma, have you had lunch yet? The woman was startled and rushed back. The moment she saw Moon Hyunchul, she instantly broke into an amiable smile. Not yet. Yun Lan, a woman who lives alone downstairs from Moon Hyunchul, is called Lan Ma by all the surrounding neighbors, young and old. Last month, she suddenly fainted at home, but fortunately Moon Hyunchul rushed her to the hospital in time. After examination, the doctor said it was due to hypoglycemia, which was also her old problem, and that she needed to be hospitalized for rest and recuperation. Moon Hyunchul smiled apologetically as he placed the thermos smoothly on the bedside cabinet. Something came up recently and I haven't been able to visit you much. Yin Lan immediately showed a worried look on her face. What is it? Is it serious? You must remember to talk to your neighbors about any difficulties. Everyone will help you, but don't carry it alone. I know, it's not a big deal. It's all taken care of, so you can rest assured 100 times over. Moon Hyunchul drew out the folding table at the foot of the hospital bed and skillfully set it up on the bed, then opened the thermos and took out the meal from it. I've cooked some of your favorite dishes. Try them. After finishing her meal, Yin Lan sighed softly in contentment and lamented. I don't know whose girl is so lucky to have such a considerate husband as you. Moon Hyunchul's movement to gather the dishes froze. Ha! Yun Lan continued with heartfelt praise. Look at you. You respect the old and love the young. You're hardworking and capable. You cook well. You have a strong body. And you're also very handsome. What's that saying? Oh yeah, high-quality human males. Ha! Isn't that what you're talking about? Moon Hyunchul's toes buckled in embarrassment, and he hastily sped up the cleanup. Haha Ranma, you're making fun of me again. Yun Lan squared his shoulders. What teasing I'm telling the truth. Don't keep rejecting those girls who pursue you. When you meet the right one, don't wait any longer. The doctor said that you can be discharged from the hospital in a few days. I will come to pick you up then. I have work to do, so I'll leave first. You take care of yourself. Bye. You kid. Moon Hyunchul's life is probably back on track. It was 15 minutes before the end of the day, and there weren't many customers in the bookstore. Moon Hyunchul yawned as another clerk in the room swiped his jitterbug. Still outgoing. It wasn't really loud, but Moon Hyunchul still heard it clearly. Pay attention. This man's name is Little Handsome. Wow. Don't tell me I'm the last one to know that concrete is mixable, eh? The man in front of me is only 20 years old, but he has less than 3 months left to live. Colleagues sometimes cry and weep, sometimes laugh so hard they don't know what heaven and earth are. Moon Hyunchul just hoped that his boss wouldn't come in with a surprise inspection, or else he'd probably suffer along with him. National goddess Qianing Shui is about to make a strong comeback. The reporter interviewed her agent. Hearing that name, Moon Hyunchul had a jolt and almost went into cardiac arrest. Luckily, his co-worker quickly scratched the video, and Moon Hyunchul was relieved. But next, the co-worker actually took the initiative to search for a collection of Choi Shue's works. The co-worker looked mesmerized, completely forgetting the presence of another person beside him, and muttered in a hungry whisper, "Why reward him? I also want to be trampled and ravaged by the goddess." Sha sha. The anticlimactic statement caused the corner of Moon Hyunchul's eye to twitch. He hurriedly looked at the clock and had 2 minutes left to get off work. Lighten up. Although he didn't want to know what goodies his colleague had seen, he couldn't help glancing at his colleague's cell phone screen. Only on the screen, the cold female villain played by Qianing Shui was exuding a chilling aura. The hero who infiltrated the enemy camp but unfortunately exposed his identity is now being stepped on by her ruthlessly. She lowered her head and her cold, frosty eyes fell on the protagonist like he was looking at garbage. The protagonist struggled. "Kill me if you can." The corner of Qianing Shui's mouth slightly hooked, slowly squatting down. The slender hand gripped the protagonist's hair so hard that it forced him to look up and meet her eyes. Instead, she then gently wiped the blood from the corner of the protagonist's mouth as if she were playing with the prey in her hands. That glimpse of what seemed like a gentle gesture was terrifying against the backdrop of her cruel smile. "You know what? You're a lot cuter than you usually are in this mess." For a moment, Moon Hyunchul only felt his heart tighten. An indescribable feeling came over me, as if I had been hit by something. It's the right flavor. This was the Qianing Shui he had seen. Moon Hyunchul gradually understood everything. It's no wonder she can portray the coldness and evil of a villain. And it's no wonder her villainous villains are getting rave reviews. Turns out it's ing Instacolor. After getting off work from the bookstore, Moon Hyunchul went back to delivering takeout for a few hours. After being reborn from the fire, Phoenix's combat power has been greatly improved. When Shinja all the way to the wild, every single order is delivered ahead of schedule. Customers are touched. Just this takeout. Cool. It was 10 p.m. When Moon Hyunchul returned home. The door to Moon Hyuna's room was slightly open and the room was still lit. This kid, he didn't fall asleep doing his homework again, did he? Moon Hyunchul walked into the room gingerly carrying the fried chicken and fries from the fried chicken store owner. Sure enough, Moon Hyuna was slumped over her desk in a daze. A neutral pen with a cartoon rabbit printed on it still in her hand. Moon Hyunchul set the fried chicken pocket aside, then carefully drew out the homework that Moon Hyuna had pressed underneath him. Let's see how well you've mastered the new things you've learned lately. However, in the next second, Moon Hyunchul's eyes were drawn to the photo pressed under the assignment. Moon Hyunchul fixed his eyes and instantly widened them. This is a photo of Qianing Shui. Chapter 11, When Qianing Shui and I Fall into the Water. Who will you save first? While Moon Hyunchul was shocked, Moon Hyuna woke up. When she saw Moon Hyunchul in the room, she instantly sobered up and stood up in a hurry. "Brother, why do you just come into my room?" Moon Hyunchul questioned seriously with the photo in his hand. "How did you get a picture of this woman?" Moon Hyuna snatched the photo with a huff. "Why can't I have a picture of Yuki? She's my idol." "Yuki? Even? Idol? She's your idol?" Hearing this intimate address, Moon Hyunchul's brain went a little down. How could you like her? Moon Hyuna's brows furrowed, a bit puzzled by Moon Hyunchul's reaction to the genus. "Why?" "Because Yuki's gentle character and wonderful qualities captivated me." "Gentle character? Beautiful qualities? Do those two words have anything to do with that woman?" Those words made Moon Hyunchul skeptical when he heard them. "That woman almost made me a murderer and almost went to jail. Do you know that?" Looking at Moon Hyuna's look of love for the photoshoot in his hand, Moon Hyunchul only felt pain. "Silly sister, it's not good who you like, but you have to like such a hypocritical woman who is not what she seems. If you find out who she really is one day, you'll be thunderstruck and skeptical." Thousanding Shui. An innocent young girl was cheated of her feelings by you in this way. You can really harm people. Seeing Moon Hyunchul's expression of having eaten shift, Moon Hyuna frowned and asked, "What's wrong, brother? Aren't you the one who never reads those celebrity gossips and never judges them? But why do I see that you seem to have a big problem with Shui Shui?" Suddenly, She wore an expression that saw through everything. Does that mean you? Moon Hyun-chul hastily said in a heartfelt manner. Ahem. Which is not. Just want to remind you. Sensible stargazing. Study-oriented. Does that mean you're a fan of hers too? And in the same burden or not? Moon Hyun-ah looked surprised and Moon Hyun-chul looked confused. What? Hey. It means refusing to be in the same boat. Liking an idol so much that you want to monopolize her. And not liking to discuss her with other people. Thinking that people who also like her are love rivals. Moon Hyun-chul only felt a vicious chill in his heart. Ha! What an international joke. Listen carefully. I'm not her fan and I don't like her. Yours. Understand? Moon Hyun-ah stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at him with ghostly eyes. Really? But your reaction is clearly a forced stiff upper lip after being told what to think. Moon Hyun-chul disliked the bag with the fried chicken in front of her and turned his head away without a smile. What do you care if you believe it or not? Well, don't say it. It's getting late. Hurry up and eat. Then hurry up and wash up and go to bed. After 2 days, Moon Hyun-chul was organizing his closet in his room when Moon Hyun-ah suddenly barged in a panic. Brother, do me a favor. What for? Hey, it's like this. Wasn't Yuki discharged from the hospital yesterday? What's it to me? Geez, don't interrupt. Just listen to me first. The first thing after Shueshue was discharged from the hospital was to hold a fan meeting, but not everyone could go. After all, the venue was limited. So the studio selected 200 lucky fans through a microblogging lottery. Moon Hyun-chul raised an eyebrow. So you're one of those 200 lucky fans? Moon Hyun-ah applauded happily. Bingo! Everyone who goes can take a photo with Snowy alone and get a sign from Snowy. Moon Hyun-chul was a bit speechless and turned around to continue organizing his closet. Oh, just go then. Why are you talking to me so much? Moon Hyun-ah came around to his side. You think I don't want to go? But we're going to do community service that day. I can't go. Moon Hyun-chul laughed and gloated a little. Oh, that's a shame. But that smile quickly froze on his face. You don't want me to go instead of you, right? Moon Hyun-ah once again happily applauded. Bingo! Got it right again. Worthy of being my brother. We really have a heart-to-heart. I refuse. Why? Moon Hyun-chul closed the closet and walked towards the locker again. I need to organize my room and clear out all the things I don't need. I'm too busy to have time. Moon Hyun-ah hurriedly followed and continued to persuade. Geez, let's put this kind of thing aside for now. I'll help you organize it together then. Don't. I'll just do it myself. Brother, really don't go? Shueshue is much more beautiful in person than in her pictures. Can't you just think of it as simply going to see a beautiful woman? Moon Hyun-chul was impassive. I don't like looking at beautiful women. At those words, Wen Xianya sneered meaningfully. Oh, when I don't know? You obviously look at beautiful women on Shake Shack every day. And there are all kinds of styles. When Xianja was anxious, that was accidentally swiped on the homepage and the system pushed it on me. Seeing that the soft won't work, Wen Xianya finally changed his strategy and changed to the hard one. Didn't you say that you would unconditionally agree to my 3 demands? This is one of them. When these words came out, Moon Hyun-chul was instantly flustered. Seeing that Moon Hyun-chul is starting to falter, Moon Hyun-ah rides the wave. What? You want to renege? Want to talk out of your ass? Want to be a hypocritical lord full of lies? A soulful question made Moon Hyun-chul's conscience strongly condemn him. Damn it, if you promise something, you do it. But he's going to see no one else but that horrible crazy woman. Good. After a strong internal struggle, Moon Hyun-chul finally compromised. Moon Hyun-ah jumped right up in place with joy. Yeah. Then happily hugged and rubbed against Moon Hyun-chul's arm. I knew brother was the most good. Love you oh. Moon Hyun-chul rubbed her hair. Oh, how much love. When Xian Shui and I fall into the water, who will you save first? Moon Hyun-ah snapped her head up and blinked her round eyes. I can't swim. But brother you can. Can't you just save Shueshue by the way? Save my ass. If she fell in the water, he just set off fireworks to celebrate. Moon Hyun-chul invited Moon Hyun-ah out of the room and quietly leaned against the door to calm down. Ha! Can't believe I'm meeting that woman again. What a sin. Chapter 12, Crazy Fan Meeting. Late Summer Art Gallery. The venue for Chio Yuki's fan meeting. Moon Hyun-chul arrived early. After all, it was over early so he could go home early. He purposely wore a black duck-tongued hat and a black mask today, so he shouldn't run into anyone he knew. Most importantly, it must not be recognized by that woman. Looking at the men and women at the scene who could not hide their excitement, when Xianja had to sigh. Chen Xue may really have 2 brushes. Why else would these innocent teenage boys and girls be mesmerized by her? It's a good thing I'm already a reliable adult and will never be compelled by this demon girl. Moon Hyun-chul, who was immersed in his own world, completely failed to notice the 3 girls around him whispering about him. Oh my, is it really okay to be wrapped up so tightly? It's not going to be another thug who came to brutalize Yuki, is it? But don't guess blindly. Look at this body. Look at this temperament. Maybe it's which love beam comes to microcosmic visit. After all, a lot of showbiz newcomers have openly stated that they are fans of Qianing Shui. I'll go. Thoughts open. Hey, why don't you go up and get an autograph first? Just as the three girls are deciding who exactly will go up for an autograph by guessing, Moon Hyunchul suddenly walks away. He'd just seen a familiar face waltzing in at the entrance. That young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Qiqing, who he had previously punched away in an underground boxing ring. Xiao Qiqing wore a big back hair, an overly wide suit, and polished leather shoes, holding a bouquet of fiery red roses in his hand, with a mesmerized expression on his face. The whole thing looked as if he had come to propose. Moon Hyunchul hurriedly walked in the opposite direction of him. It's so wrong. How is it that everyone in the world is a fan of Qianing Shui? I'm really impressed. Just then, the host's voice came over the hall loudspeaker. MS. Qianing Shui has finished getting ready. Please line up the fans who are present according to the rules. Moon Hyunchul missed a trick. The queuing order was according to the serial number drawn in the Twitter raffle, and his serial number was in the last 10 places. That means he'll have to stay at this stifling fan meeting until the very end. After the crowd had lined up, Qianing Shui finally made a slow entrance amidst a sea of anticipation. She wore a white chiffon blouse with a thin black ribbon tied at the neckline in a tiny bow. The sleeves were casually pulled up, revealing slender wrists, accented by a few delicate silver buttons. The straight black bustier dress underneath, with its hemline slightly spread out, rubbed gently with her steps, like black petals swaying in the wind. A black silk scarf was wrapped around her neck, one end of the scarf drooping naturally while the other end was cleverly wrapped around her neck and tied in a loose knot at the side. Not only does it cover the unhealed scars properly, but it also adds a touch of unique flavor to her. She flashed a sweet smile at the stage before waving her hand, and cheers immediately erupted from the crowd. Aha goddess, I'm dead. For you I took the form of a werewolf. For you I contracted madness. Madness. Snowy scattering waves, hey. Howling, creeping around in the gloom, twisting, spasming, shuddering, creeping around in the gloom, screaming, hissing, probing, crawling around, howling, tilting his head, shuddering, twisting. Xiao Qiqing, in particular, roared hysterically. Sis, you are my only sis. My dad's bank card password is XXXX. Marry me, will you? The bland Moon Hyunchul looks a bit out of place in it. To make himself look less out there, he could only applaud stiffly. The fan autograph photo session went much slower than Moon Hyunchul thought it would. He thought it was just a matter of signing an autograph and taking a picture together. But those fans all seem to have that chatterbox attribute and said a whole lot of things to Qianing Shui. There are rainbow farts, earthy love stories, and complaints about how life hasn't been going as well lately. There are those who talk about their dogs and cats, and even those who somehow bring up the fact that they won several awards in their elementary school careers. The most crucial thing was that Qianing Shui actually listened to all of them carefully. When she hears rainbow farts and earthy sentiments, she gives a pouty look and says thank you. Hearing the complaint, she would nod sympathetically, then smile and cheer the other person on. When she hears talk about her own dogs and cats, her eyes sparkle and then she gives an envious look. Even when she heard talk of the few awards she'd gotten, she'd cover her mouth with a soft smile and then utter a compliment. Moon Hyunchul sighed in awe, even began to wonder if this could be what she was supposed to be, and it's the so-called other side of her when she's in front of him that's her act? It's finally Moon Hyunchul's turn. He quickly handed Moon Hyuna's notebook over, and then lowered the brim of his hat in an extremely unnatural movement. This action caused the security guards at the scene to tense up momentarily. Two burly security guards stepped forward and said to Wen Xianjia, "This fan, please cooperate with us by removing your hat and mask." Moon Hyunchul screamed in his heart. They don't think I'm some kind of suspect, do they? As she was torn, Qianing Shui raised her hand to signal the security guard to stand down. Fans who come to the show have submitted their IDs in advance, so there's no need to be nervous. The security guard is still a little uneasy, but Qianing Shui smiled and asked gently to the heavily armed fan in front of her, "Maybe this fan is just sick and doesn't want to give me the flu, right? Is she giving him a leg up?" Moon Hyunchul couldn't think too much and immediately nodded cooperatively. The security guard had no choice but to retreat to his position. Qianing Shui flipped open the title page of the notebook, then slightly sidled her head and inquired with a smile, "So, what do you want me to write about?" Moon Hyunchul lowered his voice and said, "One day you will realize your dreams and become bright and dazzling." Qianing Shui nodded, then repeated it while writing down this blessing for her fans. "One day you will realize your dreams and become bright and dazzling. Well, your name is Sweet Pineapple Buns. This is Moon Hyuna's favorite dessert and her screen name." A few short words exhausted Moon Hyunchul's lifelong courage. Qianing Shui let out a light laugh, then quickly wrote down both the other party's name and her own. That's such a cute name. When Xianjia took the notebook handed over by Qianing Shui and after whispering a thank you, he turned around and wanted to leave, but Qianing Shui quickly grabbed the hem of his coat. Wait, you don't have a group photo yet. The rest of the fans at the venue couldn't help but whisper. Wow, is this really a fan? Can't feel his love for Yuki at all. The same aura as ours cannot be felt at all in his body. Could it be an undercover agent sent by the opposite family, deliberately coming to disgust our goddess? Gee, I'd like to think that it's really some celebrity who's here on a private visit and can't wait to leave because he's afraid that the longer he stays, the more likely he'll expose his identity. Oh, really can brainstorm. Your main task now is to dismantle the tomato novel in your phone, no? Qianing Shui has absolutely no intention of letting go, and Moon Hyunchul realizes that his performance is too out of character, so he has to honestly fall back into the group photo. When Qianing Shui smiled and waved goodbye to him, he knew that he could finally leave with peace of mind. That's weird. Chapter 13, quickly. Snapped and got walloped. After the autograph and photo session, the host excitedly announced, "Now, we will draw a lucky fan who will win a chance to have lunch with Ms. Qianing Shui." As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately erupted into a succession of screams. The organizers are too good to be true. Aha, pick me. If I'm drawn, I'll run naked on the Three Immortals Bridge tonight. Xiao Yuanxian was even more excited with the phenomenon of returning to his ancestors, clenching his hands into fists and rapidly pounding his chest one after another. Hi. Moon Hyunchul only felt his heart thump, and an ominous feeling of foreboding came over him. The assistant brought up a cardboard box and the host explained. The box contains 200 spheres labeled with serial numbers. The numbers on the spheres correspond to the serial numbers that you have just lined up, and now I will randomly take one of them out of the box. Just as the host was about to reach his hand into the cardboard box, Qianing Shui, who was sitting on the sidelines, spoke. It's better if I do it. The host turned his head in confusion, and Qianing Shui stepped forward and smiled. I'd like to decide for myself who I'm having lunch with today. Fans in the audience agreed. If I could be personally drawn by the goddess, it would be totally destined and heavenly. The host nodded and stepped back, handing over the authority to draw the small ball to Qianing Shui. Qianing Shui reached her hand into the cardboard box and casually stirred it a few times before taking out a small ball from it. The crowd held their breath, eyes wide and necks stretched, waiting for the answer to be revealed. For his part, Moon Hyunchul begged the gods in his mind, asking all the gods to never joke around at a time like this again. It must not be him. Little by little, Qianing Shui revealed the numbers on the small ball. 1, 9, 0. Qianing Shui smiled and shook the small ball in her hand. The numbers on it were clearly visible. It's a fan friend of number 190. Moon Hyunchul's brain went blank as if he had been hit by 5 thunderbolts. The hanging heart finally died when he met Qianing Shui's eyes that were full of laughter. When Xianjia only felt a vicious chill in his heart. Is it too late to run away? There was a wail at the answer. Xiao Qiqing was directly so angry that he fainted, and the paramedics at the scene hurriedly carried him down. The crowd searched for who was the guy who stepped on. Suddenly, a college student-looking boy blurted out, "Wait, 190. Isn't the 10th from the bottom the guy who almost forgot to take a picture with the goddess?" The crowd came to a realization, and their eyes instantly focused on Wen Xianjia. No way? How could it be him? Grass. This kid definitely stepped on today. Let's congratulate this bee. By what? Damn. Shui doesn't like spicy food. Remember not to order Szechuan food. Greeting the 198 blazing gazes of envy and jealousy, Moon Hyunchul was like a man on his back. Usually I never even win another bottle. How come I'm so lucky today? While the crowd was talking, Qianing Shui had already withdrawn from the stage on the grounds that she was not feeling well. The host took the microphone and said his closing words. Thank you for coming. Fans and friends, today's event will come to an end for the time being, and please take your personal belongings and leave the venue in an orderly manner. Moon Hyunchul was about to take the opportunity to bolt when the host mercilessly shattered his illusions. Lucky fan number 190 over there. Please follow me backstage to get ready. Inside the backstage lounge, the more Moon Hyunchul thought about it, the more wrong he felt. How did it happen that he was drawn? What kind of coincidence is that? Could it be that? Recalling the several times Qianing Shui had locked eyes with him, a terrifying thought appeared in Wen Xianjia's mind. She already recognized me? Moon Hyunchul hastily looked himself up and down in a panic, wrapped up so tightly, and purposely changing her timbre when she spoke. It didn't make sense that she would notice. Just as Moon Hyunchul was rambling, the door to the restroom was opened. The visitor was none other than Qianing Shui's assistant, Lin Xiao. Moon Hyunchul was startled and stood up in a hurry. Lin Xiao smiled and stepped forward, bowing politely before making a gesture of invitation. Come on, Mr. Man. Moon Hyunchul's blood instantly froze. Grass. Even she recognized her. So Qianing Shui was even more so. When, exactly, did it show? The dining place was inside the Summer's End Art Museum, and Lin Xiao led Wen Xianjia to the corresponding floor in an exclusive elevator. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Moon Hyunchul carefully stepped out of the elevator and looked around. The temperature was a little low, there was no one around, and the lights were exceptionally dim. It gave him the feeling that a woman's scream would soon be heard, followed by the discovery of the murder scene. Lin Xiao didn't step out of the elevator. She just smiled at him and said, "Enjoy your meal." Then the elevator doors closed. Silence soon fell around him, so quiet that only his own breathing could be heard. Moon Hyunchul's heart was instantly in his throat. Even so, he could only harden his head and take a step toward the front. A crisp footstep rang out abruptly, seeming especially clear in the quiet space. It was the sound of the tips of heels on the floor, one after another, with an inexplicable rhythm. When Xianjia turned around violently, only to see Qianing Shui standing silently not far behind him. Her figure was slightly blurred in the dim light, yet she had an aura that was impossible to ignore. Wrong direction. Oh, her soft, but with a hint of imperturbability, voice came out. As she said that, she took one step forward with elegant steps, and each one was like a knock on Moon Hyunchul's heart. Qianing Shui stood in front of Wen Xianjia's heel, then removed his mask and duckweed. As soon as he did so, Moon Hyunchul subconsciously raised his hands to block his face, as if trying to make a final struggle. Qianing Shui, however, pushed aside his hand without mercy, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a snicker as she said, "How long are you going to keep fooling yourself?" Moon Hyunchul could only give up his fearless cover-up and lowered his hand, asking with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes, "How the hell did you recognize me?" Qianing Shui raised the corners of her lips, and her eyes slowly moved down, finally landing on his hands. "Your hands, they're special. They're big and long, with long fingers and knuckles, and they're beautifully colored and shaped. Ah, they're like works of art. I recognized it right away when you handed the notebook up." "Oh." Moon Hyunchul looked down at the culprit in disbelief. "What? That's what it's all about? I should have worn another pair of gloves." Seeing Wen Xianjia's remorseful look, Qianing Shui let out a light laugh. "But I recognized you when I arrived at the Sino." She raised an eyebrow lightly, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. When Xianjia's face was filled with shock as Qianing Shui continued with a smirk, "After all, your outfit is also so different and conspicuous that the eye is immediately drawn to you." And the smile at the corners of her mouth intensified. "You know, this dress perfectly outlines your figure and also looks like you have an extra thin waist, so you can't help but want to, at first glance." With that, her hand slowly and gently climbed up the side of his waist, her fingers rubbing up and down his waist, the iffy touch bringing a tingling tickle. Moon Hyunchul's sweaty hairs stood on end, and his body jerked away from her hand as if he had been electrocuted. His face flushed with a hint of red as he said in annoyance, "Hey, don't touch." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was pressed hard against the wall by Qianing Shui for a wallop. Qianing Shui's eyes carried some anger, and she slightly hooked the corners of her mouth, revealing a slightly dangerous smile. "What do you think would happen if I screamed right now?" Moon Hyunchul's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Qianing Shui responded with an icy tone. "Shocking. How dare a fanatic fan plot against his idol? What do you think of this news title? Is it eye-catching enough?" Moon Hyunchul's heartbeat raced as he finally understood. She actually tried to backtrack? This crazy woman. Moon Hyunchul forced himself to calm down. Yes, she wasn't kidding, she really did it. Damn it, he could have punched her away, but now he was forced to succumb to lechery. Auntie can tolerate it. Uncle can't. I have to. He gritted his teeth as he tried to calm his violently beating heart and asked helplessly, "What the hell do you want?" Seeing that he no longer resisted, a smug look appeared on Qianing Shui's face. She raised her hand and gently cupped his chin, moving a little closer to his lips. "I want to get you." Chapter 14, Lunch in a State of Wild Alarm. "I want to get you." Qianing Shui's voice was low and hoarse, and a fiery and complicated light flashed in her eyes. Moon Hyunchul's entire body instantly froze and his mind went blank. What did she say? Want to get me? The heartbeat that had just calmed down a little was now as violent as a wild horse, and he could even clearly hear the thump of his own heartbeat. He was sure now that he hadn't been wrong that day. She just had her eye on him. It's not his fault. Moon Hyunchul panicked and tilted his head to avoid her wet red lips that were getting closer and closer. His lips trembled slightly as he stammered the question. Why? Qianing Shui exerted a little force and turned his face around again. "Because you look delicious. Good. Yummy? What the is that term again?" Moon Hyunchul's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. No, with her level of insanity, maybe she really wanted to eat him. Physical. The horrible thought made him shudder. he ducked back as hard as he could, his body leaning back desperately, wanting to shrink right into the wall. Ha! 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 I'm not tasty at all. I never take a bath. He panicked and made excuses, which Chen Yingshui clearly didn't believe. Yes? She moved closer to his neck and sniffed gently. Warm breath sprayed over his skin, bringing a strange sensation. But you smell so good. It makes me more appetizing. The voice was soft and ambiguous, and Moon Hyunchul felt his blood rushing up and his cheeks instantly became hot. No. No way. No way. No way. I want to eat you now. Just at the moment when Xian Yingshui's lips were about to touch his skin, when Xianjia gritted his teeth and grabbed her shoulders with both hands, making a strong effort to pull away the excessively close distance between the two of them. Ha ha, I'm starving too. When's dinner? Inside the luxurious private room, at the sumptuous table, Moon Hyunchul buried his head and focused on drying his meal. Xian Yingshui, on the other hand, elegantly sat across from him as she held a knife and fork, slowly and methodically cutting the steak. Her eyes occasionally fell on Moon Hyunchul with a doting look. When Xianjia raised his eyes from time to time and caught a glimpse of Qian Yingshui's look of control over the whole situation, and his heart burst with anger. I should have brought a tape recorder over, recorded all of this crazy-ass anticlimactic comments and posted them online, so that she would die a complete social death. Let's all see the true face of their goddess. But this dish is really delicious. I do not know if I can pack a copy for Xiaoya later to go back. As he was thinking this, the two men's eyes inadvertently collided. A sweet smile immediately appeared on Xian Yingshui's face. Moon Hyunchul hastily averted his eyes as if he had done something wrong. To hide his panic, he picked up the orange juice he had on hand and gulped it down. Xian Yingshui rested her cheek with one hand and laughed softly in a meaningful manner. Just drink it without defense? A sense of foreboding surged through Moon Hyunchul's heart. His brow furrowed as he looked to the bottom of his empty glass, his face instantly turning white. You actually drugged me. Xian Yingshui slowly inserted a piece of freshly cut steak, put it to her mouth, and gently blew on it. Oh, how can that be? People simply want to have dinner with you. Oh. After saying that, she brought the beef into her mouth and slowly chewed it, an incomparably satisfied look on her face. Ma'am, that's delicious. You really didn't drug it? Lie about what? I never lie. Oh. Moon Hyunchul sneered in his mind. Oh, it's better to believe that you never lie than to believe that I'm Qin Shi Huang. Moon Hyunchul felt his body and realized that no strange reactions had occurred. Only then did he sit down with his heart in his mouth. Thousand Yingshui comforted. Well, really did not lie to you, and even if really drugged. Straightening her eyes on his body, she picked up a grape in her hand and slowly tore the skin off, saying, it won't be you who suffers, will it? It's not an ass. I'm afraid I'll wake up with a missing kidney. Moon Hyunchul dared to be angry and could only laugh dryly. Ha, ha. After finishing the meal, Qian Yingshui straightened up, to continue where we left off. I want you. Will you give yourself to me? The corner of Moon Hyunchul's eye twitched. Isn't that bull asterisk? Who would want to? There were a lot of women chasing after him, but it was the first time he had encountered one this crazy. He also refused very dryly. No. Qian Yingshui smiled faintly and got up to walk towards him. In that case, then I'll have to do it the hard way. Oh. Moon Hyunchul was startled and stood up and backed away. Ahem. This kind of thing, feelings, it's all about a you and me. The melon that is twisted by force. It's not sweet. Never mind the sweetness. It's good to quench your thirst. Moon Hyunchul had backed up to the door, and he twisted the doorknob, which didn't budge. Grass. We're in the wolf's den. Xian Yingshui didn't wallop him this time, but instead put her hands behind her back, leaned in slightly, and said word for word, besides, I didn't say I wanted a relationship with you. I wanted you, your body, your soul, and, naturally, your feelings. The corner of her mouth curled into a cruel smile. You have no room to refuse. Moon Hyunchul clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Crazy. She really is crazy. Just as he decided to go out on a limb and fight this crazy woman to the death, Xian Yingshui suddenly let out a soft laugh. What? Scared? When Xianjia froze, and Xian Yingshui laughed and poked his nose. You're really cute when you're nervous and scared. Moon Hyunchul cringed, and Xian Yingshui stepped back, pulling away the distance between them. It's okay if you can't make a decision at a moment's notice. I'm in no hurry. Go back and think about it. The door to the room was opened from the outside, and Moon Hyunchul was a bit in disbelief that she let him go just like that. Xian Yingshui smiled and waved at him. Looking forward to our next meeting. Oh. Chapter 15. No one will come to save you even if you scream through your throat. Leaving the end of summer art gallery, Moon Hyunchul's brain was still buzzing. What to do? Qian Yingshui is rich and powerful, or a real crazy. She is no match for her. This is not a problem that can be solved by punching her out of the air. He wasn't really going to obey her. Was he? But he still hadn't figured out if she said she wanted to eat him in the physical sense or not. No, the most important thing right now is to hurry up and buy a recorder. If there was really a next time they met, he was definitely going to show her what regret meant. As he was calculating in his mind, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Oh, 190. Having lunch with Qianing Shui. Cool. The voice was a bit flirtatious and unkind, interrupting Moon Hyunchul's thoughts. He stopped and looked back. It turned out to be Xiao Qiqing, who followed with a group of minions in great numbers. Upon seeing the face of the person in front of him, Xiao Qiqing frowned slightly and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then, as if remembering something horrible, he jumped back in fear. Grass, how come it's you? Moon Hyunchul was startled and hastily touched his face. Grass, forgot my hat and mask. Recalling the punch in the underground boxing ring, Xiao Qiqing's aura weakened a lot, but he still made it a point to raise his chin in mockery. Oh, I did not expect to be able to run into you here. Really bad luck. You also deserve to like Qianing Shui? Moon Hyunchul asked breathlessly, a slight look of impatience on his face. What's it to me? What's up? I haven't gotten to you yet for that punch from last time. Xiao Qiqing blurted out, but realizing that this came across as petty and vindictive, he hastily changed his words. Ahem, don't get me wrong. I'm not playing hard to get. They were the ones who went after you that day. I didn't say anything, don't you think so? The juniors behind him hurriedly stood at attention and responded in unison. Yes, it's all our own doing. It has nothing to do with the young master. Xiao Qiqing smiled and raised an eyebrow. Now you believe me, don't you? Moon Hyunchul smiled. Of course I believe it. After all, young master Xiao fainted on the spot, so naturally he didn't have the chance to give orders. One of the junior brothers behind Xiao Qiqing immediately angrily stepped forward and pointed at Wen Xianzhe's nose and cursed. Hey, are you kid mocking our young master? Don't you want to live? Ha! Xiao Qiqing kicks him off. Who told you to talk? Get off! Then straightening the wide suit he was wearing, he continued. Ahem, there's a reason why I lost to you last time. With a curious face, Moon Hyunchul asked very cooperatively. Oh, what is it about? Xiao Qiqing suddenly looked at the sky with a melancholy face, as if he was recalling some sad past event. That day, ever since I woke up in the morning, I've always had a bad feeling that something big was going to happen today. The bad feeling peaked the moment I stood in the ring. Yes, I was distracted at that moment, and that's why you took advantage of it. Understand? When Xianzhe's face was contemptuous, and the little brother who had just been kicked by Xiao Qiqing once again stepped forward and said eagerly, our young master was careless and didn't flash. Are you retarded? You don't even understand. After saying that, he was violently kicked away by Xiao Qiqing again. Grandma, do I need you to explain? Get out. Moon Hyunchul nodded in realization. Oh, now I get it. Xiao Qiqing's anger dissipated a bit, and with a smug grunt, he continued to reminisce. It's good to understand. After I woke up, I realized that Qianing Shui had been kidnapped. So the ominous premonition at that time was actually referring to this matter? Is this what it means to have a heart-to-heart? If it wasn't for this group of dry eaters stopping me, I would have already gone to heroically save the beauty. And it's the turn of that warm-hearted citizen, Mr. W, to make an appearance? Speaking of this, Xiao Qiqing hurriedly covered his chest with an expression of pain and regret. People are speechless to a certain extent and then they want to laugh. Like Moon Hyunchul now. Oh, do you want this chance to save a girl? Oh, you really want it? It's okay then. Xiao Qiqing suddenly sighed in relief. However, seeing as that kid saved Qianing Shui instead of me, I would like to personally thank him when I have the chance. Oh, yeah, actually, now is the perfect opportunity to thank that guy. Do you want this opportunity? Oh, you don't want it. That's all right. Xiao Qiqing stuck his hands in his pockets and stepped forward with an arrogant stride. Cough. Far from it. To put it simply, last time was an accident, and it didn't bring out my true strength at all. So, I'm going to have another match with you. Moon Hyunchul followed Xiao Qiqing to a nearby gym. Xiao Qiqing waved his hand and directly wrapped up the show. Oh, the boxing ring is too far. Just make do here. When Xianzhe looked at the ferocious group of minions behind Xiao Qiqing and smiled in a difficult manner. Young Master Xiao, although you're magnanimous and won't hold a grudge, these brothers of yours won't. In case I accidentally hurt you again, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of this gym today. Xiao Qiqing smiled disdainfully. Meh, what's there to worry about? He turned around, pointed at Wen Xianzhe beside him, and said to the group of juniors in front of him, let me ask you, am I, Xiao Qiqing, someone who can't afford to lose? No, that's right. So no matter what the outcome of the competition is, no one is allowed to embarrass this. Whoever is coming. Got it? Got it. Very well. Now, everyone get out of here. Just leave one referee. That little brother who had been kicked twice by Xiao Qiqing earlier immediately excitedly went up to the front to present himself furtively. Me. Young master, I'll stay and be the referee. The man's name was Zhao Lu, and Xiao Qiqing frowned as he looked him up and down. You? Okay. Xiao Qiqing turned his head to Wen Xianjia and asked, is that a relief? Moon Hyunchul shrugged. Sure. He had already taken advantage of the fact that he had just scrutinized his surroundings and had already planned his escape route. Even if Xiao Qiqing went back on his word, he could still run away in time. Before the little brothers left, Xiao Qiqing suddenly added with a twinkle in his eye, and no matter what happens in there, don't open the door. You hear me? Heard that. After everyone had left, the door was locked with a bang. In the middle of the field, the two men quickly put on their gloves. Xiao Qiqing's face showed a smile that was a mix of excitement and evil. He rubbed his fists together while laughing openly at Moon Hyunchul. Perish the thought, ha 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 ha. Scream. Scream as hard as you can. But unfortunately, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Zhao Lu gave an order, and both sides quickly compared stances. Xiao Qiqing couldn't wait to start his provocation, making several fake moves to throw punches in a row. However, Moon Hyunchul didn't even bring a dodge, his eyes calmly watching his performance. Xiao Qiqing immediately felt that his pride had been greatly insulted. He gritted his teeth, a surge of anger welling up in his heart, and swung out a desperate punch against all odds. Unfortunately, Wen Xianjia easily dodged the seemingly ferocious strike with just a sidestep. Immediately after that, he swung out a punch in a smooth manner, hitting Xiao Qiqing's face with precision. History is always strikingly similar. Xiao Qiqing only felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily flew out again, falling heavily on the ground. Ouch! Xiao Qiqing let out a scream, and Wen Xianjia screamed in his heart. I didn't put much effort into it. Zhao Lu quickly stepped forward to help Xiao Qiqing up, his face filled with anxiety and concern. Young master, are you alright? Young master. Xiao Qiqing shook his head, trying to clear it. Suddenly, he felt a warmth slowly trickle down his nose. He raised his hand to touch it and let out a scream of horror when he saw the blood on his hand. Aha, blood! I'm bleeding! A sinister look flashed across Zhao Lu's face as he quickly pulled out a sharp knife from his pocket. Xiao Qiqing was shocked and hurriedly stopped it. Hey, you calm down. We agreed not to embarrass him. Put the knife away from me. While Wen Xianjia was sighing that this young vegetable chicken master was still a person, Zhao Lu suddenly smiled grimly and put his knife on Xiao Qiqing's neck. You're the one who should be calm. Young master. Chapter 16. A heated battle in the gymnasium. Feeling the cold touch coming from his neck, Xiao Qiqing only felt a chill instantly spreading from his neck to his entire body. He said incoherently in horror. Cho 6? What are you doing? Moon Hyunchul was also confused. What? Is this payback for those two kicks earlier? Zhao Lu steadily held the knife on Xiao Qiqing's neck with one hand, while the other hand grabbed his lapel and lifted him with a slight force, as if he was lifting a rag doll. Zhao Lu sneered. What for? Young master's brain is really not working, or is he still playing dumb when he's dying? With that, he brought the knife 1 point closer to Xiao Qiqing's neck again. Xiao Qiqing begged for mercy in a hurry. Don't. There's something to be said. I'll give you as much money as you want. There was a slight pause in Cho Rock's movements. Xiao Qiqing instantly had hope, but Zhao Lu suddenly smiled indifferently. Oh, who cares about your few stinking dollars? What I want is your dog's life. Ah! Xiao Qiqing immediately let out a scream. Then his eyes rolled up, his legs went limp, and his whole body fainted as if he had no bones. Zhao Lu kicked the fainted Xiao Qiqing, his face full of disgust. Damn! Sure is a loser. Hey, where do you think you're going? Moon Hyunchul stopped his pace stiffly. He turned mechanically and smiled awkwardly. Ha ha, big brother. I just don't want to meddle in your personal feud law. Zhao Lu shook his finger and said with a serious expression. No. It's not my personal vendetta against him. You have a personal vendetta against him. When Xianjia frowned suspiciously as Zhao Lu stepped over Xiao Qiqing's body, then said while stepping forward. The matter is like this. You lost miserably in the competition with young Master Xiao, and became enraged. So you killed young Master Xiao, and I, as young Master Zhao's loyal subordinate, fought you to the death, and in the end, of course, I succeeded in avenging young Master Zhao's death. Moon Hyunchul snapped. Is he planning to kill Xiao Qiqing and then kill him again, even to frame him? Nice guy. I'm calling nice guy with a straight ing face. Zhao Lu placed the dagger on the tip of his tongue and gave it a quick lick, smiling wickedly. You're next. Moon Hyunchul. When Xianjia gritted his teeth and took large steps towards Zhao Lu. Bastard. Cho Rock. Zhao Lu was a bit incredulous, spreading his hands and laughing. Roar. Coming towards me? Instead of choosing to run away, did you take the initiative to approach me? Zhao Lu? Moon Hyunchul confidently moved his wrist muscles. How are we going to beat you down if we don't get closer? Zhao Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he gripped his dagger tightly. Roar! Then, come a little closer. When the distance closed to a certain point, both sides quickly struck and engaged in a fierce duel. Both sides went back and forth, and the field was at a standstill for a while. At this moment, Xiao Qiqing, who had fainted on the ground, carefully opened one eye, and his eyeballs turned rapidly, observing the situation around him. He wasn't unconscious at all. It was all faked. After confirming that the two people fighting were some distance away from him, Xiao Qiqing immediately got up from the ground and darted straight to the door as if he was fleeing for his life. Open the door, Ahak. The little follower outside the door is in the middle of a hot fight. 3 with a pair. Ha 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 ha, I'm down to 1 card. I can lose this time, I'll just upside down. Suddenly someone looked up. Surprised. I think I heard the young master's voice. The rest of them looked up in a hurry, and pricked up their ears to listen carefully. Open the door, old man dying in their grass. The crowd was shocked and were about to open the door when Zhang Shanfeng, one of Xiao Qiqing's young followers who had been following him for the longest time, hurriedly stopped it. Wait, have you forgotten what the young master said earlier? No matter what happens inside, don't open the door. But the young master is inside asking for help, eh? Who said the one who asked for help was the young master? When these words came out, the rest of the people were shocked, and Zhang Shanfeng smiled smugly. Is young master the kind of person who would be beaten to the point of screaming for help? So little faith in the young master's strength. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and Zhang Shanfeng continued to reason and analyze, saying confidently, it's clearly that kid surnamed One, who deliberately imitated the young master's voice in shouting, to trick us into opening the door. The realization dawned on the crowd, and at that moment there was a violent pounding on the door, and with it came more furious and eager cries. Grass, mom are dead, where to go, I want to be cut to death, I'll open the door, quickly open the door, ah. Zhang Shanfeng snorted and pointed his thumb at the door, saying disdainfully, listen, how can it be our young master when he screams so woefully and disgracefully? The rest of the group nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhang Shanfeng knocked on the door and deliberately pinched his voice to mock. Ha ha ha, just scream all you want. It's a shame no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. There was a roar of laughter from the crowd. Come on, go on. I'm the local master on this one. Zhao Lu spotted Xiao Qiqing, who was trying to escape, and was distracted for a moment, and when Xianjia seized this opening and gave him a hard punch to the abdomen, Zhao Lu only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body involuntarily bent over, letting out an agonized groan. Moon Hyunchul slowly stepped forward, his empty, dark eyes seemingly unfocused. There was not a single expression on his face. He just raised his hand and threw one hard punch after another. Zhao Lu was beaten to the point that his nose was bruised and swollen, his eyes were starry, and his face was covered in blood. Looking at this cold look of Wen Xianjia, Zhao Lu's heart generated a great fear. Crazy, this kid is really planning to beat him to death. Zhao Lu clenched his teeth and desperately ran towards the door. Forget it, it's fine to just get this waste of a young master killed. He stabbed violently with the knife at Xiao Qiqing, who was lying on the door begging for help. Moon Hyunchul's eyes regained a hint of clarity, as if he had returned to his senses. He hastily and eagerly exclaimed, "Look out!" Hearing the shout, Xiao Qiqing hurriedly turned his head. Ah! In the nick of time, he narrowly dodged the knife. Only his cheek was still cut with a gash. Zhao Lu followed up with several stabs in a row, but unfortunately none of them hit. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, Moon Hyunchul slammed a heavy punch into his face. Zhao Lu flew out instantly. The men outside the door were still playing cards when the door clanged loudly and was slammed open by something. The crowd hurriedly dodged away, and before they were shocked, they saw Zhao Lu lying on the ground dying, Wen Xianjia who maintained the posture of punching, and Xiao Qiqing who was on all fours. Looking at Xiao Qiqing's gray head and face in such a sorry state, the crowd was shocked. Young master? Are you alright? Xiao Qiqing's chest rose and fell violently. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh, and the crowd instantly shuddered. Young master? Xiao Qiqing picked up the knife that Zhao Lu had dropped on the ground and stood up shakily. He raised his knife and roared as he stabbed at the crowd. I killed Yves-born. Chapter 17, Between Heaven and Hell. There's only one you. The police, who finally arrived at the scene, took Cho Luk away. Although Xiao Qiqing had only suffered some injuries to his face, he still jumped onto the stretcher at once, splashing around and demanding that the ambulance send him to the resuscitation room. And it was still the same one that Qianingshui had once stayed in. And then he also told all his minions to get lost and never appear in front of him again. The minions chased after the ambulance while crying at the top of their lungs. Young master, will we see you again? Young master, you don't have us in your world anymore. It doesn't matter. You have to be happy on your own. Young master, young master, young master, how can we live without you? Young master, take us away. Young master. Things finally came to an end and Moon Hyun-chul returned home. After such a mess, he thought that Xiao Qiqing wouldn't come back to trouble him again. As for Zhao Lu, that had even less to do with him. But Moon Hyun-chul didn't feel completely relaxed. When he recalled the moment he beat Zhao Lu to death, he was still a bit scared. He'd had his fair share of fights in the underground ring, and he'd be sure to stop as soon as his opponent was no longer capable of continuing the fight. After all, he was just trying to make some extra money, but he didn't have any desire to kill bloodthirsty people. But this time, it was as if he had lost control, and his usual composure was completely gone. Zhao Lu's terrified pleas for mercy and Xiao Qiqing's eager cries fell on deaf ears. Only a compelling voice, echoing in his mind like a spell, luring him step by step into the dark abyss. Kill him, kill him. You can do it, right? Suddenly, vague fragments of memories began to flash before Moon Hyun-chul's eyes. The lifeless man lying on the floor, the sharp scalpel still dripping blood, the blood-covered woman in a white coat beckoning him. He couldn't see her face, only the horrible smile that tugged at the corners of her mouth. Come on, Chul, give mommy a hand. No, don't. Moon Hyun-chul clasped his head with both hands in agony, as if he was going to tear his head apart, desperately trying to drive these horrifying images out of his mind. I wouldn't do that, ever. His teeth were clenched and cackled, and he shuddered uncontrollably. Brother? A voice full of concern rang out abruptly, like a warm sunlight, instantly pulling Wen Xianjia back from that horrible darkness at once. His eyes refocused, only to see that Moon Hyun-ah was crouching in front of him, looking at him with an anxious face. Brother, what's wrong with you? It was as if Moon Hyun-chul had returned to heaven from hell all of a sudden, and the feeling of relief made him take a deep breath. Yes, the past doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters, as long as Xiaoya was still there, as long as she was still by his side. No matter what, he would desperately struggle to continue living. He slowly lowered his hands and struggled to pull a smile of reassurance. Nothing. Moon Hyun-ah reached out and gently ruffled his hair. Why are you sweating so much? At this time, when Xianjia's face was pale, his body was thoroughly wet with cold sweat, and a few strands of his hair were wetly plastered to his forehead. He smiled awkwardly. Ha ha, it's just a little hot. It's only April. Spring, eh? Where's the heat? Moon Hyun-ah's face was filled with doubt, and Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly explained. Ahem, just went for a 1K run. Moon Hyun-ah obviously didn't quite believe it. Really? When did you become so athletic? Oh, I've always been athletic. Okay? Think I'm like you? All you do is eat and sleep. And you're all fat, aren't you? You're the one who's grown fat. Moon Hyun-ah retorted with a huff before grabbing the monkey doll on the couch and smashing it on Moon Hyun-chul's head. Not to be outdone, Moon Hyun-chul picked up the chicken feather duster beside him. Good. You don't know anything about respect for elders and children, do you? I'll teach you a lesson today. Moon Hyun-ah quickly ran away with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Come on, come on. I'm so scared. Oh. After a burst of playful banter between the two, when Xianya's expression suddenly stalled, as if she had remembered something vital, and hurriedly asked, by the way, did you get Yuki's autograph? Moon Hyun-chul also paused his movements, slightly stunned. Then he put down his cocktail dresser and pulled a notebook out of his bag, handing it forward with a blank face. Take it. When Xianya couldn't wait to open the title page of the notebook and quickly read the words that Xianningshua had written to her. Too sweet pineapple bag, one day you will realize your dreams and become bright and dazzling. Suddenly, Moon Hyun-ah's movements froze, her eyes instantly widened and her voice trembled with excitement. Makoto, what a cute name. Looking forward to our next meeting by Xianningshua. Moon Hyun-ah excitedly took off in place and then rolled all over the floor. Snowy says my name is cute and wants to see me next time. Moon Hyun-chul also slowed down from his shock and covered his forehead in despair. When did that woman add that? Redundant. During dinner time, Moon Hyun-ah's mind was completely off the meal and kept pestering Moon Hyun-chul about the fan meeting. What else did Yuki say to you? Her eyes were filled with curiosity. And Moon Hyun-chul replied helplessly. Didn't say much more. She said she's going to eat your old brother. Isn't Yuki super gentle and patient with her fans? Moon Hyun-ah continued to press the issue. It looks like. Moon Hyun-chul replied perfunctorily, but his heart was screaming madly. To your old man I'm just super sick. Super contrary. Isn't Yuki prettier in person than in the picture? Moon Hyun-ah's questions came one after the other, as if they were never ending. Probably. Moon Hyun-chul replied ambiguously. The heart, however, has to admit that this is true. Yuki. Moon Hyun-ah wanted to continue to pursue the question, but Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly interrupted her. Well, don't mention her focus on eating, okay? Running around all day. tired me already. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice, and when Xianya bristled and could only turn off the conversation and bury her head in her food. Meanwhile, in the workroom, Lin Xiao handed a piece of information to Qianing Shui with both hands. The identifying information left by fan number 190 at the time she claimed her prize was a 15-year-old girl with the name Wang Zianya. Qianing Shui lazily sat on the office chair and took the information and casually flipped through it a few times. The corners of his mouth curled into a light smile, but a hint of loss flashed in his eyes. I told you, why are you suddenly interested in seeing me? It turns out to be commissioned by someone. Chapter 18, The Lost Notebook. Sangjie Middle School, the best middle school in Xiacheng. You can get into this school either by being a brilliant head or by being from a non-rich family. Between classes, students are out of the classroom, gathered in groups to play and play. In the classroom of the third class of the junior high school, when Xianya once again couldn't help but secretly take out that notebook with Qianing Shui's signature from her book bag. Looking at the words on it, an unspeakable joy welled up in Xianya's heart, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Just then, a figure crept around behind her. Taking advantage of the situation, he grabbed her notebook. What are you looking at? So mesmerized? It's not a love letter from some handsome guy, is it? Zhang Xiaoman, when Xianya's best friend and classmate, she asked with a mischievous wink and a nosy face. Moon Hyana hastily reached out to grab it, with a bit of shyness and sulkiness on her face. Love your ass. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Xiaoman's gaze fixed on the title page, an incredulous expression on her face. Wait, this is... Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. Qianing Shui's signature? You actually have Thousand Ing Shui's signature. And it's still ATO's signature. Awesome, old sister. Moon Hyana hastily made a silent gesture and lowered his voice. Low profile. Stay low. Zhang Xiaoman quickly sat down beside her, a curious glint in her eyes. Is it really Kai Ying Shui's autograph? How did you get it? Moon Hyana carefully put the notebook away and put it back in the drawer before explaining helplessly. Of course it's true. I can't be so bored as to imitate Xie Inshua's handwriting to fool myself, can I? As for how it came to be, of course I got it at the fan meeting yesterday. Speaking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, a smug look spreading across her face. Zhang Xiaoman sniffed and her eyes widened with envy. The fan meeting yesterday? You actually won the lottery? No way, sir. This luck of yours is too good. Is this the top strength of being able to get the last multiple choice question of every exam right? When Xianya's math scores are almost always perfect, is the class representative of the math class, but also in the eyes of the teacher's favorite students. She bobbed her head triumphantly. Alas, it can't be helped. Luck can't be stopped when it comes. Maybe this is also the destiny between Yuki and I. Looking at her smelly appearance, Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but roll her eyes, but suddenly noticed a hint of something wrong. Wait, weren't we doing a community volunteering event yesterday? How did you get to the site? This is... When Xianya was just about to explain, when Zhou Xian on the side couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Oh, how did it go? I snuck out. Of course. No wonder I didn't see you yesterday. So you skipped your volunteer activities and went to see your idol? Zhou Xian is the big sister in her class, and her father donated a new air conditioner to every classroom in the school, so she is well tolerated by the teachers. She had always had trouble with Wen Xianya, and now she was really picking a fight. Moon Hyana's face instantly turned gloomy and denied. I didn't slip away. I've been in the office with Ms. Wang yesterday counting the tools. If you don't believe me, just ask her yourself. Zhou Xian sniffed and became even more displeased in her heart. They were exhausted yesterday and Moon Hyana just had to stay in the office? Grass. She suppressed the anger in her heart and sneered. Oh, that's so. It's also true. After all, Chio Yuki Studio posted yesterday's group fan photo, and when I looked at it carefully, you weren't even in it. Saying that, she looked at Moon Hyana with feigned surprise. And where did you get your signature? Moon Hyana looked at her coldly and didn't answer. Seeing this, Zhou Xian sneered even more triumphantly. You didn't write that yourself, did you? Watching the two tit-for-tat people with such a powerful aura, Zhang Xiaoman on the side was so nervous that she didn't dare to make a sound at all. Am I not supposed to be here? Moon Hyana suddenly pulled up the corner of his mouth and sneered. Can't I get someone to go in my place? That said, have you finished your math homework? You're the only one in the class who hasn't turned it in, and Mr. Wang has rushed me several times. You don't know how to write? I can teach you for free. Zhou Xian's face instantly turned red as she sniffed. She glared hard at Moon Hyana. Whether I can write or not is none of your business. Then huffed and turned to leave the classroom. Moon Hyana, what do you think you are? Are good grades a big deal? My dad donated air conditioners to the whole school. All the students have to walk around me. All the teachers have to say hello when they see me. But you? Who are you to do this to me? Damn it! Damn it! After school, the campus gradually returns to quiet. The afterglow of the setting sun splashed on the corridor, lengthening the figure of Moon Hyun-ah anxiously searching. The notebook with Chie Yuki's signature has disappeared. The school bag had been rummaged through and every nook and cranny of the drawer had been carefully searched. But the laptop just disappeared as if out of thin air, without a trace. Just then, when Xianya's gaze inadvertently met with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had an undisguised mocking smile on her face, and that look seemed to say, "See, this is what happens when you mess with me." When Xianya's heart sank as she quickly walked towards Zhou Xian with a hint of trembling anger in her voice. "Did you take my laptop?" Zhou Xian smiled contemptuously and pushed Xianya away with force. "Who are you to say I took it? Who can blame you for not keeping your own things?" When she finished, she deliberately glanced at the trash can in the sanitary corner. Moon Hyun-ah's heart snapped. She was almost certain that the laptop was in that trash can. Without much thought, she immediately rushed to the trash can. Seeing this, Zhou Xian hooked a smug smile at the corner of her mouth and quietly left the classroom. However, the trash cans had been cleared out, leaving only a few scattered pieces of scrap paper. Moon Hyun-ah's heart sank to the bottom. She quickly perked up and stormed out of the classroom, running towards the dump station. In the garbage station, all kinds of garbage are piled up, emitting a pungent stench. Manhwa covered his mouth and nose and forced himself to endure the discomfort as he began to rummage through the trash. As the sky darkened, the only thing left around was Xianya's busy figure and the characteristic cacophony of the dump station. Even the grandpa at the garbage station noticed the persistent girl, and he stopped what he was doing and asked with concern, "It's almost dark. What is the little girl looking for? Let me help you find it." Moon Hyun-ah shook her head, sweat falling into her eyes and blurring her vision. "No, Moncler, thank you. I'll just find it myself." Moncler outlet store. He shook his head helplessly inside. "Forget it. I'll take care of this garbage tomorrow. You go home first. Your family should be worried." When Xianya's heart sank as she sniffed, she looked up at the sky. The setting sun was completely hidden and a few stars were beginning to twinkle. She suddenly remembered that today was the day Lan's mom was discharged from the hospital, and her brother had specifically instructed her to return early. The thought of it filled her mind with contradictions. In the end, Moon Hyun-ah could only endure the pain and nodded, deciding to go home first. Moncler outlet store. Seeing this, he added reassuringly, "What is it you're looking for? I'll keep an eye out for you." When Xianya choked back tears as she gave the older man a grateful look. "It's a notebook with a light blue cover." Moncler outlet online. He nodded, kindly. "Okay, get back in there. Don't feel too bad, kid, it's always there." Moon Hyun-ah nodded and turned to leave the dump. She clenched her fists, and a cold light of grim ferocity flashed in her eyes. If the notebook really couldn't be found, she would never let Zhou Xian off the hook. Chapter 19, Brother and Sisters Past 1. When Moon Hyun-ah got home, he first went to the bathroom and took a shower and changed into a clean outfit. The house was filled with the aroma of rice, and Lan was bringing out a plate of freshly fried dishes from the kitchen. When she saw Xianya, a concerned look appeared on her face and she walked quickly with a few moments of worry in her tone. "Yeah, why are you back so late today? Is there something going on at school?" Moon Hyun-ah smiled slightly and shook her head, answering in a relaxed tone. "It's not a big deal. It's just that my teacher temporarily asked me to stay behind to help correct my homework, so I'm a little late getting back." At dinner time, the table was filled with various dishes that Moon Hyun-chul had specially prepared to celebrate Yunlan's release from the hospital. Lan tasted it and praised it. Your craftsmanship is really getting better and better. This dish is even better than the one from the restaurant outside." Moon Hyun-chul smiled and said modestly, "It used to be that I secretly learned a few things from the cooking master." Then after thinking about it, he said seriously to Lan, "Mrs. Lan, why don't you move over and live with us? That way when I'm not at home, you can also be a companion to Xiaoya and take care of each other." Lan sniffed and smiled with a bit of helplessness. "I'd love to come, but this 7-story building in your house, I'd be exhausted if I climbed up and down it every day, wouldn't I?" Upon hearing this, Moon Hyun-chul immediately realized that he had neglected this practical issue, and a few shameful looks appeared on his face. Seeing this, Lan smiled and gave him a chicken leg in his bowl. "You two should come to my house more often in the future, so that I can show you a good hand, and my home cooking is a masterpiece." Moon Hyun-chul smiled and nodded in agreement. Although Moon Hyun-ah froze for a moment, she hastily agreed to say yes, only her mind didn't seem to be on it. After the meal, Lan left slowly, accompanied by her siblings. After sending Lan away, Moon Hyun-chul turned to look at Moon Hyun-ah and asked gently, "Who upset are you today? Why do you look preoccupied?" Moon Hyun-ah forced out a smile. "It's just a couple of fights with classmates. No big deal." When Moon Hyun-chul heard this, he frowned slightly and looked a little nervous. "Conflict with a classmate? What kind of conflict?" Just leave it to me. Don't be a hero. Moon Hyuna tried to pull a smile. I know, brother. I won't be as impulsive as I was back then. I'm really tired. I'll go to bed first. After saying that, she fled to her room. Looking at the closed door of the room, Moon Hyun-chul was silent for a long time, and in the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. 12 years ago, Moon Hyun-chul, who has just been kicked out of an orphanage, is not yet impressed. The people there didn't like him anyway, and the food was awful. He proudly recounted to Wenxianya how he had taught those 3 teenagers who had bullied her a lesson that left their noses bruised and their heads bleeding with his own strength. Not only that, he saved a girl along the way. If it wasn't for the fear of leaving a psychological shadow on the girl, he would have killed those few. As Moon Hyuna listened, her large eyes glittered with excitement. She complimented it with joy. Brother is awesome. Then asked worriedly, so where are we going to live from now on? Moon Hyun-chul patted his chest and reassured her confidently. Don't worry, we'll go to the aid station first, and when my brother finds a job and makes enough money, he'll buy you a big house. However, Moon Hyun-chul quickly recognized the reality. At that time, he was so hot-blooded that he thought there was nothing he couldn't do. He went looking for a job with confidence, but was repeatedly stymied. After all, who would recruit a kid who was only 12 years old? The harsh winter passed and they were kicked out of the rescue station again for various reasons. Desperate, the siblings find an abandoned, decaying building. It was dilapidated, but it became a temporary haven for them. Moon Hyun-chul collects a lot of discarded furniture from all corners of the city and arranges the new home bit by bit. Thanks to his efforts, the originally dilapidated hut gradually became somewhat more presentable. It leaks in the summer and wins in the winter, but it's finally a roof over your head. After countless attempts to find employment, a kind-hearted restaurant owner took pity on the siblings and agreed to let them help out in the restaurant. Moon Hyun-chul was in charge of scrubbing plates and washing dishes in the back kitchen while Moon Hyuna helped pick vegetables. Whenever someone asked, the owner always laughed and said they were a relative's kids coming to play. During this time, the siblings dabbled in a lot of meals from the back kitchen and shot up in size. However, the good times didn't last long. 3 years later, the owner of the restaurant closed down the store for some reason and went back to his hometown. And Moon Hyun-chul lost his job. He started working around doing odd jobs, whether it was moving bricks and mortar at construction sites, or carrying goods. As long as he could make money, he was willing to do it. At first, because of his youthful exuberance, he was often in conflict with people, and each time he ended up knocking the other person to the ground, until one day he came home full of joy from buying a rotisserie chicken, only to find his home in shambles. He called out Moon Hyuna's name in horror as Moon Hyuna carefully climbed out of the cabinet. Moon Hyun-chul rushed to check if she was hurt and then hugged her tightly. Moon Hyuna tells him that a couple of strange older men broke into their home, smashed a lot of things, and threatened to come back tomorrow and kill him if they found him. At that moment, Moon Hyun-chul felt unprecedented fear for the first time. He wasn't afraid to die, but if he died, what should Sia do? So he took Wenxianya and hurriedly left the small home where he had lived for 4 years. Since then, Moon Hyun-chul began to learn restraint and patience. Though it was still difficult at times to restrain the urge to use his fists to solve problems, he could always grit his teeth at the thought of his sister and the possible consequences. At the age of 16, he used the money he had saved over the years to rent a 2-room shack in the West End, which is where he lives now. He began to try various part-time jobs, dealing with all kinds of people, and gradually learned to deal with the world. The once impulsive and reckless teenager is long gone. In his place was a calm and introspective youth. One day, when the siblings were crossing the street together, Moon Hyuna saw a group of chattering elementary school students being led by their teacher on a spring excursion, and his eyes were filled with envy. She asked timidly as she tugged on Moon Hyun-chul's coat, "Brother, can I go to school?" Moon Hyun-chul looked at his sister's expectant face and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yeah, is already 7 years old and at the age when she should go to elementary school. He crouched down and smiled at her. Yeah, we'll go to school tomorrow, okay? However, when they arrive at the neighborhood elementary school the next day, Moon Hyun-chul realizes that going to school isn't as easy as he thought it would be. Not only do you need all sorts of paperwork and information, but most critically, you need a guardian. The siblings could only return home with regret. Moon Hyun-chul consulted a lot of information and asked many people, and finally found a workable solution. In 2 years, when he turns 18, he can become Moon Hyuna's guardian. In the interim, he also had time to prepare those necessary materials. He told Moon Hyuna carefully, "How about waiting 2 more years? The first and second grades are especially easy, and your brother can teach you at home better than your school teacher can." Moon Hyuna hung his head looking very frustrated, but after a moment, she looked up and smiled in agreement. Okay, brother is the best, better than the teacher. 2 years later, the 18-year-old guardian enrolled the 9-year-old girl in 3rd grade. Moon Hyuna is finally getting the campus life she's been dreaming of. However, the joy didn't last long, because she doesn't have a mom or dad. She's a distinctive presence in the class. Although she is smart and learns things quickly, she does not get along with her classmates. The students love to talk about what gifts mom and dad bought them, what great meals they took them to, and which amusement park they went to for the day. And Moon Hyuna could only listen in silence. When she got home, she suddenly asked, "Brother, where are our mommy and daddy?" Moon Hyun-chul froze, and Moon Hyuna retold him what his classmates had been chatting about. After seeing the sadness in her eyes, Moon Hyun-chul could only laugh and snicker. "Brother is your daddy and your mommy. And what mommy and daddy can take you to do, brother can do too." Moon Hyuna immediately asked with a smile. "Really?" Moon Hyun-chul nodded seriously. "Of course it's true." Moon Hyuna breathlessly names the gift she wants and the big meal she wants to eat. And Moon Hyun-chul smiles and rubs her head. "As long as you behave, I promise you everything." Moon Hyuna nodded vigorously. Aha! However, the next day, Moon Hyun-chul was aggressively called to school by his homeroom teacher. Moon Hyuna got into a fight with a classmate. Chapter 20, Brother and Sisters Past 2. Moon Hyuna got into a fight with a classmate and knocked the other guy's front teeth out. It started when that classmate grabbed her eraser and said that she didn't have mom and dad to back her up anyway, so he could bully her if he wanted to. So without saying a word, Moon Hyuna directly picked up the stationery box and slapped him hard on the face. A wobbly incisor chipped off on the spot. When the other parent saw Moon Hyun-chul, he became even angrier. "Where are the parents? What's the point of having such a brat?" When Xianjia coldly said, "I am the parent. It's your kid who grabbed my sister's stuff first. I don't bother with kids, but you as parents didn't educate him well. Shouldn't you make amends and apologize?" The other parent's eyes widened. "What did you say? We apologize? That little brat knocked out my son's teeth. Medical expenses. Pay up." The homeroom teacher pushed down her glasses impatiently. "Both sides of the children have their own faults, and your parents were called here to solve the problem, not to argue. Since you can't solve the problem, I'll be the only one to make the decision. Take all of your children back first. Don't bother with the afternoon class. Go home and educate them properly." When she returned home, Moon Hyuna still had a deflated and aggravated look on her face. Moon Hyun-chul comforted her gently. "Xiao Ye, don't be sad. Although you were a bit impulsive in today's matter, but my brother knows that it was the other party who intentionally bullied you first, and you were just too angry. However, you are a good child, right? A good boy can't just throw a tantrum. We can actually solve this thing in a smarter way, okay? You can tell your teacher and let her help solve it, or go home and tell your brother, and he'll go and teach that kid a lesson for you. You have to know that brother will always be on your side." Looking up at her brother's tired but gentle expression, Moon Hyuna's eyes gradually reddened. She whispered apologetically, "I'm sorry, brother. I'll never be impulsive again." Moon Hyun-chul touched her head and smiled. "Well, that's my good sister." After that, when Xianya was really much more composed, although her classmates still call her violent girl, they don't dare to mess with her anymore. Whenever she was very angry, she pinched her thighs, desperately trying to hold back, telling herself that she mustn't cause trouble for her brother. And Moon Hyun-chul was introduced to a big boss as a bodyguard. It's dangerous work, but it pays well. Things are finally getting better for the siblings. Before you know it, Wang Xianya is 12 years old and in 6th grade. Her grades were always at the top, and her homeroom teacher happily told Moon Hyun-chul that as long as she kept it up, she'd be able to get into the best middle school in Xiacheng, Sangjae High School. However, just as Moon Hyun-chul begins to prepare for Moon Hyuna's middle school life, he receives bad news. Moon Hyuna got into another fight. This time, she concussed her opponent. That boy 3 times ridiculed her as a wild seed, and said that she could only go out to sell in the future, and all kinds of dirty words were unpleasant to the ear. Moon Hyuna was holding back until he couldn't bear it anymore. She crushed the signing pen in her hand and then plunged the tip hard into the boy's face. The boy let out a scream of pain, and Moon Hyuna immediately grabbed him by the neck in a death grip and slammed his head towards the desk one after the other. The surrounding students fled the classroom in fear. With a cold expression and scarlet eyes, when Xianya completely ignored the boy's agonizing pleas for mercy, the classroom teacher arrived on the scene and was stunned by the scene. She rushed forward, but was completely unable to pull the epileptic young girl. In the end, it took the combined efforts of 2 gym teachers to stop Moon Hyuna. Students who witnessed the scene were afraid to come to school the next day, saying that there was a psychopath in their class. The boy's parents demanded a huge amount of compensation and clamored for Moon Hyuna to go to jail. Parents have also joined together to boycott Moon Hyuna from coming to school, saying that they can't have their children in the same class as this kind of lunatic. The school could only do a temporary suspension of Moon Hyuna. The homeroom teacher, although deeply sorry but cannot do anything, can only advise Moon Hyunchul that it is best to take her to the hospital to see a psychiatrist. This time, Moon Hyunchul could no longer find gentle words to comfort her. Why did you hit me so hard? Didn't you promise me you'd never fight again? The tiny teenage girl tilted her head defiantly. Because he's so annoying. It's okay for him to scold me, but he also said that he knows your boss, who is a good friend of his dad, and he's going to make him fire you. How can there be such a nasty person? I want to kill him. I really want to kill him. And the classmates and teachers. Nasty, all nasty. Moon Hyunchul was amazed and couldn't believe his ears at all. When did her own obedient and well-behaved sister become like this? Moon Hyun-ah continued. Didn't you do the same thing, brother? When you were in the orphanage, you taught those bullies who bullied me the same thing. If there weren't outsiders present, you would have killed them long ago, right? Moon Hyunchul's face suddenly changed and he shook his head in horror. No, I didn't mean to kill them. That was just said on purpose. I never meant to kill them. Looking at Moon Hyunchul in such a fearful manner, a teasing smile suddenly appeared on Moon Hyun-ah's face. It was the same expression as the woman in the memory. At that moment, Moon Hyunchul's blood seemed to freeze. He froze in place for a long moment, pale and sweaty, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. The next day, Moon Hyunchul took Moon Hyun-ah to the hospital. The psychiatrist's words were even more of a bolt from the blue for Moon Hyunchul. Upon evaluation, your sister has very serious antisocial personality tendencies. Moon Hyunchul couldn't believe it. How can it be? She's usually always obedient and understanding. She must have been irritated by that boy. That's why she. The doctor interrupted calmly. Have you ever thought that the way you usually see her is just the surface? She's been suppressing her emotions and feelings until this time, when she can't take it anymore, and then she'll completely explode. Moon Hyunchul was stunned as the doctor continued his analysis and explanation. The formation of an antisocial personality is often related to a number of factors, including family environment, upbringing, and genetic factors. Were there similar problems in your family? Or, did she experience any traumatic events during her upbringing? Hearing those words, Moon Hyunchul's heart instantly froze. On being questioned again by the doctor, he described their experience with a pale face. They grew up without parents, stayed in an orphanage, then got kicked out, wandered on, and now finally have a little home. Nonetheless, he always took care of her, and as hard as those days were, she never showed unhappiness. The doctor narrowed his eyes and looked complicated. Your situation is really unique, but based on your description, you are raising her in a very healthy and scientific way, and many parents may not be able to do it with the same degree of patience and care that you have. So, the most likely scenario for your sister's situation is that it runs in the family. The cold answer was like a death sentence, and the intense tinnitus quickly filled Moon Hyunchul's mind. Even his vision began to gradually distort, and a grimly smiling face kept surfacing in front of his eyes. It was the last presence he remembered wanting to face. No way. How come it's Sia? How she's just like that woman. The doctor couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Moon Hyunchul's near collapse. But it's not your sister who deserves treatment the most right now. It's you. Moon Hyunchul looked up in surprise as the doctor continued. Over the years, the pressure you've endured won't be any less than hers. It's just that you're more able to endure it, so you still look like a normal person. But human endurance is ultimately limited. And one day you will have reached your tipping point, and at that time, you will only be even more crazy and terrifying than your sister. The siblings were reticent on the way out of the hospital. It wasn't until they returned home that Moon Hyun-ah stubbornly asked with a bitter smile, "What did the doctor say? That I'm crazy? Mentally ill, right?" Moon Hyunchul didn't answer, just silently gazed at her eyes that were filled with despair. It was a while before he smiled gently. "How come?" "The doctor just said that you've been under too much pressure lately and need to rest and adjust. Usually it's me who's too strict with you, letting you carry everything alone and not letting you vent. I'm sorry, it's my brother who didn't pay attention to your feelings and made you endure so much." A pang of acidity surged through her heart, and when Xianya's eyes instantly moistened, she looked at her brother incredulously, her voice quivering as she retorted, "Why are you apologizing? You clearly did nothing wrong. It was me. I was the one who lost control and hit that man. I was the one who said I was going to kill him. I'm the one to blame for everything. I'm a monster." She hissed hard, tears coming to her eyes like broken beads. All the aggression, fear and self-blame completely exploded at this moment. Seeing this, Moon Hyunchul rushed forward and hugged her tightly, and she also grabbed his clothes in a death grip and bawled her eyes out. Moon Hyun-ah knew that she was really in big trouble this time, even though she didn't want to be. Thinking back to that moment, she had been desperately telling herself to calm down. No anger, no rancor, and no trouble for your brother. And yet, as those tiresome buzzing voices continued to echo in her head, as anger and despair wove an impenetrable web that strangled her to the bone, she struck anyway. At that moment, She had only one thought: kill him, shut him up. It was the only way her world would be clear again. I'm sorry, brother. I always get angry so easily. I can't always control my emotions. I'm a bad boy. Moon Hyuna couldn't stop apologizing in his brother's embrace, his voice full of self-blame and remorse. Moon Hyunchul gently patted her back and gently comforted her. It's okay. Yeah. Wasn't I this impulsive and irritable when I was your age? No. I was even better than you. I fought 3 by myself. But look at me now. Haven't I grown into a reliable adult? Your heart is just out of a small broken hole. We work together. You can become as strong and reliable as your brother, right? Moon Hyuna couldn't stop choking and replied in a muffled voice. Well, since then, Moon Hyunchul quit his job as a bodyguard and devoted all his energy to his sister's treatment and companionship. He took Wenxianya to the psychiatric department every 3 days and bought many psychology-related books himself, studying night and day to try to find the most suitable treatment for his sister. He kept comforting her, educating her, and patiently guiding her out of that haze. After 6 months of hard work, when Xianya finally passed the criteria for psychological evaluation, she became more emotionally stable, less irritable and less hateful of everything around her. She even became more cheerful and lively, and even the doctors were surprised at how completely she had transformed. Nevertheless, the doctors solemnly urged Moon Hyunchul, it is not a disease that can be completely cured overnight, and her psychological condition needs to be constantly monitored to prevent a relapse. The day I was discharged from the hospital, the sun was shining and the breeze was not dry. Moon Hyuna said to her brother while stepping on the fallen leaves on the road and raising her chin proudly. Geez, I'm so good at beating this horrible mental illness with ease. When Shinja smiled helplessly at his words and teased, oh, I'm not taking it easy anyway. I'm running out of savings for the last 6 months. My hair is falling out, and the kids downstairs are calling me uncle when they see me. Moon Hyuna made a disdainful face at him and then said with conviction, Che, I can make money in the future. Double to pay you back always okay? I'm going to get into the best middle school, high school, and college, get the best job, make the most money, and raise my brother to be fat and white. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but laugh out loud at her dejected look. Okay, that's what you said. No backing out. Chapter 21 Unwelcome Visitors. Later, after 2 weeks of reviewing at home, when Xianya successfully passed the independent enrollment test of Shanxi Middle School, Moon Hyunchul also found a job at a bookstore, accompanying Hyuna Moon in his treatment for the past 6 months. He also healed from the experience and learned to calm his heart through reading. Then later, he was introduced to the underground boxing ring. It was not only a chance to make a quick buck, but also a rare opportunity for him to free himself. When I moved to middle school, there was more pressure to learn. There was always a hint of hidden worry in Wenshinja's heart. At first, he was on tenterhooks every day, fearing that Moon Hyuna would have another attack one day due to stress or mood swings. But there are still 2 months to go before middle school comes to an end. And not only has she stayed out of trouble at all these past 3 years, she has consistently ranked at the top of the class. And she has won a lot of awards and certificates. Looking at Moon Hyuna's closed door, Moon Hyunchul kept consoling himself despite his worries. She'd long since stopped being the impulsive, irritable little girl who needed constant care, and he couldn't afford to meddle in everything in her life anymore. Only when she learns to face it alone can she truly grow up. Early the next morning, Moon Hyuna came to school and went straight to the dump station. One way or another, she'd find the notebook. When she arrived at the dump station out of breath, the same grandpa from yesterday was standing guard. Upon seeing Wenxianya, a warm smile immediately bloomed on the Moncler outlet store face and said happily, little girl, coming so early, don't be in a hurry. I've already found that notebook you were talking about for you. An unspeakable excitement surged through Wenxianya's heart, and she could hardly believe her ears. Really? Moncler outlet store from a corner beside her. She took out a blue notebook tightly wrapped in a clear plastic bag and handed it to her. There was a bit of smugness in his eyes. Do you see if this is it? When Xianya took it with trembling hands, the familiar cover, the familiar touch, made her instantly confirm that this was her lost treasure. She nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. That's the one. Thank you, Grandpa. You are truly my savior. Moncler outlet store. He laughed brightly and waved his hand and said, what's there to be thankful for? I helped you look for a while yesterday, and I didn't expect to find it all at once. It seems that the old man I'm quite lucky. Your luck is quite good too. Keep it well, and don't be so careless as to lose it in the future. Looking at the grandpa's wrinkled but still kind face, as well as the dump behind him that was almost turned upside down, Wenxianya's nose could not help but sour. Seeing that Wenxianya's emotions were a bit out of control and her eyes began to redden, Moncler outlet store. She looked a bit overwhelmed. Ouch. What's this for? What's all the crying about? Moon Hyuna choked back a sob. Really, thank you so much. I I really don't know how to thank you properly. Moncler Outlet Store. A look of surprise followed by a relieved smile. If you really want to thank me, then from now on collect all the mineral water bottles in your class so that I don't have to struggle to turn them over when I come to collect the garbage. Upon hearing this, Wen Xianya hastily wiped her tears with her sleeve and nodded with a forced smile. Aha! I will. Moon Hyun-ah clutched the lost and found notebook tightly, but her mood gradually became complicated. She placed her notebook carefully into the innermost part of her book bag and walked in the direction of the school building with a cold look on her face. Zhou Xian, you should be glad you escaped. If there's a next time, I'll never let you go. The bookstore where Moon Hyunchul works. There wasn't much in the store towards the end of the day. When Xianzhou was trying to enjoy the rare quiet time when his colleague was caught off guard and pulled out his cell phone and began to have a seizure at the video of Qianingshui. Oinking, the goddess in the form of a small white flower is also so lovable. Goddess, don't cry. I'll protect you. Moon Hyunchul didn't hold back his curiosity again and glanced slightly sideways at his colleague's cell phone screen. The title of the video is, Top Secret Heartwarming. Only old fans have seen Qianingshui. The content of the film is a soft and strong heroine played by Chio Yuki, who has not yet blacked out in the early days. The heroine's father is a highly respected head of a righteous sect, and she is naturally the highly respected young patriarch. The story opens with the palm being assassinated and killed by a mysterious person. It's a cold winter with heavy snowfall. At her father's funeral, the heroine, played by Chie Yuki, is dressed in a plain white dress, like a fragile and pure lily. At that time, Qianingshui looked only 16 or 17 years old, not yet fully grown, face with a little untouched childishness. She stood there quietly, her eyes filled with crystal tears, biting her lips tightly, her slender body trembling slightly. Her eyes were red and she must have cried many times. The breeze was light, and the silky hair fluttered gently along with the snowflakes, adding a bit more poignancy. Finally, a tear slipped quietly and rolled down her pale cheek. She raised her chin, and despite the tears that continued to pour out, her spine remained straight, her eyes filled with stubbornness and defiance. This pitiful but pretending to be strong look can really inspire a person's protective desire. Moon Hyunchul's heart suddenly pounded uncontrollably. He hastily averted his eyes in alarm, trying to calm his inexplicably agitated mood. Suddenly, a slender figure stepped gracefully into the bookstore. Moon Hyunchul reflexively looked up and smiled. Welcome, Light. However, before the words were finished, he suddenly paused. The man was seen wearing a stylish visor and large sunglasses, with a white-as snow silk scarf tied around his neck, and was looking around curiously at the layout of the bookstore. Slender fingers gently swept through the rows of Qianingshui's photo albums, and the corners of that person's mouth slowly hooked into a pleasant smile. Moon Hyunchul hurriedly stepped out from behind the cash register. While his colleague was still immersed in Qianingshui's video and hadn't come back to his senses, he quickly took the man's hand and hurriedly walked into the staff room. Chapter 22. This is a public place. Mind your image. Moon Hyunchul quickly closed the door to his room and leaned his back against the door, panting slightly. Then he turned his head and questioned angrily. What are you doing here? Qianingshui covered her mouth in feigned surprise. How did you recognize me? Moon Hyunchul laughed in exasperation. When people are cuties. What? Who they can't see that? Think they're all as stupid as the ancient people they play in TV shows, wearing a nightshirt and a black cloth over their faces so that their acquaintances won't recognize them? The point is your face isn't even masked. Qianingshui smiled and took off her sunglasses, and that exquisite face was completely revealed. She cocked her head slightly, a hint of playfulness in her eyes as she repeated his question. What's the point of coming here? She tiptoed closer to him. Because, Mrs. Yu, of course. The distance between them closed instantly, the faint scent of jasmine coming off of her. Moon Hyunchul's breath stuttered, and he hastily reached out to block her lips that were getting closer and closer, sternly reprimanding her. This is a public place. Mind your image. Qianingshui pushed aside his hand and took a step forward, and the tips of their shoes immediately came into an intimate clash. She grabbed his lapel with one hand and pulled down hard, then whispered against his ear. A public place? Here. It's clearly a private space for just me and you. The warm breath blowing on his ears brought a tingling sensation, and Moon Hyunchul's body involuntarily trembled. Her other hand was still drawing circles on his chest, the light touch bringing a slight tickle, as if a tiny electric current had traveled from her fingertips to his entire body. Moon Hyunchul's ears and cheeks instantly turned red. He gritted his teeth and clamped down on her restless hand, putting an end to her antics. You get out of here and leave me alone. Qianingshui obediently straightened up his collar that she had wrinkled. But it's almost closing time, eh? I'm actually here to pick you up from work. Oh, no need. Moon Hyunchul refused without even thinking about it. With a very firm attitude, Qianingshui immediately raised her eyes to look at him, her clear, watery eyes shining with a resigned expression. But I even brought you a gift. With that, She took out a beautifully wrapped paper bag from her satchel and asked with a smile. Sweet pineapple buns, is it your favorite dessert? Hearing this familiar name, Moon Hyun-chul instantly became weak. Xianing Shui couldn't help but shove the paper bag into his hand. You're welcome. The tone was gentle yet irresistible. Moon Hyun-chul knew that she would definitely go crazy if she refused now. Like slapping a paper bag in his face on the spot, or ripping open the package and shoving a pineapple bun directly into his mouth. So he could only half-heartedly accept it, and then smiled bitterly. What exactly do you see in me? Can't I change? Xianing Shui let out a light laugh and looked at him with eyes full of tenderness. Which is all I see. Your face, your voice, your body, everything about you. I love it, said, and could not help but go up to touch him. Moon Hyun-chul hastily held her hand, while her fragrant pig hand strangled in the cradle. Moon Hyun-chul gritted his teeth and continued to guess. I say, is it possible that because I saved you, you're doing that ancient people thing where you have to give yourself in return? Nowadays, costume dramas are really harmful. She has acted in so many dramas. She has long been poisoned and suffered a lot. He remembers that he saw on his colleague's phone these days that Xianing Shui played some vicious female villain, who was supposed to be a poor little white flower in the early days, because she was saved by the protagonist and said she would give her body to him. But the protagonist is a decent man. Saving her was just a favor, and he didn't think of asking her to return the favor. The poor little white flower thinks the protagonist is disliking her and tries desperately to buck the trend. Eventually, she succeeded in practicing a supreme martial art, rebelled into a black lotus flower, and forced the protagonist to sleep with her. When the protagonist woke up naked and terrified from his bed, Black Lotus gently rubbed his trembling lips in infatuation. Do you know how I've lived all these years? Every day, every night, every moment, I've been thinking about you, violating you, pulling you down, claiming you as my own. Now, at last, you belong to me. Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but shiver. Hiss, he's not going to end up like this, is he? Xianing Shui coldly looked at him for a moment, then the corner of her mouth slightly hooked. That's right, but it's you who's going to have to pay for it, not me. Moon Hyun-chul blinked and realized what she meant. Does that mean that saving her doesn't count, but you have to get yourself involved? What a modern version of the farmer and the snake. Enmity belongs to be. This crazy woman is really unreasonable. Looking at his angry and annoyed appearance, Xianing Shui smiled mischievously. Besides that, there is another reason. Oh, you are very much like an old acquaintance of mine. Just as good looking, just as gentle, just as reliable. Talking about this old acquaintance, she seemed to be in a happy memory. Her eyes were full of nostalgia, and her tone became very gentle. Suddenly, Xianing Shui's bright eyes gradually dimmed. It's just a shame that he has a presence in his heart that no one can replace. Moon Hyun-chul frowned and thought over her words. Then a bright light flashed in his eyes and a realization dawned. This so-called old acquaintance is actually her white moon. And he looked like her white moon. But that guy already has a favorite and won't like her. Moon Hyun-chul instantly sobered up. He now finally knew why she was so passionate and crazy about him. Feelings are using him as a stand-in. So, you can't love the real one. So you're making fun of him? Moon Hyun-chul was furious and mocked with a sneer. Oh, then you can't come the hard way. Just tie him back up. Lock him up for 10 days and half a month. Teach him a good lesson. And see if he still dares to say no. Xianing Shui blinked incredulously. Is that what you think? Realizing that he had said something that only an extrajudicial fanatic would do, Moon Hyun-chul hastily smiled dryly and changed his words. Ha ha, I'm just kidding. We all need to be good law-abiding citizens. However, Xianing Shui lowered her eyes and thought carefully, as if she was really judging the feasibility of this plan. A wave of panic ran through Moon Hyun-chul's mind. Come on, if she did, he'd be abetting a crime. So he hastened to explain. Don't think about it, don't think about it. No one likes to be tied up. If you do that, not only will he not like you, he will hate you. Xianing Shui lifted her eyes to look at him for a while, then coldly asked, have you thought about changing jobs? Moon Hyun-chul wondered. Change jobs? Xianing Shui said as if regretting while looking up and surveying the room. Yeah, don't you think working here is a little condescending for you? Seeing that she finally stopped thinking about the kidnapping, Moon Hyun-chul sighed in relief, then grunted dismissively. Ha, what do you know? Do you understand the value of purchasing genuine books at the purchase price and the employee benefits? Xianing Shui ignored his mockery and cocked her head, revealing a sweet smile. Why don't you come work for me? How about it? Chapter 23. You kids eat too well. Moon Hyun-chul asked with a slight frown of disbelief. Work for you? Xianing Shui gently nodded her head and replied with an extremely serious expression. Yeah, it's a job that countless people have been begging for. A look of contempt appeared on Moon Hyun-chul's face, as if he had no interest in this so-called enviable job. Xianing Shui said fervently as she gracefully walked slowly around when Xianjia, There are a lot of good things about this job. For starters, 3,000 a day. Moon Hyunchul's eyes widened instantly. Taking less? He's making 3,000 a day, and he's only making 2,800 a month at the bookstore. Seeing that his reaction was so great, Qianing Shui smiled with satisfaction and continued. Also, the hours are relatively flexible and won't overstress you. Also, my team is very professional and will definitely give you a lot of knowledge and skills. What's more, you'll have plenty of opportunities to reach out to a variety of elite individuals in the industry and expand your network of contacts. As she spoke, she cracked her fingers and carefully listed the benefits. Plus, there's the fact that the various benefits are top-notch, with regular reunions, generous bonuses, and more. Like my latest work, the schedule of recent events can be known in advance, and there are also photo books, autographed photos, co-branded merchandise, peripherals and all of which can be taken at will. The corners of Qianing Shui's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile, when Xianzhe resisted the urge to roll his eyes and muttered in his heart, "Oh, who cares about that stuff?" But suddenly, a familiar and warm face flashed through his mind. For a moment, Moon Hyunchul actually faltered. Most importantly, Qianing Shui suddenly stopped in front of him, her hands gently resting on his shoulders, slowly approaching his body. Being able to work with the world's gentlest and prettiest, Qianing Shui, that's the most enticing offer, isn't it? Qianing Shui raised her eyes slightly, those seductive eyes looking straight at him. Being held by this ardent gaze, for a moment, Moon Hyunchul suddenly had an illusion. Strange, did he ever see her somewhere? With his soft body pressed against his body, Moon Hyunchul's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points, a subtle feeling spreading in his heart. Instead of pushing her away immediately, as he had done before, he ghostly lifted his hand and slipped it around her waist. For a moment, both of them couldn't help but freeze. Moon Hyunchul came back to his senses and quickly let go of his hand like an electric shock. I'll think about it. Qianing Shui's face was also tinted with a weird reddish hue as she took a step back and geared her hair as if nothing had happened. Well, think about it. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she took out a delicate card from her bag and handed it to him. This one, take it. Moon Hyunchul reached out and took it, and it turned out to be her business card. Qianing Shui quickly regained her usual composure as she gently smiled. Get back to me at the latest by 6 p.m. The day after tomorrow. My patience is limited. Make me wait longer and suffer the consequences. Moon Hyunchul carefully stepped out of the staff room with a sense of theft. After confirming that there were no other customers in the store, and that his co-workers were still indulging in a maniacal fit over the video of Qianing Shui, he waved behind him. Qianing Shui was unimpressed and remained calm and casual. Suddenly, the co-worker jerked his head up as if sensing something. With a jolt, Moon Hyunchul froze in his steps. Upon seeing the woman wearing sunglasses in front of him, the co-worker's eyes instantly widened in incredulity. Thousanding Shui? Moon Hyunchul's heart stopped and his brain buzzed. It's over. The co-worker was about to go up excitedly, but suddenly saw Moon Hyunchul beside her with a face of having done something wrong. His clothes were disheveled, his eyes were wandering, and Qianing Shui's lipstick seemed to have some traces of fading. The co-worker was instantly petrified on the spot like a bolt from the blue. A thunderbolt. They just seemed to walk out of the staff room together. Right? Goddess. Actually with that guy. No way. Don't do that kind of thing. Moon Hyunchul's mind raced, thinking about whether or not to go over and punch him out right now and tell him when he woke up. He had just been dreaming. Qianing Shui or whatever hadn't been here at all. Qianing Shui was not the least bit flustered. She put her hand gently to her mouth with a flattered look. Do I look a lot like Chiyuki? Then taking Moon Hyunchul's arm, he leaned on his shoulder and said intimately, this guy is a big fan of Qianing Shui. Has been begging for me to make up into Qianing Shui appearance and date with him for a day. There is no way. I have to agree. It was the co-worker's turn to be dumbfounded. That's right. Qianing Shui's imitation makeup was indeed very hot, and there were even quite a number of people with the lower version of Qianing Shui gimmick mixing into a superb netizen. But it was the first time he had encountered one so similar. Qianing Shui curled her pink moist lips at one Xianzhe and pouted. Honey, with such an understanding girlfriend like me now, you mustn't be cheated by the bad women outside again. Moon Hyunchul cooperated with an awkward smile. Ha ha, of course. Qianing Shui hooked up the corner of her mouth and smoothly booped him on the cheek. I'll go first. Don't forget our weekend date. When Qianing Shui left in style, the co-worker instantly grabbed Wen Xianzhe's collar and erupted into a shocking howl. Asterisk. Moon Hyunchul. You kids eat too well too. Moon Hyunchul was shaken up. Lying, calm down. The co-worker, envious and jealous, with his back teeth clenched, continued to output excitedly. And you're actually a fan of Qianing Shui too? No wonder you're stealing glances at my cell phone every day. So it's because you can't afford to turn on the traffic yourself? Oh, starting tomorrow, you must use your cell phone to show me the goddess's videos. On the way home with the pineapple buns, Moon Hyunchul suddenly remembered something important. At the fan meeting, Qianing Shui said that all the fans who won the prize to participate had registered their real information in the backstage. Could she, then, have known that he actually went to the scene instead of Moon Hyun-ah? Moon Hyun-chul was startled and hurriedly opened the paper bag, which indeed contained 2 pineapple buns, one of which had a sticky note attached. He pulled off the sticky note and read, "One for each, just right, don't thank me, carrot carrot." Moon Hyunchul's hanging heart finally died. She really did know. That's why she deliberately said something about a photo book autographed photos co-branded merchandise peripheral can be taken at will such inexplicable benefits. It turned out to be something else, but even if it was for Moon Hyun-ah, he wouldn't sell himself out just because of this kind of benefit. But even putting that aside, the other benefits are hard for a normal person to turn down. Just the offer of 3,000 a day alone blows away all the advantages of working in a bookstore. But it's obviously not a proper job, although the woman didn't say so explicitly. Those who understood understood. Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth indisputably. Damn. Moon Hyun-ah took the paper bag handed over by Moon Hyunchul and opened it with delight. Wow. It's a pineapple bun. And it's still hot. Then he couldn't wait to unwrap the package and take a big bite, closing his eyes in contentment and sighing vaguely. Steam Koji. Looking at Moon Hyun-ah's expression of such happiness, Moon Hyunchul also revealed a pleased smile. Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. When Xianya finished his pineapple bun before he had a chance to wipe his mouth and quickly pulled out a report card from his school bag and proudly handed it over. Humph. The results of the first monthly exam. See for yourself. Moon Hyunchul took the report card and quickly skimmed through it. Near perfect scores in all subjects. Ranked first in his grade. And rated excellent overall. As long as you can keep it up. Getting into the senior section of Sangjae High School is not a problem at all. Moon Hyunchul nodded with exaggerated praise. Well, that's awesome. Say, what reward do you want? Moon Hyun-ah stroked his chin in a serious thinking manner. Tomorrow is Saturday and I want. Moon Hyun-chul had expected her to ask him to take her to an amusement park or something like that. But Moon Hyun-ah just playfully smiled at him. I want my brother to stay home for the day and not go anywhere. While Moon Hyun-chul was surprised, Moon Hyun-ah continued. Don't work so hard. I won't bother taking care of you if your brother gets tired. Moon Hyun-chul's nose was sore and he took a deep breath and smiled as he pressed her head. Okay. I promise I won't go anywhere tomorrow. Chapter 24, I was born of my mother. The next day, Moon Hyunchul really didn't go out and slept at home all day. Cool. On the third day, Sunday, Moon Hyunchul, with the recorder he bought, went to his death to the address on the business card Chien In-suk handed him. Light and Shadow Media. Moon Hyunchul decides and he accepts Chien In-shue's invitation. There are still a few months to go before Moon Hyun-ah moves up to high school, and he needs this paycheck to support her through her high school career. And even if he didn't agree, that woman would surely think of ways to harass him. This time she was able to go to where he worked. Next time she might just go up to his house. Might as well take this opportunity to say yes to her. Or get her to tighten up a bit. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but be a bit speechless. Really, if she had the free will and perseverance, couldn't she just use it on her real white moon? Why are you giving him a hard time? A poor, innocent laborer? What a sin! Moon Hyunchul cried out in his mind. And could already imagine what he'd be subjected to when he'd be inducted. That woman had been hitting on him every time they met, and it was obvious that she was craving his body. Some imaginative images that were inappropriate for children surfaced in his mind, and Moon Hyunchul's face was instantly colored with a weird reddish hue. She doesn't have any other special fetishes, does she? Moon Hyunchul hardened his heart and gritted his teeth as if enduring humiliation. Oh, so what? Isn't it just for her to play a couple of times? For the sake of Ye's future. This sacrifice is nothing. When the grand and imposing building came into view, when Xianzhe was indeed shocked, the towering building, modern design style, and the huge glass curtain wall reflecting the dazzling sunlight all highlight the powerful strength and extraordinary status of this media company. A crowd of noisy people surrounded the entrance to the building, clamoring for attention, and several strong security guards were keeping order at the scene. This is no place for you to come and play. Get out! The security guard's roar was loud in the cacophony. The scene was chaotic, with people's emotions running high, each with their own demands. I just want to visit your building. I'm not here to cause trouble. Why don't you let me in? Asterisk 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 asterisk. My dog ran in there. Let me in to find it. Yang Li, you stinking. Cheated me out of my money to get plastic surgery and now you want to make a debut? I yuck. I have a video of you and me in my cell phone. Be careful, I'll send it to your fan group. Get out and pay me back. I'm here to apply for the trainee job. Big brother, do me a favor and let me in. I promise to be the first to give you an autograph when I debut. Hello, I'm a blogger from Palipala with 20,000 followers. Here's my homepage to prove it. I'd like to invite Ms. Xianing Shui to come and film an episode of Male Goddesses and Goddesses Forward. Can you contact her for me? No? Wait. I'll call my fans to rush you. People pushed and shoved, arguing and cursing intertwined, and Moon Hyunchul couldn't stop shaking his head. Good lord. This is more chaotic than the food market in front of his house. He looked down at the delicate little card in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little worried. But then again, Xianing Shui had only given him one of her business cards. Could he get in on that? As he was wondering, a familiar figure broke into his sight. Dressed in a white suit, Xiao Qiqing stood out in the crowd. He squeezed hard, but couldn't squeeze past the others at all. Then he was accidentally pushed out of the crowd and fell to the ground with an ouch. Who squeezed this young master? Do you know who my father is? However, the moment he raised his eyes, he saw Moon Hyunchul not far away. The pained expression instantly turned into one of surprise. Xiao Qiqing quickly got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and quickly walked to Wen Xianzhe's face. Xiao Qiqing raised his chin and swept his eyes up and down on Wen Xianzhe's body, his face full of contempt. You're not here to look for Qianing Shui as well, are you? Moon Hyunchul carefully put the business card he had pinched in his hand back into his coat pocket. No, I was just passing through. Xiao Qiqing smiled smugly as if he saw through something. Oh, hell no, but don't even think about it. They won't let you in. Moon Hyunchul turned to leave. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Xiao Qiqing suddenly slapped his head as if he remembered something and hurriedly pulled him back. Wait, you're going somewhere with me first. Xiaoqing Public Security Bureau. It turns out that Xiao Qiqing is asking Wen Xianzhe to go with him to meet the detained Zhao Lu. Of course, as a reward, Xiao Qiqing gave him a good escort fee. In the waiting room, Moon Hyunchul asked breathlessly, so why don't you let your little brother come with you? Xiao Qiqing clasped his hands on his chest and smiled disdainfully. Humph. Those berths have been fired by me. TSK, there's not a single reliable one at critical moments. It makes me angry just thinking about them. Then he turned his head to Moon Hyunchul and asked, pretending not to be concerned. Seeing as you've got a couple of tricks up your sleeve, would you be interested in coming to work for me? Moon Hyunchul smiled awkwardly. I'm afraid this is not of interest. Xiao Qiqing froze and asked fervently. What? Not happy? Afraid you'll get less money? Oh, do you know who my father is? Wen Xianzhe's eyes suddenly became obscure, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an icy smile. Of course I know. It's just that young Master Xiao doesn't seem to be worried at all that I'll turn into the next Zhao Luot. Xiao Qiqing was instantly scared half to death by that eerie expression, and his body hastily leaned back. Moon Hyunchul smiled while Cho Ryu was brought out by two policemen. Inside the meeting room, the two men were separated from Zhao Lu by a glass window. Although Zhao Lu had only been with Xiao Qiqing for less than a year, Xiao Qiqing was once still very satisfied with this little follower. He was still a little reluctant to accept that the guy who used to follow his ass around and call him young master had almost let him reopen. Xiao Qiqing's father, Xiao Donghu, one of the rich and powerful in Xiaochang, mainly made his fortune by some gray industries. For example, the underground boxing ring that Wen Xianzhe frequented had been secretly sheltered by the Xiao family. In addition to this, there are a number of casinos, loan sharking trading places, smuggling deals and so on. Zhao Lu's original name was Zhao Liang, and Zhao Lu's father was once just an ordinary clerk. At one time, their family of three lived a dull and quiet life. However, Zhao Liang's father came into contact with gambling by mistake one day, and has never been able to get out of hand. Unable to cope with the changes in her family, her mother left home. The father, under the weight of a huge gambling debt, eventually chose to die by suicide. Only 16-year-old Zhao Liang was left to face his broken family and an uncertain future. With his house mortgaged and all of his possessions taken away, Zhao Liang could only drop out of school and begin a life of vagrancy with one meal and no other. During those hard times, he went through trials and tribulations and learned the ropes. He vowed to make sure that the culprit who caused all this, Xiao Donghu, pay a heavy price. So, he carefully planned and lurked around Xiao Qiqing, the youngest master of the Xiao family, expecting to gain internal information about the Xiao family. But what he never expected was that although Xiao Dong was extremely spoiled towards Xiao Qiqing, he did not allow him to touch any of the family's affairs at all. There's no way for Zhao Liang to find a breakthrough from this line. Enraged, the thought of killing this stupid young master welled up in his mind countless times. Finally, on the day he met Moon Hyunchul, he seemed to see a great opportunity. Xiao Qiqing asked with a frown, Zhao Lu, I have no grievances with you. Why are you trying to kill me? Zhao Lu sat on the chair with a big smile, impatience written all over his face. Why? Ask your father. Xiao Qiqing's eyes instantly widened in horror. My father sent you to kill me? Moon Hyunchul and Cho Rock and police officers at the scene. Zhao Lu clenched his teeth and sneered. Is such a stupid pig brain really your father's own? Xiao Qiqing frowned with an unusually serious expression. Of course not. I was born to my mom. Zhao Lu quickly stood up with a slap on the table and slapped the glass window vigorously, shouting at Xiao Qiqing as he crumbled. Asterisk 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 get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Give lousy climb. Damn it. Why did I think of killing you at that time? Why didn't I just let you die of your own stupidity? What a ing redundancy. Zhao Six also said a whole lot. What will only rely on the father of the waste? Do what cannot. Stupid blunt as a pig. Usually those who flattered him either for his money, or in the face of his father. Boxing also dishes to pick feet. Usually not that group of guys to let him. He died 800 times and so on. The police at the scene hurriedly took the emotionally out of control Zhao Lu away from the scene. Xiao Qiqing walked out of the police station in a muddle. He felt his worldview crumble. So that's how Zhao Lu, and the others, see me? Moon Hyunchul quickly sifted through the chicken soup he'd had in his head and patiently reassured him. Don't pay attention to what others think. Stick to being yourself as the best. Believe that you are the best. And, let's deal with those unsavory people. Usually it's better to go and play with your own friends. Xiao Qiqing froze, then let out a loud cry. Looking at the old man in front of him, crying like a small child, Moon Hyunchul was dumbfounded. The thing about friends, just go out and make more of them. What kind of kindergarten teacher am I to be coaxing children here? Xiao Qiqing took out a handkerchief from his coat pocket and blew his nose vigorously, then asked, Really? Moon Hyunchul nodded. Really? Making friends is as easy as drinking water. Xiao Qiqing looked as if he had thought of something, and a bright light instantly flashed in his eyes. Then you. He opened his mouth with anticipation, but then stopped in a huff. Looking at him with a look of wanting to say something, Moon Hyunchul asked suspiciously, What's wrong with me? Xiao Qiqing ultimately did not finish that sentence, raised his head, and turned away in a dashing manner. Nothing, go. Moon Hyunchul only felt puzzled. Forget it. At least the money is in place. I also wonder if there are fewer people downstairs in the main building now. In the meantime, inside the top floor office of Light and Shadow Media, Xianing Xue once again looked at the time. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still an hour left before the deadline she and Moon Hyunchul had agreed to meet. The good-looking eyebrows were instantly tinted with a layer of grimness, and as the wound on her neck began to itch, Xianing Xue pinched her neck tightly in annoyance. Moon Hyunchul, must you exhaust my patience? Chapter 25, You Badass. The noisy crowd under the Light and Shadow Media building had indeed all but dissipated. Nonetheless, the patrolling security guards did not let their guard down. They looked around with a fierce glare, making sure they hadn't missed any dangerous elements trying to enter the building. Holding the delicate business card tightly in his hand, Moon Hyunchul took a deep breath before taking a step towards one of the less intimidating-looking security guards. Hello, I'm here to apply for a job. Moon Hyunchul handed the security guard his business card. The guard's eyes moved away from the large tree on the side of the road and landed on Moon Hyunchul. He didn't take the business card immediately, but looked Moon Hyunchul up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Applying for a job as a trainee? Moon Hyunchul smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Not. The security guard then took the business card and casually scanned it, but instantly his eyes widened and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Isn't this Qianing Xue's exclusive business card? How did this kid get it? The security guard raised his head again and carefully sized up Moon Hyunchul before quickly placing the business card into one of the verification machines beside him. The machine beeped and emitted a soft green light. I can't believe it's not a forgery. It's the real thing. Although the security guard's heart was filled with doubts, he quickly regained his composure and respectfully returned the business card to Moon Hyunchul with a please gesture. Please follow me. The security guard led Moon Hyunchul to a lavishly decorated elevator as he explained. This is an exclusive elevator that goes straight to the top floor, and is usually only available to Miss Qianing Xue and members of her studio, as well as VIPs that she personally invites. Moon Hyunchul was flattered. I'm just a hired hand applying for an assistant job? How did it turn into a VIP? But he nodded calmly as the guard continued. However, the elevator is currently experiencing a slight malfunction, and our technicians are doing a final check and repair, and we expect it to be back in service within half an hour. In the meantime, please go to the adjacent lounge for a short while. Moon Hyunchul followed the security guard's lead and walked into the lounge. The interior is comfortably furnished, with soft sofas, warm lighting, and the faint scent of coffee. It was the first time for Moon Hyunchul to enter such a high-class place, and his hands and feet were really a bit loose. He found a seat and sat down, his mind both expectant and nervous. Then start rehearsing in your head how to deal with that crazy woman. Inside the office, Qianing Shui sat in front of her desk, wearing an elegant black dress with a short trench coat jacket on her shoulders, her face revealing annoyance. The office door was knocked on, and a trace of surprise instantly flashed in Qianing Shui's eyes. Sister Snow, the press conference is about to start. Are you ready? But it was Lin Xiao's voice that came from outside the door. The mood hit rock bottom. Qianing Shui closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm her irritated heart. After a few moments, she slowly opened her eyes regaining their usual calmness and composure. Ready. At the press conference, reporters from major media had been waiting impatiently for Qianing Shui's appearance. They had cameras, laptops and microphones in their hands and a look of anticipation and excitement on their faces. When Qianing Shui elegantly walked onto the stage, there was a loud applause and flashes of flashbulbs. Qianing Shui wore a smile on her face and nodded slightly to everyone. After Zhao Qian said a few fixed opening remarks, then the question and answer session between the reporters and Qianing Shui began. Throughout the entire process, Qianing Shui maintained her perfect image and coped well. The results of the most popular actresses came out some time ago, and unsurprisingly, the first place went to RMS. Qianing Shui again. Congratulations! May I ask what is your secret to maintaining such high popularity? Thank you all for your love and support. To say the secret, maybe there is no secret at all. I think it's enough to just show everyone the truest version of myself. Fans are looking forward to your return. When will you resume your activities? Thank you fans for your concern, but my body is still recovering and it may take some more time. I want to appear before the eyes of my fans in perfect condition. Can you reveal what type of work you'll be starring in next? Okay, it's about the revenge theme. Oh, may I ask if you still play the villainous villain in it? That will need to be kept under wraps for now. But I promise that the character will be a hit with the audience. Will there be a kissing scene in this new drama? How come you never do kissing scenes? I'm not too sure about the specific scene arrangement. As for never kissing scenes, because I'm a more conservative thinker, so I hope my first kiss can be given to the person I really like. So do you have a favorite now? Qianing Shui was slightly stunned. Zhao Qian saw this and hurriedly stepped forward and said, well, interview time is up. Our artists need a break, and you all have worked hard. After the press conference, Zhao Qian continued to dispatch the reporters who were not yet finished. Meanwhile, Qianing Shui's face was grim as she strutted through the corridor, her high heels tapping out a sharp rhythm on the floor. Lin Xiao followed closely behind, her heart thumping nervously, looking at Qianing Shui's look that might explode at any moment. She didn't dare to utter a single breath. Once she returned to the office, Qianing Shui quickly took off her jacket and threw it heavily on the chair. What a reporter! Truly the worst class I've ever seen. What kind of questions are being asked? Stupid and boring. She sat down in exasperation, her body sinking deeper into the chair, and then sneered, her tone full of contempt and anger. What kind of kissing scene does a villainous villain need? What kind of crooked actors are in the movie nowadays? They're all like moldy mangoes. Seeing those guys' ugly and disgusting mouths makes me want to tear them apart. Lin Xiao just stood quietly. Even her breathing became cautious. Sister Yuki is freaking out again. It's scary. After a round of venting, Qianing Shui's mood finally calmed down quite a bit. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to fully stabilize herself. Just then, the figure of a certain person surfaced in her mind, and a touch of tenderness instantly colored the bottom of her eyes. Someone does have nice lips though, she murmured curiously as she gently stroked her lips. What flavor could it be? Suddenly remembering something, Qianing Shui hastily glanced at the time. 5:55 p.m. 5 minutes left to the deadline. With her heart instantly filled with annoyance and loss again, Qianing Shui said wearily, I want to be alone for a while. Lin Xiao nodded and bowed, respectfully replying, yes. Then as if relieved, he left the office gingerly. Qianing Shui tilted her head back and leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling listlessly. The white light from the ceiling seemed a little harsh, causing her eyes to squint slightly. She questioned herself in her mind. Surely, she's still too gentle? She'd given him a chance, and he was the one who didn't appreciate it. The light in Qianing Shui's eyes gradually disappeared, and her dark eyes became obscure. She wouldn't be soft anymore. She would hold him captive and bring him to his knees with love and pain. Let him carve her mark from the inside out, from body to soul. That's right, get him and then destroy him. Just as the dark emotions in Qianing Shui's heart raged wildly, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She was pulled back to reality from her own fantasies, her brow furrowed and her tone revealing obvious displeasure. I told you to leave me alone for a while. The voice outside the door seemed shocked by her anger and paused for a moment. Then with a hint of nervousness and unease, he said carefully, I'm here to apply for a job. Hearing the familiar voice, Qianing Shui's body jolted. She rose quickly, almost jogged to the door, and opened it eagerly. Outside the door stood the very person she had been waiting for. The gloom in his heart seemed to be blown away by a fresh breeze. and those earlier evil plans instantly dissipated. Channing Shui pulled Moon Hyun-chul into the office as soon as she could and quickly closed the door before hugging him tightly. Moon Hyun-chul was overwhelmed by the sudden embrace, his hands pausing in the air for a moment, not knowing where to place them. Channing Shui buried her head in his chest, her voice filled with aggression. I thought you weren't coming. Moon Hyun-chul's heart suddenly tightened. He looked down at Channing Shui in his arms. At the moment she was like a wounded little animal seeking comfort and warmth. He hesitantly raised his hand and patted her back gently, speaking in as gentle a tone as he could. Is this not coming? Channing Shui hugged him even tighter, then suddenly raised her head and looked at him angrily with those wet eyes. Did you make me wait that long on purpose and then come to see me anxious and uncomfortable? With a tone of reproach and petulance, Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly defended himself. No, there were too many people at the door earlier and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to squeeze in, so I went ahead and did something else. Channing Shui clearly didn't believe it. She huffed and quickly pounded his chest, muttering as she did so. Excuses. You're doing it on purpose. Haven't you always hated me? You just want to take the opportunity to get back at me. You bad. Moon Hyun-chul was shocked. Is this the same crazy woman who was so horrible earlier? This moment is actually in pampering? After letting Channing Shui fool around for a while, when Xianjia grabbed her hand. Okay, stop it. The air was instantly quiet. Channing Shui frowned. Did you just yell at me? Moon Hyun-chul hastily let go of her hand and explained awkwardly. No, it's just that it's so close that it sounds a little loud. Then hastily changing the subject, he couldn't wait to ask. Ahem, when do I start work? Channing Shui sneered, her tone playful. What's the rush? You haven't even passed the entry test yet. Moon Hyun-chul asked in disbelief. What entry test? The corner of Channing Shui's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. The entry test is, she said slowly, then took his hands and put them around her waist. Touching that slender waist, Moon Hyun-chul's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Channing Shui gently traced his chin with her fingertips, and that gentle touch made his heart beat even more violently. Test how well we really fit together. Fingers continued to roam over Moon Hyun-chul's cheeks, his voice soft and seductive. Moon Hyun-chul's throat was a little dry, and his voice had a hint of huskiness. What? Test? Channing Shui smiled faintly, then cupped his face, closing her eyes and slowly moving closer. Moon Hyun-chul instantly realized what she was trying to do, and his heart instantly rose into his throat. No, it's not. It's so exciting right off the bat. A nagging feeling filled his mind, but his hands unconsciously tightened around her waist. He gritted his teeth, then closed his eyes as hard as he could and lowered his head, chanting in his mind. Damn it, just think of it as going out on a limb for ya. Chapter 26, Please teach me more. Mr. Moon. The air around them seemed to heat up as the two grew closer, their breaths intertwining and entwining with each other. Just at the moment when their lips were about to touch, there was a sharp knock on the door of the room. Channing Shui. Open the door. Brother Qian, calm down. Sister Shui is doing something big. Don't disturb her. The sudden interruption brought the two men's movements to a screeching halt. When Xianjia quickly opened his eyes, his cheeks flushed red, and he quickly loosened the hand that was originally encircling Channing Shui's waist. Channing Shui, on the other hand, closed her eyes and let out an impatient tisk. Moon Hyun-chul pulled away from her and coughed lightly in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. Better open the door first. The door to the room was opened and an angry Zhao Qian quickly rushed in. Lin Xiao followed closely behind, closing the door immediately after stepping into the room. Upon seeing Wen Xianjia, whose face was tinted with a weird red color, Zhao Qian gritted his teeth in anger and said to Channing Shui, well, I'm out here to keep you away from the press, and here you are. Here, you are. You can't afford me. Emotionally charged, he barely caught his breath, his body shook, and he almost fainted. Lin Xiao hurriedly held him up and shook his head. TSK, and age is still so easily excited. Ken brother you accident insurance bot? Zhao Qian shook Lin Xiao off. Get out. Lin Xiao shrugged her shoulders with an expression of good intentions. Zhao Qian was about to say something when Channing Shui smiled and walked to stand in front of the two before turning to Wen Xianjia and introducing him. Get to know each other. This is Zhao Qian. Agent Zhao, this is Lin Xiao. Assistant Lin. You should have met her several times already. Zhao Qian inclined his head without a good look, and Lin Xiao waved her hand in a friendly manner. Moon Hyun-chul nodded politely and without embarrassment at the two. Channing Shui walked back to Wen Xianjia's side again and continued the introduction. This is Moon Hyun-chul, my special assistant. Please take care of the two seniors in the future. Hearing the words special assistant, Zhao Qian growled in horror. What? Special assistant? Lin Xiao hurriedly plugged her ears in disgust. TSK, old age and bad ears. But the voice is quite big. Before the words left his mouth, He received a slap on the back of his head from Zhao Qian. Lin Xiao silently squatted to the corner and drew circles, muttering in a low voice, "Dead old den, not so young, but quite a temper." Zhao Qian took a deep breath and tried to smooth out the waves in his heart. He pointed at Qianing Shui with a cold smile and issued a soulful question to Wen Xianjia. "I mean, you can't really not know what she has in mind, can you? To come as a special assistant like that?" Moon Hyunchul froze and stammered in reply. It's not. So the guys know? Thousanding Shui, however, looked relaxed. She laughed softly and pulled over Moon Hyunchul's arm, then gently leaned her head on his shoulder and said in an innocent tone, "What bad thoughts can I have? I just want to have another outstanding helper like Assistant Lin around, can't I?" Her movements were intimate and natural, causing Moon Hyunchul's heart to pound. "What? Is this already a complete non-starter?" Lin Xiao was so excited to hear herself being praised that she jumped straight up. She walked over to Qianing Shui's side and raised her chin to Zhao Qian and retorted, "That's right. Sister Snow just wants one more person to help her share the work. Who are you to stand in the way?" Zhao Qian's eyes were wide open, clearly caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Qianing Shui turned her head and asked Lin Xiao with a smile, "Assistant Lin, how long have you been with me?" Lin Xiao seriously broke his fingers and calculated. "Well, 4 years and 2 months. Qianing Shui gently nodded her head, a hint of deep thought passing through her eyes. "Time flies. It's actually been 4 years. You've been working hard and attentive all these years, and it's time for you to get a promotion and a raise. Why don't you?" She gently stroked her chin as if weighing something, then suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. "Just let you be my agent?" Lin Xiao's eyes instantly lit up, and she jumped up in surprise. "Really? Great. Yuki-san, I'm going to follow you forever." Zhao Qian froze for a moment as he pointed at himself, somewhat at a loss for words. Her as an agent? Well, what about me? What about me? A trace of difficulty appeared on Qianing Shui's face. "Broker Zhao, you've been doing your best all these years, breaking your heart for. Although I'm sad to see you go, it's time for you to rest and enjoy life." She turned to Lin Xiao, her tone firm. "Agent Lin, go and help Agent Zhao with the exit procedures." Lin Xiao smiled wickedly at Zhao Qian and immediately agreed. "Okay, Sister Snow, I'll get right on it." Zhao Qian hurriedly stepped forward, his face piled with a pleasing smile. "Ha ha ha, our Yuki is really getting more and more humorous. Why are you suddenly talking about topics like resting? But I do worry you and give you a hard time a lot, don't I? I'm really over it." Qianing Shui she gently played with Moon Hyunchul's fingers and drew little love hearts on his palm, tickling Moon Hyunchul's heart. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and hastily expressed his loyalty. "No, it's not a worry at all. It's not difficult at all. Being able to work for the world's most perfect Qianing Shui is a blessing I've cultivated over several lifetimes." But Qianing Shui's gaze suddenly turned to Wen Xianjia, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in her eyes. Then he gave Zhao Qian a tangled expression. Zhao Qian rushed forward and gave Wen Xianjia a fierce compliment. At a closer look, Mr. Wen is really a talented person. At a glance, he is especially reliable and secure, worthy of being the person who once saved our Xiao Shui from 2 vicious thugs. TSK, our Xiao Shui really has a discerning eye. If you ask me, Mr. Wen is really more than suitable to be an assistant. I raise my hands and feet to agree. Qianing Shui couldn't help but laugh out softly, her head gently rubbing against Wen Xianjia's arm. "I think so." A bright light of hope instantly flashed in Zhao Qian's eyes as he continued to fawn. Mr. Wen really looks better and better. The more promising he looks. I really want to be a colleague with Mr. Wen." Qianing Shui smiled even more happily and said kindly, "Well, like this, since Agent Zhao still wants to continue to shine in his position, then I won't force you." Then he turned his head and smiled apologetically at Lin Xiao. "I'm sorry Assistant Lin, you still need to practice for a while longer. Learn more from Agent Zhao." Lin Xiao froze. "Ha? Well." Zhao Qian immediately let out an ecstatic shout. "Woohoo! Yeah." He then regained his composure and gave Moon Hyunchul a kind smile. "I'll be looking forward to your guidance in the future. Fumi, Special Assistant." Chapter 27, Can I Come to Your House? After Zhao Qian and Lin Xiao left the office, only Qianing Shui and Wen Xianjia were left in the office. Qianing Shui gently turned the chair with a wry smile on her face and said to Wen Xianjia, "Tomorrow is the first day you officially become my assistant and start working. Your first task is to take me out and have a good time relaxing." After saying that, she stretched her waist cozily, and her delicate figure was even more soft and beautiful under the light. "I've got quite a few vacations to enjoy before my wounds are fully healed, so how can I afford not to take this opportunity to get some rest?" Wen Xianjia sniffed and frowned slightly, looking at her with some confusion. "Where do you want to go and play? Just to be clear beforehand, I can't take you anywhere too far." Qianing Shui tilted her head to think. and suddenly her eyes lit up as if she had thought of some brilliant idea. I think it's going to be a good idea to play at your house. Moon Hyunchul instantly widened his eyes and refused in a hurry. My house? No way. Chen Yingshui looked at Wen Xianjia's reaction and couldn't help but laugh as she asked. Why not? Is there some secret about your family that you can't see? Wen Xianjia really didn't want to beat around the bush with Chen Yingshui, so he said bluntly, you should already know. I have a sister. She's been preparing for her midterm exams recently. It's a crucial time. She can't be disturbed. Chen Yingshui sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. Ah, so that's how it is. But if I go to your house, I might even be able to cheer her up. I'm her idol. When Xianjia looked at Chen Yingshui's serious expression and pondered slightly for a moment. Still, he shook his head and refused. No, I can't let you go to my house, let alone let her know I know you. When Chen Yingshui saw that Wen Xianjia was so resolute, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Why? I just want to visit your house. It's not like I'm going to do anything to her. Moon Hyunchul sighed and patiently explained. You don't know how annoying she usually is. If she knew I was working for you as an assistant, she'd be pestering me every day asking questions and wanting me to tell her about you. Then she wouldn't have the heart to revise. Chen Yingshui sniffed, slightly stunned, and then let out a light laugh. It looks like your sister is really a big fan of mine. Assistant man, your sister is really discerning. It makes me want to meet her even more. When Xianjia looked at Chen Yingshui's smiling appearance, and his expression remained serious, without the slightest hint of relief. Seeing this, Chen Yingshui could only helplessly skim her mouth and said, well, I know. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, she suddenly stood up and hooked Moon Hyunchul's finger, saying in a petulant tone, still, I'd like to visit your house, and I'd like to know what it's really like where you live. I promise I'll be gone before your sister gets home from school. How about that? When Xianjia looked at Chen Yingshui's eyes that were filled with anticipation, and a heartbeat went through his heart, he hesitated for a moment, but eventually compromised. That is fine, but you have to keep your word. You have to leave before she comes back. When Chen Yingshui heard this, the corner of her mouth immediately hooked up into a smug smile. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Moon Hyunchul lightly on the cheek. Don't worry, I'll be good. Remember to pick me up tomorrow, or I'll fire you. I promise. At night, Moon Hyunchul lay quietly on his bed. His eyes closed tightly, but his mind kept replaying what he had experienced during the day. To be precise, it was everything about Chen Yingshui that occupied the entirety of his thoughts. The woman had originally been mysterious, crazy, and intimidating in his mind. After today, however, he realized that she wasn't really as scary as he thought she was. Moreover, recalling certain expressions and actions of hers, Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but feel his cheeks burning, and an inexplicable feeling of affection welled up in his heart. Gee, it's kinda cute. Realizing this, Moon Hyunchul hurriedly took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. No, hurry up and go to bed. It's the first day of work tomorrow. Gradually, sleepiness began to overtake him, and he finally sank into sleep. In the meantime, Chen Yingshui lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The thought of Moon Hyuna getting all of that Moon Hyunchul's love as soon as she was born drove her crazy with jealousy. Why? Why does she get all his attention and favor so easily? And she can only suffer and endure in silence alone in this cold, dark night? Even though reason told her she should be calm and not fight with a little girl, she just couldn't help but compare. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, remembering the scene during the day that he hugged her today. His embrace was so warm. She loved the smell of him so much, loved the feeling of being held in his arms, loved, wanted to possess him, to have him all to herself, to hold him forever, to have her alone in his eyes, trying to get rid of all the guys in the way. She gripped the covers so hard that her fingertips almost penetrated the soft fabric, and blood oozed from her lips as she bit them. But if she did do that, he would never hold her as tenderly as he did today. Thinking about this, Chen Yingshui was filled with fear and uneasiness. No, she could never let that happen. Inside the bathroom, letting the icy cold water keep pouring down from the top of her head, Chen Yingshui's body temperature gradually dropped, and she regained some of her composure. Yes, it was just a sister, and he cared for her only out of blood duty. What's more, if it wasn't for Wen Xianjia back then, Wen Xianjia wouldn't have come to her rescue. Chen Yingshui hung her head low, the corner of her mouth pulling up a bitter smile. What a ridiculous fate. Yes, fate has decreed that the three of them will be entwined. A cold light flashed in her icy eyes as the clear stream of water cut through her cheeks. And, of course, fate decreed that sooner or later he would be hers alone. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight poured through the cracks in the curtains and splashed on Moon Hyunchul's face, he opened his eyes. After washing up, he saw his sister, Moon Hyun-ah, brushing her teeth, so he pretended to ask without thinking. Your afternoon dismissal time is 5:30, correct? Moon Hyuna spat out the foam in his mouth, looked at him with a puzzled expression, and nodded. Yeah, what's up? Moon Hyun-chul smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. I'm not going to my part-time job after work today. Thought I'd come back early and make you dinner. What do you want to eat? Upon hearing this, Moon Hyuna's face immediately blossomed into a surprised smile. Really? You're the best. Brother. Then she began to report the range of dishes she wanted to eat. I want cassoulet, flavored eggplant, pulled apples, and... Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but interrupt as he listened to her counting her words. Well, be careful of really eating your weight of fat. Moon Hyuna, however, retorted without a care in the world. These are low-fat foods. They're not fattening. After sending off Moon Hyuna, Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly rode on the Phoenix and went straight to the building of Light and Shadow Media. Yesterday, Channing Shui gave him a work card. With this work card, he could also take the exclusive elevator that went straight to the top floor. After arriving at the top floor office, he gently pressed the doorbell and Channing Shui's voice came from inside. Come in. Pushing open the door. When Xianjia found that Channing Shui had long been ready, and wrapped himself tightly, hat, scarf, sunglasses, masks, not forgetting, Moon Hyun-chul asked, are you going to rob a bank? Channing Shui took off her mask and huffed, Humph, go rob your house. The two then took the exclusive elevator together to the downstairs parking lot. When Channing Shui saw Moon Hyun-chul's motorcycle, an incredulous expression appeared on her face. You're just going to let me sit on this? Breathlessly, Moon Hyun-chul placed a helmet on her head. You can stand on it too. When he finished, he got on the motorcycle and patted the back seat. Come on up. Channing Shui skimmed her lips, but still carefully sat in the back seat. She leaned her body against Moon Hyun-chul's back and then hugged his waist tightly. Moon Hyun-chul's heart couldn't help but beat faster as he felt her body heat and breath. It doesn't have to be strung so tight. Thousanding Shui, however, hugged tighter and said pitifully, I'm scared. Moon Hyun-chul compromised helplessly, then started the gas. Sit tight. The motorcycle took off. Chapter 28, Bringing the Wolf into the House. Channing Shui is addicted to riding a motorcycle and wants Xianjia to take her for a ride. Channing Shui opened her arms to the wind and shouted excitedly, woohoo! It's like a roller coaster, eh? So exciting! Moon Hyun-chul warned in a hurry as he carefully drove the motorcycle. Hold on tight. I don't care if you fall. Safety first. Channing Shui obediently lowered her arms and once again tightly encircled Xianjia's waist. Instead, he wore a mischievous smile on his face and deliberately mocked. You're not a good rider. Can't you go any faster? I've heard that the Rail Masters can make motorcycles fly. When Xianjia sniffed, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Oh, that's what you said. Don't blame me if you can't stand it. The motorcycle instantly picked up speed and cut across the road like a bolt of lightning. Channing Shui didn't expect him to really accelerate, and she leaned back, almost losing her balance. She hurriedly hugged Moon Hyun-chul tightly and said angrily, slow down. I'm going to be thrown out. You're trying to murder me. Moon Hyun-chul didn't listen to her at all, and instead shouted in mock nervousness. The brakes seem to have failed again. It's over. It's going to fly out. Channing Shui was so scared that her face turned pale, and her hands even hugged Xianjia tightly with a crying tone in her voice. No way. What a piece of car you have. However, when Xianjia couldn't help but let out a low laugh in her ear. Channing Shui then reacted to the fact that she had been tricked by him and clenched her teeth in anger. Then he viciously grabbed his waist, and Moon Hyun-chul immediately stopped laughing and shouted in pain. Hiss! What are you doing? Channing Shui gently patted his wounded spot and smiled smugly. I'm sorry, the brakes on my hand are not working yet. There were scares along the way. Phoenix's energy bar, gasoline, was running out, and Channing Shui had finally had enough fun. When the motorcycle slowed to a stop, she even still felt a bit of heavenly spinning. Her feet weakened, and she almost fell down. Luckily, Moon Hyun-chul was quick on his feet and held her up in time. Channing Shui looked up at him, still a little angry, and obediently leaned directly against him. Can't walk, carry me. In the end, under Xianjia's raw pull, Channing Shui still climbed up to the 7th floor. After stepping into Xianjia's home, Channing Shui's gaze was immediately attracted by everything inside the house and looked around curiously. It's a small room, but it's well organized and every inch of space has been cleverly utilized. The furniture looked a bit older but was well polished. Thousanding Shui looked around the week before gently nodding her head with a few moments of approval in her gaze. Do you usually do all the housework? Moon Hyun-chul carefully locked the door and turned around. Speechless. Or what? Channing Shui slowly paced while continuing her inspection, not forgetting to flirt. Gee, that's really virtuous. And I don't know which woman is so lucky to have a capable husband like you. Unconsciously, Moon Hyun-chul got goosebumps all over his body. I'm going to go. How is that a conversation with Ranma? Just as when Xianjia was trying to find a topic to divert his attention, Xianing Shue's words suddenly took a turn as she stopped and looked at him seriously and said, "But don't you think it's too crowded for two people? You and your sister, in such a small house?" Moon Hyun-chul frowned slightly, raised his eyes to look around, and replied faintly, "Yeah, I thought it was kinda spacious." The corner of Qianing Shue's mouth curled up into a subtle smile. "Why don't you guys move in with me? My house is pretty big." Oh. Moon Hyun-chul froze, speechless. "No kidding. Feel free to sit down. I'm going to get a tan." With that, he turned and walked into the bathroom and began to get busy. Qianing Shui, on the other hand, stood still and muttered in a low voice, "I'm not kidding." When Xianjia came back from tanning his clothes, there was no longer a shadow of Qianing Shui in the living room. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept the door to his room was actually wide open. He rushed into the room, and Qianing Shui was indeed inside. Qianing Shui was standing in front of his closet, her eyes scanning back and forth between the various types of clothing, disgust written all over her face. "Is this what you usually wear? The color palette is uninspired, the style is plain, and it's just plain tasteless." Moon Hyun-chul stepped forward quickly and closed the closet door as soon as he could. "How do you just mess with other people's stuff?" Qianing Shui turned around and smiled mischievously. "Didn't I say I was coming to rob your house?" Then shook his head regretfully. "Unfortunately, after looking around, there's not the slightest desire for me to mug it." When Xianjia was speechless, and Qianing Shui's gaze fell on the simple white t-shirt he was wearing, as if she had discovered a new continent, Qianing Shui scrutinized it carefully. "Oops, take a closer look. Your clothes are not only old-fashioned, even the workmanship is so rough. I'm afraid that a gentle tug." Before her words fell, her hands had already grabbed both sides of his clothes, and with a crisp rip, when Xianjia's white t-shirt split, revealing his smooth, muscular upper body, "It'll just break it." Moon Hyun-chul was so stunned that he hastily reached out to protect his chest, his face reddening. "What are you doing?" A light of surprise flickered in Qianing Shui's eyes, and her slender fingers gently slid over his abs in admiration. "Wow, it's stronger and more perfect than I thought it would be." Moon Hyun-chul was so ashamed and anxious that he hurriedly grabbed her restless hands with a few pleas in his voice. "Qianing Shui, can you be a little bit more normal in someone else's house?" He was just lamenting last night that she wasn't as scary as he thought she was, and today he's giving him a hard time? Grass. Now he knew what it meant to lead the wolf into the house, and a female pervert. When Qianing Shui saw this look of shame on his face, she smiled even more brightly instead. She blinked innocently. It's your own clothes that are too unpooled. You can't blame me for all of it. However, if you are not convinced, you can try to come to tear my clothes. I guarantee they cannot be so easy to break." The voice was filled with meaningful seduction, and Moon Hyun-chul hastily let go of her hand, a blush written all over his face. "I can't believe you tried to lure me into committing a crime." He quickly pulled a new shirt from the closet and quickly changed into it with his back to Qianing Shui. Qianing Shui comforted behind him. "Okay, don't be angry. As compensation, I will compensate you for a few new clothes. 1000 Shui same jacket men's version, global limited edition. How many people want to buy still can't buy it? How about it?" Moon Hyun-chul turned around after changing his clothes, disdain written all over his face. "Che, who cares?" Then with a lurch, he asked in a rush, "Is there a women's version?" Qianing Shui covered her mouth in surprise. "Yeah, you still have that fetish?" Moon Hyun-chul hastily explained. "It's not for me to wear, it's for my sister. She likes these fancy things at her age. TSK, I don't know what's so appealing, but she seems to have grown taller again lately. It's time to buy some new clothes." Said tone and eyes became tender. The corners of Qianing Shui's mouth rose slightly as she sighed. "You're really good to your sister." Moon Hyun-chul grunted, but there was a hint of helplessness in his expression. "If I'm not nice to her, no one will be nice to her." Qianing Shui's gaze suddenly became deep. "What a good brother. You seem to be able to do anything for your sister. That's why you agreed to my invitation, right?" Moon Hyun-chul looked at her quietly for a moment and said in a flat voice. "Good to know." Qianing Shui smiled mischievously. "So no matter what I do to you, you'll accept it and put up with it, and you won't get angry or fight back, won't you?" Moon Hyun-chul hastily denied it. "Of course not. I have principles and bottom lines." Qianing Shui cocked her head. "Can't you even raise the money?" "This, principles and bottom lines are flexible." Qianing Shui suddenly hooked Moon Hyun-chul's neck and pulled him towards her. "That's good. But haven't you forgotten that yesterday's entry test hasn't been completed yet? Your performance is related to whether you stay or go." Oh. With that, she was about to kiss up when there was a sudden knock on the front door. "Hey, is anyone home? It's time to pay this month's utility bill, haha." Qianing Shui clenched her teeth angrily and yelled towards the door. Nobody. Get out. Chapter 29, Finally Kissed. Moon Hyunchul hurriedly covered Cheon Yang Seol's mouth and panically warned her with his eyes to keep quiet. Immediately, taunts came from outside the door. Oh, no one is right. Later on, we'll stop the water and electricity in your house. See if you're still arrogant. Humph. The sound of footsteps faded away, and Moon Hyunchul let go of his hand. Are you crazy? What if someone hears you? How am I crazy? I just want to kiss you. Why is anyone bothering us? Chen Yingshui was so angry that she exploded, then pushed Wen Xianjia away and went straight to the bed. I'm going to bed. Leave me alone. Moon Hyunchul looked confused. He said that he wanted to sleep, but Chen Yingshui's eyes were still wide open, clearly looking like he was deliberately gambling. Moon Hyunchul asked as he slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. Don't you want to keep kissing now? Chen Yingshui froze at the words, then sat up violently from the bed. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. What? Are you extending an invitation to me? Moon Hyunchul returned a teasing smile. You're the one who said it was an entry test and it's about whether I stay or go. A complex emotion flashed through Chen Yingshui's eyes. Fair enough. With that, she suddenly reached out and cupped his chin, forcing him to meet her eyes, then slowly moved closer towards him. But don't let me down. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and Chen Yingshui suddenly closed her eyes. Moon Hyunchul looked at her gradually reddening cheeks and the slender eyelashes that kept fluttering, and could clearly feel the trembling of her hands. Moon Hyunchul seems to have suddenly realized something. Was this guy's earlier strong performance just a bluff? After a few moments of stalemate, Moon Hyunchul finally couldn't hold back and quickly planted a soft kiss on her lips. In an instant, Chen Yingshui's brain exploded with a bang. Her eyes snapped open and she hastily pushed him away, putting distance between them. You. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her cheeks were so red that it seemed as if they could drip blood. Moon Hyunchul's heartbeat also accelerated a bit, and his eyes flickered as he avoided her gaze. This should do it, right? Chen Yingshui only felt her cheeks rolling and her heart beating wildly. The brain also felt a little starved of oxygen from the sudden stimulation, and his throat was so parched that he could hardly speak. Water. She finally squeezed the word out with difficulty, her voice thin. Moon Hyunchul somewhat missed her words and asked in confusion. What? Chen Yingshui lowered her eyes and covered her burning cheeks with her hands, her voice even lower. I want some water. It was then that Moon Hyunchul came to his senses and nodded his head in a hurry. Oh, I'll get you some water. After saying that, he hurriedly got up and walked out of the room, leaving Chen Yingshui alone to fall on the bed and bury her face deep into the pillow. This guy, more daring than I thought. Chen Yingshui laughed to herself in her heart, but the corners of her mouth couldn't be pressed down at all. But, will that make me look like a wimp? Chen Yingshui drank the water that Wen Xianjia brought over in one go, then gently wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, her mood finally calming down quite a bit. She handed the cup back to Moon Hyunchul and cleared her throat. Expressionless. Although the performance is average, but barely count you through. You have to do more in the future. Moon Hyunchul took the cup and laughed. Thanks, boss. As soon as the words left his mouth, the lights in the room suddenly went out, and the entire space was suddenly darkened. Moon Hyunchul was first startled, then immediately reacted. No way. That old Wang guy really stopped the water and electricity. He turned on the desk lamp on his desk and rummaged through the drawer to find the utility card and said to Chen Yingshui, I'm going out to pay the utility bills. And you're not going anywhere. You hear me? Chen Yingshui asked with grudging eyes. Is that an order? Moon Hyunchul hastily explained. No, we don't have good security in this part of the country, and it would be dangerous for you to go out alone. There was a pause to add. I'm worried about you. The corners of Chen Yingshui's mouth rose slightly as she wrapped her arms around her chest and reluctantly agreed. Oh, okay. Before leaving, Moon Hyunchul did not forget to emphasize. And don't go through my stuff. It's all dirt and old stuff that means nothing. Chen Yingshui rolled her eyes breathlessly. No. Yo, ain't nobody home? As soon as he arrived at the payment office, the old king in charge of collecting utility bills flirted with Wen Xianjia. Can't see how you kid. Actually bring a woman to the house, huh? I thought you didn't have that side of the demand. Then did I just disturb your good thing, TSK? No wonder the opposite fire is so big. My fault, he said and slapped his face. Snapping. Moon Hyunchul explained with a smile while handing over the utility card. Not one, all is a misunderstanding. Home on my own. Just in the open voice to play pesticide. I asked the shooter to buy a resurrection armor. Later to play the group. She did not know what to eat the gunpowder back to me, no. Roll. Then the defense tower single kill back to the spring hang up. Now players can really know quality. The old king nodded his head in disbelief. So, but what kind of resurrection armor does a shooter buy? It's going to die anyway. Might as well buy an anti-armor to resist the beating for a little while longer. Moon Hyunchul was shocked. Ha! Old Wan looked contemptuous. Ah, what ah? Don't you know about the latest, pickled chicken claw stream? When Xianjia shook his head, the old king a moment to come, began to seriously and he popularized the recent super hot pesticide black technology sets. Moon Hyunchul finally got away from the old king and as soon as he returned home and opened the door to his room, a pillow hit him in the face. What took you so long? Xianing Shui huffed and grumbled as she took a pillow and slammed it on him one after another. Your room is too small, dark and cramped. It makes me claustrophobic to stay here. Moon Hyunchul grabbed the pillow breathlessly. Okay, stop it. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you. Xianing Shui was instantly diverted and surprised. Really? Really? Name the dish. Xianing Shui nodded seriously, then smiled delicately, her fingertips gently poking his chest. Don't try to change the subject. Shouldn't you take some punishment for leaving me alone for so long? The knot in Moon Hyunchul's throat rolled and he hastily took her hand. No more tearing my clothes. They're innocent. Just then, there was the sound of the lock being turned at the front door. Then a familiar voice rang out. Why is the light on in the living room? Brother, are you home? Chapter 30, Sleeping Together. When Xianjia's heart tightened violently, and Xianing Shui's movements froze in an instant, the sound of footsteps gradually approaching. When Xianjia could not think too much, a hand pushed Xianing Shui to the bed, and he himself followed. A rolling movement quickly lay on it. As soon as he pulled back the covers, he wrapped the two of them tightly in them. He hugged Xianing Shui, who was still struggling slightly, and lowered his voice. Don't move. Just then, the door to the room was opened. As soon as Moon Hyun-ah entered the door, his eyes fell on Moon Hyunchul who was lying on his side on the bed, wrapping himself up like a dumpling. A look of surprise mixed with disbelief crossed her face. Brother? Are you sick? Moon Hyunchul coughed lightly, trying to sound more natural. No, just a little sleepy. I'll be fine after a nap. But yeah, why are you back so early today? Ah, the last two classes of the day were cleaned and it wasn't our group that cleaned, so it was an early dismissal. Moon Hyun-ah explained, with a hint of relief and joy in her tone, but her eyes still revealed a few moments of worry about her brother's physical condition. But brother, you don't look too good. Xianing Shui under the quilt was pressed tightly against Wen Xianjia's chest, and could clearly feel his heartbeat accelerating due to his nervousness. Suddenly playful, she mischievously probed her hand inside his shirt and gently stroked his warm skin, and Moon Hyunchul immediately shuddered. Looking at Moon Hyunchul's expression that suddenly became pained, Moon Hyun-ah rushed forward with worry and anxiety in her eyes. Are you really okay, brother? Do you want to go see a doctor? Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth and forced a smile. It's okay. The bed is so comfortable. I don't want to get up when I go to sleep, ha. Xianing Shui's hand continued to roam around his body like a nimble little snake, causing Wen Xianjia to shudder and tense up. He felt his body start to heat up, but all he could do was clench his teeth and pray that Moon Hyun-ah would hurry up and get out. But when Xianjia suddenly sniffed the air, her brows furrowed and a hint of doubt appeared on her face. Why does it smell good? Moon Hyunchul was shocked in his heart and hurriedly explained. Ah, I met a perfume seller on the way home and had to let me try it and sprayed a few sprays on me. It'll be fine after a while with the windows open. When Xianjia looked at him suspiciously, then at the quilt he was tightly wrapped in, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Brother, are you hiding something from me? When Xianjia's heart instantly rose to his throat, and he hurriedly hugged Xianing Shui in his arms even tighter. Xianing Shui was strangled with some pain and angrily bit his chest through his clothes. Moon Hyunchul ate the pain but didn't dare to make a sound, so he could only take a deep breath and force himself to say, what can I hide from you? It's just that after I slept in the day before yesterday, I completely fell in love with this feeling. Ha ha, sleeping is really too good. It's so cool. Me, I want to sleep a little bit more. In my life, I haven't wanted to sleep so much as I want to sleep right now. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable guilt surged through Wen Xianjia's heart. She looked at her brother's exhaustion and her heart was filled with self-blame and heartache. Yes, her brother works so hard for her every day that he can't even sleep well. It was so hard to have a chance to rest, but he was actually bothering him with his own ramblings, so he really didn't know any better. She apologized. Then rest well, brother. I won't bother you. Then, with a confident smile, she continued, I'll cook tonight. Let brother taste my handiwork. I'll call you when it's done. Moon Hyun-ah left the room and the door was gently closed. Moon Hyunchul still didn't dare to relax. It wasn't until the sound of pots and pans clattering in the kitchen that Moon Hyunchul truly breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted the quilt, and Xianing Shui raised her head, and although she looked at him with apologies, her hand was still underneath his clothes, unwilling to take it out. Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth and said word for word, gotta add money. When Xianjia hurriedly got out of bed and after carefully locking the door to the room, he returned to the bedside and whispered to Qianingshui, "Later, I'll go to the kitchen and stall my sister, so you'll take the opportunity to get out, and then I'll excuse myself to go out and get groceries to take you back." When Qianingshui heard this, instead of being ready to get up, she tugged on his arm as she gently shook her head, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. "No, I want to sleep with you." Shocked, Moon Hyunchul hurriedly lowered his voice again and said, "What's the sleep now?" Qianingshui smiled even more happily and patiently explained, "Didn't you just say that you're super into sleeping now, and that sleeping is awesome? But what's the point of sleeping alone? So I'll sleep with you." With that, he laid down, and made a point of patting the empty seat beside him, his face full of anticipation. "Come on." Moon Hyunchul was silent. Qianingshui suddenly sat up straight, surprise written all over her face. "Ah, does it mean that you find just sleeping too boring and want to do something else more interesting and enjoyable?" Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. "Oh, the best thing to do right now is to throw you out of here." Qianingshui's fingers gently rested on the back of his hand and then went upward little by little. She tilted her head back to look at him, her smiling eyes soft with a bit of mockery and teasing. "Are you inexperienced? It's okay, I'm inexperienced too. We can explore together." Oh. The corners of Moon Hyunchul's mouth suddenly rose as he smoothly sat down and propped his hands on either side of her body, then slowly approaching her ear, he said in a voice only she could hear, "Yeah." Qianingshui froze and blinked incredulously, as if she couldn't believe her ears for a bit. As if guessing her thoughts, Moon Hyunchul whispered again, "I say yes, let's explore things that are better and more fun than sleeping together." A hot breath brushed against Qianingshui's white and delicate neck, and when Xianjia clearly saw her cower back a bit, her ears then immediately turned red and her hands had a death grip on the sheets. Moon Hyunchul smiled smugly and deliberately came closer. "But the room is narrow and dark, and I'm afraid you'll get claustrophobic halfway through your exploration." Qianingshui instantly jerked out of her nervousness and shyness and violently pushed him away, shame and indignation written all over her face. "Asshole." Moon Hyunchul hastily reached out to cover her mouth. "Keep it down, then listen alertly for movement outside the door." Qianingshui forcefully broke his hand, stood up, and said coldly while straightening her messed up clothes, "You go to the kitchen. No need to drop me off. I'll have Assistant Lin pick me up." Although Moon Hyunchul was happy in his heart, he still made a polite comment without showing any emotion. "Oh, well, I'll walk you downstairs then." Qianingshui glared at him without any good humor, but did not refuse. "Humph, hurry up and get to the kitchen first." So Moon Hyunchul first went to the kitchen to review Moon Hyuna's cooking progress, and then opened the refrigerator and was surprised to find that there were no more dishes. Then he logically said, "I'm going to the market to buy some food, Xiaoya. If you're hungry, you can eat by yourself first, don't wait for me," and quickly left the scene. After escorting Qianingshui out of the neighborhood, Lin Qian arrived just in time by car. When Xianjia attentively escorted Qianingshui to the car, "You take care." Qianingshui, however, rolled down the window and sneered at when Xianjia, "I'll pay you for the clothes I tore, but given how many times you've teased your boss today, the raise is off the table." Lin Xiao in the driver's seat hurriedly turned her head around with a stunned expression. "Really doing something big? Your clothes are torn. Sister Shui, you're too fierce. Teasing, or multiple times. I didn't expect that you, Special Assistant 1, with your thick eyebrows, are actually a fierce man." When Xianjia immediately started bargaining with Qianingshui. "Ha, then what about the injury you got from biting me? You'll have to pay for the medical bills, right? You're the one who hurt me first, and you deserve it." "When did I hurt you? Don't accuse me falsely." "When? I'm breaking my back when you're hugging me." "Okay." Lin Xiao, the veteran driver on the side, blushed as she listened. "No, you two are having so much fun on your first time? But can you guys pay attention to my feelings when you review? And when you grabbed my hand, when you covered my mouth, when you pushed me onto the bed, couldn't you have moved a little more gently?" Moon Hyunchul immediately felt a little weak and slowly lowered his head. "Okay, I was wrong. No medical bills, just pay for my clothes." Qianingshui rolled up the window angrily and leaned hard against the seat. "Drive." The car sailed away, and Moon Hyunchul finally breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. But after spending so much time together today, he seemed to have discovered Qianingshui's true colors. Although flirting and teasing him was always a snap and very confident, all he had to do was take the slightest initiative and she was instantly overwhelmed. That's right, this is clearly the legendary, high attack, low defense. Moon Hyunchul suddenly smiled evilly. He finally figured out how to deal with her. Do unto others as they have done unto them. She's perverted. He's more perverted than she is. Chapter 31, Her First Kiss? Moon Hyunchul, who had discovered the secret to victory, returned home full of joy. Moon Hyuna cocked his head in confusion as he looked at him with two empty hands. Brother, where are the groceries you bought? Moon Hyunchul instantly woke up. How did I forget about this? He even smiled awkwardly. Ha ha, went out and forgot my wallet and cell phone. You don't even know how embarrassed I was when I put my choices back one by one. Moon Hyuna frowned with a look of contempt. Then what are you so happy about? Moon Hyunchul walked up and happily stroked her head. I'm glad that our Xiaoya is getting more and more understanding. She knows how to cook for her brother. Moon Hyuna's face flushed slightly, then moved back a step in disgust. Then go wash your hands for dinner. I'm starving. At the dinner table, Moon Hyunchul kept on chucking in dishes while praising Moon Hyuna's handiwork. Our Xiaoya is really good at cooking. Not bad for growing up on brother's cooking. Moon Hyuna hummed proudly. Barely. I do think this choked cabbage could have been stir-fried a little longer. Moon Hyunchul gave her a thumbs up. Our little y'all are awesome and know how to lean. Moon Hyuna's nose was turned up to the sky. Oh, cut the ass kissing and hurry up and eat you. With that, she suddenly pulled out her cell phone and opened a certain video. By the way, I haven't read Yuki's interview from 2 days ago. Moon Hyuna stood her cell phone in front of her and focused on it while eating. Moon Hyunchul reached out and snapped her phone to the desktop in serious criticism. How many times have I told you not to look at your cell phone during dinner? Moon Hyuna defiantly stood the phone up again and raised his chin arrogantly at Moon Hyunchul. Eat what I cook and stay out of what I do. Moon Hyunchul immediately sucked in a breath. Against all odds, the Won family's little sister dares to devour her brother. A reporter's question came over the phone. Will there be a kissing scene in this new drama? How come you never do kissing scenes? On the screen, Xianing Shui maintained her smile and said slowly, I'm not too sure about the specific scene arrangement. As for never kissing scenes, because I'm a more conservative thinker, so I hope my first kiss can be given to the person I really like. Moon Hyunchul's chewing stopped for a moment. He instantly remembered the gentle mark he had left on Xianing Shui's lips this afternoon. That wouldn't be her first kiss, would it? Moon Hyunchul's heart instantly beat wildly. The fluttering eyelashes of Xianing Shui, her blushing face, and her slightly trembling body immediately came back to mind. With his heart beating more and more violently and a tightness in his throat, Moon Hyunchul hastily poured a glass of water to drink in an attempt to quench the inexplicable burning thirst. Moon Hyuna hugged her cell phone with a relieved expression and couldn't stop sighing. That's a great answer, Yuki. But it's not about being conservative. It's about being loyal to love. The same goes for my first kiss. Only to someone I really like. Moon Hyunchul barely managed to spit out a mouthful of water. He hastily pulled a tissue, wiped his mouth, and raised his eyes to ask. Ahem. What did you say? You have a favorite person? Who? Tell brother. I'll help you counsel. Moon Hyuna's small face reddened and she replied with a puff of air. No, brother, do you have bad ears? I'm just showing my view on love. I don't like those guys in my class. Moon Hyunchul stared straight at him in complete disbelief. Moon Hyuna explained angrily once again. I really didn't. If you don't believe me, forget it. Moon Hyunchul sighed and shook his head helplessly. I don't mean to criticize you. At your age, it's a normal phenomenon for love affairs to begin. If you really have a crush on a classmate, you don't need to feel ashamed or anything. If you have any emotional problems, you must tell your brother, and he will help you to solve them together. Don't ever hold it in your heart all by yourself. Moon Hyuna suddenly snorted out a laugh. Moon Hyunchul frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Moon Hyuna tried to be serious, but the corners of his mouth couldn't be pressed down. You're someone who's never been in love, and you're here to teach me how to deal with relationships. Brother, you're too humorous. Moon Hyunchul instantly received a 10,000 point blitz. He gritted his teeth and quickly plowed through the bowl of rice as when Xianya scoffed, then set the bowl down with a handful of chopsticks. Eat first regardless, wash the dishes later. Chapter 32, The 3000s of the Thousand Families. Xianing Shui had Lin Shallow drive her directly back to the Qian family's villa. Because, today is a rare day when the families of the Thousand Families gather together. Qian Jun, the president of the Qian group, his wife, Yip Yuan Young, and the three daughters known as the Three Daughters of the Thousand Families. Qian Lanin, Qian Mengqi, Qianing Shui. Among them, Qian Lanin and Qian Mengqi were born to Yi Wanrong. Qianing Shui, on the other hand, was the orphan of Qian Jun's friend and was not related to him by blood. In the spacious and bright dining room, the table was filled with all kinds of food, colorful and mouth-watering. The atmosphere at the table, however, seemed a little dreary, and everyone said nothing. The calm-faced, deep-eyed Qian Jun sat on the main seat of the dining table, exuding low pressure. Yi Wanrong raised her eyes from time to time to observe Qian Jun's expression. Chimaniki looked distracted. Qilanin lazily ate with one bite. Only Qianing Shui kept her elegant posture, eyes hanging down as she focused on eating the food in front of her. Yi Wanrong barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she asked Qian Shui, "Ing Shui, why do you have such a good appetite today?" Qian Shui raised her head and smiled faintly. "I'm in a good mood today, so my appetite is following suit." Yi Wanrong smiled gently. "Good appetite is a good thing, but you do stars. Body management can be more important than anything. Now figure a momentary craving to eat more. The back do not know how much exercise you have to do." A hint of displeasure flashed in Qian Juan's eyes, but he still interrupted Yi Wanrong in a calm tone. "Ing Shui has just suffered a serious injury. During the recovery period, replenishing nutrition is most important. What do you care about your figure?" Yi Wanrong hurriedly smiled awkwardly. "Ha ha, that's true. Look at my brain." Qilanin couldn't help but roll her eyes at her mother. Qian Jun looked at the silk scarf wrapped around Qian Shui's neck and asked with concern, "Ing Shui, how's the neck wound?" Qian Shui stopped her hand movements and replied with a smile, "It's scabbed over and I'm sure it will heal soon." Qi Jun nodded as if relieved and said, "Although the masterminds behind those 3 kidnappers were not found, I hired the best lawyer in Xia City to get them the heaviest sentence, and they'll be spending the rest of their lives in jail. I've also recently identified a few good bodyguards. From tomorrow onwards, wherever you go, bring them with you, so I can also feel more at ease." Qian Shui was filled with surprise and politely declined. "Dad, there's no need to bother so much. I don't need a bodyguard. It's usually enough to have my assistant and agent following me around." The corner of Qianlanian's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and her eyes were filled with teasing intent. "Dad's peace of mind. You'd better accept it. If you meet any thugs again someday, you can also have a guarantee, so that Dad will not be busy in the company and have to worry about your business every day." Qianjuan's face sank as he sniffed, and there were a few hints of displeasure in his voice. "Lan Yin, how can you say that?" Seeing this, Yi Wanrong hurriedly came out to round up the situation. "The child's father, Lan Yin, is usually this straight. You are not unaware of this. She is also caring for her own sister." Qian Lanin just rolled her eyes disdainfully at this and didn't say anything more. Qian Shui let out a light laugh. "Dad, Mom, and Sis, I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't want to get too high profile. And," she paused briefly, as if weighing her next words, "I've been thinking about the question lately. Should I quit acting after I get this year's Dasha Actress of the Year?" These words were like thunder from the ground, causing the entire atmosphere at the table to freeze in an instant. Qi Jun asked eagerly with a puzzled look on his face. "Ing Shui, what did you say? You want to quit acting? Why?" It was important to realize that the Thousand Group was once just an insignificant one among the many groups in Summer City. However, with the popularity and influence of Qian Shui, the group has gained countless business opportunities, and its social status and reputation have risen, especially with this kidnapping incident. The heat and stock price of the Qian Group soared. The importance of Qian Shui to the Qian clan group was self-evident. Although Yi Wanron was secretly happy in her heart, she still asked with concern, "Yes, Ing Shui, you're only so young. Why are you thinking of retiring? If Qian Shui really retired, wouldn't Qian Mengqi's good days come?" Chimaniki is also an actress. However, as the same actor, Qian Shui is a household name and a national goddess, the top stream of the entertainment industry, and Qian Mengqi could only barely squeeze into the first tier, still managed to maintain under the big money slammed by Qian's group. Hearing that Qian Shui was going to withdraw from the circle, Qian Mengqi was of course happy and couldn't wait to celebrate by banging gongs and drums and setting off firecrackers. She asked carefully, trying to restrain the joy that was turning over inside her. "Yeah, you're at the peak of your career. Why would you want to retire?" Even Qilanin eased her attitude and raised an eyebrow. He, are you really that desperate? It's a pity that a generation of national goddesses is about to disappear from public view. Qilanin used to be a pop singer and had a great time. However, she rarely attends events and programs in the past few years, and has gradually faded out of the limelight. In the face of her family's ardent concern, Qian Shui's eyes shone with a touching light. She took a deep breath and said slowly, "Well, I know that this decision may be a bit ridiculous, but, since my debut, I've really experienced too many accidents." A wigwam on the edge of a cliff suddenly snapped, a gentle horse suddenly lost control of itself during filming, and even the bombs used for props turned out to be real bombs. I survived every single one of them, but this kidnapping has really made it a little hard for me to recover. As she said that, she raised her hand with palpitations and gently touched the silk scarf around her neck, her eyes gradually darkening as if she was still immersed in that fear. "I really don't know how many more of these dangers I will encounter in the future if I remain in this circle." Qianjun frowned tightly while Yu Wanrong couldn't wait to chime in. "Yes, this circle is too complicated. Danger is everywhere. To be honest, I also thought of letting Kiki get away from this place of wrongdoing earlier." The corners of Qian Shui's mouth hooked slightly before revealing a relieved smile. She looked to the crowd with determination in her eyes. But I've figured it out now. Although this circle is full of dangers, seeing that you guys care about me so much makes me feel like I'm full of strength again. With your support, no matter how much danger I encounter, I will definitely continue to persevere in this circle. The smiles of Yi Wanrong's mother and daughter instantly froze on their faces. For his part, Shi Jun nodded gratefully, his eyes filled with pride and encouragement. That's right, Ying Shui. Just don't worry and move forward boldly. Dad and the entire Qian clan will always support you. Qian Ying Shui was moved to agree. Aha! Shi Jun still seemed a bit uneasy and confirmed once again. But the bodyguard thing, you really don't think about it anymore? Qian Ying Shui asked after thinking about it. Then, I would like to search for the right person myself. Is that okay? After all, bodyguards are meant to be followed closely. So I think it's better to choose my own for peace of mind. Shi Jun raised his eyebrows in some surprise. Choose by yourself? The bodyguards that I took the trouble to find for you that were all chosen by thousands. The elite of the elite, every one of them had followed a number of big names, experienced and capable. I really don't feel assured that you chose them yourself. Qian Shui hung her eyes in thought for a moment, then smiled gently. Dad, I understand your good intentions and appreciate them. However, since it's my own security, I'd like to have some autonomy. How about this? When I find a candidate I think is suitable, I'll arrange for him to have a fair match with the person you found for me, and whoever is better, whether it's in terms of actual combat ability or overall quality, will be my bodyguard. How's that? This will both reassure you and honor my choice. When Xian Jun heard these words, he first froze for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth also slowly rose, revealing an approving smile. Alright, since you're so confident, I'd like to take a good look at what kind of a powerful character you can find out. Chapter 33, Returning to the Underground Boxing Ring. After dinner, Xian Jun went back to the company to take care of business, while Chen Yingxue went back to the apartment she lived in. Only Yi Wanrong mother and daughter were left behind in the Thousand family. Xian Mengqi stood in the center of the living room, her fingers unconsciously gripping the valuable dress on her body, anxiety and cynicism written all over her face as she chattered. Qian Yingxue, why backtracked again? If I had known, I wouldn't have said those words pretending to care. It's really disgusting to me. Damn it. When will she really quit the entertainment industry? When will she get out of the Qian family? When will she truly disappear from my eyes? With every word, the force in her hand increased by 1 point, and Yu Wanrong rushed forward to stop her. This dress is a limited edition by the master designer Jones. There are only 2 in the world. Don't rip it. Chimaniki's eyes widened in horror. 2 pieces? Why are there 2 pieces? Didn't I say that all my things are unique? Why are there 2 pieces? Where's the other one? Where is it? It's not at Qian Yingshue's place, is it? With that, she tore up the fine dress on her body even more frantically. No, I can't have this dress. The paparazzi will catch it and say I'm taking after her again. Yu Wanrong pressed her hand hard, with a few hints of hatred in her tone. It's not at her place. Chimaniki, wake up. On the side, Xian Lanin looked speechlessly at the 2 people arguing in front of her. It's really hard to admit that the people who are so stupid are my mom and my sister. She took a deep breath, trying to divert her attention from this pointless argument, and opened her mouth to ask. That being said, who could be behind this kidnapping? Do you have a clue? At those words, the 2 stopped arguing, and when they met Xian Lanin's questioning gaze, Qian Mengqi frowned. What are you looking at me for? I didn't do it. Qian Lanin shifted her gaze to Yi Wanrong again, who also raised her eyebrows incredulously. Ha, you're doubting me? How could I possibly do such a thing? Qi Lanin sneered. Yes? Yi Wanrong looked a little weak and hurriedly looked for a remedy. Even if she's annoying, she's still your sister, and while it's hard for me as a mom to treat everyone the same, I'm not going to kill her. Qi Lanin couldn't help herself a bit. It won't hurt? But if I remember correctly, the original Weia incident. Shut up. Yi Wanrong's face instantly turned pale and hurriedly interrupted her. Qi Lanin, however, continued regardless. At that time, the wyvern broke off and Qian Yingxue fell directly off the cliff, causing severe intracranial damage. And the doctors all said that it was very likely that she wouldn't be able to wake up for the rest of her life. Can't this be considered as a painful killing? Qian Mengqi was dumbfounded by what she heard and looked at Yi Wanrong incredulously. Mom, so, that's what you had someone do? Yi Wanrong hurriedly pulled over Qian Mengqi's hand and tried to defend herself. Kiki, listen to me. I was, at the time. Then why not be thorough? Why didn't she end up dead? Chimaniki angrily shook off her hand and yelled hysterically. If she had died then, I wouldn't have to live now. Suddenly, as if she realized something, her eyes glowed wildly. That's right. Chen Yingshui doesn't need to quit the circle or get out of the Chen family. She just needs to die. Looking at her daughter's frenzied appearance, Yi Wanrong clenched her teeth and whispered, "If she does die, your father won't let me go." That's right. When Xian Yingshui suffered an accident, Xian Jun immediately found someone to investigate, and soon found out that the mastermind behind it was Yi Wanrong. He coldly warns her that Xian Yingshui is very important to the Chen group, and if he strikes out at her again, don't blame him for not remembering the many years of conjugal love. At the mention of Qian Jun, Qian Mengqi's eyes became dull as she shook her head, finding it difficult to accept this fact. Won't leave you alone? How could Dad say such a thing? How could he say such a thing? Does he really care that much about that outsider? Yi Wanrong hurriedly stroked Qian Mengqi's hair tenderly and comforted her. Your father is a shrewd man. He just treats her as a money tree. That's why I don't bother with her anymore. Isn't it good that she can make more money for the Qian family? Your father's favorite is always the two of you. The Thousand Family's billion-dollar fortune will be yours sooner or later. Hearing these words, Qian Mengqi's mood seemed to be somewhat calmed. She tugged at the corner of her mouth and muttered, "That's right. Qian Yingshui is nothing more than a tool person to make money for us. Why should I care about her? If she earns more money, it's all mine in the end. That is to say, she's actually working for me now? Ha 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 ha." Yi Wanrong smiled in relief. That's the point. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. Look at how much weight you've lost lately. Qian Mengqi muttered a bit angrily. I can't eat when I think of that. Can I not lose weight? On the side, Shilan Yin was in deep thought. Not made by Mom. So who could be behind this kidnapping? After a month or so, Moon Hyunchul is back in the underground boxing ring. While the bookstore doesn't have to do its real job, a part-time job can certainly be juggled. Old acquaintances from the boxing ring recognized him at once and gathered around. A burly man with a full beard snickered. Yo, if it isn't our winning streak champion. What's the matter? You finally come back? We thought you'd found a better place and forgotten all about us old buddies. Another small man with a thin build and sly eyes chimed in. Ha ha, that's right. When Xianjia, where the hell have you been all this time? Did you find some new way to get rich? That's why you didn't show up for so long? Hurry up and reveal it to your brothers, so that we can also get some light. Moon Hyunchul shook his head helplessly, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Where is the way to get rich? Recently the body is a little uncomfortable. Home rest for a period of time. As you know, in our line of work, the body is the capital. Mustn't we take good care of it? Just as the crowd was talking, a panicked figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and headed straight for Wen Xianjia. That's Zhang Chang, the military advisor to Golden Dragon, the owner of the underground boxing ring. Who? Aunt Grandpa, you're finally back. Zhang Chang stopped panting in front of Wen Xianjia, a flash of anxiety and joy in his eyes. Brother Long hasn't seen you for a long time. He misses you to death, and chants your name every day. Without waiting for Wen Xianjia to react, Zhang Chang took him by the arm and hurriedly walked towards Jin Long's office. However, just as he stepped into the door of the office, a group of big men dressed in black with menacing faces quickly surrounded him and firmly controlled Wen Xianjia in place. Golden Dragon sat behind a wide desk with a cigar in his mouth, exhaling smoke ring after smoke ring. Ha! Finally, he slammed the table and stood up with undisguised excitement, shouting at Zhang Chang. Ha ha! Hurry up and contact young Master Xiao. That ungrateful kid who beat him up has finally been caught by us. Chapter 34, 3 Men, 1 Drama. When Xiao Qicheng received the news and hurriedly rushed to the scene in front of him surprised him. Moon Hyunchul was tied up 5 ways with thick ropes and couldn't move. Xiao Qicheng was so shocked that he couldn't help but roar out in anger. Who told you guys to tie him up? Didn't I tell you not to move him? When Golden Dragon saw this, although there were a few moments of disbelief in his heart, he still barely managed to squeeze out a sardonic smile. No, we're just keeping him in one piece, waiting for you to come and teach him a lesson. Xiao Qicheng sniffed. His face grew more and more gloomy. His teeth clenched as he ordered word by word. Immediately, release him. When the Golden Dragon heard this, he was first stunned. Then, as if he understood something, an expression of sudden realization appeared on his face. Oh, so the young master can't wait to have another match with this brat so that he can wipe out his previous shame. Thus, Jin Long hurriedly signaled his men to loosen the ropes and release Moon Hyunchul, while not forgetting to desperately wink at him. The chance to redeem yourself has arrived. Don't spoil the young master's fun again. Looking behind Xiao Qicheng's empty back, Golden Dragon was puzzled. Young master, why did you come alone? Where are those attendants of yours? Xiao Qicheng squinted at him. None of your business. The Golden Dragon hurriedly hung its head resentfully. Oh, you're the young master. You're marvelous. You're noble. When Xianjia moved his sorely bound tendons and flirted with Xiao Qicheng. If you don't come, I'm going to be thrown down the drain and fed to the rats by them. Golden Dragon chimed in with a smug smile. Yes, Why don't you quickly thank young Master Xiao? The adults have the generosity to spare you this time. Before the words fell, Xiao Qiqing took an arrow step forward, jumped up and gave Jin Long a loud slap. He's talking to me, why are you interrupting? Golden Dragon was dazed by the blow, his hand covering the back of his head and apologizing repeatedly with a bitter smile on his face. Yes, 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 I'm being talkative. Damn, it's been a long time. Why is this young Master Chicken's temper getting weirder and weirder? Heck, it's getting more and more like his asshole old man. No less. On the other hand, looking at Wen Xianjia, who was forcibly holding back his laughter, Xiao Qiqing raised his eyebrows in triumph. You go ahead and get out. I'll take care of the rest. Moon Hyunchul smiled and waved at the crowd. Then I'll take my leave? The crowd looked at Moon Hyunchul's departing back in horror, and Jin Long was even so shocked that he was incoherent, stuttering and asking, Young Master, you let him go so easily? Xiao Qiqing cleared his throat and his expression became unusually serious. Listen up, all of you. From now on, no one is allowed to bring up the matter of the last competition again, much less find trouble with him. Anyone who dares to cross him is crossing me, Xiao Qiqing, and my father. Is that clear? At those words, the Golden Dragon was shocked. No, young Master Xiao, are you shaking with adoration? This kid punched you in the face in the first place, so you've lost face. Golden Dragon couldn't figure it out, but he could only keep nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, yes, got it. After leaving the underground boxing ring, Xiao Qiqing only felt refreshed. Thinking back to the valiant manner in which he had just acted, Xiao Qiqing couldn't help but lift his bangs. Is this the legendary 2 for a friend? I'm awesome. Looking around but not seeing the figure, Xiao Qiqing's hot blood gradually went cold. People come and go on the sidewalk. Standing at the traffic light, Xiao Qiqing but some melancholy. Suddenly, he tilted his head condescendingly and grunted in disdain. Oh, when did that kind of pariah deserve to be my young master's friend? Joke. It's already green. Aren't you going to pass? A familiar voice came from behind him. Xiao Qiqing had a jolt and turned around in a hurry. Seeing Wen Xianjia's face, Xiao Qiqing clenched his teeth with mixed emotions. It's none of your business if I pass or not. Moon Hyunchul didn't get angry and smiled slightly at him. In that case, I'll be off then. I'm meeting a friend for dinner. Just as he took a step, he was stopped by Xiao Qiqing. Wait. Arriving in front of a small, seemingly insignificant restaurant, Xiao Qiqing stopped in his tracks, and he frowned in disgust. Is this where you said you'd eat? It's not as big as my toilet. Moon Hyunchul introduced. The owner of this place is a rare and honest man. He insists on not using pre-made dishes. Every dish is made fresh to order. If you order takeout in the future, remember to order this one. When you walk into the restaurant, a striking red color instantly catches your eye. It turned out to be Fan Xingjie, who had dyed his hair from yellow to red. Seeing Wen Xianjia followed by a thin-skinned kid beside him, a trace of doubt flashed in Fan Xingjie's eyes. Moon Hyunchul stepped forward and introduced himself. This is Fan Xingjie, my friend. Freelancer, this is Xiao Qiqing. He turned his head and asked Xiao Qiqing, by the way, what do you do for a living? Xiao Qiqing raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a bit of smugness. I don't have to work. I'll just inherit my father's family fortune in the future. With that, he swaggered into a sitting position. Looking at Xiao Qiqing's smelly look, Fan Xingjie laughed meaningfully. Inherit the family fortune? So you're the young master of a family? Xiao Qiqing looked Fan Xingjie up and down, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in disdain. Ha, it's good to see. Fan Xingjie corrected with a slight smile. It's not eye contact, it's empathy between kindred spirits. Xiao Qiqing looked puzzled. Resonance between kindred spirits? Fan Xingjie pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his coat pocket and put them on, smiling smugly. That's right. I'm also the young master of a certain family. Because of the family industry issue, I have been staying in Summer City, but next week it's time to go back to the beautiful country to inherit my billions of dollars of family wealth. Moon Hyunchul was speechless as he listened to him and hurriedly interrupted him. Okay, stop it, hurry up and order. At the dinner table, Fan Xingjie and Xiao Qiqing chatted feverishly. Fan Xingjie sighed. The current situation in the beautiful country is very unstable, and to be honest, I don't want to go back at all. To me, it's nothing but a cold and unfamiliar cage, and I can't find the slightest bit of warmth or support at all. Xiao Qiqing nodded with deep empathy as if he had found a confidant. I'm the same. My father doesn't care about me at all. And my mom, she forces me to go on blind dates with those family ladies every day. It's annoying as hell. Fan Xingjie couldn't help but laugh at his words. Your mom forced you on a blind date? How old are you? Xiao Qiqing replied. 20 up. Fan Xingjie was surprised. I thought you were only 17 or 8. You're 20 ah. This age is not too big or too small. Dating is fine. Xiao Qiqing, however, sneered. Oh, I'm not going on a blind date. I'm getting married to Qianing Shui. When Moon Hyunchul heard this, he almost didn't spit out the rice in his mouth. Fan Qingjie also froze in shock at Xiao Qiqing's words. Looking at the two people in front of him, he seemed to understand something and instantly burst out laughing. Ha ha, I told you how you two came together. Feelings of having the same dream? Xiao Qiqing was shocked and looked at Wen Xianjia, who kept drinking water. The same dream? You want to marry Jie Yingxue too? Moon Hyunchul choked and couldn't speak, and quickly waved his hand in denial. Fan Qingjie thoughtfully explained. He's even more confident than you are, saying that someone else, Qianing Shui, has a crush on him. Xiao Qiqing looked incredulous. How is that possible? Didn't you just have a meal with her? How could she possibly fancy you? It was Fan Qingjie's turn to be shocked. Eat? Had a meal? Xiao Qiqing nodded in affirmation. Yeah, the last fan meeting, he was chosen as the lucky fan and had lunch alone with Qianing Shui. Grass. I really don't know what kind of luck he stepped on. That chance was supposed to be mine. Fan Qingjie grabbed Wen Xianjia's collar, stared incredulously and laughed dryly. No, you guys actually met? And had dinner together? Then there's no way she could have fallen for you. Ha ha, it's just a meal. What reason does she have to fancy you? Not even if you have a few good looks. Unless you saved her life. He's still desperately hunting. And this kid is already having dinner with Qianing Shui? That's 1,000 Ningxue. It is not to be repaired. When Xianjia took down Fan Qingjia's trembling hand and said breathlessly, Yes. She didn't look at me. It was all in my dreams, okay? Then get up. I'm full, so I'll leave you guys to chat. Looking at Wen Xianjia's dashing departing back, Fan Qingjie stroked his chin thoughtfully. TSK, no wonder this guy always looks distracted lately. Now I finally know why. Xiao Qiqing hurriedly followed up with curiosity. What's the reason? Fan Qingjie looked at him and sneered. Know the legend of 1,000 reflecting snow? Just look into her eyes for 3 seconds and a dog has to fall. Xiao Qiqing nodded his head in a hurry. Of course I know, because that's how I fell. I didn't lock eyes with her for 3 seconds though, not even a second. Fan Qingjie was speechless. Then you're worse than a dog. Xiao Qiqing was enraged. What did you say about this young master? Fan Qingjie hurriedly continued. Cough. I think that kid must have been attracted to Qianing Shui during his time alone with her and fell madly in love with her. Then every day he dreamed of Qianing Shui throwing herself at him in all kinds of ways and being wildly attentive. So that's why he said such nonsense as Qianing Shui has a crush on him. Every night forgetful lingering. Wake up only to find that it is just a dream. Fan Qingjie sighed and shook his head sadly. How sad must he be then? Xiao Qiqing blushed as he listened. What? I can't believe he has this dream every day. I've never even had one. Fan Qingjie gave him a breathless look, then took a deep breath and clenched his fists. However, as that guy's strong backer, I'll definitely make him come to his senses from his obsessive fantasies about Chiang Yuki. Chapter 35, Do You Want to Kiss Me to Death? On the top floor of the Light and Shadow Media Building, Qianing Shui's office, 1,000 Ningxue lazily lying on the office chair, seemingly offhandedly said, Until my wounds are completely healed and I'm back in action, my dad is going to pick out a couple of personal bodyguards for me. Moon Hyunchul stood in front of her and nodded perfunctorily. Oh, pretty good. More people around. And a few more safeguards. Qianing Shui muttered somewhat angrily. But I don't want them. You're enough for me. Saying that, she gently pulled over Moon Hyunchul's fingers, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a wry smile. So, when the time comes, you go to the audition too, and compare them all. Moon Hyunchul smiled bitterly at his words. You're asking me to be both assistant and bodyguard? One person doing the work of two? Qianing Shui winked mischievously. Yeah, isn't it nice to get 2 paychecks on the side? A glimmer of light flashed in Moon Hyunchul's eyes and he hurriedly answered. Good. Very good. Qianing Shui smiled in satisfaction, then picked up a thick stack of information from the table and handed it to him. This is the details of all the participants in the selection, so familiarize yourself with it in advance, and you'll be in the right place when it comes to the competition. When Xianjia took the information and skimmed through it roughly, and his pupils contracted violently. No way? I fight the Muay Thai champion? The profiles of the next few people became more and more frightening the more I read. And sumo champion, martial arts champion, 10-year mercenary, retired armed police captain. Moon Hyunchul looked up, his face full of shock. No, Qianing Shui, you think too highly of me, don't you? Qianing Shui stood up, came close to him, and gently patted his shoulder soothingly. Geez, be confident, you're definitely not worse than them. With that, she handed him another stack of information. By the way, this is the specific content of the assessment. There are places that you don't know how to learn in a hurry. Moon Hyunchul took the information and once again stared in disbelief. Holding your breath underwater for 5 minutes? Assembling a pistol in 30 seconds? Dismantle a bomb without injury? Piloting a helicopter? And 100% empty-handed? He looked at Qianing Shui incredulously. Is this picking a bodyguard or a special forces soldier? And I have to learn all this in such a short period of time? Do you think I'm Superman? Qianing Shui nodded seriously. Right. Moon Hyunchul sucked in a breath, then smiled in a fake lighthearted manner. As confident as I am, let's be practical, right? Your wounds will be completely healed in another week at most, and I'm going to evolve into a super special forces soldier in a week? Ha ha. Qianing Shui's eyes gradually darkened. I see. Then it seems we can't let the wound heal too quickly. Saying that, she raised her hand to reach for her neck, and Moon Hyunchul was quick to grab her hand, with obvious panic in his voice. What do you want? Qianing Shui smiled faintly and comforted. Nothing. I'm just trying to tear off the scabs that have formed and make the wound bleed again so the recovery will take longer. Qianing Shui's reply caused Wen Xianzhe's heart to sink violently. No way. What if the wound gets infected? Wouldn't it be better to be infected? That would give you more time to prepare. Thousanding Shui said full of concern. Moon Hyunchul grabbed her hand tightly, his voice tinted with a hint of trembling. No, absolutely not. Looking at his nervous and scared appearance, Qianing Shui let out a light laugh. Are you worried about me? It's okay, I have a hard life. I won't die that easily. I said no. Moon Hyunchul practically growled and yelled. Qianing Shui was startled by his sudden reaction and instantly froze. Realizing his outburst, Moon Hyunchul hurriedly lowered his head and incoherently searched for a remedy. I'm sorry. I'll try to learn. So don't ever hurt yourself. Qianing Shui frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Why are you apologizing? It's not like you did anything wrong. Then laughed softly. I'm surprised, though, that you can be angry. Moon Hyunchul's face looked a little tired. I'm not angry. Just. Qianing Shui's brows tightened as she pushed him into the chair behind her, then propped her hands on the armrests and looked at him condescendingly. Told you. No need to apologize. What's wrong with losing your temper? Everyone has emotions. Why should you feel ashamed? Aren't you tired of acting like a good old boy all the time? Moon Hyunchul stared at her in a daze, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. I'm not pretending. Qianing Shui interrupted him and continued. In front of you, I show the truest version of myself all the time. So in front of me, you don't need to disguise yourself. You don't need to hide. You can do whatever you want. As for those test skills, it doesn't really matter if you learn them or not. Anyway, my bodyguard will only be you when the time comes. An indescribable throbbing surged in Wen Xianzhe's heart, and Qianing Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and obediently sat sideways on his lap. Wen Xianzhe's breathing stuttered, and Qianing Shui raised her hand and gently hooked his neck. The corner of her mouth hooked into a playful smile. Well, isn't that touching? Moon Hyunchul only felt like his ears were on fire. A little bit. Qianing Shui's fingers gently slid along his well-defined cheeks. So, in return for my favor, you'll simply give yourself to me. Moon Hyunchul's heart pounded as he hastily changed the subject. Ahem. That, and the guy who looks like me, is that old friend of yours? Where is he now? Thousanding Shui sniffed and froze slightly. Him. Qianing Shui looked at Wen Xianzhe, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. It's already dead. Dead? Moon Hyunchul couldn't believe it. Yeah. Want to hear the story of my relationship with him? Moon Hyunchul nodded. Qianing Shui took a deep breath, as if she had fallen into a long-ago memory, and slowly opened her mouth. It was a scorching hot day when the hut where I lived was unfortunately set on fire by man, and I was trapped in the blazing fire, desperately crying out for help. Just then, a figure rushed into the fire without hesitation, and he struggled to save me from it, yet he himself could not escape the trick of fate and remained in that fire forever. The more Moon Hyunchul heard, the more outrageous he felt. Why does it feel like she's making it up? Writing a novel here? Because the guy didn't like her, so she just wrote him off? Just as when Xianzhe was having a lot of thoughts, Qianing Shui suddenly buried her head at his neck. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and sobbing sounds followed. Oh, I'm so sad. How could he just leave me behind and go? Moon Hyunchul's hand hung awkwardly in midair, at a loss for words. Qianing Shui muttered slightly reproachfully. Can't you comfort me? Warm breath brushed his skin, sending a tingle through him. Moon Hyunchul gulped and spoke clumsily. Oh, don't be sad. People can't die. I'm sorry for your loss. Qianing Shui raised her head, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Who taught you to be so comforting? Moon Hyunchul shrugged helplessly. And how do you want me to comfort you? Qianing Shui punched his chest and ranted. What an idiot. Listen up. I'm only going to say this once. If a girl cries emotionally in front of you, all you have to do is hold her tight. Gently stroke her head, pat her back, and if she's still crying, Don't say anything and just kiss her. Got it? Moon Hyunchul nodded frostily. Oh. Qian Yingshui pouted in dissatisfaction. Oh, what the hell? Show some action. Moon Hyunchul had to stiffen his heart and raise his hand, gently patting her back and asking carefully. Feeling better? Qian Yingshui blinked those big wet eyes and said accusingly. What to do? I'm still so sad. Moon Hyunchul's eyelids jumped. Oh, if you want me to kiss you just say so. What's with all the bells and whistles? He took a deep breath and tilted his head up, planting a quick kiss on her lips. Qian Yingshui froze for a moment. Her cheeks quickly flushed, but she still forced herself to say, Who told you that a touch of lips is considered a kiss? Moon Hyunchul's face started to heat up as well. So, what do you say to that? That won't either. You close your eyes. Qian Yingshui ordered with some exasperation. Oh, Moon Hyunchul obediently closed his eyes. The long, slender lashes fluttered gently, casting faint shadows on her eyelids. Qian Yingshui looked at this clean and handsome face, her heart beating wildly. She bit her bottom lip lightly, closed her eyes, and slowly moved closer, pressing her lips against his. The fresh jasmine scent filled his lips and tongue, and Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but shiver lightly. Qian Yingshui's hand was still encircling his neck, her fingers unconsciously grasping his collar, her taut body unable to stop trembling slightly. When Xianjia could feel her rawness and nervousness, and he couldn't help but raise his hand and gently wrap it around her slender waist. Through the soft, thin fabric, his palm could clearly feel the temperature of her skin. The two began to fumble clumsily. What started out as a shallow affair gradually became deeper and eventually turned into a passionate mutual solicitation. The two men's body temperatures continued to rise, and the air around them seemed to become hot and sticky. It wasn't until Qian Yingshui felt like she could barely breathe that she slowly opened her eyes and lifted her head. Her originally white face turned red, her bright eyes clouded with a light mist of water, her breasts rose and fell violently, and she asked with an unsettled gasp, Learn? Moon Hyunchul's eyes were a bit mesmerized and his voice was hoarse and low. Probably, but I'd like to learn it again. Without waiting for Qian Yingshui to react, he clasped the back of her head and kissed her again. When Qian Yingshui was startled, when Xianjia had already lightly intruded between her lips, her heart was beating like a drum and her hands were against Xianjia's shoulders, struggling slightly but only causing him to kiss her more intensely. The hand on her waist tightened even more, and she had nowhere to run. It was a long time before Moon Hyunchul left her lips and loosened his yoke on her. Qian Yingshui felt as if her strength had been drained out of her. Her entire body lay limply on Xianjia's body, and even her strength to speak was almost gone. She cursed in a weak, breathless voice. Are you trying to kiss me to death? Aha! When Xianjia answered softly, and Qian Yingshui's eyes instantly widened. The corner of Moon Hyunchul's mouth curled into a light smile as he gently stroked her hair. Not only do I want to kiss you to death, I want to. Qian Yingshui hurriedly raised her hands to cover his mouth, her small face red with shame. Shut up, you stinking rascal. When Xianjia reached out and tickled her armpit, and Qian Yingshui shrieked, her body instinctively twisting and letting go. Moon Hyunchul smoothly grabbed her hand and smiled badly. You said that I don't need to pretend in front of you, so I won't pretend to be a good person. Unfortunately, I'm actually a rascal. The redness on Qian Yingshui's face spread to the roots of her ears as she struggled with shame and annoyance. Why are you so shameless? Moon Hyunchul was unimpressed. I didn't learn that from you. You're a lot more shameless than I am, okay? Qian Yingshui was so angry that she gritted her teeth and lowered her head to bite hard on his lips. Hiss dash. Caught off guard, Moon Hyunchul sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. He hastily raised his hand to touch the injured lip. His fingertips touched a trace of warm wetness, and he realized that it had bled. A hint of nervousness flashed in Qian Yingshui's eyes. She grunted softly, the corners of her mouth curving into a stubborn curve. Humph. Deserved. Moon Hyunchul gently licked away the blood from the corner of his lips and sighed helplessly. Okay, can you get off of me for a second? My legs are numb from sitting on you. Qian Yingshui blinked incredulously at the words, as if she had heard some heavenly joke. Ha? You're telling me to get off? This is my chair. Why should I get off? Saying that, she also deliberately twisted her body to show her dissatisfaction. However, under this movement, Qian Yingshui suddenly frowned, a hint of doubt and discomfort appearing on her face. What's choking me so hard? Seemingly realizing something, Qian Yingshui's face instantly turned red, so shocked that she violently jumped off his lap, pointing at Wen Xinjia, her voice trembling. You actually. Seeing this, Moon Hyunchul hurriedly explained in embarrassment, and a blush floated up on his face. Blah blah blah, it's my belt buckle. What were you thinking? With that, he made a point of lifting a corner of his shirt, revealing the metal leather buckle on the waistband of his pants to show his innocence. Qian Yingshui's gaze swept over that spot in a panic, and without realizing it, Those firm abs caught her eye, causing her heart to jump. To prevent her eyes from continuing downward, she hastily withdrew her gaze and sheepishly looked away, her voice trembling a little. I certainly know it's your belt buckle. Moon Hyunchul also awkwardly stood up from his seat and pretended to calmly straighten his clothes. For a while, both of them fell into silence, and the atmosphere became weird and subtle. After a while, Moon Hyunchul broke this silence. Ahem. I'll learn those rare test skills as soon as I can, but shouldn't you find me a training course or something? Channing Shui froze and turned her head. Looking at the seriousness in his eyes, she subsided and laughed softly. It doesn't take any classes. I have the perfect person to teach you right here. Oh. Chapter 36, Are you really a genius? Lin Xiao gently pushed the door open and stepped into the office. His eyes were instantly drawn to the red and swollen corner of Moon Hyunchul's mouth with a slight trace of breakage. What? Her eyes then turned back to Channing Shui, who was leaning back in her office chair with an insatiable and lazy look on her face. Lin Xiao's heart was suddenly clear. Ah, upright arrow. While I'm gone, you two are already playing office play? But Sister Shui, your mouth is also too lightweight. Do not know to our special assistant a little bit of mercy. TSK. How long has it been so bold? I don't know what you guys can play with in the future. Some exciting images surfaced in her mind. A weird blush instantly appeared on Lin Yao's face, and the corners of her mouth could not be restrained from rising. Welp, Channing Shui said slowly while leisurely admiring her manicure. Assistant Lin, a special assignment for you. Lin Xiao instantly became serious and earnest, nodding respectfully. You command. I want you to teach Assistant Vent some of your look-alike skills. Yes. Lin Xiao immediately nodded in agreement, but soon realized something was wrong and looked up in confusion. Ha? Moon Hyunchul showed a similarly surprised look. The right person, you say, is actually her? Channing Shui smiled happily. Yeah, don't look at Assistant Lin's petite appearance, but she graduated from the police academy. Lin Xiao scratched his head in some embarrassment. Gee, don't mention it when you're studying. When Xianjia was greatly shocked and looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. Instead of being a cop and punishing evil, you're stuck here as a little assistant to a star? Lin Xiao put away her shy smile and snorted disdainfully. Hee, what a little assistant. It's my honor to work for the most beautiful and kind-hearted Channing Shui in the world. The police guard justice and order. And the three things I, Lin Xiao, will guard in this life are, the smile of Channing Shui, the happiness of Channing Shui, and the happiness of Channing Shui. The solemn and serious demeanor and the sound of the words shook when Xianjia. What kind of compulsion did Channing Shui this woman put on them in the end? Every one of them is so loyal? SSSH. I'm not going to turn out like this later, am I? Don't do that kind of thing. When Xianjia followed Lin Xiao for an afternoon of disassembling model bombs, assembling model pistols, and cracking Morse code, standing on the sidelines, witnessing the ease with which Moon Hyunchul had mastered the skills he had once learned the hard way for so long, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Wow, when I first took these classes, I went through a lot of trouble and almost didn't pass. You're good. You passed in one sitting? Could it be that you really are a genius? Say, Special Assistant 1, did you secretly learn from some secret organization in the past, and purposely pretend to be a rookie in front of us, playing the game of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Moon Hyunchul humbly waved his hand. Where? It's really my first time touching these things. It's all because of the good teaching of Special Assistant Lim. Lin Xiao sniffed and took a deep breath before turning her head to Channing Shui, who was off to the side, to complain. Sister Shui, look at Special Assistant 1. He's not innocent at all. His heart is so deep. You must be careful. Don't be fooled by his innocent and harmless appearance. It'll be a disaster if you're tricked into cheating your body and heart. Channing Shui wanted to laugh about it, but her mind couldn't help but recall what happened in the office earlier. At the sight of Hyunchul above, she tilted her head in dismay. Humph. Of course I know. Looking at Channing Shui's proud expression, when Xianjia couldn't help but pull up a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xiao was still there, he would really want to go over and gag her right now. However, as soon as the thought surfaced, he was taken aback. The movement of the hand went askew as a result, and the red thread was cut. Lin Xiao exclaimed in shock at the sight. Oops, you cut the wrong wire. The bomb went off and we're all dead. Moon Hyunchul came back to his senses and apologized. Oh, sorry. Channing Shui finally couldn't help but laugh, but when Xianjia's mood gradually became complicated. Gee, what was I just thinking? Back at home, noticing the bruise on the corner of Moon Hyunchul's mouth, Moon Hyuna pointed to his lips in surprise. Brother, what happened to your mouth? Moon Hyunchul smiled awkwardly. Ha, I was walking on my cell phone and didn't look where I was going, and I hit a pole. Moon Hyuna frowned in confusion. She couldn't picture her brother walking and looking at his cell phone and crashing into a pole at all. After all, He always seemed to be in a hurry no matter what, always on his way to his next part-time job. How could he walk and play with his cell phone? Seeing Moon Hyuna's deeply skeptical expression, Moon Hyun-chul added sheepishly, "Ahem. So don't you ever learn from me?" Moon Hyuna asked with a thoughtful nod. "By the way, brother, what part-time job have you gotten lately?" Moon Hyun-chul became even more vain. "Ah, it's just the same as before, delivering groceries, fixing plumbing, helping with moving and all that." When Xianya moved closer towards him, sniffed his clothes and spoke quietly, "Aren't there any part-time jobs for perfume trials?" Moon Hyun-chul's heart snapped and he instantly became somewhat incoherent. "How? Why would you ask that? Is there some strange smell on me?" Then hurriedly he raised his arm and sniffed himself. "There's no smell whatsoever. Is there? She's not trying to scam me on purpose, is she?" Moon Hyun nodded lightly. "Yeah, can't you smell it? Recently your body is always emitting a nice fragrance, it kind of like the smell of jasmine." Moon Hyun-chul's temples instantly jutted out. He hastened to explain. "Why? Isn't it already jasmine blooming season? The streets of our Dasha city are filled with flowers and grasses, and as I run around all day long, I'm sure to get the smell on my body. This is also considered a gift from nature. It's such a shame that you stay in school all day long and don't have such an opportunity." Moon Hyuna wasn't answering or doubting him this time, just looking at him quietly for a while. Then with a slight smile, he slowly opened his mouth to ask, "Brother, are you got a girlfriend?" Chapter 37, A Little Fight Between Siblings. Moon Hyun-chul's heartbeat instantly became violent and he hurriedly denied it. "No, I'm busy as hell all day long. How would I have time for a girlfriend?" As he said that, his eyes unconsciously avoided Moon Hyuna's gaze. Moon Hyuna smiled softly. "Then what are you so nervous about? Is it because you're worried that I'll oppose you and obstruct you?" Her voice was soft and her eyes revealed a loving concern. It was as if their relationship at the moment was not brother and sister, but sister and brother. Moon Hyun-chul asked back with a forced composure. "Am I nervous? It's your questions that are so inexplicable that scare me, okay? And why would I worry about something like that?" The corner of Moon Hyuna's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Don't be so startled. Don't worry. I'm not going to meddle in your affairs. I'm not a child. And you're not my toy. I'm not going to hug you and not let go." Moon Hyun-chul frowned slightly, then lightly flicked her forehead, feigning an angry chortle. "How can you talk and actually compare me to your toy?" Moon Hyuna covered his forehead in pain. "Ouch." Then with an exasperated glare, he muttered, "Yes, yes, 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 you're not my toy. You're my brother, my dad, or my mom." Moon Hyun-chul, who had recovered his offense, became majestic all of a sudden. He wrapped his arms around his chest and pointed his chin at her room. "Good to know. It's getting late. Hurry back to your room and go to sleep. If I find out you're secretly staying up late again, see how I'll punish you." Moon Hyuna made a defiant face at him before trotting back to her room, not forgetting to flirt before closing the door. "But someday if you do get a girlfriend, be sure to let me know. I'd like to see which stupid woman with no vision actually has you in her sights." Before Moon Hyun-chul's slippers flung over, she closed the door with a quick bang. Moon Hyun-chul sighed and shook his head helplessly. It's really getting lawless. Looks like he can't spoil her too much in the future, or he'll be riding on his head and ting on him sooner or later. After closing the door to the room, when Xianya slowly leaned against the cold door panel, her eyes lost in thought, staring vacantly ahead, as if the entire world had lost its color at that moment. "Why lie, brother?" Moon Hyuna asked silently in his mind. That scent, it was exactly the same as the one he had smelled in his room earlier. Turns out she wasn't mistaken at the time, so that by that time, he had. Moon Hyuna's heart stung as if it had been stabbed by a needle. It wasn't the fact that he had a girlfriend that made her feel bad, but the fact that he had deliberately kept it from her. He was her brother, the closest thing she had to a brother, and she had always thought there were no secrets between them. Is he that afraid of her? Fear that she might lose control of her emotions and turn into a complete lunatic. A deep sense of inferiority and fear welled up in Xianya's heart. If the brother's girlfriend knew he had a psychotic sister, would she still like him as much as she always has? No, she would have broken up with her brother in disappointment or encouraged him to ditch her as a drag. At the thought of her brother losing his chance at happiness or leaving her because of herself, Moon Hyuna's heart felt like it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, hurting her so much that she could barely catch her breath. No matter which result it is, she cannot accept it. She didn't want her brother to be tied to her life anymore, but she didn't want him to leave her either. At the moment, her eyes were covered in bright red blood and her teeth were clenched together. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, leaving a trail of blood, but she didn't even realize it. She tilted her head back and looked up at the ceiling, trying to take a deep breath to try and calm the waves inside her. Calm down. Moon Hyun-ah. You were cured a long time ago and now you are a completely normal person. She kept reassuring herself, telling herself to calm down. She repeated the words over and over in her mind, as if hypnotizing herself. You can face it all and you can handle it all. It's okay, a solution will be found. But the more she consoled herself, the more the bitterness surged upward until it turned into a crystalline tear that crept across her face. You can become as reliable an adult as your brother, right? The next morning, Moon Hyun-chul wakes up as usual to prepare breakfast, only to find that the kitchen has been taken over by Moon Hyun-ah. Hearing the sound, she turned her head and gave Moon Hyun-chul a bright smile. Brother is up? Go wash up first then get ready to eat. Today's breakfast is millet pumpkin porridge and eggs. Oh. Moon Hyun-chul's heart stuttered. He took a quick step back and asked nervously, "Who are you?" Moon Hyun-ah's smile froze on his face. "How dare you impersonate my sister? What have you done with her?" Moon Hyun-ah's face was instantly covered in black lines. "My mom desperately struggles to get up from the warmth of her comforter to make you breakfast and you are so ungrateful?" At those words, Moon Hyun-chul's eyes widened in horror. "I can't believe you're swearing. How could you possibly be my lovely sister? Who the hell are you?" Moon Hyun-ah gritted her teeth and picked up the rice spoon and swung it at Moon Hyun-chul. "I'm you." A fight to the death ensues between the two in the kitchen. It ended with both sides sitting on the ground exhausted and paralyzed. Panting, the two men looked at each other and then let out a joyous laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha." Moon Hyun-chul asked curiously as he stood up from the ground and then pulled Moon Hyun-ah up as well. "So what the hell is wrong with you today? You usually can't wait for me to bring food to your mouth, but you're up so early today?" Moon Hyun-ah put down her rice spoon, patted her apron, and muttered, "I just want to help you share the housework more, can't I? And the morning is the time when memory is at its best, so I'm cooking while memorizing English words, so I don't know how efficient and happy I'll be." Abandon. Moon Hyun-chul smiled and pinched her nose. Well, our Xiaoya is getting more and more understanding. Brother is too relieved and touched. Breakfast does not eat a 3 big bowls of sorry you desperately struggle to get up from the warmth of the quilt to make breakfast for me. "Rice come," said the man, holding out a hand ostentatiously. Moon Hyun-ah couldn't help but laugh before turning around and picking up the entire pot and disliking it. "Eat it all. Not a drop left." Last night, Moon Hyun-ah, after crying under the covers, was a little more comfortable and not as upset. She pulled out the blue notebook she had hidden under her pillow. She didn't turn it over, just gently stroked its spine, then couldn't help but think of the early stories of Qianing Shui. At that time, Qianing Shui had just made her debut 2 years ago and was only 15 years old, just like her current age. Qianing Shui was not taken seriously when she first started out, and no one even knew that she was actually the second miss of the Chen group. It was winter and she went to audition for a supporting role with a bit part. She was freezing in the freezing cold in her thin performance outfit, but still managed to get through the audition content almost perfectly. However, although her performance stood out from the crowd of auditioners, the director chose another actor with a more established background. They hadn't even told her the results of her audition. They just kept her waiting in the makeshift tent lounge. There was no heating in the tent and it was shivering cold. Qianing Shui waited until it was dark, until people had forgotten that she had left. Qianing Shui walked out of the tent. It was pitch black outside, and the whistling cold wind blew so much that she couldn't open her eyes. She walked cluelessly across the cold filming location, the surveillance cameras capturing her bewildered figure. She walked slower and finally crouched down and bawled her eyes out. She was crying so hard, so hysterically. After crying for a long time, she slowly stood up, stubbornly wiping the corners of her eyes and dragging her frozen legs onward. Moon Hyun-ah felt like she was the same as she was back then. Same panic, same helplessness. What was different was that she had her brother by her side all the time, while Qianing Shui had nothing. For a moment, Moon Hyun-ah seemed to figure it out. She was so dependent on her brother that she was so afraid of losing him. It was only right that she had to learn to be independent and become reliable, and then let her brother depend on her. When Xianya suddenly felt enlightened. That's right. She wasn't just going to become as reliable as her brother, she was going to be more reliable than him. She was already fantasizing about her brother's girlfriend's surprise at meeting her. Gosh, such a smart and powerful girl is actually your sister? Moon Hyun-chul, did you never tell me about her existence because you were too inferior under her aura? Moon Hyun-ah's mood instantly changed for the better, and a blazing fire lit up in his eyes. That's right, she's going to become a presence for her brother and his girlfriend to look up to. With that thought, she clutched the notebook tightly in her arms. Closing his eyes, the corners of his mouth curled into a grateful smile. Yuki, thank you for this one too. When, exactly, will I actually get to meet you? Chapter 38, Want to bite me again? When breakfast was almost finished, Moon Hyun-ah suddenly asked, Brother, have you prepared the bride price for your wedding? Luckily, Moon Hyunchul had already swallowed the last mouthful of pumpkin porridge, or else Moon Hyuna would definitely be sprayed in the face. Moon Hyunchul asked helplessly as he wiped his mouth. What's all this talk about marriage for good reason? Moon Hyuna said slowly with one hand on her cheek. Geez, it's just a casual conversation, can't it? By the way, brother, how much savings do you have? Ah, I don't mean to make you explode in gold coins. I just want to help you calculate at your current saving progress. When exactly will you be able to marry a wife? Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but interrupt her rambling by flicking her forehead. Why are you worrying about this? Read your book. Moon Hyuna covered her forehead and deflated in defiance. You worry about me here and there every day. Can't you worry about your life's work? Moon Hyunchul froze, then let out a light laugh. Oh, I can let you worry about it? Don't worry, I won't get married until you do. Moon Hyuna instantly widened her eyes and exclaimed. What? Until I get married? How old will you be then? No one will want you if you really become an uncle. Won Xian gave her a breathless blank look. What no one wants, the older a man gets, the more attractive he is, do you understand? Moreover, I was only in my 30s at that time, and I exuded the charm of a mature man all over my body, so I guarantee that women of any age will be mesmerized by me. When she saw him say these lowly words so brazenly, Moon Hyuna immediately showed a disgusted expression. Whelp, stinky, shame on you. So what kind of blind, stupid woman has her eye on him anyway? Jianing Shui looked at the corner of Moon Hyunchul's injured mouth, then handed him an ointment on his desk, full of concern. Apply it 3 times a day and it gets better faster. Moon Hyunchul took the ointment, looked at it and then put it back. What's with the coating? I'm not that pretentious. A few licks won't hurt. When Jianing Shui heard this, a trace of surprise appeared on her face as she repeated in confusion. Lick? How many licks? Moon Hyunchul nodded. Yeah. Saying that, he subconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked the wound at the corner of his mouth. Jianing Shui's face flushed slightly. Then, as if she had made some sort of determination, she leaned closer towards him. Moon Hyunchul was startled and stepped back, asking in surprise, What are you doing? Jianing Shui froze for a moment and blinked innocently. Lick it for you. Ha? Moon Hyunchul's face instantly turned red. I didn't say I'd let you lick it. I'll lick it myself. Jianing Shui's face instantly exploded red and was embarrassed to no end. Then blushingly, she glared at Moon Hyunchul and stubbornly came up. I'm going to lick it. Saying that, she grabbed his sleeve, and her soft lips covered the corner of his mouth without a second thought. Hiss. Moon Hyunchul frowned slightly, the subtle pain causing him to suck in a cold breath. Jianing Shui hurriedly asked nervously, Does it hurt? Moon Hyunchul gave her a breathless look. Nonsense. I'll try biting you. Jianing Shui felt a little guilty, but still gave a condescending light hum and provoked. Humph. Bite it then. With that, she even deliberately brought her mouth a little closer. Looking at that exquisitely beautiful and stunningly beautiful face, and those delicate red lips, Moon Hyunchul's knot in his throat involuntarily rolled a little. He tried to calm himself. Ha! I'm not going to do anything that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. Jianing Shui raised the corners of her mouth even more triumphantly. Then you'll be a good boy and bear it. When he finished, he approached him again. The tingling itch felt like it spread from the corners of his lips to his heart, and Moon Hyunchul could no longer restrain his inner urges. He raised his hand and gently gripped Jianing Shui's slender arm, pulling her closer to him, then, gently took her lips. Jianing Shui fell into his embrace due to inertia. Their bodies were close together, and she could clearly feel the rise and fall of his chest and his heartbeat, meeting those deep and blazing eyes. Jianing Shui's body could not help but tremble slightly. Her heart pounded as her lips were invaded by his tenderness, but she didn't flinch either, and responded to his kisses more actively. Heck, who's afraid of who? The mouth says no, but the body is quite honest. Sure is a prude. However, it didn't take long for Jianing Shui to become a bit overwhelmed. Asshole, why so kissable? Her legs went weak and she leaned her entire body against his. I can't, my tongue is numb. I can't breathe. She pounded his chest, making intermittent noises of resistance. Moon Hyunchul slowly opened his eyes, and an impish light smile surfaced in the bottom of his moist hazel eyes. It's like saying, that's it? Sure is vegetable and fun-loving. Jianing Shui glared at him breathlessly, her hands struggling uncontrollably under his grip, her mouth cursing indistinctly. Mud the cross-section. Square fast nest. When Xianjia ignored her struggles and slowly traced his fingers over her spine, tickling Jianing Shui so much that she kept squirming. Well, asshole. Moon Hyunchul finally took the initiative to end the long kiss. After their lips parted, he gave her another quick kiss on the lips and smiled playfully. Angry? Jianing Shui panted heavily, her chest heaving, her eyes searingly staring at the swimmingly handsome face in front of her. Although his heart was burning with anger, but looking at his smiling eyes, He really couldn't get angry. So he doesn't have to pretend in front of me. So he really doesn't have to pretend at all? Oh, so his initial shyness and resistance was all just a refusal. Lin Shan was right. He was a complete and total heartthrob. Looking at her reddened face and exasperated appearance, Moon Hyun-chul's mood became more and more comfortable, and he deliberately brought his lips closer again. What? Want to bite me again? Xianing Shui inclined her head disdainfully. Humph. So want to be bitten by me? Are you shaking adoration? I'm really afraid to cool you. No bite. When Xianjia hooked his lips in a light smile and touched his lower lip thoughtfully. Well, I did get a kick out of kissing you. Did you get a kick out of it? Xianing Shui's cheeks became hot once again. She gritted her teeth, finally unable to hold back her anger. But the next moment, the door to the room was knocked on unexpectedly. An inquiry from Lin Xiao came from outside the door. Sister Yuki, I'm continuing to come and give special training to Assistant Mano? Xianing Shui glared fiercely at the gloating Wen Xianjia, then hastily adjusted her breathing, trying to make her voice sound calm and natural. She took a deep breath and responded to the doorway. Come in too. At the sound of the voice, Lin Xiao's body instantly stiffened. The sound of this voice feels like something too wrong. Am I interrupting their business? Lin Xiao looked like she had a sudden epiphany and was remorseful. Lin Xiao, you really deserve to die. Not this time of day. Not this time of year. You promised to guard Sister Snow's happiness. Look what you've protected. Lin Xiao was in pain and took a step back, bowing deeply at the office door. That's Sister Shui. Brother Qian said he forgot to bring paper when he went to the toilet to take a. I'll go and bring him some paper first and come back later. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to leave, the office door was quickly opened, only to see Moon Hyunchul standing in the doorway, smiling kindly at her. Master, keep coming to teach me your mastery. Chapter 39. From now on, don't say the word cool again. Dusk, the sun is about to set. A helicopter slowly landed on the spacious flat ground, kicking up a gust of air that swept up the fallen leaves around it. The helicopter stopped and 3 figures came down from it. The 3 of them managed to reach the ground, and the warm yellow afterglow of the setting sun spread over Lin Xiao's body, as if it had gilded her with a layer of divine golden light. She stroked her long, non-existent beard and nodded at Moon Hyunchul in a serious tone. Apprentice's talent is outstanding. The various skills that the master has imparted to you in these 2 days have already blended together. For the master has nothing to teach you. You go down the mountain. For the master does not need you what repayment. In the future, if you cause any trouble, just please do not give up for the master to give out. When Xianjia arched his hand and bowed respectfully, master's pouring out his teachings and devoted instruction, the disciple will surely never forget it. In the past 2 days, when Xianjia had learned almost all of Lin Qian's 4 years of practical lessons from the police academy. For example, the last lesson just now was to teach him how to fly a helicopter. Xianing Shui also couldn't help but marvel at Wen Xianjia. I mean, you couldn't really have studied at some institution at one time and then acted like you were learning for the first time here so that we could praise you as a genius, could you? After all, he's a heartthrob, and it's perfectly normal to have that. Moon Hyunchul hummed lightly in disdain. If I did learn, why didn't I go into special forces instead of coming to work for you as some kind of special assistant? Xianing Shui raised an eyebrow. What? Aggravate you? Moon Hyunchul narrowed his eyes and laughed. It's not aggravating. It's super cool. Lin Xiao's heart instantly began to beat a drum. You two really don't treat me like an outsider. No, I'm not going to be a part of your play. Xianing Shui was so angry that she gritted her teeth, glaring and ordering. From now on, don't say the word cool again. Row by row. Moon Hyunchul responded perfunctorily, changing his words in a hurry. Super happy. All right. It's really getting out of hand. Xianing Shui smiled meaningfully after calming down her anger. Since you really haven't learned, you're Superman. And since you're Superman, beating up a few humans won't be a problem, right? The corner of Moon Hyunchul's eye twitched. There's a problem. A big problem. Even if I am Superman, those few are not ordinary human beings. Beat up one I can still drum up the confidence to try. Beat up a group of people for fear that it is not going to make me go to Hades on the spot. He's facing a Muay Thai champion, a martial arts champion, a sumo wrestling champion, a 10-year mercenary, a retired criminal police chief. It's not like he's the protagonist of some King of Soldiers novel. This woman really can't wait for him to die. Seeing his exasperated appearance, Xianing Shui covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Since Special Assistant 1 is so lackadaisical, I'll just have to find some more professionals to help you with special training for a few days. On the top floor of Light and Shadow Media, Qianing Shui's office. Looking at the so-called professional Zhao Qian, Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Agent Cho? Are you also a big shot with some kind of hidden identity? Xianing Shui, You're surrounded by crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Zhao Qian's brows furrowed in some uncertainty. What hidden identity? Lin Shan couldn't help but interject. Aya Assistant 1. Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't look at Brother Qian's weak-kneed face. But when he was young, he participated in several martial arts tournaments organized by Daxia City. Although he didn't win a single championship, Zhao Qian immediately gave her a slap on the back of the head. What do you mean I look like I have a weak kidney? I'm home by 8 o'clock every day at the latest. Don't smoke and drink lightly. Go to bed at 11 p.m. And make sure to get a full 8 hours of sleep every day. Before bed I drink a glass of hot milk and do a 20-minute stretch to relax my body before going to bed. So I usually sleep through the night. In the morning, I wake up like a baby, with no fatigue or stress left behind. With such a healthy lifestyle, how could I possibly have a weak kidney? And what do you mean when I was young? Am I not young now? What's wrong with not having won a championship? Do you know the gold content of me being the runner-up for 3 years in a row? Do you know how physically fit people were back then? Any semi-finalist would be able to beat the current champions. Do you understand? Lin Xiao hurriedly hid behind Qianing Shui, protecting her head, and muttered, Is Brother Qian going through menopause? He's so grumpy and talks like he's eaten gunpowder. Zhao Qian was almost so angry that he spat out blood, and was about to step forward to teach this little girl another lesson when Qianing Shui interrupted the two of them. It's work time, and any more poor talk is going to cost you your paycheck. Zhao Qian calmed down for a moment and straightened his tie. Then he smiled fawningly at Qianing Shui. So you've come to see me about the new drama? Recently I've carefully read hundreds of scripts. My eyes were almost blinded to me, and I've finally hand-picked 3 out of them. There's guaranteed to be a role you'll be satisfied with. This comeback is crucial. With Qianing Shui's dominating return, the entertainment industry is about to receive a super earthquake. Zhao Qian suddenly became emotional. How can an artist that Zhao Qian, brought up be defeated so easily? Those who mocked Qianing Shui for having a psychological shadow over the kidnapping and never making a comeback again. Wait for me. When the time comes, line up to slap your face. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Zhao Qian, who was smiling up at the sky, when Xianjia shook his head in awe. Sure enough, what kind of star has what kind of agent? It's not a family. It's not a family. Lin Xiao spat in a small voice beside him. Ugh. You'll have to get used to it sooner than later with Ken's daily tantrums. Moon Hyunchul nodded in understanding. She seems to be the only slightly normal one here. Facing Zhao Qian's fighting spirit, Qianing Shui sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll rise again and create another glory. But then before that, Agent Zhao has to do me a favor first. Zhao Qian hastily stood upright, both eyes glowing. Go through fire and water. It was only then that Moon Hyunchul realized that it wasn't Zhao Qian who was going to help him with his special training, but someone from his family. Zhao Qian was born into a martial arts family, but unfortunately, he was born stupid and was the most insignificant little cannon fodder in the family. That's why after taking the second place in 3 martial arts competitions, he made a resolute choice to give up martial arts and turn to literature, and never touch anything related to martial arts again. The 4 people from Thousand Reflections Snow Studio set off on a journey to Zhao Qian's old home. Zhao Qian couldn't help but worry while driving. I don't know if the elders of the family are willing to do this favor. Chapter 40, How dare you violate your superiors? Mr. Man? Zhao Qian drove the car, and Lin Qian sat on the passenger side, while when Xianjia and Qianing Shui sat in the back seat. Zhao Qian somewhat helplessly persuaded Qianing Shui. You don't have to follow me here. There are still a few days left before you make your comeback. Isn't it good to stay in the apartment and rest? After you start working, you won't have this period of free time. It's hard to take a breather. Lin Xiao also sighed helplessly. But what if Sister Shui doesn't come along and you quietly tie up Assistant 1 to Africa to plant cotton? I'm just a tender little assistant. I can't stop the king of martial arts Sanya. Zhao Qian was shocked. I'm that kind of guy. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. His 2 so-called co-workers are kind of funny. Qianing Shui gently covered her mouth and yawned. I've also rested long enough. I have nothing to do every day. I don't have to shoot dramas or appear in variety shows or attend events. It's kind of boring to be honest. Moreover, the last time I went to Agent Zhao's hometown was also 7, 8 years ago, and I don't know if those aunts and uncles still remember me. At those words, Moon Hyunchul turned his head in some surprise. You've also been to Agent Zhao's hometown and met those legendary, martial arts masters? Yes. At that time, I had to audition for a young girl who was young but skilled in martial arts, and in order to better show the character's temperament characteristics, I specially asked Agent Zhou to take me to worship it. Moon Hyunchul was even more surprised. And what realm have you learned? Qianing Shui couldn't help it. What realm? When this is an urban fairy cultivation novel? I just went to stay for a month and experience the daily life of a martial arts practitioner. Besides, How could they possibly pass on their secret family knowledge to an outsider like me? But after that, I did keep up the habit of exercising every day. Moon Hyunchul nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you can break the legs of a chair when you hit that kidnapper with it. Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Wow. So it's only me and Special Assistant 1 who are going for the first time? I'm about to meet the legendary martial arts masters. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I wonder if I'm qualified enough to impress the Grand Elder to make an exception and pass on the family's secret science to me. He. Zhao Qian frowned so much that he could almost pinch a fly, and finally couldn't help but interrupt. Why is it getting more and more mysterious? There's no such thing as a martial arts master or a secret family skill. Our family are just ordinary people who know a bit of martial arts. We don't know Ling Bo Wei Bu, nor do we know Jiao Yang Shen Gong. Why? That's because you, Brother Qian, were kicked out of the family early because of your mediocre qualifications, and you didn't even have the chance to be exposed to this. Before the words left her mouth, the back of Lin Qian's head received the dragon falling 18 palms from Zhao Qian. Lin Xiao covered the large bag on her head and turned her head with a sobbing voice to ask. As soon as Qianing Shui pulled over when Xianji's arm, she refused with an expressionless face. No. Lin Yao hastily sucked in a breath of cool air. There it is, Yuki's hyper-possessiveness. Qianing Shui yawned once again, then leaned her head on Wen Xianji's shoulder and murmured. So sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Call me when you get there. The soft hair brushed against Moon Hyunchul's cheeks, bringing a slight tickle, and he reminded him sweetly. The shoulders are so hard, it's not comfortable to sleep. Why don't you just recline your seat back a bit and lean on me? Qianing Shui raised her head and looked at him for a moment with ghostly eyes, then a crooked smile. Oh, so, then his body slid down and rested his head directly on his thigh. When Xianji's breathing stuttered as Qianing Shui adjusted a comfortable position and closed her eyes contentedly. Well, it does feel a lot more comfortable. Lin Xiao, who saw this scene through the rearview mirror, had a small blush on her face. Ahai, is this something I can watch? Zhao Qian even instantly turned red. Thousand reflections of snow. What are you doing? He actually breathed a slight sigh of relief after confirming that the windows were tightly closed. Phew. Calm down, calm down. It's okay. Do what she wants in private, as long as she maintains her image as usual to the outside world. Oh, the artist doesn't know how to mess around. It's the right time to show off his superb ability as an agent to deal with the mess. The car was quiet, with only the occasional sound of a slight bump and the sound of the scenery sweeping by the window as a backdrop. Lin Xiao also drifted off to sleep, her head unconsciously bit by bit. Qianing Shui seemed to be really sleepy, and in a short while, when Xianji felt the even breathing rate coming from his legs, he lowered his head and looked at Qianing Shui's defenseless and serene sleeping face. The pale skin was lightly pink, and the thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. He couldn't help but raise his hand and gently caress her smooth, delicate skin. Zhao Qian, who saw the scene through the car's rearview mirror, hurriedly coughed lightly in panic. Ahem. What are you doing, Mr. Ventral? Take note of who you are. Moon Hyunchul raised his eyes and his gaze met Zhou Qian's warning look in the rearview mirror. Well, is unintimidating. Moon Hyunchul lowered his eyes and continued his hand movements as if no one else was there. The slender fingers slowly moved down along the contours of her face, then gently brushed over her crystalline, moist red lips. Qianing Shui slightly moved her body, and a small humming sound came out of her nostrils. Zhao Qian was so angry that his teeth itched, but he didn't dare to make a sound to wake up Qianing Shui, so he could only step on the gas. I can't fix it. I can't believe you're flirting in front of me. You've only been here a few days and you don't give a about me? Earlier, he had quite sympathized with him for being pestered by Qianing Shui, and had thought about how to get him out of her clutches. I didn't realize it was a one-way street. Nope. It's stinky and runs both ways. Zhao Qian gripped the steering wheel tightly, his back teeth gnashing. He really had the urge to tie this kid up in Africa to grow cotton now. Zhao Qian's hometown was on a hill in the rural area of Xia. After arriving at their destination, the car stopped and Qianing Shui got out and stretched. I was really refreshed after a good night's sleep. Then he turned around and thanked Moon Hyunchul. Mr. Man, thanks for the lap pillow. Zhao Qian was speechless. Oh, I don't even know when I've been molested by someone, but I'm still putting aside my thanks. Qianing Shui's expression instantly froze. What did you say? Zhao Qian shifted his gaze to the culprit on the side. Ask him yourself what this boy has done to you. Lin Shan covered her mouth and looked at the two people in front of her in disbelief. Vent help you actually. What have I missed while I was asleep? Qianing Shui's ears were hot and she pointed at Wen Xianjia and said incoherently. What did you do to me? Moon Hyunchul responded innocently while gently pounding his legs that were numb from the pressure. I didn't do anything. I just touched your face. How many times have you touched me? It's not too much for me to touch you, right? At those words, Qianing Shui seemed relieved. Phew, so just touched my face thought I did something. Gee, Agent Cho is really making a fuss. However, she suddenly realized, while she was slipping into unconsciousness, Moon Hyun-chul was actually touching her at will, or in front of outsiders? Thinking of that image, Xian Yingshue's face instantly burst into red. The damn stinking rascal. Lin Xiao noticed her abnormally red face, rapid breathing, and violently heaving chest, and hurriedly asked with concern, Sister Snow, are you okay? Xian Yingxue hurriedly pressed the back of her hand against her face in an attempt to lower the rolling temperature of her face. I'm fine. Why is this mountain so high? I'm deprived of oxygen. Chapter 41, Times have changed. My lord. After entering the Zhao estate, Zhao Chen told Ling Xian to take Xian Yingxue to the guest room to settle down and rest, while he himself took Wen Xianzhe to meet the family's grand elders. It wasn't really that he was afraid that Xian Yingxue would get tired, but her appearance would cause a stir, so be sure to keep a low profile. Low profile. Moon Hyunchul followed Zhao Qian to the plaza, and suddenly a powerful music started. The vast expanse of the sky is my love, and flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. Moon Hyunchul was startled and looked around. 4 white-haired, white-bearded old men were square dancing. I saw that although they were a handful of years old, they were full of energy and moved neatly and powerfully. These can't be the elders they're looking for, can they? As he was thinking this, Zhao Qian smiled awkwardly. Ha ha, I didn't realize the elders had developed a new hobby. That's true. The two of them stepped forward, and before Zhao Qian could greet them, an elder greeted them with surprise. Yo, isn't this Toothpick? You kid finally knows to come back? Zhao Qian's face suddenly turned red with shame. Don't call that name. The 4 elders burst out laughing, and the air was filled with quick laughter. Zhao Qian was very thin when he was a child and had the word Qian in his name, so he was nicknamed Toothpicks. He wouldn't have minded being called that until a certain star broke out in a scandal 2 years ago. The toothpick then becomes synonymous with a certain trait. From then on, Zhao Qian was afraid of sign. The elders had finally laughed enough, and Zhao Qian took a deep breath and explained the purpose of this visit. This is Wen Xianzhe, a newcomer to my studio, who wants to come and receive special training from the elders, preferably within a week. These are the 4 elders of the Zhao family. Elder Qinglong, Elder White Tiger, Elder Vermilion Bird, and Elder Xuanwu. When Xianzhe nodded his head in greeting to the 4 elders. Hello elders. The elders, on the other hand, curiously circled around Wen Xianzhe a few times. He sniffed at him, pinched his arm muscles, pulled out a piece of his hair and scrutinized it, and opened his eyelids to look at him. Moon Hyunchul was terrified. What is this? Am I some kind of rare animal? After completing his observation, Elder Qinglong stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Good posture. A good seedling for martial arts training. If only it had come 10 years earlier. As for the special training you mentioned, we have basic special training, advanced special training, elite special training, devil special training, as well as the hell special training that no one has ever passed. Tell me, what level of special training can you accept? Moon Hyunchul pondered for a moment and asked cautiously. What's that? Hell special training about? Upon arriving at the training ground, Moon Hyunchul was dumbfounded, because his special training is a robot about his height, alloy shell, mechanical joints, full of technology. Is all martial arts training so advanced now? Straight up tech hard work. Cyber martial arts instructor. My lord, times have changed. Looking at Wen Xianzhe and Zhao Qian's shocked faces, Elder Xuanwu stroked his beard proudly and introduced himself. This is a martial arts special training robot that has been improved by me for 18 generations, and its name is Man, meaning man of men, fierce man of fierce men, nice guy, and a foreign name. Elder Xuanwu continued his introduction. Man not only has a strong hardware foundation, but is also equipped with a state-of-the-art artificial intelligence system. It is able to deeply learn the movement techniques, tactical strategies and human movement science of various martial arts schools, and through high-precision sensors and cameras, it captures and analyzes the details of the movements of its training opponents in real time, including various aspects such as posture, speed, strength and coordination. It will then make the most reasonable attack based on this information. Incidentally, a hint of cunning flashed in Elder Xuanwu's eyes. The 18th generation, man's win rate so far is 100%. Moon Hyunchul went into cardiac arrest. A 100% chance of winning? Doesn't that mean invincible? Send. The training is simple. Elder Xuanwu's voice sounded once again. Hold out for 30 minutes under the man's attack, or press the switch on the back of its neck to end the program's operation prematurely. However, I would advise you not to try the latter so easily, as there are several challengers who have ended up in a half-assed state as a result. Moon Hyunchul instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. So scary? No wonder it's hellish special training. Elder Cheng Long couldn't help but step forward. Young man, let me remind you for the last time. Countless people have challenged man's special training in hell so far, and among them, there are many masters among masters, but none of them have passed so far, and even left behind a whole lot of injuries and aftereffects. So think about it carefully? Zhao Qian gulped and also hastened to persuade. I say you kid don't want to eat into a big fat man in one breath. Too long to live, isn't it? After thinking for a moment, Moon Hyunchul smiled helplessly. Thanks for the concern, but, come all the way. After uttering the four-letter word, he ran towards man, as if he were going to the execution ground. A hero can't run away from the battle. Elder Xuanwu nodded appreciatively, then gave an order. Good. Very spirited. So, hell special training. Begin. A man and a machine stood opposite each other on the wide training field. Man's eyes flickered with an eerie blue light, emitting an unsettling coldness. Immediately after that, the cold mechanical voice sounded. The data of the training target has been scanned, and the special training will start immediately. Training difficulty level, Extreme Inferno. As soon as the words fell, man instantly transformed into a shadow and sprinted forward. Its fists were clenched, the muscular lines of its alloy highlighted in the sunlight. When Xianjia barely sidestepped the fatal punch, his heart beating like a drum, and a cold sweat beaded on his face. Terrifying as hell. Man's attack followed like a shadow. Before when Xianjia could stand on his feet, there was another powerful flying kick with a whistling sound of wind, striking straight at him without leaving any breathing room. After a few rounds, man's movements became more and more fluid, hitting the weak points of Moon Hyunchul's defense. After all, each attack was precisely calculated, and when Xianjia began to feel overwhelmed, his sweat soaked his shirt, and his breathing became rapid. Damn it, if we keep this up, we'll be exhausted if we don't get killed by it. A few more rounds of intense exchanges. With almost all of his strength, Moon Hyunchul finally touched his finger to the all-important red button after a skillful detour. He was delighted and pressed down hard. Man, out. But, man, just gave a slight lurch. Then his eyes erupted with an even more terrifying red light. It grabbed Wen Xianjia and threw him out hard. Moon Hyunchul arced through the air and fell heavily to the ground. When Elder Xuanwu saw this, his face suddenly changed. He kept pressing the end button on the remote, but it was as if man had turned into a crazed beast, ignoring the commands. It's over. It's over. Man seems to be out of control. Man steps forward, eyes red. Moon Hyunchul clenched his teeth and forced himself to stand up through the pain. Then the cold and unfeeling mechanical voice rang in the ears. Program is severely corrupted. Initiate final cleanup mode. Objective, total elimination. Chapter 42, Man Out. In the face of the out-of-control man, the people present were emboldened. Elder White Tiger waved his big hand and ran into the battlefield. Don't be afraid, young man. I'll help you. Elder Xuanwu was shocked and hastily extended his Zircong hand. White Tiger. Danger. Don't go near, man. Where would Elder White Tiger listen? He quickly approached behind, man. But unfortunately, before he could strike, man backhanded him, and the White Tiger Elder instantly flew out, crashing into a large tree not too far away, smashing out a pit mark before slowly sliding to the ground. The White Tiger Elder's tongue lolled out and his head lolled, and the remaining three elders howled in grief. White Tiger. Looking at the terrifying man that kept approaching Moon Hyunchul, Zhao Qian shivered. What to do? Who can stop this guy now? Elder Xuanwu held the remote control and kept debugging it. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Man has initiated a cleanup program, and it won't stop until the target is completely removed. Zhao Qian was so scared that his face turned pale. What? Elder Xuanwu, why did you make something so horrible? Elder Xuanwu clenched his teeth, then turned his head and smiled bashfully. How else can you call it special training from hell? Zhao Qian almost went into cardiac arrest. Is hell special training meant to send people to hell? Elder Xuanwu could only force a smile. It doesn't matter. As long as that young man can defeat the man, he can stop its attack as well. He swore so much earlier. He must have some trick hidden and not revealed. Just watch. Facing the man, whose eyes were glowing with a frenzied red light, Moon Hyunchul finally accepted the reality. Today either man dies or he dies. Man has received training data from countless masters and is a completely unbeatable opponent. If he could beat it, those whatever 10-year mercenary retired armed police captains wouldn't even matter. Thinking like this, Moon Hyunchul was instantly filled with motivation. He took a deep breath and began to pace his breathing to calm down. As his breathing gradually stabilized, his eyes gradually lost their former luster and became as dark as an abyss. And in the midst of this pitch blackness, the only thing that stood out was man's frenzied red light that was constantly flickering, becoming the only embellishment. In an instant, Moon Hyunchul's sense of observation became unusually sharp. He watched the man's striking motion, saw the intricate wiring of its arm, or rather, Its veins. Moon Hyunchul slightly sidestepped his head and dodged man's swift blow by a hair's breadth. Immediately afterward, he quickly struck out and yanked off an exposed wire with great force. The moment the wire broke, dazzling sparks erupted from the interface, and man's movement stalled. Moon Hyunchul quickly grabbed its head and pressed it hard to the ground. Man struggles to get up quickly and continues to pose. Its face was devastated and its scarlet eyes shone brighter and brighter. An icy mechanical tone followed. Basic data of the training target has been updated. Execute the ultimate hunting mode immediately. On the side, Zhao Qian's breathing stopped. Why is there still a hunting mode? Elder Xuanwu, this thing you made is not a special training robot. It's clearly a killing machine. Elder Xuanwu's face turned pale and his lips couldn't stop shivering. I didn't even design this program. It's man learned to evolve on his own. Moon Hyunchul dodged sideways, dodging the fatal blow once again, and took the opportunity to grab man's arm in an attempt to break it. But the power of man is just as amazing. It quickly counterattacked, trying to break free of Moon Hyunjin's hold. Moon Hyunchul lashed out and threw man's arm to the side, while his body quickly leaned forward and grabbed man's leg. He took advantage of the moment when man lost his balance and pulled violently, flipping man's entire body to the ground. However, man didn't give in to this, and it quickly got up, the red light in its eyes blazing even more fiercely. Clearance of targets. Clearance. Zhao Qian watched with trepidation, and Elder Xuanwu's blood boiled. To be able to go up against man for so long, this kid is really something else. Finally, Moon Hyunchul slammed his fist into man's head. The punch was incredibly powerful, directly knocking man's head askew to the side. Taking the opportunity, Moon Hyunchul stepped forward and grabbed man's neck, twisting it with all his strength. Only a click was heard, and man's head was ripped off. The ferocity of the attack finally ceased, the scarlet eyes finally extinguished. Elder Xuanwu's eyes were wide open and he lost his voice. Man! When Xianjia stood in place, panting heavily, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. Zhao Qian then rushed forward to check on him. Are you okay? Looking at the mechanical head in his hand, Moon Hyunchul nodded blankly. Well, it's not bad. Gradually, pain began to come from his hands, and Moon Hyunchul's brows furrowed. He hastily threw down his mechanical head to check the situation. His hand was bleeding and his knuckles were so broken that you could even see the bones inside. And at that moment, Elder Vermilion Bird helped Elder White Tiger slowly step forward. Zhao Qian was horrified. Elder White Tiger, you're not dead? Elder White Tiger jumped up to serve a slap. Not only am I not dead, I can beat you to death, believe it or not. Zhao Qian hurriedly covered his head and begged for mercy. Elder Vermilion Bird marveled at Wen Xianjia. Young man, what exactly are you? That's a man among men, a fierce man among fierce men, to be knocked down so easily by you? The pain in his hand became clearer, and Moon Hyunchul smiled with a pained expression. I'm just a regular guy. Where's the ease? I'm crippled, okay? Just then, a rush of footsteps came from a short distance away. When Xianjia looked up and saw Qianing Xue running over with a worried face, behind her was Lin Shallow, who had "I can't stop her" written on her face. Half an hour ago, Qianing Xue heard the sound of a violent fight coming from the training ground. Special training has begun? However, after half an hour had passed, the sounds of fighting not only didn't stop, but intensified. She finally couldn't restrain the fearfulness in her heart and had to come to the scene no matter how much Lin Qian persuaded her. Upon seeing Wen Xianjia's bloodied hands, Qianing Xue's gaze instantly became glazed over. Who hurt you like that? Chapter 43, You're such a lovable guy. Qianing Xue stared at the back of Wen Xianjia's bloodied hand. Her eyes gradually sank, her expression so cold that it was like it was about to freeze. Alarm bells went off in Zhao Qian and Lin Qian's hearts. This was a prelude to Thousanding Xue going berserk. Moon Hyunchul also sensed her low pressure and hurriedly kicked the head under his feet gently. Ah, you mean this guy? Qianing Xue lowered her head to look at it and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What the hell is this? Qianing Xue somewhat incredulously reached out and pointed at the tattered head. Did it hurt you? Moon Hyunchul endured the pain in his hand and waved his hand in a dashing manner. Yeah, but injuries are inevitable during training. No need to make such a big deal out of it. Then he smiled gently at Qianing Xue. And, as punishment for hurting me, didn't it end badly enough? Qianing Xue was not appeased by his smile and revealed an even more distressed expression. She reached out and took his wrist, her gaze gentle but firm. Go and treat the wound first. The four elders neatly cocked their heads and looked at the backs of the two as they left. Elder White Tiger said thoughtfully, this girl looks so familiar. It was only then that Zhao Qian came back to his senses from the aftermath of Qianing Xue's terrifying pressure just now, and he hurriedly and desperately tried to explain. Ha ha, that's with me. My co-worker. Xianing Shui, you can't start doing whatever you want on the basis that Jiaojia village doesn't have much internet access and the elders don't know how to surf the internet. Elder Qinglong suddenly slapped his head and instantly came to his senses. Come to think of it, isn't that the star who was kidnapped last time? As soon as these words came out, the other three also recovered their memories. Oh, so it's her. Seems like she's a superstar too. Zhao Qian was horrified. What? You guys surf the web too? Seeing that he couldn't muddle through, he hurriedly explained with a smile. Ahaha, yes. That's the artist I take. She to our studio people are special don't good. To see who was hurt and defeated our special heartache. Special anxious, is a super level kind girlet. Last year when she was filming, I was accidentally stung by a wasp on the set. She directly blamed herself for 3 days without eating well and not sleeping well. How can there be such a soft-hearted girl in the world? Zhao Qian almost wept as he spoke. And yet the real situation is, he was stung into a pig's head. And Xianing Shui and Lin Xiao laughed whenever they saw him, the kind that didn't hide it at all. Xianing Shui, the next studio is remaking Journey to the West. Does Agent Zhao want to go over and make a cameo? Lin Xiao didn't even hold back her laughter when she was eating and directly sprayed his face with rice. Lin Xiao, ha ha ha, piggyback gaijin. Recalling the sad past, Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and continued to add with a smile. Right. She even came to our place to learn martial arts for a month when she was a child. Do the elders remember? The elders froze and fell into deep thought. A moment later, Elder Vermilion Bird's eyes instantly lit up. Come to think of it, I think her name was Yuki, right? Zhao Qian nodded repeatedly. Yes. Elder Xuanwu also stroked his beard and recalled. At that time she was particularly well-behaved and polite. I did not expect that after so many years, it is still as pure and kind as it was back then, in that dyed-in-the-wool-like circle. It's really not easy to keep your heart for so many years. Elder Qinglong breathlessly interrupted his recollection. I say, your man went out of control and went crazy to make that young man's hand look that miserable. Why don't you go make amends and apologize? Beware of word getting out that the 4 great elders of our Zhao estate are disrespectful to the elderly. Xianing Shui first used tweezers to remove the debris from Wen Xianjia's wound, then carefully cleaned it with sterilized water. Hiss. When Xianjia sucked in a cold breath from the pain, and Xianing Shui hastily eased her hand movements. It must hurt, right? Just bear it a little longer. It'll be over soon. Looking at Xianing Shui's hands that were slightly trembling due to her nervousness, as well as the genuine concern that showed in her eyes, Wen Xianjia couldn't help but laugh lightly. When you compare it like that, your bite on me really does look like a kitten kiss. Xianing Shui's face instantly reddened and she glared at him in panic. Tell us who's a kitten. Moon Hyunchul lowered his head closer and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Knowingly, Xianing Shui's cheeks rolled even hotter. She lowered her head in shame and muttered in a low voice while carefully wrapping gauze around Moon Hyunchul's wound. Being so badly injured and still being so dishonest. You're such a person. It really makes you love it, doesn't it? Well, shut up. Xianing Shui's heart was beating like a drum as she continued to forcefully dress him. The smile at the corner of Moon Hyunchul's mouth also grew thicker. Oh, if she's perverted, he's more perverted than she is, I have to say. That's a good trick. Oh, Xianing Shui, a national goddess? Crazy woman? Hands down defeated. Looking at Xianing Shui meticulously wrapping bandage after bandage for him despite her annoyance, Wen Xianjia's gaze gradually became softer. But, is so cute. Okay, processed. Xianing Shui sighed in relief and stood up and clapped her hands. Moon Hyunchul asked with a helpless smile as he looked at the thick bandages wrapped around his hands. Can I count this as a workplace injury? Xianing Shui stared at him breathlessly and stretched her tone. Count on. Then said seriously. Since your hand is so severely injured, you definitely can't continue with the special training. Go back first, and I'll find a way to postpone the election bodyguard thing. Moon Hyunchul was a little surprised. This is going back? Although the match with Man was dangerous, it did work. After this battle, he felt super evolved. If he had a few more hellish special training sessions, it seems like he could really be invincible. Xianing Shui raised an eyebrow. What? You want to stay here and play for a few more days? Moon Hyunchul shook his head and explained. No. Even though my hands are broken, my feet are still good. I'm here anyway, so let's train a few more times. At those words, Xianing Shui frowned and said angrily, if your hands are broken, do you want your feet to be broken too? Moon Hyunchul got up in a hurry and smiled reassuringly. How can it be? I'll be careful with the training in the future. It's also because I want to become an invincible Superman quickly, so that I can logically become your bodyguard and stay by your side to protect you. Xianing Shui's ears were so hot from listening to him that her watery eyes looked straight at him. You really think so? Of course it's true. Saying that, Moon Hyunchul wanted to touch her head, but realized the injury on his hand, so he raised his hand and put it down again. watching his hesitant movements. Thousand Ing Shui. Although it was a great pity, a marvelous thought also arose. Every time she battles with him, he stops her with his hands, leaving her at a complete disadvantage. Now that his hand is injured, and he has lost his powerful means of defense and attack, will she not be able to? Qianing Shui's eyes instantly flashed with surprise. Do whatever you want with him? Chapter 44. Sure enough, your level of perversion is still better. Thinking of the long period of time in the future, when Xianzhou will have to endure her destruction, Qianing Shui is very excited. She could picture him at her mercy because he'd lost his hands. Shame was written all over his face, yet he had to maintain an expression of disinterest. His shirt would be casually undone by her, and he would try to resist, but all she had to do was whisper a threat in his ear. You wouldn't want your sister to see you like this now, would you? He immediately shuddered in horror, then gritted his teeth and inclined his head to her wantonness. His skin would pinch red as she pinched it, and a low, muffled grunt would escape his nostrils. He is very patient and knows how to exercise restraint, until overwhelmed by pleasurable longing, and looking to her in lust, pleading for her favors. Watching the smile at the corner of Qianing Shui's mouth gradually perverted, when Xianzhe's heart couldn't help but tighten, and hastily asked tentatively, what are you thinking about? So happy? Thousand Ing Shui pulled out of her beautiful fantasy. Looking at the nervous man in front of her, her eyes grew even hotter. She gently cupped his chin and spoke her thoughts bluntly. Thinking about how I'm going to play with you when I get back. Moon Hyunchul was suddenly like a thunderbolt. Upright arrow? Facing Qianing Shui's incomparably eager and serious gaze, when Xianzhe suddenly thought of something. Wait, she didn't find out about my tactics, so she's going to compete with me to see who's more perverted. Did she? Lean. Moon Hyunchul gulps in a rush, nervously incoherent. I'm a wounded man. You can take it easy. Qianing Shui liked his frightened look, and the smile at the corner of her mouth became even more intense. Cool nails traced slowly along his skin, outlining his handsome profile. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and promised tenderly, don't worry, in a sense, you were injured for me. I will take good care of you, and during your recovery, I am absolutely not going to take the opportunity to do anything excessive to you. Oh. Moon Hyunchul smiled reluctantly. I'll believe the hell out of you. You're a bad mother. Although Qianing Shui would blush when he teased her, when she laid her hands on him, it was literally without batting an eye. Think about how she tore his clothes and put her hand in his shirt in a flurry. Moon Hyunchul shivered. It's over. It's really a disastrous Waterloo this time. Qianing Shui's fingers slowly moved to his forehead and gently ruffled a strand of hair for him, saying kindly, my hand is your hand during this period of your injury, and how you normally use your hand is, of course, how you use mine, like when you're eating, when you're reaching for something, when your back itches to be scratched, or. Qianing Shui didn't continue, but only meaningfully hooked up the corner of her mouth, then close to his ear and softly whispered, never. Don't be polite. Moon Hyunchul's ears couldn't help but become hot. He gritted his teeth in a million humiliating ways. Sick. So sick. Just then, Zhao Qian's exaggerated voice came from outside the door. Really don't need any reparations and apologies. That kid didn't also break your man. Just as a mutual offset. I don't care about the two of them. It is estimated that they have long been bandaged up and are discussing about the work inside. Thousand reflections of snow. Moon Hyunchul. When you hear that, stop all the sneaking around you're doing. Zhao Qian's insides had just finished ranting when the door to the room was opened. Qianing Shui greeted him and immediately showed a surprised expression. Isn't this the 4 elder grandpas who taught me kung fu back then? Do you still remember me? Qianing Shui and the elders caught up on old times. The elders couldn't help but marvel at how the female had changed. The youthful girl of that year had not only become more outstanding in appearance, but her talk and temperament were also perfect. Qianing Shui smiled modestly and said a lot of good things about Zhao Qian, giving him face. Zhao Qian's heart warmed as he listened, and his nose turned sour. Oh, dead girl turned out to still read me. Then he looked across the room at Moon Hyunchul. I'll just turn a blind eye to you and this kid again. The elders forcefully wanted to keep the 4 of them for an early dinner before leaving. Qianing Shui couldn't push back, so she had to nod her head and agree. During the meal, Elder Xuanwu said that after fixing the man, he would send it to Wangxian's. Then he followed the instructions to debug it so that he could have hellish training with man every day. The data from Moon Hyunchul's training with man would also be sent back, and Elder Xianwu could create an even stronger Superman based on the training data. Moon Hyunchul was surprised and crying. He didn't know if Elder Xianwu could create Superman. He only knew that he would definitely become Superman. After the early dinner, the 4 of them bid farewell to the 4 great elders and set off on their return journey. After sending the trio to the underground parking lot of the Light and Shadow Media Building, Zhao Qian continued to drive to perform routine inspections and repairs. Lin Xiao looked at the two people in front of him and asked tentatively, Sister Shui, if there's nothing else today, I'll go back first? My mom said that I'm having my period today, so I'm having hot pot tonight. Moon Hyunchul was shocked. No way. Just now I saw you added 5 big bowls of rice, and you can still go back and continue to eat hot pot? Lin Xiao raised his chin defiantly. It's just edible. What's wrong? What do you care if I still eat? I just don't want to be a light bulb. Lin Xiao continued to ask towards Qianing Shui. So Sister Snow, can I leave first? Qianing Shui smiled gently. Yeah, you go ahead and go home. Remember to eat more. Thank you Sister Snow. Sister Snow bye-bye, see you tomorrow. After Lin Xiao flew away, Moon Hyunchul also turned around fervently. Ahem. I'll be going too then. Qianing Shui called him to a halt. Wait, it's not even closing time yet. Moon Hyunchul stopped helplessly and turned around to ask, then why the hell is she allowed to go? Qianing Shui replied with a straight face. She's an assistant. You're a special assistant. Of course you two are different. Then stopping past him on her heels, she put her fingers on his shoulder and hooked the corner of her mouth in a whisper. Hurry up and be a good boy and go back to the office or you'll be marked for leaving early. Oh, man. Special assistant. Chapter 45. Tonight, let's go to my place. After returning to the office, Qianing Shui skillfully closed the door then unlocked it. He then pushed Moon Hyunchul's shoulder and guided him forward, eventually pressing him into the office chair. Her mouth curled into a gentle smile as she asked, Want some water? Moon Hyunchul froze and shook his head. Don't drink. Qianing Shui frowned slightly, her eyes full of persistence. No, you should drink more hot water while recovering from your wounds, so that you can promote blood circulation and speed up your metabolism to get better faster. With that, she turned toward the water fountain. I'll get you a cup of hot water. This flurry of actions made Moon Hyunchul feel a little flattered. What the hell does this woman want? Not long after, Qianing Shui returned with a cup of hot water. She blew gently on the heat of the water, then took a small, careful sip and nodded in satisfaction. Well, it's about the same temperature. Then, she smiled and passed the cup to Moon Hyunchul's mouth. Drink. When Xianjia looked at her, and then looked at the cup of water in front of him that was bubbling hot, and a trace of weirdness inexplicably rose in his heart. Always feel that this is not ordinary hot water. She will not quietly drug in it. Seeing when Xianjia's delayed action, Qianing Shui gently urged, Drink it. It's not hot anymore. Moon Hyunchul gulped and opened his mouth slightly, trying to take a small sip. Qianing Shui curiously observed his reaction. Is it good? What can be so bad about plain water? Moon Hyunchul secretly slandered, but still gave a fair assessment. It's not bad. Qianing Shui continued to pass the cup forward. Drink more. Moon Hyunchul was helpless and was forced to take 2 more sips. Right at this moment, Qianing Shui's hand suddenly slipped, and the cup slipped right out of her hand, spilling hot water onto Wen Xianji's chest, instantly wetting his clothes. Qianing Shui had a startled look on her face and hurriedly apologized. Oops. Sorry, I was careless. The wet fabric clung to Moon Hyunchul's skin, outlining the lines of his toned chest. There was also some water splashed in his face. The droplets of water that dripped down the contours of his face glistened with crystals, adding a touch of messy beauty to him. Qianing Shui's eyes instantly lit up. Her fingers brushed over the water-soaked fabrics. Then she lifted her head and smiled slightly. The clothes are soaked. It's easy to catch a cold. You have to change them quickly before you can. With that, he began to unbutton his shirt impatiently. Moon Hyunchul's breath caught in his throat momentarily. That's what you're really up to. Moon Hyunchul struggled to refuse. No, I'll do it myself. Qianing Shui hurriedly grabbed his wrist tightly. Careful, don't let the bandage get water on it. It's bad if the wound gets inflamed. Then smiled gently. Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to take advantage of anyone. I really just want to help you change your clothes. With that, he leaned over and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Good boy. Behave. Moon Hyunchul's heart momentarily fluttered. Damn it, actually learning my moves. Under Qianing Shui's soft persuasion, Wen Xianjia finally slowly lowered his originally struggling hands, giving up her resistance. She let Qianing Shui manipulate her body. You'd better keep your word, or when my hand is healed, let's see how I can repay you for your great kindness. Oh, and when I do, I'm going to make sure I get you this, that way, then this, and finally that. Qianing Shui defiantly provoked. Humph, begging for it. Surprisingly to Wen Xianjia, Qianing Shui actually really just helped him take off his wet clothes and did nothing extra. Then he brought over a dry towel and bent over to wipe him carefully and thoughtfully. Meeting his incredulous gaze, Qianing Shui raised her eyes and smiled faintly. Are you wondering why I didn't take the opportunity to mooch off you? Moon Hyunchul hastily coughed lightly and denied it. Ahem, I didn't think so. Qianing Shui's face was closer to him, and the soft towel in her hand gently swept over his naked chest, causing an intermittent shudder. Looking into his flickering eyes, Qianing Shui whispered seriously, "I'm practicing patience 2.0 or I'd really like to touch your upper body all over right now. Listen to your gasps and feel your shivers." Okay, stop it." Moon Hyunchul hastily leaned back and interrupted her tigerish words. Damn it, did I really become a lamb to the slaughter like this? Moon Hyunchul's current mood was one of regret. A great deal of regret. Why in the world would you undergo some hellish training and get yourself crippled? Qianing Shui hooked the corner of her mouth in satisfaction and approached his ear, whispering in an airy voice full of teasing. So cute. Shivering kitty. A chill ran through Moon Hyunchul's heart. Vomit. Who's a kitty? A certain scene of conversation from a few hours ago suddenly surfaced in his mind, and Moon Hyunchul's heart stuttered. In this comparison, your bite really looks like a kitten's kiss. Ah, Boomerang finally managed to stick itself. Some time ago, the office sent a couple of clothes that were co-branded with a certain company. Qianing Shui picked out a black shirt from it and carefully put it on for one Xianjia, but instead of buttoning him up, he just let the lapel open casually, revealing his well-muscled chest and smooth abs. Qianing Shui's eyes flashed with infatuation, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Moon Hyunchul hastily blocked his arm in front of his body. Hey, 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 hey. Qianing Shui smiled meaningfully. If you don't want to be touched by me, then please me in some other way. When he said that, he kissed him without a word. The aura was dominating, but the movement technique still carried a bit of rawness. Moon Hyunchul didn't have the slightest feeling of being pressurized, but instead had the feeling of entering a comfort zone. Although they had already kissed a few times, Qianing Shui had not won over him once in this regard. Moon Hyunchul slowly closed his eyes and began to actively respond to her. He gently raised his arm to imprison her slender waist. Oh, Qianing Shui, this is you throwing yourself into the net. Soon enough, Moon Hyunchul got into the swing of things and easily brought Qianing Shui into his rhythm. Qianing Shui gradually became a bit overwhelmed. The body temperature became hot and the brain was dizzy. Well, seems a little bad. No, never admit defeat. Just as the two were kissing into oblivion, Moon Hyunchul's cell phone suddenly rang. Both of them instantly jumped in shock and quickly separated their tightly pressed lips as PK was forced to terminate. Moon Hyunchul fumbled to pull out his cell phone from his pocket, and the moment the screen lit up, he hastily took a deep breath. It was Moon Hyuna who called. Qianing Shui also glanced at the cell phone screen. She gently stroked her slightly disheveled hair, hyperventilating as she tried to adjust her rapid breathing. What are you waiting for? Answer it. It might be an emergency. Moon Hyunchul calmed down and picked up the phone. Hello? Yeah? On the other end of the phone, when Xianya's voice carried a few lightheartedness. Hey, brother, are you off work? Moon Hyunchul instantly tensed up. Not yet. Just wrapping up. Why? That's good. I'm not going home tonight. I'm going to spend the night at Man's, so you don't have to prepare dinner for me. At those words, Moon Hyunchul was a bit surprised. Oh, so, well then, keep yourself safe and have fun. Aha, got it. I'll hang up now. Oh, bye. After hanging up the phone, Qianing Shui's eyes held a few hints of playfulness. In that case, you're the only one left in your house tonight. Alone. Don't you feel lonely? Moon Hyunchul asked rhetorically with a slight smile. So what? You want to come and rob my house again? Qianing Shui glared at him petulantly. A wry smile then curled the corners of his mouth. I'm the only one in my house too. Oh, how about? Her fingers traced lightly along Moon Hyunchul's collarbone. You can come to my house tonight at Chapter 46, What a Sheep in a Tiger's Den. Stepping into the living room of Qianing Shui's apartment, when Xianjia was like Lulu entering the grand view garden and couldn't help but look around. The house decoration is a perfect combination of modern design and high technology, and every detail reveals the unique taste of the owner. Although it was luxurious, it was a bit cold because Qianing Shui was the only one living there. Nonetheless, Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but sigh. Gee, money rot is revealed everywhere. Ah, it's so fragrant. About 40 minutes ago, Cheon Yang Seol invites Moon Hyunchul to her house. Moon Hyunchul of course refused without thinking. Agreeing to her going to his house last time was leading the wolf into the house. If we go to her house this time, isn't that a proper sheep in a tiger's mouth? Not going. Definitely not going. As if she had expected it, Qianing Shui tearfully recounted her worries and regrets. The thought of you going back alone to that dark, cramped house that can drive a person's claustrophobia out of them, or after such a serious injury, gives me sleepless nights. Qianing Shui, what if you accidentally fall down? Who will help you? Moon Hyunchul, won't I get up on my own? I hurt my hand. Not my leg. Qianing Shui, what if you get thirsty in the middle of the night and want to drink water? Who will pour water for you? Moon Hyunchul, and drink. I'm scared to hear the word drink now. Qianing Shui, what if you are lonely and want to talk to someone? Who will accompany you to chat? Moon Hyunchul, I'm going to sleep when I get home. What's the point of looking for someone to talk to? Sleeping is something that can make me feel good. After a dozen rounds, Qianing Shui finally started to be unreasonable. She pressed her hands on Moon Hyunchul's shoulders, stared at him closely, and said coldly, "No, last time I went to your house. You treated me well, this time you must also come to my house, so that I can return this favor. Otherwise I'll keep remembering this matter. I won't be able to eat or sleep well. It will seriously affect my mental state. Once my mental state is in trouble, I'll go crazy. Once I go crazy, I'll take a knife and cut people. Do you know? Broker Zhao and assistant Lin have both been chopped by me. Don't believe me? Go ask them." Moon Hyunchul inhaled a breath of cold air in a hurry. "Ha ha. This way. Cut what? Spell Yuki slashes. You're pretty grounded for a national goddess. Just go to my house tonight and I promise never to mention it again. After tonight, my house is yours to come to whenever you want." The corners of Moon Hyunchul's mouth pulled up a bitter smile, knowing full well. Think it's okay to come to. It doesn't say you can leave if you want to. Finally, after a battle of wits, Moon Hyunchul compromised. Long pain is better than short pain. Sooner or later you're going to be in her house anyway. It's better to choose a day than a date. I just don't believe that she can still force herself on me tonight. Qianing Shui led Wen Xianzhu into the spacious and bright living room. "Feel free to sit down." Moon Hyunchul looked a little nervous. He moved stiffly to take a seat on the soft couch. Then his hands unconsciously rubbed the arm of the couch as his eyes darted around the living room. Seeing this, Qianing Shui smiled slightly and asked in a soft voice, "Would you like a drink?" Moon Hyunchul was shocked in his heart. "And drink? Thanks to you. I've now managed to psych myself out about drinking water." But he still kept a polite smile on his face and excused himself. "No more. No more. Too much water makes me too lazy to get up and run to the bathroom at night." Ning Shui sniffed and froze slightly. Oh, say so." The atmosphere eased a little, and Moon Hyunchul gathered the courage to ask, "Ahem. So, where do I sleep at night?" Qianing Shui sat down beside him and leaned forward slightly, coming close to his face with a few teasing glances in her eyes. "What? So impatient to get to bed? Don't you know that nighttime is the best time?" Moon Hyunchul hastily explained. "Do you know how tired I am today? My body is sore and my bones are falling apart. Rest early and get well soon." Qianing Shui raised her eyes and looked at the time on the wall clock. The hour and minute hands were pointing at 7:32. She looked at Moon Hyunchul and smiled mischievously. "Play with me a little longer, and I'll put you to bed at 8 o'clock sharp, okay?" Wen Xianzhu couldn't help but feel some apprehension in his heart when he heard this. "Ah, play what?" Qianing Shui reached out and gently picked his chin, her eyes filled with teasing. "Play, you ah." Moon Hyunchul's heart pounded and his heartbeat instantly sped up. "Play with your sister. Ning Shui, you remember me. The humiliation I've suffered today will be doubly repaid to you in the future." Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth, then opened his arms as if nothing had happened and warmly invited, "Come on. Feel free to play." After issuing the invitation, Qianing Shui, however, didn't rush to do it, but instead looked him up and down carefully. Moon Hyunchul was made uncomfortable by her lustful gaze and hurriedly urged, "Still, don't do it yet. Start early and finish early." Qianing Shui rubbed her chin with interest. "I haven't figured out where to start first." Then a slight smile. "If I'm not in a hurry, what are you in a hurry for? Wanting to be touched by me so badly? The trick of wanting to be touched is really skillfully used by you." Saying that, her eyes rested on the knot in Moon Hyunchul's throat that couldn't stop rolling. Curious, Qianing Shui reached out her hand and gently pressed on the bump on Wen Xianzhu's throat. Feeling the marvelous touch under her hands, Qianing Shui blinked in surprise and murmured, "I can't believe it's hard." Then withdrew his hand. His cheeks flushed slightly. "Ahem. I always thought men's throat knots were soft." Moon Hyunchul's face was also tinted with a weird blush. This bit of physiological common sense is not there. They say that the entertainment industry is full of 9 leaky fish. And it's true. Qianing Shui frowned tightly and retorted, "What 9 leakage of fish? But I went to college. What's wrong with not knowing? Practice makes perfect. Don't you understand? Don't I know after I touch it?" Wen Xianzhu snorted coldly, his eyes sweeping over her front intentionally or unintentionally, a hint of playfulness in his tone. "Oh, anyway, I don't need to touch you to know that your boobs are soft and so is your ass." Qianing Shui's face instantly exploded red and she hastily protected her chest, her eyes filled with shock and anger. You, stinking rascal." Moon Hyunchul leaned his body forward and leaned close to her with a smug smile. Same to each other. Qianing Shui's face was getting redder and redder. She was so angry that she was trembling. Her lips trembled slightly, and for a moment she couldn't find the right words to retort. So in annoyance, she picked up the pillow on the couch and threw it at Moon Hyun-chul's face. What are you doing? I'm the injured one. You hurt your hand, not your face. Then you can't smash my face. What if you disfigure me? Oh, you're so thick-skinned. What can a little pillow hurt you? You. Moon Hyun-chul choked on his words for a moment. Jianing Shue's heart surged with a feeling of pleasure like a great revenge. The corner of her mouth raised in a triumphant smile. She stood up gracefully, straightened her clothes, and headed in the direction of the bathroom. It's about time. I'm going to go wash up. So just think about whether I'm right or not. Moon Hyun-chul sat in place and gave a disdainful sneer. Ha, can I be half as thick as you? Then he leaned back on the couch with a big, contented sigh. This couch is so much more comfortable to sleep on than any bed in his house. Ah, so good. Just when Moon Hyun-chul's eyelids were so heavy that he could barely keep them open, the bathroom door opened. Chapter 47, Sooner or Later. I'll eat you up. The bathroom door was opened and Moon Hyun-chul opened his eyes in a daze and looked towards the bathroom door. In a hazy vapor, Jianing Shui, wrapped in a clean white bathrobe, walked slowly towards him. Her hair was still dripping and wet against her forehead. The white and delicate neck and collarbone were visible, and the bare calves with water droplets looked particularly attractive. Moon Hyun-chul instantly sobered up and sat up from the couch in a hurry. Jianing Shui sat down beside him, slightly bending over, her chest at the lapel hidden with her breath. The ink-like eyes were watery and clear, and there were still crystal droplets hanging from their lashes. She asked with a smile, "Doesn't it thrill you that a beautiful woman is out of the bath?" Between the words, the faint scent of her body wash filled the air, and Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but gulp. Oh, then when you get out of jail, be a good person and stop being an extrajudicial lunatic. Jianing Shui froze for a moment. Then a hand pressed him down onto the couch. Being nice? I'm going to forcefully rob the people's men today. Moon Hyun-chul twisted his body in a hurry, trying to break free from her. You said you wouldn't take advantage of people. Why don't you keep your word? The corner of Jianing Shui's mouth curled up slightly as she leaned down and whispered in his ear, like a pleased fox. Simple kitty. You've been tricked. Oh. The warm airflow blew into his ears, and when Xianzhe's blood instantly surged, and his body began to heat up uncontrollably, a strange touch came from the side of Jianing Shui's leg. She asked with a raised eyebrow and a forced composure. Your belt buckle again? Moon Hyun-chul's face was scarlet and his voice was hoarse. Not. Jianing Shui was shocked in her heart and quickly got off of him. Her cheeks flushed red and her eyes unconsciously drifted elsewhere. That. You. Just calm down for a moment. When Xianzhe slowly got up, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile, he lifted the hem of his shirt to reveal the secret of his waist. It's my keychain. 1,000 reflections blinked. Upon seeing the set of keys, her face turned even redder with embarrassment. You. Moon Hyun-chul got up and walked over to her, a teasing smile on his lips. Aren't you going to forcefully rob the people's men? Why don't you continue? Jianing Shui slightly wretchedly straightened her hair, her eyes never daring to fall on his face. Ahem. Not much excitement today. When she finished, she still forced her head to turn around, full of concern. What's the rush? Sooner or later you're going to get eaten and wiped clean by me anyway. Moon Hyun-chul let out a light laugh and raised his hands in a throwing motion. Yes. Now can you tell me where I'm going to sleep tonight? Jianing Shui's heartbeat gradually calmed down, and the blush on her face slowly faded. She looked to him and said slowly, Of course you're sleeping in my room tonight. Although Moon Hyun-chul had a feeling that she would say this, his heart still beat a little faster when he actually heard it come out of her mouth. That's not good, is it? Jianing Shui smiled. What's wrong with that? Haven't I slept in your room and your bed too? Consider it a courtesy. Then he gently stroked his cheek and gently persuaded him. Aren't you very tired? Go to bed now. When he finished, he also pointed to the bedroom in front of him. Just ahead. Moon Hyun-chul's heart was pounding. A mocking voice resounded within. Oh, weren't you ready to offer everything before you came? It's no use struggling anymore when it comes down to it. When Xianzhe took a deep breath and walked towards Jianing Shui's bedroom as if he was dying, but after taking a few steps, he realized that Jianing Shui did not follow him. He then turned around and realized that Jianing Shui was still standing in the same place. Moon Hyun-chul asked in disbelief. Aren't you coming? Jianing Shui cocked her head, looking a bit puzzled. What am I going to do? Then patted the arm of the couch behind him. I'll sleep here tonight. Moon Hyun-chul's eyes widened instantly. Ha! The corner of Jianing Shui's mouth hooked up into a bad smile as she asked. What? You want to sleep with me? Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly denied it sheepishly. That's not what I meant. You mean, I'll sleep in your room and you'll sleep on the couch? Or what? Jianing Shui approached him step by step, and after standing still, her finger gently poked his chest. If I wasn't afraid of accidentally crushing your hand when I rolled over at night, I would have dragged you to bed and cuddled you. At those words, Moon Hyunchul gave a helpless dry laugh. Oh, you're still weirdly nice, Lou. Xianing Shui was very flattered and raised her chin proudly. Of course, I'm the most beautiful and gentle Kayaseki in the world. Then she raised her hand and hooked it around his neck, leaning close to his body and looking at him imploringly. But, when you're healed, I'll be sure to sleep with you for the night. After saying that, she gave him a quick kiss on the lips, rather like an oath of sovereignty. You're never going to get away with this. Moon Hyunchul lowered his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked in a low voice, just for one night? Xianing Shui froze and hastily loosened her hands around his neck, her ears burning with irritation. You still want to get an inch? How shameless! Moon Hyunchul raised his arm and circled her waist, and the distance between the two of them closed back up. I'm shameless? Don't you dare say you don't want to sleep with me a few more nights? Xianing Shui was filled with shame and struggled haphazardly to push him away. Stinking rascal, get your ass to bed. At 7 a.m., Moon Hyunchul opened his eyes on time, driven by his biological clock. It took him a moment to catch his breath as he looked at the snowy white ceiling. Oh, this isn't his house anymore. He rolled over and began to reminisce about last night's quality sleep. Never slept in such a comfortable bed in my life. Never slept so well. What a waste of years. After staying in bed for a while, he reluctantly got up from the bed. He opened the door of his room gingerly, and put his eyes toward the parlor. The Xianing Shui was still lying quietly on the sofa with her eyes closed. Chapter 48. Do you want an old driver to take you flying? Xianing Shui was curled up on the wide sofa, with her long, shiny black hair, which was casually scattered over her shoulders. He was still wearing last night's bathrobe, loosely pulled over his body. A thin blanket was casually thrown over it, looking a little messy. The thin blanket half covered her slender legs, revealing only a white, jade-like calf. The pretty face looked serene in the soft morning light. Moon Hyunchul approached the couch gingerly, afraid of accidentally waking her up. I also wonder if she has any wake-up call. If she wakes her up, she's not going to go crazy and slash around with a knife. Thinking so, his gaze fell on Xianing Shui, then noticed that a corner of her robe had slipped off at some point, revealing her pale shoulders and a small patch of delicate skin. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but tighten his heart and quickly swallowed. Carefully, he reached out and gently pulled the edge of the slipping robe upward, recovering it with the thin blanket. Xianing Shui woke up slightly at one Xianzha's movements, her eyes half open and half closed, looking at him in a daze. You're up so early? The voice was husky with just woke up raspiness. Moon Hyunchul avoided her gaze a bit sheepishly. It's not early. Xianing Shui sat up and rubbed her eyes, then looked at Moon Hyunchul suspiciously. What are you blushing about? When she finished, she looked down and examined her outfit, and instantly came to a realization. Teasingly, are you trying to take advantage of the opportunity to do something untoward? No. Moon Hyunchul quickly retorted angrily. I just see your clothes slippery. Give you cover the quilt, afraid you accidentally cold fever. You really, good heart as a donkey's liver lung. Xianing Shui inclined her head, half convinced. Really? Moon Hyunchul snorted disdainfully. You think I'm like you? All you think about is childish things? When Xianing Shui heard this, she was instantly displeased and retorted defiantly. What's wrong with being a teenager? I'm an adult. Isn't it normal to be a teenager? Moon Hyunchul choked on her words and was speechless, so he surrendered. Okay. You're an old driver. You're marvelous. Xianing Shui stood up and approached Wen Xianzha with a playful smile on her face. That's right. I'm the old driver. So, do you want the old driver to take you flying? Moon Hyunchul's body hastily leaned back, his expression serious and his tone firm. Flying my ass. 2 lines of tears for your loved ones if you don't drive properly. Seeing the bandages tightly wrapped around Moon Hyunchul's hands, she hurriedly asked with concern. Brother, what happened to your hand? Moon Hyunchul smiled easily. Ha, I accidentally got hit by a piece of furniture yesterday while helping move. How did this happen? Moon Hyunchul was heartbroken. Why? It's really nothing. Moon Hyunchul waved his hand reassuringly. Don't look at this bandage wrapped so tightly. In fact, it's just a small injury. After a few days it will naturally be fine. And my employer even compensated me a large amount of medical expenses. Not only that, the boss also gave me a few extra days of paid vacation, so that I can take a good rest. This is simply a blood money. When Xianya's heart was slightly relieved after hearing this. Then whatever you want to eat in the next few days, just let me know and I'll make it all for you myself. When Xianjia heard this, he was delighted and joked. And the privilege of being fed by Xiaoya's caste, that's a solid injury. Moon Hyuna giggled at his amusement and the atmosphere lightened up. Then, as if remembering something, she said seriously, by the way brother, next Tuesday, that's 5 days from now, our school is going to hold a field day. Are you still on vacation that day? Do you have time to attend? Games? Yeah. Outside school personnel and parents of students can go in and watch, so when the time comes, come cheer me on. If I win the prize, I'll treat you to a big meal. Games? Qianing Shue repeated curiously. Yeah, I couldn't make it to the last parent-teacher conference, so I'm going to go to the sports meeting once this time, no matter what I say, Moon Hyunchul said seriously. At those words, Qianing Shue nodded thoughtfully. Moon Hyunchul asked, so, can I take an extra day off? Chapter 49, I can't leave her a widow. Qianing Shue let out a light laugh. Oh, of course you can. Didn't I say? Before the injury on your hand heals, you can rest for as long as you want. All with pay. Oh, just make sure you get back within the hour when I suddenly miss you and want to see you and hug you and kiss you. The corner of Moon Hyunchul's eye twitched. Oh, that means on call, does it? What kind of paid vacation is that? Moon Hyunchul asked breathlessly. Then can you not think of me on the day of the games? Oh, really? Of course it's true. My hallowed Qianing Shue. Do I even have this much credibility? That's a nice thing to say. I don't know who promised that they wouldn't take advantage of people, and then they were going to forcibly rob people's men that night, although he scrubbed her hard inside. Moon Hyunchul smiled. Thanks, boss. You're welcome. Oh. 5 days later, the Sangjae Middle School athletic meet. The colorful flags were fluttering and the crowd was loud and clear at the sports event. There was a lively mix of students' laughter, parents' encouragement, and the referee's whistle. Next to the 800-meter track, Fan Qingjie looked at Moon Hyuna with a surprised face and laughed. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but little sister Ya has grown taller again. It's really getting more and more erect. When Xianya glanced at Fan Qingjie, then he looked at Moon Hyunchul next to him, his brows slightly furrowed, and there was a reproach in his tone. Brother, didn't I tell you to lessen your dealings with such unsavory people? Why don't you listen? Fan Qingjie's eyes instantly widened. Misfit? What's wrong with me? I'm a decent old man, okay? I even bought you candy when you were a kid. You're so ungrateful. Moon Hyuna sneered and retorted. Oh, I haven't gotten to you yet for bringing me expired candy. Ahem, that was an accidental mistake. Didn't you end up not eating it? Moon Hyuna became even more upset and swung his fist. Oh, I was still young and unintelligent at that time, or I would have punched you on the spot. Fan Qingjie was enraged. You. When Xianya looked towards Wen Xianjia, his tone firm. Brother, quickly cut ties with this guy. Every time he comes to our house, he dabbles with food and drinks, and interrupts my homework. It's really annoying. Fan Qingjie was also not willing to show weakness. When Xianjia, take good care of your sister. Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional virtue of the Great Summer Kingdom. Your sister has learned the wrong thing, so hurry up and educate her hard. It's not too late to mend her ways. When Xianjia was speechless. All right, stop arguing. Everyone else is looking over. I'm still embarrassed if you guys don't mind being embarrassed. At those words, Fan Qingjie and Wen Xianya looked at each other. Then with an uncharacteristic grunt, he inclined his head and said no more. Just then, a young girl in a washed-out sweatshirt and a ponytail ran by. She is Wen Xianya's classmate, Li Xini, with excellent grades and a somewhat introverted personality. She also signed up for a number of events in the games, with the same aim as Wen Xianya, to earn more prize money. Li Xini was followed by a middle-aged woman, Zhang Hui, single mom of Li Xini. Zhang Hui didn't wear any makeup and her face looked a bit tired, but she still couldn't hide her beauty. Li Xini asked in surprise to Moon Hyuna. Han you even signed up for the 800 meters? Moon Hyuna immediately smiled. Yeah, I signed up for all the programs except basketball and tug-of-war. Li Xini's eyes widened in shock. So powerful? Are you Superman? On the side, Zhang Hui asked in surprise at Wen Xianjia. Are you the father of classmate Wen Xianya? I can't believe you're so young. Moon Hyunchul smiled awkwardly and explained. No, I'm her brother. Zhang Hui nodded in realization, then politely said. Sorry, may I ask how to address you? Moon Hyunchul. Moon Hyunchul responded politely. Zhang Hui looked at Li Xini, who was chatting with Wen Xianya on the side, and her gaze was filled with tenderness. Then he smiled at Moon Hyunchul. My name is Zhang Hui. I'm Li Xini's mom, normally at school. Thanks to Wen Xianya's help and care for my family Xini, I'm really very grateful. Where? It's proper for classmates to take care of each other. Xiaoya usually has her naughty moments. She didn't cause any trouble for classmate Li Xini, did she? Wang Xianya's students' grades and good character, and helpful, is a rare good child. How can it cause trouble? Fan Qingjie muttered in a low voice as he stared at Wen Xianya in disbelief. Good personality? Obviously a little tigress. When Xianya heard Fan Qingjie's words and glanced at him disdainfully. What? You're not convinced? Zhang Hui looked at Fan Qingjie curiously and asked, "Who is this?" When Xianjia hurriedly introduced, "Ah, he's my friend, Fan Qingjie, who came along to cheer for my sister." Seeing that Zhang Hui had finally noticed him, Fan Qingjie hurriedly straightened his clothes. Then he smiled elegantly and extended his hand. "Hello, Seni Mom, my name is Fan Qingjie. I'm 26 years old. I just came back from studying in the beautiful country. I'm very happy to meet you." Zhang Hui nodded gently and didn't reach out to shake his hand. "Hello." Fan Qingjie's smile instantly froze on his face. "Why are you so cold to me? It is not possible to fix it. He's made a point of dyeing his hair back to black today, so he should look super proper." Moon Hyuna smiled smugly from the sidelines, then close to Li Xinyi's ear, whispered to her, "This guy is a big lecher. Let your mother stay away from him. Be careful of being cheated by him." When Li Xinyi heard this, her eyes widened in shock and she hurriedly pulled over Zhang Hui. "Mom, my match is about to start as well. Let's go over there first." After saying that, she then cheered on Moon Hyuna. "Go for it, Hyuna. Good luck running first." Moon Hyuna smiled and responded, "Thanks, you too." Li Xinyi hurriedly left with a somewhat puzzled Zhang Hui. Looking at Zhang Hui's sinister back, Fan Qingjie's face showed a deep sadness. When Xianya sneered from the sidelines, "Don't even think about it. Even if her husband died a long time ago, there's no part for you. You'd better die while you still can." Fan Qingjie's eyes widened in shock at the words, "Her husband is dead?" When Xianya nodded and explained, "Yes, Li Xinyi was just born not long after his father died tragically in an accident on a construction site. It's been her mom who has been bringing her along all these years. Her mom works as a nanny in a rich person's house and also does odd jobs, early in the morning and late at night, so maybe it's even harder than my brother." At those words, when Xianja suddenly empathized and muttered, "Then she's not easy." Again, they were both bringing up children, and he was more than aware of the pain and hard work involved. Fan Qingjie, however, had two eyes. "No, she's already a widow. I can't keep her widowed any longer. I'm going to help her. I'm going to love her. I'm going to give her happiness." After saying that, he spread his legs and darted in the direction Zhang Hui and Li Xinyi had left. "Moon Hyunchul, hey." Moon Hyuna shook his head. "TSK, this guy is really hopeless. So brother, hurry up and cut him off." In the meantime, Light and Shadow Media's top floor office, Lin Xiao asked, "Sister Snow, are you ready?" Qianing Shui put on her sunglasses and hooked up the corners of her mouth. Departure. Sangjae High School. Chapter 50. Here's the PY deal. The horn of the 800-meter race is about to blow. The playground is full of people. The atmosphere is tense and warm. Moon Hyuna stood at the starting line, took a deep breath, and slowly moved all the joints in his body. Moon Hyunchul stood at one side of the crowd with a gentle smile on his lips and shouted at Moon Hyuna, "Come on Oya, believe in yourself. You can do it." Having said that, he pulled out a delicate tape recorder from his coat pocket and this was specially bought in the beginning in order to record the various anticlimactic remarks made by Qianing Shui, and it's also one of the most expensive ones on the market, not only with HD recording capabilities, but also with advanced video recording technology. It's just a shame that it didn't work once. With a crisp whistle from the referee, the match officially begins. The contestants rushed out like arrows from a string, and Moon Hyunchul quickly pressed the camera button on the recorder. In that case, let's use it to record Ye's moments of glory on the field. In the final sprint of the race, Hana Moon crossed the finish line first with an amazingly fast ride. At the finish line, students had been waiting for a long time and came forward. Some handed out soft towels, some brought cool water, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement and joy. "Wow, the speed you just had was so fast that you appeared as a stump. That's amazing. Wang Xianya, take it easy. There are several competitions behind us. Don't wear yourself out. Oh my god, oh my god. The referee just announced that you broke our school's 800-meter record. Yeah. Asterisk 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 awesome. Now let's see who still dares to say that our third class is the White Cut Chicken Army. Sister, you're my only sister." Amidst the cheers, Moon Hyuna gasped for air, but had a satisfied and bright smile on her face. She waved her hand with disinterest. "Oh, a piece of cake. Oh ha." The crowd cheered even louder. However, not everyone is happy about her success. Not far away, Zhou Xian and her two friends, Su Jiaojiu and Wu Tong, were gathering together, their eyes filled with disdain and jealousy. "Humph, it's just a run. What's the big deal?" Zhou Xian snorted coldly, her tone filled with sourness. Su Jiaojiu hastily agreed. "Yeah, running all sweaty and looking sick." Wu Tong followed suit with a squeeze. "That's right. Who doesn't know that she is just for that several $100s of prize money? What for the class to compete for the glory? Say nice. Our Xuanxuan's father but donated air conditioning to the whole school. That's called the real contribution." When Zhou Xian heard this, her heart was very flattered, and a smug smile appeared on her face. She hummed softly in disdain. Oof. Moon Hyun ah, want to compare contributions with me? What a joke. Then she frowned, as if thinking about something, and suddenly a light came on in her eyes and a plan came to her. What other programs did she sign up for? Zhou Xian asked. Jiao Su replied. I heard that I signed up for everything except basketball and tug of war. Zhou Xian frowned and bristled in disdain. TSK? Working so hard? Just for that bit of stinking money? Wu Tong smiled sarcastically. Poor people. It's like this. Zhou Xian suddenly had a plan in mind, and the corner of her mouth hooked into an impish smile. Then he led Su Jiaoju and Wu Tong in the opposite direction. Let's go. At least we're classmates. Let's go cheer and support her too. Moon Hyun walked towards Moon Hyun Chul and proudly gave a yes sign. The first bonus, $200, is here. Moon Hyun Chul smiled and gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of pride. Fantastic. Keep it up and aim for a new high-o. As he said that, he also petted Moon Hyun-a's head. Don't work too hard though. Be careful, you'll have to stay in bed for days after the games. I don't want to be here to bring you food and wash water. Moon Hyun-ah smiled disdainfully. Fight for your life? I haven't even utilized half of my strength yet. Brother, you're looking down on me too much, aren't you? Moon Hyun-chul smiled and shook his head. Okay, you're Superman. Supergirl always? Moon Hyun-ah smiled smugly. Humph. The next race is the 400-meter relay, and Cindy Lee has signed up for it, so we need to hurry over and get ready. Moon Hyun-chul nodded, then looked around for a moment. I'll go to the restroom and be right back. Moon Hyun-ah blinked in some surprise. Oh, well, hurry up then looked uneasily at his distant back. By the way, can you find the place? Moon Hyun-chul waved his hand back and smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'm a human map. Can't even find a toilet? Joke. Just wait for me in peace. 10 minutes later, Moon Hyun-chul got lost. There were restrooms in the athletic field, and he had clearly followed the signs. So how did he end up around the building? Oh, the humanoid map. Lack of maps to navigate you. Forget it. It's far away, but it's good enough to get on. Normally, the bathroom was at the end of the hallway, so Moon Hyun-chul walked straight ahead. The hallways were quiet as the students had all gone to the games and the classrooms were empty. There was only the occasional sound of cheering and radio announcements from the distant playground. Moon Hyun-chul walked through a classroom, and through the windows, he could see the neatly arranged desks and chairs inside, and the books stacked on the desks. His eyes gradually became complicated, and a hint of melancholy welled up in his heart. He would like to go to school again if he could. He laughed softly at the thought and shook his head, as if laughing at his own childish thoughts, then drove those distractions from his mind and moved on. While passing by the teacher's office, Moon Hyun-chul suddenly heard voices talking inside. Is there someone in there? Out of curiosity, he slowed his pace and crept closer to the office window. Through a gap in the curtains he saw a scene that shocked him. A woman in a sophisticated outfit gently ruffled her long hair that hung over her shoulders with one hand, while the other rested on the man's shoulder in an unobtrusive gesture, as if to tease, and as if to test. She had a faint smile on her lips and her eyes were full of flavor. The woman's name was Tao Ran, Zhou Xian's mother. The man, on the other hand, was Feng Gang, the homeroom teacher and language teacher of the junior 3 class that Zhou Xian and Wen Xianya were in. Feng Gang half turned his face sideways, holding a teacup in one hand, pretending to drink water to hide his inner tension. However, his gaze fell on Tao Ran from time to time, and that look was filled with naked desire. Tao Ran hooked her lips in a smile. Teacher Feng, Xian is also counting on you for this midterm exam. Alas, you also know that his father is very important to her test scores this time. If she accidentally fails the test, we mother and daughter will have to suffer. So, can Ms. Feng act as a strong backing for Xian on this test? Feng Gang gently patted her shoulder, his fingers sliding over her skin intentionally or unintentionally. Ms. Tao, don't worry, I will try my best. Zhou Xian's student brain is very smart, is not very hard work. If she is a little hard work, not many students in the class is her rival. But well, in this society, hard work is certainly important, but the opportunity is even more unattainable. Fortunately, Zhou Xian's classmates have this opportunity. Feng Gang turned around, took out a sealed document bag from his desk drawer, and handed it over. Inside the folder, there were papers and answers for the midterm exam the following week. Tao Ran took the document bag, but Feng Gang's fingers deliberately stayed a little longer. Feeling the temperature of her fingertips, Tao Ran didn't withdraw her hand, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into an even more flirtatious smile. She gently pushed the envelope in her hand to Feng Gang. Teacher Feng, with your help, Xian's grades will definitely be able to continue to be maintained. This is the specialties that Xianxian's her father brought back from his business trip to Dubai. A small token. Consider it as a small token of my appreciation. Feng Gang took the envelope and gently rubbed his fingers over its surface. Then he quickly scanned the contents and a satisfied smile appeared on his face, a hint of triumph flashing in his eyes. Then thank you to Zhou Xian's father. Tao Ran let out a pout. Why don't you thank me? The longing in Feng Gang's eyes became even harder to hide as he smiled evilly. Thanks also to Zhou Xian's mom. Then lowered his head. Within moments, there was a slight gasp from the office. Outside the window, Moon Hyun-chul was tightly thunderstruck by the image in front of him. I just came to use the restroom. How did I even stumble upon the PY trading site? A smirk then curled the corners of his mouth. Oh, luckily, I had just taken out my voice recorder and turned on the camera recording function to record this wonderful moment. Gee, this recorder is a great buy. It's only been used twice and it's paid for itself. Just then, Feng Gang suddenly felt a movement outside the window. He hastily pushed the woman in his arms away and quickly walked over to the window, pulling back the curtains. Chapter 51, One wave leads to another. Feng Gang quickly went to the window and pulled open the curtains with one hand. However, the window was empty. Only the trees on campus swayed gently in the breeze. Tao Ran followed nervously, his voice trembling. It couldn't have been seen, could it? Feng Gang frowned, but quickly regained his composure. He turned to Tao Ran with a smile. Don't worry, no one will come back now that the students, teachers, and parents are on the athletic field. It's probably a feral cat on campus. Don't scare yourself. Tao Ran breathed a sigh of relief as she straightened her hair and clothes, forcing herself to regain her composure. I hope so. Mr. Feng, I'm counting on you in this matter. Feng Gang also resumed his dignified appearance as a teacher and nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Afterward, Tao Ran left the office in a hurry. Moon Hyunchul leaned his back against the corner of the stairs, his forehead sweating profusely as he gasped for air, his heart beating wildly in his chest. He carefully tucked the recorder away in his hand, then headed for a side bathroom, intending to compose himself. While he wouldn't voluntarily turn them in, he might be able to use them someday. However, when Moon Hyun-chul had just lifted up his pants and was about to leave the bathroom, a sudden silhouette once again scared him out of his wits. Joe, Agent Joe? Why are you here? Moon Hyun-chul's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. Zhao Qian was also shocked as he stared at Wen Xianjia in front of him and asked suspiciously, I was going to ask you, why are you boys here too? Moon Hyun-chul settled down and explained, I'm here to accompany my sister to the games. Your sister? Zhao Qian frowned, clearly surprised by Wen Xianjia's answer. This guy has a sister? Moon Hyun-chul nodded and asked in turn, Agent Joe, do your kids go to school here too? Zhao Qian sniffed and his face instantly turned red. What child? I'm not even married yet. Moon Hyun-chul then realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. So, I'm so sorry. Then asked, so what are you doing here? Zhao Qian glared at him without a good look and said, why am I here? It's not because Qian Yingxue suddenly said she wanted to come to some pre-revival warm-up. When Wen Xianjia heard this, his heart tightened violently, and he hurriedly asked after him, Thousand Yingxue is here too? Nonsense. If she didn't come, I'd still be at home at this very moment. Second swiping battle of two cities, Zhao Qian said without a trace of anger. Qian Yingxue had previously filmed a school play at Sangjae High School and stayed there for 2 months. That's why she told Zhao Qian that she wanted to take the opportunity to revisit her hometown by taking advantage of the fact that the school was open to everyone for the games, as well as to warm up for her upcoming return to the public eye. Suddenly, Zhao Qian looked like he realized something as he jerked his head towards Wen Xianjia, his eyes filled with shock. Good. I told you which one of her tendons is wrong. So it's for you kid again. Moon Hyunchul was also bitter and desperate. Yeah, she said she wouldn't let him find her, but she didn't say she wouldn't come to him. Moon Hyunchul was about to faint from his tongue twister and hurriedly said to Zhao Qian, tell her I'm really not available today and make it up to her later. When he finished speaking, he turned around in a hurry and left quickly. With 10 minutes to go before the start of the 400-meter relay race, runners from all classes had already assembled in front of the track and were doing all kinds of warm-up exercises. The junior class of 3, however, only had 3 players in the field. Moon Hyun's eyes searched anxiously around, checking his watch from time to time with a frown on his face. The match is about to start. Where the hell has Li Seni gone? Zhang Hui was also standing not far away, her brows slightly furrowed, and there was a bit of worry in her expression. She just finished the high jump competition with a less than stellar score and was a little down. Said she wanted some time alone by herself to adjust. When Xianya sniffed and nodded lightly. Oh, so, then we'll wait a little longer. Girls' bathroom. Li Seni was standing in front of the sink, cupping her hands in cold water and gently slapping her cheeks. trying to pull herself together from the shadow of defeat. She had mixed feelings in her mind. How can I not even jump over the lowest crossbar? It's so embarrassing. Am I really too useless? When she recalled the jeering of Xian and her two little followers on the racecourse, Li Xinyi's heart felt like it had been stabbed by a needle, both angry and sad. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Then he forced a smile at himself in the mirror and encouraged himself. It's okay, it's just one defeat. You can't be beaten. There are still a lot of matches waiting for me in the back. Go for it, Li Xinyi. Just as she was about to turn away, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. Zhou Xian. Li Xinyi's heart snapped and she looked back. Sure enough, Zhou Xian was approaching step by step with her two friends, Su Jiaojiu and Wu Tong. Zhou Xian's smile carried a few hints of ill will, and Li Xinyi subconsciously lowered her head. She wanted to get the hell out of there and avoid this unforeseen conflict, but Jiao Su nonchalantly pushed her back. What's the rush to leave? What do you want? I've got a race to run. Let me out. Zhou Xian sneered as if she had everything under control. A competition? Humph. I think you'd better not participate. Chapter 52, Athletic Fiasco. Zhou Xian sneered and stepped forward. Don't enter the contest. Let's make a deal. Trade? Li Xinyi repeated doubtfully. Yeah, I know. You signed up for so many competitions, not just for the hundreds of dollars in prize money. Zhou Xian's words carried a disdainful contempt, and Li Xinyi's face instantly turned red. She did work so hard to lighten her mom's load. Seeing that Li Xinyi's reaction was just what she wanted, Zhou Xian became even more pleased. Oh no, it's not just me who knows. A lot of people know. However, you seem to be a bit too optimistic about your own strength. With this small body of yours, it's futile to enroll in more competitions. You can only make a fool of yourself on the field and add a few laughs to everyone for free. As she said that, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. And Su Jiaojiu and Wu Tong also laughed and covered their stomachs in an exaggerated manner. Li Xinyi's eyes moistened as she gritted her teeth and asked, "What the hell are you trying to say?" Zhou Xian let out a sneer and came forward, approaching Li Xinyi's ear. "I can give you the bonus you want." Li Xinyi stared incredulously while Zhou Xian continued to smirk disdainfully. "Even if you guys ran first and won the $200 prize, it would have to be split equally between the four of you, and that's just amount per person." Jiao Su whispered a reminder. $50. Zhou Xian glared at her fiercely. "Of course I know it's $50. For you to say." Su Jiaojiu retreated resentfully, and Zhou Tong looked a little gloating. Zhou Xian continued to seduce Li Xinyi. "I can just give you $200. Saying that, she ripped out $200 bills from her delicate wallet and waved them in front of Li Xinyi's eyes. "But, as a condition of the deal, you can't go on the 400-meter relay." At those words, Li Xinyi instantly widened her eyes. "What did you say?" Zhou Xian raised her eyebrows in disbelief. "All you have to do is stay here for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, you can leave with the money. How's that for a simple bargain? Is it better to go to the trouble of going to a race and not necessarily get $50? Or to be here for 10 minutes and get $200? And a 3-year-old knows what the choice is, right?" Listening to Zhou Xian's seductive words and looking at the bright red banknotes in front of her, Li Xinyi began to falter. She knew what the money meant to her, whose family was not well off, but giving up the game made her feel sorry for her teammates and her conscience. Seeing Li Xinyi's hesitation, Zhou Xian impatiently forced the money into her hand. "Take it. Since your grades are so good, can't you even do this math? This deal is definitely a sure thing for you." Li Xinyi was at a loss for words, holding those 2 light bills in her hands, only feeling heavy. Zhou Xian sneered and turned to leave. Su Jiaojiu and Wu Tong also cast contemptuous glances at her and then followed. Only Li Xinyi was left in place, struggling internally. In the last 2 minutes before the start of the match, Xinyi Li's figure was late in appearing on the field. A short-haired female student approached the referee with an anxious face and pleaded, "Teacher, there's a player on our team who might not be able to make it. Can I compete in her place? I'm also a student in the 3rd class of the junior high school." The referee shook his head in a determined manner. "That won't do. The rules of the competition clearly state that the registered contestants must be present in person. How can I just let you take your place? What if you're an outsider looking for help?" The female student hurriedly pulled her student ID from her pocket and handed it to the referee, eagerly explaining, "Here's my student ID. I'm really in this class, not some outsider." The referee remained unmoved and said sternly, "No, rules are rules, and whoever signed up will come and run. If she can't come, then it will be treated as a forfeit and absolutely no substitutions will be allowed." The female student helplessly took a few steps back, and Moon Hyun gently patted her shoulder in comfort. "It's okay, don't feel too bad. If it's a big deal, we'll just forfeit the game. Anyway, our class total score is already way ahead of the other classes now. Winning or losing this game won't affect anything." With a whistle from the referee, The match was over quickly. The first class cheered and celebrated their victory, while the hearts of the third class were not in the right place. Just then, Lee Sinny ran back sweating and panting. She saw the disappointed eyes of her classmates and was filled with anxiety and guilt. A male student saw her and chided her in a hurry. "Where have you been? It's all because of you that we just abandoned the game." Lee Sinny's face was pale and her voice trembled. "Yeah, sorry, I got diarrhea." "Diarrhea? Not sooner or later, but at this time of the day? On purpose." Lee Sinny lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." Zhou Xian, who was not far away, looked at everything here, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smug smile. Moon Hyuna glanced at her expression and seemed to understand something. "Zhou Xian, did you do this?" Then he looked at Lee Sinny, who had a self-condemning look on her face. But why didn't Xine tell the truth? Was she afraid of retaliation? After thinking about it, Moon Hyuna walked forward and gently held Lee Xine's hand, comforting her. "Sinny, don't be sad. Your body is the most important thing. The competition is only second. I know you surely didn't do it on purpose, but you want to win more than anyone else." Listening to Moon Hyuna's comforting words, Lee Xine's tears finally couldn't help but slide down her cheeks. "I'm sorry. Thank you, Hyuna. Me. I know, you're the one who wants to win the race the most, but I want to help my mom out a little too. I'm sorry. Forgive me." Moon Hyuna patted her shoulder. "It's okay, cheer up. There's still a couple of games behind us." At this point, Zhang Hui also returned to the ring. She had earlier looked around for Lee Sinny's figure but never found it. She was both sorry and embarrassed when she learned that Sinny Lee was unable to compete because of diarrhea. She walked over to the third class and bowed, sincerely apologizing to everyone. "Class, I'm really sorry for the delay due to Sinny's health. I'm really sorry." The students looked at each other and reassured that it was okay not to be so concerned. Looking at the scene in front of her, Zhou Xian only felt inexplicably annoyed. Gee, what a disgusting thing to do with a loving family. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Daylily." Zhou Xian jerked her head back, and a bright smile instantly bloomed on her face. "Dad," only to see a middle-aged man carrying a huge gift box, smiling and waving at her. Zhou Xian's father, an entrepreneur in Xia City, often traveled abroad on business. Zhou Xian quickly stepped forward with undisguised joy in her voice. "Dad, you're back from your business trip?" Zhou Yuri smiled and reached out to touch her hair. "Yeah, and Daddy brought our baby back a present." Zhou Xian received the gift. Her eyes were glowing and she couldn't wait to open it, but she held back. She smiled good-naturedly and thanked him. "Thank you, Daddy." "Thanks for what?" Xian came third in the class on the last monthly exam. "Dad forgot to give you a reward, so this is considered compensation." At those words, Zhou Xian instantly felt weak, but still forced a smile. "Ha ha, it's only third place. I did so poorly that I'm embarrassed to ask my dad for a present." Zhou Li was a bit surprised. "Oh, third place can't even satisfy our Xian? Then for the half-term exam this time, is Xian planning to take first place?" Zhou Xian's heartbeat grew flustered as she tilted her head, her expression filled with disdain. That's for sure." Approval flowed from Zhou Li's eyes. "Okay, as long as Xian can get first place in her half-term exam, Daddy will reward you with a trip to the beautiful country." "Really? Of course it's true. When has Daddy ever lied to you?" Zhou Xian bit her lower lip and agreed in one bite. "Yes, I'll get first place." Zhou Li nodded in satisfaction, then looked around, a hint of doubt flashing in his gaze. "By the way, where's your mom? How come I haven't seen her?" Zhou Xian's small face slightly collapsed and she skimmed her lips. "Oh, Mom said she had an upset stomach and went to the bathroom." Zhou Li sniffed and nodded. "Oh, so," then he laughed. "Right, let's go out to eat for lunch. I've already booked a hotel. Let's go wait for your mom in front of the school." "Yes." Just as Zhou Li was preparing to leave the arena with Zhou Xian, a hurried figure slammed into his shoulder. Moon Hyunchul waved his hands and apologized. Sorry. Zhou Li frowned somewhat unpleasantly and ignored him, continuing to lead Zhou Xian forward. Looking at the backs of the two, Moon Hyunchul shrugged helplessly. He was about to move on when he suddenly reacted to something. "Wait, on that girl's school license plate just now, it seems to say her name is Zhou Xian." Chapter 53, come on, hurry up. The morning's competition came to an end for the time being, with Wang Xianyu winning a total of $500 in prize money. In a happy mood, Moon Hyuna pulled Moon Hyunchul out of the stadium. After arriving at the cafeteria, Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile as he looked at the scene in front of him and flirted. "You said you were going to treat me to a sumptuous meal, and you just ended up coming to the cafeteria. Ha, this is too luxurious." Upon hearing this, Moon Hyuna immediately straightened her back and earnestly defended herself. What's wrong with the cafeteria? The taste of our school's cafeteria is no worse than those restaurants. Ah no. Hotels outside. The dishes here are all freshly stir-fried. Absolutely no use of any pre-made dishes. Fresh and healthy. When Moon Hyun-chul heard this, he smiled and shook his head in compromise. Fine. Cafeteria then. Moon Hyun-ah winked and smiled cheekily. He. I'm just kidding. When the games are all over tomorrow, I'll take you out for a big meal, and you'll have to eat a lot then. Really? Then I'll clean my belly and wait for your meal. Just as the two of them were talking and laughing, a mellifluous ringing phone suddenly rang. I am like a fish in your lotus pond, just to wait for the bright white moonlight with you. Moon Hyun-chul picked up his cell phone and took a look. The AAA part-time agency, displayed on the screen, made his heart tighten and he couldn't help but frown. After a moment of hesitation, he still smiled at Wen Xianya. I'll take a call first. Then he quickly stepped aside and pressed the answer button, keeping his voice extremely low. Hey, what's up? On the other side of the phone, Xianing Shui's slightly mischievous and sweet voice immediately came. Have you eaten yet? I'm also at Sangjae Middle School right now. Oh, do you want to have dinner together? It turns out that in order to avoid accidentally revealing himself in the daily life, when Xianja deliberately changed Xianing Shui's note to AAA part-time agency, Moon Hyun-chul rolled his eyes numerous times in his mind and replied, I'm already eating, so I'm not coming. Thousanding Shui didn't seem to intend to give up and continued. I see. So what location are you in? How about I meet you after dinner and give your sister a boost on the way? Moon Hyun-chul was shocked and quickly refused, adding my ass. If she sees you, she probably won't even be able to walk. How can she compete? Xianing Shui, I'm begging you. Once the games are over the day after tomorrow, I promise to go to work every day, okay? Immediately on the other end of the line there was a soft laugh that was barely audible, followed by a slightly aggravated tone of voice. Oh, but I miss you so much right now. Super miss you. Can't I just go find you myself? Moon Hyun-chul clenched his teeth helplessly and finally compromised. Where are you? I'll meet you after dinner. After hanging up the phone, Moon Hyun-chul returned to Moon Hyun-ah. Moon Hyun-ah looked at him with a worried face and asked, part-time agency? Brother, are you going to work part-time again? Moon Hyun-chul laughed and shook his head reassuringly. No thing, they're just giving me a little advance notice so I can be prepared. Seeing that Moon Hyun-ah still had an uneasy look on his face, Moon Hyun-chul raised his bandaged hands and said, Look, I'm still injured now. I want to work part-time but also can't do it. You can rest assured. I'm now but more than anyone else love to take care of their own bodies. The games these 2 days, my only part-time job is your exclusive cheerleader. When Moon Hyun-ah heard this, she revealed a smile, but then she pouted in feigned anger. Then you're too incompetent to be an exclusive cheerleader. Where were you during the 400-meter relay? Did you have to go to the bathroom for so long? Did you have diarrhea too? Moon Hyun-chul's heart tightened at once. Where did you go? Accidentally ran into the PY deal scene, but he then laughed and changed the subject. Ha ha. You? How do you know? Oops. Not to mention, go and get your food. If you don't go there's going to be a long line. While eating, Moon Hyun-chul suddenly asked, by the way, isn't there someone named Zhou Xian in your class? Upon hearing this name, Moon Hyun-ah immediately raised her head that was desperately trying to dry rice. Her brows furrowed, and her expression and tone were written with displeasure. Zhou Xian, why are you mentioning her? Moon Hyun-chul asked tentatively, slightly stunned. You're not on good terms? Moon Hyun-ah swallowed the rice in her mouth and gave a cold, blunt smile. Oh, it's more than bad. I'm too bad to be in the same class with her. Moon Hyun-chul was a bit surprised, but nodded in understanding. Oh, and since you don't like her, deal with her less. Then something else came to mind and asked, by the way, what are her usual grades? Moon Hyun-ah smiled disdainfully. Homework never do, much less hand in. Do not listen in class. Either sleep or play the phone or look in the mirror. The key to every test can be the top 3. Maybe this is the so-called genius? Whereas I such, can only stupid bird fly first? Every day in addition to brush the problem is to brush the problem. Wait, why are you asking so much about her? Moon Hyun-chul smiled. No, I'm just curious about the kind of people you have around you. Moon Hyun-ah deflated. Don't be curious. Curiosity kills the cat. No. Besides, mentioning her makes me angry. Well, no more talking about her. I want to eat. Hard to replenish energy. There are hundreds of bonuses waiting for me in the afternoon. With that, he lowered his head and continued to focus on his dry rice. When Moon Hyun-ah went back to the classroom for his lunch break, Moon Hyun-chul temporarily left on the pretext of wanting to visit your school, a reception room in the administrative office building of Shanxi Middle School. Moon Hyun-chul skillfully unbuttoned his shirt, then opened his arms and closed his eyes as if he were dying. Come on, move faster. Chapter 54, Humph. You really like to play hard to get. Looking at Wen Xianjia, who took the initiative to undress his clothes in front of him, Xianing Shui frowned slightly and blinked in confusion. Hurry up, what? Moon Hyunchul opened his eyes and said breathlessly. Didn't I say you never pretend in front of me? Didn't you just crave my body? That's why you came all the way here? Come on. For you to touch. Feel free. At those words, Xianing Shui blushed slightly. You're talking about something. Oh, I see. You wanted to kiss me first. When Xianjia lowered his head to come close to her lips, and Xianing Shui gently pushed him away in shame. Is that the image of me in your mind? Right. Moon Hyunchul nodded seriously, then smiled meaningfully. Super old driver. Xianing Shui glared at him in exasperation, then took a deep breath to calm down. She tilted her head dismissively and scoffed. Humph. It's obvious that you're the one who is lustful, so you purposely refused when I asked you to join me for dinner and played lustful, and now you're so impatient, but you want to put the blame on me. What a mindfulness. A light red color gradually crept onto Moon Hyunchul's face as well, and he hastily retorted. What lust, desire, and impatience? Are you touching and kissing or not? Xianing Shui looked at his well-defined body, swallowed and stubbornly inclined her head. No touching, no kissing. The corners of Moon Hyunchul's mouth hooked slightly as he raised his hand to button up his clothes. Okay, that's what you said. Xianing Shui turned her head back and looked at him with ghostly eyes. What's wrong with what I said? This is at least a sacred place of education. Even if I'm horny, I'm not going to do something juvenile here, am I? Then smiled very proudly. I'm a professional, veteran driver. Moon Hyunchul applauded and praised with a blank face. Wow, what a highly qualified veteran driver. Xianing Shui hooked her lips and smiled lightly, then approached his ear and whispered. On the contrary, you, deliberately hole so out to tempt me, really heart pull full. Oh, don't worry, after going back, I'll love you. Moon Hyunchul's ears instantly became hot, and he hastily pulled away from the distance between them and coughed lightly. Ahem. So, what did you find me for? Just to look at me? Of course not. Xianing Shui turned around, picked up two high-class delicate paper bags from the sofa and handed them over. The last time we talked about compensating you for your clothes, because we haven't been able to find the right clothes, so it's been delayed for a while. But among the recent co-branded clothes, there's finally a design aesthetic that's all online. Here, take it. Looking at the paper bag that was handed over, Moon Hyunchul was a little surprised. She called me here for this? He reached out to take it, and Xianing Shui continued to add, the one in the blue bag is yours and the one in the pink bag is your sister's. She should fit in size M, right? Moon Hyunchul nodded. Well, pretty much. This series of clothes are limited edition and won't be sold publicly, so you don't have to specifically say that it's the same model as the Thousand Reflections Snow co-branding. And for your sister, it keeps a low profile and doesn't affect her state of mind. Listening to Xianing Shui's words, Wen Xianjia's mood was a bit subtle. That's pretty sweet of you. Xianing Shui smiled faintly. That's for sure. Then she stepped forward, her white, slender fingers slowly straightening his collar, and asked earnestly, so, how do you thank me? Moon Hyunchul's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Ahem. What thanks? This is compensation for you ripping my clothes. Okay. Xianing Shui gave a petulant grunt of displeasure. Oh. Moon Hyunchul's heart fluttered and he lowered his head, quickly leaving a kiss on her lips. Xianing Shui was a bit stunned, and when Xianjia hastily took a step back and turned away. That's what you said. A light touch of the mouth doesn't count as kissing, so we're not doing juvenile things in a sacred place of education. Looking at his hastily departing back, Xianing Shui covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Humph. Sure do like to play hard to get. In the meantime, the Sangjie Middle School sports field. Fan Xingjie ate the fragrant roasted starch sausage in his hand while watching with interest the women's volleyball team that was training in front of him. Ah, this graceful movement, this youthful vigor. It's a real bloodbath. In the morning, he also volunteered to go with Zheng Hui to find Li Sini, but as they searched, the two were somehow separated. Just as Fan Xingjie was looking around, trying to find Zheng Hui's figure, a melodious and rhythmic music caught his attention. He followed the sound and saw a group of youthful and lively young girls engaged in a gymnastic competition. Fan Xingjie was unconsciously attracted to the gymnastics team's competition and completely forgot what he was here for. It wasn't until the game was over and the young girls were bowing and thanking him, hand in hand, that he woke up as if from a dream and slapped his head in remorse. You promised to give Zhang Hui happiness. You can't even do this little thing right. Fan Xingjie, you deserve to die. He wanted to go to lunch with Moon Hyunjae, but at the thought of facing Moon Hyun's venomous attack, Fan Xingjie couldn't help but shiver. Damn it. I don't want to see that stinky girl again even if I die. So he made his own way to the food stand outside the school and bought a lot of food. Hand pies, wolfsbane potatoes, cold noodles, wontons, As the last bite of starchy sausage disappeared, Fan Xingjie contentedly wiped his mouth, only to realize that his hands were covered in grease and there happened to be no paper towels available around. Just when he was in a dilemma, a Samoyed dog with snow-white fur and shiny black eyes that looked clean and beautiful ran over at some point, wagging its tail cheerfully as if it was making a gesture of goodwill to Fan Xingjie. Looking at this cute little guy, Fan Xingjie was inspired and gave a friendly greeting towards it. "Hello, puppy dog, just in time. Do me a favor?" Samoyed seemed to understand him and came closer excitedly. Fan Xingjie took the opportunity to wipe the oil stains on his hands on the soft and smooth fur of the Samoyed, and then revealed a smug smile. "Thanks, little guy. You're a super savior to me." Samoyed barked at him twice happily. "Woof woof." Fan Xingjie smiled and turned to leave. Just as he took 2 steps, a sharp, excited female voice came from behind him. "Daodu, didn't I say don't run around? Wait, this is, on you Which lack of morality guy did this? How did my baby become like this?" Chapter 55 Moon Hyuna is falsely accused. Inside the classroom of the 3rd junior class, only Zhou Xian sat alone in her seat. She moodily fiddled with a delicate and expensive diamond watch, one of her dad's gifts to her. When Xianya walked into the classroom and saw Zhou Xian, slightly stunned, then asked directly, "You're the one who screwed up by not making it to the 400-meter relay, aren't you?" Zhou Xian sniffed and jerked her head up. Her eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, which was then replaced by anger. She slammed the table and stood up, retorting, "When Xianya, what's gotten into you? What's it to me if she didn't show up for the contest? What proof do you have that I did it? Don't always accuse people without evidence and don't put labels on others without moving, okay?" Zhou Xian's voice echoed in the classroom with a hint of a trembling aftertaste. She took a deep breath and continued, "Oh, last time you couldn't find your notebook. You suspected me for no reason. This time, once Li Sini's matter came up, you relied on me again. Am I the root of all evil? What bad things are all done by me? Or are you simply trying to find fault with me?" A sneering cold smile surfaced on Wen Xianya's face as he slowly said, "If you didn't do it, what's with the big reaction?" Zhou Xian was choked by Wen Xianya's words and was momentarily speechless as she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. "Oh, am I reacting badly? You'd be the same way if you were falsely accused." Wen Xianya coldly glanced at Zhou Xian, his eyes dark, deep and unfathomable. "You know, Zhou Xian, don't do anything wrong. Not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door, but the way you look now, it's like you've done something unseemly, desperately trying to cover it up for fear of being uncovered. Also, in addition to this time Li Sini's matter, you've done quite a few unseemly things, right?" When Xianya's icy gaze seemed to penetrate Zhou Xian's heart, leaving her with nowhere to hide, Zhou Xian's face instantly became as pale as paper, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. She looked at Moon Hyuna with wide eyes, her eyes filled with fear and unease. "What am I covering up? I've never done anything wrong." When Xianya sneered, then lifted his wrist and glanced at the time, the corner of his mouth curling into a bland smile. "Ah, it's getting late, and I have to go to the competition, so since you don't want to admit it, forget it." After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving Zhou Xian, who had a weak face, standing alone in the classroom. With Moon Hyuna's departure, the tension in the classroom gradually dissipated. Zhou Xian stood in place, her fear receding and then being filled with anger. She clenched her teeth and stared dead at Wen Xianya's seat, wishing she could rush forward right now and slash that table to pieces. "Moon Hyuna, what are you? Who are you to talk to me like that?" Zhou Xian looked down at the diamond watch in her hand that she clutched tightly. A glint of light flashed in her eyes, and then the corner of her mouth suddenly hooked up an evil smile. "Moon Hyuna, just wait, we'll see." After the lunch break, Moon Hyuna returned to the playing field. Moon Hyunchul, who was waiting at the class lounge, handed up a delicate pink paper bag. "Just took advantage of the lunch break time to go out for a stroll. Just encountered a store jumping sale. Randomly picked a few clothes for you. Quickly try to fit." Moon Hyuna looked at the paper bag in surprise and looked up at his brother. "Buying me new clothes again? I remember you buying me a bunch of them not too long ago." "Ha? What not long ago? That was several months ago. And you've been growing taller lately. Look at the shirt you're wearing now. The sleeves look a little short." Moon Hyuna looked down at the clothes she was wearing and raised her head in disbelief. "It's not short, it's just the right length for me. And it's the latest fashion trend to show off your wrists and ankles. Don't you get it? Well, I'm the one who's old-fashioned. Then try on these new clothes and see if they're hip." Moon Hyuna excitedly opened the paper bag and a fine piece of clothing came into view. She picked up a beige jacket with a gleam of surprise in her eyes. "Wow, brother, when did your aesthetics get so good?" The corner of Moon Hyunchul's eye twitched. "What's wrong with my aesthetic? My aesthetics have always been online." "Okay, Moon Hyuna said with a smile as she refolded the jacket and put it back into the paper bag. Put these clothes away for now and wear them when the games are over. I've been so busy training and competing these past few days that I'm covered in sweat, and it's a shame to wear such nice clothes for sports. Moon Hyunchul nodded thoughtfully. Okay, then I'll put it away for you first. Cheer up for the game this afternoon. Oh. Moon Hyuna patted his chest with confidence. Humph. Don't worry, the package wins. The afternoon game is also over. And Moon Hyuna earned another 520 in prize money. She said happily to Moon Hyunchul. Teacher said that everyone has to make a trip back to class first after the competition, so you can wait for me at the school entrance. When Xianjia nodded in agreement. Good. The students all returned to their classrooms one by one, and the whole space was instantly filled with all kinds of noises. Just then, a sharp, anxious voice cut through the din. Why is my watch gone? Zhou Xian's sudden shout caused the originally noisy classroom to instantly quiet down. Zhou Xian's voice carried a few moments of trembling and disbelief as she emphasized again. My watch. That was a gift from my dad just today. The crowd looked at each other with doubt and curiosity in their eyes. At this time, Zhou Xian's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she viciously pointed at Wen Xianya as if she had found the culprit. You must have taken it, right? Moon Hyuna was baffled by the accusation and she spread her hands innocently. What watch? I've never even seen it. Why would I take your watch? Zhou Xian let out a cold smile, as if she had already had a plan. Humph. The last time I lost my laptop, you suspected me of taking it for no reason, and this time you must be deliberately taking revenge. Moon Hyuna remained calm and collected. You said I took your watch, so do you have proof? You can't accuse someone falsely out of thin air. Just as the two sides are arguing, the class teacher Feng Gang pushed the door. He frowned, clearly annoyed by the noise in the classroom. Back in the classroom and you still don't know how to be quiet. What's it like to make so much noise? I heard you all downstairs. Seeing this, Zhou Xian hurriedly stepped forward, her voice with a sobbing tone, and eagerly told Feng Gang, Teacher Feng, when Xianya stole my watch and still won't admit it. She held a grudge against me last time because of the lost notebook, so this time she took my watch on purpose. The watch must have been hidden in her school bag. Mr. Feng Gang's frown tightened as he looked over at Wen Xianya, only to see that Moon Hyuna was still not red in the face. So he said, since you say you didn't take it, open your book bag and let the teacher check it, or you can clear your name. The students began to whisper and talk, and the atmosphere of the whole classroom became subtle and tense. But, Teacher Feng Gang's eyes changed slightly as his words changed. If it's true that you took it, then this is serious theft and the school will follow the rules and give you the appropriate demerits. Zhou Xian's face instantly revealed a smug bad smile, and Su Jiaojiu also took the opportunity to chime in. That's right, open it up. You didn't take it anyway. What's wrong with your heart? The other students began to hyperventilate. Yeah, open it up. We want to get out of school early. Yeah, it's not really in your book bag, is it? Under the crowd's compulsion, Moon Hyuna took out her school bag from her desk although she was a bit reluctant. Seeing this, Zhou Xian immediately rushed forward, pulled open the zipper of the school bag, and began to impatiently rummage through it. Oh, Moon Hyuna, you're finished. However, Wen Xianya, who was on the side, silently watched Zhou Xian's actions, and the corner of her mouth curved up into a mysterious arc. Chapter 56, I think your mouth is the toughest thing on your body. Zhou Xian rummaged around for a while, her face gradually turning from expectant to ugly. How? Could there be none? Moon Hyuna shrugged his shoulders with a bit of mockery in his tone. I told you I didn't take it, so you should believe me now, right? Zhou Xian, however, refused to give up. No way, you must have hidden it. Saying that, she actually began to pour out all the things in her book bag, scattering books and stationery all over the place. Zhou Xian crouched down and searched desperately, but still found nothing. She stood up in panic and grabbed Wen Xianya's collar, shouting hysterically, Where's my watch? Where did you hide my watch? That's the one my dad brought back from Dubai. It's worth $100,000. Hurry up and give it back to me. The students once again whispered, and Feng Gang's frown tightened. He was about to step forward to stop Zhou Xian's crazy behavior when Xianya pushed Zhou Xian away. She sneered, You're just going to conclude that I took it? Why don't you go search everyone else's book bag? Feng Gang sniffed and hurriedly took the opportunity to say, Okay, since it's come to this, let's have all the other students open their book bags, too, and I'll check them out. The students were reluctant, but they didn't dare to disobey the teacher's order. So, everyone opened their book bags. After Su Jiaojiu fumbled around in her book bag for a while, she suddenly came across something cold and icy. She took it out and stared at it instantly. It was a sparkling diamond watch. Zhou Xian took a look and rushed forward, snatching the watch. The watch! My watch! Her voice was filled with joy at being lost and found. but then came deep shock and confusion. Why do you have it? Su Jiaojiao shook her head in horror. I don't know. As when Xianya watched this scene, the corners of his mouth hooked up into an even more pronounced sneer. So it was taken by one of our own. Zhou Xian. It's really true what they say about fire and theft against girlfriends. Su Jiaojiao turned pale with fear. It's not me. It's really not me. Xian, you have to believe me. Zhou Xian had completely lost her mind at this moment, and she viciously rushed towards Wen Xianya. It had to be you. It must be you who did it, right? Instead, Moon Hyuna looked at her mockingly. What did I do? Wasn't it you who flatly claimed that I took your watch? But what happened? It was your best friend who took it. What's that got to do with me? After saying that, Wen Xianya turned her head to Feng Gang and asked curiously, by the way, Mr. Feng, what is the punishment for theft? Once Su Jiaojiao heard this, her face turned pale with fear and she directly knelt down in front of Zhou Xian. Xian, is not me. Really not me. With all the human and physical evidence, the students once again discussed in whispers. Yeah, what makes her so sure that Moon Hyuna took it? Acting like she read the script. That's just it, and it's balked at being in a book bag. Yikes, so much doubt. Hiss, you guys, could it be? Hush, that can't dare to talk nonsense. People's dads, but for our school every classroom donated air conditioning it. Be careful, Xian's sister angry, go home and tell her father. Not let you blow air conditioning. Zhou Xian's face turned incredibly red from anger and shame. She was riding a tiger at the moment. After enduring it, she clutched her head and screamed, and then rushed out of the classroom without a second thought. Several male classmates were lying on the windows, looking at Zhou Xian's back as she hurriedly fled, gloating. Rush. Feng Gang looked at this scene and sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll investigate this matter. You all go back. When Xianya looked at Zhou Xian's departing back and secretly sneered in her heart. Oh, Zhou Xian, you really think I'm a little cutie, do you? It turned out that during the lunch break, after Zhou Xian and Wen Xianya argued, although when Xianya left the classroom, she did not go far, but hid outside the classroom to secretly observe Zhou Xian's movements. She saw Zhou Xian sneakily put her watch into her school bag and then quietly leave. When Xianya's heart instantly understood Zhou Xian's intention, she's trying to plant evidence on purpose. So, when Xianya waited for Zhou Xian to leave and quietly returned to the classroom, she took the watch out of her school bag and did a will-o'-the-wisp. Put the watch in Jiaojiao Su's school bag. Oh, it's time to watch the dog eat the dog. The 2.5-day games came to a quick end. The next 2 days, Zhou Xian directly called in sick and did not come to school. And during this period, Moon Hyuna earned a total of $300 in bonuses. Then she very proudly took Moon Hyun-chul to the steak buffet. The siblings fought from 4 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. The owner was close to getting down on his knees and begging them not to eat. Wang Xianya had been fighting for her life for 2.5 days, and was a little hard to eat, so she stayed in bed on Saturday and Sunday. And when Xianjia also went back to the Light and Shadow Media Building to continue working as agreed with Channingshua. #1000 reflections of snow ## returning to Sangjay Middle School #1000 reflections of snow #healed #thousands of snowy reflections ## is a comeback on the horizon? Moon Hyun-chul sat on the couch, dumbfounded by the hot search phrases on his cell phone screen, as well as the photos of Cheon Young-seol on the sports field that the paparazzi had surreptitiously snapped. Aren't you traveling in secret? How did you get caught? These paparazzi are too scary. Then his panic quickly escalated. So then I'm not going to be filmed when I go into your reception room, am I? Thousand Ingshue smiled gently. Don't worry, I'll only let them film what I want them to film. When Xianjia's brows tightened, looking a bit puzzled, and Xianningshue continued to explain. Oops, to put it bluntly, if I really traveled in secret, I was confident that I would be able to do it without being detected. And the only reason why I was discovered this time was because of the information that Agent Zhou deliberately put out. Moon Hyun-chul's eyes widened instantly. Agent Zhou has gone rogue? Xianningshue hurriedly explained. Of course not. He's not the mole. I told him to. A trace of consternation flashed through Wen Xianjia's eyes. Obviously this result was completely out of his expectation. Did you put him up to this? Xianningshue gently nodded her head with a chesty smile on her face. That's right, I asked him to do that. After all, the warm-up work before the comeback is also part of the publicity strategy. Well, proper exposure can increase the topic of conversation and pave the way for more attention to my comeback. Moon Hyun-chul came to a realization. So it is. No wonder when he met Zhao Qian in the restroom at that time, he said something about pre-revival warm-up. So that's what he was referring to. Oh, what accidentally shot. It turns out all sets. The waters of the entertainment industry are really still too deep. Xian Shui suddenly asked with some concern. By the way, how is your hand? After all this recuperation, recovering? When Xianjia raised his hand at his words, first clenching it into a fist, then slowly spreading it out. Well, it's almost back up to 7. He suddenly turned his words around and a smug smile appeared on his face. It's a little worse than beating those bodyguards, but it's more than enough to suppress you. So don't just make a move on me now. Xian Shui hummed lightly in disbelief. With that, he took a few steps forward and pressed his hands on his shoulders, kneeling on one knee between his legs in a gesture that was both playful and a hint of teasing. Don't make a move on you? I think it's better to be quick about it, isn't it? Have you gotten a little addicted to playing hard to get lately? Mr. Man, what's with that? You're just being a gentleman with a small mind. Thousand Shui, however, was unforgiving, reaching out her fingers to gently pick his chin with a sly glint in her eyes. Humph, still not admitting it? I see that this mouth is the toughest on your whole body. When Xianjia's face changed slightly, then he pulled her into his arms. Xian Shui couldn't help but be startled. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Moon Hyunchul closes in on her white, delicate neck and whispers softly in her ear. Who said the hardest thing on me is my mouth? Chapter 57, isn't it super hard? Who said the hardest thing on me is my mouth? Upon hearing this, Xian Shui's heartbeat instantly accelerated and her cheeks slightly reddened as she attempted to break free. But when Xianjia tightly held onto her waist as he continued to speak in a low voice, the hardest part of my body is actually mine. He purposely sold a lie, causing Xian Shui's heart to rise to her throat. Xian Shui placed her hands against his shoulders, so nervous that she could almost hear her heartbeat, while when Xianjia hooked the corner of his mouth at this time, gently biting her earlobe, with a few hints of teasing in his tone. Teeth. Xian Shui froze, then her cheeks turned red and she hurriedly pushed him away and snapped. You. Moon Hyunchul laughed frivolously, his eyes full of amusement. Me what me? I didn't say anything wrong, or what did you think it was? He pulled her fingers and gently pressed them against his own teeth. If you don't believe me, feel it. Isn't it hard? The hardest part of your body is also the teeth. Oh, you can't have no basic biological knowledge on this point, right? TSK, and you still say you've been to college. Xian Shui was ashamed and angry by his words. Her chest rose and fell, and her white cheeks grew redder and redder. She gritted her teeth, then forced a smile and cupped his face forcefully. Humph, then I'd like to see just how hard your teeth are. With that, he kissed it, lips and teeth entwined with vengeance, deep and fiery kisses. After the long and lingering kiss ended, Xian Shui slowly left Xianjia's lips and took a big breath of fresh air. The white and red skin had a thin layer of sweat, the long slender eyelashes fluttered gently, and the watery eyes still looked a bit mesmerized. When Xianjia held her waist steadily with one hand, while the other gently stroked over her moist and red lips with a slight smile. Xian Shui, your kissing skills have improved a lot. How about it? Are my teeth super hard? Xian Shui didn't have the heart to pluck away his hand. Humph, average. Open a walnut to see the strength? Moon Hyunchul let out a light laugh. Unimpressed. Ha, killing a chicken doesn't require a bull's knife. When my hands get better I'll directly show you an unarmed walnut split. Xian Shui was amused by him, then quickly put away her smile and pouted. Humph. I'll be waiting then. Oh, hurry up and get your hands well. The bodyguard's share of the paycheck is still waiting for you to earn it. Inside Zhou Xian's room, Tao Ran casually handed Zhou Xian the file bag in his hand and said, here are your papers and answers for next week's half-term exams. Take them and memorize them. Zhou Xian took the file bag, unsealed it, and took out the test papers and answers inside. As his eyes swept over the dense text on it, he couldn't help but frown and grumble. Why are there so many words this time? So much content. How am I going to memorize all of this? Tao Ran sniffed, his brows furrowed, and his tone carried a few hints of reproach and impatience. TSK, how to memorize? Of course it's memorizing hard. The answer is already in your hands. Such a good opportunity is in front of you. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Zhou Xian, you can't be so useless that you can't even do this little thing, right? As Zhou Xian listened, the discontent in her heart was instantly ignited. She raised her head and unafraidly met Tao Ran's eyes, her tone carrying blunt mockery. Ha, I'm useless? Speaking as if you are useful. Besides being able to play tricks, what else can you do? I don't know how to cook. I rely on takeout. I don't know how to sweep the floor. I rely on housekeeping. I don't care about my studies at all. I rely on tutoring. So what qualifications do you have to say that about me? Tao Ran's face instantly became gloomy. Her eyes widened and her voice sharply retorted. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Oh, Zhou Xian, I'm useless? Then who helped you get these test papers and answers after all the hard work? Zhou Xian sneered, her tone carrying meanness and anger. Papers and answers? That wasn't even with my dad's money. What else could you have done alone? What could you have done to get that for me? With your face that only seduces men. Tao Ran was completely enraged. She raised her hand and fiercely slapped Zhou Xian. A crunching sound echoed through the room. This slap caught Zhou Xian off guard, and she covered her fiery cheeks, her eyes filled with shock and aggression. Tao Ran shouted angrily, "Zhou Xian, are you my own or not?" Zhou Xian, however, seemed to have been awakened by the slap, and she looked blankly at Tao Ran, the cold smile on her face gradually solidifying. She covered her cheeks and laughed helplessly, mockingly, "Am I wrong? If you hadn't seduced my father back then, could you have the good life you have now? Could you be this rich wife that everyone envies?" Tao Ran's eyes were covered with blood, and she clenched her teeth hard, her chest rising and falling violently from anger. She then took a deep breath and tried to calm her excitement. She looked at Zhou Xian coldly, both as a threat and a warning. "Anyway, you have to memorize these answers for me. You know in your heart how much your dad values this exam. If anything goes wrong then, I'll see if your dad will still love you as much as you think he does, and if he'll still hold you in his heart." After saying that, Tao Ran turned around and left, leaving Zhou Xian standing alone. She squeezed the paper and answers hard in her hands, angry but helpless. No matter what, she had to memorize those answers and get first place on the test. She must have her dad's approval and never let him down. Most importantly, she must be better than the one in Manhwa. On the day of the half-term exam, when Xianjia, who was performing a bare-handed walnut-splitting performance for Qianingshui, suddenly received a phone call. "Is this one Xianjia's parent? I'm her homeroom teacher Feng Gang. When Xianjia cheated in the half-term exam and is now disqualified from the exam, please come to the school." Chapter 58, Mr. Feng, please watch the VCR. Upon hearing this, Moon Hyunchul's face revealed a look of disbelief. He almost thought that it was a spoof call from some boring person, and a nameless fire could not help but rise in his heart. He repeated in a low voice with a furrowed brow, "What did you say?" The person on the other end of the line clearly didn't have the patience to say it again, and there was a hint of impatience in his tone. "Moon Hyuna got caught cheating on the test. Hurry up and come to school and deal with it." After speaking, without waiting for Moon Hyunchul to respond, the other party hung up the phone without hesitation, leaving only a beeping busy signal echoing in the air. Channing Shui witnessed the scene from the side and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. "Your sister cheated on the test? I remember she usually studies quite hard. Aren't her grades quite good?" Moon Hyunchul looked complicated. "Yeah, she was so happy to tell me yesterday that the questions on this test were even easier than those on the monthly test, and was so confident. How could she cheat?" Speaking of which, the doubt in his mind increased and his brows locked tighter. At the mention of the word cheating, a few images suddenly flashed through Moon Hyunchul's mind. Zhou Xian's mom, Feng Gang, office, envelopes, file folders. These fragments, intertwined with keywords such as half-term exams, Moon Hyun and cheating, made a scary and reasonable suspicion gradually emerge in his mind. Thinking of this, when Xianjia's eyebrows almost twisted into a ball, and the walnut in his hand shattered in response to the force, scattering the pieces all over the place. Seeing this, Qianing Shui immediately pulled over his hand and examined it nervously and worriedly. "Be careful, it's hard to recover your hand. Don't hurt it again." Moon Hyunchul returned to his senses and smiled softly in reassurance. "It's okay." Instead, the mind kept thinking about the next response to going to school. If it was really what he suspected, then he would have to pick apart the nasty hooks of those two. An hour ago, the bell is about to ring for the last political science exam of the half-term exams at Songhai High School. Zhou Xian took advantage of the invigilator's inattention and carefully drew out the long-prepared indented answers from her sleeve, quickly and nervously copying them. However, she couldn't help but mutter inwardly when she saw the dense text on the answer. "Gee, why are there so many words? I'm going to be exhausted after copying this." Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. If the political answer questions are exactly the same as the standard answers, wouldn't that be an obvious way to tell someone that they cheated? Thinking about it, she decided to copy only part of it. Anyway, she had gotten close to perfect scores in the previous subjects, and the first place was hers, so she didn't bother to dwell on those few points. Her gaze fell on Wen Xianya, who was buried in the front answering the questions, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a sinister smile. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone around her was looking down and writing questions, she crumpled the answers in her hand into a ball and aimed for Wang Xianya's desk, tossing it gently, the ball of paper falling steadily into it. She then raised her hand and reported loudly to the proctor at the podium, who was engrossed in a tomato software novel. "Teacher, Moon Hyuna brings cheat sheets." The whole classroom was instantly abuzz with this statement, and the students cast astonished and curious gazes. When Xianya stopped her pen and frowned in confusion. "I don't have a cheat sheet." When the invigilator heard this, he immediately put down the cell phone in his hand and quickly walked to Wen Xianya's table. Seeing this, Zhou Xian continued to add fuel to the fire. I saw it. It was in her drawer. Just finished copying and throwing it in. The invigilator really found the small ball of paper in Moon Hyuna's desk. When I opened it, I was too shocked to speak. This is not a cheat sheet. It's a complete reference answer. Seeing this, Moon Hyuna panicked and rushed to his defense. That's not mine. She suddenly remembered something and looked at Zhou Xian with a stern gaze. Zhou Xian, it's you, right? Zhou Xian, however, feigned innocence and shrugged her shoulders. What me? Teacher, she cheated on the test and ruined the fairness of the test. She doesn't deserve to be here. Hurry up and kick her out. Despite Wen Xianya's defense, the invigilator followed the procedure to suspend her examination and took her away from the examination room. When Feng Gang, the class teacher, learns of this, he is first surprised that Wen Xianya would do such a thing, but upon seeing the indented reference answer, his face instantly turned pale and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. How did she get this answer? Could it be that? When he learned that it was Zhou Xian who had found the note, Feng Gang's heartbeat accelerated even more to the extreme. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Oh, Taoran, your daughter is really better than Blue. Just like you. Stupid and bad. Teacher's office. Sangjie Secondary School. As soon as he saw Wen Xianya step into the threshold, Wen Xianya was as relieved as if he couldn't wait to rush forward. Her eyes were red and she gritted her teeth, a catch in her voice. Brother, I really didn't cheat. You must believe me. It was Zhou Xian who set me up. Feng Gang coughed lightly in slight embarrassment. Ahem. Your parents will take care of the rest, so go back to class. Wen Xianya glanced at Feng Gang unhappily, then gently patted Wen Xianya's shoulder and comforted him. Of course I believe you. Don't worry. Brother will do you justice and return your innocence. Wen Xianya nodded after hearing this, the big stone in his heart slightly falling to the ground. It was then that she noticed a strange woman standing behind Moon Hyunchul. The woman was dressed in a well-tailored suit. Her big wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and under her gold-framed glasses was a pair of sharp yet gentle eyes. Her temperament cold and noble. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in Moon Hyuna's heart, but he couldn't say why. The woman smiled faintly at her, and when Xianya's cheeks instantly turned red as if something had struck her inside, she hastily and shyly averted her eyes and hurried out of the office. Seeing this, the corner of the woman's mouth hooked into a playful smile, and close to Wen Xianya's ear, she said in a voice that only he could hear, Assistant man, your sister is quite adorable. Half an hour ago, Moon Hyunchul took out that recorder and pressed the play button, and the projection screen revealed the images he had secretly filmed earlier. Channing Shui frowned more and more tightly as the picture progressed until she saw the two start fighting with their tongues in the picture and couldn't help but smack her lips. TSK, really hot eyes. But then again, this recorder of yours is quite advanced. Why do you have the leisure to buy this thing? The recorder was bought to deal with her in the first place, and Moon Hyunchul was instantly a little weak. Ahem, can't you just buy it for fun? That's not the point. Afterward, he told Thousand Ing Shui his guesses one by one. Xian Shui nodded thoughtfully as she listened. Moon Hyunchul organized his thoughts and got up to put on his jacket. I've got to hurry up and get to school. If it's really what I think it is, I'll never make it easy for them. Xian Shui followed suit and stood up, saying firmly, Wait, I'll go with you. Moon Hyunchul frowned and tried to dissuade him. Xian Shui, at a time like this, can you not add to the chaos? Thousand Ing Shui, however, smiled with confidence. Don't worry, I won't cause a commotion. It's not like I'll be traveling as Qian Shui. When Xianjia had a puzzled look on his face as Qian Shui continued to explain. I'm an actor. Cross-dressing and acting are my specialty. Don't underestimate it. Upon seeing Qian Shui appear in a completely different image, when Xianjia couldn't help but give a thumbs up in heartfelt admiration. Newbie. Feng Gang leisurely picked up his teacup, gently blew a breath, and asked carelessly, Are you really Moon Hyun's parent? Moon Hyunchul wanted to go up and punch him in the face and held back. Of course. Feng Gang's eyes turned to the woman beside Wen Xianjia and asked curiously, So you're... The corner of Qian Shui's mouth curled into a professional smile as she replied calmly, I'm his lawyer. Feng Gang sniffed. The teacup in his hand gave a slight lurch as he began to look her up and down. Lawyer? Qian Shui nodded her head in confirmation and pulled out a recorder from her handbag and set it on the table. Yes, I will record the entirety of the ensuing conversation in order to ensure that the follow-up can successfully restore my client's sister's damaged right to reputation after being falsely accused and victimized, and to fight for the appropriate compensation. Feng Gang's face instantly became complicated. This professionalism, this breathtaking aura. It's not like acting. Hiss, why did this kid even fix up a lawyer? Feng Gang pretended to be calm. Oh, that's so. But Moon Hyun cheating on the exam is an ironclad fact. The human evidence and material evidence are all there. There's no such thing as a false accusation. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but sneer. Meh. Today, I've seen what it means to be clothed and moralized. For her part, Qian Shui continued to maintain a professional smile and a firm tone. Since the person behind this incident is still playing dumb and not seeing the coffin, I won't beat around the bush. With that, she opened a laptop and gently pushed it in front of Fonggang. Please watch the VCR. Chapter 59, Fonggang, out. Teacher Fong, with your help, Xianxian's grades will definitely be able to continue to be maintained. This is the specialties that Xianxian's her father brought back from his business trip to Dubai. A small token. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Then thank Zhou Xian's father. When he saw the screen image, Fonggang's heart contracted violently, and the teacup in his hand didn't hold steady, instantly collapsing on the table, soaking the textbook spread out on the table. Qian Yingshui smiled slightly and pressed the fast-forward button. Don't be so excited, Mr. Fong, the picture behind is even better. Why don't you thank me? Thanks also to the mom of Zhou Xian's classmate. When he heard the voice within the screen, Fonggang hurriedly pressed the laptop, slammed the table and bounced to stand up, pointing at Wen Xianjia in annoyance. So it was you who was out there the other day? Not to be outdone, Moon Hyunchul stood up with a slap on the table. So what if it's me? You're afraid of being exposed for the dirty deeds you've done? Oh, what a pity to hide such a wonderful video. Why don't you send it to the homeschool group so that everyone can enjoy it? Before the words fell, he had already reached out and touched his cell phone. Fonggang saw this and hurriedly reached out to block it. Wait, let's talk this over. Don't be impulsive. When Xianjia sneered and sat back in his chair demonstratively, crossing his legs and pointing at Qian Shui beside him. Okay, if you have anything to say, talk to my lawyer. Fonggang's throat dried up, swallowed hard, looked at the two people in front of him, and asked with a trembling voice, what exactly do you want me to do? Qian Shui still maintained that unchanging smile. Mr. Fong, we could have gone straight to the Education Bureau with this video, but we chose to come here to talk to you face to face. Do you know why that is? Fonggang's brain raced as his face grew more and more tense. How much do you want for it? A sneer escaped from Qian Shui's nostrils. Ask you for money? Wouldn't that become extortion? Ms. Fong, I am at least a lawyer. Please respect my profession, okay? Afterwards, her words became gentle, yet it also made Fonggang feel a chill right to the bottom of his heart. We're trying to give you a chance to reform, Ms. Fong. Her voice and expression seemed so calm, yet it was like an invisible sword that pointed straight at Fonggang's heart. As long as you are willing to openly admit in front of the entire school, in front of the teachers and students, that you trafficked in test paper answers, had an inappropriate relationship with a student's parents, as well as intentionally falsely accusing innocent classmates of cheating on exams, I believe that everyone will be willing to give you a chance to reform yourself. After all, no one is a saint. Who can't make mistakes? Knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing, isn't it? No way. Fonggang almost growled his refusal. He knew that once he took this step, it would mean that his career, which he had worked so hard for so many years, would be completely ruined. He had managed to climb up to the position of grade director with great difficulty, and he saw that he would be promoted to the position of director of instruction at the end of this semester. So how could he easily give up on all this? Qian Shui's expression instantly became cold as frost. Teacher Fong, if you don't have the courage to stand up for yourself, then we can only do it for you, whether you choose to admit it yourself, or let us help you declare it. It's up to you. Fonggang's face was already as white as paper, and cold sweat was pouring down from his forehead. He finally realized that the woman in front of him was not here to negotiate with him at all, much less to give him any chance to reform. She was all about screwing him over and destroying him completely. Desperation and anger were intertwined, and Fonggang suddenly laughed so ruefully. Fine, since you guys are going to force me like this, then no one will have a good time. With that, he violently grabbed the pen on the table and lunged towards Qian Shui like a trapped beast. However, his movement was stopped by Moon Hyunchul's quick eyes, who grabbed his wrist and pressed him hard against the tabletop. Ouch! Fonggang cried out in pain. At that moment, the office door was violently pushed open. A group of reporters swarmed in, their cameras clicking and flashing, illuminating the entire office as if it were daytime. When Xianjia and Fonggang both froze, it turns out that these reporters had already received a tip before this that the grade head of the best middle school in Xiacheng, Shanxi Middle School, was having an affair with a student's parent. Such a scandal naturally attracted a great deal of attention from the media, so they rushed to the scene with all due haste. Qian Shui raised the recorder in her hand and smiled faintly at Fonggang. Mr. Fong, did you forget? We are recording the whole thing. She then turned to the reporters. All the contents of the conversation just now are in this recorder, and I'll send a copy to each of you later. By the way, all the information in the computer has also been backed up and will be given to you together. The reporters nodded happily before swarming around the wretched Feng gang. Flashbulbs kept flashing and all sorts of questions rained down. Teacher Feng, may I ask if you just tried to kill this lady off? Is it true that you had an inappropriate relationship with a student's parent? Are you using your position for personal gain and selling answers to test papers? These questions were like sharp knives stabbing at Feng gang's already shaky heart. He realized that no matter how much he struggled, he would not be able to escape his impending punishment. Reporter after reporter's questions, pointed and direct, left him with nowhere to hide. He could only droop his head and let it all happen. His heart filled with despair and remorse. Tao Ran, it's all your daughter's doing. This is great. We're all screwed. Chapter 60, Zhou Shen, out. Tao Ran, out. After coming out of the office, Moon Hyunchul took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. He had to sincerely sigh that Xianing Shui really did have two skills. Thinking back to what he might have done, Moon Hyunchul shook his head and smiled bitterly. If it was him, he would probably only choose to threaten Feng Gang and force him to write his sister's name and prove that she didn't cheat. Or else he would make that video public and make Feng Gang lose his reputation. However, Xianing Shui's approach was very different. Not only did she directly not give Feng Gang any opportunity to sophistry and counterattack, but she also completely cut off all of his backroads, causing him to completely lose the possibility of turning over a new leaf. Such a tactic forced Moon Hyunchul to admire it. Not bad for a woman who can put a knife in her neck. Tough enough. Just then, Xianing Shui met Wen Xianzhe's gaze that was filled with admiration, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. How's that? Handsome by me? Moon Hyunchul looked at her confident look and nodded seriously. Well, super handsome. Xianing Shui's face blushed slightly when she heard his compliment. Oh, count on it. Count on your vision. When she finished speaking, she gently pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and her gaze became deep. Well, there are so many reporters here now. They aren't eating their food. They're sharp as a tack. If I let them find out my true identity, it'll be troublesome. I'll go back first. You go appease your sister again. After all, she suffered a lot this time. After saying that, Xianing Shui turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Moon Hyunchul quickly reached out and took her wrist with a grateful smile on his face. Xianing Shui, thank you. Xianing Shui was slightly stunned, and a blush surfaced on her face once again as she broke away from Wen Xianzhe's hand and snapped. Thanks. Thanks for what? You're so mean. Immediately after class, Moon Hyuna rushed out of the classroom, wanting to go to the office to see how things were going. As it turned out, Moon Hyunchul was right outside the classroom, and Moon Hyuna asked in a hurry, Brother, how's it going? Moon Hyunchul smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, everything is taken care of. Soon the school will send out a notice stating the truth, so just continue your classes in peace. Moon Hyuna had a look of surprise on her face. Really? When Xianzhe nodded. Oh, of course it's true. Your brother I do things. It's just so reliable. Then his eyes looked unobtrusively through the window into the classroom. Zhou Xian was sitting in her seat and was showing off her diamond watch to the people around her with a smug smile. Moon Hyunchul sneered. And, that little who set you up may not be able to smile for the rest of his life right away. When the school was informed of Feng Gang's case, it immediately initiated an internal investigation process. In view of the seriousness of the matter and its wide social implications, the school decided not to handle the case internally but to refer it directly to the police. The police quickly intervened, questioned Feng Gang in detail and collected all relevant evidence. After a series of investigations and trials, all of Feng Gang's crimes surfaced. He was not only proved to have trafficked in test paper answers, but also had an improper relationship with students' parents and falsely accused innocent students of cheating, which was a serious violation of teacher ethics and tarnished the reputation of the school. In court, faced with ironclad evidence, Feng Gang finally pleaded guilty. According to the law, Feng Gang was sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment and fined for trafficking in examination answers, infringing on another person's reputation, and attempted intentional injury. At the same time, he was dismissed from the school and had his teaching license revoked because of his inappropriate relationship with a student's parent. His career was cut short and he was discredited. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, not only attempted to obtain a high score in the exam through improper means, but also had the heart to frame innocent classmates in an attempt to cover up her cheating behavior. The school issued a severe demerit for the incident and made a decision to expel the student from the school as a warning. Tao Ran knelt in front of her husband Jolie and cried tearfully, Hubby, you must believe me. That video was maliciously synthesized. It's not real at all. And it was all forced on me by that bastard Feng Gang. You're the only one in my heart since the beginning. Husband. Jolie was filled with disgust and disappointment at his wife's cries. He kicked her away angrily, then emotionally grabbed her hair, his eyes red with rage. Tao Ran, Haven't I treated you well enough? Why are you doing this to me? Do you know that because of what you've done? I've now lost my reputation. Everyone is looking at my jokes and pointing at me behind my back. How do you expect me to hold my head up? How can you let me live? Tao Ran's makeup was splattered with tears, making her look particularly ugly and wretched, and she kept apologizing to Jolie. Honey, I'm sorry, I really know I'm wrong. At this moment, Jolie's gaze stabbed at Zhou Xian like a sharp knife, and Zhou Xian was so frightened by his fierce eyes that she trembled and involuntarily retreated backward. She hastily pointed at Tao Ran and said viciously, "It was all your own doing. I didn't even ask you to buy any answers. I would have gotten first place on my own merit. It was you who had to say something about buying the answers just to be on the safe side. This is all your fault. Dad, you have to believe me," Zhou Xian hissed in defense, trying to shift all the blame onto her mother. Tao Ran was even more furious at the words. She pounced on Zhou Xian like a raging lioness, her voice shrill as she shouted, "Damn girl, whose fault is it that things have turned out like this? If it wasn't for you being a smartass and throwing the answers out to frame others, things wouldn't have fallen apart at all. How could I have a daughter as stupid as you?" Zhou Xian was also not willing to show weakness as she fiercely shot back. "You buy the answers as you please. Why do you have to put yourself in the middle of it? Are you crazy about men? You can even get off on that ugly bastard phone gang? You're a ing." Mother and daughter instantly wrestled, tearing each other's hair in a chaotic scene. Jolie looked on in anger as he roared, "Get out of here, all of you." However, mother and daughter have long been fighting and can't stop. In desperation, Jolie could only have his bodyguards forcefully drag the two out. "From now on, there will be no place for you in this house." Chapter 61, Can't you be gentle, asshole? At the dinner table, Moon Hyun-ah asked curiously, "By the way brother, the sister who went to the office with you last time, her temperament is so special. Who is she? Feels so familiar but can't remember where I've seen." The movements in Moon Hyun-chul's hands gave a slight lurch, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. What's so familiar? Wasn't Qianing Shue's makeup seamless that day? Even those sharp reporters didn't notice. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Scary as hell. After his brain raced, Moon Hyun-chul replied with a smile. "Ah, she's a friend of mine. A regular friend." "Friend? Yeah." Moon Hyun-chul hastily nodded and continued to explain. "She is a lawyer. As soon as she heard me say that you may have suffered a misunderstanding and been falsely accused, she was immediately bursting with a sense of justice and said that she wanted to follow over to help you clarify the facts and give you justice. She has an old occupational disease, and can't control herself when she encounters this kind of thing." Ha ha. Moon Hyun-ah's face showed a surprised expression when she heard that. "She's also a lawyer? Brother, you've made a name for yourself. You can actually make friends with a lawyer." "That's right. It's all about making more friends with this kind of integrity and less with certain people who just come over to the house to rub it in." Fan Xingjie, who was jerking off at a roadside barbecue stand at the moment, "Achu, who's talking about me?" A satisfied smile appeared on Moon Hyun-ah's face. Then she said seriously, "Then she must have done me a lot of favors last time. I haven't had a chance to say thank you to her yet. Brother, can you give her a call? I want to say thank you to her in person." Moon Hyun-chul took a quick breath. Ahem. This person is just warm-hearted. Like to help people. She is usually very busy at work, often working overtime until late at night. Even the time to rest is very little. It is better not to bother people. The dishes are almost cold, hurry up and eat. The next time I see her I will bring a message. When Moon Hyun-ah heard Moon Hyun-chul's words, he nodded his head and accepted the explanation, although he was a little disappointed. "Oh, well then." After saying that, she picked up her chopsticks again and began to eat her meal absent-mindedly. "I hope I can still thank her in person sometime in the future." When Xianjia had just arrived at the entrance of the Light and Shadow Media building when his cell phone ding-donged and received a message from Qianing Shui, AAA part-time agency, a courier arrived. "Take it up by the way." "Thank you." Moon Hyun-chul went to the rookie station next to the building. After quoting the pickup code, the staff member pointed to a particular delivery that stood out from the mountain of packages behind him. "That, get it yourself." Moon Hyun-chul raised his eyes and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. A human-sized courier wrapped in layers, airtight, and with 4 large words written boldly on it. "Confidential shipment." People picking up the pieces around them were giving them strange looks. Moon Hyun-chul growled in his mind. "Qianing Shui, what a weird thing you bought." But grumbling aside, he still stiffened up and laboriously lifted the heavy delivery. The delivery weighed more than he could have imagined, almost as much as his own weight, leaving him to sling it over his shoulder with a stiff hand and make his way through the crowd and into the office. Along the way, the strange looks cast by his co-workers added to his embarrassment. Never in a million years did he expect that his moment of social death would come in this way, and not because he was found to be having an affair with Qianing Shui. It was hard to carry the courier into the elevator, and Moon Hyunchul was finally able to catch his breath for a moment. He set the delivery down casually, but unexpectedly it suddenly vibrated, followed by a rough and teasing voice. "Can't you be gentle, asshole?" This voice was like thunder from the flat earth, causing Wen Xianzhe's heart to tighten violently, and his entire body froze on the spot. What the hell is? The elevator doors slowly opened, and Moon Hyunchul forced himself to stay calm, carrying the courier straight to the office on the top floor. As soon as he arrived at the office, he hurriedly threw the delivery onto the sofa and loudly questioned Xianing Shui, who was painting her nails. "I'm convinced, Xianing Shui. What kind of special fetish do you have?" Instead, the courier vibrated again, making an even more unsettling sound. I told you not to be so rough. What if I break it? You're really so bad." The voice was raspy and greasy, a great contrast to the context in which such a line was uttered, causing both Wen Xianzhe and Xianing Shui to feel a strong sense of dissonance. Xianing Shui blinked stiffly, confusion and embarrassment written all over her face. I don't know what it is. The recipient is Thousand Reflections Snow Studio. It should be Agent Zhao or Assistant Lin bought it. Moon Hyunchul looked confused. Upright arrow? These two are too much for their tastes. Out of curiosity, Xianing Shui carefully poked the courier. The courier made another noise. "Oh, it's just like scratching an itch. You didn't skip dinner, did you? Miscellaneous fish." Xianing Shui reluctantly poked a few more times, and the courier once again made even more tantalizing sounds. Use a little more force, little baby." The voice caused Moon Hyunchul to shiver and get goosebumps. "Xianing Shui, no. I must open it and see." Moon Hyunchul hastened to stop it. That's not good. It's better to give them some privacy. What if the guy inside has no clothes on? It's hot to think about. However, Xianing Shui couldn't wait to open the courier. The mysterious creature inside finally revealed its face, and the two of them took a look at it, and both of them sucked in a breath of shock. "Man?" Moon Hyunchul looked incredulously at the familiar robot in front of him. "I can't believe it's going to be, man." It turns out that the one with a special fetish is not Xianing Shui, not Agent Zhao nor Lin Xiao, but Elder Xianwu. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Moon Hyunchul stepped forward and picked up. "Hello?" Elder Xuanwu's happy voice came from the other end of the phone. "I see that this side has already shown the courier signing off. Did you guys receive the man? Isn't it a pleasant surprise?" Moon Hyunchul, "There are no surprises, only scares and social death." Elder Xuanwu, "What? Don't like it? This is a voice module I went through a lot of trouble to get according to the tastes you young people like. Who likes to listen to a rugged man pussyfoot around? Rely on." "I see, Elder Xuanwu. This is the new, spiritual attack module you added to, man, right? Congratulations. Very successful." "Xuanwu Elder, what with what I just thought not to let, man, so serious? Lively a little bit just. Well, the white tiger they shouted at me to play mahjong to go. The specific operation of the use of the, man, belly on the cabin. You press his nose will pop up. Well practice. Pass more data back. I good early to, Superman, do out. Hang up." The phone was hung up. Instead, there was an even more horrifying as hell sound coming from behind them. "Goo. Damn it, just ignore me. I can't wait to do some hearty exercise with you now." Moon Hyunchul put down the receiver, turned around stiffly, looked at the man, who kept winking at him, and swallowed hard. "As long as I can win this, man, with mental attack module, not to mention turning into Superman, I'm going straight to ING God." Chapter 62. Watch him struggle against it incessantly, and listen to him scream his heart out. The man's operating manual was designed by Elder Gensokyo to be on a hatch on its abdomen, and opening the hatch required pressing its nose. Moon Hyunchul did a long mental preparation before reaching out and quickly pressing his hand on man's nose. Man instantly let out a petulant sound that was both gruff and with a hint of surprise. Don't be so sudden, I'm not prepared at all." Xianing Shui got goosebumps and gritted her teeth. "Hurry up and throw this thing out or I'll tear it apart." Moon Hyunchul growled inwardly, "I'd damn well like to tear it down, too." But he could only carry man to an empty practice room on one of the building's floors. Moon Hyunchul read the manual for half a day and couldn't find a way to turn off the man voice. And man was on the sidelines, constantly teasing with its out-of-place tone. "Baby, when are you going to come and do some hearty exercise with me? My big fists are starved for it." Moon Hyunchul helplessly put down the manual and smiled harder than he cried. "Oh well, it seems that the only way to shut it up is through physical means." Moon Hyunchul activated the man training mode and turned the difficulty level to the highest. Hell of a level. This time he learned his lesson and found a pair of gloves before his newly healed hand was traumatized again. Man pumps his fist in excitement, a wildness in his voice. Little baby, let me love you." A crackling sound followed in the practice room. The teasing sounds of man didn't stop for a moment. constantly disturbing Moon Hyun-chul's thoughts. Ah, don't touch anywhere. You can't be no good. Little baby, can you? Moon Hyun-chul, grr. Stop unleashing mental pollution on me. I'm about to crawl in a dark and twisted way. He clenched his teeth and concentrated, swinging his fist right at Man's head. Boo! Man's head rotated directly 360 degrees several times. Man's eyes glow red. Little baby is so rough. You don't know how to be compassionate at all. Let my big fists educate you properly. In the next training session, Moon Hyun-chul and Man went back and forth, and the battle became more and more intense. When Xianjia could no longer remember exactly how long he had fought against the Man, only knowing that the evolved Man was not only more cunning and versatile in its attacking techniques, but also had a significantly higher resistance to blows. Finally, when the indicator light on Man's chest lit up with the red light of energy exhaustion, it let out a groan of exhaustion. It then turned itself off. Moon Hyun-chul was out of breath, and when he looked at the time, 5 hours had actually passed. He leaned back weakly and closed his eyes wearily. Phew, this is really going to soar. For 3 days after that, Moon Hyun-chul spent almost all of his time training with Man, except for eating and sleeping. As the training time increased, he gradually adapted to the rhythm and attack pattern of Man, from being difficult to deal with at first to being able to navigate and even anticipate and neutralize their attacks. On the 3rd day, Man finally fell to his knees under Moon Hyun-chul's continuous offense and began to spill his guts. Oh, not coming no more. Just know how to bully people. It then said in an almost mournful tone, goodbye little baby boy. Now I am no longer qualified to be your opponent. For the rest of your days, even without me, you must go on bravely, daddy. When it finished, its eyes lost their light and its movements stopped, shutting down completely. Moon Hyun-chul wondered, well, didn't it just charge up this morning? Why did you turn it off so soon? Leakage? Suddenly, a phone call came in, and when Xianjia picked it up, and the roar of Elder Xuanwu immediately came from the other end of the line. What did you do to Man? Why has it activated its self-destruction program? Moon Hyun-chul was shocked. Ha? It killed itself? Then, he repeated to Elder Xuanwu those strange words that Man had said before he parted. Upon hearing this, Elder Xuanwu instantly lost control of his emotions and lost his voice. Man. When Xianjia comforted him for a while, and Elder Xuanwu's emotions gradually calmed down as he sobbed. It's a good thing that all of your training data has been sent back in the past few days, so the production of Superman can finally be put on the schedule. Young man, don't get cocky too soon. Superman will teach you to be a man. Moon Hyun-chul held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Fine, but Elder Xuanwu, please stop loading it with weird voice modules. Okay. In the past few days, Shanning Shui would go outside the dance practice room from time to time to listen to the training inside all day long, not even coming to the office. You're not taking advantage of the situation to be lazy, are you? But when she heard Moon Hyun-chul let out a tired gasp, she actually got inexplicably excited. Ha! Ha! The low, husky voice, with its trembling tones, wonderfully poked at her point of interest. Shanning Shui hurriedly covered her mouth, her eyes flashing with surprise and her face flushed with excitement. How can you breathe so hard? She automatically blocked out the counterintuitive sound of Man and concentrated on feeling Moon Hyun-chul's ragged gasps and breathing. Floating. Hoo. Hiss. Ha. The more Qianing Shui heard, the more excited she became, and the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help herself. She bit down on her bottom lip, desperately trying to restrain the longing that was churning inside her. Abominable. 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 I wanted to tie him to the bed right now, hold him down and do this and then that to him. Watch him struggle and resist and listen to him scream all the time. When Xianjia returned to his office on the top floor, and as soon as Qianing Shui saw him, she gave him a meaningful smile. Back so early today? Moon Hyun-chul froze, and a sense of foreboding arose. He nodded stiffly. Yeah, Man killed himself, so he won't even have to train with it anymore. Then added, ha, finally I don't have to hear that disgusting voice and lines anymore. The smile on Qianing Shui's face intensified. Oh, then to celebrate your graduation from training, why don't you come over to my house tonight for a little celebration? Just the two of us. Oh. Chapter 63, Tonight, we're all drunk. Moon Hyun-chul raised an eyebrow and looked around the office, asking rhetorically, a simple celebration? Can't we just have it here then? Qianing Shui shook her head and explained, that's not good. The celebration of the sense of ceremony and atmosphere still need to have a sense of here is the work of the place. We'll be a bit unable to let go. The most important thing is, when you're tired of playing in my house, you are allowed to go straight to bed. Moon Hyun-chul hammered his palm and nodded in realization. Oh, you want to sleep with me today? Qian Shui gently covered her mouth and blinked innocently. Gee, that's obvious to you? Moon Hyunchul tugged at the corner of his mouth. Oh, the calculations in your heart are written on your face. Only a blind man can't see it. Qian Shui smiled faintly. So, going or not? Moon Hyunchul's throat rolled and he swallowed, looking a little hesitant. Ahem. I have been too tired from training lately. Some other time. Seeing this, Qian Shui no longer gave him a chance to escape. Stepped forward and grabbed his lapel with one hand. In her eyes was unquestionable determination. No, tomorrow is another day. And there are so many tomorrows, so choose a day. Today. With that, she gently and tenderly stroked his cheek, her eyes glittering with infatuation and fervor. You know, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Just for the sake of you are too shy to have been patient restraint, thinking to cultivate a period of feelings first. But now the feelings are also cultivated almost. And then hold back, I will definitely go crazy. Moon Hyunchul was horrified. Harohara, so you've always been this horny? Qian Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and came closer to his trembling lips. Yeah, before you know it? So anyway, you have to quench my thirst today. At least Kai Shui didn't lie to him. A simple celebration is really a simple celebration. Nothing was prepared. Just a bottle of red wine that looked expensive. The crystal clear goblet was slowly poured with deep red wine, which slid down like silk, creating a circle of tantalizing ripples. Afterward, Qian Shui handed one of the cups to Wenxianjia on the opposite side of the table, her eyes flashing with anticipation and playfulness. A charming smile curved the corners of her mouth. Cheers! With those words, she raised her own cup and made a crisp and pleasant clash with Moon Hyunchul's cup. Moon Hyunchul looked at the cup of red wine in front of him with an attractive color and couldn't help but feel a slight hesitation in his heart. Qian Shui pouted. I didn't drug you. I've already said it so bluntly. Would I still use this kind of small tactics? When Xianjia sniffed, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. No, I'm not a good drinker. I'm afraid that if I drink too much in a while, I won't be able to get up. Qian Shui's face instantly burst into red and said incoherently. You, can't you have some faith in yourself? This is not to give you a precaution first, so as not to spoil your fun later. Qian Shui was so angry with him that she gritted her teeth and simply drank the red wine in her glass. Then reluctantly, he poured himself a second glass. Seeing this, Moon Hyunchul could only take a careful sip. The red wine slides down the throat, delivering a mellow, yet subtle flavor. A faint blush gradually spread across Moon Hyunchul's face, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the taste he had just experienced. Seeing this, Qian Shui asked with a smile, how does it taste? Moon Hyunchul nodded and heartily praised. Yummy. Qian Shui took the opportunity to push his cup provocatively. Oh, drink more if it's good. With that, she also downed her second glass of red wine, her face beaming with contentment and pleasure. As when Xianjia looked at Qian Shui's appearance, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. That's right. If you get her drunk, won't you be safe? So he relaxed his body and smiled. How about we compete to see who drinks more, and whoever wins gets to be on top tonight? Qian Shui was already slightly drunk at this point, and she snorted disdainfully. Oh, who's afraid? Come on. When the bottle of red wine reached the bottom, Qian Shui had completely lost her mind. She staggered to her feet, speaking indistinctly. Yes, it's me who won. I'm up here. After saying that, she directly climbed onto Moon Hyunchul's lap and wrapped her hands tightly around his neck. Although Moon Hyunchul was also a bit drunk, his sanity was still intact. He just felt his body getting weaker and weaker. Qian Shui suddenly leaned down and her warm lips covered his. The aroma of wine filled the air between their lips and teeth. Both of their breathing became rapid and heavy. Moon Hyunchul's thoughts became more confused, and his body became more and more hot. Suddenly, Qian Shui's movements gave a slight lurch as she left Wenxianjia's lips, frowning slightly as she asked, is it your belt buckle again? Or your keychain? Moon Hyunchul gasped softly, his eyes mesmerized as he looked at her, his cheeks scarlet as a haze. Neither. Qian Shui's chaotic brain raced, and then the corner of her mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Long, white fingers traced the knot of his ever-robbing throat as he asked softly, so are you having a hard time right now? The voice was soft, gentle and endlessly seductive. Moon Hyunchul held her waist with one hand and gripped the armrest of the sofa with the other. It's no bull asterisk. Qian Shui smiled even more happily, kissed the corner of his mouth and said tenderly, it's okay, it won't be hard in a minute. With that, she slowly slid off his lap. Moon Hyunchul's pupils quake. Thousand reflections of snow. Qian Shui hooked up the corner of her mouth and made a gesture of silence. Shoo! The scarlet cheeks looked so blurred and unreal. The watery eyes flooded with the dim light of the parlor. But they looked bright. Moon Hyun-chul took a deep breath before tilting his head back and leaning against the couch, avoiding looking into her eyes and expression. She's drunk. I'm drunk. We're all drunk. Early the next morning, Channing Shui opened her eyes in a daze. Then she found herself lying on the large, familiar and soft bed. Everything around her seemed to be extraordinarily peaceful and harmonious, except for the vague pangs of pain in her head that reminded her that last night didn't seem to be peaceful. Slowly, she raised her hand to cover the temple that ached slightly from her hangover, then trying to remember bits and pieces of what happened last night. Just then, a sudden fragment of memory cut through the chaos in her mind, causing her to instantly and completely wake up from her half-asleep state. Those eyes, which were still slightly drowsy, snapped open and she covered her mouth with her hand incredulously. Then, as soon as she lifted the covers from her body, she hurried out of bed, passing through the bedroom door. Her eyes immediately locked on the couch in the living room. Sure enough, Moon Hyun-chul was asleep there, and Channing Shui was angry and ashamed. She quickly walked over to the couch and pulled Moon Hyun-chul up from his sleep as soon as she could. Hey, what are you still sleeping for? Get up for me. When Xianjia rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked blankly at Channing Shui in front of him, with a few moments of sleepiness that hadn't completely dissipated in his voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What for? It's Saturday. I don't have to work. Channing Shui reddened her face. How come you're the only one getting high when you said I'd be on top? Chapter 64. I should have just bitten you to death last night. In the face of Channing Shui's accusation, Wen Xianjia could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Yeah, you were supposed to be up there, but you slid down on your own. Can you blame me for that too? Channing Shui frowned slightly, recalling in detail. Finding out seems to be the case. It was just that the more she thought about yesterday's events, the more ridiculous she felt. The more she recalled, the more ashamed she felt. Channing Shui's ears were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Why in the world did I drink so much? When Xianjia raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing her lips, and whispered, besides, I was the one who cleaned up your mess last night. Shouldn't you thank me? Against his eyes that smiled impishly, Channing Shui was so ashamed and angry that she directly opened her mouth and bit his wanton fingers to death. Moon Hyun-chul let out a scream at once. Ah! Then hastily drew out the poor thumb that had been bitten with a deep red mark. Channing Shui, are you a dog? Like to bite people so much? Channing Shui pinned him down on the couch, showing her teeth like an angry puppy. You don't care if I am. I'm going to bite you to death right now anyway. Moon Hyun-chul stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom, meticulously inspecting the several distinctive bite marks that Channing Shui had just left on his neck, as well as his shoulders. Damn, that woman is really crazy. She doesn't have a light mouth. It's over. Is he being bitten by a rabid dog? Isn't it time to get a rabies shot? Moon Hyun-chul shook his head and sighed helplessly. Starting to get dressed, one button was carefully fastened and those marks were covered tightly by clothing. After getting dressed, he went to the living room and picked up the invitation to the interview that was placed on the table and handed to him by Channing Shui, which was his destination for today, passport to Meteor Garden. The election of Chio Yuki's bodyguard was held there. Before she left, Channing Shui was still angry and ordered with a grimace on her face, go on your own and succeed only, or don't come back to me. When Xianjia, however, didn't think so and quickly planted a kiss on her lips, Channing Shui instantly blushed with shame and cried out with a bit of annoyance. What are you doing? Moon Hyun-chul said seriously with a light laugh. If you fail, you won't be able to come back. You won't be able to kiss in the future. So of course you have to grab this last chance. Channing Shui tried to suppress the corners of her mouth and bit her lip before turning her head away in exasperation. Humph, get lost, don't want to see you again today. Moon Hyun-chul drove Phoenix to Meteor Garden. Coincidentally, Qian Jun, who was supposed to personally supervise the program, was also unable to be present due to a temporary commitment, so he had to let his secretary, Lu Wei, take charge on his behalf. Upon arriving at Meteor Garden, Moon Hyun-chul submits an invitation for an interview. Lu Wei took it and looked him up and down. Let's go and familiarize ourselves with the grounds first. For this selection, in addition to the few bodyguards originally identified by Qian Jun, it also attracted many bodyguard company experts who had learned of Channing Shui's news of recruiting bodyguards to come. Other candidates also showed up, totaling 42. Lu Wei briefly introduced the content of the competition. Holding your breath underwater for 5 minutes, assembling a pistol in 30 seconds, defusing a bomb without injury, flying a helicopter, and 100% empty-handed. Some of the candidates grimaced and questioned. This isn't a joke, is it? It was not until the rows of simulated model bombs were laid out in front of them that they had to accept the reality and regretfully chose to give up. Moon Hyun-chul was so familiar and comfortable with the content of these tests that he quickly stood out. A middle-aged man, retired armed police captain Yang Chi, surveyed him curiously. Kid, What unit are you in? Moon Hyun-chul smiled modestly. I'm just a regular beatnik, never been in the army. Yang Chi smiled slightly at his words. It's fine if you don't want to reveal your identity. Let's see the real thing later in the 1v1 competition session. At the end of the skills test, 29 people left with regret. The remaining 13 people first drew lots, and Lu Wei explained the rules of the 1v1 match in detail. Did you hear everything? The crowd nodded in seeming understanding, but only when Xianjia shook his head. Didn't get it. TSK, forget it if you can't understand. All you have to do is knock your opponent out anyway. Is that clear? Moon Hyunchul came to a realization. Got it. 15 minutes later, when Lu Wei saw the scene in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. The 12 elites among the elites fell to the ground and screamed in agony, while when Xianjia stood in place with a relaxed face, as if he had just performed a simple warm-up exercise. Grass. It's not like you were told to knock out your opponent. Not that you weren't told to go one-on-one with all of them. What kind of monster is this kid? Can't be high on drugs. You know, these guys are Muay Thai champions, sumo champions, martial arts champions, and mercenaries and retired armed police captains with 10 years of experience. Moon Hyunchul rubbed his hands together with intent and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, compared to man's attack, these humans are still far from being good. He looked up to the sky, a faint hint of melancholy in his eyes. Missed you, jail, man. In the meantime, the huge and busy filming set of The New Legend of Etienne Tu Long Ji, wearing a black Taoist robe with a slender figure, Xianing Shui quietly sat under the parasol at the resting place, resting her cheek with one hand, her eyes fluttering as she muttered. For this selection, the total number of participants is 43. After the skill assessment stage, it should be able to filter out about 30 people. So in the end, there are 13 people left. No, excluding himself, there are still 12 people left. Assuming that his win rate against each person is 50%, and calculating it through permutations and combinations, the probability of him becoming the probability of being the final winner should be. Suddenly, Xianing Shui was violently startled. Wait, he's not going to take the opportunity to lose on purpose so he can run away in name only, is he? No wonder he was so serious in the morning when he told me something about not even being able to kiss me anymore. So he had already made this calculation. A deep feeling of regret surged through her heart. Xianing Shui couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Darn. Had I known, I wouldn't have said anything about only succeeding and not failing. It's simply giving him a chance to escape. Looking at Xianing Shui's appearance of not being able to stop freaking out and desperately trying to hold back, Lin Shallow on the side fearfully and quietly took out her cell phone, her fingers quickly tapping on the screen, and sent a message to Wen Xianjia. Lin Shallow, located, Studio 23, Vertical Shop Movie City. Lin Shallow, Sister Snow is going to give you a raise. Come quickly. Chapter 65. Your circle is so messy. Xianing Shui picked up the lemonade on the table and fiercely poured a large mouthful of it, trying to douse the irritation in her heart with the cold liquid. He then turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, who was smiling with a treacherous face. Assistant Lin, desertion during working hours, playing with cell phones, 10 points deducted from performance. Lin Xiao sniffed and immediately put away her smile, pretending to be innocent. I wasn't playing with my cell phone, it was just a message from the director saying that we should get ready and go to the set soon. Xianing Shui looked skeptical, then sighed helplessly and stood up. Go. In this comeback, Xianing Shui's first scene was a cameo as the young Mrs. Extermination in New Etienne Tu Long Ji. When she arrives at the shooting location, she unexpectedly runs into an old acquaintance. Thousand reflections of snow? Thousand Mingqi's voice was filled with disbelief, and then she quickly changed her words. Second sister. Damn it. Why is she here? Xian Mengqi plays Zhou Jiruhua this time, a complex character who is gentle and kind in the early stage, and then hates and blackens out of love in the later stage. This type has become popular in recent years, and whoever plays it is hot. If Xianing Shui hadn't grabbed this traffic code, could she be here today? For this role, Xian Mengqi had gone through a lot of trouble and smashed a lot of money to get it with great difficulty. I didn't expect to meet Xianing Shui here. Grass. Seeing this, director Fong Shili laughed and came forward. Ha ha, Ying Shui is our specially invited guest, and it's rare for you two sisters to have a chance to work together, and it's your first time trying this blackened type of role, so it's just right to let Ying Shui guide you more. Xianing Shui smiled faintly at Xian Mengqi, her eyes incomparably sincere. I didn't expect that the first scene of my comeback would be partnered with you. What a pleasant surprise. Mengqi, let's work hard together and present the best work together. Reporters on the set rushed to raise their cameras to capture the touching scene. The corner of Chimaniki's eye twitched slightly as she smiled awkwardly at the two men in front of her. Ha ha, I'll try my best. Director Fong is really well-intentioned. Square 10 Mile. Thank you. The shooting of the morning scene was over, and Qian Mingqi returned to the restroom with a gloomy face and heavy footsteps. She threw the door shut with a loud thud, and the air in the room seemed to shake. Her pre-existing role, the soft and sweet little white flower Zhou Jiruo, is barely acted. Well, at least it's under her control. However, the clear and cold extermination master Qianing Shui was so majestic and domineering in every move. The acting is superb and overshadows her as the lead. All those high moments that originally belonged to the protagonist Qian Mingqi were overshadowed by Qianing Shui's radiance. Fang Shirley directly added several extra shots and lines to Qianing Shui on an ad hoc basis. Oh, now who can still tell who is the protagonist between Mrs. Extermination and Zhou Jiruo? Qian Mingqi cursed in a low voice. The jealousy and unwillingness in her heart was like a wildfire that could hardly be quelled. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her palms and she felt no pain. Full of anger with nowhere to vent it, Qian Mingqi felt like she was going crazy. She turned around violently and ordered Su Yunyun, the small assistant who was following her, cautiously, "Make me a cup of coffee. No sugar, okay, Ki." Su Yunyun hastily nodded her head, and despite some apprehension in her heart, she quickly turned around to prepare the coffee. Shimoniki decided not to take a break for lunch. She had to study the script carefully and find out all the things that could make her character more colorful. She must not let herself be compared to Qianing Shui. Qianing Shui, what kind of thing is that? Is not just based on once played a few more villains to show off acting skills in front of her? Oh, a supporting role is a supporting role. In this play, she is the only protagonist. Not long after, Su Yunyun carefully walked in with the freshly brewed coffee. Her hands trembled slightly, fearing that she might have angered the emotionally unstable star if she hadn't been careful. Qian Mingqi practically grabbed the cup and took a sharp sip, only to then spit it out in one gulp due to the high temperature. "You're trying to burn me." Qian Mingqi's eyes widened angrily. Su Yunyun's body trembled. Her hands tightly twisted the corners of her clothes. Her eyes rapidly reddened, but she didn't dare to have the slightest defense. "I'm sorry, Sister Qian. I didn't mean to. I'll go get another cup right away." Qian Mingqi's anger didn't calm down because of this, and as soon as she threw the remaining piping hot coffee in her hand violently at Su Yunyun, "Can't even make a good cup of coffee? What else can you do?" Su Yunyun was scalded by the sudden heat wave and screamed. The tray in her hand fell down with a sound. The skin on his arms instantly flushed red. Physiological tears flaring up from the pain flowed from his eyes, but he didn't dare to complain in the slightest. "Yeah, sorry." Then she silently knelt down and began to clean up the mess. The mood of Qian Mingqi, who had finished venting, seemed to be a bit more relaxed as she condescended and gave Su Yunyun an apologetic smile. "Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Hurry up and go change your clothes." Su Yunyun clenched her teeth, hung her head and nodded. "I'm fine, okay." Then he got up and hurried away. When Xianjia followed the location given by Lin Shania and arrived at the filming site, but never found where Qianing Shui was, it just so happened that the crew started handing out boxed lunches at noon, and he took the opportunity to get one. Moon Hyunchul found an empty seat and sat down, and began to dry his meal in earnest. Just then, the sound of several people talking and laughing came faintly to his ears. He looked sideways, only to see a few female group performers in May school costumes sitting on the side. They were sitting around, eating and chatting about gossip, their faces overflowing with excitement and curiosity. "Do you guys know that this time, the main actor Zhang Wuji's Huangxi, who was originally a mushy and his acting skills were so bad that it was spicy, relied on crawling into an investor's bed to climb up to the lead role?" One of the group actors lowered his voice and said mysteriously, which then drew a gasp and a whisper. No wonder he doesn't look like a normal person to me when he walks like that. See, this is the legendary, real backdoor. Moon Hyun-chul, who was so shocked that he even forgot to eat his meal. "Your circle is a mess." Chapter 66, He can warm my bed. Can you? On the theater set, Moon Hyun-chul walked towards the faucet after finishing his lunch, intending to wash his hands. Not far away, Su Yunyun was standing in front of another faucet, carefully rinsing her arm, which had previously been scalded by boiling hot coffee, with cool water. Her brow was furrowed and pain hung on her face. Whenever the cold water touches the wound, there is an involuntary hiss. Moon Hyun-chul asked with some curiosity as he watched. "It looks pretty serious. Don't you want to go to the hospital for a bit and take care of it?" When Su Yunyun heard this, she slightly turned her head sideways, with a few moments of surprise and wariness in her gaze, clearly suspicious of this strange man who had suddenly appeared. She shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her voice. "No, I have work this afternoon." When Xianjia heard this, a wave of sympathy surged through his heart. It's a tough life to be a laborer. Just then, He suddenly thought of something and reached out to touch his coat pocket. Then from it he pulled out a compact erythromycin ointment. This was what he had used in the morning to treat his neck and shoulder that had been bitten by Qianing Shui, and he didn't expect it to come in handy now. He walked over to Su Yunyun and handed the ointment to her. Apply this to it. It's anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving. It's quite effective. Su Yunyun looked at the ointment in front of her, and raised her eyes to look at the strange man in front of her, somewhat surprised. This, take it. Swipe your health insurance for it. It's so cheap it's not worth much. Su Yunyun hesitated for a moment before she still took the ointment. Thanks. Moon Hyunchul smiled slightly and turned to leave. Moon Hyunchul finally managed to find Qianing Shui's restroom. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 1, 2, 1. Inside the lounge, Lin Xiao, who heard this rhythmic knock on the door, rushed forward and opened the door. This was the code word she had agreed to with Moon Hyunchul earlier. Originally bored lying on the table folding paper airplanes, Qianing Shui, out of the corner of the eye glanced at Wen Xianjia. Eyes instantly flashed a trace of surprise. She straightened up, but quickly regained her calm expression and asked lightly, "What brings you here?" Moon Hyunchul raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to give me a raise?" At those words, Qianing Shui frowned. "Wage increase? Right." Qianing Shui couldn't help but look behind her at Lin Xiao, who had a weak look on her face, and instantly her heart was clear, and the corner of her mouth was slightly hooked. "Oh, worthy of my heart? Well done." Qianing Shui tried to suppress the corners of her mouth as she glibly spoke to Wen Xianjia. "Let's put aside the paycheck first. How about the results of the competition? Seeing as you trained so hard before, even if you didn't pass I can barely accept you to remain by my side." Moon Hyunchul smiled and stepped forward. "Barely accepted? Shouldn't we have to accept it?" Qianing Shui was slightly stunned as Wen Xianjia briefly talked about the process and results of the competition. Qianing Shui and Lin Xiao both stared in surprise. Lin Xiao stretched out his thumb in admiration. "A second job as a bodyguard and you just took it? It's time for a raise." Suddenly, she asked curiously, "Wait a minute, assistant man, how much do you get paid a day now?" 3,000. Moon Hyunchul replied casually. 3,000. Lin Xiao cried out in shock, her face filled with disbelief. "I've only been working for 4 years for 1,200. Why did you get 3,000 as soon as you took office?" "Sister Snow, that's not fair." Qianing Shui smiled gently. "He can warm my bed, can you?" Lin Xiao sniffed. Her cheeks instantly colored red, and she hurriedly covered her chest with both hands. Can't. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but slightly redden his cheeks as well. "When have I ever warmed your bed? Qianing Shui, don't ruin my innocence." Qianing Shui looked at him with a smile. "You can start tonight, so remember to clean yourself up before you go to bed." Moon Hyunchul marveled. "Ha? Again? Didn't you just quench your thirst yesterday?" Qianing Shui's ears instantly glowed with shame. "That one doesn't count." Lin Xiao on the side heard her cheeks rolling, her heart bouncing in her chest, and she couldn't wait to cover her ears with both hands. "I'm just a simple little girl. Can you two old drivers stop racing in front of me? I want to get off." "That, Ken has diarrhea and forgot a paper. I'll go bring him a paper first." At noon in the racing race, Qianing Shui unfortunately lost. In the last PK, Moon Hyunchul wrapped one hand around her waist and poked his finger on the small of her back, then pressed against her ear and said in a low, husky voice. He finished by giving her a kiss on her earlobe. Qianing Shui's heart suddenly beat like a drum, and she hurriedly pushed him away with one hand. "You, get out of here." Moon Hyunchul grunted in triumph and directly turned away in style. Qianing Shui's chest rose and fell. A deep blush spread across her face, her teeth chattering in shame. Damn it, how could he even say that? Surely the usual innocence and shyness is all pretense, and what's in your head is clearly more juvenile than I am. When he reached the door, Moon Hyunchul suddenly turned back and smiled cheekily. "If you really think it's cold, go buy an electric blanket. It's less than $100, and it's much more efficient at warming the bed than I am. If you can't part with it, I can give it to you. Get out." In the afternoon, Moon Hyunchul wandered around the set, then to the scene of the rivalry between Qian Mengqi and Huang Shi. Qian Mengqi, who plays Zhou Jiruo, and Huang Shi, who plays Zhang Wuji. This scene is the part of the adaptation where the two are pushed step by step to the edge of a cliff by their pursuers, with life and death hanging in the balance. Emotion reaches a boiling point in this moment, and the two are about to perform a thrilling kiss goodbye. The megaphone in the director's hand went off. Action 1. Qian Mengqi quickly immersed herself in the role, gazing fondly at Huang Shi, the gradual closing of the distance between the two. However, just as their lips were about to press together, Huang Shi suddenly let out a pft of laughter. The atmosphere of the scene instantly became awkward and subtle. Huang Shi hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand and tried to restrain her laughter as she apologized. "No, sorry about that. Didn't anyone warn her that she had a nose hair coming out? The director shook his head helplessly and shouted again. Action 2. Plumber's second goal. Huang Shi's smile once again surfaced out of place as he waved his hand back and forth. Sorry. Action 3. This time, Huang Shi seemed to be trying her best to control herself, but in the end, she couldn't hold back. Plum Blossom. Huang Shi laughed so hard that her shoulders shook violently, and even the other actors and crew members throughout the set couldn't help but laugh. There was rapture in the air. Only Qian Mengqi had a black line on her face, and inside, she had long been burning with anger. She took a deep breath and forced herself not to snap. What the are you guys laughing at when I'm all out of it? After countless attempts and adjustments, the two finally managed to press their lips together after one deep breath. However, just as the kiss gradually went deeper and deeper, Qian Mengqi's frown grew tighter and tighter. Huang Shi hugged her tightly as it was important to show Zhang Wuji's deep love and reluctance here, but Xiamin Qi suddenly pounded him hard. Well, immediately afterward, an unexpected thing happened. The Qian Mengqi unexpectedly threw up, spit on Huang Shi. The scene was thrown into chaos. The reporter hastily raised the camera as a clicking sound captured this historic moment. Moon Hyun-chul, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but applaud. Good lord, it's not much better than the main movie. Chapter 67, Go, follow me into the house. Soon, the news that Qian Mengqi had spat on Huang Shi hit the #1 spot on the hot search. Hashtag Qian Mengqi Huang Shi's flavorful kissing scene. Hashtag explosion. Song Lon's knife. Leaving marks here. Kissing and puking. First time I've seen such explosive news. You'd better behave. Oh, this is the hype for the new drama, isn't it? The drama is not enough, but the hot search is. Fire at me, friends, no matter what. This is a colorful chapter in the history of inner entertainment. At this moment, you and I are witnesses to history. Gotsi steals dog, Pandog loves playing macros. I urge you not to click on the original video or you'll end up on the toilet like I am right now. You, legendary anti-pressure king, this man is also too miserable. I guess he doesn't want to kiss a woman in his life. Kiki's little angel. Oh, our Kiki's the one who's miserable, right? If it wasn't for Huang Shi's bad breath, could she have vomited? I feel sorry for my Kiki. The most Chihuan you duck, upstairs open mouth? Our Shi Shuai is famous for his love of cleanliness, brushing his teeth 3 times a day. How could he have bad breath? It's just that Chi want to be on the hot search want to go crazy to come up with such a dirty trick. Vomit. Chi is the most adorable. Damn. This dead fine dog were so many fans. A rely on subterfuge on the top of the paste curry also dare to touch porcelain. Our debut 11 years of entertainment senior. So do not force face? The Moon Star 11, bullying 11 handsome no fans? We are just a bit more Buddhist. We don't like to fight or grab. And we just go with the flow of the list. Since you guys are cheap in the first place, we are not to be messed with either. I'm the most adorable one. Wang * language children upstairs. Soon the primary school. Review it yet? Do you want me to send you a set of practice test papers to know? 45. City District. Street. Pleasure Flower Fire. Box. Qian Mengqi never expected that her coveted #1 hot search would come in this way. The boxed lunch provided by the crew at noon included a leek scrambled egg, and Huang Shi's mouth did taste like leeks, but it wasn't intolerable. She couldn't figure out how she suddenly got a particularly bad stomach and then threw up. Chimaniki thought about it for a while, and finally came to the conclusion. Blame it on Qian Shuai. If she hadn't suddenly shown up for some cameo, a small supporting role that took all her high spots, she wouldn't have been so angry and enraged, and it wouldn't have happened so socially dead. It is important to realize that the stomach is an emotional organ, and when you get nervous and angry, it can produce the feeling of wanting to vomit. She had gotten a master to calculate it before. She and Xian Shuai's 5 elements were incompatible, and their 8 characters clashed, so as long as they met, nothing good would happen. The more Qian Mengqi thought about it, the more angry she became, and subconsciously started biting her fingers again. The nails had been bitten, her eyes were glazed over, and her legs were shaking. Thousanding Shuai, when to die, when to die. Moon Hyun-chul pushed open the door of his home, and before he could stand on his feet, Moon Hyun-ah couldn't wait to come forward and raise the screen of his cell phone in front of his eyes, his face full of incredulity. Brother, this is you, isn't it? The photo is a live photo under the hashtag Qian Mengqi Huang Shi tasteful kissing scene hot topic. The scene was frozen in the moment when Huang Shi's wide-eyed eyes violently pushed away Qian Mengqi. Not far away stood a tall, leggy, blurry figure who seemed to be applauding. Moon Hyun-chul stared at the photo for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly as he said with less certainty. I guess so. What do you mean it should be? As soon as when Xianya heard this, he immediately became anxious and pursued. What brings you to Yokohama? Moon Hyun-chul smiled helplessly. Go Go be a groupie. Moon Hyuna was shocked. Group acting? Brother, you're moonlighting in too many areas. What are you acting in it? Moon Hyun-chul shrugged his shoulders and downplayed the situation. Just play the corpse. Ah, to the ground. $200 to hand. Really, lying money? Moon Hyuna nodded thoughtfully, then asked with an expectant face. By the way, I heard that Yuki was on the set. Did you see her? Moon Hyun-chul froze slightly, then sneered. Ha, someone's a big star. Is it something I can see whenever I want to? Well, one day as a corpse. Now I want to go back to bed as a real corpse. Go to bed early. After saying that, Moon Hyun-chul turned around and walked into the bedroom, leaving Moon Hyuna alone and puzzled in the living room. Hiss, there's always a feeling that there's something wrong with the state he was in just now. Moon Hyun-chul returned to his bedroom and lay on his back, but he couldn't sleep. Ever since Qianing Shui told him to get lost at noon, she really hadn't looked for him again. While he was wandering and roaming around the set, he happened to walk onto the set where the extermination mistress, Qianing Shui, was giving a lecture to the female disciples of Ame. The disciples were dressed in plain clothes and looked solemn, while Qianing Shui stood in front of the crowd, dressed in a strong suit, revealing an inviolable majesty between her eyebrows. She caught him out of the corner of her eye inadvertently, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a few imperceptible curves, then quickly averted his eyes and turned to those green faces at his knees, his voice firm and serious. Remember, men are no good, full of flowers, do not easily believe their sweet words, and even more so, do not easily deliver your heart. The disciples nodded respectfully and responded in unison. I honor master's teachings. When Xianjia sneered from the sidelines, secretly slandering in his heart. Ha, it's obvious that he's not as skilled as others, but he still wants to brag about being a veteran driver, and as a result, he can't even see my taillights when he's racing. If you're a rookie, practice more, and if you can't afford to lose, don't play. Just as Moon Hyun-chul was lost in his own thoughts, his cell phone suddenly rang with a message tone. AAA part-time agency, aren't you going to send me an electric blanket? Send it over quickly. I'm too cold to sleep. Moon Hyun-chul raised the corners of his mouth in triumph. Ha, just let me go? Do you really think I'm a 24-hour on-call courier? No go. Half an hour later, Moon Hyun-chul stood in front of Qianing Shui's apartment door, torn for half a day. His fingers finally rang the doorbell. Qianing Shui opened the door to her room with a big smile, and when Xianju immediately handed over a half-sized paper bag, Thousanding Shui asked in confusion as she was slightly stunned. What the hell? Electric blanket? Ah, aren't you too cold to sleep? I just bought it last year. 90% new. Counting you 20% off. $88. Transfer the money. Qianing Shui was speechless, then smiled meaningfully. Oh, people are here. What more electric blankets do you need? Before the words were out of his mouth, he pulled him into the apartment with one hand. Come on, follow me into the house. Chapter 68, Bold Succubus. Qianing Shui first pulled Moon Hyun-chul to the bathroom. 2 sets of towels, toothbrushes, slippers and bath towels were neatly arranged, and a freshly scented set of brand new pajamas lay quietly to one side. Moon Hyun-chul looked a bit surprised, and Qianing Shui explained with a smile. Anyway, you'll be a regular here from now on, so of course you'll have to have the basic necessities ready. How about it? Doesn't it feel like you're back home? Moon Hyun-chul tugged helplessly at the corner of his mouth. When did I promise to come more often? Qianing Shui lightly grunted and ordered with her arms wrapped around her chest. Humph, do you have room to refuse? Get in there and get cleaned up. Moon Hyun-chul shrugged. I took a shower. Upon hearing this, the corners of Qianing Shui's mouth immediately hooked into a flirtatious smile, her tone filled with anticipation. Oh, so you want to come to bed with me now? Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly took a step back and stepped into the bathroom. There's no rush. I love baths and my body is fine. Qianing Shui thoughtfully helped him close the bathroom door, not forgetting to remind him. Hurry up. You have 15 minutes. If you don't come out by then, I don't mind coming in to wash you. In the bathroom, Moon Hyun-chul quickly finished his shower and put on the pajamas Qianing Shui had prepared for him. Walking out of the bathroom, Qianing Shui had already been waiting outside the door. She sniffed him gently, then nodded in satisfaction as she wrapped him in a hug, her face pressed against his chest. Now you just smell like me. It's so nice. The two made their way to the bedroom, and even though it was a May night, the room was inexplicably cool. Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but frown. TSK, your room is a bit heavy with yin qi. Qianing Shui gave him a breathless look, then hooked the corners of her mouth and moved forward colorfully. Oh, heavy yin qi is why you need your yang qi to neutralize it. Moon Hyun-chul quickly swallowed and smiled. Ha ha, just kidding. This is a technological society. We should learn to utilize the power of technology to solve problems. For example, with that, he reached for the air conditioner remote on the nightstand. Channing Shui quickly grabbed the remote control with a serious expression. The air conditioner is broken and doesn't work. Moon Hyunchul froze, then nodded. Oh, then I'll fix it for you. What's the point of fixing it? Just get a new one tomorrow. Just hurry up and lie down for me. Saying that, Channing Shui pressed Wen Xianjia down on the bed. Then without any further ado, she lowered her head and kissed him. Within moments, the air around the two began to heat up, and the entire room seemed to become sticky and hot with it. Kissing and kissing, the two rolled to the center of the bed. When Xianjia rolled over and pressed Channing Shui underneath him, the neat nightgown on her body was rubbed and crumpled. Channing Shui was not willing to let him take the initiative like this, and kept gently pounding his chest, pushing his shoulders, and kicking his legs. Unfortunately, this seemingly resistance and struggle, in the eyes of Wen Xianjia, is clearly the best interpretation of the desire to refuse to welcome. Oh, it's always been said that I like to play hard to get. You're the real master at this, aren't you? The lingering kiss ended. After her lips parted, Channing Shui's entire body went limp. She slightly opened her lips, her breathing undulating, her eyes as hazy as fog. 2 blushes rose on her cheeks, making her look even more delicate. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but laugh lightly at her hijacked look. Channing Shui, at least you're someone who exercises every day. How come your lung capacity and physical strength are so bad? When Channing Shui heard this, she glared at him petulantly and panted. That's because I'm so tired from acting during the day. Okay? Hurry up and get off of me. People are getting crushed by you. Instead of listening, Moon Hyunchul gently stroked her cheek, then gently ruffled a strand of hair that was plastered to the side of her face and whispered slowly. Yes, obviously in the daytime also a serious say what, remember, men are not good things, full of flowers, do not easily believe their sweet words, even more not easily deliver the true heart, but the result is that at night they take the initiative to throw themselves on the man, but also kiss to almost unconsciousness. Channing Shui, do your disciples know that their beloved master is such a person with a bad mouth? Channing Shui's already pink cheeks, visible to the naked eye, reddened another point as she shyly tried to push him away. Unfortunately, when Xianjia easily clamped down on both of her slender wrists with one hand, Moon Hyunchul smiled slightly. Anxious? Channing Shui was so angry that her eyelashes were fluttering. She bit her lip and the corner of her mouth tried to pull out a teasing smile. Oh, you're good at lines. Are you interested in becoming an actor? I can recommend you to the director. But it's a pity that your sinister and cunning face is only suitable for being a lecher. Moon Hyunchul wasn't angry, but instead was very pleasantly surprised. Really? That's the kind of role I like to play. After all, it would be a fair and square way to lighten up on you. With that, he pressed the tips of Channing Shui's white fingers close to his lips and gently kissed them. This kiss was like tiny streams of electricity flowing through, and Channing Shui couldn't help but tremble. Bright eyes fluttered as she restrained herself from clenching her teeth, before all strength was completely lost in her body. Seeing that she no longer resisted or spoke, only slightly squinting her moist eyes and tilting her head as she kept gasping for air, Moon Hyunchul's heart instantly flashed with a wave of panic. Not pissed off at me, are you? He let go of her hand in a hurry, and his fingers propped open her eyelids for a decent look. Are you okay? Channing Shui glared at him feebly and said with a breathless voice, roll. Moon Hyunchul didn't hear it and frowned slightly before putting his ear close to her lips and asking, what did you say? Channing Shui grabbed the fabric on his shoulders and barely managed to hold herself up before biting down hard on his ear with one bite. I told you to get lost. In front of the restroom mirror, Moon Hyunchul examined his poor ear that had been bitten with a big red mark in the mirror. TSK, Channing Shui guessed that she really belonged to a dog, biting people at the drop of a hat. She's bitten her lip, she's bitten her neck, she's bitten her shoulder, she's bitten her ear. Oh, and, he sighed helplessly, then turned toward the living room couch. The living room isn't a zine and can be slept in. However, he had just laid down when his cell phone made 2 message beeps. The AAA part-time agency. AAA part-time agency, come in. Chapter 69, let's get married. Channing Shui finally calmed down most of her anger, but she still looked a bit exasperated. As soon as she dragged Moon Hyunchul to the bed, she made him lie down without any further ado and shrunk under the covers herself. Well, next it's time for you to redeem yourself. Moon Hyunchul asked innocently as he looked at her with a bewildered face. What crime have I committed? You have the nerve to ask. Channing Shui replied without any good humor, then raised her hand to cover his mouth and ordered, from now on, no talking. Moon Hyunchul blinked helplessly and had to nod in obedience. Seeing this, Channing Shui loosened her hands, then slowly closed in on him and hugged him in one hand, her head rubbing against his chest, her mouth muttering in a small voice, just be my hot water bag, no moving around, and no sneaking off in the middle of the night while I'm asleep. Moon Hyunchul was tempted to go right now and help her turn on the air conditioner or lay out the electric blanket she'd brought over earlier. On second thought, forget it. Well, after all, the een was too heavy and needed his yang to tone it down. After a while, Xianing Shui suddenly tilted her head with a few stern glares in her eyes. Hey, do you hear me? Moon Hyunchul smiled bitterly with his head bowed and said helplessly, you're the one who told me not to talk. Seeing that Xianing Shui was about to go crazy again, he hurriedly hugged her and gently patted her back, soothing her in a continuous voice. Well, I promise I won't move or run away. Honestly, as a good hot water bag, you can sleep comfortably until dawn. Only then did Xianing Shui let out a delicate hum. And then she found a comfortable position in his arms and slowly closed her eyes. Not long after, Xianing Shui's breathing gradually became steady and she fell into dreamland. As Moon Hyunchul looked at her quiet sleeping face, a pang of doubt flooded his heart. Is it really that tiring? Thinking back to the daytime on the set, Xianing Shui hanging Wea flying in the air, every shot to the best of their ability. That kind of dedication is really admirable. He looked down at her. The face that still wore a faint smile in its sleep looked so pure and innocent. A ripple went through Moon Hyunchul's heart. TSK, one moment like a horny ghost reincarnation, and the other moment innocent like a little girl, really confused. He carefully adjusted his posture, then slowly closed his eyes as well. Early in the morning, Xianing Shui slowly opened her eyes. The seat beside her was already empty, and the temperature seemed to dissipate along with it. Gee, sure ran away. Her brows furrowed and she was about to snap when she vaguely heard a small noise coming from the direction of the kitchen. A glimmer of hope instantly lit up in Xianing Shui's heart as she hurriedly got up and quickly stepped towards the source of that voice. Inside the kitchen, the morning light outlines the busy figure of Moon Hyunchul. He was wearing an apron and was concentrating on stirring the ingredients in the pot, his face beaming with a gentleness and seriousness that was rare to see on a normal day. In the morning light, the side of his face looked stunning. Xianing Shui couldn't help but move closer, an unspeakable impulse surging in her heart, which eventually turned into action, and she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her cheek pressed against his warm back, feeling his reassuring temperature and smell. Moon Hyunchul was so startled by the sudden hug that the spoon in his hand almost fell. He turned his head, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Up so early? Hurry up and go wash up. Don't disturb my cooking. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Xianing Shui's small movement. She rubbed against his back, a hint of petulance in her tone. Assistant man, let's get married. When Xianja's entire body froze at his words. What? Getting married? Xianing Shui pointed a finger at herself and then at him and said with a serious face. Me and you. Married. Moon Hyunchul froze in place for a while before squeezing out a sentence. Boy, that's not funny. Who's kidding you? Kwon Yeonseol muttered disgruntledly. And Moon Hyunchul asked tentatively. You're not acting? Xianing Shui raised her eyebrows and said with disdain. Who says you can't act if you're married? There are plenty of married actors in the entertainment industry. Okay? Moon Hyunchul still shook his head violently. No, you're a national goddess. Those fans of yours will kill me. Oh, I'm an actor, not an idol. Besides, I'm a powerhouse actor. Falling in love and getting married won't affect me at all in the slightest, but instead, it will add heat to me. Xianing Shui analyzed confidently. Besides, they'll be pleasantly surprised if they find out about our legendary love story. It'll definitely be a great story. Moon Hyunchul had a bitter smile on his face. What legendary relationship experience? Are we in love? I'm just a stand-in for your white moonlight. A special sandbag for when you get all horny. You crave my body. I crave your money. Okay? Thinking about it, he suddenly remembered something and asked. By the way, when is your white moonlight coming back home? Xianing Shui was at a loss. Ah, what white moonlight? It's that guy who looks like me. Moon Hyunchul reminded. Xianing Shui froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Oh, there's no such person. I just made it up. Moon Hyunchul was shocked. No white moonlight? Then why are you so horny for me after not seeing me a few times? Xianing Shui raised her chin and smiled triumphantly. Humph. I'll tell you as soon as you marry me. Oh, I actually don't want to know that much. With that, he turned away, trying to stop the inane conversation. Xianing Shui's expression instantly became displeased as she stepped forward, cupped his face with both hands, and came closer, incomparably serious and insistent. When Xianja, why don't you understand? In front of me, you never have room to refuse. If I say I want to marry you, then I will definitely do it. You don't need to think about it. You just need to nod your head yes. Through the flickering, frenzied light in the bottom of her eyes, Moon Hyunchul finally accepted reality. She's not kidding. She's serious. Married? Marriage. Don't you dare say it. I don't dare to think it. Xianing Shui's hand slowly slid down and rested on his neck. Then blinking, She put on a pitiful expression and asked in a delicate voice, "You don't like me? Don't you want to be on a first-name basis and do more intimate things with me?" Moon Hyunchul gulped and explained seriously. "Marriage, this kind of thing, is concerned about a family match. You see, you are a prestigious big star and a big girl, rich and powerful. I'm just an ordinary small city people. I don't deserve you." Xianing Shui immediately interrupted him and said angrily, "No talking like that. Why aren't you a good match? You are super. You and I are perfect for each other." Moon Hyunchul gripped her shoulders and tried to bargain. "In that case, after I struggle for a few more years and become successful, I will definitely step on the 7-colored auspicious clouds to marry you. The fortune teller said that I am the face of an emperor, and that I will become a great man someday. No, who knows if you'll change your mind in a few years. No, I promise I won't. If I change my mind, I'll rip it out in front of you and feed it to the dogs." When Xianjia promised with conviction, and Qianingshue stared at him with ghostly eyes. "Really? Of course it's true." Immediately afterward, a glint of light flashed in Qianingshue's eyes, as if she had thought of some excellent way to handle the situation. The corner of her mouth quirked up triumphantly in agreement. "Okay, then today you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and me to get the marriage license first, and then you can struggle slowly." Moon Hyunchul's pupils quaked once again. Upright arrow? What the hell? You're going today or you're not. Chapter 70, Me, Qianing Shui, Couple. After coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with the joyful Qianing Shui, when Xianjia's entire body was in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just do? Looking down at the small red book in his hand, Moon Hyunchul instantly sobered up. Marriage license. He just pulled a marriage license with Qianing Shui. Qianing Shui intimately held his arm, gently patted the marriage license in his hand, and reminded him with a smile, "Keep it safe. It's a symbol of our beautiful love." Arriving at the theater set, Qianing Shui was in a happy mood visible to the naked eye, smiling like a flower. "Good afternoon, everyone. Today's shooting should also be cheered. Work together. Fighting. Extermination master second into youthful little sister." The people around them were puzzled. Zhao Qian's brows furrowed as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. Why is this girl so happy today? Then it dawned on him. Well, it must be because of the restart of filming. Full of passion and bravado can be put into the work again. So it is so happy. Thousanding Shue, you can really be a superb actor who loves acting. Lin Xiao also kept sizing up Qianing Shui's every move and smile. Could it be because Assistant Win's bed warming skills were very good last night? It made Sister Shui very satisfied. That's why. She blushed at the thought and hurriedly dispersed the passionate images in her head. Welp, surely 3,000 a day is not for everyone. Qian Mengqi stared deathly at Qianing Shui, her eyes burning with nameless rage, her teeth itching with anger. "Oh, you're so happy that you stole my thunder? Look at you. Qianing Shui, don't get cocky too soon." The set crew cum Chio Yuki fangirls were filled with pink bubbles. Today's goddess is also so beautiful and amiable. Goddess, I want to follow you forever. No matter what the wind and rain, do not leave me. Only Moon Hyunchul, who was at the resting place, hadn't gotten over the morning's events. The little red book was still lying quietly in his coat pocket at the moment. He kept confirming that he had woken up from his sleep and wasn't dreaming. Qianing Suet and I got married? We're married? Me, Qianing Shui, couple. It was outrageous that he himself had gone from her white moon stand-in to her proper husband in one night. Just then, a blinding light shook his eyes. Moon Hyunchul subconsciously squinted his eyes toward the light source. Just outside the theater in the distance, a large, dense tree kept emitting a bright white light. It should be a glass or mirror reflection. Snipers are setting up snipers? Moon Hyunchul picked up a smooth pebble on the ground with his hand, squinted one eye, and aimed at the light source. Then adjust your stance and throw with force. 2 seconds later, only to hear a bang sound, the tree immediately came out a miserable scream, and then something heavy fell down. Moon Hyunchul patted the dust on his hands, then walked towards the large tree. Outside the shooting set was a forest, and the closer Moon Hyunchul got, the more shocked he became. Because it seems like there's more than just that one tree with people in it. The sound of clicking cameras and the voices of different people could be heard from almost every tree. "Awa, his Sean is looking this way. Oh Kiki cutie, mommy's heart melts. Fifi, fly at ease. The little Fifi machines are always with you." Moon Hyunchul finally understood. It turned out to be a group of celebrity fans hiding in a tree peeping out to take pictures. So it wasn't some sniper he just shot at, but some sick fan? Oh, that. Just then, 2 fans in the trees suddenly spaced out and aimed. TSK, what's worth powdering in the bottom of a Huanghe kind of goods? Sisters better eat something good. Oh, isn't this a fan of Vomit Sister? No wonder his mouth stinks as much as Vomit Sister. You, grass. Why did my Kiki throw up? As the bickering continued, fans from both sides jumped out of the trees and headed toward each other aggressively. Then he grabbed the other man by the hair and clothes and twisted desperately. Sharp shrieks and hisses continued to emanate from the scene. The rest of the fans in the trees rushed to turn their camera lenses on them to capture the show. Moon Hyunchul gulped and hurriedly accelerated his pace away from the scene. Upside down. It's ing upside down. Rabid fans. Scary as hell. When he saw the person lying in a pile of fallen leaves, when Xianjia couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Sha Kaiching? Xiao Qiqing fell beside the binoculars. His eyes were starry. His forehead bulged with a big bag, and a leaf fell from his mouth. At the sound of a familiar voice, he hurriedly shook his head, desperately trying to wake up. Looking at the surprised Wen Xianjia, Xiao Qiqing also stared wide-eyed. Why you again? Moon Hyunchul smiled breathlessly. That's something I should be asking you. I don't have to tell you. You're here to see Qian Shui again? Oh, sorry, she's my wife now. Thinking of this, Moon Hyunchul's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. Qian Shui? My wife? Then a wonderful feeling of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Hey! Looking at the weird smile that suddenly appeared at the corner of Wen Xianjia's mouth, Xiao Qiqing frowned. What are you laughing at? Ahem. Nothing. Moon Hyunchul hurriedly returned to his senses, then asked knowingly, by the way, what are you doing here? Xiao Qiqing got up from the ground, patted away the fallen leaves on his body, raised his chin in disdain, and justified himself. What can I come for? Of course it's for Qian Shui. Learning that Qian Shui was filming a movie in Hengdian, Xiao Qiqing immediately rushed to the scene at fire speed. Yet the security guards at the site wouldn't let him in, so Xiao Qiqing could only run to the big tree outside the field, holding binoculars to look for Qian Shui's figure. Unfortunately, before I could find it, I was knocked out by a rock. Xiao Qiqing touched the large bag on his forehead and took a painful breath before asking, why are you here? To peek at Qian Shui as well? Moon Hyunchul said breathlessly, I came here to be a groupie. Group show? Yeah, $200 a day with lunch. Xiao Qiqing's eyes rolled back in his head, and he smiled triumphantly. I want to be a groupie too. Take me in. After Wen Xianjia tricked Xiao Qiqing into being a corpse, he rushed back to the filming set where Qian Shui was. The rivalry scene between Qian Shui, Qian Mengqi, and Huang Shi was finally finished. Qian Shui's guest starring role in Nui Tian Tu Long Ji has come to an end here. The three actors thanked each other politely, and the crew came forward to dismantle the set and pack up the venue props. Just as Qian Shui turned around and was about to leave, she instantly revealed a surprised smile when she saw Wen Xianjia walking towards her. Wen Xianjia's heart throbbed for a moment, still maintaining the surface waves of unperturbed. The face was expressionless, but the corners of his mouth couldn't be compressed. Gee, underground romance is kinda exciting. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a blinding reflection and was instantly alert. It was coming from the sleeve of a staff member with a duck-tongued hat behind Qian Shui. The icy cold light of a sharp blade. Alarm bells went off in Moon Hyunchul's heart. He didn't have time to think about it, and almost instinctively rushed forward, and shouted as he clutched the defenseless Qian Shui into his arms. Look out! Just in the nick of time, the sharp blade that was poised to strike unexpectedly pierced through the chest of Huang Shi, who was standing to the side and was equally unprepared. A face distorted by anger and madness showed under the ducktail hat, and the man shouted hysterically, Dare to smear our Kiki, go to hell! Rolling hot blood sprayed violently like a brilliant firework, splashing onto Qian Mengqi's horrified face. Her eyes widened, followed by a heartbreaking scream. Ah! Chapter 71, Hubby, go to bed with me. Huang Shi was stabbed, and the entire scene was instantly thrown into a state of chaos and panic. The crazed fan who committed the crime was immediately brought under control, and Huang Shi, who was bleeding profusely and fell unconscious on the spot, was rushed to the resuscitation room by ambulance. Qian Mengqi also fainted due to excessive shock and was similarly taken to the hospital. The scene was immediately cordoned off and all cast and crew were dismissed from the scene. After getting into the car, Lin Xiao hurriedly confirmed anxiously, Are you okay, Sister Snow? Are there any injuries? Still a bit stunned, Qian Shui smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Qian and Zhao Qian hurriedly took a long breath. Phew, that's good. Zhao Qian marveled at Wen Xianjia. I heard you were the first to notice something wrong with that person and pulled her over? Pretty quick reaction. Lin Xiao also sighed heartily. It's thanks to your timely reaction, or else maybe Sister Snow would have suffered along with her. After all, there are quite a few guys who hate Sister Snow with a passion amongst Qian Mengqi's fanatical fans. Wen Xianjia took a quick breath and stiffly turned his head toward Qian Shui. Is that so terrible? Qian Shui shrugged. Pretty much. Besides her fans, there are quite a few people who want me to hurry up and die, and I've been in a similar situation on the set before. A complex emotion flashed through Moon Hyunchul's eyes. There was surprise and heartache. He looked at Qianing Shui and said seriously, word by word, no one can touch a hair on your head with me around. Qianing Shui froze slightly. A strong sweetness welled up in her heart, then happily jumped into his embrace. Gee, I feel so safe. I'll leave myself in your hands. Mr. Moon. Soon. The phrase hashtag Chan Mengchi fan stabbed Huang Shi topped the #1 hot search. Has honestly begged to be spared. My mother. How much hatred, how much resentment. Directly offline real people against the cut. Afraid of fear. Never dare to say bad things about these stars again. Forgive me for having said before that Qian Mengqi's face is a little bit abstract. I am here to apologize for it. Red Bean Mud Private Marseille. Bow. The dead heart finally hangs in the air. How did an ordinary fan mix into the movie set? What did the security personnel at the scene do and eat? Star of Shiwan, Shishua. If anything happens to my treasure, I'm not ing finished with Chimaniki. Kiki 49 days. Fan behavior don't rise up to the rightful owner. Okay. And who knows if she's a fan of Kiki or not. The right family intentionally sent over to discredit our Kiki. 2. Maybe? Hee no hee. Yo, this is an expulsion? Didn't you guys make this guy a hero in your fanbase? Group chat screenshot, 800 standard bearers running North Slope, mama. Pure passerby. Qian Mengqi's fans are too inhuman to be popping champagne. Aren't they? That's a human life. Vanilla mud, oh. The powder follows the main body. Qian Mengqi herself is not a good thing. Every day by pulling on the step of other stars to get to the top. Her fans can be good to wear? Munchie little angel, I apologize on behalf of that irrational fan. But Kiki is innocent. She's really a very kind girl. Please don't be sidetracked by the water army's rhythm. Qian Mengqi has topped the #1 hot search for 2 days in a row. In the past, this was something she wouldn't have even thought about. Her hotness soared, and a number of companies even took advantage of this opportunity to send her cooperation invitations. Qian Mengqi's heart was mixed. It was an opportunity she had dreamed of. Something she fantasized about every day. But it's a bit of a joy. Why the bias is all negative news? But, this seems to be the first time she has won over Qianing Shui. Qian Mengqi suddenly realized something, and her eyes immediately erupted with a frenzied light. That's right. Although Qianing Shui was also on set, there was no discussion about her at all. Everyone's eyes were on her. Qian Mengqi. And if Wang He dies, the drama won't be finished or broadcast. So what if Qianing Shui puts on a good show? It's still not that no one saw it. Thinking of this, all of Qian Mengqi's boredom dissipated. So, it turned out that she was able to win over Qianing Shui. She was never worse than she was. She just lacked opportunity. And this incident is the perfect opportunity for her to turn her life around. The more Qian Mengqi thought about it, the more excited she became, the more exuberant she became, until the smile on her face became unbridled and her white teeth were visible. Ha 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 ha. Yes, she too could become the center of attention. And she too could win business opportunities for the Qian group. She's the daughter that her father is most proud of. When Xianjia turned around and was about to leave after sending Qianing Shui back to the apartment, Qianing Shui asked as she pulled his wrist, her brows furrowed. Where are you going? Moon Hyunchul replied helplessly. Go home. I can't spend the night here every day. Can I? Qianing Shui pouted and stared at him with grudging eyes. You're my husband. Why can't you? As soon as he heard this intimate name, Moon Hyunchul instantly reddened his ears and became incoherent with embarrassment. No, don't call it that. Seeing how he reacted so greatly, Qianing Shui hooked the corners of her mouth in triumph, then blinked and asked with an innocent look on his face. Why? We're legally married with a marriage license, eh? Well, that was your own doing. I was forced to. Moon Hyunchul turned around with determination. Well, I should get back. See you tomorrow. Qianing Shui hurriedly hugged him tightly and looked at him with those moist and translucent eyes, saying pitifully, No husband, do you want to leave me alone on your wedding night? Then with a soft smile, she invited in a delicate voice, Hubby, come to the same room with me. Chapter 72 A practical operational guide for couples to live happily ever after. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Qianing Shui pressed Moon Hyunchul against the door and kissed him. Moon Hyunchul refused at first, but what's the use of refusing? The body isn't quite honest enough to do what it needs to do. Sooner or later, it's going to come to this. Anyway, we're legally married now. So what's with the guilt and shame? Just get on and be done with it. He responded to her kiss passionately and his hands unconsciously wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer. The two of them kissed and rolled onto the bed. And when Xianjia's hand started to unbutton Qianing Shui's shirt, but Qianing Shui suddenly inclined her head and left his lips, breathing heavily. Wait a minute. The voice held a tantalizing hint of a gasp. When Xianjia immediately stopped his hand movements, Qianing Shui climbed up from the bed, walked towards the desk, picked up a lighter, and lit something like a pink candle. As the flames pulsed, a strange scent filled the room. Moon Hyunchul asked suspiciously as he sniffed gently. What's this? Xianing Shui turned around with a mysterious smile on her face. Aromatherapy. I specially bought it from India. At those words, Moon Hyunchul's heartbeat missed a beat and his cheeks burned slightly. No way. So good at this. No, there won't be any side effects, will there? Xianing Shui froze, then muttered petulantly. What are you thinking? These are all natural flavors, to add to the atmosphere. And you can order them on a regular basis. So what side effects could there be? The benefits are more like it. With that, she picked up another book from the desk and waved it towards Moon Hyunchul with a smile. Moon Hyunchul's heart skipped a beat when he took a look at the title. A practical operational guide to couple happiness. How does she have everything? Xianing Shui casually flipped through a few pages, then showed one of them to him, asking with eyes full of anticipation. How about we try this tonight? Moon Hyunchul instantly blushed with shame when he took a look at the contents. Why is there an illustration? Grass. He hurriedly closed the book and tossed it aside. Well, don't dilly-dally. If you're going to get on, hurry up. With that, he pushed Xianing Shui onto the bed and bent down. A trace of panic flashed through Xianing Shui's eyes, and a blush instantly surfaced on her fair cheeks. She blinked and whispered timidly, Be gentle. Moon Hyunchul's throat tightened and his voice was low and hoarse. Of course I know. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Early morning sunlight creeps into the room through the gaps in the curtains, bringing a touch of warmth to this quiet space. Inside the room, piles of clothing were scattered randomly on the clean, reflective floor. When Xianjia slowly opened his eyes in the morning light before his gaze fell on Xianing Shui's face, she was resting quietly on his arm, sleeping soundly in his arms. Her breathing was steady and gentle, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows under her eyelids, and her white on-red cheeks looked extraordinarily serene. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but raise his hand, his fingertips gently sliding over her face, feeling the softness and warmth of her skin. Thinking back to last night, Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but grunt lightly. Xianing Shui, you can really toss it. Xianing Shui seemed to feel his gaze and slowly opened her eyes. She met the smiling eyes of Hyunchul above, and her face suddenly flushed, like the early morning sunset reflecting on her cheeks. A hint of surprise flashed in Moon Hyunchul's eyes as he flirted. Yo, why is the old driver blushing? Xianing Shui muttered, a hint of aggression and dissatisfaction in her voice. You were a real. Last night, Moon Hyunchul showed a surprised expression. How did I not do everything you asked? I stop when I'm told to stop and move when I'm told to move. What more do I want? Then why didn't you listen when I told you to lighten up? Moon Hyunchul gave a start and smiled awkwardly. That. Love is hard to come by. At those words, Xianing Shui huffed and rolled over, turning her back to Xianjia. Moon Hyunchul hugged her from behind and pressed against her ear, his voice gentle and with a hint of apology. Well, don't get mad at your wife. Xianing Shui was shocked. Who gave you permission to call me that? She struggled slightly, a hint of shame in her voice. Moon Hyunchul gave a cold snort of triumph. What? You're only allowed to call me husband and I'm not allowed to call you wife? I'll just call wife. Xianing Shui was so shy that she kept struggling, but when Xianjia held her tightly and kept repeating in her ear, refusing to let go, Xianing Shui's ears were getting hotter and hotter. But in the end, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a shy light smile. Heck, it's really getting carried away. After cleaning up, the room was restored to its usual neatness and serenity. Xianing Shui took out a bank card from the drawer and handed it to Xianjia. Moon Hyunchul took the bank card, and a flash of incomprehension flashed in his eyes. What is this? A breakup fee? When Xianing Shui heard this, her brows immediately furrowed, and there was a hint of sulkiness in her voice. What breakup fee? You'll never break up with me in this life. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Oh, Xianing Shui calmed herself for a moment, then replaced it with a gentle smile and said, Don't you want to struggle hard and become famous? Then step on the colorful clouds to marry me? This is a startup fund for you. $5 million. Take it and fight hard. $5 million. Moon Hyunchul's heart was shocked, and the bank card in his hand instantly became golden. Xianing Shui put her hands on his shoulders and continued with a delicate smile. If you don't have enough, you can get it from me again. I'll fully support your career. Then kissed him gently on the lips. I'm waiting for the day you come to marry me in style. Muah. Huang Shi was eventually resuscitated. The dagger had just grazed the heart, and if it had been a little more off, it would have been completely dead. The cast and crew of the new Legend of Etienne Tu Longji went to visit him in the hospital. Qian Mengqi even cried like a pear, saying that she blamed herself for causing him to get hurt. Huang He says weakly but generously, Don't take the fault on yourself. He'll be heartbroken. The two looked at each other with affection, and phrases such as #Huang She told Qian Mengqi that he would be heartbroken. #Qian Mengqi blamed herself, and hashtag Qian Mengqi sobbed uncontrollably quickly made their way to the top of the trending search engines. Qian Mengqi received another wave of splashy traffic and left the hospital room with her mouth agape. Ha 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 ha, it's better. Everything is better. A few days later, the Qianfu was going to have another family members gathering. Qianjun said to Qianingshui on the phone, "Don't forget to have your new bodyguard come along." Chapter 73. Oh, sorry, have accidentally slept together several times already. Some time ago, regarding the election of Qianingshui's bodyguard, it should have been supervised and conducted by Qianjun personally, but that day it just so happened that the company had something urgent that he needed to deal with, so he had to let his secretary, Lu Wei, do it for him. As soon as the election results came out, Lu Wei reported the winners and the general situation to Qianjun. Qijun was shocked to hear that. That person recommended by Qianingshui not only easily passed those rigorous skill tests, but even defeated 12 special elite bodyguards all by himself? Lu Wei nodded. Yes, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have a hard time believing it. Qijun was silent for a moment and said solemnly, "Get me a good background check on him." Yes, it's a shock not to find out. Looking at Wen Xianjia's profile, Qianjun frowned. This kid is actually the warm-hearted citizen Mr. W who saved Qianingshui from those two kidnappers? But other than that, his biography is as ordinary as it gets. During that time Qijun was busy with company affairs and did not have the extra energy to conduct an inspection of Moonhyunchul, but now that the company's business was finally over, he finally had time to meet this mysterious man. Lin Shan drove Qianingshui and Wen Xianjia to the Qian mansion. Along the way, Lin Xiao grumbled and complained non-stop. "Do you know how to drive, Mr. What? When will you also come back as a driver? Daily salary of 3,000 in addition to warming the bed for Sister Shui, at least also do some other business. Hello?" When Xianjia smiled. "I'm sorry, I'm already earning 6,000 per day now. Don't forget that I'm also a part-time bodyguard." Lin Xiao instantly freaked out when she heard this. Then slammed his foot down on the gas and operated the steering wheel as he barreled down the crowded road. "Qianingshui, hurry up and give me a raise, or else you'll all die with me today. Ha 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 ha." Cars were dashing left and right on the overcrowded road, causing surrounding vehicles to move out of the way and honking their horns. Moonhyunchul shouted in terror as he hastily clutched the handle of the car's roof. "Assistant Lin, calm down." Qianingshui sat next to Wen Xianjia, but her expression remained calm and relaxed, as if she had long been accustomed to Lin Xiao's crazy driving. A large truck brushed past them, almost coming into close contact, and Moonhyunchul's heart was instantly in his throat. "Qianingshui, hurry up and give her a raise." Eventually, Lin Yao's salary was successfully mentioned as 2,000 per day. Lin Xiao immediately resumed his usual fawning smile. I was just joking just now, Snow Sister. I'll always follow you, old man special assistant. It's really lucky to be a colleague with you. In the future, let's work together for Snow Sister's happy life." Moonhyunchul's face turned pale from the bumps earlier, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He patted his chest and looked at Lin Xiao, who was in a good mood. "Assistant Lin, I thought you were normal before, but I didn't realize you were just as upside down. Qianingshui, what crouching dragons and phoenix chicks you have around you." Thank goodness the car eventually arrived safely at Chifu. As soon as they got off the bus, Lu Wei hurriedly greeted them and nodded respectfully at Qianingshui. She was invited to take a short break in the dining room in preparation for a well-prepared dinner. At the same time, she is informed that Mr. Qijun wishes to speak with Moonhyunchul alone for a few moments and would like to get to know him. Qianingshui nodded, then turned around and walked towards the restaurant. When Xianjia, on the other hand, was led by Lu Wei to the parlor to meet Qianjun. Inside the parlor, the lighting was soft, but the atmosphere was slightly gloomy. Qijun opened the door without the slightest bit of pleasantries or patting. "I'm a person who's never used to beating around the bush, so I'll just ask directly. First, you stumbled into the Qianingshui kidnapping incident, and now you've become her personal bodyguard. What exactly is your purpose?" When Xianjia sniffed and panicked. "Mr. Qian, what purpose can I have? I just want to make some money." Qianjun sniffed and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "Making money?" When Xianjia quickly nodded. "Yes, that day was purely a mistake. Saved Miss Qian. Later, she said that she saw that I was good with my hands and wanted me to be her bodyguard with a good salary. I really have no reason to refuse." Qijun's gaze revealed a few moments of suspicion. "That's all?" Moonhyunchul nodded again, his eyes firm. "Yes, although I'm also a bit unsure of myself. This money is too important to me. I have a younger sister who is still studying, and we siblings have suffered a lot since we were young, and I really want her to be able to have a better life." Qianjun sniffed and frowned slightly. "Yes, this kid's profile does mention such a sister." A bitter smile appeared on Moonhyunchul's face. "Family is the softest part of everyone's heart. You are also personally concerned about this matter because you are worried about Miss Qian's safety, aren't you? I think we should share the same sentiment. A complex emotion flashed in Qian Yuan's eyes. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Since Ying Shui is willing to give you this opportunity, I have no reason to interfere. But you have to remember that your only task is to ensure her safety. And you must never think anything out of the ordinary. Moon Hyunchul's cheeks instantly reddened, and he lowered his head, his voice as thin as a mosquito. Ms. Qian is my superior. How dare I dare to have that kind of thought? Oh, I'm sorry, it's been accidentally slept on several times. Qianjun looked at Wang Xian's scowling appearance and pondered in his heart. Although this kid does have some skills, but the character of cowardice, have the heart of a thief but not the courage of a thief, I expect that he would not dare to do anything out of line. Alright, go on down and remember what I said. Yes, Moon Hyunchul answered and turned to leave the parlor. Once outside, his face immediately regained its usual calm and confidence. Oh, Qian Ying Shui, who says I can only play a lecher? Meanwhile, the four people in the restaurant were each quietly eating the dishes on the plates in front of them, just like four strangers. Yi Wanrong quietly raised her eyes from time to time, observing every tiny movement of Qian Ying Shui. Gee, I always think this girl doesn't feel the same as before. In the past, although she was cold and arrogant, she was still essentially an untouched young girl. But now, it is all revealing. Some kind of said flavor. A thought instantly flashed through Yi Wanrong's mind, and her heart violently trembled. Wait, Qian Ying Shui won't be. There's a man for it. Chapter 74, Qian Ying Shui wants to take over Qian's group? Qian Ying Shui has a man? Based on Yi Wanrong's years of experience in dealing with people of all shapes and sizes, the change that appeared in Qian Ying Shui was most likely due to this reason. This discovery caused Yi Wanrong to be both shocked and delighted. Shocked at the original so-called cool exiled fairy Qian Ying Shui will also fall into the mundane desire, stealing from the fact that if this news got out, she, Qian Ying Shui, would be finished. Oh, very well, she must out this girl's man. The more Yi Wanrong thought about it, the more excited she became. Laughing with a face of gloating, undisguised, even Qian Lanin, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but look sideways and tightly frowned. No way. Thinking of some evil plan again? Just as Yi Wanrong was immersed in her own wishful thinking, the door to the restaurant was pushed open and Qianjun finally arrived. The crowd rose and greeted him warmly. Then Qianjun turned to Qian Mengqi with a big smile and said approvingly, "Our Mengqi has really been on a roll lately, receiving quite a few brand endorsements. After so many years of experience in the entertainment industry, she is finally having her own shining moment." When Qian Mengqi heard this, a humble smile appeared on her face and she said softly, "It's all small businesses and brands that aren't very visible. It's no big deal. Ha ha ha, that's right, the old lady is about to be on her way to the top of the heap. This time, I will take back everything that is mine." Yi Wanrong picked up the conversation from the side, full of pride. "You, my boy, are just too modest, but mom is incredibly proud of you. Don't be modest. Give me a hand." Qianjun also nodded his head and said, "Yes, Mengqi, you have to have confidence in yourself. If you feel that these endorsements aren't enough weight, then work even harder and strive for those big brands that you really desire. Dad believes that you will be able to do it, right?" Qian Mengqi was moved to cover her mouth, her eyes glistening with flattered tears as she nodded her head vigorously. Aha! Sure enough, he was the kid Daddy cared about the most. At this moment, Yi Wanrong suddenly changed her words and directed the topic to Qian Ying Shui, asking with a smile, "By the way, Ying Shui, how come I haven't seen you attending any brand events lately? Is there no suitable one?" "Oh, since Qian Ying Shui's comeback, apart from a friendly guest appearance in a TV series, she has hardly participated in any public activities or received any new endorsements. Obviously, after being out of the public eye for so long, she's not as popular as she once was. Sooner or later, it's completely over the top. This is where Kiki's good days finally come to an end." Qi Jun also took the opportunity to ask with concern, "Yes, Ying Shui, I see that your public activities are really few lately. Is there something else that you're not feeling well?" Qian Ying Shui smiled lightly and explained, "That's not true. It's just that the endorser headquarters that I recently approached are all abroad, and I don't want to go out of town too often. So they decided to come over to negotiate in person, which may take some time." Qi Jun sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. Then he laughed. "Oh, it's worthy of our Ying Shui. Dad's worries were really unnecessary." The corners of Yi Wanrong's mouth twitched and her smile froze on her face. "Oh, a foreign endorsement is a big deal. Ha, the moon in foreign countries isn't any rounder than our summer city. Foreign flattering and disgusting. Vomit." Qian Ying Shui seemed to have read Yi Wanrong's mind, smiled, and continued, "And, after 10 years of acting, I do feel a little tired and am thinking about trying something new and interesting. Yi Wanrong rolled her eyes in her mind. Oh, the funny thing? Playing with men. Qianjun sniffed and couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, what's so interesting? Qianing Shui replied with a faint smile. Trying to learn to manage the affairs of a company, I suppose. The moment these words came out, the entire room was instantly thrown into shock. Yi Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Manage a company? Qianing Shui nodded seriously. Yes. Surprise flashed in Qijuan's eyes as he asked in disbelief. Managing corporate affairs? Why did you suddenly think of that? Qianing Shui smiled in a very understanding way. Because when I see how busy you are every day, Dad, I want to share some of it with you too. Qianjuan's expression became complicated as he smiled and shook his head, saying, managing a company isn't easier than filming. Ing Shui, it's no fun. And how can you juggle filming and attending events with taking care of all the big and small matters up and down the company? Qianing Shui laughed easily. Of course I know. I'll study hard and give it my all. If the two can't be combined, I can choose to withdraw from the circle to concentrate on the company's affairs. After all, the idea of withdrawing from the circle is something I've always retained. Qijun immediately became anxious and stood up with a slap on the table. Retreat? Absolutely not. Qianing Shui was shocked and shrank back a bit, her expression tense as she asked. Why? Realizing that he had overreacted a bit, Qianjun immediately smiled apologetically and explained. You have struggled and fought for so many years in the entertainment industry. You can't give up so easily and let everything go down the drain. Management company, this matter we will slowly discuss it later. If you feel bored, you can go out and travel for a period of time. Just pay attention to safety. Qianing Shui nodded blankly. This, I'll think about it. Qijun breathed a slight sigh of relief, then looked at his watch and stood up in a hurry. I have an appointment with Mr. Xia. You guys take your time eating. I'll leave first. After Qianjun hurriedly left, Qianing Shui also stood up and nodded slightly to the three people in front of her as a sign of apology. It's time for me to go back to the studio and hand over my work to my assistant and agent. So enjoy yourselves. With that, she gracefully turned away. The corners of his mouth curved up in a tiny, imperceptible arc. A stunned crowd was left behind. In the spacious dining room, only Yi Wanrong, Qian Lanin, and Qian Mingqi's mother and daughter were left. Yi Wanrong's face was pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Qianing Shui, not a small appetite. Actually want to take over Qian's group? Chapter 75, Qian Mingqi. Wake up! Yi Wanrong's hand was trembling as she held the wine glass. No wonder she suddenly jerked around a while ago saying something about wanting to quit the industry? So it's because she had plans earlier? She wants to take over the Qian clan group and become the new owner of the Qian family. She's just an outsider. How dare she? Of Qianjuan's three daughters, only Qian Lanin and Qian Mingqi were his biological daughters, and Qianing Shui was only the orphan child of his friend. Qian Mingqi forced a smile. But if she does drop out, my world will be completely clean, completely bright. Yi Wanrong frowned and said with hatred, Qian Mingqi, wake up. Which is more important, being an actress or being the president of the group? Why are you so confused? I thought that sooner or later, the Qian clan group would belong to you two sisters. But now, Qianing Shui would rather give up her career at the top to intervene, and your father might actually hand the group over to her. Qian Mingqi kept biting her fingers, a subconscious habit she had when she was nervous. She stared deathly at Yi Wanrong, her eyes gradually reddening, and suddenly, she shouted without any regard for her image. I don't care. She's going to drop out and disappear from my world anyway. Then he covered his head with force and said with a pained expression, do you know how people introduce me every time I go to a new drama or participate in a program? Qianing Shui's sister. The interviews would only ask about things related to Qianing Shui. They don't care who I am. Some of them can't even remember my name. They only know that I'm Qianing Shui's sister. I'm not her sidekick. I don't want to live under her shadow for the rest of my life. Looking at Qian Mingqi in such an unbearable state, Yi Wanrong was also very distressed. She consoled. Well, it's just that those guys don't have a vision. Our Chi-Chi is not worse than that dead girl at all. Look at you this time. Didn't you get so many endorsements? But Qianing Shui absolutely can't retire from the circle and feel that she can't take over Qian's group. Qi Lan, who had been silent all this time, breathlessly rolled her eyes, full of concern. I mean, don't be such a worrywart, okay? Do you guys think Dad will hand over the group to her? You all heard it. Just now Dad's reply obviously means that he doesn't want her to meddle in the company. Dad is a person who doesn't trust anyone except the money in his hands. How could he possibly give the group away casually? Saying that, Qian Lanin suddenly smiled contemptuously. And, a bloodless outsider. These words seemed to calm the horrified pair a little, but Yi Wanrong was still uneasy. That's true. But it's not like you can't see your father's favoritism towards her over the two of your own daughters. Who would have known that she's actually an adopted one? At those words, Qian Mengqi once again showed a look of horror. Could it be that Qian Shui is actually Dad's illegitimate daughter? Don't be ridiculous. Yi Wanrong immediately denied it, then grabbed Qian Mengqi's shoulders with force and stared with wide eyes. Qian Mengqi, how many times have I told you? Qian Shui is only the orphan of your father's friend, because that person once helped your father. That's why your father brought Qian Shui back to raise her as his own child. Shimoniki hissed as she wrenched her hands free. I don't believe it. Don't you think Dad is obviously biased? Everything is in her favor. If it wasn't for those endorsements I got this time, he wouldn't even have me in his eyes. Obviously I'm his real daughter. He must have felt guilty for once letting Qian Shui stay in the orphanage for 12 years and wanted to make up for it. That's why he treated her so well. In desperation, Yi Wanrong finally revealed the secret that had been hidden in her heart all these years. Impossible is impossible. I once secretly did a paternity test on them and they are not related. Yes, she had once suspected that Qian Shui was Chen Jun's illegitimate daughter, and had brought her home on the pretext of being a friend's orphan. But as Qi Juan's wife, she had always trusted him. She shouldn't have doubted him. But Qian Shui's existence did make a thorn exist in her heart, piercing her all the time. So she secretly took the hair of two people to do a DNA test, and the final result finally put her hanging heart at ease. The two are not related by blood. Hearing this news, Qian Mengqi instead became more uneasy. She kept biting her nails and pulling hard on her hair, her lips trembling uncontrollably. What? So, then why is Dad? Why is he so nice to her? He'd rather care so much about an outsider than look at me more. Why? Why? Yi Wanrong hurriedly grabbed her hand and stopped her self-inflicted madness. Kiki, calm down. Looking at the frenzied and collapsing Qian Mengqi, Qian Lanin's cold eyes finally couldn't help but flash a hint of mockery, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a sneer as she slowly opened her mouth. Ugh. No wonder you still haven't made a name for yourself after being in the entertainment industry for so long. I thought your stupid beauty was just a persona. I didn't realize you were really stupid? When Qian Mengqi heard this, she raised her head violently as she stared viciously at Qian Lanin, as if she wanted to eat her alive. Yi Wanrong hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Lanin, shut up. Shi Lanin continued as if she were oblivious. Isn't it obvious why Dad favors Qian Shui? Look at how many benefits and resources she has brought to the group over the years. Do you think that just because you're his own daughter, you can have any special favorable treatment? How ridiculously naive. If you can also pull in a few more big sponsorships and sign a few more big contracts for the group, Dad might actually be impressed and treat you like a treasure in his palm, holding you carefully for fear that you'll fall. At those words, the corner of Qian Mengqi's mouth suddenly pulled up a wry smile as she coldly said, Who are you? A has-been singer, to be here and tell me what to do? Qian Lanin gave a gentle smile. That smile carried a few moments of self-deprecation, a few moments of relief. She said, raising her chin in disbelief. The fact that I'm over the top means that I was once brilliant, unlike some people who have thrown a lot of money at it and haven't even gotten a single spark. TSK. Qian Mengqi finally couldn't bear it anymore, and she shouted hysterically. Ah! Shi Lanin. Then he grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it with all his strength at Shi Lanin. Shi Lanin's eyes were quick, and she hastily dodged sideways. A loud bang was heard, and the bottle exploded on the floor, splattering all over the place. Although Qian Lanin had dodged the bullet, her face was still a bit stunned. Qian Mengqi, annoyed? Was what I said wrong? Don't be too happy. Even if Qian Shui retires, you won't be able to get out of her shadow. You will always be just Qian Shui's sister. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Qian Lanin no longer stayed, turned around and quickly left the restaurant, leaving Qian Mengqi alone. Her chest rose and fell violently as if she was brewing something. Suddenly, she screamed, sweeping the tableware to the floor as she did so. Ah! Yi Wanrong was so frightened that she hastily dodged aside, her face filled with shock and fear. Chimoniki, are you crazy? As if she had lost her mind, Qian Mengqi continued to frantically throw the cutlery. Go to hell! Go to hell! Glasses, china bowls, and dinner plates fell to the ground with a crisp and harsh shattering sound. The entire restaurant instantly became a mess, with shards of glass and ceramics everywhere. As if she had vented all of her anger and unwillingness, Qian Mengqi's face was covered in bizarre excitement. Go to hell! Go to hell! Qian Shui, Qian Lanin, and Dad too, you all go to hell. Meanwhile, after leaving the parlor, Moon Hyunchul began to wander around the Thousand Mansions. Shop around. Lost. Chapter 76, Don't do this in front of me. An innocent little girl, okay? Looking at the deja vu wigwams and pools in front of him, the corner of Moon Hyunchul's eyes twitched. This must be the third time I've circled around here. Buddha. Why don't you put some signage in such a big place? Just as Moon Hyunchul was torn between whether to go left or right, a deja vu figure appeared at the gazebo ahead. Soo Yun made a phone call while slowly pacing back and forth in the gazebo. Well, I know you guys are worried about me. I will pay attention to rest. Don't always labor for. You guys should also take good care of your health. Ha, really don't worry. My boss is a very good person. Take good care of me. And the working environment is very cordial, so you guys just put your heart in 120. I'm in a here is really good. Every day live a full and happy. Soo Yun hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. She was born in the countryside, got into an ordinary university in Xia City, just graduated last year, and started working as an assistant for Qian Mingqi after graduation. It was her parents, far away in the country, who had just called, asking with concern how she was doing in the city. Soo Yun of course reported the good news. However, recalling her true experience, an unspeakable sourness welled up in her heart. Moon Hyunchul approached and couldn't help but blurt out after seeing her face, "Why are you here too?" Soo Yun was startled by the sudden voice and hurriedly turned around. Her gaze met with Wen Xianjia and revealed the same look of surprise. "It's you?" The two finally learned each other's names and identities. Wen Xianjia was surprised. "I didn't expect you to actually be a star assistant as well." Ha, the two of us turned out to be peers. By the way, how is your injury healing? Soo Yun replied gratefully, "It's already much better, and I have to thank you for the ointment." Moon Hyunchul waved his hand easily. "Why? What's the thanks for that? It's just a favor." With that, his words changed, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. "By the way, do you know how to get out of here?" When Xianjia finally left the labyrinthine back garden of the 1,000 mansions under Soo Yun's leadership, however, when they had just walked to the front door, they ran face to face with Channing Shue's eyes that were as cold as ice. When Xianjia couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, his body stiffened, and he hurriedly thanked Soo Yun for saying goodbye. "Thanks a lot. Bye. After getting into the car, Moon Hyunchul quickly explained in a hurry, "I just got lost in the back garden of your house. I really can't get out. That place is designed like a maze, so I just had to find someone to help me lead the way. It's definitely not what you think. Don't think too much." When Xianing Shui heard this, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and there were a few moments of teasing in her eyes. "I haven't asked yet. What are you so nervous about? Is there a ghost in your heart?" She then gently waved her hand, signaling Lin Xiao in the driver's seat that she could drive. Lin Xiao understood and immediately started the car. A low engine sound resounded in the car, and then smoothly drove away from the 1,000 family villa area. Moon Hyunchul said with forced composure, "Nervous? Am I nervous? I'm not afraid you'll misunderstand, so I'm hurrying to explain the real situation to you." Xianing Shui suppressed the anger in her heart, but she still had a smile on her face. "Oh, seeing as you were just talking and laughing, you seem to be quite familiar with each other. Did you know each other before?" Moon Hyunchul quickly waved his hand in denial. "Don't know each other? Absolutely don't know each other. I'm a person who's just self-acquainted, and I'm an old acquaintance to everyone I meet." "Really? Of course it's true." Xianing Shui stared at him sharply for a while. Then she suddenly came closer to him and said viciously, "Whether you knew each other before or not, you are not allowed to meet in private in the future, and from now on, you are not allowed to have a distance of less than 2 meters from another woman. Understand? Otherwise, don't blame me for being unforgiving." Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, breathed a sigh of relief, and her body involuntarily leaned forward, as if she wanted to pull away from Moon Hyunchul in this way. Her hands tightened on the steering wheel, her mind screaming, "It's over. I have to be more careful from now on too, or Sister Shui might fire me." When Xianjia sniffed and retorted with a cold smile, 2 meters? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The distance between me and Assistant Lin is more than 2 meters now, right? Your request is too unreasonable. Lin Xiao's heart snapped, and her body once again made to lean forward. "Grass. Don't start with the pot calling the kettle black." Xianing Shui clenched her teeth and angrily pressed Moon Hyunchul down on the seat. "I don't care. You just can't have another woman around anyway. You can only be mine alone." As she said this, her eyes began to redden and tears welled up in her eyes as if they would break the bank at any moment. Then, she leaned in for a reckless kiss, drowning Moon Hyunchul's sounds of resistance between her lips. Lin Xiao's face instantly burst into red. "Ah, you're a bit more reserved. Sister Snow, I am still there. Assistant man, hurry up and stop her." However, feeling Qianing Shui's trembling and aggravation, a trace of complex emotions surged in Wen Xianjia's heart. He lifted an arm around her back and closed his eyes, offering to respond to her kisses as if in silent comfort. Qianing Shui was slightly stunned, and the emotions within her surged even more, so she demanded him even more thirstily. The two kissed passionately as if no one else was in the car seat. and the air in the car became instantly hot. Lin Xiao crumbled. Grass. You too. Don't do this in front of me. An innocent little girl. Okay. I'm not a part of your play. Come on guys. Have some shame and a sense of boundaries. Then, clenching her teeth, she stepped on the gas, and the car accelerated violently. Moving forward. I shouldn't be in the car. I should be under the car. Back at the apartment, the two kissed their way from the foyer all the way to the bedroom door. Xianing Shui unscrewed the bedroom door with one hand, then pushed Wen Xianjia back and pressed him down hard on the bed. Chapter 77, Fan Qingjie finds Wen Xianjia's marriage license. Xianing Shui leaned down and propped her hands on Moon Hyunchul's side. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed from lack of oxygen, and she was panting. Say, in this life, you will always be mine alone. Moon Hyunchul smiled and whispered against her ear as he pulled her into his arms. In this life, I will always be yours alone. Then he lowered his head and kissed her deeply on the lips. Afterwards, Xianing Shui snuggled in Wen Xianjia's arms. Her eyes gradually regained their previous clarity, and a faint blush remained on her face. She lifted her head slowly, her wet eyes looking up at him in a delicate voice. Again, you'll always be mine alone. Moon Hyunchul helplessly dropped a kiss on her forehead. Well, I belong to you. My body, my soul, my feelings, my everything. All of it belongs to Qianing Shui alone. The corners of Qianing Shui's mouth rose to the back of her head as she listened. She pressed herself closer to him, desperate to be in him, and then leaned her head into the crook of his neck. Generously. Starting tomorrow, you and your sister will move next door to me. Your house is also too small. I'm afraid that my sister-in-law will be aggravated, and this way you can come over anytime I want to see you, and you won't have to worry about staying out at night. At those words, Moon Hyunchul was shocked. Ha! As if guessing his concerns, Qianing Shui thoughtfully explained. Don't worry, we won't let her know about our relationship for the time being. After all, surprises should always be saved for the end. Seeing that Moon Hyunchul was still a bit hesitant, she added, Ahem. Scientific research has shown that if a person is in a narrow space for a long time, the development of the mind and brain will be limited and affected. Ha! I'm letting you guys move here for the sake of her physical and mental health, her bright future. So don't thank me. Moon Hyunchul was unable to refute it for a moment, and it felt like she had a point. Xiaoyao will soon be going to high school as well, and the high school and middle school of Sangjie Middle School are separated, and the high school is in the center of the east side of the city, which is a distance away from their home, so it's really not very convenient to go to and from school. Moreover, if you live in the East End, the environment is much better and various public facilities are much more complete. After thinking for a moment, Moon Hyunchul smiled awkwardly. But I can't afford the prices here. Qianing Shui let out a smug light laugh. It's not like you're allowed to pay for it. So what are you worried about? Moon Hyunchul was shocked. Ah, you sent me? Qianing Shui lightly punched his chest and pouted. What giveaway? It's supposed to be yours, okay? It's called joint marital property. Then taking his hand and interlocking her fingers with his, she said earnestly and insistently. Since your body, your soul, your feelings, everything you are is now mine, how is everything I am not yours? Moon Hyunchul was stunned for a long moment, then tightened his grip back on her hand, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Qianing Shui, why on earth did you choose me? You said that you would tell me when you married you. Qianing Shui was slightly stunned, then she pouted and tried to budge through the road. Ouch, I'm so tired. I just want to sleep now. Let's talk about it some other time. Just think about how to decorate your new home. Good night, hubby. When he finished, he closed his eyes. Moon Hyunchul let out a helpless light laugh. Since she doesn't want to talk about it now, forget it. He reached out his arms to hold her close and lowered his head to kiss her hair. Good night, wife. 10 billion building. It stood in the center of Summer City, like the beating heart of the city. With its unrivaled prosperity and magnificence, it has become the most eye-catching and proud symbol of Summer City. It is a brilliant joint venture funded by many powerful groups in Xiacheng. Its height is staggering, reaching 120 floors and thrusting into the sky as if it were connected to the heavens. Each floor of the building is meticulously designed to reveal sophistication and luxury. From the luxurious stores on the ground floor to the private clubhouse on the top floor, the people who live in this building are all elites and leaders of the society. Wealthy people with deep pockets, famous socialites, talented industry elites. Regarding the price of the 10 billion building, it is even more staggering. It is rumored that the amount spent on purchasing a toilet in the Tinyu building is enough to purchase a complete building in another lot, and Qianing Shui lives on the 101st floor of this building. To be precise, the entire 101st floor was hers. That way, she was the only one who could stop the elevator at the 101st floor, completely eliminating the pervasive paparazzi and those who were scheming. when Xianjia was able to enter and exit the Tianyi building at will, and it was also because she provided an exclusive VIP access card. But now, he would be able to enter and exit the Sky Billion building at will as a user. After hearing Moon Hyun-chul suddenly say, "Hurry up and pack your bags so that we can quickly move into our new home," Moon Hyun-ah was so shocked that she almost dropped the cup in her hand on the floor. Her eyes instantly went round, her mouth half open in disbelief. "Brother, you got rich? You can actually afford to buy a house?" Moon Hyun-chul smiled and explained. "No, I have a friend who's moving to Neon for an extended period of time because of her job. She has a lot of memories of this house, and she can't sell it, but she doesn't want to let it go to waste either. So, she let me live in it first and look after it for her, so she'll have a place to stay when she comes back occasionally." "Your friend? It's not the lawyer's sister from last time, is it?" No, this is another friend, a doctor." "Brother, you're too good too. You know all the elite people." Moon Hyun-ah sighed, then looked at Moon Hyun-chul with a suspicious face as if he suddenly thought of something. "Wait a minute, you're not some kind of superstar behind the scenes, too, and you're deliberately hiding your identity from me, are you?" Moon Hyun-chul's heart tightened and he said in a hurry, "What kind of big brother can I be? If I were a big brother, would I still let you live a hard life with me for so long? Read less Dragon King novels you." As he said that, he also lightly flicked Moon Hyun-ah's head as a punishment. Moon Hyun-ah rubbed his head in pain and muttered in a small voice, "Humph, it's not the days with you that are bitter. Super happy." Moon Hyun-chul laughed softly and said with a fake seriousness, "Hurry up and pack your stuff or I'll move in alone and leave you to lord it over yourself." When Xianya spat out her tongue and responded playfully, then turned around and went to get busy, her heart filled with curiosity and anticipation for the new house. "I also wonder what interesting neighbors I'll meet." Fan Sung-jae learns about Moon Hyun-chul's move and says he'll come and help him pack. "At least I've eaten so many meals here. I'll never be able to come back. Let me make my last memories here." When Xianjia couldn't argue with him, so he could only send him away at will. Okay, then take that pile of clothes to the cleaners for me." Fan Sung-jae gleefully carried Moon Hyun-chul's clothes towards the washing machine, when suddenly, a small red book fell to the floor. Fan Xingjie curiously picked it up and glanced at the cover, instantly widening his eyes. Marriage license? Chapter 78, Do I Not Deserve to Be Her Husband? Looking at the three big words marriage license on the red book, Fan Xingjie's brain went down. No way. When did this kid get married behind everyone's back? Who will the marriage be to? Fan Xingjie was shocked in his heart. You're not really a young lady, are you? This kid finally couldn't resist the rich girl's hot pursuit and became a son-in-law? After realizing this, Fan Xingjie couldn't wait to turn the marriage certificate over. When he saw the wedding photo inside, his breath hitched and his heart almost stopped beating. Thousands. Before he could marvel out loud, Moon Hyun-chul hastily snatched the marriage license out of his hands in a panic, and then a nervous shoo. Before Fan Xingjie could react from his shock, Wen Xianjia quickly dragged him out of the house again without a word. Outside the house, Fan Xingjie asked with a face full of incredulity as he shook off Wen Xianjia's hand. You're married to Chie Yingxue? Moon Hyun-chul gulped and smiled awkwardly. It's over. The witnesses and material evidence are all there. Nothing can be said to help. Damn it, why was he exposed so quickly? Why don't we just punch him unconscious and then tell him when he wakes up? Marriage licenses and whatnot didn't exist, and everything he had just seen was a dream. Just as Wen Xianjia began to rub his fists and prepare to use physical memory amnesia surgery on Fan Xingjie suddenly let out a loud laugh. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard that he couldn't stop slapping Moon Hyun-chul's shoulder, covering his stomach and almost passing his back. Moon Hyun-chul looked confused. No, what are you laughing at? Too shocked and mentally deranged? Fan Xingjie finally got tired of laughing and said breathlessly as he held Wen Xianjia's shoulder. Xiao Qiqing, that boy said to marry Qian Yingxue. I also think you even ing marriage certificate are out of the hole. The picture P is good. Quite professional. Well, do daydreaming this piece also have to be you? No, I have to tell Xiao Qiqing. Let him come together to laugh at you. Saying that, he was about to pull out his cell phone when Moon Hyun-chul hastily stopped him. Stop. Fan Xingjie smiled wistfully. What? Are you shy? There is 1,000 Yingxue, such a wonderful wife. Hiding how to hide. Must not be taken out to show off? Brother, this will send a circle of friends. Let everyone come to bless you two couples. Moon Hyun-chul said angrily as he snatched his cell phone. I work so hard every day. I go out early and come home late to work for the capitalists as a cow, pulling the mill every day. I don't eat well or sleep well. What's wrong with doing some daydreaming? Fan Xingjie was startled by the sudden growl and froze instantly. Moon Hyun-chul held the marriage license and questioned with red eyes. What's wrong with pics? What's wrong with making a marriage license? Did I break the law? LOL. Fan Xingjie shook his head sheepishly. No offense. Moon Hyunchul grabbed him by the collar. Then who are you to mock me? Who are you? I don't deserve to like Qianing Shui? I don't deserve to be her husband? I don't deserve it? Ha? Speak up. Fan Xingjie hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking. Match. To match. A man and a woman are born together. Where is the turn for a demon like me to object? Receiving Fan Xingjie's affirmation, when Xianjie suddenly smiled, he loosened his collar, then eased the marriage license open and gently kissed the picture on it. Qianing Xue, Ing Xue, Xue Xue, my wife, my lover, my spiritual pillar, my everything. How can I live without you? Wait, I will work hard to earn money to become a billionaire, and then drive a Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maserati, Rolls-Royce, rocket, tank, helicopter to marry you, and then build a castle made of diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, crystals and stones to hide you. No one is allowed to see you. And then the two of us love each other and fly together forever to be united and grow old together for the rest of our lives. Wife, wait for me. Looking at Wen Xianjie's appearance of having lost his mind, Fan Xingjie was so shocked that he couldn't speak, both heartbroken and guilty. Fan Xingjie, you deserve to die. How dare you laugh at the fond fantasies of a bottom feeder, a nice young man alive and well, and drive you crazy. You are simply not a human being. You are such a. Moon Hyunchul, who had gradually calmed down emotionally, sat at the stairway and hung his head disheveledly, the corner of his mouth pulling up a bitter smile. Sorry, just got a little emotional and said some unrealistic nonsense. Feel free to laugh at me. Fan Xingjie hurriedly patted his shoulder gently and comforted him. How could I laugh at you? We are almost 10 years old die-hard friends. I know your strength best. Believe me, as long as you work hard, you can definitely succeed in marrying Qianing Shui. A glimmer of hope flashed in Moon Hyunchul's eyes. Really? Fan Xingjie nodded solemnly. Of course it's true. I'm a very accurate judge of people. He. I didn't learn for nothing during my years of study in the beautiful country. You look like an emperor. You will become a great man in the future. Qianing Shui will be your wife sooner or later. When Moon Hyunchul heard this, he instantly revealed a touched and surprised expression. He picked up the marriage license and murmured at the picture on it. Hear that? Wife, we'll be together sooner or later. So just wait in peace until I come for you. Fan Xingjie had goosebumps all over his body from hearing this. Don't be so scary, okay? The whole thing seems as if she is already dead. You are going to martyr yourself. Just then, Moon Hyuna huffed and opened the door, shouting at the two men sitting in the doorway. Hey, how long are you two going to be lazing around out there? Anyway, Moon Hyunchul immediately put the marriage license away and replaced it with his usual gentle and calm expression. He laughed. I was just catching up, and I couldn't stop talking about the past days. You rest first. I'll get the rest. Humph. Hurry up then. With that, he closed the door. Looking at Wen Xianjie's lightspeed face change, Fan Xingjie was first shocked, but then he was overwhelmed with admiration. No matter what, is not willing to show the vulnerable side in front of her sister. What pain and suffering are swallowed in the stomach, all alone to carry. Moon Hyunchul, you're such a man, worthy of being a man recognized by me. Fan Xingjie, oh don't worry, your little secret, I'll help you hide it well, you just fight in peace. After 3 days of intermittent packing, the siblings' bags were finally packed. It's a small home, but it's good to have lived there for so many years and have a lot of stuff. Moon Hyuna tried to keep everything and Moon Hyunchul just gave her a handful to throw away. Out with the old, in with the new. Moon Hyuna's expression was a little heartbroken, but it's going to cost a fortune to buy a new one again. Moon Hyunchul smiled and stroked her hair soothingly. Don't worry about money all the time. If there's anything you need and want to eat, just buy it. Brother doesn't lack money now. He now has a daily salary of 6,000. Even if he does not move the 5 million startup fund given to him by Qianing Shui, it is easy to live a well-off life. He laughed evilly. If you don't buy it yourself, then I'll buy it for you. And if it doesn't fit your aesthetic, you'll just hold your nose and use it. Thinking of the Dongbeek Dahlia jacket that Moon Hyunchul had once bought for her, Moon Hyuna hastily retorted in horror. Ah, never. When Moon Hyunchul told the moving company's driver about his destination, Moon Hyuna instantly widened his eyes in disbelief. Tianyi building? Brother, you didn't remember the wrong place, did you? Chapter 79. Hubby, I miss you. Until she stepped into the so-called new home, when Xianya still had a dreamy and unreal feeling. The 10 billion building. It's really the 10 billion building. The lavish scenes in here she had never seen before, only on TV. Zhou Xian always bragged that her father was going to buy a house in the Tianyi building, but from the first year to the third year, from the beginning of the school year to the withdrawal of the school year, she had never seen her actually live in it. And now, Moon Hyuna carefully surveyed the layout of the surroundings. resembling the way Moon Hyun-chul had walked into Chien Shue's apartment for the first time. This will be her new home. I'm going to live in the Tianyi building? Ha! I'm not dreaming. Moon Hyun-chul smiled as he passed her, lifted her suitcase and headed for her room. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and put your bags away. We're going out for dinner tonight as a celebration of the move. Moon Hyun-chul asked after returning home from eating at a nearby restaurant. How does it feel to be in a new home? Moon Hyun-ah lay down on the leather couch in a big, cozy way, rubbing her round belly. Yes, straightforward and hearty. Moon Hyun-chul shook his head and grunted. Did you learn all that language for nothing? You want to get rid of me with just one word? Write an 800-word testimonial about living in your new home. Moon Hyun-ah smiled disdainfully and replied, do you know what it means to keep it simple? Saying too much is all nonsense. All the emotions are in that one, cool, word. If you can't recognize the mystery, you're not good at reading comprehension. Hurry up and write an 800-word explanation of the word cool. When they finished, both of them burst out laughing. Moon Hyun-ah stood up and walked around. It's just that it's such a big house. It's a bit empty with just the two of us living in it. And it's cold. Moon Hyun-chul touched his arm. After all, it's over 100 floors and cooler temperatures are normal. Moon Hyun-ah suddenly turned around and asked curiously, did that doctor friend of yours, the real owner of this home, live alone before? Yeah. Moon Hyun-chul replied. Moon Hyun-ah nodded thoughtfully. Then she's too lonely. At those words, when Xianja's expression froze slightly, and that lonely, single figure instantly surfaced in his mind. Bustling but cold floors. She's the only one who guards the place at night. Moon Hyun-ah crossed her arms and laughed with a meta smile. But now it's good. As soon as she comes back from Neon, she'll be able to live in this new, refreshed, earthy new home. Moon Hyun-chul returned to his senses and smiled softly. Yeah, I hope she gets to experience a real sense of home, too. At 9 p.m. Moon Hyun-chul washed up and was about to go to bed when his cell phone suddenly rang with a succession of message beeps. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was indeed sent by Chien Shue. Sent a lot of bars. AAA part-time agency, in? AAA part-time agency, come here. AAA part-time agency, in the shower? AAA part-time agency, wash it for so long? AAA part-time agency, hey, come back. Don't try to pretend you didn't see the message. AAA part-time agency, I order you to come here in 3 minutes or your wages will be deducted. AAA part-time agency, come here, 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 come here. AAA part-time agency, do not come even if. Line. In fact, I did not think very much of you. Laugh dead. You quite general. Ha 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 funny dead. You really are very loaded. Bye. Sis sleep. Tomorrow to see how I clean up your. Looking at the flurry of messages, Moon Hyun-chul shook his head breathlessly. Chien Shui, you're really worthy of being an actor. So much drama. Just as he was about to put his phone down and lie down in bed, 2 message tones sounded again. Moon Hyun-chul let out an annoyed TSK and clicked on the chat screen. AAA part-time agency, photo. Quad A part-time agency, hubby I miss you. Click on the picture and take a look. Selfie. No face shown. Moon Hyun-chul instantly blushed with shame and hurriedly exited the big picture mode. Grass. Chien Shui, can you show some self-control? If this picture gets out you'll be saying goodbye to acting for good. Just then, 1000 Reflections Snow sent over another 3-second voice message. Moon Hyun-chul's heart pounded, and he gulped, then turned the volume down to the minimum and put it to his ear, holding his breath as he listened. The voice was low and hoarse with endless thirst and temptation. Hearing Wen Shinja's blood rise and his throat tighten, as soon as he put the phone down, he gritted his teeth, hitched up a jacket and headed for the door. Chien Shui, are you that horny? After tonight, he was going to make sure she could never say that again. Moon Hyun-chul walked gingerly to the foyer and was about to open the door when the lights in the living room suddenly came on. Brother, why don't you turn on the light? What are you doing sneaking around? Moon Hyun-ah had just come out of the bathroom and asked suspiciously while wiping her hands with a towel. Moon Hyun-chul smiled awkwardly. I got up to use the restroom. The restroom's over here. What are you doing over there? I just moved into a new home and I'm not familiar with the terrain haha. Moon Hyun-ah frowned as Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly headed towards the bathroom. Why don't you go back to bed? And I'll just turn off the lights in the living room. However, when Moon Hyun-chul carefully walked out of the bathroom, Moon Hyun-ah was still in the living room. With her arms wrapped around her chest, she looked at Moon Hyun-chul with an expression of being a thief and asked bluntly, Brother, you just actually wanted to go out, right? Seeing that it was impossible to fool him, Moon Hyun-chul could only admit it. Ha ha, you saw that coming. Where do you want to go this late? It's not going to a part-time job again, is it? Didn't you say you're not short of money right now? Why are you working in the middle of the night? Moon Hyuna threw out a series of questions, her expression and tone full of worry. But Moon Hyunchul suddenly sighed, raised his head, and said seriously, I have a friend. She has lost her love. She is heartbroken and wants to jump into the river. I will go to comfort her. Moon Hyuna froze and asked nervously, what? It's so serious. Should we call the police? No no no. She just can't think for the time being. I'll go and persuade her. Don't worry. I'm a professional master of comforting people. I'm sure that after some counseling she'll come back to her senses, and from now on there will be no more love and hate in her life. Well, go on then. Okay, you have to get up early tomorrow to go to school, so hurry up and be a good boy and go to bed. While Moon Hyunchul hurriedly left, Moon Hyuna suddenly smiled. Gee, such a poor excuse. Do you really think I'm a cutie? Is that it? My brother must have gone to have a rendezvous with his girlfriend, who had stayed out at night several times before and always came back with a tired and scented. Thinking about it, Moon Hyuna suddenly blushed. She turned back to her room in a hurry, trying to fight off her thoughts. Really? When are you going to introduce your sister-in-law to me? Just as Moon Hyunchul reached the next door, the door to the room opened as if he had expected it. Then the man inside couldn't wait to pull him in with one hand. Chapter 80, Hubby is the best. As soon as she pulled Wen Xianjia into the apartment, Xianing Xue hugged him and nibbled and kissed him. She had just finished her shower and was wearing nothing but a light bathrobe, her skin underneath it still carrying moisture and the fresh scent of body lotion. A faint scent, like an invisible thread, slowly spread between the two. The soft body pressed against him, and Moon Hyunchul obediently responded to her passion. Xianing Xue raised her hand to tightly hook his neck, and her mouth couldn't stop whispering, yes, yes, honey I like you, I really like you, oh, I can't, I become a fool who can't stop looking at you, I'll love you so much. The corners of his eyes twitched at the sound of Moon Hyunchul's voice as he gripped her shoulders, temporarily separating the tightly pressed lips between them. He gasped softly and smiled playfully. Xianing Xue, you've started playing with abstracts too? Xianing Xue was slightly stunned. Her white cheeks were flushed with a tantalizing blush that made people want to bite into it, and her moist eyes had a slight confusion in them. Afterward, her willow brows frowned slightly as she pouted. What abstraction? It's from the bottom of my heart, okay? Then clenching her teeth lightly, she pummeled his chest in exasperation and cursed petulantly. Why are you so insensitive? Asshole, asshole, asshole. The light pounding was like tickling, except that it tickled Moon Hyunchul's heart. As soon as he picked her up in a horizontal hug, Xianing Xue let out a cry of surprise and subconsciously wrapped her hands around his neck. Yikes! Moon Hyunchul let out a light laugh. Yes, I'm an asshole. But, he lowered his head and whispered against her ear, more assholes to come. Xianing Xue's cheeks instantly turned red, and she dared not move like a kitten pinched at the back of its neck. Moon Hyunchul let out a low laugh in her ear and carried her into the bedroom. Xianing Xue grabbed the book Practical Operation Guide for Couples Happy Life by the pillow with a trembling hand, flipped open one of the pages, and said in a broken voice, Old husband, I want to try this. Moon Hyunchul lifted his deep, mesmerizing eyes without thinking and glanced at them. Frowning slightly, he took the book in one hand and said without a word, his voice a little low, Xianing Xue, can you be more serious? Don't eat from the bowl and think about the pot, okay? Xianing Xue froze, then blinked those watery, misty eyes and bit her lower lip, looking aggrieved. A trace of inexplicable guilt welled up in Moon Hyunchul's heart. He put down the book and stroked her hair, kissing the corner of her eye gently and tenderly. Fine, fine, whatever you want. The corner of Xianing Xue's mouth immediately hooked up with an arc of conspiratorial triumph, then raised her arms and hugged his broad back. Well, hubby's the best. Early morning, Moon Hyunchul woke up in a daze, only to feel a hot stabbing pain coming from his back. He moved slightly, only to realize that his back was covered in scratches, the red marks standing out against his pale skin. Xianing Xue, you should cut your nails. At this time, the sky was cloudy, and the faint light spilled into the room through the gaps in the curtains, so it was roughly possible to tell that it should be around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. Moon Hyunchul suddenly remembered something. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly got up from the bed. However, he was so flustered that he accidentally tripped over the covers and rolled onto the floor in a heap, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. Hiss! Xianing Xue was woken up by this commotion, her willow eyebrows slightly knitted up, that appearance both with a few points of anger, but also with an indescribable charm. She turned on her side, one hand gently propped up, her long silky hair pouring down, asked with some dissatisfaction and doubt, What are you doing? Moon Hyunchul crawled up in pain and hurriedly put on his shirt and pants on his hands and knees. He said eagerly as he put it on. What for? Go back all day tonight not return home. I'm afraid my sister suspected that I went to be a cowboy every night. When Xianing Xue heard this, The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of seductive shallow smile. She sat up slowly and reached out one slender finger, gently wrapping it around a strand of her hair. Absently. So what if I'm suspected? Even if you did go to be a cowboy, it's still for her. She's so understanding. She'll understand you. Moon Hyunchul glared at her without a good look. Understand my ass. I have principles and boundaries too. Kyonyeonsil brought Moon Hyunchul to the balcony. Go back this way. Without opening the door or going through the living room. The balconies of the two apartments are next to each other. Moon Hyunchul looked at the balcony with some hesitation in his mind. There's a railing, but it's the 101st ING floor. If he fell by accident, he could just be reincarnated into the other world. But in the end, Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth and climbed onto the balcony, and forced himself not to look at the scenery below. Just as he was about to step over the railing, he suddenly smiled as if something had occurred to him. Chen Yingshue's face was filled with doubt as she slightly tilted her head in curiosity. What are you laughing at? When Xianjia sneered and turned his head, a hint of helplessness and emotion in his voice. Don't you think our relationship is a little twisted? Chen Yingshue blinked with a blank expression. How twisted? Ha? Moon Hyunchul said through gritted teeth. Obviously a legal couple. All day and night it's like they're cheating on each other. Chen Yingshue froze, then covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Geez, but I love the excitement, don't you? Moon Hyunchul flipped over the balcony and landed firmly on the ground before teasing her. Oh, exciting. Indeed exciting. Next time it's your turn to come to my room. You come early in the morning and climb the balcony. You're exciting too. While Chen Yingshue stroked her chin and began to think about the feasibility of this suggestion, when Xianjia suddenly panicked and hurriedly changed his words. I'm just kidding. Don't ever come over here. After saying that, he hurriedly fled to his room. Light and Shadow Media. Top floor office. Lin Xiao cut her short, ear-length hair even shorter, and she changed her usual simple, casual style of dress to a straight black suit. He also wore a pair of black-framed glasses without lenses, which made him look civilized. The leather shoes were built up, making her look taller than usual. She pushed up her glasses and smiled slightly at Moon Hyunchul. Hello, I'm Lin Shallow, her brother Lin Shan. Lin Shallow. She went back to her hometown to raise pigs. From now on, it will be me who will serve as Miss Chen Yingshue's assistant. Moon Hyunchul showed the expression of a subway old man looking at his cell phone and made an attempt at a greeting. Are you good? Lin Xiao smugly hooked up the corners of her mouth. Oh, since Sister Snow doesn't want to ask the special assistant to get too close to a woman, a man is always okay. Alas, she's really going out on a limb to keep her job. Chen Yingshue casually leaned back in her chair and nodded in satisfaction. Well, the outfit looks pretty spiffy, but, Chen Yingshue's gaze swept between the two and coldly said, 2 meters apart, not a centimeter less. At those words, Lin Yao's heart was startled and she hurriedly jumped back a step, showing a look of aggravation that could not be expressed. No way. I've sacrificed so much. How come I still have to be on edge? Meanwhile, Yu Wanrong has found a private detective with excellent business skills. She handed over the photo of Chio Yuki and a thick envelope filled with bills, and ordered with a serious look. I want you to find evidence that she's having an affair with a man. Chapter 81, Shock. Chen Yingshue's secret lover exposed? Chao Cheng, a private detective. The most common job I usually take on is to find out evidence that my client's husband or wife is cheating on him. This is the first time he's ever been commissioned to find out if a celebrity has a date. Gee, this kind of thing should be the paparazzi's specialty, right? He wanted to refuse, but Yi Wanrong's thick packet of sincerity impressed him, so Chao Cheng immediately patted his chest confidently. Wrap it up. However, it was only after starting to act that Chao Cheng realized how naive his earlier thoughts had been. He couldn't even get a little bit closer to Chen Yingshui. The outside of the Light and Shadow Media building was surrounded by reporters and fans every day, but the security was by no means vegetarian, and not a fly could get in. He could only squat outside, hoping to run into Chen Yingshui coming out. Yet after 48 hours of continuous squatting, not even a hair was seen. He later realized that Chen Yingshui took the exclusive elevator and didn't need to enter or exit through the main door at all, so he had to go in another direction as an entry point. After all the trouble he'd gone through, he'd finally gotten her address. 10 Billion Building. The Tianyi building with the strictest security system in Summer City. The Tianyi building that gathered the richest people in Summer City. He couldn't even get in. Chao Cheng felt as if he was caught in a dead end. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to Chen Yingshui. He was badly shaken and began to doubt his own abilities. He was the one who could even dig up Mayor Xia Cheng's lover and illegitimate son. So how could he say he was defeated so easily? What's so hard about being the secret lover of a star in the district? Chao Cheng immediately regrouped, adjusted his strategy, reformulated his plan, and finally decided to start with Light and Shadow Media. After a lot of hard work, Chao Ching finally blended into the underground parking lot of light and shadow media. Appeared the figure of Qianing Shui. She got out of the car, with a man at his side. Chao Ching hurriedly took out his miniature camera and just clicked and clicked. Qianing Shui didn't stand still and almost fell. The man quickly reached out to help her. Chao Ching's heart was beating out of his chest, so excited that his hands were shaking into a sieve. Ha ha ha, finally I got a shot. Tailgate. I'm coming. However, Qianing Shui seemed to have noticed something as she quickly raised her eyes and looked around keenly. Hiding in the dark, Chao Ching couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine and hurriedly put away his camera and evacuated the scene. Withdrawal. Lin Xiao steadily held Qianing Shui and asked with concern, Sister Shui, are you alright? Lin Xiao fell in love with wearing suits and ties and polishing his leather shoes to a reflective shine. It always felt like he was not a laborer, but a quality elite who was assisting the titular national goddess Qianing Shui. Perished the thought, ha 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 ha, this is such a great feeling. Qianing Shui shook her head gently after standing firmly. It's fine. Then sweeping around again, he muttered, come on, back to the office. Chao Cheng handed the photo to Yi Wanrong. Yi Wanrong's mouth almost cracked in laughter as she looked at the man on the photo with his arm around Qianing Shui. Ha ha ha, Qianing Shui, sure enough, I caught you after all. My instincts were right. You actually have a man? Scrutinizing the clean-cut man in the photo, Yi Wanrong smacked her lips. Gee, it's actually a white boy? Then quickly pulled out his cell phone and contacted a few entertainment gossip papers. Oh, no matter what, you are completely screwed. As soon as Qianing Shui pushed open the door of the office, a pretentious meow came from Moon Hyunchul's cell phone sitting on the sofa. Instantly, Qianing Shui's face sank, filled with black lines, and the air pressure around her seemed to have lowered to freezing point all of a sudden. Lin Shallow, who was on the side, felt bad in her heart and hurriedly took a step back and left the office as fast as she could, not forgetting to close the door smoothly on her way out. When Moon Hyunchul heard that meow, he said something bad in his heart. He hurriedly put away his cell phone with his hands and a small, embarrassed smile on his face. You're back. Qianing Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and approached towards him step by step. What are you looking at? Moon Hyunchul stammered with a weak face. What a cute video. Qianing Shui obviously didn't believe his words as she leaned over and snatched his cell phone with an extremely fast hand. Bring it. Taking a look at the phone. On the screen was a female anchor wearing a maid outfit with cat ears and a cat tail. The anchor woman smiled flirtatiously at the camera and said in a delicate voice, Welcome home, master. When Qianing Shui saw this scene, she let out a cold laugh and her teeth cackled. Munchkin video? When Xianjia hurriedly took the cell phone and quickly pulled Qianing Shui into his arms, letting her sit on his lap and gently coaxing her. I was just casually swiping through Shakeology and the system itself recommended it to me and I was just about to cross over. Saying that, he kissed Qianing Shui's lips. Honey, you have to trust me. Qianing Shui was coaxed into a slightly better mood by him. She muttered and asked, You like this? Moon Hyunchul shook his head vigorously. Don't like it. Bitchy, hot for my eyes. Qianing Shui was amused by him. Then, she picked his chin, her eyes filled with seduction, and softly whispered, What's the point of pretending? Just say it if you like it. It's not like I can't satisfy you. Moon Hyunchul gulped and said seriously, What satisfaction or not? I really didn't mean to brush it off. Is this the image of me in your eyes? Qianing Shui nodded without hesitation. Aha. When Xianjia froze, and Qianing Shui's fingers gently traced his cheek as she slowly spoke. Asshole, lecher, heart boy, lustful old player. And, when Xianjia got up and pressed Qianing Shui onto the sofa, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Since you know me so well, I'm going to play my part. As he said that, he leaned down. Qianing Shui's face slightly reddened as she said a little nervously, Hey, this is an office. What's wrong with the office? Don't you just like excitement? No, I can't. Assistant Lin and Agent Zhao could come in at any time. Qianing Shui's voice was light and soft, slightly struggling against it. Her white and delicate skin flushed a thin layer of red. When Xianjia's throat went dry as he watched, his eyes sinking. TSK, Qianing Shui, you're the model of wanting to escape, okay? Then make a big noise so they know what's going on and know what's going on. Moon Hyunchul lowered his head and responded with a bad smile. A hot breath sprayed on Qianing Shui's neck, causing her body to tremble slightly, then turned his face sideways and kissed her on the lips. In the next second, Qianing Shui's phone suddenly rang. Their movements were instantly interrupted, and Qianing Shui let out a breathless tisk. She picked up her cell phone and it was Agent Zhou calling. Hello? Hey, what the hey? Qianing Shui. I told you to be careful normally. This is really something. Chapter 82, but we're legally married. The phrase hashtag thousands of Ingshua's secret lover hashtag explode quickly made its way to the top of the microblogging hot searches. Entertainment Today, according to relevant anonymous sources. Actor Qianing Shui, who is known as a national goddess, was recently photographed behaving intimately with an unknown man, suspected to be her secret lover. Underworld regime tube. What? I woke up and the sky is falling. The goddess has a date? No. I'll be a billionaire if I save up another $99,999,000. Why can't you wait for me? Goddess. Older learning, impossible. Our goddess has never been close to men. You said the secret lover is a woman is still a little possible. A man? Oh, absolutely impossible. Why is your head pointy? Where's the picture? What's the point of not having a picture? Who wouldn't make it up in one sentence? Cute little snowman, no picture. No truth. Just make up a fake news can be on the first hot search. Snow traffic is so good to rub? A snowflake drifts at Qianingshua's studio. Someone's making up rumors. Sue them now. In the face of skepticism from all sides, the media also chose to play hardball head-on. Entertainment today, oh, everyone first rest easy. Figure we will put out. First to give you a precaution. A little psychological preparation, cover mouth laughs, light and shadow building. Inside the top floor office, the atmosphere was heavy. Zhao Qian was so anxious that he kept scratching his hair with an agitated look on his face. It's over. It's over. I knew something would happen to you guys sooner or later. There's no such thing as walking by the river all the time without wetting your shoes. No. I have to contact the reporters and hold a conference to say that this is all a misunderstanding. Ning Shui instead looked very calm. She calmly recalled her recent course of action. How could anyone have seen her and Moon Hyunchul's intimate behavior? Either in the office, in the car, or at home. Besides, I haven't met any suspicious people lately. Suddenly, a memory fragment flashed into her mind. Afternoon parking lot. Qianing Shui narrowed her eyes meaningfully. Sure enough, someone was indeed there at that time. In other words, it wasn't her and Moon Hyunchul who were photographed. But, she let out a soft laugh of sudden relief. Then he comforted Zhao Qian, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Okay, don't make such a fuss, okay? It's not the first time I've seen news like, Qianing Shui has supported a male college student, Qianing Shui is entangled with a freshman actor, Qianing Shui is the queen of nightclubs. Which time has it really affected me? Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. Yes, it's true that it's not the first time that someone intentionally messed with you, but the previous news was nonsense. Something that was created out of nothing. Something that wasn't there. Something that was easily clarified. But this time it's true. You are really having that secret affair. Zhao Qian really didn't want to say that word, so he pointed the finger at Wen Xianjia and gritted his teeth. Humph. I'll let you spoil her. No lightness. You're just waiting for her fans to send you bombs. Moon Hyunchul smiled awkwardly. I can defuse bombs. You. Zhao Qian almost choked and turned his back, hastily patting his chest in an attempt to calm down. Qianing Shui stood up and walked over to Wen Xianjia's side, taking his arm very affectionately and smiling at Zhao Qian. So what if it does get exposed? We're legally married. What's wrong with acting a little closer? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. What did you say? Couple? Ha? Qianing Shui, are you crazy or am I crazy? Lin Xiao instantly widened her eyes and covered her mouth to prevent herself from exclaiming in shock. Couple? Already married? Did I hear right? Wen Xianjia was also surprised by Qianing Shui's words. Is she planning to break the mold? Qianing Shui took out a small red book with marriage certificate written on it, opened it, and shook the group photo inside at Zhao Qian. Here, proof of legal matrimony. Looking at the two people close together in the photo, Zhao Qian's brain went down. Then his eyes rolled upwards uncontrollably. His breathing stuttered. His legs went weak, and he fainted on the spot. Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward and pinched, slapped, and CPR'd at him. Old Den, you calm down. After a lot of tossing and turning, he was finally resuscitated. After regaining his senses, Zhao Qian covered his fiery face, still not daring to accept the reality. Qianing Shui went crazy. He's going crazy too. Just then, Lin Xiao exclaimed out in shock with her cell phone. It's out, it's out. They let Sister Snow's secret lover out. Looking at the photo of the black-suited man supporting Qianing Shui, Lin Xian's eyes almost fell out. Why me? Hashtag, the face of Chiang Yuki's secret lover is revealed. Hashtag, can't beat it with all my might. Holy, look at this dress. It should be an assistant. Who's a star and an assistant so close? All sticking a piece of it. There must be a leg. Hold the cup, Uzi. I didn't expect Qianing Shui to be this kind of person. Having an affair with an employee under her hand. I actually powdered her for 10 years? After all, it's a mistake to pay. Grass. I'm off. Evil gardenia, blatantly screwing a white boy? Disgusting. I've watched every movie and TV show of Qianing Shui. Can you refund my traffic money? Is the sound of the bayonet still coming from 6th Star Street at Thousand Reflections Snow Studio? RNM. Refund. The small workshop undercuts are just fierce. Pfft. Can the upstairs anti-string waterbenders get any lower? Daydream Goblin. Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. Open your doggy eyes and see clearly. This is AF * King's secret lover. This is Yuki's ING assistant, Sister Asahi. Regarding the people of Thousand Reflections Snow Studio, the one that the public usually sees more of is the manager Zhao Qian. Lin Xiao is just a little-known assistant who hasn't shown up in public much, but all of Qianing Shue's old fans are still familiar with her. The Lin Shallow in the photo, with a short haircut and dressed in men's clothes, looked no different from a clean-cut schoolboy. It's really easy to misrecognize them if you don't identify them carefully. Unfortunately, even if only a small percentage of Qianing Shue's fans knew her, multiplied by a huge number of fans, that would be quite a few. So the words #Qianing Shui assistant Lin Xiao rushed up to the hot search in flames. The tide of public opinion is beginning to turn. It has changed from a verbal attack on Qianing Shue's private life indiscretions to a flirtation with this oops. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about, and I'm not sure what I'm talking about. All day long, there are all these inexplicable black hotspots. Break it up. Break it up. Call me next time you find out about Qianing Suet's illegitimate child. Various marketing numbers and black fans who rubbed it in were slapped in the face, just when it appeared to all that this event was about to be brought to a close. Thousand Reflections Snow Studio turned on the live stream. Chapter 83, I support whatever my wife does. Hello everyone. Can you hear me? Lin Xiao adjusted her viewpoint to the camera and shyly greeted the viewers of the live broadcast. The live broadcast room was quickly flooded with a large number of melon eaters, and pop-ups quickly drifted by. No way. It's on live? Definitely have to open a live broadcast to clarify. And by the way, sternly warned these unscrupulous media numbers who listen to the wind. Make quite a fuss. Our unit are spread crazy. First of all, I am an ordinary social animal. Rarely work seriously. Basically every day to touch the kind of fish. I have a colleague. Is a stargazer? The most favorite Thousanding Shue? Heard a Thousanding Shue burst out of the secret lover, directly tied to the bomb on the run to the light and shade of the media, and said that the Thousanding Shue and her white boy with the death. As a result, the bomb accidentally exploded halfway, and he is now in the hospital, regretting that he should not interfere with the goddess's choice of spouse. He supports her choice. He wants to join the family. He can follow the child's last name. I prove that what is said upstairs is true, because I am the person concerned. Do not say, after the amputation of the anesthetic strength up, sleep first. Where's Qianing Shui? Let her show her face too. After the camera was adjusted to the right angle, Lin Xiao introduced herself to the audience that kept pouring into the live broadcast room. Hello everyone. My name is Lin Shallow. I believe there are quite a few of you who have some impression of me. I am Miss Qianing Shue's personal assistant. I have joined Qianing Shui Studio for 4 years now. I never thought that I would formally appear in front of you all in this way today, huh? Then ruffled the short hair on her forehead and smiled awkwardly. Summer is coming. Thinking about the convenience and coolness of washing my hair, so I cut a short haircut. I did not expect to make such a joke. I'm really sorry. What's there to be ashamed of? It's those who make up rumors that should be ashamed of themselves. Nice haircut. Which one is Mr. Tony's handiwork? I'll try it too. Miss is so cute. No one will notice if I give her a kiss. Right at this moment, the camera turned and Qianing Shui just appeared in the live broadcast without any warning. She waved at the camera and smiled slightly. The pop-up screen instantly drifted madly. All kinds of question marks, exclamation marks, earthy love words, crazy quotes, comparable to a large return to the scene. Ah, goddess Yuki. Wife. I've been begging in front of the Buddha for 500 years. Finally waiting for you to show up. The viewing heat of the live broadcast instantly exceeded 50 million, ranking at the top of the list of various live broadcasts. Shio smiled at the camera. I really didn't expect people to pay so much attention to my love life. It's really flattering. But as you can see, Chie Yuki's secret lover is actually my assistant. And although we're usually quite close, it's not to the point of being lovers la. And I think I'm supposed to be staunchly heterosexual. Oh. When these words came out, the female fans in the live broadcast instantly let out a wail. Goddess, don't be so stuck on gender. Goddess, no, I am not going to give up. Wait for me to go to Thailand. Boing boing shwe shwe, I don't want to go to Thailand. Can you make a trip there? Upstairs? It's a real treat. For half an hour after that, it was all casual chatting with Qianing Shui facing the pop-ups. The live stream heat kept rising and finally managed to surpass 100 million. All the major anchors have come to brush gifts and leave messages, attracting traffic to rub the heat. Easily the craziest night on the air. In the end, Qianing Shui waved her hand reluctantly at the audience in the live broadcast room. See you later. Good night everyone. It then ended the broadcast. After turning off the live broadcasting device, Qianing Shui let out a breath of relief. Then he ordered Lin Shallow, "Go untie Agent Joe." At this moment, Zhao Qian, who was lying on the ground, tied up in 5 different ways, also finally closed his eyes peacefully. It turns out that when Qianing Shui suddenly said that she wanted to have a live broadcast, Zhao Qian's heart alarm bells went off and he said that he wouldn't let it happen. "You're not going to take this opportunity to announce the fact that you're married, are you?" "No, absolutely not." Qianing Shui was somewhat speechless. "No, it won't. It's just idle chatter with random people. And now that it's announced, aren't we waiting for someone to send him a bomb?" The words had been said to this extent, but Zhao Qian was clearly not convinced. "Humph. Who knows if you'll be tongue-tied or have a mouthful and say something that slips out. Sickness enters by the mouth. Trouble comes out by the mouth. No live broadcast." Qianing Shui's eyes sank and she snorted coldly. "Humph. Agent Zhao, I think you're senile. How dare you order me around? Assistant Lin, tie him up for me." "Yes, sir." Lin Xiao had a wicked smile on her face, rubbing her fists and stepping forward. Zhao Qian shivered and hastily backed away. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it, stop it." "Ah, can't." "Yeah, no." Lin Xiao was a graduate of the police academy no matter what. Although his hands were not as good as the special forces, he was still more than capable of dealing with such an old and sickly man. In the end, Zhao Qian was successfully suppressed by Lin Shallow and tied up in knots. There was also a big red apple stuffed in his mouth. Qianing Shui nodded in satisfaction. "All right, throw him in the corner and stay there." Then he turned his head to Moon Hyunchul and asked, "What about you? Are you trying to stop me from going on the air too?" Moon Hyunchul waved his hand in a hurry. "Of course not." Qianing Shui raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? Of course it's true. You can broadcast it as long as you want." When Xianjia smiled gently, his heart understanding, he knew very well that although Qianing Shui was crazy, she was ruthless to others and to herself, but never hurt him. She wouldn't do anything against him. Moreover, in the area of showbiz public opinion, she should know how to control it better than he, an outsider, so just trust her decision. Qianing Shui was a bit disbelieving, when Xianjia went forward and held her hand, gently and lightly smiling. "I support whatever my wife does." Lin Xiao's small face reddened as she listened. My eyes are going blind from the 24K pure love picture quality." Zhao Qian, who was in the corner, sucked in a sharp breath. His head tilted, and he directly fainted from anger. Pissed off by dog couple, JPG. As Qianing Shui listened, a light blush also appeared on her face. She poked him lightly on the lips and pouted. "Humph, when did your mouth get so sweet?" Moon Hyunchul grunted and raised his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. "Oh, my mouth is always sweet, okay? Don't you believe me?" Qianing Shui came forward as if she was gambling. "Just taste it." Then he kissed him on the lips. The red on Lin Xiao's face instantly deepened. "Ah, again. Please don't use me as a backdrop." "Okay. Wait, you two aren't planning on kissing live in front of the entire internet later, are you?" "Ah, that kind of thing don't ah." The live broadcast ended smoothly, and both Lin Qian and Zhao Qian felt like they had walked back from the ghost gate. Isn't that more exciting than riding a roller coaster? Looking at the backstage, nearly 10 million gifts into the account, Qianing Shui cannot help but sigh. "I didn't realize I was actually this popular. If I had learned to start a live broadcast earlier, I wouldn't have been a billionaire already." With that, her eyes suddenly lit up. Then he hooked up the corner of his mouth and said mysteriously to Moon Hyunchul, "I think I have a way for you to make a natural appearance in front of a crowd and then publicize our relationship." Chapter 84. She's become a fool who can't live without her husband. Qianing Shui secretly told Wen Xianjia that he would find a suitable opportunity to announce their relationship, but did not explain exactly how. Just tell him to come to the light building less often these days and consider it a vacation for him. After all, she will be in the limelight for a long time behind her, and there must be a lot of reporters and paparazzi who want to dig out big news from her. Qianing Shui hooked his neck and said in a delicate voice, "Restrain yourself a bit lately, then we can show off our love brightly." When Xianjia couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. "Oh, I'm restrained? That should be said to yourself." Sure enough, that night, Qianing Shui ran to his bedroom by climbing the balcony. Looking at Qianing Shui, who was lying on his bed, wearing a black lace nightgown, with enchanting movements and a flirtatious expression, the corner of Wen Xianjia's eyes twitched. "Is that what you call restraint?" Qianing Shui blinked suspiciously, then patted the empty seat beside her, invitingly. "Honey, what are you waiting for? Come to bed." The shoulder strap slipped quietly as she moved. The scenery in front of her body was hidden, and her white and delicate shoulders were visible. The knots in Moon Hyunchul's throat rolled up and down involuntarily as he stepped forward and extended his hand. A smug light smile flashed across Channing Shue's eyes. Moon Hyun-chul's hand brushed over her shoulder, and the slightly cool fingers made her cringe uncontrollably. Channing Shue's heartbeat accelerated and she gulped. Oh, really is a big sex man. A little temptation cannot resist. Long, slender fingers hooked her shoulder straps in a slow, deliberate motion, then lifted upwards to bring it back into the correct position. What? Channing Shui blinked and looked at him with an incredulous expression. With a light chuckle, when Xianjia sat down beside her and tugged the bodice of her chest upwards again. Get dressed and look presentable. Kaiying Shui huffed and pulled down both straps. I just don't dress well enough to look presentable. Moon Hyunchul let out a breathless tsk. Okay, 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 you can wear whatever you like, and if you want to sleep, just lay down and go to sleep. When he finished, he lay down with his back to her and pulled the covers over himself. Xianing Shui really laid down obediently. She leaned in close to his back and raised an arm around his waist, leaning close to his ear and calling out in a delicate voice. Honey, what for? Aha! Moon Hyunchul froze for 2 seconds, then his ears burned, and he quickly turned around and lowered his voice without a word. Well, my ass. My sister's right next door and you're not afraid she'll hear you. Xianing Shui smiled in disbelief. This house is soundproofed. There's no need to worry. Even if I screamed my ass off it wouldn't be heard outside. Okay? Moon Hyunchul lived speechless. You still want to scream your ass off? Xianing Shui narrowed her eyes slightly like a fox. Then her fingers gently picked up his chin, her gaze burning into him, the corners of her mouth hooked up in a provocative manner. That depends on whether you have the skills. Moon Hyunchul's eyes that fell on her suddenly became hot. He rolled her over in a single bound and kissed her lips forcefully and directly. Without kissing for a while, Xianing Shui let out a humming sound. Moon Hyunchul left her delicate lips for the moment and threatened in a muffled voice. Don't make a sound or I'll throw you out on the balcony and lock you out to the northwest wind. Xianing Shui narrowed her watery, moist eyes and gasped weakly, her arm still hanging around his neck. Humph. If I don't make a sound, you're not allowed to make a sound. Oh, or how unfair is this? Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but laugh out softly. Okay, then let's compete and see who surrenders first. With that, he pressed the lamp on the nightstand and the room was immediately plunged into darkness. Early morning, a hazy light shot into the room and shone on the tattered black nightgown that had fallen to the floor. Moon Hyunchul got up in a daze and gently touched the newly added scratches on his back, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss, Xianing Shui, you are not only a dog that likes to bite people, but also a cat that likes to scratch people, right? He had gagged her last night to keep her from making a sound. She ended up scratching and biting her tongue, looking down at Xianing Shui, who was still huffing and puffing beside him with a tired and contented face, when Xianjia suddenly had an idea rise in his mind. Heck, let's see if I don't cut your nails. So he pulled open the top drawer of his nightstand and pulled a nail clipper out of it, then carefully grabbing one of Xianing Shui's hands, after surveying it for a while, he decided to start with her middle finger. Cut your cat's claws so you don't scratch me lightly. Aha! Xianing Shui let out a soft hum and slowly opened her eyes. The vision was still a little blurry, and all that could be seen was Moon Hyunchul taking her hand and focusing on lowering his head. What are you doing? Moon Hyunchul's heart tightened as he raised his head and replied with a straight face. Help you. Cut your nails off. At those words, Xianing Shui seemed to have finally come to her senses. She watched as Moon Hyunchul held her hand and carefully trimmed her nails, and a wave of sweetness surged through her heart. She smiled happily and relaxed her body, enjoying the attentive service that Moon Hyunchul had brought her early in the morning. Hubby, you're really sweet, Mua. Moon Hyunchul smiled stiffly and could only stiffly continue trimming her. I'm impressed. Why are you still enjoying yourself? After the nails of both hands were trimmed, Xianing Shui lifted one leg up again and put her white toes in front of his eyes and wiggled them. Hubby, I'm counting on you here too. Moon Hyunchul's eyes involuntarily shifted downward, then took a sharp breath. Lean. He grabbed her ankle and lowered it downward. Not in a good mood. What's the point of clipping toenails when you don't even have any? Get up and go to your own room. Xianing Shui reluctantly retracted her feet and said in a resigned manner. Humph. If you don't cut it, then don't cut it. Why are you so fierce? Then he sat up and scooted closer toward him, laying on his shoulder and muttering in a small voice. You were so mean last night too. You tore my clothes. How can I go back now? Moon Hyunchul's eyes couldn't help but turn to the tattered nightgown on the floor and reasoned. Humph. That's because the quality of your clothes is not good. You can't blame me. With that, he got up and quickly dressed himself first. Then he got a white shirt from the closet as well as a pair of black slacks and handed them over. Make do with what you've got. Then go back and change into your own clothes. Xianing Shui took it and pulled the shirt over herself. Then he lifted his arm and inhaled the smell on his sleeve violently. Then he tilted his head back and let out a long breath. His cheeks flushed and his eyes swooning as he exclaimed, Ah, it's all husband's scent. It's like being wrapped up in you. It's so good. Aha. Sure enough, I've turned into a fool who can't do without my husband. Against all odds, the speech made Moon Hyunchul's ears burn as if they were on fire. Qianing Shui, why are you getting more and more perverted? Please be normal. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room. When Xianya's voice came from outside the house. Brother, why aren't you up yet? Breakfast is getting cold. When Xianja was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to cover Qianing Shui's mouth, pressing her chattering frenzied quotes back into her stomach, then answered to the door. Immediately. Slept a little late last night. Alarm clock didn't work. Moon Hyuna's heart fluttered. Couldn't have been working part-time until midnight again last night, could it? Really? How do you always make it so hard for yourself? So Moon Hyuna responded in a hurry. I don't mean to rush you out of bed. It's okay if you want to stay in bed for a while. By the way, I'll bring your breakfast in directly. Chapter 85 Woman. You are playing with fire. I'll bring your breakfast right in. At those words, Moon Hyunchul's heart raced and he quickly refused. No, I'll come out and eat by myself. But Moon Hyuna had long since left the doorway and headed for the kitchen. Qianing Shui ruffled Moon Hyunchul's hand over her mouth and said with a regretful expression, what should I do? My husband's golden house is going to be exposed. What to do? Chill. Moon Hyunchul was about to dislike her a few times back when the sound of Moon Hyuna's footsteps had quickly approached. In the heat of the moment, when Xianja couldn't think too much and directly carried Qianing Shui up, then forcefully shoved it into the closet. The clothes in the closet fell on Qianing Shui's head, and she glared at Xianja with an exasperated grumble. Can't you go a little lighter? Moon Hyunchul gave a cold snort in displeasure and closed the closet door behind him while turning to her in warning. If you make a sound, I'll put a security lock on the balcony and see how you can get in from now on. Qianing Shui countered fiercely as she pulled off the clothes that had fallen on her head. Don't you dare. The doorknob of the room was turned. Then came Moon Hyuna's puzzled voice. Brother, why did you even lock the door behind you? The next second, the door to the room was opened and Moon Hyunchul smiled at her. Isn't this afraid you'll run to my room in the middle of the night, looking for me to pop gold coins? Moon Hyuna froze, then angrily shoved the soybean milk donuts in his hands. Am I that kind of person? You still need to sneak around when I'm looking for you to pop gold coins? Then something suddenly came to mind, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Oh, I think it's because you're hiding in your room by yourself doing something unseemly and you're afraid I'll run into you. Moon Hyunchul's heart tightened and he hurriedly justified his defense. Me? What could I possibly do that's so unsavory? I'm old and honorable. Come on, tell me, what did I do in my room that was so unsavory? A weird blush immediately rose on Moon Hyuna's face. She gritted her teeth and glared hard at Moon Hyunchul. You know what you've done yourself. Do I have to tell you? Dead pervert. Moon Hyunchul instantly froze. She won't think I'm on. A weird blush colored his face even as he thought about it. Ahem. It's not what you think. Not wanting to hear his explanation, Moon Hyuna quickly turned around and left the room. I'm off to school. Bye. Now you can do your big thing in peace. The door of the room was closed with a bang, followed by the sound of footsteps in the living room, and finally the sound of the entrance door being quickly opened and then quickly closed. Moon Hyuna went to school and left. Moon Hyunchul finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead. Phew. Forget it. Let it be misunderstood. It's better than finding out Qianing Shui is in his room. By the way, 1,000 reflections of snow. Moon Hyunchul turned around in a hurry and said to the cabinet, come out. My sister is gone. No response. Moon Hyunchul frowned slightly and repeated it again. Hey, Qianing Shui, you can come out now. Still no response. While Moon Hyunchul was wondering, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. She's not suffocating in there. He rushed forward quickly and quickly opened the closet door only to see Qianing Shui sitting peacefully on her knees in the closet. The white shirt that she had casually worn earlier had slipped partially off, revealing her pale and beautiful shoulders and collarbone. Her arms clung to his shirt, and she buried her face deep inside, sucking and arching over and over. Her face was covered with an intoxicated scarlet red, and her mouth continued to emit delicate murmurs and whispers. It's all husband's flavor. It's fragrant and strong. It's so good like. Moon Hyunchul's face instantly exploded red with shame and annoyance. He snatched the dress out of her arms, then tugged on her wrist, trying to yank her out of the closet. Hurry up and get out of there. Qianing Shui refused with her teeth and claws open. Don't! Give me back my husband. Moon Hyunchul's breath hitched as he forcefully carried her out of the closet and pressed her down onto the bed. Look carefully. I'm your husband. What are you doing getting mad at a pile of clothes? Qianing Shui let out a petulant cry before blinking her soulful and seductive eyes, revealing an innocent expression. Of course I know that. You're my husband. So, are you jealous of a bunch of clothes? He said. gently lifting his legs and hooking them around his strong and lean waist. Jealousy is bad behavior, hubby. The restlessness in his heart ignited, and Moon Hyunchul ground his back teeth before being exasperated and laughing. He took her legs and leaned down. Oh, woman, you're playing with fire. Yikes. The room then resounded with all sorts of unashamed voices. In the past few days, although Moon Hyunchul didn't go to the light and shadow building, he still didn't give up his other part-time jobs and was completely idle. As expected, he was born with the destiny of a cow or a horse, and he was uncomfortable without pulling the mill. Once night came, either Chen Yingshui ran to his room or he was summoned to her room by Chen Yingshui. Toss each other around until they're exhausted, then drift off to sleep. By morning, it was either lumbering over the balcony to get back to his room, or rustling Chen Yingshui back to hers. Touching his sore back, Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but inhale. Hiss. If we keep this up, we won't lose our kidneys, will we? At the same time, he despised himself deeply in his heart. How is it that she seduces me every time? Where's my proud self-control? Chen Yingshui isn't a chimera, is she? No wonder it was so horny and lustful. With the last 2 weeks left before the midterm exams, the junior class of Sangjae Middle School is about to hold their last parent-teacher conference. Since Fong Gang was sacked, Wang Yu, the original math teacher of the junior 3 class, has taken over as class teacher. Wang Yu acts decisively, speaks directly, and has a strong aura. Facing a classroom of parents, Wang Yu looked serious and said bluntly, "In order to provide a good learning and resting environment for our children, I would like to ask the parents here to make sure that they strictly control the frequency of their conjugal life in the near future." The whole room of parents looked a little embarrassed at this statement. No one agrees, no one disagrees, and Moon Hyunchul, who was seated in Moon Hyuna's seat, thumped inwardly. The sound of message vibration came from his cell phone, and Moon Hyunchul felt bad in his heart. But still, subconsciously, he pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. AAA part-time agency, hubby, tonight also have to wash clean and wait for me Omua. Chapter 86, Chen Yingshui, you're a chimera, right? Looking at the message on the screen, Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Wash my ass. Starting today, I'm going to start quitting. At the end of the parent-teacher conference, many parents gathered around Wang Yu and asked her about their children's learning. Teacher Wang, does my Zihan often desert in class? He has an old problem. His attention is always off. You should remind him more in class. If he doesn't listen, you can call me directly. I'll fix him. Mr. Wang, the cooling effect of the air conditioner in our classroom seems to be a bit poor. Do you want to buy a new one with some class money? This summer is coming. We can't let the children study in the heat, don't you think so? Mr. Wang, can we go to dinner together later? There are some words of thanks I'd like to say to you alone. Although when Xianjia also wanted to go up to say a few words, teacher hard work, teacher more care for my family Xiaoya and other polite words, but looked at so many positive parents crowded forward. Think about it. Who knows that after Wang Yu dismissed those parents, he walked straight to Wen Xianjia and said to him in a light tone, Moon Hyuna's parents right, come to my office sometime. Moon Hyunchul arrived at the teacher's office with trepidation, his heart in a state of confusion. Looking at Wang Yu walking towards him expressionlessly, Wen Xianjia's heart instantly had a jolt. Is this fear of facing teachers etched in your DNA? Moon Hyunchul asked tentatively as he folded his arms in front of him like a delinquent student. Mr. Wang, what are you looking for me for? Is it because Xiaoya usually gives you trouble? Wang Yu placed the lesson plan in his hand neatly on his desk, sat up straight, and said, Hello parents, there's no need to be nervous. When Xianya is usually doing well in school and is a student I'm very satisfied with. I'm not here to tell you off. I just want to remind you of one thing. When Xianjia instantly perked up and nodded respectfully. Go ahead. Wang Yu sighed and said, I know a little about your family, and I know that you are usually busy with work and rarely have time to spend with her. I don't have to worry about when Xianya's grades. As long as she plays steadily, it's not a problem for her to smoothly advance to the high school section of our school. However, in previous years, there have also been many incidents where students who usually have very good grades, due to various reasons, failed to perform well during the exams and ended up regretfully failing in the exams, and I think you should more or less understand some of them. Moon Hyunchul nodded thoughtfully as his brow furrowed. I know. So what you're saying is, Wang Yu smiled somewhat regretfully. A big reason for this, besides their own lack of mental strength, is more, because of the lack of support and guidance from parents. I believe that student Wen Xianya is a strong child, but no matter how strong a child is, there is always a vulnerable side. I hope that in these last 2 weeks, you, as her only family member, can spend more time with her, cheer her up, and be her solid support. You shouldn't work too hard either. People's state is contagious. Think about it, if you come home every day all worn out, And your sister sees you like this, will she be able to stay positive? So it's time to take a break. There's no end to the money. Looking at Wang Yu's understanding expression and listening to her heartfelt words, a wave of emotion welled up in Wen Xianjia's heart. He nodded solemnly at Wang Yu. Thank you for saying this to me, Mr. Wang. I will spend more time with her to encourage her, and I will also pay attention to my own state. Thank you very much indeed. After Wen Xianjia left the office, Wang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Then she addressed the figure behind her by the bookshelf. That'll do it, won't it? Wen Xianjia came out from behind the bookshelf and smiled gratefully at Wang Yu. Well, thank you, Mr. Wang. Wang Yu picked up the Longjing tea on the desk and took a sip, moistened his throat, and couldn't stop smiling as he shook his head. It turned out that Wang Yu would seek out Wen Xianjia to talk alone, all because Wen Xianjia asked him to. Moon Hyana had previously suspected that the reason his brother often stayed out at night was because he had a girlfriend. But come to think of it, even with a girlfriend, he can't be out fooling around until midnight almost every night. Brother is not the kind of person who would indulge in doing shibari things. Realizing how incomprehensible her earlier thoughts were, Wen Xianjia was mortified. Sure enough, my brother is still working his ass off every day to make money on the side, working himself into a fugue state, and his body looks a lot less flexible and sharp than it did before. And it's all about her. Moon Hyana thought that if she was the one to persuade him, her brother would definitely agree on his lips. But in reality, he would still do what he had to do. But if you have a teacher tell him, he should take it to heart, right? That's how she came up with the plan. And the plan should have worked, right? After the parent-teacher conference, Moon Hyunchul really didn't go to his part-time job. Instead, I borrowed a stack of books from the library related to financial entrepreneurship and returned home. Mr. Wang is right. Status is contagious. If he fooled around with Qianing Shui every day and weakened himself, it would have a very negative effect on Xiaoya. It is more than unfavorable. It is just as bad as it gets. Moon Hyunchul was painfully remorseful. How was it that he was so easily charmed by that chimera Qianing Shui? He learned the hard way, borrowed books, and vowed to improve himself through study and knowledge. Watching Moon Hyunchul sitting intently at his desk, flipping through the thick book, Jack Horse teaches you how to earn your first small goal. Moon Hyunchul blinked incredulously. Brother, what are you? Moon Hyunchul looked at her and smiled gently. I figured out that instead of being a cowhorse working for capitalists for the rest of my life, I'd rather start my own business now and become a capitalist sooner rather than later. Moon Hyunchul was so shocked by his sudden intellectual realization that he couldn't refute it for a while. Moon Hyunchul smiled and touched her head. Yeah, looking at how hard your brother is studying now, shouldn't you go and review too? Moon Hyunchul returned to her senses and nodded vigorously. Aha, brother, I'll study hard to get into the senior high school of Shanxi Middle School, and you study hard to become a capitalist soon. Okay, it's a deal. The two siblings high-fived and swore, then returned to their respective rooms and began to study hard. However, without studying for a few minutes, Wen Xianjia's cell phone came with a succession of message beeps. No, can't go see it, it's all Phantom's compulsion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Moon Hyunchul finally couldn't take it anymore and picked up his cell phone. Tapping on the chat page. AAA part-time agency, hubby, have you washed up yet? Come over if you're ready. AAA part-time agency, I bought a new super sexy dress today. AAA part-time agency, do you want to take a look? AAA part-time agency. AAA part-time agency, oh, ignoring me? AAA part-time agency, playing hard to get again? Moon Hyunchul, you and your tricks make me laugh. AAA part-time agency, I'll give you one last minute. If you don't come over, you'll suffer the consequences. AAA. AAA part-time agency. AAA part-time agency, humph. If you don't come over, I'll come over. Chapter 87, Just a Kiss. Moon Hyunchul's heart tightened and he hurriedly got up and prepared to go lock the glass door on the balcony. Who knew that Qianing Shui had already rolled over and quickly stepped into his bedroom? Qianing Shui sneered and stepped forward. What? Do I have to take the initiative? Fine. Then today you'll lie down obediently. Seeing that it had come to this, Moon Hyunchul could only helplessly retreat to his seat. Ignoring her presence and continuing to study, Qianing Shui frowned slightly and walked forward, asking curiously, what are you looking at? Eyes couldn't help but widen when they saw the names of the stack of books. Jack Horse teaches you how to earn your first small goal, how Ricardo's business empire building was built, and 30 days to becoming a great boss. What are you reading? Moon Hyunchul said as he helplessly put down the book in his hands and looked at her. Isn't this about starting a successful business early, becoming successful, and coming to marry you off in style? Thousanding Shui froze slightly, then couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Humph, just look at the books on the things have is useful. Paper to learn from the end of the shallow, absolute knowledge of this matter to be practiced, understand? Ah, Have to read books of free time. Might as well do more practical things, such as. She walked to him with a light pace, then sat down smoothly on his lap, hooking her hands affectionately around his neck. She pressed herself against his ear and chirped, "Make your dear wife satisfied tonight." Moon Hyunchul knew that she would never stop until she found some reason to fool her, so he put his arm around her waist and looked at her with seriousness. "Honey, have you ever heard of sustainability?" "Ha?" Channing Shue was puzzled. Moon Hyunchul held her hand and spoke at length. "It means that if we are greedy for momentary pleasures and overdraw our bodies, it will be very unfavorable for a happy life in the future. Especially for me. Think about it. What if I don't get it up after 3 or 5 years now, night after night?" A flash of anger surfaced on Xianing Shue's face and she pushed his shoulder angrily. "What, not lifting? Can you say something nice?" Moon Hyunchul ignored her reproach and continued to analyze and explain seriously. "Therefore, in the long run, we should learn to exercise restraint and patience, to carry out in-depth emotional exchanges in a restrained manner, not for the sake of immediate momentary pleasures, which will lead to more serious and terrible consequences in the future." Seeing that Xianing Shue still had a sultry expression, when Xianzhe finally couldn't help but freak out. "Okay, if we continue to be so shameless, our legendary love story will become Lube 1. It won't make it to the stage, it won't be published, and it's going into the dark room, understand?" Xianing Shui immediately put on an aggrieved expression and muttered, "But is it wrong that people just like you so much that they want to talk to you more deeply?" Moon Hyunchul stared at her expressionlessly. "Don't make excuses." After being gazed at by that cold line of sight for a while, Xianing Shui finally became a bit weak. "Okay, I get it. No more exchanges tonight. That kiss is always okay, right?" Saying that, she blinked her bright shining eyes and looked at Moon Hyunchul expectantly. Moon Hyunchul was silent for a few seconds, then replied quietly, "No sticking out your tongue." Xianing Shui instantly exploded and punched his chest in anger. "That's still a kiss. I don't care. If you're not going to sleep with me then kiss me." When Xianzhe began to falter a bit, and Xianing Shui rushed to capitalize on his victory, she buried her head in the crook of his neck and softened her voice to pout. "Okay, husband, just a simple kiss, oh. Other nothing to do, oh. Please." Warm breath spilled over his skin, fluffy sounds drifted to his ears, and Moon Hyunchul felt nothing but scratchy itchiness. He gritted his teeth and gently cupped her chin, forcing her to look up and meet his eyes. "Okay, after the kiss you hurry back to your room or I'll really have to lock the balcony." Xianing Shui nodded her head obediently and stretched out 4 fingers in assurance. "Aha! I'll send 4. As soon as the words left his mouth, Moon Hyunchul lowered his head and kissed him. Mouth was invaded by the familiar smell and touch. Xianing Shui squinted her eyes with pleasure, more oblivious and obsessive to him. "Ha! Hubby's kissing skills are getting better and better. Well, love it. Love hubby the most." At the end of the lingering kiss, both of their body temperatures had risen considerably, and their faces were tinted with a scarlet red. Between gasps, Xianing Shui's fingers gently traced Moon Hyunchul's taut jawline, then moved closer and lightly licked his lips. "Ha! And more. People have to keep kissing." Moon Hyunchul pulled away from her lips, panting roughly, urging, "Hurry back to your room." However, the hand holding her soft waist unconsciously tightened its force. Xianing Shui pressed her body back up and muttered in a pitiful little voice, "People, their legs are weak, they can't walk." With that, long, nimble fingers sprang into action, undoing one of his buttons with ease. "What to do? I'll just have to keep squeezing into a bed with my husband tonight." When Xianzhe's eyes gradually sank as he exhaled deeply before picking up Xianing Shui horizontally and placing her on the bed, an unconcealed smile immediately appeared on Xianing Shui's face. But the next second, the smile froze on her face. He only saw Moon Hyunchul chuckle softly and carefully fasten the button that had just been undone before turning around and walking towards the balcony. "Then you sleep here tonight and I'll sleep in your room." Xianing Shui hurriedly climbed up from the bed and shouted in exasperation, "Hey, don't go. Get over here." Without giving her a chance, Moon Hyunchul tumbled over the balcony without looking back and disappeared from view. "Get back here." Xianing Shui was so angry that she punched the bed. Asshole. Chapter 88, Shock. The old man I saved from scavenging is actually a real estate big shot? Somewhere in a park near the 10 billion building, on the shore of the artificial lake, Moon Hyunchul was leisurely lying on the fence, watching the ducks swimming around in the lake. In the past few days, no matter how much Xianing Shui stalked, softened and coerced him, he just wouldn't comply. When she was really annoyed, she pulled her into her arms and kissed her hard enough, kissing her until she lacked oxygen, until her legs went weak, until she kept pinching him and kicking him, draining her of her strength so that there was no more offense left in her. But the downside of this is, Thousanding Shui's lung capacity is getting better and better, and her endurance is getting higher and higher. If this keeps up, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight it off first. so Moon Hyun-chul rushed outside to get some fresh air, improve his lung capacity, and adjust his condition to fight again tonight. Thinking this way, Moon Hyun-chul unscrewed the bottle of mineral water in his hand, put it to his mouth, tilted his head back and gulped it down. Ha! Cool! Just as he was about to throw the empty mineral water bottle into a nearby trash can, an old voice sounded beside him. Boy, can I have the bottle? Moon Hyun-chul turned his head towards the voice, only to see a scavenging old man dragging a snakeskin pocket smiling kindly at him and asking. The old man looked to be about 60 or 70 years old and refreshed, wearing a gray ducktail hat. His clothes were plain but very clean and neat. Moon Hyun-chul nodded and handed the empty mineral water bottle in his hand to the old man. You take it. The old man took it and smiled and thanked him. Thanks. Then it was off, dragging the clunking snakeskin bag with it. Moon Hyun-chul's gaze couldn't help but follow the old man. The old man walked over to a hot couple, still politely inquiring at them. Young man, young lady, can I have the bottle you finished drinking? At that, the beautifully dressed woman frowned and threw the bottle forward impatiently. TCH, take it away quickly. The old man caught the flying bottle with his hands and didn't get annoyed. He just put the bottle into the snakeskin bag behind him. He was about to move forward to the next target location when suddenly, the old man's body stiffened. His face turned white, and he wobbled and fell to the ground. The body could not stop twitching. His face was as pale as paper. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his lips had lost their blood color, making him look unusually weak. The couple was so scared that their faces turned white, and they hurriedly stood up, unconsciously taking 2 steps back, their eyes filled with panic and uneasiness. The surrounding people also cast strange gazes, quickly pulling away from the old man for fear of being implicated in any trouble. Seeing this, Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly stepped forward quickly. He first carefully checked the old man's breathing and pulse, then quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed the 120 emergency number with his fingers flying. Hello, this is XX Park. An old man has suddenly fainted. The situation looks serious. Please come to the rescue. Following the ambulance to the hospital, when Xianjia advanced the medical expenses to ensure that the elderly can receive timely treatment. After some intense resuscitation, the old man finally slowly opened his eyes, and his face gradually regained its blood color. He gave Moon Hyun-chul a grateful smile, his voice weak but full of sincerity. Young man, thanks to you, or else old man I might be going to my grave today. Then flirted. Oh, aren't you afraid I'll blackmail you? There are a lot of bumper stickers these days. When Xianjia smiled generously at his words. How can you think so much when human life is at stake? However, the tape recorder he had pinned to his breast pocket was always on. Oh, I've got the video recording on anyway. Want to blackmail me? No way. The old man's gaze was filled with approval as he nodded with emotion. There aren't many young men as kind and forthright as you these days. Moon Hyun-chul scratched his hair in embarrassment. I'm flattered. Then asked with concern. By the way, when is your family coming over? They should be worried about you too. Hurry up and come over and pay me back the money I advanced you. The old man's face changed slightly and he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Humph, those rebellious sons. I'm afraid they can't wait for me to hurry up and stir my legs, and die early. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the hospital room was violently pushed open. 3 men in suits, with an entourage behind them, burst in with great vigor. They ran to the old man's bed with anxious faces and asked with concern, Dad, are you okay? The eldest son Lu Minghui rushed forward, holding his father's hand, full of guilt, said, Dad, I'm sorry, we're the ones who are late. The company had a big project recently, so we just couldn't get away. But don't worry, I've arranged everything to make sure you get the best treatment. The second son, Lu Mingyuan, followed close behind with a hint of self-reproach in his voice. Yeah, Dad, we shouldn't have let you go out alone. In the future, we'll pay more attention to your safety and spend more time with you. The youngest son, Lu Mingda, had a worried look on his face as he gently patted his father's back in an attempt to soothe. Dad, get some rest, and when you're better, we'll take you for a walk on your favorite beach, okay? In the face of his son's concern, the old man just waved his hand in annoyance. Okay, don't say all this nonsense. I don't want to see you guys right now. Get the hell out of here. Although the sons were not happy in their hearts, they did not dare to retort, and could only compensate with a smiling face, nodding their heads in agreement. Well, we'll roll. Now Dad, you have to pay more attention to your health. Lu Minghui solemnly urged it when Xianjia, Mr. Caretaker, I'm counting on you for my dad's health. Moon Hyun-chul's expression froze. Then, Lu Minghui led the others to leave the ward. The old man's face finally revealed a kind smile again as he said to Wen Xianjia, Here lad, go on and have a chat with me. By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. After some small talk, when Xianjia learned that the original old man is actually a famous real estate developer in Xiaochang, Lu Changrong. In the 70s, Lu Changrong started from nothing by collecting scraps and created a famous real estate company in Xiaochang, the Prosperity Group, one of the super big groups in Xia City. Lu Changrong favors Wen Xianjia and invites him to his home after he is discharged from the hospital. Moon Hyunchul was terrified and agreed. A week later, Lu Changrong was safely discharged from the hospital, and Wen Xianjia was invited by him to the Lu residence villa. In order to thank Wen Xianjia for saving his life, Lu Changrong gave him a sealed file bag. Lu Changrong said with a smile, although you also have the idea of entrepreneurship, but the water in the market is too deep. You a fledgling young man certainly cannot hold. So, this is my gift to you, brocade bag of wisdom. When Xianjia carefully nodded to receive it, Lu Changrong continued to Taocan. Go back and study it. I guarantee that it is easy to understand. Oh, I wish you to get rich soon and marry your sweetheart. Oh. Moon Hyunchul returned home with this brochure and opened the paper bag with great excitement. What came into view was an exhaustive development plan for the northern part of Summer City. The plan details a certain area in the northern part of the Summer City, where a project to build an international business exchange center is about to start next year. And the area is still a relatively backward neighborhood with poor living facilities for residents and poor transportation. However, once the development plan is announced, the residents of this area will surely receive a generous amount of compensation for demolition. So, when Xianjia acted quickly, through multiple channels to find out the current housing price information of the district, and after careful calculation and analysis, concluded that the market value of the entire district is about 5 million. A bold idea flashed in Moon Hyunchul's mind. If he can buy this whole neighborhood for $5 million, he will get at least $5 billion in demolition compensation when the development plan is implemented. 5 billion. That's still a conservative calculation. Actually even more. After a night of deliberation, when Xianjia finally decided to let go and buy this seemingly insignificant neighborhood, even if there is a change in the development plan and the neighborhood is not demolished on schedule, he can still recover his costs by collecting rents. In the future, just be a chartered officer. Well, that's fine too. All in all, this investment was definitely a sure deal for him. So early the next morning, Moon Hyunchul couldn't wait to get to the real estate agency. After many rounds of negotiations with the seller, he finally managed to buy that entire neighborhood in the northern part of Summerland for $5 million. Chapter 89, Can You Eat? Time has finally come to the end of June, and Wang Xianya's midterm exams have finally ended successfully. After the last exam, Moon Hyuna walked out of the exam room as if she was relieved and quickly ran over happily when she saw Moon Hyunchul, who was smiling and waving at her outside the exam room. Moon Hyunchul asked, "How do you feel after finally taking the test?" Moon Hyuna stretched her back and said confidently, "Easy peasy, it's all the same questions that I usually do badly. Nothing new at all. I can write it with my eyes closed." Moon Hyunchul, oh, so confident? When Xianya raised his chin disdainfully, "Humph, that's for sure. By the way, brother, how is your business venture going? When will you become a capitalist?" When Xianjia coughed lightly, "Ahem, sloppy, no rush, capitalists aren't that good." Moon Hyuna smiled understandingly. "Of course I know, I don't mean to rush you, but even if you don't become a capitalist, don't work so hard. I can work part-time during the summer vacation and help you share a little bit." Moon Hyunchul laughed helplessly. "What can you do on the side? Who would dare to hire a minor like you?" Moon Hyuna crossed her arms in triumph. "Oh, you don't know about that, do you? I can go to be a tutor, specializing in teaching elementary school students. The employer I have contacted. After the exams, 3 days off on the job, 3 hours a day, 1 hour English, 1 hour math, 1 hour language, hourly wage of 50, a day down is 150, do not have to wind, sun and rain, but also tube lunch it. How about that? Awesome, right?" Moon Hyunchul listened with skepticism. "Reliable? You don't want to be tricked into going to the north of Burma when the time comes, and your waist is all GAGA for you." Upon hearing this, Moon Hyuna immediately retorted angrily, "How can it be so terrible? Of course it's reliable. The employer is my classmate's house. I went to tutor her sister, and I even hugged her when I was a kid." Moon Hyunchul sighed helplessly, then smiled and touched her head, saying, well, it's me who is worrying about nothing. It's okay, this part-time job is much better than what I usually do. Just work hard and experience the joy of making money as well." It had been half a month since he had interacted deeply with Jianing Shui, and when Xianjia's body had long since recovered as before. Successful abstinence. Resisting the seduction of a chimera succeeds. So, to reward yourself, break the rules tonight. At night, after washing himself clean, Moon Hyunchul had been lying on the bed, waiting for Jianing Shui to send him a message. However, It was almost 10 o'clock and nothing was waiting. Didn't even get a spam text. Moon Hyunchul rolled over on the bed in annoyance. TSK, Xianing Shui? Giving up at this point? What a lack of fortitude. When Xianja closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then leapt up from the bed, got out of bed, rolled over the balcony, and reached Xianing Shui's bedroom. Oh, if the mountain doesn't come over, I'll come over. He gently stepped into the bedroom, only to see the comforter bulging out. Only the top of Xianing Shui's head could be seen exposed. When Xianja frowned slightly, puzzled in his heart. That's sleeping? Why are you hiding your head under the covers? Practicing holding your breath again? He approached quietly and watched for a moment before calling out in a tentative whisper. 1,000 reflections of snow? Xianing Shui's body under the quilt suddenly stiffened, then carefully poked her head out. Her face was suffocatingly red, her reddish-pink lips were slightly open, and her mesmerized eyes looked like they were covered in a layer of watery mist. The vision was not clear, only a familiar blurred outline. Xianing Shui's head was dizzy and she mumbled, "Well, husband? No, it's seeing hallucinations. How could a husband take the initiative to come to me? Oh, Xianing Shui, you are really crazy." With a twitch in the corner of his eye, Moon Hyunchul leaned down and yanked her out from under the covers. What an illusion. Look closely. It's me. Xianing Shui finally came to her senses, blinking her eyes several times in a row, repeatedly confirming that the Xianja in front of her was not a hallucination of her own. Her heart was thrilled with joy, and she instinctively wanted to hug him, but reason prevailed instantly, so she suppressed the burning thirst within her and inclined her head in anger. Humph. What are you doing here? Moon Hyunchul rubbed his chin in a thoughtful manner. Right. Oh, what am I doing here? Then with a look of dawning realization, he smiled apologetically. Ah, sorry, wrong room, I'll be right back. With that, he was about to turn around and leave. Xianing Shui was startled and hurriedly hugged his waist to prevent him from leaving. No going. Then he dragged him hard onto the bed and pinned him down, gritting his teeth. Oh, what kind of place do you think this is? Where you can come and go as you please? Since you sent yourself to the door, then of course I'm going to enjoy it. Moon Hyunchul let out a soft laugh, his fingers gently sweeping across the seam of her lips. Yeah, well, it's up to you, to eat it or not. Before the words left his mouth, he lifted the quilt and covered the two in it. Chapter 90. Summer of Hearts. Dang it. Early morning. Xianing Shui leaned against Xianja's chest and slept soundly. Suddenly, the cell phone by his pillow rang with a message tone. Xianing Shui was woken up, her brows slightly furrowed as she impatiently reached for her cell phone. It was a message from director Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang, a screenwriter by trade. Representative works The Temptation of Returning to the Village, The Autumn of K-pop, The Dumb Bridegroom and so on. She was once known as the Queen of the 8 o'clock bitterness. He has now moved on to directing variety shows. The representative works Let's Get Divorced and Hello, Lover, etc. have achieved great repercussions and discussions. And recently, she has been preparing for a new variety show. Yuan Qing, Director MS. Xianing Shui, do you have time to discuss the collaboration in detail today? The corner of Xianing Shui's mouth raised in an arc, then gently shook Xianja's arm. Honey, tell you something. Moon Hyunchul half opened his eyes and responded in a daze. Well, what's up? Do you remember what I said before about letting you make a natural appearance in front of the crowd and then announcing our relationship as a matter of course? 3 days later, the official account of the relationship variety show Summer of the Heart released a tweet. Heartwarming Summer, a large-scale real-life live romance variety show created by renowned director Yuan Chang. Countdown to the start of Summer of Hearts, 5 days. Special guests, Tang Lei, Shen Yao, Sui Yun, Xianing Shui, and 4 vegetarian guests. What kind of sparks will collide between the 8 youthful and beautiful young men and women? We won't see you this summer. Twitter instantly blew up when the news was sent out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Goddess, how can you participate in a relationship variety show? How can you make love to those smelly men? No, I can't accept it. No way. The unearthly Qianing Shui will actually participate in a romance series? Am I crazy or is Qianing Shui crazy? This can't be a rename, right? No, the goddess just tweeted. It's really her. What? Well, is it too late for me to sign up? Oh my god. Our Yo-Yo has only been on the show for 3 months and she's on director Yuan's show? I'm so flattered. I hope you'll pay more attention to our Yao Yao. Treasure girl, you deserve it. Light and Shadow Media. Top floor office. Xianing Shui had just finished receiving Zhao Qian's heartbreaking rant when she received another call from Chen Jun. As soon as the call was answered, Qi Juan's angry rebuke came through. Xianing Shui, you're crazy. How can you go to a relationship variety show? You're a national goddess, selling a single persona. Participating in this kind of program? It's inevitable that you'll have to have intimate contact with the opposite sex. How do you want your fans to look at you? Xianing Shui casually leaned back in her office chair and rolled her eyes breathlessly, then sniffled and started to cry. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't want to participate either, but I suddenly realized that I seem to have overstayed my welcome lately, and the endorsements and business collaborations I've received have significantly decreased. I'm really anxious, scared, and self-condemning, and I don't want to drag the family down, and I don't want to let you down. That's why I have this plan. I just want to hype up more heat and bring more business opportunities to the Chien Group. At that, there was definite silence on the other end of the line. The corner of Qianing Shui's mouth hooked into a cold smile as she continued to drawl. I'm sorry, Dad. If you feel that my participation in the romance series is detrimental to the family's face, I'll contact the program and withdraw from the show. Wait. Qi Jun immediately interrupted her and coughed lightly. Ahem. I'm sorry, Ing Shui. It's me who misunderstood you. This doesn't harm the family image at all. On the contrary, I've actually always felt that your national goddess persona is too high and cold, and the distance between you and your fans and the general public is a bit estranged. And if people know that you're actually a commoner who's thirsty for a relationship, it would definitely break down the barriers between you and make you more approachable. Qianing Shui broke into a smile. Confirmed. Really? Really? Qian Jun comforted. Of course it's true, but Dad still wants to remind you, everything is a play. For the sake of the program's effect, don't be attracted to those guests. Qianing Shui hurriedly nodded her head. Don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Qi Jun gave a few more careful instructions before hanging up. After Qianing Shui put down her cell phone, Moon Hyun Chul, who was beside her, couldn't help but applaud. The acting part? It's true that you're the senior. Qianing Shui hummed proudly. That's right. Then looked at him and smiled slightly. So, are you ready to show the world your acting skills in 5 days? Opening day of Summer of Hearts. Guests arrived at the shooting site one after another, and the heat of the live broadcast quickly soared, and finally managed to rank at the top of the list of a bunch of programs. SSHHHHHH. All handsome men and women, which is very kind to my eyes. The program is worthy of enjoying the temple. Yuki, don't you dare look at my wife. I'm coming. Goddess. Oh no. It's from the left ventricle. Fresh arterial blood is pressed out of the left ventricle through the body arteries, passing through all the tissues of the body and all parts of the tissues to complete the oxygen and carbon dioxide. Absorption of oxygen and expulsion of carbon dioxide. Venous blood becomes arterial blood, then flows back to the left atrium via the pulmonary vein sensation. Oh my god. Is this a vegetarian? He's so handsome. I'm gonna go straight to my husband. When he saw the last appearance of Wen Xianjia, Xiao Qiqing's pupils in front of the screen quaked and he lost his voice and screamed. Ah, how is he? Xiao Qiqing submitted countless applications to the program team of Summer of the Heart, and the team just said that he should go back and wait patiently for news. And then there was no more news. Damn. How did this guy sign up for success? Xiao Qiqing held the computer monitor with a deadly grip, itching to drill into the screen and drag Wen Xianjia out, replacing him on his own. By what? And at the same time, Fan Xingjie, who was watching the live broadcast while jerking off the skewers, was equally surprised to the point that he was almost poked through his throat with a bamboo stick. Grass. Dude, why are you even chasing the show? At the same time, a terrible suspicion rose in his mind. He's not really going to succeed in chasing love, is he? Once the guests had arrived, the program announced the rules of the show. In the first episode, 4 men, 4 women and 8 guests will spend 3 days and 2 nights together in a villa provided by the program. Fully live streamed, divided into 8 individual booths and 1 main booth. During this time, guests are not allowed to use their own cell phones or leave the villa at will. You also need to actively complete the tasks given by the program to earn heart value. The guest with the highest heartbeat of the night will be given the privilege of first choice of supplies or partner. The 8 guests sat around the living room coffee table as the program began its first segment, Introduce Yourself. Chapter 91. How did the goddess smile at him? Guests introduced themselves to the session. A good-looking teenager was the first to get up, bowed to the crowd present, and said earnestly, Hello guests, I'm a solo trainee with 2 years of practice hours. Sui Yun, I like to sing, dance, rap and skateboard. After saying that, he also did not forget to have an impromptu rap and dance on the spot. Oh, baby. Once the dance was over, he panted in earnest. It's great to meet everyone here and I hope we can have a great time together. Then his eyes swept over the female guests in the audience with a shy smile. Hopefully, also, I can find which one of her that makes my heart sing here. The pop-ups exploded at this statement. Mommy doesn't allow you to fall in love. Damn agency. My treasure is in the rising stage of his career. Why did they let him come to the romance variety show? But he seems to be treating this like a talent show. Suck it up, suck it up. The pervert in front of you. Get out of here. The second one who introduced herself was a girl who just looked like a harmless little white flower image. Great. Everyone, my name is Xing Yao. I'm a newcomer actor. I usually like reading books, photography, traveling. I'm very happy to be here on this program, said the man with a clean rendition of Love Offering. I spent my whole life to provide you with. It's a shame that it didn't go up on the high notes. Xing Yao blushed and added shyly. Yeah, sorry. I'm not particularly skilled at this song. I'm making you all laugh. Yo yo, the idiot beauty is so cute. No, this is a romance variety show, not a talent show. No need for a talent show. Do celebrities still have time to read and travel? This is so fake. Oh, the little black guy in front of you can't hide this secretly? My Yao Yao is a recognized talent. Isn't it normal that she likes to read books? The third person to introduce herself was a girl with a pillboxed head, who smiled and waved at the camera. Hello everyone, my name is Nicole. I'm a game anchor. I hope to find a date. It doesn't matter if you can't find a date. It's nice to find a game partner. I didn't prepare any talent. I'm really sorry. When I have the chance to open a live broadcast, I'll definitely make up for it. And I'll perform a stunt for all of you guys, no matter what I say. As soon as these words came out, countless strange pop-ups quickly floated by. An arrow through the clouds. 1,000 armies come to meet. Don't hide in the live room. Come out and show your face. Coming. Woohoo. Live on air directions to @Nicole Demon Meow. Double click to follow Anchor Meow. Double click to follow the Anchor Meow. Double click on the Anchor's Meow. Say it 3 times. Good guy. Bright and open diversion. This is not directly blocked her live room. At housekeeping, the fourth person to introduce himself was a rich son of a wealthy family dressed in designer labels. He spat out 2 words in an expressionless, light tone. Thanks for the gift. And then there was nothing more. Thanks for the generous gift. Xiali, the youngest son of the president of Xies Group, the future heir. How can such a billionaire son participate in a romance series? Wait, did he just sneak a glance at my Yao Yao when he introduced himself? Aha, the sisters in front of me, I noticed that too. The way he looked at her. Definitely not innocent. Gosh, there's definitely a story between these two. Family members. I'll kowtow to CP Rayao first. Next up is the 5th guest who introduces himself. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Qingyu. I'm a kindergarten teacher. Luo Qingyu exuded a mature big sister's charm all over her body as she flicked a stroke of her hair behind her ear and smiled gently at the crowd. The crowd's eyes couldn't help but be drawn to her broad chest. Good man, this site must have AD. So what a berry, so what a berry, so what a berry, so what a berry. Teacher, are you still accepting kindergartners who can eat and go to the bathroom on their own at 300 months? Feeling a cold and piercing sight shooting at him, Moon Hyunchul's heart tightened and he hurriedly averted his gaze. Luo Qingyu looked a little hesitant. I don't have any performance planned, so I'll just sing a song for you. Then she sang a lullaby. Sleep, sleep, sleep. My sweet baby. How the show's drawing style is getting stranger and stranger. She just called me baby. She's got me in her heart. Teacher, I can't hear you well. Can you come to my bedside and sing? Upstairs, the abacus beads are popping out of my face. Curious about the next performance. The 6th guest, lazily straightening up, raised his eyebrows and smiled wickedly. Tang Lei, an actor. For the talent show. I'd like to save the presentation for later when we're cooking. Oh my god, it's too happy to be able to eat ladies cooking. That's when I noticed that the crew actually invited all the movie stars and actresses over. Tang Lei, how to get more and more oil. Just he laughed at me a week. Frying vegetables do not need to put oil. He was clearly not this way. What oil? That is the sign of a mature man. Okay. Black fans, get out of the studio. 7th guest, Moon Hyunchul. Hello everyone, my name is Moon Hyunchul, an ordinary company employee. I'll show you all how to split a walnut with my bare hands, said, picking up a walnut from the nut tray and placing it firmly on the coffee table. Then take a deep breath and quickly wave your hand down. However, the hand blade stopped about 0.5 centimeters above the walnut and did not continue downward. Shelley couldn't help but scoff. Oh, why don't you continue? Moon Hyunchul let out a light laugh. It's already split, he said, slowly removing his hand. As the crowd was puzzled, suddenly, the walnut on the coffee table quickly cracked into 2 halves. The crowd present stared in amazement and disbelief. How can that be? He didn't even touch the walnut. Oh this is Qigong. There are so many hidden tigers and dragons in this little romance series. Kid, you said you're an ordinary company employee? Oh, it's just a program effect. Where in the world is Qigong? It's a special trick to fool you fools. Wait a minute, how did the goddess smile at him? Chapter 92. Dare to touch the goddess's hand. Do not want to live is not it. 8th guest, Qianing Shui. Qianing Shui introduced herself to the crowd. Hello everyone, I'm Qianing Shui. I'm an actress and the talent I'd like to perform is. With that, she reached over and picked up a brand new deck of poker on the coffee table and smiled mysteriously. Magic. The crowd looked a little surprised. The goddess can also do magic? What other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Goddess, how even you were brought in. This is a love roundup, not a day show. While skillfully shuffling the cards, Qianing Shui briefly explained what she was going to perform. In a moment, please take a random card from my shuffled deck, making sure no one else sees it, and then, I'll say what card you've drawn. After Qianing Shui shuffled the cards, the rest of them drew a card in turn. However, Moon Hyunchul accidentally touches her finger while drawing a card. As if electrocuted, Moon Hyunchul quickly withdrew his hand, shyness and embarrassment written all over his face. This small scene was clearly captured by the camera, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Grass, dare to touch the hand of the goddess. Do not want to live, is not it? No. Shu's jade hands. It's also for mere mortals like you to get your hands on. On purpose or by accident? On purpose, obviously on purpose. How dare he take advantage of the opportunity to mooch off our goddess, and pretend to be innocent. This kid is too deep in his heart. Vomit. Oh, what a stupidity. This kind of obvious salty behavior. Our goddess would not be able to feel it? He thinks he's taking advantage by playing with his heart, but in fact our goddess has already given him a negative score in her heart. Shua, heartthrob. Real downer. The little episode just now. Besides the audience in the live broadcast room who clearly saw it, Sui Yoon, a solo trainee with 2 years of practice time, also keenly captured it. The corners of his mouth quirked up in a tiny, almost imperceptible curve. Oh, it's so stupid. How could this kind of barefaced harassment leave a good impression on Qianing Shui and the audience? Great, now I have one less competitor. Mohahahahahaha. However, Qianing Shui acted as if nothing had happened and smiled gently at the crowd. Now, I'm going to say what cards you're holding. Oh, God, Shui is too kind, isn't she, to take this seriously? I would have slapped him on the face long ago. Obviously, the goddess has a big heart and wants to give him a chance to change his ways. Again? Chop off his hand. One by one. Qianing Shui accurately stated what cards were in the hands of the crowd. Shen Yao, Ace of Diamonds. Sui Yun, Joker. Only then did Sui Yun look at the card in his hand. And sure enough, it was a Joker card. The guests and the pop-ups on the air were shocked. Alright, how the hell did that happen? This kind of magic see a lot. I just want to say that understand. Do not understand, I do not explain too much. After all, they know well. Fine, taste it. You do not come to ask me how. The interests involved are too great. Said you and I have no benefit. When I do not know on the line, the rest I can only say that the water is very deep, involving a lot of things. Details of your own is very difficult to find. Most of the internet has been deleted clean. So I can only say that understand. After everyone's introductions, the first segment appears. Guests worked in groups to complete the following tasks. 1. Lunch today. 2. Water all the plants in the villa. 3. Go out and purchase ingredients for the next 3 days through the money given by the program. Tang Lei smiled evilly and naturally walked into the kitchen. I don't have any specialties, but I know a little bit about cooking, so don't worry about leaving things like cooking to me. Shen Yao hesitated for a moment and volunteered to help. Lei, let me help you. Sui Yun also raised his hand to join. Movie director Tang, I'm here to help. Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction. Good, then you two will come and give me a hand. So the cooking group confirmed it. Game Master Nicole excitedly chose to go out and buy the ingredients. I'm going on a big shopping spree. What do you all want to eat? I'll make a note of it. Shelley, the rich son of a rich family, also chose this task because he had to go buy what he wanted to eat by himself. The remaining 3, Wen Xianjia, Qianing Shui, and kindergarten teacher Luo Qingyu stayed behind to water all the plants in the villa. Tasks are assigned and the mission begins. First is the watering group. The 3 of them briefly discussed the distribution of the area, and then they quickly began to move. The back garden of the villa. Qianing Shui was holding a long hose and was fully focused on watering the bushes in the yard. Droplets of water slid slowly down the green leaves, glistening and crystallizing in the sunlight. At that moment, Moon Hyunchul slowly approached, with a few hesitations and apprehensions in his pace. His eyes glanced at Qianing Shui from time to time, as if he was struggling inwardly on how to open his mouth and apologize for his previous inadvertent salty hands on her. Grass. Sneaky, what are you trying to do to our Shui? Shui run. The pervert is coming that, ms. Qianing Shui. Moon Hyunchul finally gathered the courage to speak. Qianing Shui was immersed in the pleasure of watering, when she suddenly heard someone calling out, she subconsciously turned around, and the water hose in her hand made a beautiful arc. As a result, this stream of clear water was unbiasedly sprinkled right on top of the defenseless Moon Hyun-chul, instantly drenching him from head to toe. Seeing this, Qianing Shui's eyes snapped open, and then blinked rapidly, saying with an innocent and apologetic face, "Oops, I'm so sorry, I totally missed you there. Are you okay? Hahaha, Shua just did it on purpose, right? Who told you to take advantage of the situation? You deserve it. Woohoo! Well done." Moon Hyun-chul was a bit of a mess and barely managed to squeeze out a smile, saying, "No, it's fine. I'm going to go change my clothes." With that, he quickly turned around and practically fled to the nearest bathroom. After the door closed softly, he stripped off those wet clothes that clung to his body, revealing a toned and tight body. Beads of water slid down his broad shoulders, outlining the smoothness and strength of his muscular lines. The clearly visible abdominal muscles between the waist and stomach add a bit of seductive charm. The live feed instantly boiled over. Asterisk. Is this something I can watch for free? I admit I was a little loud earlier. I'm straight up hi hubby. Come and touch my hand. Feel free. Ahem. The rest of it's okay too. Touching me. The front of Jime's inverted. No, this dude is not treating the big guys like outsiders either. He probably doesn't realize there are cameras here too, right? Wait. He's starting to take off his pants. Just then, the live feed was cut off. The screen was plunged into darkness. No way. You really took it off? Ahem. I think our earlier guesses were a bit too shady. What a simple boy who doesn't even know that he's almost being looked at by the whole internet. He might have just accidentally touched Shue's hand? I don't care. Anyway, he touched the goddess's hand. He just deserves to die. Ah! Kill. I'm going to cut him off. Slice him up. Chop him up. Something's wrong. He must have intentionally gotten wet by Qianing Shui. Then intentionally came here to undress and then intentionally show off his body. Grass. It's all a setup. I've never seen such a scheming man. Chapter 93, These scrambled eggs with tomatoes are amazing. Meanwhile, the kitchen. Tang Lei was showing Xinyao and Sui Yun how to make a colorful and flavorful tomato scrambled egg. First we heat up the pan. Then add the white oil to slide the pan. Pour out the white oil. Add the right amount of base oil. And then lay the pre-prepared egg mixture. Xinyao and Sui Yun listened with full attention. And even took out the cell phone issued by the program team, opened the memo, and took notes. Gosh, Ariane loves learning too much. With this serious attitude, you'll succeed in anything you do. Yo-Yo even annotated on the side. My goodness, what kind of hardworking serious treasure girl is this? Love it. No, I don't. You need to take notes on scrambled eggs with tomatoes. 2. Don't you have hands? Oh, the pop-ups are coming back to point the finger. You're good. You're on. After the eggs were scrambled, Tang Lei suddenly smiled evilly and picked up 2 tomatoes with one hand. Then he simply crushed the tomato with his bare hands. Reddish tomato juice dripped down his fingers. The tomato flesh dry from the loss of juice. Ah, what is he doing? If you don't know what you're talking about, am I clicking into a live Indian snack bar? Xinyao and Sui Yun's eyes widened in unison with a shocked expression. Tang Lei smiled frankly and explained. The rusty smell of the chopper is too heavy to be used for cutting ingredients, and it will destroy the original freshness of the ingredients, thus affecting the taste of the whole dish. Xinyao and Sui Yun listened in awe, but still didn't forget to quickly make notes on the memo. Tang Lei continued. That's why I use a manual method of handling the ingredients, which not only preserves the original freshness and sweetness of the tomatoes, but also ensures that the whole dish tastes like pure nature. Xinyao and Sui Yun immediately revealed expressions of dawning realization before applauding enthusiastically. So it's like this. Really learned to a lot of tips it. Thank you, Mr. Tang Lei. These two have been fooled and crippled. The taste of ing nature. Why don't you just stick the eggs and tomatoes in your mouth and chew them? It's more natural. It's the original flavor. The tomato scrambled eggs were finally about to close the pot, but Tang Lei frowned. I always feel that the color of this dish is not vibrant enough to whet the appetite. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. Then a wicked, ah no, evil smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. He turned and picked up a bottle of Old Spice. Wait, what are you doing? No. Tang Lei scooped a spoonful of Lao Gan Ma into the pot, then thoughtfully explained to Xinyao and Sui Yun, whose jaws dropped in shock. I'm sure you're tired of the traditional scrambled eggs with tomatoes, so I've come to improve the flavor so you can experience a different feast for your taste buds. Xinyao and Sui Yun returned to their senses and nodded their heads vigorously in gratitude. Mr. Tang Lei is really thoughtful. Maybe he felt that the scrambled eggs with a spoonful of sriracha still looked a bit lackluster. So Tang Lei directly poured the remaining half bottle of sriracha into it. The pop-ups completely blew up. Aha! When will the subdimensional wall break through? I'm going to drill into the screen to put Tang Lei Nai group special. Group assassination of Tang Lei. 1/9999. I'm here to help you. And me. I'm the king of Landling's thief. 3/9999. Meanwhile, Nicole and Shelley were making a big purchase at the supermarket. The program offered only $200 for the purchase. And Shelley's brow furrowed so much that he could have caught a fly. $200? He also wanted to buy some of his usual favorite snacks. And $200 couldn't even buy a bar of chocolate. Seeing that this brother had an aura of being uninviting, Nicole cautiously made a suggestion. So, what? $100 for each of us? Shelley thought for a moment and agreed. So the two men each took $100 and split up. Nicole pushed her shopping cart straight to the food market area while Shelley headed for the snack section. Forget it. Buy some civilian snacks to get by for a couple days. The purchasing was over and Nicole had bought a shopping cart full of promotional vegetables and fruits and meats. And for the thank you gift, buy a shopping cart full of Weilong chili bars. Ah, not, buddy? Facing Nicole's look of shock, Shelley coughed lightly and explained. Ahem. Seeing as there are quite a lot of people buying it, it should taste good, so feel free to buy some and try it. You call this a buy? If I had $100 when I was a kid, I'd want to do the same thing. Rich people eat chili fries, and I eat chili fries, so I equals rich people. Genius. You've mastered equivalent substitution. It's lunchtime. All three groups of guests have completed their respective group assignments and are now gathered around the table, ready to eat. Tang Lei grinned as he brought out the last dish. Here comes the chicken soup. Then immediately he sat down on the main seat and urged the crowd on. What are you waiting for? Move your chopsticks. Saying that, the expectant line of sight fell on Sui Yun's face. Sui Yun couldn't help but tremble for a moment before immediately picking up his chopsticks. Taking a piece of sriracha tomato scrambled eggs. I don't know if it's chicken or egg or tomato or whatever the hell it is. I hesitantly put it in my mouth. Sui Yun instantly had a jolt and his body stiffened. Shin Yao and Nicole, who were sitting beside him, were sweating in their hearts. Sui Yun chewed carefully, savored it, and then swallowed it. Finally closing his eyes, tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. He tilted his head back and took a deep breath, then opened his teary eyes and gave a thumbs up as the crowd looked on in concern. A sigh from the soul followed. It's so good. These tomato scrambled eggs are fantastic, he said, taking several more bites in quick succession, crying as he ate. Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction before urging the crowd once again. Don't be polite, all of you. Feel free to eat. Yun, you've been kidnapped, just blink. It's too much of a fight. Is this the gold of practicing for 2 years? Who says these traffic stars don't have acting skills? This acting is fantastic. Chapter 94. The goddess is not allowed to eat the noodles he laid down. Faced with a table of sumptuous dishes, Xia Li raised his chopsticks and put them down again. The final choice was to go back to my room and eat chili. Shan Ningxue suddenly remembered that there was still an area in the back garden that hadn't been watered, and guiltily couldn't eat. So he hurriedly got up and went to the back garden. When Xianjia and Luo Qingyu followed close behind. So only Tang Lei, Sui Yun, Shin Yao and Nicole were left at the entire table. Although Sui Yun was still frantically eating, Tang Lei's face still looked worse with the naked eye. Why are you so unmotivated about eating? Young people nowadays really don't care about their bodies at all. Nicole inwardly sputtered madly. That's why I don't eat your food. Look at the dude next to you. He's rolling his eyes. No, I have to find a reason to leave soon too. Just as Nicole started to think of what excuse to use to leave, Xinyao also picked up her chopsticks and took a big bite out of the food. Putting it in his mouth, his eyes lit up with surprise. OMG. This eggplant stir-fry with beans is too good to be true. Then turned to Nicole. You try it too. Look at her eating with a happy face and her eyes shining. It's not like she's acting. Nicole hesitated. Tang Lei said to her with a smile as well. Going out to buy food for half a day. Hard work, right? Come and hurry to taste Lei's handiwork. In the meantime, he had even put a green beanstalk in her bowl. Nicole's brain buzzed. Then with a sharp swallow, he picked up the beanstalk and carefully placed it in his mouth. For a split second, Nicole had a vision of the destruction of the planet. Countless beanstalkers attacked Earth in eggplant warships, and poor Nicole was blown up and dying. Just then, Nicole's Tai appeared. She smiled kindly at Nicole. Son, believe in yourself. There's nothing you can't do. Nicole swallowed the crunchy bean curd that she had been chewing in her mouth for 800 seconds with a thud and then left tears of emotion. Indeed, delicious. Tang Lei laughed. Eat more if it's good. Then she was given a number of dishes. Nicole thanked her as she cried. So the table ate its lunch in a happy manner. Director, can this be considered a workplace injury? This bean curd is still green and hard. Obviously not cooked. Don't eat it, or you'll get food poisoning. No way. Xinyao just took a bite and then kept urging others to eat. What a horrible woman. Ghost, ghost, ghost. No wonder she won the Best Newcomer award 3 months after her debut. True to her name. That's acting. Oh my god. Don't be so malicious with the pop-ups, okay? The guests have said it's delicious. And you're still making wild guesses. It's so disrespectful. That's good. You'll be rewarded for eating Tanglei's cooking for 3 meals a day. Do you know that you're giving the omnivores a hard-on? After the 4 of them finished their lunch, Xian Shui also finished watering and returned to the villa. Suddenly, her stomach growled. Xian Shui reddened a bit in embarrassment. Moon Hyunchul, who was following her, said in a hurry, "Let me cook some noodles. What flavor would you like? You don't have anything to offer. You're either a traitor or a thief. Goddess don't eat what he gives you. This kid is bad. Damn it. Yuki, if you're hungry, you should just settle for some of Shelly's chili fries first." Facing Wen Xianzhe's inquiry, Xian Shui looked a bit surprised. Moon Hyunchul couldn't wait to make the decision for her. "I heard that you don't like spicy food, so let's have egg noodles and clear soup. You sit down for a while, it'll be ready soon." Then without saying a word, he walked into the kitchen. "Who gave you permission to make a fool of yourself?" But, he actually knows that Yuki doesn't like spicy food, eh? Wait, I seem to understand. From his deliberate touching of his hand in the beginning, to his following the goddess when she was watering, and now he's so eager to show himself. His purpose is already obvious. He's interested in the goddess. His heart is punishable. After that, Yuki actually did obediently sit down at the table to wait for him. Don't. Goddess don't eat the noodles, he laid down. I say, you guys excited? This is a love synthesis. Love synthesis is not used to find a partner to fall in love? No can do. The goddess can't fall in love with him. Moon Hyunchul carefully brought out a bowl of steaming, colorful, and fragrant egg noodles and clear soup from the kitchen. An irresistible aroma drifted out leisurely, instantly filling the entire room and arousing one's deepest appetites. It's been a long time. Moon Hyunchul placed the egg noodles in front of Xian Shui. He then thoughtfully picked up his chopsticks and gently blew away the hot air curling up from the noodles. Careful. It's hot. Delicate noodles sway gently in the crystal clear broth. A golden fried egg is set on top, and a few slices of bright green scallions are dotted in between. Xian Shui looked at the noodles in front of her, her eyes flickering with emotion and surprise. She looked up at Moon Hyunchul and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Moon Hyunchul shook his head, a shy and satisfied blush appearing on his face. "I'm not hungry yet, so you go ahead and eat. I can always cook another bowl for you if you like." "You're welcome." When Xian Shui heard this, the corner of her mouth hooked into a gentle smile as she said softly, "Thank you." She then gracefully gently lifted a strand of hair that fell by her cheek behind her ear. Picking up his chopsticks, he began to savor the egg noodles and clear soup in front of him. For his part, Moon Hyunchul sat quietly across from her, his hands folded on the table. From time to time, his evasive gaze landed on Xian Shui's face, and that shy blush became more and more obvious on his cheeks. The entire live broadcast room was thrown into a frenzy as the pop-ups tumbled out of the sky. Is there a filter on the live feed? Where did these pink bubbles come from? No eating allowed. Yuki finished eating. What? She drank the soup too. She says she wants another bowl. Not finished. Family, what if I suddenly feel like this pair is a little too good to be true? Don't kowtow. You'll only get hurt if you do everything. I don't care. I'll kowtow first. 4 p.m. The 8 guests are gathered once again. The program team came up with the first, heartwarming task, based on today's time together. I'm sure you have a preliminary understanding of everyone here. So, choose the one you are most excited about. Each vote represents a point of heart value. The guest who receives the most heartwarming values will be given first choice of a room to stay in the villa. After much consideration and hesitation, the guests ended up making heartfelt choices. The time has come to announce the results. Chapter 95, You're thinking, Shibuya, aren't you? The results of the poll were announced. 1,000 Reflections of Snow, 3 votes. Moon Hyunchul, 2 votes. Tang Lei, 2 votes. Xin Yao, 1 vote. Sui Yun, 0 votes. Nicole, 0 votes. Luo Qingyu, 0 votes. Gift of Thanks, 0 votes. After the results were announced, guests had a variety of expressions on their faces. There was surprise, shock, embarrassment, and indifference. On the day, Yuki, actually got 3 votes. We're the champions. No, why does that heartthrob have 2 votes? 2 votes. Who voted for him? It's over. The goddess must have voted for him. Goddess confused. How so stupid, white sweet? A bowl of noodles to fool you. Don't worry, goddess has her own way. This vote is just a favor to repay him for that bowl of noodles. So that's how it is. I knew it. How could a goddess who doesn't get close to men be attracted to a kid like this? Our little angel Yet Yun didn't get a single vote? Oh, these women really don't have any vision at all. It's almost enough. The rich boy's thank you gift is not the same. There is no vote. Why don't you publish the voting details? There are definitely shady practices. The program did not release details of the vote. The real vote went something like this. Except for Tang Lei, all the other male guests voted for Qianing Shui. Tang Lei had wanted to vote for her as well, but when he thought of her deliberately finding excuses not to eat his meal and leading the way, he was furious. So he voted for Shen Yao, who had been seriously giving him a hand and praising his cooking. So Shen Yao's vote was cast by Tang Lei. As for the 2 votes Tang Lei himself received, one came from Shen Yao and one from Nicole. As a newcomer actor, Shen Yao of course had to find a way to please this movie star. So of course she had to choose him unconditionally. And Nicole, thanks to Tang Lei, she was able to meet her long-past great-grandmother. Nicole was so moved that she voted for him without hesitation. Terry, this is the man who made our grandchildren meet. Go and thank him tonight. When Xianja's 2 votes, one from Qianing Shui and the other from Luo Qingyu. Moon Hyunchul watered the flowers very carefully and Luo Qingyu was touched. LOL, if only kindergartners were this obedient. Qianing Shui, who learned that when Xianja had 2 votes, instantly flashed a sharp light in her eyes. Sight swept unmovingly over the other 3 female guests in the room. Who is coveting my husband? The villa has 3 floors. 3rd floor, 2 bedrooms. 2nd level, 4 bedrooms. 1st floor, 3 bedrooms. Thousand Reflections Snow had the most votes and was the first to choose. She hesitated for a moment and finally chose one of the 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor. When Xianja and Tang Lei had the same number of votes, and Tang Lei said generously in order to show his generosity, "You pick first." Moon Hyunchul didn't get polite with him and smiled. "Then I'm welcome." Then directly chose the next door to Qianing Shui. The pop-ups instantly boiled over. Already not with acting. This kid just didn't act right. He's after the goddess. Yuki, it's not too late to change rooms. This heartthrob might go over the balcony and climb into your bed in the middle of the night. No, goddess, close the window. Don't let him take advantage of the situation. The rest of the group had finished choosing, so the entire layout of the villa was a done deal. 3rd floor, Wen Xianja, Qianing Shui. 2nd floor, Tang Lei, Shen Yao, Sui Yun, Nicole. 1st floor, Luo Qingyu. Empty room, thanks for the gift. Yao Yao and movie Emperor Tang live next to each other, and it's the 2 of them who interact the most during the day. Red Hot Flower X Top Stream Movie Emperor. I'm knocking on the door. Family members. No, the 2 of you on the 1st floor. Why are you separated in the middle? Xiali was the last to be chosen. Deliberately not chosen next to Luo Qingyu. He was cold to all the female guests. It feels like he's not here to fall in love. What the hell is he doing here? Shelly is addicted to eating chili fries and has secretly flaunted several packs. Maybe he's afraid that the smell of the chili fries will spread to the next door, and then people will ask him for chili fries. That's why he's purposely spacing them out. What's the prince of hot chili peppers? What? Didn't he start out as a cool guy? How did he turn into a harmonizer? Returning to her room, Qianing Shui simply washed up, then collapsed off the bed. Damn, I'm so tired after acting all day. I've never been this tired from acting before. My husband is right in front of me but I have to pretend to be a stranger to him. I can't kiss or hug him. I can't even talk more than a few words. I wanted to jump into my husband's arms and kiss him and then take the opportunity to slip my hand into his shirt. Touch him here, there, and there. Feeling his gradually rising body temperature. Experiencing his trembling under her fingertips. Listening to the low, muffled hum that spilled from between his nostrils. Then do something happy. Thinking about it, Qianing Shui's cheeks began to burn slightly. She hastily pulled up the covers and covered her entire body under them. Pop-ups drifted across the live feed. The goddess looks annoyed. It must be because there's a demented man living next door. That's right. If you know what's good for you, move to the empty room on the 1st floor. Goddess, don't be afraid. We've stationed ourselves 24 hours a day at that kid's live broadcast. If he dares to do anything rash, we'll directly fly a helicopter to airdrop the program and then kidnap him to Syria. Meanwhile, Moon Hyunchul was lying on his bed tiredly. Can't help but sigh. So tired. Turns out acting is so physically demanding. Played a whole day of pure love boy. Also faced a day of gentle and kind, delicate and reserved Qianing Shui. When Xianja only feel indescribable twist in the heart. Gee, still love it when she stalks and shamelessly posts up. But what's that on her mouth today? It looks like QQ pops and jelly. Must be nice to kiss it, right? Qianing Shui would definitely give him an exasperated glare. No need to ignore her. Just keep kissing. Anyway, in less than a moment she'd be grunting and softening in his arms, then lifting her arms to hook around his neck and her legs to wrap around his waist. Thinking of this, Moon Hyunchul's face instantly burned. He hurriedly stopped, rolled over, and buried his face in the pillow. Pop-up rant. You blush a bubble teapot. Ah. You must be thinking of something inappropriate. Ah. Don't think. Bold fanatic. The goddess Shwe Shwe is also something you can fantasize about. Get rid of all the yellow waste in your head. Buddha. Don't be so dramatic with the pop-ups, okay? Isn't it normal for innocent boys to blush easily? Don't force your dirty thoughts on others. That's right. How can someone who's embarrassed to touch Yuki's finger accidentally think about shady things? Chapter 96. You lecherous worm will only eat rice expensively if you stay in the world. Early in the morning, the sky was first white, and the mist was pierced by the first rays of sunlight. Qianing Shui slowly opened her eyes amidst the ringing of her cell phone alarm. Then he rose from the warmth of his comforter and walked slowly toward the balcony. The greenery on the balcony swayed gently in the breeze, as if welcoming a new day. Qianing Shui took a deep breath of fresh air, and then stretched her body, stretching her somewhat stiff body from sleeping. A sense of relief from the inside out. Good morning. A gentle and slightly magnetic voice suddenly rang out. Qianing Shui turned her head at the sound of the voice, and her eyes fell on the balcony of the next room, only to see that Moon Hyun Chul was standing there, the sunlight outlining his well-defined face, a warm and slightly coy smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he was waving hello to her. Qianing Shui smiled and nodded, her voice soft. Good morning. Their gazes met in the air, and a faint blush spread across Moon Hyun Chul's cheeks. He looked a little shy, but gathered his courage and continued to ask softly, how did you sleep last night? A flash of shyness flashed across Qianing Shui's eyes, which was then replaced by a smile as she gently bit her lip and replied, pretty good. So, the two of them just started having an awkward conversation across the balcony. The pop-ups in the live room all red warmed up. No chatting. Heartthrob. He got up early in the morning and started squatting on our Shwe Shwe, didn't he? This kid must have had a wet dream last night. As soon as he woke up in the morning, he ran to the bathroom with his crotch covered. What? He actually dares to taint our Shwe Shwe in his dreams. Daring madman. Colorful daredevil. Kill. You'd better die for your sins. You'll only make the rice expensive if you stay in the world. You. The simple and kind goddess hadn't realized what nasty things the men she was talking to had all done to her in her dreams last night. Abominable. And all I can do is watch helplessly as this happens. I can't protect the goddess. I can't do anything. Why are the pop-ups starting to brainstorm again? Is there a possibility that he simply had to pee? Moon Hyun Chul came downstairs with Qianing Shui, and the rest of the group was already sitting at the table. However, with the exception of Luo Qingyu, the state of the crowd seemed to be a bit off. Haggard face, thick dark circles under the eyes, half-open eyelids, blank empty eyes. Sui Yun suddenly frowned, covered his stomach, and tremblingly ran to the nearest bathroom. Nicole, who noticed Qianing Shui and Wen Xianjia, struggled to pull out a smile from the corners of her dry and bloodless mouth. A breathless wave greeted the two. Up and about. Ha, come and have breakfast. The two men sucked in their breath in unison. One night gone. How everyone was sucked dry by the white bone spirit like what the hell is going on? I thought I was on the wrong live feed and had come to a zombie performance show. What's the big deal? I'm like this at 8 a.m. Morning 8? That's right. I've got a ing 8 a.m. to do. Don't want to get up. What's this? A comforter. Lie down. Can't get up. What's this? The comforter. Lay down. Can't get up. Rewind the clock to 9 o'clock last night. The guests on the second floor, collectively, had diarrhea. Sui Yun and Nicole, who ate the most food, pulled the most weight. The wails of despair, and the pumping of the toilet just didn't stop. Put. Sky Woman scatters flowers. Stuck. Well. Legs are numb. Wah 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 dash. Flush toilet sound. Phew, a momentary sigh of relief. Here we go again. Shenyao's diarrhea was not as severe as the two men's, but she still made several trips to the restroom, and in the end, she was barely able to fall asleep. Only Tang Lei, like a nobody, pulled out a copy of Actor's Self-Cultivation and read it with great interest. Obviously he had eaten a lot of food too. How could he be fine? The pop-ups have speculated that he should have taken the antitoxicity already. Tang Lei? Movie star? Desperate poisoner? Since the entire floor was filled with wailing and the sound of a flushing toilet, Tang Lei didn't sleep well either, so he woke up in the morning shriveled up. As for Xia Li and Luo Qingyu on the first floor, Luo Qingyu had finished washing up and was about to go to bed, when she suddenly heard a terrified cry from the next door. Luo Qingyu hurriedly opened the door to her room and went straight to Xia Li's room. What? Luo Qingyu asked with concern. Shelley was seen huddled in the corner, pointing to a large cockroach on the window, her voice quivering. Cockroaches. It's amazing that there are cockroaches in such a clean villa. They must have been attracted by the chili fries. I let you hide in your room alone and eat the chili fries. Now it's time to go. Damn Kong is so pervasive. What little strong. This is clearly big strong. Ah, so big. So scary. One more look and it'll explode. No, such a big man is afraid of cockroaches? Let me tongue kiss Venom. Yes, let me sleep with a tentacle monster. Yes, let me fall in love with Sadako. Yes, let me share a room with Brother Chang. Da-iya. Look out. The XP in front is extra human. Well, how come the cockroach lady doesn't count as an extra human? Hey. Cockroach lady. Cute cockroach lady. Soki. Luo Qingyu took off one of her slippers and held it in her hand as she gingerly walked towards the cockroach. As soon as the slipper swung up, however, the cockroach quickly ran away. Ran to Shelly. Shelly howled in horror. Ah, don't you come over here. Then he leapt up and hid behind Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu learned the lesson from earlier and stopped using melee combat and turned on long-range attacks. She held her breath, and quickly flung her slippers out of. Successfully hit the cockroach trying to escape. Oh yeah, good. I hit it. What's wrong with you, asshole? Gosh, Sister Qingyu is too secure too. Luo Qingyu finished disposing of the cockroach's corpse, then smiled gently at Xieli and softly comforted him. Well, it's all right already. Oh, it's getting late. Hurry up and go to bed. You have a mission tomorrow. Good night. At this moment, the soft light shone on Luo Qingyu's body, as if it had coated her with a layer of divine light. Her smile was so warm and her voice so sweet, like an angel descending to earth. Shelley's heart lurched as if something had struck it. He averted his eyes in a panic, red-faced, and stammered. Oh, thanks. Go to sleep. After Luo Qingyu left, Xiali lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Stayed up all night. Upright arrow. It's over. The spicy prince has fallen. Despite the fact that a large portion of the guests were half dead, the crew gave the usual task of the day, the Team of 2, amusement park date. Chapter 97, Can you go on a date with me? On the second day of filming for the show, the guests were required to team up with a man and a woman and head to an amusement park for a date. No way. We just met on the first day and we're dating on the second day? That's too fast. The first day you meet. The second day you date. The third day you confirm your relationship. The fourth day you get a license. The fifth day you get married. The sixth day you honeymoon. And the seventh day you have a baby. That's why God created the week as 7 days. I'm a botanist. And this is a beat. Great. It's a botanist. We're saved. Doesn't anyone care about grouping? A goddess going out with a man? I dare not look. The rules for teaming up are: the male guests need to complete a small competition. Depending on the ranking of the competition, you choose in order who you want to date. The contest is shooting. The crew transformed the villa's back garden into a small shooting range, and the male guests decided the order of the matches by drawing lots. Warming up at the moment. One of Don's favorite sports is shooting, and this competition is simply tailor-made for him. Sharpshooter. Mr. Tang, in position. The order of the match was Tang Lei, Sui Yun, Xiali, Wen Xianjia. Tang Lei confidently picked up the air pistol for shooting, assumed a standard stance, and aimed at the target in front of him. He was about to fire when the target began to move rapidly and irregularly. The people present were a bit surprised. What? A live target? The difficulty level has gone up several notches. The crew is going to play. Tang Lei carefully and nervously aimed. And just then, Shen Yao, who was watching the battle from the side, encouraged him. Go for it, Mr. Tang Lei. Tang Lei looked at her with some surprise. Shen Yao pursed her lips and smiled very shyly. Tang Lei smiled crookedly and quickly shot out a bullet. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 rounds, Tang Lei's final score was 1 for 10 rings, 3 for 7 rings, 5 for 6 rings, 1 for 2 rings. Tang Lei smiled and shook his head. Ugh, not a particularly good hand today. Sorry to hear that. The pop-ups boiled over. Oh my gosh, there's actually one that's a 10 ring. That's awesome. This time Lei Di is guaranteed to be number 1. He will definitely choose our Yao Yao. With this target moving so fast and this kind of score, it's not too much to say that you're a marksman, is it? How can you say that? I'd say it's a fair one. Oh, just blow on it. I don't believe there's anyone who's better than Lei Di. The second player, Sui Yun, managed to shoot a glorious 10 rounds without hitting a single shot. Sui Yun's face reddened with embarrassment, and Tang Lei smiled as he went up to him and comforted him. The first time to play, right? There's actually a skill to shooting. Look at me just now. The third contestant, Shelley, held his breath and carefully fired his 10 rounds. His final score was 1 for 10 rings, 1 for 9 rings, 2 for 8 rings, 4 for 7 rings, and 2 for 5 rings. Although, like Tang Lei, he only shot a 10 ring, his overall score was better than Tang Lei. Tang Lei isn't hip to it. One could only force out a smile and said to Shelley, "Ha ha, it's true that you young people still have better eyesight." Shelley ignored him and just handed the gun to the last man Hyunchul in passing. Tang Lei almost red-warned. Ha ha ha, who just said that there won't be anyone with better results than Tang Lei? So quick to hit the face. So strong. Now Shelley should always be number one, right? Who would he pick? The spicy prince definitely chose Luo Qingyu. He stole a few glances at her before the match started. Moon Hyunchul took the pistol and adjusted a comfortable position after loading the bullets. Then with one hand in his pocket, he tilted his head slightly and closed one eye to aim. The pop-ups sent taunts. But that's too pretentious, isn't it? I had one hand in my pocket and didn't know what it meant to be a rival. It's okay, grades don't matter. The main thing is to put the pussy on. Oh, he can only take advantage of the present to play handsome in front of the goddess. Anyway, in the end, the goddess will not be able to date him. Moon Hyunchul took good aim and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. In less than 3 seconds, all 10 rounds were fired. Looking at the holes in the target, the corners of Moon Hyunchul's mouth curved into a satisfied arc, and everyone there was so shocked that their eyes widened and they forgot to breathe. Hyunchul Moon's score is all 10 rings. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All 10 rings? It's a moving target. How can this be? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's shocking. Is this dude special forces? What kind of special forces is this? It's clearly Superman. Can a normal human being do this? Wait, do you guys remember the walnut splitting with his bare hands that he performed when he introduced himself? He really seems to have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Aha, I don't believe it. Shady. There must be something shady. Moon Hyunchul put the pistol back in its place and then walked towards the female guests who had gathered around. He stood still in front of Qianing Shui, touched his nose and smiled coyly. Would you like to go on a date with me? Pop-ups drifted across the screen full of tearful, not that kind of thing, don't ah. Qianing Shui was slightly surprised, then smiled gently. Yeah. The pop-up went into an overwhelming wail. Goddess don't ah. Damn it. This is a real goat in a tiger's mouth. Dare to steal the goddess's hand in the first meeting. Dare to have a wet dream at night. And now we are going on a date together. I don't dare to think at all that he would dare to do anything out of the ordinary again. Abominable. He will definitely trick the goddess into the dark haunted house, and then take the opportunity to do up and down to her. And the goddess is so tolerant and kind that she can only grit her teeth and tell him to stop and not to do so. But how will the evil one listen? He will only rely on the goddess's patience. More unscrupulous. I just do it because I like you too much. Really sorry. Can forgive me? The kind goddess would surely forgive him. Well, then, don't do this. Stop. Stop. I'm sorry. Help me. Will you? Out of the haunted house. The goddess's cheeks were scarlet. Her breathing was uncertain, and the tears in her eyes hadn't been wiped dry, but she laughed and said that she was crying because she was scared by the ghost. In fact, in the place where we can't see him, his imprint has already been left behind. Tell me more. Tell me more. It's coming out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can the pop-ups not be so anticlimactic? It's almost enough. Moon Hyunchul isn't as bad as you guys make him out to be. Handsome, tall, long legs, can cook noodles, can do qigong, can shoot a gun, speaks softly, is devoted to Shui Shui, considerate and caring, a proper quality male. Okay, right. What's wrong with people liking Shui Shui and wanting to date her? I think you beggars are just jealous. That's right. They're a perfect couple. It's not your turn to object. Supporting Yuki and his date. The final groupings are: the first place finisher, Moon Hyunchul, chose Cheon Yeon Seol. For the second place, Shelley chose Luo Qingyu. For the third place, Tang Lei chose Xin Yao. The last place Sui Yun had no choice and was grouped with Nicole. For groups of guests, departure, playground, chapter 98 I don't care. I want a kiss now anyway. An amusement park in Summer City. 4 groups of guests arrived at the gates of the amusement park. The dating session is just one request. Open to play. Have fun and have a good time. The guests nodded, then split into 4 directions and headed for the interior of the amusement park. The Summer of Hearts crew wrapped up the entire amusement park, but to keep the scene from looking so bleak, so some group visitors were still put in the amusement park. I can also go as a groupie. I don't want money. No, I'll pay you. Lady took Yo-Yo to the roller coaster. So exciting right off the bat? Nicole and Sui Yun went frog jumping. Wait, that's a children's program. Newspaper. It's a big deal. That kid really took the goddess to a haunted house. Before the haunted house, Channing Shui glanced tentatively towards the haunted house with a worried face, looking a bit hesitant. Moon Hyunchul kindly said. If you're scared, don't go in. Chen Shui shook her head and clenched the fist that was placed on her chest. I'm not afraid. Then summoning up the courage, he took the lead and walked into the haunted house. The goddess is so cute when she's deliberately trying to be strong. Goddess, don't force yourself. If you go in, he'll take advantage of you and do something bad to you. Don't be afraid. There are cameras following. Oh, in front of the whole network. I don't believe he'll be this denizen in a dignified manner. Please, cameraman brother, stay close to them. However, for a better immersive experience for the guests, the photographer does not choose to follow. The pop-ups instantly wailed. But the good thing is that the guests have sound receiving devices strapped to them, so viewers of the broadcast can still hear their conversations. Moon Hyunchul, I'll go ahead. Chio Yuki, oh. Well, Moon Hyunchul, if you're scared, just cough. It's nothing. Thousanding Shui, you walk slower. A scream and a crackling crash sounded. The radio device made a zippy current sound, and then no more sound. What's happening? Did the goddess accidentally fall? She broke the radio. Damn it. I can't hear anything now. Goddess in danger. No, don't panic. The haunted house process is usually just 10 minutes. Hurry up and come out, please. In the meantime, Xian Shui cornered Moon Hyunchul into the staff locker room inside the haunted house. The lights in the locker room were unusually dim, and no one was there. There are quite a few ghosts instead. Oh no! Ghost costumes and props. Realistic pale severed limbs. Bloody machetes hanging from the walls. The pseudo-human masks of a smiling family of 3 neatly organized in front of a vanity mirror. Moon Hyunchul gulped and took a step back, but accidentally bumped into something round. He lowered his head, only to see a head with empty, beadless eyes, skewed at an uncanny angle, staring straight back at him. Moon Hyunchul's heart snapped and the hairs on his body stood up. He couldn't help but cower a bit and exclaimed in his mind, "This is too realistic." Just then, Xian Shui suddenly came closer to him, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she gently pressed the power button of the radio device he was wearing, making sure that their ensuing conversation wouldn't be overheard by the viewers in the live broadcast room, and then kicked the head that had scared him so much out of the way. "Oh, you're too much of a coward, aren't you?" Then, as if she had unleashed the little beast inside her, she jumped into his arms, her head constantly rubbing against his chest like a kitten seeking comfort. "Well, finally I get to hold you. Do you know how hard I've been putting up with this for the past 2 days?" Moon Hyunchul's heart was already pounding, and now that he was frightened by her sudden attack, he was even more emboldened. He settled down, looked around in panic, and lowered his voice. "Hey, show some restraint. We're dead if anyone sees us." Xian Shui, however, looked as if she hadn't heard his warning at all and raised her head, a smug and sweet smile spreading across her face. "Don't worry, I've already greeted Director Yuan Chang. There won't be anyone else in the haunted house except for the 2 of us." After saying that, she stood on her tiptoes, tilted her head up, looked at him with those big watery eyes, and cried out petulantly, "Kiss." When Xianji's heart was jumping out of his throat, how could he have the leisure to get bored with her? He took a deep, calming breath and pushed her gently out of the way, walking quickly toward the door. "Kiss my ass. Hurry up and finish the process out. Go back and kiss slowly." What is this? Secret room play? Straight play? Welp. Being left out in the cold. Xian Shui was obviously a bit displeased as she pulled up the corner of her mouth and snorted coldly. "Ha, dare to reject me? I don't care. I want a kiss now anyway." With that, she yanked violently, pulling Moon Hyunchul towards herself, wrapping her hands tightly around his neck and kissing him forcefully on the lips. Moon Hyunchul tried to resist at first as he gently pushed his hand against her shoulder in an attempt to keep some distance, but Xian Shui wrapped around him like an octopus. Her lips pressed tightly and didn't let go, and even gently nibbled on his lips with her teeth. Moon Hyunchul is infected by her passion and his inner defenses gradually crumble. With his heart in his mouth, he decided not to run away anymore. He tightened his grip on Xian Shui's waist and with a turn pressed her against the wall, then lowered his head and kissed her. His kisses carried a long-suppressed wantonness, like he was trying to release all the patience of these days. Xian Shui gradually loses herself in Moon Hyunchul's kisses. She clung to him, coveting his embrace and body heat. Her breathing became rapid and heavy, and her body began to tremble slightly. He didn't leave her lips until he couldn't stand on his feet due to the lack of oxygen and collapsed softly into Moon Hyunchul's arms. Large, slender, strong hands clasped her waist so she wouldn't slip. Moon Hyunchul gasped and asked, "Satisfied now?" Xian Shui's cheeks were scarlet, her breathing was undulating, and physiological tears were being kissed out. Crystalline droplets dotted her eyes and dampened lashes fluttered gently. The reddened cheeks were delicate, and the red, moist lips were slightly open, making them look even more tantalizing. But she just grunted and laughed, panting, This is just. Where is it? Forget it. My lung capacity has improved quite a bit. Oh. Saying that, she used her last strength to hook Moon Hyun-chul's neck again and kissed him. Half an hour later, the two finally walked out of the haunted house. The blush on Xianing Shue's face hadn't completely cleared, and she smiled apologetically at the camera. The haunted house is even more scary than expected. I even got lost while walking. It's so embarrassing. I'll never try to be brave again. Instead, the pop-ups on the live feed have been transformed into Sherlock Holmes. Wait, why are the corners of the goddess' eyes wet? She's crying? By that asshole? Don't think nonsense. You should be crying from the ghosts in the haunted house. The goddess' face is so red. It's so red it's weird. Why are Yuki's clothes wrinkled? Two of her hairs are messed up too. The goddess' walking posture is a bit off, and her voice sounds breathless. Why does this kid have a weak look on his face? Don't hide. Look straight into the camera if you dare. Asshole. Abominable. What the hell did this asshole do to our goddess in the half hour we were out of sight? Did he really do that nasty thing to the goddess? What? Don't. Enough. Wang Sledgehammer, beg you to stop brainstorming. Chapter 99. The goddess has a heartbeat? After exiting the haunted house, the two went on some other rides. It's all relatively mild items though. For example, spinning coffee cups, hoop games, sightseeing trains and so on. After all, Xianing Shui was kissed with little strength, and then some exciting jumping machine roller coaster. I'm afraid to account for it. Shelley, for example, got off the roller coaster and went straight to his knees and threw up rainbows. Luo Qingyu helped him to the resting place and thoughtfully wiped him with a towel. Shelley looked deflated, still not forgetting to thank him. Thanks. Luo Qingyu tenderly shook her head, unscrewed the thermos and gently handed it to his lips. You're welcome. Stop talking and have some more hot water. At this moment, it's as if I've seen the light of a mother's love. Who doesn't love a gentle sister? Not to mention Prince Spicy. I'd fall for her too. Teacher, are you really not going to consider enrolling me? A quality baby who can eat and go to the bathroom by himself at 300 months. Xiaoning Shui and Moon Hyun-chul arrived at the water roller coaster venue. The crystal clear pool sparkled with the radiant light of the sun. On this hot summer day, even just standing by the pool, you can feel a coolness from the inside out. It was as if even the heat in the air was dispersed by the crisp vapor. Seeing Xianing Shui's face overflowing with curiosity and yearning, when Xianzhou asked, "Want to try this?" Xianing Shui had rested almost enough. Her mental and physical strength had long since recovered, so she smiled and nodded her head in agreement. Aha! Under the careful guidance of the staff, the two quickly donned their special raincoats, then side by side, they got on the roller coaster and buckled up. The roller coaster starts slowly and gradually climbs to its highest point. Immediately afterward, it swooped down at an almost frantic speed. In an instant, the water was lifted by a tremendous force, forming a spectacular curtain of water that wrapped the two tightly. As the roller coaster slowed to a stop, the two reappeared in the view of the live audience. The Xianing Shui's hair was completely wet by the splash of water, and a few strands of hair were plastered to her cheeks, adding a bit of churlish charm, and she was wrapped in Moon Hyun-chul's jacket. The pop-ups on the live stream went crazy with question marks. What happened? It turned out that Xianing Shui's raincoat had a hole in it at some point, causing the splash of water to wet her clothes. The soaked shirt clung to her skin, outlining her delicate figure. The white delicate skin was visible. Even the black lace underwear inside was clearly visible. Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly took off his own clothes and wrapped them around her. Damn, it's actually wet seduction. No one else is allowed to see it. While the photographer was still on the other side of the river, Xianing Shui slightly hooked the corners of her mouth, opened her clothes slightly, and asked softly to him, "Like it? This style?" Moon Hyun-chul's breath hitched and he hurriedly and quickly pulled the clothes on her body together. He lowered his voice and spoke quickly through gritted teeth. Love it. Just be normal, okay? The photographer will be here soon. Xianing Shui seemed to be very satisfied with his answer as she smiled and winked. Speaking softly, "I'll show you the panoramic view when I get back." Oh. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at the cameraman who was getting closer and closer, Moon Hyun-chul just wanted to sew up her mouth. Xianing Shui, do you really like to play with excitement that much? What is this? Show play? Welp. After getting off the roller coaster, Xianing Shui blushed and slightly embarrassed as she temporarily left the camera and headed to the changing room to change into new clothes. The pop-ups completely exploded. Shui's clothes were soaked, so Moon Hyun-chul draped his clothes over her? That's too thoughtful. What a gentleman. So considerate. It's hard for Shui not to be moved. Finished. I don't know whether Shui moved or not. Anyway, I've been moved. Ahem. I admit that I misunderstood him a bit before and said some bad things. Husband, forgive me for my ignorance and recklessness. Okay, the goddess's clothes are soaking wet? How could this happen? How did the good old raincoat break? It's a conspiracy. It must be that asshole's conspiracy. That's right. He must have broken his raincoat on purpose in order to watch the goddess's wet seduction, and on the way to perform another wave in front of her. How could there be such a hateful guy? Damn it. Damn it. Almost all the programs that Qianing Shui was interested in had been experienced once, and the amusement park date was gradually approaching the end. For their last stop, the two made their way to the souvenir store. The two crane machines placed outside the store instantly attracted Qianing Shui's attention. She ran up to him excitedly as if she had found a treasure, her eyes sparkling with childlike joy. After dropping a coin, Qianing Shui started operating the joystick with full concentration. She carefully adjusted the position of her grasping hand, trying to get the perfect angle to capture the pink cat doll that seemed to be beckoning to her. After several attempts, however, the doll remained firmly inside the machine, failing to fall into her arms. A trace of chagrin appeared on Qianing Shui's face as she gently stomped her foot, her brows knitting lightly. Darn it, close again. Ozzel, first time I've seen such a lovely goddess. Goddesses without racks are so cute. Yuki, wife, kiss me to death. Yuki, don't be discouraged. Fight again. Seeing this, Wen Xianjia, who was standing by the side, hooked a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth and asked in a soft voice, "Let me try. Which one do you want?" When Qianing Shui heard this, she immediately turned around and pointed at the pink cat doll, her eyes filled with anticipation. That. Moon Hyunchul nodded, walked over to the machine, put in the coins, adjusted again, and then decisively pressed the grab button. Qianing Shui held her breath at the side, not even daring to breathe, fearful that any movement on his part would affect his operation, only to see the gripper steadily grasp the edge of the doll, slowly rising, and then slowly moved to the exit. And finally, snap sound, the doll successfully fell into the mouth of the fetch. When Xianjia smiled and handed the doll to Qianing Shui, a bright smile immediately bloomed on Qianing Shui's face. She happily took the doll, her cheeks slightly flushed and a bright sparkle in her eyes. You are awesome. For his part, Moon Hyunchul smiled shyly, scratched his head, and said softly, "As you like." The afterglow of the setting sun shone on both of their faces, appearing to make the blush on both of their fair cheeks more pronounced. The pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly tumbled like a tidal wave. So sweet. It's so sweet. This is the right flavor for a love story. Shui heartbroken. Absolutely heartbroken. Oh my god. Catching dolls is so good too. This is like a superpowered boyfriend. Right? Tall, handsome, considerate and gentle. This is a proper man god. Please get married where you are. Marriage. I'll pay $99 for it. Blissfully. I don't agree with this marriage. No. Goddesses can't fall. Chapter 100, Goddess Fallen? In the evening, the amusement park date ended. The guests are back at the villa. Then one after another, they went back to their rooms to lie down. Nicole, as a game anchor, is supposed to be a deadbeat who can't leave her house. The most common scenario for going out is to pick up a delivery plus takeout. The longest recorded time she stayed at home was 1 month. For a whole month, living on a box of instant noodles and a few packets of squash. The tenacity of life is comparable to that of a small strong man, and this date had consumed most of her exercise at the very least. Nicole, who was lying on the bed, felt like the third prince who had his dragon's tendons drawn, dying and unable to move. The rest of them, Sui Yun, Tang Lei, Shen Yao, and Xiali also started acting out the corpses as soon as they returned to their rooms. Doesn't look like there's any plans for dinner. Luo Qingyu, on the other hand, looked quite refreshed, humming softly while watering the villa's plants. No one even watered them on the way out, so I'm sure they're thirsty in this heat. Sister Qingyu is so sweet. Not only does she like to take care of people, she even spares plants. The previous language did not pass, right? Mr. Luo, I'm thirsty too. Can you quench my thirst? Shut up, pervert. Qianing Shui slowly sat down on the soft sofa in the living room with slight exhaustion. She tilted her head slightly and leaned back against the back of the couch, letting out a soft breath. Although she didn't look as wasted and weak as the others, after all, after a full day of roaming to her heart's content, her body was still very much exhausted. No, her stomach began to rumble uncontrollably again. That sound was extraordinarily clear in the quiet living room, and Qianing Shui covered her stomach in some embarrassment, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yuki, you little glutton, why are you hungry again? After all, it's normal to be hungry after a long day of fun. Wait, I have a bad feeling about this. That guy is going to take advantage of the opportunity to behave again. Aha! As expected, a warm smile appeared on Wen Xianjia's face as he asked Qianing Shui, "Want something to eat?" Qianing Shui quickly waved her hand and refused. "Don't bother. You should go and rest too. Everyone's been tired all day today." Moon Hyunchul, however, ignored her rejection and said to himself, how about egg fried rice? There's some dry rice left over from yesterday's lunch, just enough to make an egg scramble. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the kitchen, leaving Qian Yingshui alone in the living room. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Won't you fix it? Who gave you permission to make decisions for the goddess? Did she say she wants to eat? You're buying and selling. How dare you make our goddess eat leftovers? What the hell is wrong with you, asshole? One thing is for sure. Scrambled rice does taste better when it's made with overnight rice. +1. Damn it. Yuki would never eat a calorie bomb like egg fried rice anyway. Qian Yingshui hugged that pink cat doll that she grabbed out of the crane machine and sat on the sofa obediently, waiting quietly. 10 minutes later, Moon Hyunchul walked out with a plate of steaming, fragrant egg fried rice. He gently placed the egg fried rice on the coffee table in front of Qian Yingshui. The golden brown rice grains are well separated and paired with bright green scallions, bright red diced tomatoes, and golden chopped eggs for a mouth-watering color, exuding an irresistible aroma. Qian Yingshui couldn't help but lightly sniff it. When Xianjia looked at Qian Yingshui's impatient look and asked, with chopsticks or a spoon? Qian Yingshui froze for a moment and replied, scoop it. When Xianjia took out a clean spoon from a nearby cutlery box and handed it to Qian Yingshui's hand, Qian Yingshui took the spoon and smiled. Thank you. Then he lowered his head and began to eat slowly, while Moon Hyunchul sat quietly across from her, his eyes gazing tenderly at her as she ate. Gosh, to think about whether to use a spoon or chopsticks. How can there be such a meticulous man? Yuki has been completely taken by him. Ah, so obedient. High-end hunters tend to be good at disguises, and Yuki has already been captured by his gentle attack on his mouth and teeth. Sisters, I finally see. Brother-in-law, although the surface is a look of pure love and shyness, but in fact, has been playing straight ball attack, not at all ink not dragged. Every time Shueshue Hole cannot refuse, but willingly accepted. What the hell is a brother-in-law? This kind of man is the kind of bed before the non-stop resistance to keep saying still early we cannot do this kind of thing now type. Proper gentleman. The results of the bet on nothing to pretend. Super hard. Super committed. Wasn't this your request? Why? So quick to say no? That's right. That's right. I think he's that type too. And look, everyone's dead tired, but he's like nothing. His stamina and endurance is really something. Help. I can't even imagine what kind of sex life Shueshue will lead in the future. What are you talking about? It's making people's hearts yellow. Shut up. Shut up. All of you women who deserve it. Shut up. Cuff them. Cuff them all in the front. In the evening, Shelley, who was pretty much rested, packed all her bags and moved to the empty room next door. He also explained to the camera in a light tone. The room may still have cockroaches in it now. It's not safe. As a result, he just happened to bump into Luo Qingyu, who had finished watering the plants and returned to her room. Luo Qingyu was a bit surprised, but still put the sprinkler down and helped him carry all the luggage to the new room without saying a word. So now we're neighbors. Please take care of us. Luo Qingyu smiled and greeted this new neighbor. Shelley nodded expressionlessly. Well, as a result, his ears were red through and through, and his hands behind his back were on the verge of tying themselves into a Chinese knot. Good lord. Yoo-hoo-hoo. There's a cockroach. Not safe. It's okay for young people to fool everyone, but don't fool yourself. Brother Chao Chiang, what? I'll become a ghost to find you when I die? It's a sin. I'll have to take the blame when I die. The pop-up Chime saw clearly. This is the real pure love boy. And Moon Hyunchul, that heartthrob boy, is totally different from the world. Who cares about boy, toy, story? Support both the innocent boy and the heartthrob to succeed in their pursuit of love. Chapter 101, Fragrant Soft Cleanser. The moon was extraordinarily full tonight, like a huge silver disc hanging in the night sky. The bright moonlight poured down, giving the whole world a fantastic silver veil. Qian Yingshui couldn't help but step out of the room and onto the balcony. A cool breeze blew in, carrying a slight coolness that gently brushed Thousand Yingshui's cheeks and hair. She closed her eyes and felt the gentle breeze, as if all the exhaustion of the day had been blown away in this moment. The delicate skin, as white as snow, exuded a translucent luster under the moonlight. The wind slightly lifted the hem of her skirt, making her whole body look especially ethereal and beautiful. Mom, I saw fairies. What are you waiting for? Take a screenshot and make wallpaper. I can actually witness fairies descending to the earth in my lifetime. I have no regrets in my life. Wait, a bad feeling has appeared. You're out looking at the moon too. Ha! A gentle voice rang out, and Qian Yingshui turned her head to look, only to see Moon Hyunchul with a smile on his face. He was asking towards her. He looked clean-cut in a simple white t-shirt and black pants. The dark hair was slightly disheveled, but it added a bit of unruly charm. The deep eyes looked bright in the moonlight. So gentle, so deep. I knew this BYDs would follow out. Damn, the brat is obviously ready to sleep. As soon as he hears the noise next door, quickly climbed up, began to pretend to meet by chance. What do you mean by you also come to see the moon? What do you mean you came to see the moon? Oh, my God. You really don't miss a chance. You're everywhere. Get out of my sight. Don't block me from seeing the goddess. Oh, in front of the flowers and the moon, a talented man and a beautiful woman, talking to each other, you're the ones who should get lost. Qianing Shui replied with a smile. Yeah, blowing off steam on the way. The two just stood there in silence, just gazing silently at the full moon. The moon exuded a soft glow, and it was surrounded by stars like countless brilliant jewels set in the black canopy. The moonlight was like water, spilling gently over them, illuminating the silhouette of the city and the eyes of both men. Moon Hyunchul suddenly broke the silence and let out a heartfelt sigh. Tonight, the moon is so beautiful. When Qianing Shui heard this, she was slightly stunned, and 2 red clouds instantly rose on her cheeks. She gently pinched the hem of her shirt and responded in the same emotion-filled tone. Indeed, it's beautiful. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. Oh ha! The moon is beautiful? It's a confession. No, it's only been 2 days since we met. How can you be so fast? What? It's only been 2 days? Why do I feel like they've been together 500 years ago? I'm the Moon Lord. I'm going to officiate your wedding now. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the high hall. Husband and wife worship each other, and send them to the bridal chamber. Cave in now. Enough. I said enough. The next morning, Luo Qingyu got up early and cooked a big pot of green vegetables and thin meat porridge. The aroma of fragrant rice wafted throughout the living room. She smiled as she greeted the waking guests. Did everyone get some rest last night? Come on over for breakfast. Mom, hungry. Rice. It feels like she's not fit for a romance series. She's fit for Where's Mommy Going? But, I have to say, Sister Qingyu is really super suitable to be a wife. The Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, the Buddha, the Goddess of Mercy, grant me a gentle, caring, mature and beautiful wife, or AD wife. Oh, I've read it. The crowd sat down around the table. Xiaoli was quick on his feet and grabbed the position beside Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu smiled and placed a bowl of scooped-up green vegetables and thin meat porridge in front of him. It's a little hot. Shelley nodded, then grabbed a spoon and started to dazzle. Luo Qingyu gazed lovingly and shook his head helplessly. Then scooping up a bowl of porridge, he stood up and tried to hand it to Nicole, who was sitting across from him. At the moment, Shelley had finished his bowl of porridge at the speed of light, and was about to refill it, when he looked up sharply. As a result, his face just happened to hit Luo Qingyu's broad chest. The soft touch made his brain go down instantly. The unfamiliar touch coming from in front of her body caused Luo Qingyu's body to tremble slightly. She subconsciously looked down, only to see Shelley's face reddened, her eyes filled with panic and overwhelm. In an instant, a trace of a different emotion flashed through Luo Qingyu's heart. Like a scared little bunny? It's so cute. Everyone else at the table held their breath in uncharacteristic embarrassment. The live stream was even more explosive. Asterisk. What are you doing? Spicy Prince. The tenderness of my sister. Defiled. On purpose or by accident? On purpose, definitely on purpose. Look at him and don't move his face away. What kind of innocent boy is this? It's a ing heartthrob. 2. Everyone's been fooled. Shelley stiffened for a couple of seconds, then hastily averted his face and frantically apologized with his hands full. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Luo Qingyu looked at the panicked Xiaoli. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she comforted. It's okay, it was just an accident. No need to be so nervous. However, Shelley's heart was still beating frantically. He tried to calm himself down, but the scene he had just witnessed kept surfacing in his mind, making him unable to rest. Damn, it smells so good and soft. Shelley only felt that his brain was about to go up in smoke, and his body's temperature was rapidly rising. At that moment, Nicole suddenly pointed at him, her mouth wide open in surprise. You have a nosebleed. Shelley subconsciously touched it as soon as he heard it. Sure enough, bright red blood was slowly flowing out of his nose. Lean. His face turned even redder and he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Luo Qingyu hurriedly picked up a tissue and came closer, moving gently to wipe his nosebleed, inquiring with concern. How did that happen? Did you just bruise your nose? Shelley's breath hitched, and she couldn't stop her eyes from glancing downward. The culprit who had caused his nosebleed was about to post up. So close, so fragrant, so soft. Shelley's nosebleed got worse, and he couldn't stop it at all. At this moment, he wanted to die. He stood up in a hurry, flustered. I'll take care of it myself in the bathroom. Then it was a rush toward the bathroom. Luo Qingyu was uneasy to follow her, but Xiaoli closed the door to death and resolutely refused to let her in. Open the door. How can it be convenient for you to be alone? Let me help you. No. No need. I can take care of it myself. Settle what? You'd better make it clear. Don't ask. Save face for the kid. Sister Qingyu, don't force it. If you really go in, he'll probably bleed to death. Luo Qingyu, you're really harming people. It's really too much. Spicy prince is going to turn into a spicy dry prince. Hand over the love power in your hands. Don't force me to beg you on my knees. Hashtag. Chapter 102, hiding in the closet together. Breakfast over. The 8 guests assembled on the lawn outside the villa. They're going to play a game next. Tear the nameplate. Tearing nameplates? My youth is back. The host stood in front of the villa, smiling at the guests. Welcome to the game segment of Summer of Hearts, the nameplate tearing challenge. Before the game begins, let's have a simple grouping ceremony. Please randomly draw a card with the words, heart, and, move, written on it. And those who draw the same word will form a group to work together against another group. With that, the staff brought up 2 cardboard boxes. Will the male guest of honor please draw the box on the left and the female guest of honor draw the box on the right? This will ensure that the distribution of members in both groups will be 2 men and 2 women. Guests came forward to draw their cards and were quickly divided into groups. Heart group, Xianzhou 1, Qianing Xue, Nicole, Xia Li. Moving group, Tang Lei, Luo Qingyu, Sui Yun, Shen Yao. Why is the goddess in a group with that guy? Why did the goddess team up with that guy? Calm down. This way he at least wouldn't dare to take the opportunity to rough up our goddess. Think about it. If they are not in a group, that bastard will definitely run after the goddess. Cornered her into a small corner, with a sly smile on his face. Step forward. Oh, if you don't want it to be torn off by me, don't run around. The goddess, where is his opponent? Fight but also cannot fight. Run but also cannot run. Can only bear the anger, gritted teeth to accept his teasing. Want it right? Come on. Do it yourself. Give it to you is. Don't ever be polite. Of course the goddess wouldn't easily believe his words, but she could only blush red and stare at him powerlessly. I don't want your. If you don't tear me, then let me go. He sneered and forcefully took her hand, placing it on his C***K and rubbing it up and down. Ha, why don't you want it? Aren't you just throwing yourself at me on purpose because of my little glutton? Aha, my eyes. Don't hit the code randomly. Ah, hey. Don't drive on this road. The moderator looked at the 4 groups and continued. Now, let me explain the rules of the game in detail. The members of each group have to do their best to protect their own nameplates from being torn off, while tearing off the nameplates of other groups. Once a nameplate is torn off, that member is immediately eliminated from the game. When all members of a group are eliminated, that group is also out of the game. The last remaining group will be the winner and get to enjoy the super deluxe and scrumptious lunch we have prepared at noon. In addition, there are some special props set up in the game. They can help you better accomplish your mission. For example, the time stop card, when used, suspends the actions of an opponent's group. Invincible cards, which are not considered obsolete even if the nameplate is torn off after use. There are also resurrection cards, which when used can revive a teammate who has been eliminated. The exact rules of use are explained in more detail on the card. Of course, these props are not just available, they are hidden in all corners of the villa and you need to find them yourselves. Well, that's it for the rules, so I announce dash. Game on! The venue for the competition is the entire villa, including the front lawn of the villa, the back garden, and the various rooms inside the villa. Guests are not allowed to lock their rooms or it is considered a violation of the rules. Once the game started, guests were dropped off by the staff at various locations in the villa. Moon Hyunchol's birthplace is the kitchen. Without slowing down, he opened the cupboards and refrigerator and found some candy chocolates or something and put them in his coat pocket. You can also get some energy when you get hungry later, or act as bait. Tearing a nameplate is, to put it bluntly, a chase, and when you get to it, you start comparing your strength. When it comes to speed and strength, no one here is his match. So is he going to be serious or not? This game is over in minutes if you get serious. It's better to keep a low profile. So Moon Hyunchul decided to use a defense strategy. Don't take the initiative to attack. Just make sure you survive and wait until it's about time to counterattack. Moon Hyunchul walked out of the kitchen just in time to bump into Sui-yoon. Moon Hyunchul, hi. Sui-yoon was violently startled and was about to turn around to escape, but he realized that when Xianzhou was not moving and did not seem to have any intention of attacking, so he got the courage out of nowhere and charged straight up. Moon Hyunchul dodges the offense by dropping down into a crouch, then showing a look of panic. He quickly ran towards the stairs. Sui-yoon, he's afraid of me? The courage in his heart grew more and more prosperous, and he rubbed his fists and rushed to catch up. Jia, where to run? Brother Yun is so handsome. So oppressive. So domineering. Oh, why is one such a coward? Such a loser will only drag the goddess down. High-end hunters tend to appear as prey. It's obvious that when Xianjia is leading Sui Yun into a trap and then rallying his teammates to surround him. So who's the teammate he's going to rendezvous with? Ha! Moon Hyunchul ran to the second floor and ran into Nicole's room. After a quick glance around, he decided to hide in the closet. As soon as he opened the closet door, however, he was instantly startled. The Qianing Shui also hid inside. Qianing Shui blinked and asked worriedly as she heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Is anyone after you? Come on in. Then with one hand he pulled him into the closet and shut the door firmly. The pop-ups on the live feed instantly wailed. Goddess, what are you doing? Sending the sheep into the tiger's mouth. It's over. 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 Sui Yun hurriedly opened the door to save the goddess. I recognize you as my righteous father. After Sui Yun climbed up to the second floor, he stopped in place and fought for 2 seconds, then ran straight up to the third floor. The guy would surely head for his room to hide. After all, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Perish the thought. I'm so smart. The pop-ups wailed even more viciously, adding Sui Yun to the assassination list. Why is the closet shaking so badly? I think I hear the goddess pleading for help. She's desperately fighting back saying no. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Beast. Stop it. Beast. Meanwhile in the closet, when Xianjia's back was pressed against the inner wall of the closet while Qianing Shui straddled him, her delicate and soft body pressed against him and kissed him deeply. Moon Hyunchul pushes her shoulder while nervously inspecting the closet for cameras. The movements of the hands also dare not be too big, for fear of making too much noise, outside to see the clues. Qianing Shui slowly left his lips and kissed his chin. Moon Hyunchul gasped and said in an airy voice, "Are you crazy? Will you stop being so horny?" Qianing Shui let out a light laugh. Unimpressed. What are you afraid of? This cabinet can be locked from the inside. It can't be opened from the outside. Then snuggled into his arms and pouted. A day without kissing my husband is hard for people. Moon Hyunchul growled inwardly. Then why did you bring me here? Just lock me up in bed. And I don't know what heaven and earth are like, right? When Xianjia struggled to get up, and Qianing Shui suddenly noticed a strange touch coming from her thigh. She hooked the corners of her mouth and gently ran her fingers across Moon Hyunchul's chest. Honey, your self-control is really getting out of hand. Moon Hyunchul's brows furrowed as he grabbed her hand and retorted. I didn't stand. Don't accuse me falsely. Qianing Shui lowered her head and realized that a small box had appeared at her thigh at some point. Puzzled, she picked up the small box, opened it, and pulled a card out of it. Resurrection. Card? Chapter 103. This is my escape route. The closet door opened slowly. Qianing Shui carefully poked her head out. After making sure no one was around, she stepped fully out of the closet and greeted behind her. Come out. We're safe. Moon Hyunchul came out with a startled look on his face and patted his chest as if he was relieved. It was as if Sui Yun was some kind of terrifying butcher. Seeing that Qianing Shui was unharmed, the pop-ups then calmed down a little. Great. The goddess is safe and sound. He's got a clear conscience. What the hell? The goddess's face is clearly red and abnormal, and her clothes and hair are all messed up. Don't be embarrassed. The closet is so small. 2 people crammed together. There will definitely be physical contact. What? The jade body of the goddess. Jade feet. Jade hands. They were all touched by that lecher. They've all been defiled. Everything will only hurt you. Sui Yun searched the 3rd floor for half a day but couldn't find Xianjia's shadow, so he had to give up and turn around to go downstairs. Just happened to bump into Shelley, who was coming up the stairs. The two stood still and stared at each other for 2 seconds, looking at Xie Li's face of indifference. The courage in Sui Yun's heart instantly dissipated. No good. This is a tough one, but he couldn't show a wimp either, so he could only pounce and try to rip off the nameplate behind Shelley. Brother Shelley, I'm offended. Xie Li didn't bring to hide and even grabbed Sui Yun's clothes in the process. Sui Yun immediately wimped out and scattered his legs. Shelley followed, and a chase ensued. Baby Yun is so smart. If you can't beat it, you run. Not a bit of bravado. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. Sui Yun fled to the pool wigwam in the back garden, with Xie Li in hot pursuit behind him. Sui Yun clenched his teeth and directly climbed up the wigwam. I ended up slipping and falling straight into the pool. Sui Yun flailed in the water and cried out in panic. Help! I can't swim. Shelley jumped straight into the water and scooped him up. Sui Yun kneeled on the ground and coughed more than a few times, thankfully bending down. Without hesitation, a hand ripped off the nameplate behind him. Immediately afterward, the first announcement rang out over the radio. Sui Yun, out. Although he regretfully retreated, the stunned Sui Yun gratefully thanked Xie Li. Thanks. How could you be so careless? Mommy's heart is aching. The spicy prince can handle it. The thank you gift is too much. How can you take advantage of someone's danger? Yun didn't even have the slightest chance to resist and eliminated him just like that. Doesn't your conscience hurt? What? You want to hear what you're saying? He saved Chicken White's life. How dare you call my Yun a white cut chicken? Say it again if you dare. Chicken white cutters, 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 chicken. Nicole bumped into Tang Lei and ran away. Tang Lei rushed to catch up. Another thrilling chase. Nicole was like a little rat, fleeing from side to side in the back garden, and Tang Lei actually couldn't do anything with her. This little girl can run too well. However, Nicole eventually ran out of stamina and was panting with exhaustion. Phew. Phew. This old den is too much of a chaser. Suddenly, she made a mistake, broke her foot and fell to the ground. Ouch! Tang Lei rubbed his fists, licked his lips, and took one step forward. Oh, I'm sorry, Nicole-chan. Nicole shivered and couldn't stop moving her legs backward, shaking her head repeatedly and begging for mercy. Lei don't ah. Tang Lei is the one who looks like a lecher. Don't stop on Nicole-sama. As long as we can get to that place. As long as we can get to that place. Tang Lei's son. Stand down. How dare you touch our Lord Nicole? You're dead. Sooner or later, we'll kill your family. We'll exterminate your whole family. Anchor is so wasted. I'm so disappointed. Return the rockets I used to give you. Anchor is going to send. Walk by the incense burning before you go Amitba. Just as Nicole gave up struggling, her eyes were suddenly drawn to a small box under a bush beside her. She reached for it in a hurry and opened it, her eyes instantly lighting up. Stop the card at the time. So Nicole quickly pulled out her card and held it high in the air and yelled, Star Platinum, smash Varuto. Tang Lei frowned and was in a daze when a voice came out of the radio. Player Nicole has used the time stop card. All members of the move team will immediately stop in place for 5 seconds and will not be allowed to move. Otherwise they will be deemed to have violated the rules and will be eliminated. Tang Lei's heart was startled, and he hurriedly froze his movements, not even daring to blink. Nicole took the opportunity to get up in a hurry and out of his clutches, limping forward. Oh, this is my escape route day. 5, 4, 3. The radio was counting down, and Tang Lei didn't move to grind his back teeth. Oh, just 5 seconds. I'll see where you can run. 2, 1. The countdown was about to end, and Tang Lei was about to rush up to retrieve Nicole, when there was a hissing sound behind him, followed seamlessly by the sound of a radio broadcast. 0. Time stop ends. Tang Lei. Out. Tang Lei's heart tightened and he jerked his head back, only to see Shelly come up behind him at some point and take advantage of the lull to rip off his nameplate, not forgetting to give him a teasing smile. The pop-ups on the live feeds boiled over. Oh ha! We're the champions! What a cooperative battle! Wonderful! Just wonderful! The spicy prince is too strong. He's eliminated 2 of his opponents. There are only 2 girls left, Luo Qingyu and Xin Yao. How can we beat them? It's over. Let's surrender. Don't worry. Xia Li definitely won't tear Luo Qingyu. The winner is still to be decided. Chapter 104, Goddess Jealous? Moon Hyunchul brought out the candy chocolates he had smuggled out of the kitchen earlier. Spreading out his hands, he asked to Qianing Shui, hungry? How about some candy? Qianing Shui chose a peach-flavored fruit candy. Tearing open the package, he put the crystal-clear candy into his mouth. Then a satisfied smile. That's sweet. Ah Hayuki, you're so sweet too. Mamma mia. Ah, I want to become a candy in the goddess's mouth so I can be played with by her soft tongue. Vomiting. The man down there smells. Goddess, didn't your teacher teach you not to eat the candy of a bad uncle? Goddamn bad uncle. I think the perverted maniacs on the pop-up screen are more like bad uncle. Moon Hyunchul is really too good at this kind of seemingly useless little surprises, really make people's hearts flutter. Ah, really no wonder Shui Shui will fall. Pop-ups in the no object are good to learn. When Xianjia and Xianing Shui continued to move forward, and then ran into one of the only 2 survivors of the moving group, Shen Yao, who was left alone. When Xianjia quickly stepped forward, and Shen Yao screamed in fear, raising her hands in a defensive manner and praying, Brother Hyunchul, Sister Ying Shui, it's my first time playing this game. Can you guys let me go? I don't want to be eliminated so quickly. Xianing Shui's eyelids jumped. He asterisk. Who gave you permission to call my husband that? Shen Yao continued to pathetically beg for mercy. Just leave me alone this time, please. If Shen Yao can't tear you down, run away, and beg for a favor. It's killing me. Hurry up and tear her apart. What are you waiting for? 2 against 1 is too much of a bad thing. Don't touch Yo-Yo. Don't. Spare us Yao Yao. She's just a weak, Pathetic and helpless little girl. Moon Hyun-chul looked a little hesitant before finally deciding to let her go. Fine. A trace of surprise flashed across Shin Yao's face instantly. Really? Moon Hyun-chul nodded. Of course. I can't do something like bullying a girl. Shin Yao's heart suddenly began to thump as she blushed and softly thanked him. Thank you, Hyun-chul's brother. Moon Hyun-chul asked as he grabbed a handful of candies from his coat pocket. By the way, do you want some candy? With a cackle, the fruit candy in Xianing Shue's mouth was bitten to pieces. I actually saw a murderous aura in the goddess's eyes. Shue, this is jealous? What jealousy? It's clearly disappointment after seeing that kid's true colors. Ha 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 ha. You've been pretending for so long, but you've finally revealed yourself, haven't you? You're the one who got carried away. How dare you just leave our Yuki out to dry like that? Don't go too far, asshole. Shin Yao stepped forward and shyly picked through Wen Xianjia's hands, seeing that Shin Yao had been indecisive. Wen Xianjia directly picked out a piece of chocolate and handed it over. How about chocolate? Shin Yao's cheeks were flushed and she was in the throes of spring. Well, thanks. As she was about to take it, Moon Hyun-chul's hand crossed over and reached behind her back. Then there was a rip and the radio delivered a merciless verdict. Shin Yao, out. Shin Yao was confused. Moon Hyun-chul shoved both the chocolate and the nameplate into her hand and let out a light laugh. You're welcome. My mom, tricking people into killing them? Stabbing her in the back when she trusts you the most? What kind of devilish behavior is this? This is a movie star, isn't it? Not only Shin Yao, even I was fooled by him. Being played like a monkey? Shin Yao was starting to doubt life. Isn't she? It's too much. How can you go back on your word? This is called strategy. Letting the opponent relax his guard, and then attacking him by surprise. That's right. What's the point of talking about favors on the battlefield? They're rivals. Shin Yao was exasperated and cried, making a strong effort to throw down the chocolate and nameplate, and ran away with clenched teeth. When Xianjia smiled and returned to Xianing Shue's side, Xianing Shue, however, just swept him with a faint gaze before walking away on her own. Moon Hyun-chul's smile froze on his face. He blinked in confusion, then hurried to catch up. Ing Shue, wait for me. Ing Shue is also something you can call. Who do you think you are? Shut up, you shameless bastard. Don't call the goddess by her name. Shue is really jealous. Here comes my favorite part of the wife-chasing crematorium. Oh, let you get that close to another woman. Just apologize and coax. With Shin Yao's elimination, there was only one member left in the moving group, Luo Qingyu, and the heart group. All survived. As far as the current situation was concerned, as long as Luo Qingyu was found, the game could be won or lost. Inside the kitchen, Luo Qingyu leisurely made herself a cup of Americano, not panicking in the slightest. The smell of fragrant coffee filled the entire kitchen. Luo Qingyu carefully picked up the coffee cup and gently blew on the hot air. Accompanied by the announcing sound of Shin Yao's elimination, Luo Qingyu's movements paused for a moment. Looking at her own reflection in the coffee cup, she murmured with some regret, "Oops, how come everyone is dead? This is not good." Then he brought the coffee to his mouth and took a gentle sip. But, she set her coffee down. The corners of her mouth hooked up and a teasing smile flashed in her eyes. The game has just begun. Chapter 105 Game over. Once the game started, Luo Qingyu had been searching for prop cards. Currently, she has 3 prop cards in her hand. That's what makes her so confident. Xia Li anxiously looked around the villa for Luo Qingyu. His steps were hurried, and his eyes were full of eagerness and uneasiness. His group members were all not far away at the moment, yet his mind was completely on Luo Qingyu. She's going to be eliminated anyway. Might as well let me do it. She must not be allowed to fall into the hands of anyone else. Is the spicy prince really willing to lay his hands on Sister Qingyu? I'll bet 5 packs of chili fries. Absolutely not. It's okay if I don't do it, but I'm afraid he'll turn against me. That said, the rules of the game don't seem to say you can't rip off your teammates, right? Shelley listened carefully to the sounds around him as he walked, and suddenly, he heard a slight thump. His heart tightened and he hurriedly ran in the direction from which the sound came. When he turned a corner, he saw Luo Qingyu sitting on the ground, her hands covering her knees, a pained expression on her face. Hiss, it hurts. Luo Qingyu moaned softly. Xia Li was instantly anxious. He rushed to Luo Qingyu's side in 3 steps and squatted down, asking with a face full of concern, "Are you okay?" However, the moment he approached Luo Qingyu suddenly had a flash in her eyes and pounced on Xia Li to the ground with unexpected speed. Then leaning down close to Shelley's ear, he whispered in a playful tone, "Fooled it, simple bunny." Long, slender fingers reached behind his back and gently stroked up his nameplate. "Aha, is this something I can look at? Beauty trick. Boy." Luo Qingyu seems to have said something to him. "Photographer, get closer. It's over. Shelley's gonna get a nosebleed again." The Prince of Spicy will turn into the Prince of Spicy. Aha, sister is so a. Sister, ride me. In the back garden of the villa, when Xianjia was still chasing after Qian Yingshui to apologize. Yingshui, don't be angry. Thousand Yingshui stopped and lightly hummed in disbelief. I'm not angry. What are you talking about? You didn't do anything wrong. Why should I be angry? Moon Hyunchul hurried to her. His eyes filled with guilt. I shouldn't have gone alone without consulting you. I'm sorry. A look of remorse and a voice full of self-loathing. Qian Yingshui muttered slightly. Told you I'm not mad. Moon Hyunchul gently held her hand and said tenderly. I know you're angry. I really know I'm wrong. And I'll be sure to talk to you in the future and won't take any more liberties. Qian Yingshui was slightly stunned and hastily withdrew her hand shyly. Her cheeks tinted with a touch of scarlet. Moon Hyunchul was startled and seemed to realize that he had crossed the line a bit. His face blushing all of a sudden. Hands and feet apologizing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm. The live stream pop-up hissed and growled. Ah, how the did you get right on top of it? You can't just touch the goddess's hand. Cut off your own hands to apologize. Asshole. On purpose, absolutely on purpose. Deliberately pissing off the goddess. Apologizing in passing. And then taking the opportunity to strike. It's a setup. It's a ing setup. I'm dying of acidity. This is not a proper couple's quarrel. Are these two really not talking? Don't apologize. It's useless to talk. Just press your head and kiss it. Where's the head pressing squad? Just then, a beep sounded on the radio. Player Luo Qingyu has used a conversion card. A member of the Heart Group has been converted into a member of the Momentum Group. When Xianjia and Qian Yingshui were being surprised when the beeper continued to relentlessly broadcast. Nicole, out. Player Luo Qingyu used the resurrection card. Tang Lei, resurrect. Within moments, the situation seemed to have been reversed. Watching Tang Lei excitedly run towards them like a strange walking species, Qian Yingshui nervously hid behind when Xianjia, Moon Hyunchul raised his hand to protect her and lightly hooked the corner of his mouth in disbelief. Meh, it's about time for the game to end. Tang Lei hadn't even been resurrected for 2 minutes when he was surprised by when Xianjia ripping off his nameplate on his way to attack Qian Yingshui. Tang Lei, out. Tang Lei froze in place incredulously, with a skeptical expression. Ha! He jerked his head around, only to see Moon Hyunchul holding his nameplate in his hand and smiling apologetically. When did that kid come out? He obviously wasn't even close to him. Tang Lei, you're too human. I gave you a chance and you didn't use it. Luo Qingyu made a serious decision error. This resurrection card should have been saved for Xieli. After all, the Spicy Prince has always been in C's. So did anyone see how Moon Hyunchul struck? He didn't use a time stop too, did he? So he's obviously so strong. Why did he run away when he ran into the rookiest chicken in the beginning? Spicy Prince and Luo Qingyu are rushing over. Oh ha! The time has come for a showdown. Who's going to win? I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it. Yuki, brother-in-law. You guys have to win. Shelly, who arrived at the scene, immediately engaged in a peek with Moon Hyunchul. When Xianjia nimbly dodged Xieli's attack and backhanded the nameplate on Xieli's back, quickly ripping it off, there was a loud rip. However, the expected, thank you, out, didn't ring out, and was replaced by an icy broadcast. Player Luo Qingyu has used the invincibility card. All members of the moving group will be given a damage immunity effect for the next 5 minutes. i.e., members of the moving group will not be considered eliminated even if their nameplates are torn off within the 5-minute duration. It turned out that the moment when Xianjia grabbed the Xieli nameplate, Luo Qingyu unleashed the invincibility card. Xieli quickly began to counterattack, heading straight for Qian Yingshui. When Xianjia hurriedly retreated and directly picked up Qian Yingshui horizontally, quickly fleeing the scene. Humph, you'll be dead in 5 minutes. Qian Yingshui was still a bit confused. But still, he subconsciously grabbed onto Moon Hyunchul's neck. The pop-ups on the live feed exploded violently. Asshole, what are you doing? Put the goddess down quickly. Taking the opportunity to mooch off the goddess again. Pervert to pervert. Goddesses, let go quickly. Princess hug, so romantic. My goodness. You can run so fast even when you're holding someone. Brother-in-law's physical strength is really beyond normal. Shui is blessed. When Xianjia ran into the villa with Qian Yingshui in his arms and quickly ran up to Qian Yingshui's room on the 3rd floor. Then he tucked her into the closet and gave a gesture of silence. Take cover inside. Don't come out until the game is over. Then quickly closed the locker door and headed for the door. 5 minutes into the 100-meter sprint, Shelly was already tired and out of breath. He practically climbed up to the 3rd floor, and looking at Moon Hyunchul, who stood in the doorway and waved at him with a smile, Shelly could only feel his eyes go black. This guy, also, is too able to run. Suddenly, Shelly realized something with a jolt. No, the invincibility time is over. he can't beat him at all. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, Moon Hyunchul quickly tore off the nameplate behind him without mercy. Thank you, out. Shelley retired with regret. Moon Hyunchul was about to go look for the last of Luo Qingyu when the broadcast sounded on the radio. Player Luo Qingyu has forfeited the game, and all members of the moving team have been eliminated. Game over. Heart Group win. Luo Qingyu slowly walked up to the third floor and smiled at Wen Xianjia. Mr. Man is so awesome. I think I can totally stop wasting my time then. The remaining light from the corner of her eye swept over the drooping Cieli. The corner of Luo Qingyu's mouth hooked up in a tiny arc. For me, there's more to be happy about than winning, Qianing Xue asked incredulously as she climbed out of the closet. We won. Moon Hyunchul turned to her and nodded with a smile. Aha. Qianing Xue couldn't hide her excitement and went up, hugged him and couldn't stop bouncing happily. Great. The pop-ups in the live stream completely exploded. Goddess, what are you doing, goddess? Not. After all the hard work, we finally got a hard-won victory. This is just a normal sign of being too happy. Don't think too much about it. You guys, the goddess is just overwhelmed by the joy of victory. She'll hate slapping herself when she comes to her senses. Yes, 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 yes. I'll give you a kiss. Kisses. Kiss one. Kiss. Blissfully. Married. I'll move the civil office here now. You guys get married in place right now. Chapter 106, the goddess is obediently fed. The winner of the nameplate tearing is the Heart Group, and all members of the Heart Group, including Shelley, who defected in the middle of the game, will enjoy a luxurious lunch provided by the program. However, Shelley voluntarily passed up the opportunity. He said he attacked his teammates and didn't deserve it. Even though you attacked your teammates, you eliminated 2 people from the opposing team. Spicy Prince. This guy can really get along. He's turning into a fan. Whether it's unworthiness or something else, those who understand understand. I'll post the names of the guests, and you guys rate how well they just did in the game. 10, God of Gods. Can't win without TA. 8 to 9, good performance. A few minor flaws. 5 to 7, average. Only moderate. 3 to 4, almost as close to history as you can get. 1 to 2, history. 0, history in history. Tang lays 0 points. It's really in Lushan entering Chang'an. Tang is finished. The resurrection card would be better used on you than on history, which can at least hit people and discuss them, but you're really not even as good as history. Xinyao 0 points. The other side's beauty plan is the result of a delusional attempt to use a beauty plan. If you can't beat him and you don't know how to run, a piece of broken chocolate will be sent to your door on its own accord. He's a real clown. The ugliest of the ugly. Chicken Brothers 0 points. The room on the second floor you are dead set on not going in. And you don't even want to be given the chance to double kill by opening the locker door. I have all the ID cards and photocopies in one deck. Go sit at a table with Shen Yao. Nicole 0 points. There's nothing to say about laying down a winning vegetable dog. I'm on, I can do it. Spicy Prince 0 points. Classic small head controlling big head. Can't walk when you see a tender place? You're jumping into a trap that even my brother can see. 0 points for D-grade tenderness. What's the point of using the resurrection card so early? Full edge OB. The road is not running. The drop is cast. Then I ask you, why don't you continue to use your beauty plan? Shameless Maniac 999. 999 points. Kill kill kill. Death 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 death. Snow snow goddess. Wife. Full faint. Eyes of love. Big pouty lips. Matchmaker's mole. JPG. What a nice guy and what a professional sprayer. The guests have worked so hard for their performances and this is how they let you judge them so casually? Don't go too far with the pop-ups. The super deluxe lunch was only enjoyed by Moon Hyunchul, Cheon Young Seol and Nicole. The rest of them were not even allowed to enter the kitchen and had to eat bread and mineral water provided by the program. The pop-ups have sympathized with the most miserable guests in the history of Too Miserable, angry that the show is not human. At the table, when Xianjia thoughtfully peeled shrimp for Qianing Xue and spun vegetables, Nicole focused her head down on her dry meal, moved to tears by the deliciousness. Thank you brother Xian sister Snow for taking me to lie down and win. That's right. Nicole's too lucky. She didn't do anything. She just won. What's with the laying down and winning? Our Nicole-sama has unleashed a critical smash of Naruto. At the moment of death, key props fall from the sky, and then teammates come in hot to support them. Just ask who else has this kind of luck. If the host can still eat chicken, I can only say that luck is better than strength. Anchor you like a light bulb. So embarrassed hurry to finish eating nasty roll off the table it. Our goddess has hands and knows how to peel them herself. So don't be so attentive. The shrimp you touched is already dirty. Don't eat it, goddess. Aha, see? Yuki ate it in one straight bite. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. Damn 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 Jesus Zeus Apollo Prometheus Athena Kiana Venus Satan Lilith have mercy and give me a lovely girlfriend like Yuki. As we approach the evening, the first installment of A Summer of Hearts is nearing its end. The crew organized the guests into a simple send-off ceremony, the barbecue party. The guests, who ate only bread and mineral water for lunch, were moved to tears. The pop-ups have also been saying that the show has finally done a bang-up job. Nicole, who had gone on a lunchtime hoochie binge, still had an appetite. Opening the huge mouth of the abyss, the storm wind inhaled, and wherever it went, no armor was left. The pop-ups on the live feed side in awe. Anchor switching to foodcasting. You're really good at this. Is this the stunt the anchor said he was going to show us earlier? Jedi. 2 Jedi. Jedi. Q. Help. Thank you. Zundu. Breathless. Thank you. Barbecue. Stomping Gio. When Xianjia lightly sat down next to Qianingshui and picked up the pliers and asked, I'll bake you anything you want. Qianingshui scanned the ingredients on the table and pointed to the marinated raw steak. A steak would be nice. Moonhyun Chul chucked up a big steak that looked strong, and Cheon Yang Seol waved her hand in a hurry. No. It's too big for me to eat. Moonhyun Chul smiled disarmingly and placed the steak on the grill in front of him. We can eat together. Qianingshui was slightly stunned, and with a somewhat embarrassed red face, she softly answered, Oh. The pop-ups collectively lost their voices and screamed. Who the hell wants to eat with you? Don't flatter yourself. Goddess, how you're being led by the nose by this asshole. Do it yourself. Plenty of food and clothing. Brother-in-law is so good at taking care of people that Yuki has turned into a fool who can't do without him. If you give me such a sweet boyfriend, let me live in a mansion. Drive a luxury car, I'm also willing to. I think that after they get married, they must be the kind of people who seem to outsiders that the man is very respectful of the woman, and everything is to ask the woman's opinion, to listen to the woman's arrangements. In fact, in the home, especially in the bed, the man is the complete dominator. After the combination of soul and body, when Xianjia muffled his voice and pasted in Qianingshui's ear and coaxed in a low voice, baby, once again, okay? Qianingshui's body trembled and shook her head in panic. Well, don't. I still have to shoot it later, and then struggled to get up. Get up, if I'm late, I'll be late. When Xianjia's eyes sank, and with one hand, he grabbed her ankles and dragged her mercilessly back to the bed. He pressed her hands over her head and asked with a sneer, Oh, is shooting important or am I important? Qianingshui moistened her eyes like a frightened kitten and answered timidly, When? Of course it's you that's important. When Xianjia smiled with satisfaction and tenderly stroked her hair, well, so good. Then interlocked his fingers with her and leaned down. So, the next is the time to give baby rewards. Can this ing send out? Pop-up movie watching is just around the corner. No, that's not how our goddesses look like. What a nasty rotten plot. Disgusting. What hyenas love to watch. I'm a hyena and I love it. Send you a love power. Write more, brother. Chapter 107, Hubby, I'll give you a reward. The first installment of Summer of Hearts is officially over. The second installment of the show, which will kick off in a week. What? Another week? What am I supposed to eat for the next week without my e-juice? Replays go up. Let's go. A minute of not seeing the goddess is like ants crawling on my body. I want to watch the second installment of A Summer of Hearts right now. I hope the goddess will calm down and cool down during this week, and with a little quiet thinking, she will realize the true face of that shameless maniac. Please, goddess, come to your senses quickly. In the evening, when Xianjia returned home, and as soon as he opened the door, Fan Xingjie and Xiao Qiqing rushed forward and took him by the throat of his fate. Fan Xingjie, I thought it was already God's fault that you stepped on dog to be able to live in such a big house. But I didn't expect you to go on the show and cuddle with Qianingshui. How can this world be like this? Xiao Qiqing, quickly tell me, what tricks did you use to get in? How much red packets did you stuff the director with? I also want to be on the program and interact with Qianingshui. And just then, when Xianjia came out of the kitchen carrying 2 kitchen knives and said angrily, Brother, you finally came back. Hurry up and get rid of these 2 or I'm going to serve you with a chopper. Fan Xingjie and Xiao Qiqing were startled violently and hurriedly loosened their hands. Fan Xingjie smiled sarcastically at the ferocious Wen Xianjia and pleaded for mercy. Sister Xiaoya, have a word. Before the words fell, a bright kitchen knife flew over with a whoosh and plunged straight into the wall behind him. It also shaved off a handful of his green hair in the process. That's right, Fan Xingjie dyed his hair green again. Fan Xingjie and Xiao Qiqing were too scared to move. In shock, as Wen Xianjia carried another kitchen knife and smiled grimly as he stepped forward. Oh, you guys don't know yet, do you? I'm a psychopath. Killing isn't illegal. Upon hearing this, Fan Xingjie and Xiao Qicheng were so scared that they ran away, rolling and crawling. Mommy help! After the two left, Moon Hyuna finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he put down the chopper and couldn't wait to trot over towards Moon Hyunchul. Excitedly, he said, "Brother, so you really didn't lie to me." It turns out that Moon Hyunchul had a showdown with Moon Hyuna the night before he went on the show. To tell the truth, since that fan meeting, I have been deeply attracted by Qianingshue. Her every move, every smile, are all so beautiful, so intoxicating, fascinating me, so much like her. Every day is longing to meet with her again. Every night in bed to cry for a full 8 hours. During the period of collapse 1996 times, hit the wall 903 times, scratched the arm 8 times, hallucinations appeared 3 times, hallucinations of hearing appeared 9 times, slapped myself 16 times, appeared near death feeling 1 time, just now passed out now just woke up to see slapped myself 16 times, had a near-death sensation 1 time, just passed out now just woke up to see it's dark outside I instantly broke down again because I can't figure out how she's so cute. Moon Hyuna's brain went down as he watched his brother, who had always been mature and stable, turn into such a crazy appearance. Brother, you. Moon Hyunchul suddenly rushed towards the window, jumped onto the windowsill, and yelled at the moon outside. Qianingshue, Shue, miss you so much treasure. You are the treasure in my heart I love you so much can you hear me? Moon Hyuna rushed forward to pull him back. Calm down brother. You'll disturb the neighbors if you're so loud. It's over my brother must have gone crazy because he usually has nowhere to vent his stress and keeps it bottled up inside. How did this happen? Moon Hyunchul suddenly giggled. Then he jumped off the ledge, turned and ran for the door. I'm going to participate in that bull **** romance and I'm going to chase her. I'm going to marry her. You just wait for our wedding wine. Moon Hyunchul disappeared as soon as he left the house and didn't return all night. Moon Hyuna was scared for a night and ended up seeing him on Summer of Hearts the next day. Moon Hyuna couldn't believe his eyes. It's over. Not only is my brother crazy, she seems to be crazy too. Already hallucinating. That is, until the man who looked so much like his brother made the introductions. Hello everyone, my name is Moon Hyunchul, an ordinary company employee. I'll show you all how to split a walnut with my bare hands. Moon Hyuna was stunned for a while before finally accepting the reality. Brother is really on the show, and he's aiming to, wooing Qianingshue and marrying her. Memories end. Moon Hyuna suddenly shook her shoulders in small increments. She cried, when Xianjia quickly asked in alarm, "What's wrong Xiaoya? Did those two bastards bully you?" "Yeah, I'm going to go and dismantle them." With that, he lifted the chopper and headed out. "No brother." Moon Hyuna hurriedly pulled him back and laughed while crying. "How can those two be my match? I'm just too happy and excited." What are you happy and excited about? Moon Hyunchul asked in confusion. When Xianya wiped her tears, tilted her head and let out a long sigh, and excitedly grabbed him by the collar, saying, "Brother, you're really ***king awesome. I've been on the live broadcast 24/7 for the past 3 days, and based on my observations, Shui already has a crush on you, and it's not the usual kind. I am optimistic about you. You must be true to your word. Chase Shui to her hand and then marry her. I'll wait for your wedding banquet. I'll use all my pocket money as a contribution." When Moon Hyunchul came out of the bathroom after his shower, Moon Hyuna's excited heart hadn't calmed down yet and she was jumping and dancing in the living room. "Can't stop talking to myself. What should I say when we first meet? Hello Shui. No sister. Sister-in-law? I've actually always been a fan of yours. It's thanks to me that my brother got to know you I'm your matchmaker blah 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 that's too presumptuous. So, can I be a bridesmaid when you guys get married?" No. The bridesmaids seem to be from the woman's side. Damn it. Moon Hyunchul shook his head helplessly and returned to his room. The cell phone message alert beeped. "AAA Wedding Company, hubby, hurry over when you're done washing. AAA Wedding Company, in view of your excellent performance in the past 3 days, they are going to give you a super-level big reward Moon Hyunchul grunted and put down his phone, heading straight for the balcony. Arriving at the next room, Qianingshue had been waiting for a long time. She was seen wearing a short black lace low-cut dress, which emphasized her alluring and seductive figure to the fullest. The snow-white slender thighs were still wet and should have just come out of the bathroom as well. Moon Hyunchul gulped hard, but suddenly realized, she also had a whip in her hand. Qianingshue laughed coldly while gently hitting the whip on her hand. "Ready for your reward, hubby?" Chapter 108, Why do you smell so good, sweetie? When Xianjia pointed at the whip in Qianingshue's hand and asked incredulously, "Are you sure this is a reward?" Qianingshue grunted and slowly stepped forward. "Yeah, reward you for being less than 2 meters away from another woman today, dear Hyunchul brother. The contrived expression and the deliberately clipped voice gave Moon Hyunchul goosebumps. You're still jealous. That was the strategy. Didn't I tear her apart in the end? Moon Hyunchul defended breathlessly. Xianing Shui got even angrier. What strategy or not? I only know that you could have easily eliminated her, but still intentionally seduced her, letting her get that close to you. What color lure? It's clearly food lure. She fell for it for the food. Don't play dumb for me here. You have to accept my reward today anyway, he said, raising his whip and swinging it at him. Moon Hyunchul was startled and hastily dodged sideways. The whip hit the wall behind him with a snap, leaving a light black mark. No hiding, Xianing Shui shouted in exasperation, swinging her whip to continue her attack. Get real. The two immediately engaged in a fierce tussle. In the end, Xianing Shui was easily subdued by Wen Xianzhu and pressed down on the bed. Moon Hyunchul snatched the whip from her hand with one hand while the other pressed her hands over her head. That was a hard hit. Are you trying to murder your own husband? Xianing Shui was trapped underneath him, unable to stop struggling and kept kicking him with her feet. Get off me, asshole, get off me. Twisting and kicking, light and heavy in a completely different way than the usual lustful way. Moon Hyunchul's brow was furrowed in distraction. Gee, crazy crazy crazy. This time it's really crazy. Suddenly, he had an idea and tied her wrists directly with the whip. Xianing Shui's heart tightened and her eyes instantly widened. Hey, what are you doing? After tying it up, Moon Hyunchul grunted in triumph. Take my reward. When he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. Before Xianing Shui could react, her lips and teeth were wantonly intruded. Asshole. Who allowed you use this trick? Xianing Shui couldn't help but wail, tilting her head back and asking for more from him. A hint of teasing flashed in Moon Hyunchul's eyes. Humph. I'm sure I'll be honest once I'm kissed. He clasped the back of her head, bringing the two of them closer together. The temperature of the room began to rise, as if even the air was tinted with a layer of moist heat. Lingering kiss ended. Xianing Shui's skin was flushed and delicate. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, and her eyes flashed with a mesmerizing light. She gasped slightly, and the hot breath she exhaled seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. Moon Hyunchul licked her red, moist lips and asked with a smile, how's that? Did it take the edge off? Xianing Shui gently moved the arm that was raised above her head that was somewhat sore and numb. Her voice slightly hoarse, still not quick. Let go of me. Moon Hyunchul obediently untied the whip and casually threw it under the bed, then kissed her face again. I was wrong, wife. I will never use those fancy tricks again. What kind of food trick? Beautiful man trick doesn't matter. Anyway, whoever dares to come close to me, the male one slap, the female is even two slaps. Xianing Shui let out a pft, amused by him, and then hummed arrogantly. Humph. That's right. That's how it's going to be. A hint of anticipation flashed in Wen Xianzhu's eyes as he began to reach behind her to undo her sash. Not angry anymore? Then can't we? Xianing Shui suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted. Wait. Moon Hyunchul stopped moving with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Xianing Shui's tone was ghostly, with a hint of jealousy. Luo Qingyu, you've peeked at her breasts many times, haven't you? Wen Xianzhu quickly denied. What peeking? Her bosom is so prominent, swaying around in front of me. How could I not notice it? Not to mention me. Haven't you also seen it many times? Xianing Shui stuttered a little. That's because. Moon Hyunchul suddenly smiled, resting his chin against her chest and tilting his head to look at her. Don't worry. I don't like those kind of ones. I like this kind of wife. In shape, size, color, feel and texture. It's like it was made for me. Xianing Shui's face flushed red, and she hurriedly pushed him in a petulant manner. You're too perverted. Moon Hyunchul was unimpressed and revealed a bad smile. Humph. Don't think about who I learned it from. Xianing Shui glared at him like an angry kitten, and Wen Xianzhu let out a light laugh before moving closer to her neck and taking a deep breath. Ha! Why do you smell so good, sweetie? I want to eat you up right now. Hearing this familiar line, Xianing Shui's delicate body couldn't help but tremble lightly. Damn. That's her line. Thousand Shui never expected that the boomerang would end up sticking in her own body after all. Just as she was lamenting, the dress on her body was mercilessly torn open by Moon Hyunchul. He tossed the torn cloth aside and smiled apologetically. You don't mind if the bags get in the way, do you, sweetie? Early morning. Xianing Shui pillowed on Wen Xianzhu's arm and slept soundly. Moon Hyunchul had woken up and was swiping his cell phone with one hand. After the first episode, the show opened a Twitter account for him. In just one night, his follower count skyrocketed from 0 to 2 million. Not a single zombie fan. All real-life people. Private messages are 99 plus when refreshed. Scary as hell. Although the private message attack was pulled full, Moon Hyunchul didn't take a single bit of damage. Instead, they are still secretly happy. Don't look at your status. What kind of position are you in? How can you like Qianing Shui? What a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Sorry, it's already been eaten. Delicious, delicious, yummy, oh wash, delicious. Don't flatter yourself. The goddess doesn't have a crush on you at all. She's just giving you some face for the sake of you trying so hard to please her. Gee, how did you know I worked hard last night? You're not a buddy. Can't you have a sense of boundaries? The goddess is just not good at rejecting people. Do you have to ask her to explicitly say no before you know to back off? She did say no a lot last night, but she said yes again after I backed off. Gee, it's hard to serve. I won't say anything else. Don't feed the goddess anything, okay? Scrambled eggs and chocolate are all calorie bombs. The goddess works hard to stay in shape, so don't add to the problem. I told her to stop eating last night, but she wouldn't listen. She glared at me and even tried to bite me. What do you want me to do? If you dare to court the goddess on the next program, don't blame me for flying a helicopter and throwing history at your head. After reading so many entries, this one is actually the scariest. Qianing Shui finally woke up from his arm, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "What are you looking at? Smiling like that?" Moon Hyunchul turned his head and smiled at her. Was reading the netizens' wishes for our beautiful love. Sleeping with their goddess while being scolded. Although it's a bit perverted to think so, but it's really good. Qianing Shui instantly came to her senses and lifted her head to come over. Let me see. Moon Hyunchul hurriedly turned off his cell phone. There's nothing to see. Look at yourself. Qianing Shui nuzzled. Really? But all the private messages I've gotten are friendly reminders to stay away from you and not get tricked by you. Goddess. Wake up. That guy is just craving your body. His hands are so ungrateful. He touches you every chance he gets. That kid is too pretentious. He's not what he appears to be. He must be playing especially fancy behind his back. You're no match for him. Yuki, no matter what, protect yourself. Qianing Shui watched with mixed feelings inside. Who the hell is talking about? Moon Hyunchul said as he reached out and hooked his fingers into a strand of her hair, playing with it. I think there are 4 words that fit us perfectly. Thousand reflections blinked. A man and a woman? A natural couple? Divine couple? Divine couple? Moon Hyunchul shook his head and let out a light laugh. Adulterers and adulteresses. Qianing Shui's brows furrowed as she angrily punched his chest and snapped. What kind of person talks about themselves like that? Can you say something nice? Chapter 109, the flow of this piece of the reel let you play to understand the. After Qianing Shui's participation in Summer of the Heart, the heat is really soaring again. Endorsements and brand collaborations are a dime a dozen. As the only 2 serious employees of Thousand Reflections Snow Studio, Zhao Chen and Lin Xiao were already so busy that they were already crispy on the outside and sprinkling some more cumin on the inside before they could serve the food to Uncle Batu. Not only that, thanks to Qianing Shui's blessing, Qian's group's market share price has indeed risen by a large margin. Qianing Shui, the national goddess? Goddess of wealth. Qian Jun was so happy that he couldn't wait to build a statue of Qianing Shui and put it downstairs in the company, so that every day when the employees came, they had to burn incense to her first. Oh, how worthy of my daughter to come up with such a great hype. She even got one of her own to go up and play a double act with her in order for the plan to work perfectly. And she really, I'm crying my eyes out. I just don't know how this farce is going to end. And Qianing Shui seemed to have sensed his concern and thoughtfully explained. In the next segments of the show, she will deliberately show more ambiguous and intimate interactions with Moon Hyunchul, so that the netizens in front of the screen will fall deeper and deeper into the sweet atmosphere that they are about to come together step by step. And then, just when they were full of expectations that the 2 of them could make it work, she would give them a shocking reversal. In the finale moment of the show, Moon Hyunchul would gather his courage and confess his love to her in a deep and heartfelt way. Instead, she would show a tangle and struggle like no other. In the end, he politely declined, saying we're not right for each other. That brings a lot more discussion than if she just said yes and then logically got together. After all, tragedy is always more impressive than a happy ending. At that point, there will certainly be a variety of voices on the internet. On the one hand, there will be the relentless mockery of Moon Hyunchul's failed attempts at love, and they will find him pathetic and laughable. On the other hand, there will also be regretful sympathy for his deep love for so long, thinking that it's too bad that he can't love. As for Qianing Shui, naturally, there would be many people who would accuse and abuse her for her ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness, but it didn't matter. It was exactly the effect she wanted. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, the grapevine broke. Have the 2 actually been secretly together in private? Public opinion is once again in an uproar. Just as the debate was raging, both sides issued clarifications. It's all a misunderstanding. Yet, there are all sorts of details that suggest that their relationship does seem to be unusual. This non-stop reversal and then reversal of the wave of public opinion, so that Qianing Shui will always be at the tip of the storm. And Xian's group will also gain unprecedented attention in this wave of public opinion. Brand awareness will increase dramatically, and market share is expected to expand further. Shi Jun applauded as he listened. Absolute. So absolute. The traffic piece of the genus makes sense to you, he said with heartfelt emotion. Ying Shui. It's really not in vain that I've cultivated you for so many years. Qian Jun then revealed a touch of worry. However, is this really okay for you? You have to realize that such a storm of public opinion might bring you a lot of negative effects. Your image may be tarnished, and it may even affect your life and career. Qian Yingshui smiled modestly, but a trace of imperceptible indifference flashed in her eyes. Even if I can't meddle in the company's affairs, I'm happy to be able to share my dad's worries. I don't care about the negatives. As long as it benefits the family business, I'll do anything. Qian Jun looked at Qian Yingshui as a complex emotion surged in his heart. He knew that Qian Yingshui had always longed to be able to intervene in the company's affairs, but he also had his own concerns. Qian Jun was silent for a moment before he finally managed to speak in a warm voice. Good. When you get tired of the stormy waters of show business one day, I'll seriously consider letting you participate in the management of the company. When Qian Yingshui heard this, a surprised smile bloomed on her face. Really? Great. Thank you, Dad. Qian Jun smiled lovingly. Family, what are you saying thank you for? It's getting late. Quickly go to the restaurant to eat. Your mom and your sister are looking forward to you. Qian Yingshui shook her head and politely refused. I won't stay for dinner today. There are still several endorsement contracts on hand waiting for me to review. Qian Jun nodded with understanding. In that case, then I won't force you. Be careful on the road. Don't get too tired. And remember to rest early. Qian Yingshui gently responded. I know. Thanks, Dad. The moment she left the parlor, the corner of Qian Yingshui's mouth hooked into a meaningful sneer. Considering me to run the company? Oh, the 1000 group belongs to me. When is it your turn to agree? Don't worry, Qi Jun. I'll give you a shocker before I give the internet a shocker. During a week's break, Qian Yingshui was busy with endorsements, business negotiations, and commercials during the day. And at night, she and Wen Xianjia studied and exchanged biological knowledge in depth. After all, when you're on the show, at best you can sneak a kiss, but nothing else. As the saying goes, there is a golden house in the book, and both of them were surprised to find that the original practical operational guide to happily ever after for couples worked so well. So learning was practiced more actively and more seriously. However, although learning is good, do not be too addicted. Remember to combine work and rest. A week later, the second installment of Summer of Hearts is officially on the air. Chapter 110, Deserted Island Adventure, officially opened. The second installment of Summer of Hearts is officially on the air. The first installment was filmed in a huge villa, and this one was filmed in an uninhabited island. 8 guests will spend 5 days and 5 nights together. The live feed started with a panoramic aerial shot of the island. The island sits isolated in the turquoise blue sea. The island is lush with trees and a few occasional bird calls and unknown animals can be heard. The ecology is good. The guests hadn't even made their appearance yet, and the live stream was already buzzing with activity. Where is he? Why isn't he out yet? Goddess, where are you? Why can't I see you? I can't stand it anymore. I'm itching. Ants are biting me. I'm itchy. I'm uncomfortable. I'm hot. I can't stand it. Can't take it anymore. Wait, I'm opening Rinzone. Right? Island vacation. This is too romantic. It's been a week and the e-squeeze is finally back on the shelves. It's normal to be a little emotional, must learn to self-regulate. To believe that right away. With much anticipation, the guests finally came out one by one. As soon as the people arrived, however, the crew ruthlessly announced the first thing, in order to immerse themselves in the deserted island life, all guests must first open their suitcases and consciously surrender all their electronic belongings and take away food, etc. If you are found to be hiding it, you will be severely punished. The guests were outright confused. The pop-ups were also confused. There was a flurry of questions brushed up. Deserted island life? Not an island vacation. Did I hear you right? This process is completely in the rhythm of wilderness survival. Wilderness survival? So exciting. These stars are all skinny. Can they do it? The guests were dumbfounded. But despite their reluctance, they had to open the box. Here comes the much anticipated unboxing. The contents of each man's suitcase are enough to make the pop-ups go straight to ********. Reluctantly, Shelley pulled out all of his chorizo. Shinyao shamefully hid her super sexy swimsuit, but unfortunately it was still seen by the pop-ups. Tang Lei handed over a large box of protein powder, Sui Yun's super complete makeup bag and a few scattered hyaluronic acids. Luo Qing used 20-pound dumbbells. Nicole's latest VR gaming glasses. Moon Hyunchol's Qian Ingyue photo book. The pop-up exploded. Ah, how did you get that? You kid completely stopped acting right. Afraid that people can't see your dirty mind. Damn it. This guy must be doing that nasty thing with the goddess's picture every night. No can't. The goddess's photo is equally sacrosanct. You turn in your tools of the trade. Honestly, to be able to do this, I begun to admire him. With such a thick skin, he'll succeed in everything he does. Moon Hyunchul blushed in embarrassment and hastily put away the photo album and explained. This was an employee benefit from my boss when I used to work at a bookstore. It works pretty well for pressing instant noodles, haha. As he said that, his line of sight also subconsciously glanced towards Qianing Shui. Qianing Shui's face also blushed slightly and didn't say anything more. Then opened his suitcase. The pop-ups exploded again. In Qianing Shui's suitcase, there was a pink cat doll lying. Asterisk. Isn't this the doll that Moon Hyunchul gave her when she went to the amusement park in the first period? I can't believe I'm carrying it around with me. Happy news, Yuki, she's super in love. Family members, it's a love that runs in both directions. It's a real knockout. Actually, I've always loved Shui. My biggest dream is to be able to kiss her. But she's heterosexual and doesn't like girls. Oh. So brother-in-law, can you give me a kiss for me? 2 kisses would be fine. No. Just kiss her to death. Okay? Not. What are you so excited about? Girls like this kind of fluffy things. The goddess is only carrying this doll because it's cute. Okay? It has nothing to do with that shameless maniac. That's it. This doll has been given to the goddess. It's the goddess's thing. And it's none of that asshole's business. TSK. What a hard mouth. Harder than my boyfriend 78. After the illegal items were surrendered, the Desert Island Romance Synthesis trip officially kicked off. The host said excitedly to the 8 guests as well as the audience of the live broadcast, "Welcome to the second installment of Summer of Hearts, a trip to a deserted island. Now, we are about to embark on the first of many challenges and opportunities, the Great Desert Island Supplies Search. On this deserted island, we have carefully prepared several supply kits, which are skillfully hidden in various corners of the island, waiting to be discovered. These supply packages are not ordinary packages. They are divided according to 5 grades, S, A, B, C, D. They contain essentials ranging from basic food and water to a variety of survival tools. In addition to these tangible supplies, we have a special blind box challenge. Instead of directly displaying supplies, the blind box hides a redemption code, and it's up to you to explore and guess what the code can be exchanged for. In this session, you are free to team up and indulge your spirit of exploration to find as many supply packs as possible. Moreover, we encourage you to exchange or trade supplies. After all, teamwork and resource sharing are also key to survival on a deserted island. So we are not only rivals, but also partners. Oh, hopefully, in this session, you can not only obtain the necessary survival supplies, but also in the process of searching and exchanging, quickly familiarize with the environment of this deserted island, and enhance mutual understanding and trust. So, let's wait and see who comes out on top in this battle for supplies and becomes the little survivor on the desert island. Go, guys! After the rules were introduced, the guests were all nervous and excited, rubbing their fists and jumping into action. At the order of the host, the Great Deserted Island Material Search officially begins. When Xianjia hurriedly ran to Qian Shui's side and invited, "Ing Shui, come with me, we'll split the supplies we find." Qian Shui asked with some embarrassment, "Will I hold you back?" When Xianjia said with a serious expression, "Of course not. I'm the worst at finding things. I'm sure I'll miss out on a lot of good things. If the 2 of us act together, we can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. So team up with me." Qian Shui nodded her head in agreement slightly shyly. "Well, don't think I'm stupid." Oh. Moon Hyunchul happily took her hand and headed straight for the deserted island woods. "Let's go then." The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. "No, goddess, how can you agree to him so easily? How to get right back on again? Let go. Let go of me. It's over. The goddess is really a sheep in a tiger's mouth this time. We'll share the supplies? That's a good one. How could that asshole keep his word?" After finding enough supplies, the goddess was about to take some when he suddenly sneered and pressed her against the tree. "Don't you think it's a bit unfair to take half of the supplies when you haven't given anything?" The goddess was someone who didn't like to rely on others, and would definitely feel guilty. But again, she had to rely on these supplies to last through these few days, so she could only say stiffly, then I'll just take a little bit of it." In the face of the goddess's concessions, he would only stomp on his nose even more. "That can't be done. These are mine. If you want it, you have to take something for it." The goddess was surprised. but could only ask tentatively, what do you want me to take in exchange? Seeing that the goddess had successfully fallen into his trap, he was secretly pleased in his heart, so he pinched her chin hard, forcing her to raise her head to look at herself. Oh, what do you say? His face was getting closer and closer, and the goddess clenched her teeth, inclined her head, and tried to keep herself from letting out whimpers, but the rolling tears eventually slid down her face. I hope you can, do what you say. Aha, goddess in danger. Almost there. How could such a thing happen? It is his honor to serve the goddess. How dare he think otherwise? How dare he be so presumptuous? Don't panic. The goddess is just trying to use him. A free drudge is eagerly delivered to his door. How can you not want it? That's right. That guy's just a tool man. The kind the goddess uses and kicks. TSK. What a hard mouth. My girlfriend says it's harder than even my 78. Chapter 111, The Evil Gardenia Plan. Looking at Xianing Shui and Wen Xianjia holding hands, happy as if they were two children on a spring trip. Su Yiyun red-warmed. Grass. Thousanding Shui. Goddess. What are you doing? Why things have turned out the way they have. Su Yiyun, who has been practicing for 2 years, finally made his official debut last month. As the least popular one in the team, the manager thought of a bad idea to help him boost his popularity. Go and brush up on your face in the upcoming big hit Love Variety. Interact more with the female guests, and portray a caring and considerate warm manhood. Of course, the most important thing was to get closer to Qianing Shui. After all, the national goddess traffic is not covered. If you can fire a CP, you're guaranteed to have a career for the rest of your life. Su Yiyun was ambitious and had already thought of all kinds of sweet interactions. However, nothing went according to plan. Because, on the first day of the first installment of the program, he ate Tang Lei's dark cuisine, resulting in a night of diarrhea, and on the second day, and the third day he tossed and turned in the aftermath of his pain, his entire being in a state of hovering on the border between life and death. How can you have the energy to create romantic opportunities with Qianing Shui again? Turns out that kid got there first. No, not only that, on the third day of the barbecue party, he also ate the half-baked potatoes baked by Tang Lei, and scurried for a few days of dilution after he went back. He even went to the hospital and hung up the hanging water, torturing him to death. Su Yiyun was enraged and gradually blackened. Damn it, Tang Lei, you old den. My great future is so cut off by you. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Su Yiyun's smile gradually twisted. Evil plans begin to take root and grow in the mind, and will eventually blossom into an overwhelmingly beautiful flower of vengeance. He took a step and walked step by step towards Tang Lei, who was talking and laughing with Xinyao. Mr. Tang Lei, can I team up with you? Tang Lei and Xinyao turned their heads at the sound, only to see Su Yiyun asking again with an expectant face. Mr. Tang Lei, I want to team up with you too. Where did this little burner come from? No wonder I didn't see how he interacted with the female guests. So he was hitting on our lady. Lightbulb, don't interrupt our Yao Yao and ladies duo line, okay? Don't be so malicious with the pop-ups, okay? Yiyun, he didn't come to break them up. He joined them. Seeing that both Tang Lei and Xinyao were a bit embarrassed, Su Yiyun pleaded earnestly once again. I don't know how to cook. Even if I find the supplies, I can't make a finished product. Mr. Tang Lei's cooking is simply comparable to a 5-star chef. I really want to eat your cooking again, so let me join you. All the supplies I find can be given to you. Once he heard that Su Yiyun wanted to join in order to eat his meal, Tang Lei was touched to the core. Immediately, he nodded in agreement. Good. Xinyao could only laugh dryly. Ha ha, welcome to join us, oh brother Yiyun. Damn it, get out of here. UING Lightbulb. Don't bother me with the movie star. Moon Hyunchul and Qianing Shui stepped inside the forest of the deserted island. Suddenly, Qianing Shui's gaze was attracted by a tall palm tree. She tilted her head slightly and was surprised to find a bag of supplies amongst the top leaves of the palm tree. Wow, look at that. Qianing Shui excitedly pointed at the top of the tree. The live streaming room was instantly buzzing. I'll go. Such good luck. I found a supply bag as soon as I came here. The goddess is really a lucky goddess. The programmers are too able to put it up, right? It's so high. How is it going to be taken? How do I get it? Climb up. Take a rock and drop it. Kick the tree. Shake it down. Just cut down the tree. Press F to pick up automatically. Fly up. The pop-ups have come up with ideas, one more outrageous than the other. The branches of this palm tree were bare, with nothing to land on, and it did make it a little difficult to climb up. Qianing Shui looked at the high treetops and said with some regret, either give up on this one. It's too hard to get. When Xianjia shook his head, no, it's not hard to take. Just look at mine. With that, he backed up a bit, then sprinted and walked right up the tree. Reaching the top of the tree, He quickly took down his bag of supplies and jumped straight down. Xianing Shui covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide with shock. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned by this scene, and the pop-ups were instantly and frantically brushed up. My god! This is too awesome. It's really flying up there. This operation. 666. Light power. This is light power. He's like Superman. Secretary 1. What other surprises do you have that I don't know about? When Xianjia smiled and handed the bag of supplies to Qianing Shui, come on, open it and take a look. It's quite heavy. There should be quite a lot of good stuff. Qianing Shui opened the supplies bag, which surprisingly contained some delicious canned food, a few bottles of clean drinking water, a compact compass and a sharp knife. Moon Hyunchul was pleasantly surprised. Our luck is too good. Then he smiled and said to Qianing Shui, I told you we'd get twice the result with half the effort together. What together? Don't talk nonsense. Hello? Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. What's twice the result with half the effort? The goddess discovered it first. You're taking advantage of the goddess. Asshole. Damn it. He's not really going to take all the credit later on and then threaten the goddess to trade her body for supplies. Is he? What? No. Chapter 112 The Great Material Search. Seeing that when Xianjia and Qianing Shui had both succeeded in holding hands directly, Xiali was also tickled to death. But he was so nervous just silently following behind Luo Qingyu that he didn't have the courage to propose teaming up together or anything. Noticing that the person behind her had a twisted look of wanting to speak, Luo Qingyu stopped in her tracks. She turned to him, puzzled. Can I help you? Shelley's cheeks began to flush slightly as he stammered. We work together. Well, that's what it means. Can't you stand up? Don't be a pussy. If you were half as brazen as when Xianjia, you two would have been together long ago, right? Don't. Who is it not good to learn from? You have to learn from that shameless fanatic. You're leading people astray. You're leading them astray. If they make it, the spicy prince will definitely be the one at the bottom in bed. Yeah, is it obscene to say this in broad daylight? That's what I thought. In the face of Xia Li's twisted invitation, Luo Qingyu only smiled faintly. Are you trying to team up with me? Can-o. A flash of surprise immediately flashed across Shelley's face, and the blush on her face deepened. Oh. So he quickly stepped forward and walked into the forest side by side with Luo Qingyu. As she walked, Luo Qingyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. Willow's brow furrowed and she looked around cautiously. Did you hear any strange noises? As soon as Shelley heard this, he also hurriedly stopped and listened carefully to the movements around him. There was silence all around, only the rustle of the breeze blowing through the leaves. Sha, sha sha sha. However, on closer listening, it did seem as if there was some sound, if anything, coming from. Hiss, hiss. Closer and closer, clearer and clearer. Suddenly, a slender green snake quickly cut through the grass and appeared in the two men's field of vision. Shelley's eyes widened momentarily in shock. Ah! Then he jumped directly onto Luo Qingyu's body. Luo Qingyu was caught off guard, but still steadily picked him up in a princess carry. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. There's a snake. No, dude. Has scared me so much I threw my cell phone out. I can see that the spicy prince is really afraid of these reptilian creatures. Luo Qingyu's arm strength is too powerful, isn't it? No wonder there's a 20-pound dumbbell in the suitcase. Sister Qingyu is so secure. Sister Qingyu is so secure. Wear a pair of pants in front of you. This is a public place. Luckily, the green snake seemed to be startled by Shelley's screams as well. It quickly reoriented itself and slipped into the grass on the other side, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Xiali, a big man of 1 meter 8, was curled up in Luo Qingyu's arms shivering. Luo Qingyu gently patted his back and softly comforted him. Don't be afraid. It's already run away. Oh. The softness in front of Luo Qingyu's body clung to his arm, and Xiali gulped hard and hurriedly got down from her body, his face turning red with shame. No. Sorry. Luo Qingyu smiled and shook her head, gently holding Xiali's still trembling hand. Take my hand if you're scared. Xiali's heart thumped as if it was going to jump out of his chest, and his brain went blank, leaving only Luo Qingyu's bright and compelling eyes. Let's go. Any later and the supply packs will be finished by the others. Oh. He nodded mechanically and allowed Luo Qingyu to lead him, walking forward step by step. No. What blinds me? Jealousy has made me blind. Another of my emerald cabbages has been vaulted. Congratulations to another pair of male and female guests on their hand in marriage. I can't fix it. I don't agree with this marriage. Damn. 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 Amaterasu amakami isanaji izanami orochi susa no amakami kabana saki ihaim. Be merciful and give me a gentle and reliable girlfriend like Luo Qingyu. The grouping for the Great Desert Island supply hunt is Tang Lei, Shen Yao, Sui Yun group. When Xianjia, Xianing Shui group. Luo Qingyu. Thank you for the gift set. Nicole is in a group of 1. But not the anchor's popularity is also too bad. No one wants to team up, can only fight alone belongs to is. The front don't have to be embarrassed. The anchor is a lone wolf and doesn't care to team up with these commoners. The hosts are stingy with their food when they live broadcast the survival game. And the real-life version doesn't mail it faster? Oh, you guys are underestimating Nicole-sama's ability to survive. She's the one who's been living on instant noodles and squash for a month. Even if she can't find a good bag of supplies, she can still survive for 5 days by gnawing on tree bark, right? 2 hours passed quickly. After a careful search by the guests, the packets of supplies on the deserted island were almost divided up. Man Hyunchul and Xian Ingsu had found a total of 14 supply packs. 3S, 2A, 4B, 2C, 1D, 2 blind boxes. You two are here to buy goods. Finished. I'm going to turn black to pink on this kid. He is really into the sky, into the ground, anywhere. I wonder if he's a retired special forces soldier. If you can't hold it anymore, you can still find it. Luo Qingyu and Xieli found a total of 7 supply packs. 2 at level A, 2 at level B, 1 at level C, 1 at level D. Moderate. This group seems to have some kind of wildlife attracting physique, during which they encountered 3 snakes, 2 large scorpions, 1 poisonous spider, and 1 large wild boar. It's too bad that Sister Qingyu almost managed to catch the boar and add a meal to it. The boar is so scared that it directly turns on the pig's mutiny. There's a ghost. Tang Lei, Shen Yao, and Sui Yun had found a total of 4 supply packs. 1 at level A, 1 at level C, 2 at level D. No, how is it that 3 is not as much as 2 to find? Finished. Nothing useful. This group really mailed in the mail. There's no way. 2 Wulongs and a phoenix are together. The debuffs will stack. There's only 1 tent. How can 3 people sleep at night? Cheese on both sides. Nicole found 4 packages of supplies. 2S, 1A, 1 blind box. Asterisk. Anchor is open for business. 2 INGS classes in 1 person? Jennifer's outrageous. 1 S-ranked material package was even accidentally hit a tree while walking and was directly knocked down. I kind of understand what it means to say that luck is also a gift. Receive the anchor's good luck in the new year. Catch. When Xianjie and Xianingshu had unpacked all the packages of supplies they found and organized them briefly. Though the tools and ingredients are plentiful, so you don't have to worry about eating for the rest of the days. But the only awkward thing is, only 1 tent was opened. Chapter 113, if you want to see the goddess's feet, just say so, asshole. After the tent was set up, both men went in to have a look around. The tent was a bit small and a bit cramped to sleep 2 people. Moon Hyunchul scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I'll go see if the other group has any extra. Take the supplies and trade them for another top. Chen Yingshui also shyly nodded gently. The pop-ups on the live stream were already blowing up. What? Is this the rhythm of sleeping together? Not. The goddess's innocence is going to be ruined. Pop-ups should not be so stressful. Okay, this is in front of the whole country live program. The material he has even more guts will not dare to do anything to the goddess. We stress? The arrogance of the berserkers is beyond your imagination. Even if we don't do anything, we're still sleeping together. Abominable. The thought that after one night, the goddess's body would be stained with his sin cuts me to the core and makes me ache. Kill me. After some inquiries, Moon Hyunchul learned. Tang Lei's group opened a tent. Nicole opened 2 tents. And Luo Qingyu's group did not open a tent. Nicole had already exchanged with Luo Qingyu a tent for a lot of canned food and compressed cookies. Moon Hyunchul could only return with regret. That's right. The show only had 4 tents in total. What purpose is self-evident? Qian Yingshui comforted. Don't think about the night yet. It's still early. There's always a solution. Big deal. As she said that, her face turned red quickly with the naked eye, then hurriedly hung her head shyly and whispered, I'm hungry. Of course Moon Hyunchul knew what she hadn't finished saying and replied in a hurry. Oh, I'll go prepare food. Goddess, what are you talking about? Big deal. What's so hard to fix? A goddess sleeps in a tent. A berserker sleeps on the beach. Isn't he in good health? He won't die if he sleeps in the open air. It's not that simple. The goddess is so kind. How could she let him sleep outside? At night, Moon Hyunchul pretended to be a gentleman and took the initiative to go outside to sleep. The goddess must have felt bad and invited him to stay. The tent can accommodate 2 people. Moon Hyunchul a look of being flattered. After pretending to excuse himself for a few times, he logically lay into the goddess's nest. Don't worry, I won't do anything, not to mention bullying you. At first, he was indeed honest and did not make any moves, so the goddess slowly relaxed her guard. When it came to the dead of night, the goddess was dazedly awakened by a strange movement behind her. She slightly inclined her head and instantly widened her eyes and blushed in shame. You, what are you doing? Seeing that things were crashed, he was not ashamed, just sneered, raised his hand to cover her mouth. Hush, quiet, everyone is sleeping, and then put his body close to her ear, deliberately blowing, lowered his voice and said, "Ha, you also, don't want, everyone is woken up by your voice, right?" The goddess was firmly confined by him, unable to move, and did not want to disturb other people's rest, so she could only redden her eyes, unwillingly give up struggling, and acquiesce to his recklessness. No. Goddess, please keep your eyes open and don't be fooled by that kid's flowery words. I can't do anything. It's cold. Can I come closer? Can I give you a hug? Hiss, sorry, but all men do this, I'll just rub it in. Aha. Time out for work. Goddess, I'm coming to save you. The time was fast approaching evening. The sun was sinking in the west and the beachside was colored a gentle orange-red by the setting sun. In the distance, a few seagulls circled freely. The waves lapped at the beach with a lilting sound. Everything seemed so harmonious and serene. When Xianjie and Qianningsue strolled along the beach, leaving a trail of varying depths, Qianningsue suddenly frowned and gently lifted her leg, shaking off her shoes, into the sand again. When Xianjie looked at the sand under his feet, thought for a moment, and turned his head to Qianningsue with a smile. Then take off your shoes. Qianningsue was slightly stunned, and when Xianjie had already taken the lead in taking off his own shoes and stepping barefoot on the sand. This sand is strangely comfortable to step on, so come and try it too. The pop-ups on the live feed were anxious. What the hell are you up to again? Abacus beads are crashing into my face. If you want to see the goddess's feet, just say so, asshole. Goddess can't say yes. Xianningsue thought slightly for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth rose, his eyes curved into a crescent moon, and he nodded in response. Yeah. Then bend down to untie his shoes and set them aside. The pop-ups on the live feed instantly wailed, yet slobbered. However, Qianningsue didn't take 2 steps before she suddenly let out a cry of alarm and her entire body lurched. Ouch! When Xianjie hurriedly reached out to support Qianningsue and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Qianningsue frowned and said with a pained expression, "I seem to have stepped on something." She carefully moved her foot away and there was indeed an irregularly shaped conch at her feet. When Xianjie hurriedly helped Qianningsue walk to the nearby reef and squatted down to check Qianningsue's feet, he lifted Qianningsue's white and polished feet, gently touching them with his fingers and carefully inspecting them. An itchy and strange sensation came from under her feet. Qianningsue lightly bit her lower lip and blushed. The live room red warmed up. Asshole, what are you doing? No. The goddess's jade feet have been defiled. Will it be repaired? Shameless fanatic, get your dirty hands off me. He is explicitly taking advantage of you, a goddess. Hurry up and kick him away. The top of Qianningsue's foot was red, but luckily it didn't bleed. When Xianjie gently pinched Qianningsue's toes and asked, "Does it hurt?" Qianningsue inhaled, bit her lip, and gently nodded. When Xianjie looked up at Qianningsue and said seriously, "Although there's no blood, it might still be hurt. I'll take you back to the camp first." With that, he straightened up and carefully reached his hands to the bend of Qianningsue's legs, picking her up horizontally. Then with a gentle smile, "Hold on tight." The pop-ups were once again red hot, a volcanic eruption scene. Assholes, aha, princess hugs again. Brother-in-law is so manly. Yuki reaches around his neck now, leaning on his body now. You too. Who's responsible if you sweeten me to death? On purpose. Definitely on purpose. Deliberately bringing the goddess to the beach, luring her to take off her shoes, luring her towards the conch, then getting her hurt, then touching her feet, and finally hugging her. Kill. Goddess, do you know? You are like a simple and innocent little animal, being introduced into the trap by him step by step and still do not realize it. Goddess, please come to your senses. Chapter 114, Evil Gardenia. Revenge success. After carrying Qianningsue back to the tent to rest, when Xianjie went to the sea to catch another big bucket of fish, I kept a few for myself and gave the rest to my neighbors. Nicole, who had thought she could only eat canned compressed cookies, was directly moved to kneel down and kowtow to him 3 times. Brother, you're practically my own father. Moon Hyunchul was terrified and hurriedly helped her up. Remembering again that he had promised Qianningsue that he couldn't get too close to the opposite sex, he hastily took several steps back. What's there to be thankful for? We're all a group. It's only right to help each other. Daughter's knees are covered in gold. Where's your dignity? Angkor, did you study in a neon country? You're so skillful at kneeling, the most powerful rite in the empire. Oh, brother-in-law is really handsome and kind-hearted. Good things are given to everyone to share together. No wonder Shueshue is charmed by him. Oh, pretend. Continue to pretend. Showing a look of righteousness and eagerness to help others. In order to perform in front of the goddess, so that she can let her guard down, so that she can take advantage of the situation tonight. The sun had slowly sunk into the horizon, and the last remnants of light in the sky were fading. The moon came out and the stars began to twinkle in the deep night sky. The sea breeze blew with the salty scent of the sea and the coolness of the night, and the coconut trees swayed and rustled in the breeze. The beach was bustling with activity. After all, everyone was excited to prepare dinner. Tang Lei's group roasted a screaming chicken. Luo Qingyu's group cooked a pot of seafood chowder. And by the way, they greeted the lone Nicole and came to eat together. Nicole was so moved that she fell to her knees with a plop and kowtowed 3 times on the spot. Sis, you're practically my own mom. Anchor you really? Ugh. Ugh. Never mind. That's it. Shenning Shue's feet had recovered more or less after a period of rest, and Moon Hyunchul's grilled fish is almost done. Shenning Shue smelled the gust of fragrance emanating from the roasted fish and couldn't wait to get out of the tent and walk towards the fire. She walked over to the fire and sat down across from Moon Hyunchul, hugging her knees, eyes fixed on the fish being grilled. Gluttonously gulping, he asked, "Not cooked yet?" When Xianjia looked at her expectant look and smiled, right away. Within moments, he handed her a skewer of grilled fish that was golden and crispy. "It's a little hot." Shenning Shui received the roasted fish, which was still radiating heat, with some cumin evenly sprinkled on the fish, which looked particularly enticing under the light of the fire. Shenning Shui carefully took a small bite. The fish was tender and juicy, seasoned with just the right amount of flavor that instantly made her eyes light up. "It's delicious," then took a big bite. When Xianjia smiled and warned, "Slow down. Be careful of the fish spines. No one is going to grab it from you. Look hungry. The instant noodles in your hand don't smell good anymore. Yuki, you little glutton. Brother-in-law is so good at cooking. Shueshue will definitely have no worries about food after marriage. How can you call yourself a good cook when you can just cook noodles, scrambled eggs, and fish? How can you call yourself a good cook?" I'm laughing my ass off. I can see that all the people in the pop-up screen who are trying to set him up with the goddess are all hired mercenaries, right? Oops. Anyway, Shueshue just love to eat. How can not eat enough? Can not eat enough it? How to do it? I asterisk you asterisk asterisk asterisk. He. I'm in a hurry. In the meantime, Tang Lei's cold chicken came out. He knocked the dirt off the outside of the banana leaf and then rattled it off layer by layer. An odor of paste came to the surface. Tang Lei's heart instantly tightened. Done. But he couldn't show flinching and immediately smiled. Ha, didn't have much control over the fire? A little slip up, but it doesn't matter. You call that a little mistake? Wait, the outside is carbonized, but the inside is still uncooked. I can see the blood. This nigga can't say it's delicious in good conscience anymore, right? It's okay. Sui Yun has an omnivore fetish and likes this one. Sui Yun nodded repeatedly at Tang Lei. That's right, and it's only delicious if you roast the focus. And then volunteered to test the food. He tore off a piece of chicken skin that hadn't been battered much, put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and chewed it several times. Then his eyes snapped open and he let out a heartfelt exclamation. Gosh, this is too good to eat. Tang Lei was a bit incredulous as Sui Yun continued to seriously praise him. The fresh aroma of the banana leaves, the meaty flavor of the chicken, and the charcoal all come together perfectly, even adding an unexpected touch of char. Every chew is a baptism for the soul. Simply the best screaming chicken I've ever had. Saying so, he tore off a large charred chicken leg and handed it to Xin Yao. Yao sister, come and taste it. The charred odor came to his nose, and Xin Yao was so smoked that he almost wanted to back away. Asterisk of. What a biochemical weapon. She hastened to manage her expression well, waving her hand in denial with a bitter smile. How can I eat such a big chicken leg? And I've been on a diet lately, not much of a meat eater. Sui Yun seriously criticized. Chicken is a high-quality protein. You won't gain weight if you eat it, and you didn't eat much at lunch, and you don't eat at night either? Is this the way to lose weight? You are spoiling your body. With that, he disliked the chicken leg forward again, a grim smile on his face. Or are you actually doubting Mr. Tang Lei's craftsmanship? Don't want to eat it? Upon hearing this, Tang Lei frowned slightly and looked at Xin Yao. His tone light. Is that so? Xin Yao immediately shivered, shook her head violently, and laughed bitterly. Ha, how is this possible? Then he took the large chicken leg handed up by Sui Yun and tremblingly raised it to his mouth. Ruthlessly, he took a bite. Not, yo, shut up. Don't eat it. Showbiz is so hard. Life is not easy. Is this really not bullying? Xin Yao chewed, and indeed left behind tears of emotion. Really? So good. Seeing this, Tang Lei smiled approvingly and nodded. Just then, Sui Yun pulled off another large chicken leg and handed it to Tang Lei. Mr. Tang Lei, you've also worked hard all day. Hurry up and replenish your energy. Tang Lei's smile instantly froze on his face. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, Sui-yun took the opportunity to quickly stuff the large chicken leg into his mouth. No excuses. The charred and fishy flavor spread in his mouth, and Tang Lei's body shuddered violently, directly rolling his eyes. Well, the curve of Sui-yun's mouth could no longer be suppressed. How about that? Isn't it super tasty? The pop-ups on the live feed instantly boiled over. Oh ha! Good job. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Any evil will be brought to justice. Crouching. Endure humiliation. Just for this moment. Evil Gardenia. Revenge successful. Chapter 115. The goddess sat on him. Under Sui-yun's coercion, Tang Lei actually ate the whole battered and fishy chicken leg. After eating, he disappeared from the view of the live audience. The pop-ups have suspected that he's gone to hyperventilate. Several groups of guests had finished their meals, and night had fallen, shrouding the entire island in night colors. The show organizes the guests to all gather together and start the first group game session after arriving at the island. The Truth or Dare. The 8 guests sat around the bonfire in the order of the draw, the warm orange firelight reflecting their nervous and excited faces. In order from 1 to 8, Tang Lei, Wen Xianjia, Sui-yun, Luo Qingyu, Qianing Xue, Nicole, Xiaoli, Shen Yao. This seed lottery is really messing up all the little couples. Ah, goddess finally sits separately from that kid. Sitting together again makes me wonder if there's something shady going on. The host stood and cleared his throat. Welcome to the first night of the second installment of Summer of Hearts, where we have a super fun Truth or Dare event especially for you. Look, we have 2 decks of cards here. One for Truth or Dare. The game is simple. Everyone goes in order and starts by throwing a dice to see what luck is. If the dice come up with an even number, that means you'll have to be brave enough to draw a truth card and answer the above question honestly. What if you get an odd number? Well, you'll have to take on the task on the Dare card. We want everyone to have fun, but remember to do your best, whether it's telling a truth or completing a dare. If anyone accidentally lies, or fails to complete the dare, there's a small penalty for. Punish yourself with 3 glasses. There are 3 rounds of the game, and we hope that everyone can show their truest selves on their first night on a deserted island. Now, let's make more great memories together. This new host is no good. He's killing me. Penalty wine? Wait, this wine is Wulianye. The program group is too trenchant. What kind of punishment is this? I am willing to be punished. Please punish me to your heart's content. The rules of the game were announced and number 1 Tang Lei was the first to accept the challenge. Tang Lei took a deep breath, reached out and picked up the dice and threw it with force. The dice rolled bone-crunchingly and showed 3 points when it came to a stop. Odd. Dare. Drawing cards at a glance. Lift up your shirt and belly dance. Sui-yun immediately applauded excitedly. Go for it, Mr. Tang Lei. Tang Lei glared at him fiercely. Then he gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Going out on a limb. BGM up. Tang Lei lifted up his clothes, revealing his round belly, followed by his body starting to twist and turn to the music. Sui-yun's revenge continues. A drop of kindness is returned by a spring. Oh my god. How did Tang Lei's body become like this? Didn't he used to have 8-pack abs? How important are abs? So he protected them with a piece of fat. Ah, Baowan. My eyes. My eyes. Don't twist it. Don't twist it. Once the dance is over, it's a godsend to be able to hold back a laugh. However, everyone gave Tang Lei more face and tried to hold back their laughter. It's Hyun Chul Moon's turn, and he casts 1 point to draw a dare. Choose a person of the opposite sex to sit on your back and do 10 push-ups. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Ah, is this the dare that Genius came up with? It's over. He's definitely going to pick the goddess. No, it's over. 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 Game planner, you come out. I'll give you a buff. When Xianjia shyly looked at Qianing Xue and asked, that, Ing Xue, can I trouble you? Qianing Xue blushed and nodded. Oh, good. Moon Hyunchul turned around and braced his hands on the ground. Qianing Xue stepped forward and carefully sat on his back. The moment their skin touched through the fabric, there was something subtle about both of them. I've played in every position, but this is the first time I've played this kind of game. Inexplicable shame. Moon Hyunchul took a deep breath, put aside his distractions, and quickly finished 10 push-ups. Watching the people around him and the viewers of the live broadcast were stunned. Asterisk. It looks so easy, so steady. Why did you do it so fast? I almost turned the goddess upside down. Be careful, asshole. Brother-in-law's waist, life-threatening knife. I can't fix it. Even though he's an asshole, there's really no blacking out his physical attributes. See Yuki's shocked and delighted little expression? I can already see what her future happily ever after looks like. Looking at the female guests who all exuded admiration, Chen Shui was secretly pleased in her heart. Oh, great, my husband. Sui Yun pitches in at 2 points. Genuinely, is there anyone there that you like? Sui Yun's cheeks instantly flushed, his eyes fluttering, fingers unconsciously rubbing gently on the corner of the coat, shyly lowering her head, her voice as small as a mosquito hum. Yes, who will it be? It's really hard to guess. It's definitely Tang Lei. Love born from hate. Understand? Nantong rolls ah. Tong Tong footbreak. Can you talk properly? Did the people of Nantong piss you off? Lo Qingyu voted to 6 points. Genuinely, do you want your future partner to depend on you? Or do you depend on him? Luo Qingyu thought about it and replied with a smile. I wish the other person depended on me more. Oh. At that moment, Shelley seemed to think of something. Her face quietly flushed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising slightly. Yo 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 yo. Expected answer. Qingyu-san looks like the type who likes to take care of people. It's over. The spicy prince can really only be the one below. 1,000 Reflections of Snow voted to 3 points. Genuinely, will you take the initiative to apologize after a fight with your future partner and realize it was your fault? Xianing Shui was silent for a moment and replied shyly and stubbornly. No. Moon Hyunchul silently rolled his eyes in his mind. Oh, our Yuki is still a little haughty. Cute as a button. What can be wrong with a goddess? A goddess is always right. Goddess is heaven. It's the truth. It's the law. Anyone who disobeys the goddess is a heretic and should be burned. Well said. It's Nicole's turn. And the vote is 1. Dare. Singing a deep love song to the person on the left. The person to Nicole's left is Shelley. Nicole looked at Shelley and smiled shyly, then chose to give up and voluntarily accept the punishment. With a sad expression, he punished himself with 3 glasses of 5-grain liquor. You can't even act. Look out. The anchor likes to punish. The anchor is shaking with adoration. What do you know about pop-ups? It's clear that the anchor is the biggest winner of this game. Shelley pitched 5 immediately afterward. On a dare. To the person on the left. Interlock your fingers and look deeply into each other's eyes for 10 seconds. The person to the left of Shelley was Xinyao. Xinyao had a red face with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Just as he was about to extend his hand, Shelley said, I choose to accept the punishment. Then he picked up his glass, tilted his head back and drank. Xinyao could only smile awkwardly. He asterisk. Dead kid, give me a break. Finally, it was Xinyao's turn to vote for 2. Sincerely, are you a person who holds grudges easily? Xinyao smiled and shook her head. Of course not. I'm very good at talking and never hold grudges. It's better to believe you than to believe that I'm the first emperor of Qin. I'm going to lead the Terracotta Warriors to attack Xiaochang as the first base, VI 50, and appoint you as the founding general. I'm Jack Horse. I've stumbled into this room, and I'd like to give you all a little something for yourselves. Button 1 for Hellfire. 11,111 Brother really deliver? Truth or dare? Round 1. Over. Round 2. Open. Chapter 116. How dare you hit on my wife? Die aside. Truth or dare? Round 2. Begins. There is no order required this time. Just make sure everyone is involved. Shelley, who had punished herself with 3 cups in the first round, was already red in the face and a little misty-eyed. It doesn't look like he's a very good drinker. Perhaps it was because he had been strengthened by the wine that he chose to take the lead. Pick up the dice and throw them randomly. 5. Odd. Dare. Kiss any member of the opposite sex on the cheek for 3 seconds. Oh ha. That's what I want to see. I'll give you a chicken leg if the game plan comes out. Xiaoli raised his eyes to look at Luo Qingyu. Because of his drunkenness, his vision was a bit blurred and he couldn't see her expression. He turned to Luo Qingyu to say something, but in the end, he chose to punish himself with 3 cups. I give up. Then raise your glass of wine and tons and tons and tons. Grass. I've given you a chance and you don't want to use it. Ah, so disappointing. Pink to black. You go sit at the table with chicken. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. I seem to see a hint of a danger signal in Xingyu-san's eyes. Is this something we can talk about? Second Tanglewood. 1. Odd. Dare. Hop around the crowd of frogs and meow while hopping. The moment he saw the challenge mission, Tang Lei almost soared out a nationalist phrase. What the hell? What's with the bad luck tonight? What a load of cards. I also want to interact with the opposite sex sweetly au grass. Tang Lei completed the challenge with shame and difficulty. Meow meow meow. Jumped to the end and almost broke. Ah, my eyes. Ah, my ears. The most hated thing in gym class is frog jumping. After jumping, you directly doubt your life. Mr. Tang Lei is a little weak kidney. Ah, this amount of exercise cannot? Said that every day will be in the gym for 3 hours? 90% off water bottles? Ha! A little wildcat who was so tired that she was about to roll her eyes and stick out her tongue, but still managed to finish the task. Suki. In front. Collect the flavor. All said non-tongue should all foot break. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Then came Lo Qingyu. 5. Odd. Dare. Say a compliment of no less than 100 words to any one guest. Shelley seemed to snap out of it momentarily, looking at her nervously and expectantly. However, Luo Qingyu just avoided his sight with a faint expression and chose Nicole on the side. She said with a loving smile on her face, "Nicole-san is truly the cutest girl I've ever seen." Nicole was flattered, and Luo Qingyu continued to praise her heartily. Whether it's makeup and dress or demeanor and behavior, it all reveals the youthful energy and enthusiasm of a young girl, pure and natural, intelligent and optimistic, energetic, naive and playful. Ah, if I had a sister like this, I would definitely love her super much. Nicole was moved to tears as she listened. Ooh, sister, you're my long-lost half-sister. Then he directly jumped into Luo Qingyu's arms, rubbing himself while pampering himself. Sister, 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 sister. Luo Qingyu gently stroked her hair and smiled. Alright, now is not the time to be pouting. Oh, the game goes on, taking advantage of the obvious? Anchor, you deserve to die. Oh, Prince of Spice has fallen out of love with you. People choose to anchor this rookie and they don't choose you. The netizens' mouths are like honey. Sister Qingyu's tenderness. Let me bury it too. Okay. Damn Vishnu Brahma Vishvamitra Shiva Murokenta Emperor Siddhartha Indra Maharaja Nightjar Garuda, have mercy on me and give me a gentle and pretty wife like Qingyu. Looking at Nicole, who was happy as a child in Luo Qingyu's arms, Xia Li only felt mixed emotions. Why don't you pick him? Surely you are angry? Then there's Nicole. 2. Even numbers, and truthfulness. What do you do when you find out that your future partner has cheated on you? Nicole, I will get on my knees and beg him not to betray me, as where I did not do well. Ah baby, please do not leave me. Without you I can how to live. I kowtow to you. Bang bang bang. Against all odds, the anchor really didn't let us down. Engaging in abstraction, the anchor never loses. The vulnerable group scores big points. Messing with me is the same as messing with nothing. You remember, my back is empty. You've messed with the best people in a 10-mile radius. We honest people don't mess with things, but we're afraid of them. What happens when you mess with me is that nothing happens. You've pissed me off. And you'll be waiting for me. I'll keep you waiting. Then Xinyao. 3. Odd. Dare. Recite the road to Shu. The moment she saw the contents of the card, Xinyao's heart thumped. She forced herself to be calm. Shu Dao difficulty. Ha ha. Seems like I've learned it. Kinda can't remember it. After half a day of stammering, I still haven't memorized it. So it was only 3 glasses of self-punishment. No. This is all what challenge. Also too bad. How can I memorize it? It's fine if other people can't memorize it, but isn't Xinyao the marketing persona of talented girl? Even high school students can memorize this, right? Ha ha. Not to mention, I graduated from college and joined the workplace for 5 years. High school things have long been forgotten, but only the difficult road to Sichuan and Pipa Xing memorized slipshod. This is the reason why. Me too. I can only say that Chinese culture is profound. Followed by Hyun Chul Moon. 2. Double count. True. Do you get attached to anniversaries, like how long you met or fell in love? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Moon Hyunchul's face as he answered honestly. No. I don't have a particularly good memory, haha. Xianing Shui's expression was a bit subtle. Gee, what an idiot. No wonder he doesn't remember anything from back then. Then there's 1,000 reflections of snow. 5. Singular. Dare. Waltzing with a member of the opposite sex. What the hell kind of challenge is this? Game planner, you'd better come out for a while. I'll send you a meteor hammer. No, the goddess hasn't come to her senses yet. She'll definitely pick that asshole. The goddess is going to be taken advantage of again. Damn it. Anyone is good. No matter who it is. Come to the rescue of our simple and pitiful goddess. Sui Yun immediately volunteered. Sister Ing Shui, pick me. Perish the thought. Ha 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 ha. The opportunity has finally come. Goddesses aren't good at turning people down. And she's definitely going to say yes. Sure enough. After getting revenge on that old den, good things come so quickly. Moon Hyunchul's brows furrowed, and he furtively introduced himself as well. Pick me, Ing Shui. How dare you hit on my wife? Go to hell. Chapter 117, I'm going. Secondary. Looking at the 2 active male guests in front of her, Xianing Shui's face was flushed with a shy red and she looked a little embarrassed. After a lot of agonizing and hesitation, she still chose Moon Hyunchul, and smiled apologetically at Sui Yun, who almost had a heart attack. I'm really sorry. The 2 stood opposite each other, and Moon Hyunchul suddenly said in embarrassment, Ahem. I don't actually know how to waltz. The pop-ups instantly roared and growled in anger. Grass. Then why are you grabbing for it? Failure to complete the challenge is to punish yourself with 3 cups. Aren't you clearly punishing the goddess? Asshole. On purpose, definitely on purpose. Deliberately let the goddess not finish the challenge, and then let her drink. The goddess is not good at drinking. 3 cups down must be drunk. After the game is over, he can take advantage of the opportunity to do something untoward. The game ended. Everyone returned to their tents. The goddess is not able to win the wine. Staggering, blurred consciousness. When Xianzhen naturally held her hot petite body and said in surprise, Ingxue, why are you so hot? Are you sick? Quickly, I'll help you into rest. Then she was hurriedly sent back to the tent. Seeing the goddess gently twisting her body in delirium, he finally revealed an evil smile. The goddess still retained the last trace of lucidity, slowly opened her eyes, and exclaimed, what are you doing? Well, don't. Unfortunately, her resistance was so feeble that it was not only non-threatening to him, it was more like flirting. He grabbed her soft, boneless jade hand, leaned down close to her, and said in a low, compelling voice, hush, be quiet. You're sick. I'll check your body for you. Be good. It'll be fine soon. Be obedient. Oh. The goddess certainly didn't believe him. No, don't be like this. Please. The more she struggled, the more she excited him, and he began to intensify his efforts. Oh, really disobedient. Looks like a bad boy then. Bad boy. But he has to be severely punished. Oh. As the alcohol surged, the goddess's consciousness became more and more blurred. In the end, she could only humiliatingly close her tearful eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. This must never happen. Goddess, no. What about the follow-up? Qian Ingxue smiled and said, it's okay, it's not difficult. Oh, just follow my steps. Qian Ingxue briefly exchanged some movement essentials to Wen Xianzhe, and the melodious waltz music slowly played. Qian Ingxue slightly stepped down and bowed to Wen Xianzhe. Moon Hyunchul took a deep breath. His left hand held her white and delicate hand, and his right hand gently rested on her waist. It caused the pop-ups to lose their voices and howl. Let go of me, asshole. You're taking advantage of the goddess again, aren't you? You'll go to hell sooner or later. You filthy sinner. I'm convinced. Calm down. Will you? That's how you dance the waltz. This size difference is so sexually charged. I can hold all of Yuki's waist in one hand. Hiss. I can already picture them when they're having sex. Live your brain. Live your brain for me. Don't think. At first, their dance steps were obviously a bit rusty, and when Xianzhe almost stepped on Qian Ingxue several times, but as the music progressed, they seemed to gradually find a rapport. The more you dance, the more skillful and natural you become. The two men's eyes met. Qian Ingxue's eyes were sparkling with stars, and when Xianzhe's gaze was filled with deep love, as if the entire world was left with just the two of them. The glow of the bonfire reflected off of them, adding a dreamy touch to the romantic scene. The guests around them quieted down and watched them intently. Some had a look of immense envy on their faces, like Shelley. Some gently applauding their performance, such as Luo Qingyu. Some were so envious and jealous that they couldn't wait to transform into the head of the FFF and burn the heterosexual pair, such as Sui Yun. Some were staring blankly. All they could think about was how to behave in the next round to receive their punishment. Like Nicole, the music subsided in Qian Ingxue, and when Xianzhe stopped dancing, a less than perfect but incredibly romantic waltz that came to a close. When Xianzhe somewhat reluctantly let go of Qian Ingxue's hand and nervously asked, did I behave okay? Qian Ingxue slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and softly responded, well, it's great. Oh. Sweet. Great. My ass. My grandma can dance better than him. Goddess. You're too easy to satisfy. The goddess is too kind and is still giving him face. But this shameless maniac will only believe it, and become even more foolish and intensified one. What do you mean? It's called a lover's eye, you know? And finally, Sui Yun, 6, even number, dare. Read the following lines with feeling and act accordingly. Sui Yun looked at the contents of the mission card. His face was filled with black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Nima, what the hell is all this? After doing enough thinking, he took a deep breath and started the show with a stiff upper lip. Nah. The little hand that stretched out and then quickly dropped down, Shaga, expression a little lost. Minasan already do not like it. Tightly biting his lips. Get Mill. Minasan forget the first time, clenched the little hand. Imoi Desi, forced to hold back the tears. Already a big manyo, squeezed out a smile. Wa dahi wa. I'm going to rip you apart. I won't crack it till the day I die. Serious expression. Dead memories are starting to attack me. Your Japanese should be up to speed. I've already stubbed my toe on a louvre. My civil engineering studies are finally put to good use. This part should have been performed by Nicole. The anchor dick stabbed the ape. The flavor is right. I go. Secondary. Who's secondary? I'm not. Neither am I. What? Why do you deny yourself like this? I don't understand. In the end, those who do not understand the mystery have become filthy adults from the third dimension, right? Oh, adults? What? The most disgusting. Sui Yoon wanted to die after doing it seriously. Why? Why? He wanted to interact intimately with the female guests as well. Truth or dare. Round 2. Over. Round 3. Officially open. Chapter 118. Are you mommy's good boy? Truth or dare. Round 3. Officially open. Tang Lei's 2 games in a row are dares, and they are all spoofs. Are his hands really this bad? Tang Lei didn't believe in this evil. The third round said that he would be the first to come. He held the dice in his hand and whispered a half-dozen godly chants, then blew an immortal breath into the dice. Open. 2. Even number. Dare. Crush your right ear with your left hand and your left ear with your right hand. Bend low and turn 10 times clockwise and 10 times counterclockwise. Ah. No. Tang Lei is too miserable. Didn't he read the calendar before going out today? Everything is not going well. If he's going to be ugly tonight, I'd rather have a heartfelt speech than this. Oh, I can only say 2 words, deserved. Tang Lei did all the bad things and used biochemical weapons to poison others. This is retribution. The moment he saw the contents of the dare, Tang Lei had the urge to commit a crime. Cut off the person responsible for designing this challenge. Cut up. Chop it up. Sui Yoon once again cheered him on. Go for it, Mr. Tang Lei. Tang Lei's life was worse than death, and he gritted his teeth. The challenge was eventually completed. However, he spun out and threw up a black rainbow. The gaming session was forced to abort and the live stream began to cut to a commercial screen. After 5 minutes, the site is cleared and cleaned up and the game continues. It's business as usual. Except there's one less person on the scene. The pop-ups on the live feed were swiping candles. Rip. Rip. We'll miss you. Firm Tang. May there be no dares in heaven. I'm relieved to see the netizens are so mean-spirited. The second challenger, Sui Yoon. 4 o'clock. Even number. Dare. Take a drink from the blind box and drink it. The drinks in the blind box are lemonade, bitter melon juice, chili water, apple juice. The blind box was a one-way blind box, and except for Sui Yoon who couldn't see what was inside, all the other guests and viewers of the live broadcast could see it. The other guests could give Sui Yoon a reminder with their eyes, so we can see that Nicole keeps scowling towards him. Sui Yoon followed Nicole's cue and got the rightmost apple juice, and Nicole nodded approvingly. Sui Yoon hesitated and moved his hand to the chili water next to him, and Nicole shook her head vigorously in horror. Others have also sighed and dared not look straight. Sui Yoon suddenly revealed a relieved smile. Oh, all trying to screw me? No way. He grunted and pulled the chili water out without hesitation. Pick this one. In the next second. However, the smile froze on his face, and his eyes widened instantly. What the F***K? The pop-ups on the live feed let out bursts of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Dumbfounded, right? A real setup is no setup at all. Sui Yoon, the city is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. Yet Yoon baby do not drink Mommy is in pain. How can I sing and dance after drinking my voice out? Oh, the chili water of my own choosing. I'll finish it even if I'm on my knees. If you're a man, drink this chili red. That's right. If he drinks it, I promise not to hack him for a week. Sui Yoon clenched his teeth, pinched his nose, and violently drank it in one mouthful with tears. Fans at the pop-up were heartbroken, while the rest of the crowd praised the real man for being free of blackness for a week. Then there's Lo Qingyu. 2 points, double counts, and dares. Perform a conversation with any member of the opposite sex imitating a family member. Shelley looked at her again with expectant eyes. However, Luo Qingyu still avoided his sight and chose Sui Yoon. Shelley was furious and was about to take another drink when Nicole hastened to stop him. Ha ha, brother Shelley, it's not your turn yet. Take it easy. He asterisk. Save some for me. Luo Qingyu and Sui Yoon play family members as mother and son. Luo Qingyu furrowed her brows at Sui Yoon and softly accused. Recently your homeroom teacher reacted to me that you always fail to finish your homework. You also like to secretly tug on the hair of the girl in front of you in class. And you also talk randomly in class, affecting the other students' learning. What's going on with you? Sui Yoon froze and tried to defend himself. Taking advantage of me like that. Ha! Luo Qingyu smiled gently and said in a serious tone. Yoon, you have to know that studying is for your own future. How can you grasp knowledge without completing your homework? You should listen carefully in class instead of doing those naughty things. Tugging on a girl's hair is impolite behavior and will make others unhappy. You're already a little man, right? So learn to be responsible for your own behavior. Oh, mommy knows that you are a smart kid. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can definitely do well. From now on, change these bad habits and study hard, okay? Mommy believes that you will be able to make progress because you are mommy's good boy, right? Mom, oh, I would love to have such a gentle mom too. I don't want to be mommy's good boy. I want to be mommy's good dog. Woof woof woof. Where did you get that dog? Why are you in heat? Roll aside. I'm a good dog. Mom, look at me. Not big brother big sister, you guys really don't have anyone you care about on the internet anymore. Then there's the thank you gift. 1 point, singular, truthfulness. Do you believe in love at first sight? Shelley's eyes subconsciously flicked to someone, then hurriedly withdrawing his eyes, he grunted disdainfully. Don't believe it. The guests around them gave a look of disdain. Nicole, in particular, gave an exaggerated eek. The host took the opportunity to ask, so do the guests think he's lying? The crowd nodded. The host laughed and said, okay, guest Shelley has been ruled a liar and has punished himself with 3 cups. Shelley looked confused. I'm not lying. In the end it was a gamble to drink 3 glasses of 5-grain liquor. Watching the bottle dwindle, Nicole's heart dripped blood and her gut turned green with remorse. Can't wait to slap myself on the spot. Let you talk too much. Let you talk too much. No way. 3 rounds of the game and he didn't pass a round? He's had 9 drinks. Oh, sweetie, I'm serious about this game. It's 5-grain liquor. Prince Spicy's wave is in the atmosphere. The way the anchor looks at him, he hates him even more than Suiyan looks at Tang Lei. Where's Tang Lei? Why isn't he back yet? You're not really sending it, are you? Then there's Hyun Chul Moon. 6 points. Even numbers, and a dare. Brush the hair of the first person of the opposite sex counting from your left. Chapter 119, in the tent, the goddess was even by him. The first member of the opposite sex on Wen Xianzhe's left is Xinyao. Xinyao looked at him shyly and was about to spread her hair out so he could play with it when Moon Hyunchul picked up his wineglass. I give up. Then punish yourself with 3 glasses. Nicole's heart instantly lifted. Aha, pour less. And Xinyao's shy smile once again froze on her face. He asterisk. They all don't want to interact with me, do they? Good job, brother-in-law. I think I saw Yuki breathe a sigh of relief and give an approving look. This is Yuki's hyper-possessiveness of her brother-in-law. Deliberately embarrassing our Yo-Yo? Visionless thing. Oh, anyway, Yo-Yo's hair doesn't want to be stained by your dirty hands. Oh, if he doesn't refuse, how can he establish a deep love persona? With this bastard's level of lust, on the surface, he must actually be regretting that he didn't get to experience the pleasure of combing a beautiful woman's hair, right? What's so sad about that? Shueishue's hair is long and silky anyway, so he can comb it whenever he wants. IU. Rushing again and again. Next up is Qian Shui. 4 points. Even numbers, and a dare. Race the first person of the opposite sex counting from your left to a dry eye. The first member of the opposite sex to the left of Qian Shui was Sui Yun. Sui Yun was sighing, a good thing had finally come to him. Qian Shui then quickly picked up her wineglass and apologized. I give up. Then punish yourself with 3 glasses. Nicole's bottom lip was biting through. Aha, don't drink it ah. Oh, my god. Giving up so decisively. Yuki really doesn't want to interact with anyone other than her brother-in-law. Not Kim. The rest of you, get lost. It's a love that runs both ways. Less ing brainwashing. The goddess just thinks that the game of dry eyes is too retarded and detrimental to her image, so she gave it up. Okay? That's it. It's time for you sailors to stop. The game is coming to a close and Tang Lei is finally back. Still looking a little weak, but reluctantly greeting everyone. Not spoiling anyone's fun. Are you? Ha ha. Nicole. 2 o'clock. Even numbers. Dare. Complete any one of the Qinghai shake. Subject 3. And Z and slow shake. Nicole couldn't keep the corners of her mouth down and was about to say a generous I give up. And the host interrupted. Now the rules have been changed. And the penalty for giving up is drinking bitter melon juice from a blind box. Nicole was thunderstruck like a bolt from the blue. How can you fix it? Angry sound. In the end it was only possible to finish the green sea shake in tears. Nicole, I'm going to file a complaint. This is nakedly targeting Anchor's math is so loud. The host heard it already. The anchor shakes it so well. It's flavorful enough. It's worthy of being my rocker. And finally, Shen Yao. 5 points. Singular. True. If you went on a solo vacation to an island with one of the guests present, who would you choose? Shen Yao shyly looked at Tang Lei and said, I should choose Mr. Tang Lei. After all, he's so good at taking care of people and his cooking is delicious. If I go on vacation with him, I should be very happy, right? Tang Lei was very flattered by what he heard and smiled. I'd love to go on a vacation with Yo-Yo if I had the chance. Shen Yao was flattered and hung her head, covering her reddened face in shame. Well, Perish the thought, ha 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 ha. Finally hooked. It's not in vain that I've suffered so much. Finally, I can fire up a CP with a movie star. Finally a smart man who appreciates our Yao Yao. Movie star Tang really has a good eye. Lay Yao CP, I'm in for it. I'm convinced that this sis is the real omnivore. The real jittery adore. One is good at making dark cuisine and the other is an omnivore. It's not a match made in heaven. The 3 rounds of truth or dare are officially over. The guests were dismissed and went back to rest. Xianing Shui was really not able to overcome the strength of alcohol. Walking staggering, when Xianjia hurriedly held her shoulders. Be careful. Then she was carefully helped into the tent. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. Finished. Goddess delirious wake up, simply have no resistance. The goddess's innocence will be lost. Goddess. Don't goddess. Is the earlier pop-up prophecy coming true? Woo. Almost done. Take all your lewd imaginings out of your ing heads. What kind of a person is my brother-in-law to take advantage of people like that? Won't take advantage of people? That asshole's mouth is watering. Can he really hold back? Wait, the tent is moving. I heard the goddess gasp and cry for help. And that guy's lewd laughter. And the sound of clothes rubbing together. No! Abominable. Who will save the goddess? Meanwhile, in the tent, when Xianjia leaned down to put Xianing Shui in place, and the two of them were infinitely close to each other, the atmosphere became extraordinarily charming. Both of their cheeks were tinted with a light blush, obviously from the alcohol. Catalyzed by alcohol, electricity seemed to cross between the 4 eyes. Xianing Shui was the first to be unable to hold back the feelings surging within her heart. Leaned forward, cupped Wen Xianjia's face with both hands, and kissed her. Moon Hyunchul did not resist and lowered his head to meet her. The lips were warm and lingering. After a few moments, Moon Hyunchul slowly left her lips, his breath disorganized and his eyes disoriented. His lips slowly traveled along Xianing Shui's cheeks and eventually tenderly kissed the back of her ear. Warm breath sprayed on Xianing Shui's skin, causing her to call out. Her delicate body trembled gently, and her hands unconsciously grasped the corner of Wen Xianjia's coat. Moon Hyunchul's heart suddenly tightened and he hurriedly stopped moving. Looking at the disoriented Xianing Shui in front of him, he instantly came to his senses. What I'm doing? It's almost like the Fast and the Furious in front of the whole country. He hurriedly pulled away from the distance between them and tried to get away. Xianing Shui sensed his movements and her mesmerized eyes instantly widened with a few points of unwillingness and reluctance. She reached for his arm, and with the strength of her drink, she lifted her head and initiated another kiss. Moon Hyunchul's body stiffened and hurriedly ducked his head sideways, lowering his voice in her ear. No! You wake up a bit. Can't be like this now. Hold back a little longer. Go back and we'll take our time. Xianing Shui at this time has long been alcohol-dazed. Where to listen to it? Just swaying dizzily, muttering under his breath. Well, no, I want it now. Please, husband. Moon Hyunchul's heart jumped out of his chest and hurriedly covered her mouth. Xianing Shui was still struggling, when Xianjia's heart was hard, raised his hand and knocked her out with a punch. Be honest with me. Xianing Shui's eyes closed and her body collapsed limply. Moon Hyunchul hurriedly hugged her as he placed her on the sleeping bag and pulled the covers for her. He hastily straightened his messy hair and clothes, took a deep breath and left the tent. Seeing Moon Hyunchul's cheeks blush and walk out of the tent as if nothing had happened, the pop-ups completely exploded. Where is the goddess? Cameraman, get in there and see if the goddess is okay. It's over? It's only been a few minutes? Brother-in-law, you can't do it. Starting to sweat over Yuki's future happiness. Man, first second is very normal, do not so easily jump to conclusions. Hey, shut up. He didn't do that to the goddess. That's right. Nothing happened between them, okay? Chapter 120, Early Morning Surprise. Moon Hyunchul came out of the tent still dripping with heat. After all, how can it be good to be forced to terminate a love affair? The fragrance of Xianing Shui still lingered in her nostrils, and the remaining soft touch on her hands lingered. Combined with the alcohol, the brain was getting more and more confused and wanting to do things that were less and less appropriate. Damn, he really wanted to fall back and give her a hard, bleep beating now regardless. Actually beat up, because too violent so make a code. Do not get the wrong idea. Moon Hyunchul took several deep breaths, trying to calm down. However, it didn't work. So he gritted his teeth and directly moved away from the tent where Xianing Shui was and went to swim in the nearby sea. The pop-ups on the live feed were brushed over with question marks. Why are you taking off your clothes? It's too much. Take off your pants too. Upright arrow, is this something I can watch? Sucking. Late night welfare. Thank you. Male bodhisattva. These toned pecs and smooth abs. Yuki eats too well. Tears of envy flow from the corners of Boing Boing's mouth. He's got a heart of gold, taking the opportunity to show off his body again. Vomit. Disgusting. He looks groggy. He won't fall asleep swimming and then drown in the sea, will he? Don't worry. The density of seawater is higher than the density of the human body. The human body in seawater will be subjected to greater buoyancy than pure water. People fall asleep will only float on top. Can't be drowned. It's too good to be a physicist. Moon Hyunchul is saved. Meanwhile, the situation in the other tents. Although Tang Lei, Shen Yao, and Sui Yun were a group, it was definitely impossible for the three to sleep together. It just so happened that Nicole was in a group of one. So Shen Yao asked Nicole if she could sleep together tonight. Nicole agreed. Answer or no answer. So, Nicole Shen Yao slept in a tent, and Tang Lei Sui Yun slept in a tent. It's over. The anchor snores and grinds his teeth in the middle of the night and talks in his sleep all in one set. Shen Yao is blessed. It's over. Shen Yao has an omnivore fetish. The anchor may have to get up in the morning with less on him. It's over. Sui Yun also has an omnivore fetish. He may be the only one left in the tent when he gets up in the morning. Grass. What a maniac's diary. Don't make it sound so scary, okay? No one pays attention to Luo Qingyu and Xieli? These two are the ones who are really sleeping together. The two went in together, and now no one has come out. There's no movement in the tent at all. Luo Qingyu helped the drunken Xieli inside the tent. Because of the effects of the alcohol, fine beads of sweat oozed from Shelley's forehead. Her cheeks were scarlet, and her breathing appeared to be a bit rapid. After Luo Qingyu placed him carefully, she took out a clean towel from her traveling bag, and with gentle movements, she wiped the sweat from his forehead and cheeks. After wiping off her sweat, just as she was about to get up and leave, Shelley suddenly reached out a hand and pulled her wrist tightly by the, "Don't go." The voice was hoarse and weak. Luo Qingyu looked down at his pleading and confused appearance and just smiled slightly. Is it pity, or is it mockery? The corners of Shelley's mouth quirked a few times as he muttered, "I'm sorry." Like a confession from the depths of his heart, Luo Qingyu stretched out her slender fingers and gently slid them across his hot, flushed cheeks. "I'm sorry? What did you do wrong?" As if she was lost in a dream, Shelley unconsciously grabbed her hand and gently rubbed it against her face, answering vaguely, "I don't know." Luo Qingyu's tone carried a few hints of teasing. "So how do you want to apologize? It's no use just saying you're sorry." Oh, Shelley's brain was dizzy with the desire to speak. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Luo Qingyu's eyes suddenly became cool. "You're always so hesitant. It makes me very uncomfortable yet." Shelley only felt a stabbing pain in his heart. She said, "Don't like me?" Luo Qingyu's fingers moved slowly along his silhouette, stroking over the moist corners of his eyes, the broken hair on his forehead. She let out a soft chuckle. "You really should take some lessons from Mr. Man when it comes to being frank in the face of your feelings." Shelley's heart ached even more. Why? To mention another man in front of him? Luo Qingyu's fingers moved to his somewhat dry lips, and her indifferent eyes became deep. "Let me teach you the proper way to apologize." With that, she leaned down and kissed him on the lips. Shelley's eyes instantly widened and his entire body froze. The softness in front of Luo Qingyu's body rested against his chest, and her white and slender fingers passed through his finger gaps, interlocking with his fingers. From shallow to overbearing intrusion, Shelley's mind went blank, leaving only the sound of his heart beating like a drum echoing in his ears. The lingering kiss finally ended. Luo Qingyu gently stroked Xieli's trembling lips, feeling the hot breath that spilled out of his mouth. She looked at him with such forgiving, gentle eyes. "Good boy, now you know what to apologize for, don't you?" The next morning, the sun rose over the horizon and it lit up the campground. The first one to get up and come out of the tent was Shen Yao, a tired face, thick dark circles under his eyes, and fairy breath wafting from his mouth. "One look tells me I didn't sleep well last night." Our Yao Yao is also too diligent. The first one to get up. Big sun outside. Yo-Yo is my little son, energetic and full of energy, lighting up my life and direction. A day's work lies in the morning. Seeing Yo-Yo refreshed makes me feel better for the whole day. What? Open your eyes? It's all man machines talking, right? It's like a fake human being. I'm getting the Pleasantville effect. Shen Yao really didn't sleep well last night because sleeping with Nicole is ing torture. Last night, two female guests who didn't know each other very well lay down side by side and then awkwardly said goodnight to each other. And then neither of them said anything. Shen Yao laid down for a while. Sleepiness was coming up when she heard Nicole's loud snoring. Huffing huffing, huffing huffing. Shen Yao covered her ears to death, but she couldn't resist the demonic sound penetrating her ears. Annoyed beyond belief, she rolled over on her back and pushed her ass hard against Nicole. Nicole took the shock, smacked her lips, and finally stopped snorting. Shen Yao was breathing a sigh of relief. Who knew that Nicole had made a comeback? This time it wasn't snoring, it was talking in his sleep, and as he said it, he went up and down on her. Who drank my 5-grain liquor, tearing heart and lungs? suddenly turned around, eyes half open. Dead-eye Xinyao, is. Not you stole drink my 5-grain liquid. A grabbed Xinyao collar. Crazy shake, say is not you. Stagnant, hiccup. No, not you? Trying to open his eyes, but looks just rolling his eyes frantically, then who stole and drank my Wolianya? Sobbing, who is it? ING asshole. Rolls over and continues to flop around, oh. 5-grain liquor my 5-grain liquor. Just when the distraught Xinyao thought Nicole had finally subsided, she started grinding her teeth again. Cluck 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 cluck. Shinyao's back teeth were about to be clenched, but there was nothing to do but keep reassuring myself. Fostering was the way to go, and it wasn't like she was going to go out and sleep on the beach. It's scary to think about those bugs. Cluck 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 cluck. It's okay, one night will pass quickly. Just bear with me a little longer. Cluck 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 cluck. A little intolerance goes a long way. Cluck 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 cluck. Ah. It's just hard work. In hell. Can't take it anymore. Kill, 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 kill. Although she wanted to go crazy, Xinyao eventually endured it. After all, even the dark dishes Tang Lei made she could eat with a smile and no cracks. So what was this little disturbance? Oh, a mere network anchor. She didn't want to put it in her eyes at all. Xinyao just wanted to get away from Nicole's tent. So she walked down to the beach and tried to catch the sea breeze. Let the sea breeze blow away her fatigue and worries, and then greet the new day with vigor. Xinyao opened her arms to welcome the embrace of the sea breeze. However, without realizing it, she seemed to see something strange floating this way. Xinyao fixed her eyes and instantly stared in horror, screaming out, "Ah!" A seabird resting on the reef fluttered up and dropped a few feathers. Only a short distance away, on the surface of the sea, there was a naked male corpse floating in the air. Chapter 121. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Ah! Facing the half-naked male corpse floating in the sea, Xinyao screamed, and the audience in the live broadcast room also screamed together. Ah! Dead ah! They say that you often find floating corpses floating around when you walk on the beach. I always thought it was alarmist talk, but I never thought it was true. The body is not swollen yet. It should have died not long ago. It's still fresh. Unintentionally clicked on. The deceased rest in peace Amatba. My locker is moving. I'm afraid to look at it ah. Don't be so ing loud. It's the ing man guy. When Xianjia, who was sleeping soundly while lying on the surface of the sea, was awakened by Xinyao's screams. With a jolt, his eyes snapped open, looking at the panicked Xinyao and his surroundings in front of him. When Xianjia was a little confused for a moment. What's going on? He rubbed his somewhat aching temples as snippets of last night's memories began to flash back in his mind. He finally remembered. As it turns out, he went swimming in the ocean last night to suppress the restless fire inside him. I ended up falling asleep while swimming, and slept through the big day. Sobered up, Moonhyunchul rushed ashore from the sea and grabbed the clothes placed on the reef and tried to put them on. That's when I noticed that my pants were in a fully wet state. He blocked his front with his clothes and smiled apologetically at Xinyao. Ha ha, that scared you. Then rushed off in the direction of the camp, intending to change his pants first. When he reached the tent, he unzipped it as soon as he could and stepped inside. The pop-ups on the live feed quickly warmed up. Asshole. The goddess hasn't gotten up yet what do you want? So rude? Don't you know how to say hello before you go in? I'm an old married couple. You can get in if you want to. Fuss. Wake up, goddess. There's a guy with wet pants breaking in. Sure enough, not long afterward, a confused exclamation came from the tent as Qianing Shui had just woken up from her sleep. Well, why don't you wear clothes no. Sorry You, don't come over yet. Why are your pants so wet? I'll change it right away. There was a rustling, the sound of suitcases being opened and frantically rummaged through. That. Can you close your eyes for a moment? I'll change them in a minute. Of course I know. Can that? Turn around? I'm a little embarrassed to be face to face. You, why are you so demanding? I'm turning around. Hurry up. Good. Then there was no more talking, only the sound of clothes rubbing together. The pop-ups are completely red warm. Goddess, what are you still staying inside? He took off his pants. You hurry up and come out It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Seeing the goddess's delicate and flirtatious posture when she wakes up from sleep. How can he still hold back after taking off his pants? The goddess has been tricked again. This is obviously a trap for that kid. He left last night on purpose, pretending to be a gentleman to give the goddess a good impression, then backhandedly got all wet and re-entered the tent in the name of changing clothes. When the goddess saw him soaking wet, guilt welled up in her heart. After all, he would have been able to enjoy this cozy tent, because of the consideration of her feelings only to take the initiative to leave, in the cold wind outside all night. but also made himself into such a wretched appearance. The goddess was thinking in her mind about how to compensate him, when his voice came from behind her. It's already changed. Turn around. As a result, when the goddess turned around, her eyes instantly widened and she blushed in shame. She hurriedly inclined her head and averted her eyes. How can you lie? Didn't you say it's already changed? He smiled wickedly and stepped forward. Didn't lie to you. Isn't this already changed? Just the zipper seems to be stuck. A little bit cannot be pulled. Can you help me a little, please? Goddess Heartsoft, cannot help his coaxing, easily fell for, but she didn't dare to look over, and could only carefully reach out her hand. A little more up, hiss, a little to the left. After trying for half a day, the goddess couldn't find his zipper, so he forcefully took her hand and let out a light laugh. The goddess's delicate body trembled, and subconsciously wanted to draw back her hand, but how could he easily let her escape? He pinched her fingers and coaxed, say yes to help me. You can't go back on your word. Despite the shame in her heart, the goddess was a person who did what she said, and didn't want to talk out of her ass, so can only bite the lower lip. Trembling hand. Help him. Zipper. No. It can't be fixed. You better really just zipper it. Brother, play steadily. No. It's been half a day since we changed. Why aren't we out yet? A voice finally came from the tent. Moon Hyun Chul, I've changed it. You turn around. Xian Ing Shui, wait. I need to change my clothes too. Can you not turn around yet? Moon Hyun Chul, Immediately afterward, the two men stopped talking, and there was the sound of clothes rubbing together again. Goddess, you're confused. You want to change your clothes? Just tell him to get out. The goddess has been successfully led astray by him and has lost the ability to even think normally. The goddess is undressing right behind his back. Can he stand it? Asshole. Come out. Get the hell out of there. Chapter 122, 8th Personality. Activated. In the morning, the guests are getting up one by one. After a night's rest, Tang Lei was in much better spirits, and excitedly summoned everyone for breakfast. The so-called breakfasts were opened by guests who opened their supply packets yesterday. Bread, cookies, milk, mineral water and the like, clean and hygienic. The dining table, on the other hand, is a rectangular table provided by the program, just enough to seat 8 people. At the table, there was a lot of small talk. Shelley hung his head, absent-mindedly chewing the bread in his hand. Luo Qingyu handed over a cup of hot milk and smiled gently. It's easy to choke on just bread. Have some milk. Shelley was flattered and took it, whispering thank you, never daring to look her in the eye. Luo Qingyu just smiled, then turned her head and continued to elegantly eat her breakfast. Why do I smell a whiff of adultery? Something must have happened between these two last night. How could nothing have happened when you've been sleeping under the same ing covers? No, the goddess's innocence was barely preserved. How could Sister Qingyu be so slighted by thieves? You're overthinking it. It's hard to tell who's being mean to whom. Can't you think of any less inappropriate drama? A tent is equipped with 2 sleeping bags. How can we sleep under the same blanket? Shelley struggles to remember what happened last night, but his brain remains confused. In the morning, he moved in a daze, only to feel a soft mass on his face. It also has a nice scent. Well, so comfortable. Just as he was enjoying the marvelous sensation, a gentle whisper came from the top of his head. Awake? Want to sleep a little longer? It's still early. At those words, Shelley snapped out of it. Only then did he realize that he was actually sleeping in Luo Qingyu's arms. He was so ashamed that he immediately pulled away from the distance between them and scrambled hastily to his feet. Stammering and stammering, he couldn't get a complete sentence out. Oh, you. When Luo Qingyu saw this nervous and ashamed look on his face, her mood inexplicably became better. She lazily pivoted and stretched, explaining thoughtfully. Last night you were drunk and said you wouldn't let me leave. I was thinking I'd go back to my sleeping bag after I put you to bed, but I didn't realize I'd accidentally fall asleep, said the man. The smile on his face grew brighter and brighter. His eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon. I didn't realize you had such a cute side. It's a bit unexpected. The redness on Shelley's face had spread to her ears, and not knowing how to respond, she could only hastily flee the hot tent. Shelley took a sip of milk, still unable to remember what exactly happened last night. He only remembered that Luo Qingyu said she didn't like him? Then there was. Let him learn well from Moon Hyunchul? Why learn from that guy? Learn what? Xiaoli raised his eyes and looked across to Wen Xianjia who was courting Qianingshui. Would the bread like some blueberry sauce on it? Well, smear a little. ********* ing asshole? Start pleasing the goddess every chance you get. You're a ing born licker. Licking dog shall not house. What's wrong with licking a dog? Shui Shui is so comfortable being licked by him. She's happy to. Moon Hyun-chul took the bread and started brushing the blueberry sauce. And Cheon Yang-seol noticed the strange sights cast this way. She quickly raised her eyes and looked straight into Shelley's haunted gaze. Hey, what are you doing peeking at my husband? Shelley hastily averted his eyes and took a sip of milk as if nothing had happened. Then after thinking about it, he gathered the courage to ask Luo Qingyu who was beside him. Does your bread want some marmalade on it? Breakfast time is over. The crew gathers the guests together to kick off the second group game session since arriving on the island. The eighth person. The host stepped forward and introduced himself. Welcome, guests, and viewers of the live broadcast, to our program, Summer of the Heart. The next game we're going to play is called Eighth Personality. And now, let me briefly introduce the rules of the game for you. The 8 guests will determine 2 regulators and 6 survivors, according to the lottery results. The regulators will be tasked with capturing all the survivors, while the survivors will be tasked with deciphering the 10 cipher machines on the island. When all the cipher machines have been deciphered, the gate to victory will open, and the survivors will need to pass through the gate in order to escape. On the island, we also set up phone booths, which sell a variety of props for everyone to use. For every survivor who deciphers a cryptograph, and for every survivor the regulators catch, they can get a chance to buy props. In addition, we will also equip each player with an electronic watch, through which you can view the map of the deserted island, the location of your teammates, receive hidden quests, and so on. The settlement of the game is determined in 2 ways. The first, survivor breaks all 10 cipher machines, and at least one person escapes through the gate. Survivor wins, regulator eliminates all 6 survivors. Regulator wins. The second, the points system. For every survivor that deciphers a cryptograph and every survivor that the regulator captures, they can earn 10 points, and finally ranked according to the number of points in order to distribute the appropriate rewards. For more details on the rules of the game, you can check them out on the electronic watch that will be handed out later. Alright, so without further ado, let's begin the drawing session. So who's going to fill me in on the missing piece of the carnival chair? The crypt, and the fear value? Totally didn't listen to what the host was saying because I already knew the rules of the game. Personality 8, Personality 5. Double Chef Rapture. Just outside, I heard someone yell asterisk 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 asterisk. 5 lots. I was confused. The whole person is like being struck by lightning. Cardiac arrest, pupil dilation. I immediately took out my cell phone to scratch, trying to pretend that it is not their appearance. In fact, the back of the clothes have been soaked with sweat. On the way home my whole person muddled. I really do not understand. Play the 5th personality in the end. What happened? In the end how this rulebook makes my hands itchy. I want to play 5th person right now. On the number. The draw is complete. The result of the lottery was, Chapter 123, she flees. He pursues. And they are both unable to fly. The result of the lottery was, Supervisors, Moon Hyun-chul, So Iyun. Survivors, Xianing Xue, Shen Yao, Luo Qingyu, Nicole, Xiaoli, Tang Lei. As soon as the results came out, the live broadcast instantly opened up a heated discussion. No way. How come the regulators are the 2 of them? Who remembers Moon Hyun-chul's superb performance in the last episode of the program tearing nameplates? He was so fast and strong, and he could fly over walls like a Superman. It's okay, 2v6 it, as long as you run away from a person is considered a victory of the survivor, which is not generally difficult for the regulator. Oh, that's right. And is he willing to arrest the goddess? Oh, for the sake of showing up in front of her, he'll definitely let her go in the end. It's not that simple. With his strength, he would definitely eliminate all the others, leaving the goddess alone to play cat and mouse with him. All the cryptographs were deciphered and the gate was opened. It was just a pity that everyone else was eliminated. The goddess anxiously rushed to the gate. She was the last hope of the team. She must not be caught. The gate was getting closer and closer. She could see it. Victory was just ahead. However, a figure that sent chills down her spine also appeared in front of the gate. He smiled relentlessly, as if he was waiting specifically for her. Where do you think you're going, naughty kitty? The blood in the goddess's entire body froze instantly. No, can't be caught by him. The goddess turned around and desperately fled, but he chased after her unhurriedly. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape. Oh, finally, the goddess couldn't run anymore, and he was tired of playing with her. He pressed the weak and feeble goddess against a big tree, and came close to her ear, obsessively sniffing the fragrance of her hair. Ha, cat and mouse game is over. Unfortunately, you lost it. In front of her was a cold tree trunk, behind her was a hot body. The goddess had nowhere to escape. She struggled in shame. Well, hurry up. Let go of me. He let out a low laugh and pressed his thirsty body closer. Who says I've had enough fun? With you, I can't get enough of it. Oh, now, let's do some more fun games. Not enough. I said enough. How can you fix it? The goddess is so smart. She will never fall into his clutches so easily. Go goddess. Escape from the dreaded desert island and from the clutches of the bastards. Everyone's ready to go. The 8th personality. Officially, 8 guests, 6 survivalists and 2 regulators to be exact, were dropped by the crew onto various parts of the deserted island. Regulator Moon Hyunchul looked down at the electronic watch on his wrist as 6 green dots began to move in all directions. He moved his wrists, then began to run quickly toward the nearest green dot. The bells on his ankles jingled. This is to alert the seeker that the regulator is approaching. Asterisk 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 running too fast. Bolt reincarnated belongs to be. Nima's running so fast. Who can outrun it? It's a dead end. It's over. I have a bad feeling that this game seems to be ending soon. Wait, the direction he ran past is the location of the goddess. Ah, it's over. It's over. It's over. Goddess, run away. Chen Shui had just found a nearby cipher machine and was happily preparing to decipher it when she heard the haunting sound of a bell. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hastened to look around nervously. Then she saw Moon Hyunchul, who was dashing towards her. Looking at each other, both of them froze for a moment. Chen Shui was the first to return to her senses and immediately sent a quick message to her teammates through her electronic watch. Regulator in my neighborhood. Then turn and run. When Xianjia laughed softly and followed close behind, only deliberately slowing down his pace, he shouted after them while chasing after them. Don't run, Ing Shui. I won't catch you. Ah ha, asshole. Why did you meet so quickly? Ah, the goddess is really unlucky in her 8 lifetimes. Darn it. Darn it. He must be especially enjoying this feeling of treating a goddess like prey. Right? Asshole. Shameless. Ah. She's running away. She's chasing them. They can't get away. Grab the goddess and go easy on her too. Ohu. She's afraid of pain. Meanwhile, another regulator, Sui Yun. He also followed the green dot on his electronic watch to find the nearest survivalist, Nicole. Sui Yun rubbed his fists and went forward with a wicked smile. Jia jia jia. Nicole, little sister. You just obediently surrender. I will be very gentle. Treat you this defeated General O. Nicole winced and backed away. Brother Yun, don't ah. Have you seen this scene somewhere before? Chicken Brother has finally lived up to Tang Lei's image. Understand. Question. Become. Anchor kneeled in seconds when he played Personality 5, and in real life he was even more of a dish. I have no more eyes to watch. I can't watch anymore. Don't panic. Anchor strong luck added. Not so fast, male. Guaranteed to survive until the end. The situation will be reversed soon, so watch out. Jets, turn the tide. Sui Yun and Nicole started a chase. 2 athletic rookies, both making their way through the woods with no skill and desperation. Sui Yun stared intently at Nicole's back, not looking at the road at all, and was caught off guard and tripped over a branch under his feet. Ouch! Took a very nasty doggy fall. A mouthful of fallen leaves and a strangely unpleasant taste. Seems like real. Well, grass Sui Yun hurriedly frantically spat out the unknown object in his mouth, and Nicole stifled her laughter and hurriedly took the opportunity to bolt. The pop-ups on the live feeds were already laughing so hard they didn't know what heaven and earth were. Ha 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 ha. The funniest episode ever. Baby, and are you okay? This dude is so unlucky. Other people go out and step on dog. He directly eats dog. That's strength. The blacks see that it's not. It's just moldy wild fruit that fell on the ground. It's not air. What's the difference? Doesn't bother me at all to laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. See here, I am so angry that my body shivering. Hot days all over, the cold sweat. Cold hands and feet. Hell, empty devil on earth. This game cannot be good. Yun, in the end, how to live you only satisfied? Tears flowed down indisputably. This live room is filled with oppression of Yat Yun. Yat Yun when can really stand up. Even though when Xianjia slowed down his pace, Qian Shui eventually couldn't run anymore due to physical exhaustion. Exhausted, she braced her hands on her knees with trembling hands and gasped for air. The pale skin was flushed and covered in a fine thin sweat. Moon Hyunchul stopped beside her and bent closer, asking with a bad smile, "Not running?" Chapter 124, Heartwarming Top Secret. On a deserted island, the overbearing regulator did this to me? Thousand Shui was so tired that she couldn't catch her breath. Bright eyes were colored with a layer of mist, and a few strands of hair fell unheededly by her cheeks, adding a bit more of a pathetic look. She bit her lower lip tightly, and after a while, she raised her head and said stubbornly, "Give me a break." Moon Hyunchul said innocently, "Didn't I say I wouldn't arrest you?" Chen Shui frowned slightly and snapped, "Then why are you running after me?" The corners of Wenxianjia's lips hooked into a light smile, and he moved gently to straighten her messy hair. I wanted to be closer to you. The pop-up exploded at this statement. So ruffled and ruffled. Who can stand this straight ball hit? See the weird blush on Yuki's face? You're so aroused that your heart is trembling at the tip, aren't you? Shameless fanatic. How dare you speak out of turn? Actually barefacedly and openly molested the goddess. You are really a pure Hurry up and take your dirty hands away It's over. The language of the earlier pop-ups really came true. Poor goddess. Being played by him. What's the big deal about being fast? Damn it. Stay the away from the goddess. Xianing Shui was being ashamed of not knowing how to respond. When Xianjia couldn't help but pick her up in a horizontal hug. Xianing Shui was startled and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck, the blush on her face growing brighter. Shamed and annoyed, her brimming eyes twinkled, and her hands unconsciously twisted his collar. You. Moon Hyunchul smiled unimpressed and carried her towards the nearest cryptograph. Can't walk, can you? I'll take you to the cryptograph. The pop-ups on the live feed were completely boiling over. It floated by so densely that it completely blocked the picture. Another one of my favorite princess hug sessions. Hey, you're a supervisor. Heartwarming top secret, on a desert island. The overbearing regulator did this to me? Sweet, sweeter than sucrose fructose white sugar dextrose caramelized sugar. Asshole, don't bully the goddess. I knew it. I knew he was up to no good. Uhu goddess, my poor goddess. I'm so stupid. Really, I only know that he covets the goddess's beauty, greedy for her body, and has a wrong idea about her. But I don't know that he is so shameless. He had no idea that he was so shameless that he would repeatedly do something out of the ordinary to the goddess. What? You should be killed by 1,000 cuts and not be allowed to die. Moon Hyunchul carried Xianing Shui to the nearest cipher machine. The so-called cipher machine is actually a small table with various questions for the survivor to solve. Deciphering this cryptograph, for example, is actually solving a third-order Rubik's Cube. Xianing Shui looked at the Rubik's Cube whose colors were messed up and said with some embarrassment, I don't know the Rubik's Cube. Moon Hyunchul shrugged. I don't know how to do that either. So let's go find the next cryptograph. Then looking at the map display on the electronic watch on his wrist, he carried Xianing Shui towards the next location. Not. Put down the goddess quickly. She has legs. She can walk on her own. Goddess, oh goddess, why don't you fight back? Don't give up so soon. Asshole. Kill. Uppercut. Undershot. Left hook. Sweeping kick. Roundhouse kicks. Spider eats earwax. Tornado destroys parking lot. Antelope stumps. Goat jumps. Crows fly in airplanes. Mouse walks the maze. Elephant kicks. Angry octopus. Giant axes chopping down trees. Totally crazy. All calm down. He's just a lickspittle for the goddess. He'll let her go in the end. And the survivors camp will win. The goddess is just using him. Deliberately obeying him. All for the sake of victory. What? The goddess is actually playing such a big game? Worthy of a goddess. Great acting skills. Not only that, asshole. Even we were almost fooled. But isn't this sacrifice a little too much? Ooh, I really don't want to see the goddess suffer all the humiliation. Childish. Of course you have to do whatever it takes to win. Do you think this is a game? Manhwarecap finally brought Xianing Shui to a cryptograph machine that solved Sudoku. Xianing Shui's physical strength had also recovered more or less. Struggling gently in his arms. This I will. Quickly put me down. When Xianjia put her down, and Xianing Shui walked to the table, picked up a pen and started to fill it out. Then turning back to me, he muttered somewhat unenthusiastically, what are you staying here for? When Xianjia smiled, I'll stay behind to protect you. What if I meet another regulator? Xianing Shui blushed. I don't need your protection. You're going to catch the others. You're playing a negative game. When Xianjia was unimpressed, it's not too late for me to catch them when all the cryptographs have been deciphered and the gate is open. Xianing Shui had nothing to say but to glare at him in exasperation. Moon Hyunchul helplessly raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. Okay, I'll go catch the others. Then they turned away reluctantly. The pop-ups boiled over. Others, spicy maru. Finally got disliked by the goddess. Right? Let you blind a few performance. Serves you right. The cryptographs have only been deciphered by a total of 2. And the regulators are about to start making a killing. How can we still play? Oops. I said don't be afraid. Anyway, the goddess is going to be released in the end. Even if only the goddess escapes, it's still a victory for the survivor. Meanwhile, Xin Yao and Tang Lei rendezvoused. The two found a cipher machine. The decipherment is, a cage contains a number of chickens and rabbits, which have a total of 35 heads and 94 feet. How many chickens and rabbits are in the cage? Tang Lei scratched his ears as he watched. This is too difficult, isn't it? Xin Yao nodded seriously. It is indeed a bit difficult. Then he gave Tang Lei a reluctant smile. I'll give it a try. I should still be able to make it. Then he picked up a paper and pen and began to do some serious calculations. Well, we can set the number of chickens to be X, and set the number of rabbits to be Y. According to the question, the total number of heads of chickens and rabbits is 35, which is X plus Y equals 35. Chickens have 2 feet and rabbits have 4 feet. So the total number of feet is 2x plus 4y equals 94. And then we can solve this system of equations. Xinyao took the pen and began to frantically do the math, while Tang Lei watched in disbelief. So, the final solution is, x equals 23 and y equals 12, which means there are 23 chickens and 12 rabbits. After solving it, Xinyao took a big breath and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Tang Lei couldn't help but applaud her. Yo, you're amazing. Simply a math genius. Where? Gosh, our Yao is really great, so difficult questions can be done. Emperor Lei has been completely overwhelmed by our Yao's talent. This is who dares to question Yao's talent attribute now. Blackie speaks. Ha laughs. 2 fish are blowing each other's brains out. How can you get so excited about solving a quadratic equation? I could have solved it orally, but she took 10 minutes to do it? If she's a genius, what am I? Just as Xinyao and Tang Lei were commercially blowing each other off, a palpitating ringtone rang. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The 2 men immediately held their breath and moved stiffly to turn their heads in the direction of the sound. Chapter 125. Where are the 2 brothers who gave birth to aliens? Xinyao and Tang Lei looked in unison in the direction of the sound of the bell, only to see Sui Yun going up with a smug and condescending face. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Sui Yun burst into a rage. Hey, what's that look on your faces? Ha, chicken is so unthreatening. I was scared to death. I thought that man guy would be here soon. What's the hurry? He's going to come over sooner or later anyway. Seeing that the 2 were not afraid of him at all and did not put him in their eyes, Sui Yun was furious. Nish and I, dog boy and girl. Tang Lei immediately stretched out his arm and protected Xinyao behind him. Yao, you go quickly. I'll break the back. Xinyao shook her head like a rattle. No, Mr. Tang Lei, we have to go together. No, you go first. I'll deal with him. No, I'm not going to leave you and run away alone. Then don't even run away, perish the thought. Ha. I'm not going to be able to do that. Good old-fashioned drama. I feel like I'm instantly 20 years younger. Isn't it true that you 2 can't run together? Give me a fistful of hard looks. Go chicken. Take them. Thus, Sui Yun and Tang Lei tangled together. Regulators eliminating a survivor need to place a sticker with the word elimination on the survivor's body. Any part will do. Sui Yun held up the sticker to dislike Tang Lei, but Tang Lei grabbed his wrist and stopped his attack. And he didn't forget to shout at Xinyao behind him. Yao, hurry up. Xinyao gritted her teeth and could only run away with tears in her eyes. Mr. Tang Lei. I'm sorry. Although Sui Yun was an athletic rookie, Tang Lei wasn't much better. After all 8-pack abs are protected by a piece of fat. The 2 men were still indistinguishable after a fight to the death. It even rolled to the floor, changing positions. One moment Tang Lei was on top. The next moment Sui Yun was on the bottom. The 2 men argued with each other and made all sorts of strange humming noises. What about the alien? If you don't understand, ask, what's this all about? The exchange of feelings. I can kind of see that Tang Lei is intentionally supporting Xinyao away before he can do this, and that with Sui Yun, right? You don't say. Just as Sui Yun was about to run out of stamina and be completely subdued by Tang Lei, a ray of hope suddenly blossomed in his eyes. Moon Hyunchul is here. Only to see when Xianjia easily stick a sticker onto Tang Lei's back. Tang Lei's electronic watch immediately emitted a red light and a mechanical beep. Survivor Tang Lei, out. No. Tang Lei tore his heart out and held his head as he wailed, then angrily rebuked when Xianjia, you sneak attacked. You don't speak martial arts. When Xianjia sighed helplessly and tore the sticker off of Tang Lei's back. Alright then, how about I give you a chance to run for 2 minutes first? Tang Lei swallowed his saliva and said sheepishly, cough, a loss is a loss. I have nothing to say. Anyway, Yao managed to escape. I have no regrets in dying. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Yao, who had a elimination sticker on her forehead, came over crying, oh Mr. Tang Lei, I'm sorry. Oh. It turned out that Shen Yao hadn't been away from the battlefield for long before she ran into Wen Xianjia. Scared, he was mercilessly eliminated without even uttering a plea for mercy. Tang Lei was pained, holding Shen Yao's uncontrollably shaking shoulders and comforting. Don't cry. Yao, your tears will burn my heart. The pop-ups were touching. Damn Wen Xianjia, don't you know how to give way to our Yao? She's a girl, that is, so forgiving and considerate to Qianing Shui, but so heartless to Yao. Don't be so double-standard. Not, Want to see what kind of you guys are spewing? How did Tang Lei say such greasy lines in a serious manner? Is this the gold of a movie star? After Tang Lei and Xinya left the scene, Sui Yun said tentatively to Wen Xianjia, Ahem, when you catch two people, you get two chances to go to a phone booth to buy props. I've clamped down on Tang Lei for so long, shouldn't I get a share of one chance? Wen Xianjia smiled, take both chances and use them. I don't need them. By the way, I just came from the south. The cryptographs over there have already been deciphered and there are no survivors in sight, so you don't need to go over there. After that, he left in style. Sui Yun froze for a moment, then was moved to turn around. Then I'll, respectfully, do as I'm told. Oha, lit up. The south side is Yuki's area of activity. He's intentionally putting up a smokescreen. Aha, too much love. The real overbearing regulator is in love with me. Shui Shui is really too happy. It's like the heroine of a sweet article. Humph. The colorful sinful man has indeed fallen for the goddess's scheme and has already begun to pit his teammates against him. Ha 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 ha, you'll savor the taste of defeat when the time comes. Sui Yun went to a phone booth and bought two props. Fear machine gun, 10 rounds of bullets in total. Hitting the survivor will eliminate him or her. Shonen sword, a large emerald green plastic sword that hits the survivor and eliminates him or her outright. Sui Yun, who had gotten the equipment, was like chicken blood as he desperately searched for the survivalist on the map. Then, it managed to find Xiali and Luo Qingyu who were in the process of deciphering the cipher machine. Xiali quickly pulled Luo Qingyu and ran away, with Sui Yun in hot pursuit. Another pair of dogs. Shenade. Sui Yun took a sweeping shot with his machine gun, then perfectly showed the audience what it means to be a master of body tracing. Damn it! The 10 rounds of ammunition were quickly exhausted, and Sui Yun threw down the machine gun, raised his Shang sword and swung it indiscriminately at the two men. Xiali quickly pulled out a dry ice smoke bomb from his coat pocket and threw it towards Sui Yun's feet. It was a prop he'd bought in a phone booth after deciphering a cipher machine earlier. Boo! The dry ice smoke spread out in front of Sui Yun, blurring his vision as he covered his mouth and nose, coughing uncontrollably. Cough, cough. The smoke cleared and the two who had fled were long gone. Sui Yun gritted his teeth and painfully looked up to the sky. Damn it! Sui Yun is not stupid. Electronic watch on the electronic watch is not able to see the position of the survivalist. He's probably forgotten about the setting. Luo Qingyu and Xiali are some kind of real-life version of heart trouble. They're so good together. Please vote for Ada Emil for the Nymph Award. Thank you. Newspaper. Something big is wrong. The couple is in danger. Luo Qingyu and Xiali had just escaped Sui Yun's pursuit and hadn't even caught their breath when they encountered Wen Xianjia, who greeted them with a smile. Around the corner. Hi. Chapter 126. In terms of being a human being, I only serve Uncle Bastard. When Xianjia greeted Xiali and Luo Qingyu kindly. Hi. Xiali and Luo Qingyu looked at each other and nodded, releasing the hands they were holding together and quickly dispersing to escape. Shelley also provoked Moon Hyunchul by saying, if you're a man, come and get me. Moon Hyunchul opens up a chase with him, just as he wanted. If you're a brother, come and cut me. The little couple that is so hard to get together. Don't break them up. Hyung begs you to be a man. Oh, the spicy prince is running so fast he's flying. Is this the power of true love? Go for it. Big brother who loves chili fries. Sister Qingyu has found another cipher machine. It's being frantically deciphered. Long press the screen to speed up the deciphering for Luo Qingyu. In the meantime, having deciphered the two cryptographs, Nicole's dog sneaks up to a phone booth and buys two props. Point settlement gain card. After using it, the points for game settlement will be increased by 50%. Quick decipher card. After using it, you can directly decipher a cipher machine successfully. With these two props, no matter how she won or lost in the end, she could ensure that her points wouldn't be too ugly. It can still be a good reward. Nicole takes the props she bought and continues the dog's sneaky search for the next cryptograph. After watching a circle down, other people are either teasing girls or pretending. Only the anchor is in the real heart to play the game. Worthy of being a game master. This material planning is really not poking. The anchor is really good, but she's trying really hard. Bromo, I'm crying. The anchor reminds me of the class of bad grades but especially hardworking students, although the final college entrance examination results are only enough to go to an ordinary undergraduate, but she still let our class are impressed. Really? Too inspirational. What's the anchor's live room? I'm going to follow the wave. At Nicole Demon Meow. Welcome to the Nicole Army. After getting on this thief ship, from now on the anchor has the blessing to share with her brother Meng. She will carry the burden herself. As Chen Yingxue finished deciphering a cipher machine about minesweeping, there were only the last two cipher machines left on the field that had yet to be deciphered. Meanwhile, Shelley, who had exploded into a small universe, briefly left Moon Hyunchul behind though. But there are limits to what humans can do. He finally couldn't run anymore. Moon Hyunchul easily caught up with him and mercilessly stuck the elimination sticker on his back. The electronic watch on your wrist glows red and pronounces judgment. Survivor Shelley, out. Moon Hyunchul patted him on the back and comforted him. You've bought enough time. Just go in peace. Have you ever comforted someone like that? Spicy Prince sent it. Qingyu-san visibly paused when she deciphered it. Is this telepathy? Obviously they agreed to escape the desert island together. But because they met the evil and cruel butcher, they were forced to separate. And in the end, even the yin and yang were separated. It's too sadistic, isn't it? Shelley learned one thing from the brief outburst. The more one relies on a burst of potential, the more one realizes that there is a limit to what humans can do. Unless transcends humanity. It's clear that Moon Hyunchul has transcended the human race. That's why he's so inhuman. In terms of being a human being, I'll only take Uncle Pat. Finally, Nicole found another cryptograph. The topic is, Li Hua's family bought a new electric water heater, which is labeled 220V, 2000W on the nameplate. Li Hua wants to measure the actual power of this electric water heater, so he alone will be connected to the electric water heater in the home circuit, and at the same time to observe the home labeled 3000R/kWh, the number of revolutions of the dial of the energy meter. He found that the meter's dial made 100 revolutions in 2 minutes. Question: so, what is the actual power of this electric water heater? Nicole's head was spinning before she even read the question. Is this written in Chinese? Why can't I read a word? So she didn't even think about it and directly used the quick decipher card. Drops. Deciphered successfully. The actual power of the electric water heater is 1000 W. Yeah. Nicole happily jumped in place. Only one last cryptograph left. And it's almost time to open the gate and escape the deserted island. It's you, Li Hua, again. I'm asked to write your English essay. And I'm asked to do your physics problems. What kind of person am I to you? The dead middle school physics is starting to attack me. I just started college 2 months ago, and I've already forgotten all of my middle school physics. However, the program group is quite good. Math questions, physics questions are selected from junior high school, or to these guests to leave a little face. Elementary school students shudder. Do they have to do such difficult problems in middle school? Che, such a simple question. Our Yao Yao must have done it in minutes. The last cipher machine is in a somewhat netherworldly location. The 3 remaining female guests on the field searched for them and couldn't find them. However, the location of the cryptograph is directly viewable on the regulator's electronic watch. So, the regulator will definitely be guarding the last crypto machine. In other words, if you find the regulator, you can find the cryptograph. All 3 women seem to realize this and turn on their respective actions. Nicole, can't I, no matter if it's Moon Hyunchul or Sui Yin, I don't want to meet they're both going to decipher it anyway, right? I'd better look for where the gate might be first then. And anyway, just escaping one counts as a victory for the survivor. Sister Qingyu, Sister Ing Xue, I will definitely not let you down for your efforts and sacrifices. Luo Qingyu went to a phone booth and purchased a slightly usable prop. Disguise bell, a string of bells of the same type as the regulator, which can be used to confuse the regulator's ears. She tied the bell to herself. In this way, a regulator who hears the sound of a bell will assume it is a companion and let his guard down. It would even make a noise in response to her as well. The location of the regulator was determined, and so was the location of the cryptograph. Find a way to lure the regulator away, then fall back and quickly crack the cryptograph. Of course, the premise of this method is that the regulator met is Sui Yun. As for Qianing Xue, she picked up a piece of draft paper in front of the cipher machine. She drew a rough map of the deserted island and the locations of the ciphers that had been unlocked, based on the localized map on her electronic watch. Then it was realized that there seemed to be some sort of pattern to the arrangement of the ciphers. Qianing Xue frowned and thought seriously for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. A small triangle is drawn somewhere on the map. That's right. All the ciphers are connected in just the shape of a heart. This now brings out the location of the last cipher machine. The pop-ups on the live stream cheered and applauded. Oh ha! Worthy of a goddess. Simply a combination of beauty and wisdom. Oh my god. It's so touching. I thought Snowy would be emboldened by her brother-in-law's favoritism and go straight to him to bring her to the last cryptograph. But I didn't think she'd still rely on herself. I'm literally crying my eyes out. Horus, Anubis, Nefertiti, Sekhmet, Amukai, Hapaquitus, have mercy and give me a smart and beautiful girlfriend like Yuki. Luo Qingyu did find Sui Yun, but unfortunately, Sui Yun hadn't even thought of the ploy of going to the cipher machine and squatting in front of it. The cryptographs aren't around. Sui Yun, jia. There's no one to protect you this time. Just tie your hands. And just then, a message alert came from Luo Qingyu's electronic watch. 1,000 reflections of snow, deciphering. The corners of Luo Qingyu's mouth hooked up slightly. The last cipher machine has finally been found. That's good. Now then, she just had to stall the regulator in front of her. Seeing that Luo Qingyu was no longer running away, Sui-yun stepped forward with a smug grunt. Luo Qingyu, however, suddenly smiled and asked, "Have you ever heard the story of the bear and the mother bear?" Chapter 127, Baby Bear Carrying Mother Bear on His Back. Upon hearing this, Sui-yun frowned doubtfully. What baby bear and mommy bear? Luo Qingyu began to tell the story. Once upon a time in a forest, there lived a lovely little bear, and a gentle little mother bear. The little bear clamored for his mother to carry him every day, whether it was going out to play, hunting for food, or visiting friends and relatives. The little bear must lie on the back of the little bear's mother. Then the little bear grew into a big bear and still couldn't break the habit. Good boy, will you come down for a while? Mommy is a little tired. Mama Bear's voice was very tired and she was panting when she spoke. Mommy, don't you love me anymore? Bear asked. No, of course Mommy loves you. Mama Bear replied nervously. Well, Mom, I love you too, so carry me for a little while longer, okay? When you get old, I'll carry you every day too, the bear promised. Good, good. Mama Bear smiled and agreed. Sui-yun was puzzled by what he heard. So, Luo Qingyu smiled gently. Don't be in a hurry, there's more behind. Ha 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 ha. Sui-yun managed to fall for this attention grab? Should I say that Sister Qingyu is a kindergarten teacher? She's got this child psychology thing down to a science. I don't know how happy I would have been if I had met such a teacher when I was a kid. I want to get lucky and be reborn as a child. And the first thing I'll do is ask my mom and dad to transfer me to Qingyu's kindergarten. Amount. You were in kindergarten when Luo Qingyu was presumably in elementary school, right? Wouldn't this be better? Luo Qingyu continued. Later, Mama Bear finally grew old. Not only could she not walk, she could not do anything else well. The little bear, who had already grown into a big bear, thoughtfully carried the little mother bear out for a walk. Good boy, where are you taking me? Looking at the unfamiliar road, the mother bear asked suspiciously. What about taking you on a hike? Replied the bear. When they reached the top of the mountain, the bear carried the mother bear to the edge of the cliff. Then the bear turned around, let go, and the mother bear fell off the cliff in terror. Listening to the desperate screams of the cub's mother, a relieved smile appeared at the corners of the cub's mouth. The annoying old thing had finally disappeared, and now the pension granted by the Forest Resident Council was his alone. Sui-yun and the pop-ups in the livestream were almost skeptical. Oh, what children's insoles! Kindergartners don't listen to this kind of story. Won't they cry after hearing it? This is a part-time adult limited edition dark fairy tale. Luo Qingyu continued with a smile. There's still a follow-up to the story. Oh. Then Bear, who had a comfortable life with an exclusive pension, always felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, as if there was something heavy weighing him down. It should be too much pressure, right? It's time to go out and relax, so the bear came to the forest playground and played for a whole day. But the heaviness on his shoulders still lingered. When I came home in the evening, Bear was full of joy in the dimly lit room as he watched the pictures he had taken today. When the photos were developed, the bear let out a scream of fear. The photo of him is carrying his dead mom. Mom's soft and ethereal voice came to my ears. Good boy, keep your promise and always carry your mom on your back. Oh. After the story was told, Sui-yun immediately erupted into a sharp chirp. Ah, grass Naya scared me so much I threw my cell phone out. Why is Sister Qingyu smiling? So she's a ventriloquist. This story tells us to honor our elders. Do not covet money that does not belong to them. Kill people. Do not kill the bear is going to be retribution. What a great story full of educational meaning. Right at this moment, both Luo Qingyu and Sui-yun's electronic watches beeped. Survivors have deciphered all the code machines. The gate is open. The electronic watch showed the location of the two gates, and Luo Qingyu hurriedly ran in the direction of the nearest gate. Sui-yun realized it afterward and hurriedly caught up. Don't run! I can't believe I'm making up ghost stories to scare me. It is not possible to fix it. When Sui-yun caught up with Luo Qingyu, he was already a step too late. Luo Qingyu, eliminated by Wen Xianjia. Luo Qingyu smiled regretfully. It's such a shame to almost win, but I'm sure my teammates will be able to successfully escape. Oh. Luo Qingyu retired. When Xianjia said to Sui-yun, Nicole has just been captured by me as well. Now there is only Qianing Xue left. She used the invisibility card. The map will not show her location, but she will definitely go to the gate. You go to the east gate. I'll go to the west gate. I can definitely squat her. Sui-yun nodded vigorously. Good. Then we'll split up. After saying that, he looked at the location of the gate shown on the map and quickly ran towards the east. Moonhyuncho laughed softly and quickly turned around to rush to the west. He had already bumped into Qianing Xue running towards the west gate on his way over, and just now it was a ploy to get rid of the tiger. Qianing Xue was finally about to reach the western gate. The so-called gate is actually a machine platform with a red button. If you press the button, the escape is successful. Qianing Shui was excitedly running towards the organ platform. Sui Yun then appeared behind her. Jia jia jia. I knew it. Chapter 128 Smile so sweet a little sweetheart, I can't wait to give you my life now. Qianing Shui was about to press the red button when a soybean-sized plastic bullet hit her back. Pop. This was followed by a red light and a merciless verdict from the electronic watch on his wrist. Survivor Qianing Shui. Out. Game over. Regulator wins. Thousand Shui was confused. She quickly turned her head, only to see Sui Yun behind her laughing heartlessly. Ha 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 ha. Why is this happening? Sui Yun, dare to sneak up on a goddess? You deserve to die. Why don't I get it? Why did Sui Yun come after us? Didn't he go to the east gate? Where's Moon Hyunchul? Why hasn't he come over yet? Someone explain this to me. The class representative is here. Earlier when Sui Yun chased after Luo Qingyu and Xiali, the 10 rounds of the fear machine gun were not all finished, and the one that was just shot was the last one. Sui Yun bought a prop in the phone booth that could add a random green dot on the electronic watch, when Xianjia was almost to the west gate, but then he saw a green dot moving towards the east gate thinking that it was Qianing Shui, and rushed over in fear of her bumping into Sui Yun, but now he is already on his way back. Thank you. Explainer man. TSK. Sui Yun is a bit smarter than expected. Nonsense. There's no such thing as a real dumb white girl who can make it in the entertainment industry. When Xianjia finally flew in front of Qianing Shui, panting and apologizing over and over again. Right. I'm sorry. I fell for it. I was the one who didn't protect you. I'm sorry. The voice and expression were filled with deep remorse and contrition. It seems to be really in the zone. Qianing Shui looked at his sad and regretful appearance and was very heartbroken. Honey, don't be sad. It's just a game. A grieved Baba looks like a puppy that has done something wrong. So lovable. Oh. Want to kiss, want to kiss, want to kiss, want to kiss. Qianing Shui pressed down the urge to press him into her arms right now for a good comforting and then a fierce kiss. She gently took his hand and smiled reassuringly. I was going to be eliminated at the beginning. You're the one who kept me on the field and let me experience such a fun game in its entirety. I had a super fun time. I really thank you. Oh. When Xianjia froze slightly, and Qianing Shui raised another hand to gently stroke the top of his hair. So stop beating yourself up or I'll be sad. The pop-ups on the live feed blew right through the air. How can a young couple be so well knocked up? My heart is going to be sweetened. Kisses. Kiss it. Kiss one. Kiss one. What's one kiss? I order you to have sex in front of me right now. Luo Xiang. JPG. Seconded. Not. Goddess, what are you doing? On purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Deliberately letting the goddess lose the match, and then going in front of her to apologize and sell her misery, in order to gain the goddess's sympathy. The assholes are really assholes. Not only did he win the game, he even got a hand-holding and head-touching reward from the goddess. When Xianjia looked at Qianing Shui's bright smile and finally realized afterward. Yeah, oh, it's just a game. If you lose, you lose. Even though she lost, I won. I should be happy. Ah, wife's hands turned out to be so soft? Why are you so good at comforting people? Smile so sweet, a little sweetheart, I hate to give you my life now. Want to kiss, want to kiss, want to kiss, want to kiss. Moon Hyunchul pressed the urge to pull her into his arms right now and suck her hard before giving her a fierce kiss. He lowered his head, showing a very standard shy blush, and whispered in response. There was another ghostly cry in the live room. There were those who named the two's child, those who laughed at Sui Yun who stood by like a background clown, and those who formed a group to assassinate Moon Hyunchul. All in all hilarious. The game of Persona 8 is over and it's settlement time. Survivor Cipher Machine cracking number. 1000 Reflections of Snow 4 units. Nicole 3 units. Xin Yao 1 unit. Thank you for the gift of 1 unit. Luo Qingyu 1 unit. Tang Lei 0 units. Number of regulators eliminated. 5 people from Wingxians. 1 Sui Yun. Points are awarded at the end, highest to lowest. Moon Hyunchul, 50 points. Nicole, base score 30. Used, points settlement gain card, plus 50%. Final score 45 points. 1000 Xue, 40 points. Thank you gift, 10 points. Luo Qingyu, 10 points. Sui Yun, 10 points. Xin Yao, 10 points. Tang Lei, 0 points. Tang Lei smiled awkwardly. Ha ha. The emphasis is on participation. Yao Yao can win the award, I'm very happy. But, no surprise. The anchor is really too strong. He kept on living until the end, and even got the second highest points. I really admire him. You just realized that all the survivors except Yuki were eliminated by your brother-in-law? This is too fierce. You say Sui Yun lies to win. Right. But then he hit the key shot and eliminated the most crucial person. Alas. Hard to judge. Oh, the awards ceremony is here and the prizes are pulled. The host excitedly opened the award ceremony. First of all, let's congratulate Mr. Man, who has the highest number of points, for winning a newest sports car SL Maybach from Mercedes-Benz, the sponsor of this show's exclusive title broadcast. A high-end black luxury car stopped in front of the crowd. The driver got out of the car and solemnly handed the keys to Moon Hyunchul. Moon Hyunchul blinked in confusion. The live stream completely blew up. Asterisk. Did I hear you right? The market price of SL Maybach is 200W now. Is the program team so stingy? Such a big reward for winning a game? I have red eyes, I cannot see. Quickly tell me this is the script is posed. Why are you so excited? He's the man who's being courted by the national goddess Qianing Shui. Sponsors can give away stuff for free? Isn't this free publicity? Bull asterisk. The goddess is in love with him. Don't talk nonsense here. You're talking nonsense. Moon Hyunchul took the car keys with trepidation and couldn't stop thanking him. Then there was Nicole, who was second in points. Congratulations Ms. Nicole for winning a washing machine, a refrigerator and an air conditioner from our program sponsor XX Group. Do you think that's all? No, we're also going to give you a freezer, a soy milk machine, an air fryer, and that's not all. We're going to give you an oven, a baking machine, and an intelligent floor sweeper. Nicole was so excited that she kept pinching herself. How did they know I've been wanting a new set of appliances for a long time? No, is this some kind of appliance mass discovery site? What the hell? It's been 5 minutes and you're still not done? We should just send the host to the power plant to guard the warehouse. Asterisk. Sends so much. The anchor that less than 50 square meters of small nest really put it. Oh, you're nuts. The anchor can take it and sell it. Then there was Qianing Shui, who was third in points. Congratulations to Miss Qianing Shui for receiving a Yida exclusive VIP card from Yida Group, the sponsor of this program, and from now on, all purchases under Yida's banner will be free of charge. Asterisk. Why do I think that's a better reward than second place? But Shui herself is the daughter of a powerful group, so she doesn't lack this favor at all, does she? Oh, yeah, it's obvious at a glance that Yida Group is using this to curry favor with Qianing Shui. Finally, Shen Yao, Luo Qingyu, Sui Yun, and Xia Li were rewarded. Congratulations to the above guests for winning a shopping cart of 10,000-9,999 from the sponsors of this program at the Doing Mall. Asterisk. This is something I really want. We've been watching on the air for so long. We don't get any benefits? That's right. Give me some benefits. Dang. A staff member came on stage and whispered something into the host's ear. The host nodded and immediately smiled happily at the camera. Good news! All the viewers of the live broadcast will receive a coupon for an on-threshold reduction of 200 yuan from Douyin Mall. Inviting new users to register will also get another one. The live broadcast is full of, yes, woohoo, spreading coins, picking up money, laughter and fun. The point rewards were handed out, followed by the camp win rewards. Tomorrow, all guests will embark on a 2-night cruise. However, not every guest can really enjoy this trip. The winning regulator is the host, and the rest of the failed seekers. It's all servants. Chapter 129 Goddess to wear a maid's outfit? On the cruise ship, servants are required to complete a series of work labors, such as cleaning, cooking, washing clothes, etc., and must follow masters' orders completely without disobedience. Of course, the status of servant and master is not set in stone. The program team will issue tasks, and the guests will pass and complete the tasks to gain points. Settled in half-day cycles, the two with the most points in each cycle will become the new masters, and the rest will be servants. In addition, for the sake of immersive experience, guests are required to wear uniforms equipped by our program team. After listening to the hosts, the guests and pop-ups were dumbfounded. What's the big deal? Master and servant play? Uniform? Is it possible that it's a maid's uniform? Goddess to wear a maid's outfit? No. This is the kind of romance synthesis that adults should watch. Why are you smiling so lewdly if it's not Sui Yun? With your level of rookie, you can only be a master for half a day. Did you see the lustful look that sinful man gave the goddess? He's definitely up to something again. Not right. The goddess may really be planted in his hands this time. As soon as he got on the cruise ship, he was sure to quickly get into character and commanded to the goddess, "Go and make me a cup of iced coffee, without sugar, and send it to my room." The goddess immediately had an ominous premonition in her heart, but she could only respectfully nod her head. Yes. When the goddess brewed the coffee and brought it to his room, he lightly raised his eyebrows. "Bring it over." "Yes." The goddess will be careful to bring the coffee. He reached out to take it, but deliberately let go of his hand. The coffee cup fell. Snap fell on the floor. Suddenly split into pieces. Broken. The coffee cup fell. Pop fell on the floor, and immediately split in pieces. Broken. Looked at the coffee splashed all over him. The goddess quickly panicked and apologized. Yes. Sorry, I was not careful. He was not only not angry, but laughed, really clumsy it. Just say sorry can be. I'm sorry. If you want to apologize, shouldn't you show some sincerity? The goddess looked at his smile that gradually became dangerous, and asked in fear, may I ask, what I should do? Seeing that the goddess took the bait, he sneered, and with one hand reached out to pull her over and made her sit on his lap. He frivolously picked up her chin and smiled evilly. You don't even know this? You're such a cute little twerp. The goddess struggled shamefully, but she was completely outmatched by him, and couldn't escape his confinement at all. She reddened her face, crystallized teardrops swirling in her eyes. Her delicate soft voice took on a hint of trembling. I can't understand what you're saying. He laughed even more happily, even less hiding it. He used his fingertips to gently wipe away the tears in the corners of her eyes. Gently coaxed, don't cry, a little fool. It's okay. I'll teach you well, said, then lifted his hand to undo the apron ties behind her. Ah, too evil, too evil. Death to the evil lecher. Damn, my poor goddess. How no day is lived in peace of mind. Don't panic. I believe in the goddess's intelligence. She will definitely be able to gain the most points in the first half a day, and then successfully rebound from servant to master and get rid of his control. That's right. I believe in the goddess too. Not only that, she's going to devise a way to turn that asshole into a servant and then humiliate him properly. Later that night, Moon Hyunchul followed Chien-ing Shui as she wriggled into the tent. It drew cheers and wails from the pop-ups. 5 minutes later, however, he walked out in a red-faced, disheveled panic. After walking to the beach, he quickly took off his top and dove into the cold water. Damn it! Just kissed for a while and almost lost control again. Last night was good for drunkenness, at least, but today he was sober as hell. It was the only thing he could do to keep from playing Fast and Furious in front of a national audience. Moon Hyunchul swam farther and farther away until he disappeared from the live camera. The pop-ups brushed through like crazy. It's great that the goddess finally kicked him out. Otherwise that evil prophecy would have been played out tonight. Aha, male bodhisattva, where are you going? I can't see your delicious flesh. Swim as far away as you can. It's best to never come back and get eaten by sharks. I hope the goddess gets a good night's sleep tonight, so that we can go all out against him tomorrow. Damn Nicole, stop snoring and grinding your teeth and talking in your sleep and let us Yo-Yo have a good night's rest. Wait, how come Qingyu's sister and the spicy prince didn't come out alone again? They're not really sleeping together, are they? Lights off already? No. Shelly, if you know what's good for you, get out of there yourself. Meanwhile, inside the tent, the emergency night light was broken for some reason, and Shelly couldn't get it fixed after half a day of tinkering with it. Luckily the roof of the tent was transparent, and with the moonlight coming in, it was barely possible to see around. Luo Qingyu was silent, and Xia Li was nervous. What should say? Thinking of the image of Moon Hyunchul apologizing to Cheon Young Seol after the daytime game and then Cheon Young Seol touching his head, Shelly suddenly came to a realization. He hung his head and apologized to Luo Qingyu. I'm sorry, it's all because I didn't perform well that I caused you to lose the game. Then, he heard Luo Qingyu let out a soft laugh that was barely audible. Then white, slender fingers reached out, but did not land on his head. Instead, he gently hooked his chin, enticing him to look up. The face, veiled in a layer of light moonlight, was devoid of the tenderness of the day. Didn't I teach you last night the proper way to apologize? Chapter 130. It's a blessing to wake up after marriage and see such a handsome face for the first time. When he met those deep ink eyes, Shelley's heart skipped a beat. The right way to apologize? Did you teach me that last night? Fuzzy fragments of memories began to flash back in his mind, and Shelley instantly froze his body as if he had been struck by something. No, we were last night? Seeing his face getting redder and redder, Luo Qingyu came closer and asked in a soft voice, didn't learn? Or did you forget? The knots in Shelley's throat rolled, completely at a loss for words. Luo Qingyu's lips stopped at his lips. Nearby, warm air currents swept over her as she whispered patiently and gently, it's okay, I can teach it again. Oh. With that, she kissed him on the lips. Shelley's pupils suddenly dilated, as if his breathing stopped at this moment. It was a familiar sensation as lips and teeth mingled. Shelley finally came to his senses. Last night wasn't a dream, nor is it now. A kiss ended, lips parted. Luo Qingyu stroked his hot, fire-like cheeks and asked, is this learned? Shelley gasped softly and nodded. Luo Qingyu continued, so, what should you do now? Shelley stared into her dark eyes for a moment, then closed them and took the initiative to kiss her on the lips. Not knowing where to put his hands, he lifted his arms and wrapped them around her waist. Luo Qingyu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, then closed them as well. Slightly cool fingers ran through Shelley's soft hair and lightly clasped the back of his head, as if to close the distance and encourage. The bodies of the two men got tighter and tighter. Kissing and kissing, Xiali pounced Luo Qingyu accidentally. There was a loud rattle of movement. Luo Qingyu's face was also tinted with a light blush, her chest slightly heaving, and her deep eyes seemed to have a slight warmth to them. Flooded with moonlight. So bright, so moving, so beautiful. Further down, one of the buttons on her chest had fallen apart at some point. Shelley's eyes instantly straightened and his throat was so dry that he hastily swallowed hard. Luo Qingyu's soft fingers slowly climbed up along the veins on his arm, and the winking smile at the corner of her mouth was infinitely enlarged. Want to learn the advanced version of apologizing? Shelley's head exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did the tent move? Why is it shaking more and more aggressively? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Had just left a colorful sinful person and here comes another one? Why can't we kill all the damn colorful people? Sister Qingyu, if you're in danger, hurry up and call out for help. It's over. It's over. Who's going to save our gentle and considerate Sister Qingyu? Ah woo woo woo. Just as the pop-up wailed, a figure rushed out of the tent in a panic. Shelley was seen with flushed cheeks and an unkempt shirt. He stumbled straight to the shore, then quickly took off his shirt and dove headfirst into the cold water. Grass what did you just do to Sister Qingyu in there? Shasha, is this something I can watch? Another male bodhisattva. The muscles don't look as hard as my brother-in-law's, but I like this one too. Where are you going? Don't swim too far, I can't see you. Done and done. It's like he's really taking after Moon Hyunchul. He's really going to turn into the next shameless asshole. In the morning, Sui-yun stepped out of the tent with a renewed spirit and stretched. Cool. As he walked to the beach, he suddenly let out a terrified scream. Not far from the surface of the sea, there are two naked male corpses, and then the corpse swindled. Get up, go ashore, headed for their respective tents, leaving behind two strings of footprints, and a dumbfounded Sui-yun who was paralyzed with fear. When they reached the door of their respective tents, when Xianjia and Xiali looked at each other, nodded their heads, and then walked inside. Is this eye contact? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I missing something? Why didn't you guys say hello again before you went in? You want to do a sneak attack again? Sister Qingyu and the goddess. Wake up. There's danger. They must have exchanged hunting experiences and tips last night. Now they're all in cahoots. One and the same. What? What must become of the program after that? What kind of horrible things will happen to the two poor weak women? I don't dare to watch it anymore. Indeed. Last night Shelley swam and met up with Moon Hyunchul. The two swam intensely while conversing with each other. Moon Hyunchul, hey, you're coming for a night swim too, haha. Shelley, tell me how to be as cheeky as you. Moon Hyunchul, meow meow meow. Shelley, how did you get Qianing Shui to like you? Tell me, I want to learn. When Xianjia's pupils quaked, and the alarm bells in his heart instantly went off. What the? How dare you hit on my wife? Looking for death. Finally, after some misunderstandings and explanations, Moon Hyunchul then realized the true purpose of Shelley. He wanted to formally pursue Luo Qingyu. The two lay still on the surface of the sea, following the waves. Wangxians, the question you mentioned, actually there is no skill. It's what you want to do to her. For example, you want to hold her hand. You want to give her a gift. You want to make her delicious food, etc. Do it on the line. Don't hesitate. Don't get entangled. Do it and then say it. What's that saying? Hesitate and you lose? That's right. That's what it means. The heartfelt words enlightened Shelley to the point of realization. So it's that simple? Well, do. The 8 guests finally boarded the cruise ship, the Goddess of Love. Then the first order of business was to collect their respective uniforms and change into them. The first ones to change were Xiali and Tang Lei, classic black and white hotel waiter set. Then came Sui-yun and Moon Hyunchul, tie, shoes, black suit. Although they were dressed in the same way, they seemed to be worlds apart. Moon Hyunchul is elegant and handsome, with a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. The slim cut outlines his upright posture and shows his mature charm, as if he is a gentleman coming out of the movie, which is heartwarming. The suit on Sui-yun, on the other hand, was somewhat unsupportive and looked out of place, like a child stealing clothes from an adult. Sui-yun was shocked. Why don't you assign shoulder pads? It's abominable. Brother-in-law is also too handsome. This who see not confused. It's such a blessing for Yuki to see such a handsome face at the first sight when she wakes up every morning after the marriage. Blah, blah, blah. Getting married. My ass. Don't be such a wanker. okay? Damn, he's an asshole, but there's really no black in this face. What do you think you're doing? You have to be a shameless fanatic. I don't care, it's definitely with the filter and beauty face on. But Sui Yun standing in the middle of this pile of mail really good out of character. Tang Lei although blossomed but he is tall enough. Sui Yun is short and thin. Real, white-cut chicken brother. What's the point of the program? Deliberately give us Yed Yun to send such an ill-fitting clothes? My cloud is really miserable how everything has to be targeted. Ooh, the female guest of honor changes out as well. Wait, holy crap, how come it's really a maid's outfit? Chapter 131, not good. The goddess is really wearing a maid's outfit. Jianing Shui and Nicole came out after changing their clothes. Unsurprisingly, it really is a maid's outfit, but it was the more formal one, with the neckline arms covered all the way and the skirt knee-high, showing only the calves. Nicole seemed natural and easygoing. After all, wearing a maid's outfit on air and all that was just not too homely. Jianing Shui was a bit nervous and shy, her delicate and pretty cheeks slightly red. Her hand uncomfortably squeezed the hem of her skirt, like a new maid who had just entered the manor. Timid and ignorant, Moon Hyunchol's hanging heart was finally released and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Jianing Shui really wore the kind of maid outfit he swiped on Shakeology, he would go crazy. That kind of dress is only allowed to be worn to him alone. What are you sighing for, asshole? Is it because the goddess didn't disappoint you by not dressing up as a sexy little wildcat? By the look of his pretense of relaxation, that's definitely what he was thinking. He's actually delusional enough to think that the goddess is dressed like that. How delusional. Asshole to the core. Hey, get that crazy look out of your eyes. You're not already having a good time in your head, are you? Hurry up to me to stop the brain. Xinyao also changed her clothes and came out. No doubt it's a maid's outfit too. But it's the one you see more of online. It unreservedly revealed her white and delicate neck, delicate collarbone, alabaster arms, and bare thighs. Looking at Tang Lei, he couldn't take his eyes off. His heartbeat accelerated, and he gulped hard. Xinyao looked so ashamed that her face was so red that it could drip blood as she squirmed and asked in a small voice, Am I weird like this? Perish the thought, ha 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 ha. Although I can't wear the sexy swimsuit, this sexy maid outfit seems to work better. Asterisk. How come there are two types of maid outfits? That's what I'm going to see. Actually let the pure and innocent young girl wear this kind of clothes. The program team roll out and suffer death. Don't scream. She doesn't wear it for me. Do you wear it for me? Wait, Sister Qingyu's wouldn't be this one too, would it? She's out. Luo Qingyu came out. Yes, her maid outfit is also this one, but her body was more toned, and with those soft eyes, she looked innocent and sexy. Shelley's eyes couldn't help but fall on her exposed breasts, and her brain exploded. As the saying goes, paper can't hold fire, cloth can't hold. Luo Qingyu somewhat bitterly lifted the bodice of her chest. Slightly, a bit ill-fitting then. Jianing Shui's heart tightened and her gaze pierced sharply at Wen Xianjia. Moon Hyunchul immediately shivered and hurriedly averted his eyes. Look, why are you looking at me? Aren't you looking too? Jianing Shui didn't move and clenched her teeth, her dark eyes flashing with a hint of danger. Oh, really do not remember it, husband. Right at this moment, Xia Li suddenly gritted his teeth and stepped forward, holding Luo Qingyu's hand and pulling her back to the dressing room without a second thought. Then he closed the door with a bang. The crowd was confused. 5 minutes later, Luo Qingyu came out. Only, her body was changed into Shelley's clothes, and Shelley, who was following her, was wearing her maid's outfit. Spicy prince, you actually have this fetish? Nima's so they just went in to change clothes? Then wouldn't Sister Qingyu have been seen naked by him? How did that happen? I say you guys are really enough. Don't fill your heads with these red, orange, green, blue, and purple colors. Xia Li clearly didn't want to embarrass Sister Qingyu, so he took the initiative to exchange the two of them and chose to sacrifice himself. I'm crying my eyes out. For Shelley, of course, wearing a maid's outfit is shameful to the core, but he did so with no compunction, because he could never let Luo Qingyu wear this kind of thing on her body for a whole half day, or even longer. Hesitate and you lose. Just do it. The maid outfit didn't fit for Luo Qingyu, and it certainly fit even worse for Xia Li. Tight all over just to say the least, even with most of his white, toned thighs showing. It's the middle of summer, but it's still cool. The back of Moon Hyunchul's neck was also cold. One didn't need to think about it to know that it was Jianing Shui's cold eyes stabbing over. No, you can't watch this? Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Shelley pursed her thin lips tightly, the red on her cheeks spreading from the base of her ears to her neck. Facing the strange looks from the crowd, he tugged uncomfortably at the hem of his skirt in an attempt to look slightly more at ease, but instead looked even more frazzled. Luo Qingyu hooked up the corners of her mouth in a pleasant mood. It's really turning into a cute little bunny. She turned sideways, raised her hand, and straightened the bow around his neck, then smiled gratefully and gently at him. Let's work hard together and become masters, against all odds. Shelley's heart blossomed, shame and all that completely dissipated, and he nodded confidently. Aha! Aw sweet sweet sweet, gentle big sister X shy little master. So high. Love it. After the 8 guests have dressed up, the host continues to explain the detailed rules of the game for the cruise trip. First of all, on the Goddess of Love, we've dropped 200 NPCs, covering almost every profession, to help enhance the gaming experience. Secondly, there are 2 main categories of quests that guests can take. The first category, the practical category, for example, hourly restaurant workers, 20 points an hour, cleaning rooms, 10 points a room, etc. The second category, the exploration challenge category, for example, finding out the corresponding NPC according to the given conditions, solving a certain puzzle, etc. It should be noted that each task has a time limit, and guests must complete the task within the specified time. Failure to complete, or timeout. Not only will they not be able to gain points, but will also deduct the corresponding points. Therefore, please make sure that the guests are cautious in taking up the tasks. The guests nodded thoughtfully. Then, there's the more important point that in the Goddess of Love ship, only the master can have his own stateroom, and the rest of the servants have to sleep in the big bunks. The guests were all confused at once. Asterisk. Is this a rule that people come up with? This is a servant, not a prisoner. Don't be embarrassed. There are 2 inmates in a dormitory. Just as the guests were in a difficult situation, the host suddenly changed his words and smiled mysteriously. However, if master feels that servant is too pathetic like this, it's also possible for TA to stay in the guest room with himself. Chapter 132, There's not a drop left. The master can let the servant sleep in Ta guest room. The pop-ups instantly exploded when this rule came out. Asterisk. The servant can enter the master's room, but the servant must completely obey the master's arrangements, not to disobey. Program team you out of these 2 rules in the end want to do what? Do it. This is what adults should watch. Love comprehensive. The photographer is stationed in the guest's room at night. I'm going to be a witness to their love. Grass. Are you sure this rule wasn't bought by that colorful sinful man and tailored for him? Yes. What seems to be a humanized design is actually all a ruse. Can the goddess really run away this time? Everyone wants to be the master, but there are only 2 spots for the master. The competition is so great that everyone else is desperately trying to roll and take on tasks to earn points. So how can the goddess guarantee that she will succeed against the odds? But that asshole was different. He could easily stand out and continue to be the master. The big bunk is also too inconvenient. It's better to come and sleep in my room at night. Don't worry about it. I won't do anything. Trust me. Okay? Facing his warm and sincere invitation, the goddess nodded her head and agreed. After all, he hadn't done anything to her before, and he wouldn't this time, right? At night, he very gentlemanly hit the ground. You sleep on the bed. How could the goddess feel good about it? Even refused. This cannot. How can a servant sleep on the bed? The master sleep on the ground? But he still only smiled gently. Between me and you, there is no need to care about these worldly rules. The goddess was impressed by him, and even increased her favor towards him by 2 more points in her heart. She gave a grateful smile. Well, thank you. What's the point of being polite? Well, get some rest. Good night, he replied with a smile, but the danger behind the smile slowly emanated. At night, the goddess was sleeping comfortably, and a pair of big hands climbed onto her waist, and the goddess was about to cry out in shock, when a hot and deep whisper came to her ears. It's cold. The floor is really cold. Can you let me hug you? Hearing his pitiful plea, and thinking that he was like this because of himself, a few moments of guilt welled up in the goddess's heart, and she blushed in shame, softly answering, but, was he really cold? Why? His body is so hot? Really? So hot? Ears suddenly rang harsh low laugh. 2 people crowded together seems to be a little hot. Can help me take off my clothes? The goddess was violently shocked and hastily refused. No. As if he had anticipated this, he let out a cold laugh, then rolled over and pressed her underneath. No, a servant must follow the master's orders completely. Have you forgotten this rule? The goddess finally recognized his true nature and regretted it to the extreme. Her eyes reddened and she gently bobbed her head, pathetically pleading, Please don't be like this. In the face of the goddess's plea for mercy, he became even more excited, his evil nature completely exposed. Oh, a servant who doesn't abide by the rules but to be severely punished, said. Then the sinful hand reached out to the simple and pitiful goddess underneath him. Grass No, Nima, I'm really convinced how SA brother is getting more and more details. It won't. This will never happen. Oh goddess, you must buck the trend and become the master and succeed in having your own guest room. Even if you fail, there's nothing wrong with sleeping in a big bunk. Don't agree to that asshole's invitation. The moderator asked. Is there anything else that people are unclear about? Moon Hyunchul raised his hand and asked. How are points counted if two people work together on a task? Is it counted as an average score? The host replied. Whoever takes on the task, the final points are counted as theirs. No equal sharing. The guests nodded in thought. The host said. If, in the course of the game, you come across something unclear, you can seek help from our mission publishers. Oh, well, the rules of the game have been introduced here for the time being, so I announce Luxury Cruise Tour now begins. When Xianjia immediately walked over to Qian Shui and warmly invited. Shui, move with me, all the points earned will be on you. Qian Shui blinked in surprise. The pop-ups blew right up. Goddess can't say yes. He's the master. If you work with him, you have to listen to him. Who knows what he'll ask of you? Give all the points to the goddess? What the hell is he up to again? Isn't it obvious? Give all the points to the goddess, make her the master, and then morally kidnap her so she has to take him in for the night. Hissing, there should be essayist play here. I've not a drop left. Qian Shui asked with some concern. The points are all given to me. What about you? Moon Hyunchul smiled disinterestedly. It doesn't matter what happens to me. Surely you don't want to sleep in a big bunk at night, right? As long as you can sleep in a comfortable guest room, I'm satisfied and don't care about anything. Hearing Wen Xianjia's straightforward words and looking at his expectant and sincere gaze, Qian Shui blushed and answered in a small voice. Well, that's fine then. No backtracking. Moon Hyunchul happily took her hand. Come on, let's go get the quest first. The pop-ups were a scream of excitement and ghostly cries. I had just this straight ball. Cool. What on earth did I do in my past life to allow me to see this program? To see such pure love and love, sweet dead little couple. You're addicted to holding a goddess hand, aren't you? You're not afraid we'll send you a bomb if you get the chance? Oh, goddess's jade hand has been held so many times. It's already completely turned into a shape. Hi, shut up. The goddess is just using him. She'll kick him out when she gets the points to become the master. Don't even think about it. That's right. Didn't the goddess kick him out of the tent last night? And she definitely won't let him in the room tonight either. After seeing Wen Xianjia and Qian Shui leave hand in hand, Xiali also gathered his courage and invited Luo Qingyu. Let's team up as well, and we'll give you all the points we earn. The air was quiet for 2 seconds. Xiali nervously gulped hard, and Luo Qingyu agreed with a smile. Good, then you have to work hard and not let me down. Then took his hand like a teacher on an outing with a small child. Let's go. Hand-holding success, really hand-holding success. I'm going to be snoozed to death. Now. The spicy prince has really become Wen Xianjia's personal disciple. The words and behavior are all exactly the same. He's just learning from the past. Oh, after all, Sister Qingyu wore his clothes, is also considered to owe him a favor. Promised him, just simply do not want to owe him a favor. Right? And you see, Sister Qingyu completely did not treat him as a man to look at it. Is clearly a look of care for the children. I'm wondering if that's what you guys comforted yourselves with when you saw your wife happily rolling in bed with a yellow hair. There was nothing between them. Must have been folding the covers / I was wrong / wife was forced / yellow hair was her cousin with a short haircut / yellow hair? Where's yellow hair? How come I don't see yellow hair? Ha 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 ha. It's so right. Chapter 133, unable to defeat even with all my strength. Seeing that the 2 pairs of male and female guests have already succeeded in handholding, and the men have taken the initiative to offer to give the points earned to the female guests, Tang Lei can't sit still. If I don't do as I'm told, won't I look like I'm being rude? Just as he was about to do the same to Xing Yao, Shen Yao stepped forward and took the lead. So, that Mr. Tang Lei, can I team up with you? All the points I earn will be given to you. Tang Lei was surprised. Of course you can team up, but this points. Shen Yao hurriedly interrupted him. I've thought it over carefully. We can't win against them just by ourselves, so we have to work together and concentrate the points on one person, so that we can maximize the points and have a chance to buck the trend and become the master. Then he looked firmly at Tang Lei and said earnestly, so, for the sake of ultimate victory, promise me, okay? Perish the thought, ha 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 ha. After becoming the owner to own the guest room, will you not invite me to stay with you? Tang Lei was touched to the core. Okay, Yao Yao. I promise you that I will succeed against all odds. You're truly the best girl I've ever seen. Xinyao shyly, which have la, that, then together to cheer. Hear that? Lady praised our Yao Yao as the best girl not how the men and women are all Xianhua No, baby Yoon, you mustn't do this. Mommy will never allow you to fall in love. Aha! So where did Chicken and the anchor go? Sui Yoon had figured it out a long time ago. Through this period of time, he already had a very clear perception of his strength. How could he possibly spell that monster? Moon Hyunchul. And thanks to the gift, Tang Lei, he is likewise no match for it. Even Nicole, that little girl, he wasn't sure he could win. Oh, what a mess. Since you can't beat it even if you put your best foot forward, you might as well take advantage of this half-day host. So he went straight to the restaurant and ate and drank a lot. Then he went back to his exclusive guest room, laid down on his bed, pulled the covers over him, and fell back to sleep. The bed, comfy bed. Even if I can only be your master for half a day, I will love you to the fullest. So sleep with me and please me well. Chicken, this is giving up the struggle and just swinging for the fences? No wonder you just ate like a starving ghost. So it's a severed head meal. What's with the bad head meal? We got Yoon yesterday as a regulator everywhere to catch people tired all day. First a good rest half a day, and then start to do the task in the afternoon. Guaranteed to turn the tide. The black people will see good at. Nicole, on the other hand, had pretty much the same idea as Sui Yoon. Surely a little rookie like her couldn't roll the big boys anyway. Might as well lie flat. So she went to the cafe, where there weren't many people, and took the job as a cafe attendant. Just serve the dishes, swipe the glasses, and touch the fish for 20 points an hour. Nicole quickly got into character and brought 2 cups of coffee to a table of guests and smiled. Cappuccino for both of you. Please enjoy. Luo Qingyu and Xia Li came to the game room. There is a posting point for Exploration Challenge class quests here. As long as you complete the content of the game, you can earn points accordingly. Isn't this much easier than cleaning the house and scrubbing the dishes or something like that? Shelley took the first assignment. Write from 1 to 10 without omission, miss writing, or alteration, and receive 1 point for completion. What kind of challenge is this? What kind of challenge is this? My little niece, who just started kindergarten, can do it. It's a gift. Shelley carefully finished writing the 10 numbers. Little Apple, the NPC in charge of issuing quests, happily said, "Congratulations to player Shelley for a successful challenge and gaining 1 point." Shelley realized this as an afterthought. I should have let Luo Qingyu take the quest so that the points would count for her. Luckily it's only 1 point, so it's not a big problem. And just then, Tang Lei and Xinyao also found this game room and walked in. Little Apple said happily, "This next task, write from 1 to 500 without omission, miss writing, or scribbling, and receive 20 points upon completion. Who is willing to accept the challenge?" Wait, isn't this the classic street vendor routine you encountered when you were a kid? Pay $20 for a challenge, write from 1 to 500, and if you succeed you get a rag doll or something. It seems simple, but in reality less than 10% of the people can actually complete it. It's over. It's a trap challenge. It's just a question of giving away points. Is it really that hard? I don't believe it. I'll try it now. Brothers, wait for my good news. Tang Lei Xinyao was hesitating when Luo Qingyu took up the challenge. I'll do it. Little Apple thoughtfully reminded. This quest is not as simple as the last one, but if it is not completed, 20 points will be deducted. So you have to think about it. Luo Qingyu smiled gently. Thanks for the reminder. Then without saying a word, he sat down in his seat, picked up a pen and paper and began to write. 5 minutes later, Luo Qingyu submitted his test paper. Please pass. Little Apple carefully looked at it several times, and finally said in surprise, "There are no errors. Congratulations to player Luo Qingyu for a successful challenge, earning 20 points. Tang Lei was shocked. 5 minutes and an easy 20 points for writing a few numbers? He had just wandered around outside, and those practical class quests were tiring and low on points. For example, only 10 points are given for cleaning a guest room. Just then, Little Apple released a new task. Next is the last task of this series. Write from 1 to 1000 without omission, mistake or alteration, and you will be awarded 100 points upon completion. Who is willing to accept the challenge? First come first served. Tang Lei didn't even think about it and directly raised his hand to answer. I'll do it. Meanwhile, Jianing Shui and Wen Xian's side seemed to be a little less smooth. The two didn't intend to take on practical class quests, so they had been searching for NPCs that issued exploration challenge class quests. Never found it though. Moon Hyunchul, should I ask a random person? Thousand Shui, well, I have a hunch it must be up ahead. The two men turned east and west in the crowded room. In the end, Jianing Shui managed to get rid of the photographer and quickly cornered Moon Hyunchul into one of the guest rooms. Chapter 134, If the Little Glutton is Full. It's my turn to eat. Cheoning Shui and Moon Hyunchul disappeared into the camera of the live broadcast. The pop-up exploded. Ah, goddess. Goddess, where are you? Why can't I see you? It's over where we can't see it. That asshole will definitely reveal his nature. Goddess danger. No. Goddess. Please hurry and call for help. Don't ever compromise. Don't succumb to lechery. Ah. Damn it. I thought that he would be a little more restrained, and that he would wait until the evening to act again. But I didn't expect him to be so impatient and bold. When Xianjia skillfully turned the goddess into a certain guest room, and then threw her into the sofa with a hand, the goddess let out a soft cry in pain. And before she could react, he bullied and pressed on. His hands propped up on both sides of her, smiling with an impish face. The goddess's eyes flashed with panic. What did you bring me here for? Doing what? Because, of course, I'm hungry. Ah. The poor little maid was just like this, being gazed straight at by the clothed beast, watching him lick his lips like a hungry vicious wolf. The goddess was so scared that she was on the verge of crying out. He picked up her chin and asked with a grin, "What about you? Are you hungry?" The goddess shook her head uneasily. "No, I'm not hungry." But as soon as the words left her mouth, her stomach made an untimely sound. Coo coo coo. Looking at the goddess blushing, he laughed so hard that his shoulders were shaking. Had ha. And say you're not hungry. Your honest body has betrayed you. It. Love lying little greedy cat. The goddess was so shy that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in. And his eyes suddenly became obscure. Since you're also hungry then, how about I give you something delicious to eat? The goddess was shocked and hastily shook her head, her voice trembling. No, don't. He grunted and laughed, forcefully pinching her mouth open. If you don't eat a full meal, there's no way you can successfully complete your mission later. Oh. Then in the goddess's gaze, which was flooded with fear and tears, he reached out and picked up a piece of cupcake on the table next to her and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth. The sweet flavor broke into her lips and tongue, and the goddess blinked incredulously. Strawberry flavor? In the next second, another strawberry-flavored cupcake was stuffed into her mouth. Seeing the goddess's mouth stuffed to the brim with cupcakes, like a cute little hamster, he stroked her hair in a happy mood. Eat it all. Don't waste it. For this inexplicable move of his, the goddess didn't understand, but didn't dare to disobey, so she could only obediently chew the cake in her mouth slowly and then swallow it. During this time, he just quietly looked at her and did nothing. The delicious cake washed away the initial fear, and the goddess gradually relaxed her guard. He actually really just brought me here to eat cake? Is it because I misunderstood him? He drew out a tissue and tenderly wiped the cream on the corner of her mouth. Are you full? The goddess timidly nodded lightly. Well, he is so gentle. Ah, as if it really is I misunderstood him. He threw the paper towel casually in the garbage can, and then slightly narrowed his eyes, came close to her light clean jade neck, obsessively sniffing her fragrance. Ha! Small greedy cat, eat enough words. It's time for me to eat. Oh. Ah, tearing my heart out. Don't. Ah. Goddess. The cake is poisonous. You can't eat what he gave him. Look at the front. Also thought SA brother to go pure love route. See the end can only say or the original recipe. The original flavor. Hiss. What's with this cute and astringent feeling? Why? I've been watching this little drama as if it were a little love affair between Yuki and her brother-in-law. The goddess is in danger. You still have the heart to knock CP here. The goddess is in danger. And you guys are still in the mood for CP. Isn't it disgusting? Woohoo goddess. Where the hell are you goddess? And yet the real situation is, inside the box. Cheoning Shui pushed Moon Hyunchul onto the couch before kneeling on one knee between his legs. He grunted in the midst of his slightly surprised look, then leaned down and kissed him on the lips without a second thought. Inside the fancy box, the man in the suit is pinned down by the woman in the maid's outfit. This dramatic image of reversed identities is filled with a sense of taboo and perfidy. Not a moment later, when Xianjia pulled away from the distance between him and Xianingshui, gasping lightly and saying without a good breath, "Knock it off. Get out there and get the mission. You don't really want to sleep in the big bunk at night, do you?" Xianingshui did not think lightly, raised her willow eyebrows. "What's the hurry? It's not too late to go out after kissing?" Then two fingers hooked his chin, leaned in close and asked in a low voice, "Doesn't hubby want to kiss me?" Fragrant and soft breath sprayed on his lips, and Moon Hyunchul only felt his throat tighten. Grass. Of course he wants to. It's not just kissing. He wants to, bleep, ah. Convinced, he had previously felt that Xianingshui was like a horny ghost cast, thinking about Shibuya all the time. Turns out you're not much better yourself. No, he wasn't supposed to be like that. He was supposed to be a clean-cut decent guy. Damn it, it's all because Xianingshui led him astray. Just as Xianingshui's lips were about to press against his, when Xianjia raised his hand to block her attack. No more kisses. Any more kisses will be bad. Xianingshui breathlessly removed his hand, then changed her position and sat her entire body on his lap. What could be bad? Moon Hyunchul's breathing stuttered and his body froze. Hiss. Stop playing dumb. It's not like you don't know why I went swimming 2 nights in a row. Seeing his tense body, Jianing Shui hid her mouth and laughed lightly. So many ways to solve problems. Then one hand took his tie, and his eyes curved with pleasure. Don't stupid husbands know how to be flexible? Moon Hyunchul leaned back against the couch, his heaving chest subsiding. This is too messed up. Jianing Shui straightened up and glared at him petulantly, then used her fingers to straighten her rubbed hair. Humph. No lightness. Then he turned to the water fountain and got a glass of lukewarm water to moisten his throat. When Xianjia tugged his tie straight, then looked at Jianing Shui, his voice still a bit hoarse, and asked, so where the hell is the NPC that posted the quest? Meanwhile, inside the game room, Tang Lei's face was pale, his pupils seismic, confirming the number in his pen for the nth time. 45, 46, 48. Bam! The terrified heart fell into an instant of hell. Tang Lei's teeth chattered. His hand tightly gripped the pen. Click sound. The pen tip broke. Little Apple stepped forward and said regretfully, oops, missed 47. The challenge failed yet. Guest of honor Tang Lei. Deduct 100 points. Ah ha 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 ha. Nima laughed me to death. Ha 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 ha. I laughed until my head fell off and I laughed out of a pig's mouth and I laughed until the neighbors called the police and I laughed until my mother came to pop my dog's head off. Laughing until the varicose veins caused the pinky to strain so much that Sima Guang smashes the cylinder and injures himself. I laughed so hard that I smacked my Ferrari and 4 batteries popped out. Xingyu's sister are hesitant to continue. Tang Lei directly took the challenge without saying a word. Little Apple also deliberately reminded of the loss of 100 points to be deducted. He swore a pat on the chest. The result is only written to more than 40 on the mail? What a strength, ah ha 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 ha. Sui Yun will be straight up dumbfounded when he wakes up and realizes that he's actually not last place with 0 points. Right? I'm convinced that Tang Lei is also too useless. Now Yao Yao is screwed by him. Shen Yao went up with a worried face and comforted. Are you alright, mister? Tang Lei? I day Nima opening directly minus 100 points. This still so play how to reverse ah? Pinch hemp can be unbound. I can struggle alone. Tang Lei pulled up the corner of his mouth at her, revealing a confident smile. It's okay. This little mistake can't beat me oh. Then he turned to Little Mac and said, bring me all the games you have here. Chapter 135, does it look like you're on top of your card draw? 20 minutes later. Tang Lei managed to go from minus 100 points to minus 250 points. Tang Lei's eyes were scarlet, his teeth were cackling, and he kept saying to Little Apple, what else? What other games are there? Put them all up for me. Shen Yao blocked in front of him, crying her heart out. Mr. Tang Lei, come to your senses. I can't do it. I'm really going to die of laughter. Ah ha ha. I've never seen a challenge game turned into a gamble. What a big example of gambling cessation propaganda. Doesn't it look like you're drawing a card for your head? Firm Tang. You play the game. Don't keep tossing it up here, okay? If you really can't do it, go find a class. Nicole has earned 20 points. Under the joint dissuasion of Shen Yao and Little Apple, Tang Lei finally recognized the reality. He hung his head disheveledly and walked out of the game room in a muddled manner with Shen Yao's assistance. Tang Lei smiled bitterly. I've dragged you down. Yao Yao. I'm a pretty useless man, right? Shen Yao shook her head like a rattle. No. How can Mr. Tang Lei say that about himself? It's just a small failure. You can't admit defeat so easily. Oh. You're the most manly person I've ever met. I'm convinced that you're a big old man crying like what kind of a woman who wants to comfort you as a victim. Right, almost get it. A hint of surprise flashed through Tang Lei's eyes as he confirmed. Really? Shen Yao nodded seriously, then smiled shyly. Of course it's true. And I decided to come to be an actor because I watched Mr. Tang Lei act in a play. Oh. Anyway, things have come to this point. It's not possible to live in the guest room big bunk, just big bunk. It is not a big deal. Hurry to take advantage of his most vulnerable time to brush a wave of good feelings at Shin Xiao Yao. Tang Lei's voice was full of surprise. You joined the industry because of me? Then. So what's your favorite show I've been in? Shen Yao's smile froze on her face. How do I know? I haven't watched a movie or TV show in 800 years. I only watch skits now. That's right. Mr. Tang Lei is the main character, and the most handsome one of all the characters. But I think we'd better hurry up and get some quests, and get them in my name so we don't have to fill in that minus 250 point gap. Tang Lei was successfully diverted. Well, the time is still early. We still have a chance to rebound. And then, after a painful experience, I changed my ways. This time I will get down to the basics and never think of getting something for nothing again. Our Yao little angel is so positive. I really didn't fan the wrong person. It's burning up. There's nothing better than learning from one's mistakes. This story tells us that we can't eat into a big fat person in one breath. One step at a time. It's not too late to mend the fold. The most educational episode. Newspaper. Good news. The goddess has finally appeared. Qianing Shui and Wen Xianjia finally found the NPC that issued the quest, and picked the one task from it that had the most points, aboard the goddess of love. A criminal gang of armed smugglers, the Black Tiger Gang, played by the show's NPCs, of course, has gotten mixed up, and finding the leader and subduing him is limited to 1 day. 500 points will be awarded for successful completion of the mission. Tips: if you do not subdue the crime leader within the time limit, or if you are caught by the criminal gang and silenced, you are considered to have failed the game. This mission is difficult and has a high risk factor, so please take it with caution. Qianing Shui looked at this dangerous mission and asked worriedly, do we really have to choose to do this mission? Failing the mission will result in a 500-point deduction. Moon Hyunchul smiled and comforted. Don't worry, I've played similar games before and have experience. Actually never played it at all. If you're not comfortable with it, let me take it so that even if it fails it's on my head. Then again you can take on some other simpler quests, and we can do some side quests while doing this main quest. That way if you fail the main quest it won't affect you, and if you complete the side quests you'll have a guarantee. How about that? Qianing Shui was touched by his thoughtful advice. She shook her head and laughed. No, I believe you. This main quest, I'll take it. Maru spicy. Tanglei's fiasco is just over. How come the opening debt is going to be staged here again? 500 points may seem like a lot, but it's not that easy to earn. The other side is a vicious criminal gang. It's not just a bonus question. It's a question of death. Both shut the up. You don't believe in the goddess? The goddess has acted in so many spy movies and police movies, and she is already familiar with them. In the end, it's just a scripted killing game. So what's there to sing about? I support goddess unconditionally. Trust goddess. That's right. AA couples fighting criminal gangs together and all that. It's just not good enough. After Qianing Shui took the quest, the NPC gave 4 more clues. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, codenamed Blackheart Tiger, prefers fine wines and beautiful women. There were about 15 members of the Black Tiger Gang and each of them was equipped with a weapon. The Black Tiger Gang is always recruiting new members. The Black Tigers are having a celebratory party today at the cruise ship's bar. After reading the 4 clues, Wen Xianjia frowned. So it seems that if you want to get close to the Blackheart Tiger, you'll have to use color seduction then. Chapter 136, Little Fool, what I really want is always you. Lust? Lust? Qianing Shui repeated incredulously. Moon Hyunchul nodded. That's right, color baiting. Then he came close to Qianing Shui, raised his hand to block his mouth, and whispered something against her ear. Grass ah ah ah. Seduction a hammer ah. Only an asshole like you would come up with such a dirty trick. Right, asshole. Don't get so close to the goddess. Don't bite her ear. What did you say? Cameraman, come closer. As Qianing Shui listened, her eyes instantly widened, a little incredulous for a moment. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course. Can you think of anything better? Qianing Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded her head and agreed. All right, then let's do it according to the plan you said. Wen Xianjia said happily, Ing Shui, thank you for being willing to believe in me. It's still early. Let's go do some side quests first. With that, he skillfully took her hand. The pop-ups howled louder. Ah, the goddess is confused. Why did you agree to his bad idea ah? Asterisk surnamed wins you are also too not something. I can't believe you let the goddess sell her sex. I day you immortal. Grass. Even if it's just a game. Even if it's for the sake of becoming a good and comfortable bed for the master to sleep in at night. Goddess, you don't have to sacrifice to such an extent. Goddess. It's not too late to back out. If you want to seduce him, go do it yourself. I beg you to come to your senses. When Xianjia and Qianing Shui first went to do a few side quests, including, a noblewoman's husband is cheating on her. Help her find who he is cheating on her with and evidence of it. 30 points. Hold an egg with chopsticks and send it from the leftmost room to the rightmost room, during which the egg cannot be dropped or damaged. 20 points. Count how many dolphin sculptures are on this cruise for 30 points. And so on. As a result, the entire layout of the cruise ship was roughly mapped out by both of them. The main quest was then officially opened. Infiltrate the Black Tiger Gang and capture the Blackheart Tiger. When Xianjia pulled Qianing Shui into the locker room, let's go. Go change first, and practice a little bit on the way, so you'll be more familiar with dealing with it later. The pop-ups completely exploded. Dressing up is just dressing up. Why do you need to go in together ah? Are you planning to see the goddess undress with your own eyes? Did he just say maneuvers? Drills for what? Blah 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 color seduction. Undercover. Nye, it can't be the plot I'm thinking of. Can it? Grass. Damn it. I thought that he was so active because he really wanted to complete the mission. But it turned out that he had ulterior motives. Actually, still through this shameless way. Inside the dressing room, the goddess finally changed her clothes. A sexy high-split black chonsam, lining her soft skin more and more snow-white. The goddess shamefully pulled the hem of her skirt and whispered, "Really? Do I really have to dress like this?" He let out a light laugh and raised his hand to straighten out a strand of the goddess's unruly hair. "If not, how can we attract our target to take the bait?" The uneasy hand smoothly traced over the goddess's earlobe, provoking the goddess to cower a bit. The goddess's reaction was captured in his eyes, and he hooked the corner of his mouth as his fingers continued to move down, picking up the goddess's chin and asking, "For the sake of our ultimate victory, this small sacrifice is something you can do, right?" The goddess lightly bit her lower lip, her wet eyes looking at him. "Well, but, you must protect me." The goddess's pathetic appearance made him feel good, and he smiled easily, "Of course. But," he deliberately paused, "how do you plan to pay me for protecting you?" The goddess froze, stung by his cold words and expression, crystal tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that he didn't have a good heart and had another purpose, but she had already gotten on the thief ship now. Where was there any room for retreat? She could only incline her head. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she deceived herself and others. "I can give you money. How much money do you want I can give you?" As if he had heard some funny joke, he couldn't help but sneer out. "Money? Would I need that kind of thing?" He broke the goddess's face so that she could look straight at him again. "You do realize, don't you, little dummy, what I really want?" he said. He wrapped his arms around the goddess's well-gripped waist, then lowered his head, gently biting her hot earlobes. "It's always been you all. Grass. Stop. Stop. Stop typing. Please stop typing. Size, sensational. It's awesome. That's what I'm talking about." Gentle appearance but actually dark step by step for the heart of the man X pure and kind. Delicate and innocent pure white goddess. It's just too good to be true, isn't it? I can't live without you. Mr. S.A. No, why are you guys even eating it? This is edible. Just eat. Just eat. Yummy. Love to eat. Eat every day. 15 minutes later, Xiaoning Xue and Moon Hyun Chul, who had changed their outfits, came out of the locker room. It's the costume that's completely unexpected for a pop-up. Only Xiaoning Xue was wearing a straight black suit that perfectly outlined her slender figure. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail twist. Her unpowdered face was delicate and beautiful, her expression cold and her temperament detached. And Man Hyun Chul, instead, she wore a large floral dress that showed off her firm arm and thigh muscles, heavy eyeshadow, bright lipstick, and heavy blush. The expression was flirtatious, the posture enchanting, and a basket with 2 bottles of good wine on her arm. Overall, in one word, that is, hot eyes. The pop-ups were being practically overrun with question marks and exclamation points. Who? So the one who's going to go seduce is Moon Hyun Chul. Really scared himself. But, you're damn sure this is going to be a seduction. Did you feel that Shweshwe this dress temperament especially like a deceased person? Good sister, kill me. So I'm not the only one who thinks so. It really seems like woof woof woof. I'm sorry, just my dog was typing, I'll get rid of it, woof 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 woof. I told you they were cosplaying. Moon Hyun Chul is cosplaying as Tequila Girl. There's nothing wrong with him trying to seduce. The white and slender fingers slowly and methodically straightened the tie. Xiaoning Xue lazily lifted her eyelids. Then the corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. Depart. Chapter 137, Any evil will be brought to justice. Inside the cruise ship bar, neon lights flashed, and the sounds of hot dancing and noise were intertwined. Blackheart Tiger sat on the couch with a beautiful woman in one hand and looked at the woman in the suit in front of him, raising an eyebrow and asking, "You want to join the Black Tiger gang? Where's the sincerity?" A faint smile hung at the corner of Qianing Shue's mouth. "Sincerity? What I brought was a surprise." She clapped her hands lightly, and with that, 2 of her men walked in escorting a muscular woman in a flowery dress with a black bag over her head. Looking at the man's toned pecs and robust thighs, Blackheart Tiger instantly widened his eyes and gulped. Qianing Shue smiled. "I think Master Tiger has long been accustomed to eating those tender flowers, and occasionally tasting this exotic dish is not a novel experience." With that, she grabbed the muscular woman by the lapels and threw him unceremoniously in front of the Blackheart Tiger. "Serve Master Tiger well for me." The muscular woman pounced on the black-hearted tiger and the black bag slid down with her. However, what appeared in front of her was not some exotic beauty, but a face with exaggerated makeup, accompanied by a pout. "Master Tiger, be gentle with me." The black-hearted tiger almost scared his back out of breath. "Grass what kind of surprise is this? It's clearly a shock. I'm begging you, Mr. Tiger." "Black-hearted tiger, you're more black-hearted than I am." "Really?" Moon Hyunchul quickly broke free of the rope and easily subdued the badly frightened Blackheart Tiger. He jammed one hand around the Blackheart Tiger's neck and twisted his arm back with the other so he couldn't move. In his heart, he was sighing that this task was also too easy, when a cold laugh came from behind him. Gutsy enough to come to my territory and spread wildness? Moon Hyunchul's face suddenly changed and he turned back violently, only to see Qianing Shui raise her hands, and a burly man wearing sunglasses appeared behind her at some point. At the moment, he was holding a blackened gun against Qianing Shui's head. This is the real Blackheart Tiger. The one they dealt with just now was just a stand-in. At the same time, the members of the Black Tiger gang inside the bar also reacted quickly, pulling out their weapons one after another, and the atmosphere was instantly tense to the extreme. I knew it. There's no such thing as an easy win. Damn Moon Hyunchul. You had to take this stupid mission. This is great. The goddess is being dragged down by you. How can I pay back the 500 points? Stop it. You shameless bastards. If anything happens to the goddess, I'll kill you. Qianing Shui and Wen Xianjia glanced at each other silently. Moon Hyunchul, don't be a wimp. I bet he doesn't have any bullets in his gun. Thousanding Shui, good. Then I'll deal with this one and leave the others to you. Moon Hyunchul, okay. A library search. The black-hearted tiger said smugly. Only 2 people dare to break into my black-hearted tiger's territory? Ah, ungrateful little cub. Before the words fell, Qianing Shui's eyes turned cold and her movements were swift and decisive. A sidekick lands a direct hit on Blackheart Tiger's knee, sending him to his knees. Blackheart Tiger fell to his knees in pain, and Qianing Shui took the opportunity to snatch his gun and stomped heavily on his back, quickly pointing the gun at his head. Don't move! The pop-ups were wowed by the line drive backlash. Oh how goddess Yuki. So handsome. Worthy of being from a martial arts theater. The goddess is valiant and powerful. Handsome who died handsome. Why did the goddess reward him? Goddess, step on me. Step on me. When will you let me act in an episode? When will you let me act in an episode? Oh, I want to be stepped on by a goddess too. To be ravaged, viciously abused, and whipped with abandon by her. Can the perverted demented man of the pop-up screen go to hell? Blackheart Tiger's face was pressed against the floor as he screamed in pain. Leave me alone. Get them. The Black Tiger gang members hesitated for a moment, but still swarmed. Moon Hyunchul sighed and shook his head helplessly. Then he threw down the fake black-hearted tiger in his hand and frankly stepped forward. Within moments, the bar was a mess. Under Wen Xianjia's precise strikes, the members of the Black Tiger gang were either lying down or sitting down, and none of them were able to stand up again. As the last member of the Black Tiger gang fell, the NPC responsible for issuing this quest finally appeared and congratulated Wen Xianjia and Qianing Shui. The Black Tiger gang has been cleared and the Blackheart Tiger has fallen into the net of justice. Congratulations on completing your mission. Player 1000 Reflecting Snow receives 500 points. Woohoo! Winning Spice. We are champions. Any evil will be brought to justice. This story teaches us that villains die from talking too much. Who can imagine that the delicate and innocent goddess still has such explosive power? Goddess, I will always follow you. Well, I just had a bathroom break. How did it end? 500 points in hand, plus scattered points from side quests. The master is not a goddess now, right? Although the plot is a bit raw and grassy, this really is arguably the best action movie I've seen this year. Shui Shui is great. My brother-in-law is great too. The group actors are great too. Everyone add chicken legs. After changing back into his normal clothes, Moon Hyunchul finished the remaining scattered side quests with Qianing Shui. When it came time for the evening settlement, the 8 guests gathered once again. One of them, Nicole, looked extraordinarily cozy. Because of the first billing at 12 noon, she managed to earn 60 points for working exactly 3 hours at the coffee shop. Surprisingly, it was the guest with the most points at the time, so it succeeded in being the master for half a day. The pop-ups have sighed down to earth is good. Too educational, coupled with the previous Tang Lei's process of quitting gambling, which is what is a love synthesis, clearly is the education column. Like Sui Yun, Nicole, who had become the host, also chose to go to the restaurant to eat and drink a lot. Then he went back to the guest room, laid down on the bed, pulled up the covers, and fell back to sleep. The pop-ups have changed their faces, scolding how you can give up halfway. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sun nets. Hurry up and struggle. Are you this age? How you sleep? Back on topic. After a full day of hard work by the guests, here's how the final points were earned. Thousanding Shui, 720 points. Luo Qingyu, 410 points. Xinyao, 250 points. Nicole, 60 points. Thank you gift, 1 point. Moon Hyunchul, 0 points. Tang Lei, minus 250 points. Sui Yun, minus 380 points. Once the points were announced, the pop-ups completely exploded. How did Chicken get his 380 points? Where did Chicken's minus 380 points come from? Why? Sui Yun went to the game room after waking up, just like Tang Lei, wanting to earn points through the game, and then, well, know what I mean. You didn't see him on the head, like he was high, and Apple couldn't pull him off. If the show goes on, parents will probably complain, so the show will close the game room and cancel the channel of getting points from playing games. Gosh, it's terrible. I, Mr. Zhang Bowen, have a real name and I don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. So tonight's hosts are the goddess and Sister Qingyu? Newspaper. It's a big deal. The goddess has invited that sinful man to stay with her in the guest room. Chapter 138, still in my hands, right? You stubborn little wildcat. Xianing Shui invited to Wen Xianjia. That, come sleep in the guest room tonight. Moon Hyunchul was flattered. How can this be good? Xianing Shui hastily shook her head, seriously explaining, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reverse the trend and become the master, and you certainly have the right to use this guest room. As she spoke, her voice trailed off and her cheeks began to blush slightly. I'll be over the moon if you don't say yes. I don't like to owe people favors. The pop-ups in the live stream completely exploded. Not, goddess. What are you talking about? Goddess? Do you know that this asshole in front of you is waiting for you to say this? The bed in the guest room is huge. Not to mention 2 people. 4 people can sleep in it. He'll definitely think of an excuse to climb into the bed. Abominable. The goddess is still too kind. But he didn't know that this kindness would harm himself. Under the goddess's repeated invitations, he finally reluctantly agreed. Thank you, Ying Shui. Then I will respectfully comply. When they arrived at the guest room, both of them looked a bit embarrassed. He shyly urged, that, you go take a shower. I'll make the floor first. The goddess's cheeks were slightly red, and she froze and nodded. Oh. When the goddess's back disappeared into the bathroom, he finally revealed an evil smile. The goddess came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. The body was wrapped in a dense, but still revealed the alabaster feet. Was water vapor dense over the eyes wet? Looks extra choo-choo moving people. He smiled and went forward, handing over a cup of hot milk. Drink some milk. The night helps you sleep. I just warmed it up. Don't worry, it's not hot anymore. In the face of this concern, the goddess's heart surged with a warm current. Gratefully took it. Well, thank you. He is really so sweet. Such a sweet man. Should not do anything bad, right? Seeing the goddess drink the milk, his eyes flashed a hint of a conspiracy to succeed smile. I'm also going to take a bath. You rest first. The goddess nodded her head obediently. Aha. However, it wasn't long before the goddess felt that her head was dizzy and her body began to become inexplicably hot. Well, what's going on? Why are you suddenly so sleepy? It's so hot. Is it a cold? The sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom was like a lullaby, and the goddess's consciousness became more and more blurred. Then sleep first. The goddess collapsed on the bed powerlessly, even forgetting to cover the quilt. Finally, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Not long after, he walked out. The expression has long since lost the previous reserve, replaced by undisguised greed. Feeling the strange movement, the goddess struggled to open her eyes from the chaos. The goddess was shocked, and she was so ashamed that she kept struggling. What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. He laughed softly, his tone gentle but with an irresistible tone. Be a good boy. Let me hold for a while. Oh, if you do not listen, I do not know what I will do it. The goddess was startled by him and quickly stopped resisting. She gritted her teeth, and her thin voice carried a sobbing tone. Be true to your word. You can't lie to me. Seeing the goddess as pitiful and helpless as a kitten, his mood was pleasurable to the extreme. He coaxed in her hot ear in a mute voice. Don't worry, of course I will keep my word. Before it's weird. For his unreasonable behavior, the goddess's heart is full of despair, unable to do anything. Liar. Oh, liar. Can only let the tears quietly cut across the delicate and beautiful face. It's time for my favorite part of forced love. I've said it's a love affair between a couple, but Shui is actually resisting. Grass. Shut up. Shut up. The goddess is at stake and this is not the time for you to be messing around with the CP. Don't panic yet. Guest rooms aren't like tents. There are cameras in there. There's no way he'd be so shameless. It's over. He's going to talk. He's going to go along with it and say yes. In the face of Qianing Shui's invitation, Wen Xianjia was silent for a moment and finally politely declined. Sorry, I'll just sleep in the big bunk. Qianing Shui froze, clearly not expecting him to answer like this. Why? I'm afraid you'll force yourself on me in the middle of the night when you're sleepy and confused. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Sleeping woke her up when she was pressed by Qianing Shui, even as she was still talking in her sleep. Oh, finally. Still fall into my hands, right? You stubborn little wildcat. Still want to run? Give me to lie down obediently. Recalling this, Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but shiver. He would never sleep in the same room with her in order to stop that from happening. The pop-ups fell over and exploded with laughter. Ah, you kid is finally a human being. Woohoo! Great! The goddess is safe. We can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. Oh, so it looks like this asshole has a clear conscience and is exempt from hacking for one night. Hey, it's too bad. I almost got to watch the young couple's love scene. Newspaper. It's a big deal. Sister Qingyu invited Prince Spicy to sleep with her too. In the face of Wen Xianzhe's refusal, Chen Xue could only smile and agree. Well, okay then. Even if you don't sleep with me, you're not allowed to sleep in the big bunk. I don't want you to smell like anyone else. Hiss. Okay. I'll sleep on the deck. Okay. Seeing Wen Xianzhe reject Chen Xue, Xieli also said to Luo Qingyu with a red face. I'd rather not go. Oh, didn't we agree to just do it? Master, why are you running away from the battle? Moon Hyunchul really did go out on the deck for a night of sea air. Not to mention, it's a lot cooler than the chase. And the guests who slept in the big bunks were attacked by Nicole's horrible snoring and teeth-grinding sleep-talking trio. However, for the sake of their own image, they all dared to speak out. Morning. Mist breaks through and the sky is flooded with a haze of light. Moon Hyunchul felt a soft touch coming from his face and opened his eyes in a daze. Only Qian Yingshue's sweet smile came into view. You're awake? Chapter 139, Inside the Warehouse. Rebellious Missy actually did this with the manservant. Qian Yingxue lightly poked his face, and Moon Hyunchul instantly came to his senses. Yingxue, why are you up so early? Qian Yingxue smiled gently. Well, I got enough sleep so I got up. It's still early. Go back to your room and rest. Moon Hyunchul was puzzled. Back to the room? Qian Yingxue muttered. Yes, the thought of you putting in so much effort to end up only being able to sleep on the deck. I was dying of guilt last night, so no refusing this time, or I'm going to be angry. Moon Hyunchul couldn't refute it for a moment, so he could only shyly agree. Oh, that's fine. Grass you promise a hammer a comforter with the scent of a goddess body? I want to lie down too. It's over. That asshole won't take the opportunity to do that kind of thing to the goddess's bed, will he? Damn it. He can endure after going to the bed of a goddess? The thought that he would treat the bed and quilt that has the flavor of a goddess as wantonly as a goddess. Shut up. Don't say it. Returning to Qian Yingshue's guest room, when Xianzhe laid down on the bed, sure enough, the comforter was still warm. Moon Hyunchul's body stiffened for a moment, because he realized something. Hiss, my wife's body heat and scent wrapped around me. It was early in the morning, and his cheeks were starting to burn as his blood rushed up. He hurriedly turned on his side, lifted the covers, and covered his head in them. The live stream exploded with pop-ups. Asterisk. You blush-a-dara. Asshole. What the are you doing hiding and sneaking around in there? Asterisk moved. The quilt moved. Come on. That's because he's so excited that he's breathing rapidly. Can the quilt not move? If it doesn't move, it looks like it's moving. I don't care. Anyway, the quilt and the bed are already dirty. The goddess absolutely can't sleep anymore. After a night's rest, the guests are finally all up. The moderator made an important announcement. In order to prevent any guest from treating the task negatively today, meaning minus 380 points and no teammates, Sui Yun gave up struggling and just swung for the fences, so the rules of the game will be changed today. In the morning, the two hosts were free to move around and enjoy themselves, and all 6 servants will be put to work preparing for the noon potluck. This includes cleaning up, setting up the venue, preparing the dishes, and more. In the afternoon, all guests return to their equal status, without masters or servants, and play a game to decide whether they will sleep in the guest room or the big bunk at night, based on their overall performance. Debt-ridden Tang Lei and Sui Yun seemed to see hope all of a sudden. Instantly hit the chicken blood, rolled up their sleeves no matter what to start. Finally, after consultation and discussion, the 6 servants carried out the following distribution of work. Cleaning, Nicole, Sui Yun. Setting up the venue, Hyunchul Moon. Shelley. Preparing dishes, Tang Lei, Shen Yao. The pop-ups tore through the room as soon as the distribution results came out. Asterisk. Maru Spice. Who the hell is going to switch with Tang Lei? The cruise ship is going to have a terrorist poisoning assassination at noon. Doesn't Mr. Wen know how to cook noodles and fried rice? We don't need a fancy meal for lunch. Just these 2 things will do. Don't panic. The master is allowed to eat at the restaurant as much as he wants. As long as the goddess goes to the restaurant and eats her fill before the noon meal starts, she can get away with it. The second day of the luxury cruise trip, the final master and servant game, officially begins. The noon potluck was held in the cruise ship's interior ballroom. cleaning is relatively one of the easiest tasks. After all, the venue has always had a dedicated cleaner in charge, so it can't get much dirtier. Nicole and Sui-Yun mopped the floor for a while and wiped the table for a while. Just then, Tang Lei came over. The kitchen is too busy. Come and have someone come and give me a hand, and try the dishes on the side. Nicole and Sui-Yun were violently startled and hurriedly got into the spirit of the game, frantically mopping the floor and wiping the table. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang Lei, we are also a little busy here. You see, there is still such a big piece of land not mopping it, huh? Tang Lei's gaze sank, followed by an evil smile. One dragged Nicole into the kitchen. Lei, don't Nicole was crying her heart out, and Tang Lei still didn't forget to grin at Sui-Yun, who was trembling in fear, and comforted her. There's no rush, it's your turn after she tries it. Grass. Who says there are no good domestic horror movies? Scared me to death. Okay, what a living hell Tang Lei is. There's nothing we can do but wish the anchor to eat antitoxicity and become immune to dark cuisine earlier. In the meantime, when Xianjie and Xiali went to the warehouse to carry the materials needed to decorate the banquet hall, ribbons, balloons, flower poles and so on, the two of them split up. The warehouse was a bit dim, and Moon Hyunchul headed deeper into the warehouse with a flashlight. Balloons, balloons. Suddenly, a cold hand grabbed his wrist and quickly pulled him into the tiny warehouse behind the shelves. Shelley heard a strange noise and followed it, only to find a tumbled flashlight. The small warehouse is filled with clutter. Outdated cardboard boxes, scattered boards and broken carts cluttered the area. Qianing Shui yanked Man Hyunchul into the warehouse as soon as he could, and then pressed him against the door. She grabbed his collar with both hands and leaned forward, her soft lips dominating the kiss. Moon Hyunchul's body stiffened, but he quickly relaxed and responded to her passion. Qianing Shui had already changed out of her maid outfit and put back on her own clothes. Slim black velvet dress, neckline slightly spacious to reveal the collarbone. Silver necklace exudes cold light. Skirt irregular cut, revealing long legs, with black fine-heeled high heels, exudes a seductive atmosphere. And the picture at this moment is like a rebellious young lady who is in lust and is cheating on her husband with the manservant of the house who has some good looks. After a long time, their lips finally parted. When Xianjie gasped slightly, a flirtatious smirk on his face. Ha! You're really getting more and more skillful at abducting people. The corner of Qianing Shui's mouth rose slightly, her fingers caressing his lips, and she lightly said, Aha! Nothing else, but the hand is familiar. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the warehouse door. Is there anyone in there? It's the sound of a thank you gift. A flash of panic flashed across Moon Hyunchul's face, and he subconsciously reached out to cover Qianing Shui's mouth before rushing towards the door. Ah! I'm looking for balloons. Sight swept across the warehouse, finally spotting the crate with the balloon in it. Found it. Bring it right out. Oh, I'll help too. No, there's not much, I can just do it myself. Shelley, outside the door, frowned. Not right. The pop-ups also began to speculate. Why does this voice smell like stealing? Yeah, that's weird. Wait, this kid won't be hiding inside and stealing good food all by himself. Right. Nope. Forgot his look of extreme patience in the goddess's bed this morning? He must be inside. Asterisk. It's really possible, The goddess is still wearing the pure desire style today, and he didn't take his eyes off of it during the morning assembly. The evil lecher, he's actually fantasizing about the goddess again. Prince Spicy rushes in and catches him in the act. Shelley couldn't get enough of it. Oh, well, with that on his lips, his hand grabbed the doorknob. With a mighty twist, he jerked open the warehouse door. Chapter 140, Hungry Husband. Hungry rice. Rice. Shelley pushed the door open violently. He was surprised to see Moon Hyunchul holding two large cardboard boxes that were overlapping and looking at him. Didn't I say I was enough on my own? Shelley, I'm afraid you're too busy. Eyes subconsciously roamed around the tiny warehouse, and there really wasn't anything strange to be seen, except for the untidily arranged clutter. Moon Hyunchul smiled and stepped out holding the cardboard box. Alright, it's dusty in there. Hurry up and leave. Then take the lead and move forward. So close. Fortunately Qianing Shui ran fast and slipped through the back door. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Gee, cheating is exciting, but my little heart can't take the shock. Who doesn't get his shoes wet when he walks by the river? The rest of the day and a half says nothing about sneaking kisses with her. Shelley closed the door of the tiny warehouse and followed Moon Hyunchul away. Is it true that I am overthinking this? However, the pop-ups on the live feeds didn't let up on any of the clues. The kid's face was 2 degrees redder than usual. The voice was also unnatural. There are also 2 drops of sweat on his forehead. He's really sneaking around and doing something unseemly. What's that box doing down there? It's not too intentional, is it? It's a cover-up. I think I saw a few balls of paper on the ground. Asshole. I can't believe I'm actually taking advantage of the opportunity to YY goddess. Kill kill kill. Who can confiscate his tools of the trade? Enough. I say you group of Sherlock Holmes Detective Conan Mori Kagaro Jr. Kandaichi Kaifeng Fubao Qingtian enough. Moon Hyun Chul and Shelley returned to the banquet hall carrying the materials used to set up the venue. Instead, Nicole was seen alone, stiffly fiddling with the vase on the dining room table. His face was pale, his eyes were dull, and his limbs were weak. When Xianjia went forward and asked, "What's wrong with you? Rest if you're not feeling well. Where's Sui Yun?" Nicole turned her head mechanically and pointed to the kitchen doorway, her eyes frozen. ABA. Asterisk. How did the anchor lose his voice? The anchor has been poisoned by Tang Lei to the point of retardation. Chicken is in danger. Just then, a mournful scream came from the kitchen. Immediately afterward, Sui Yun stumbled out of the kitchen with his mouth full of black mud. Suddenly an accidental planting, but he didn't give up and fought his way out, supporting himself on the ground with his hands. Just get to that place. The palms of his hands were also covered in that blackened mud, leaving ghastly handprints under the polished floor. Tang Lei followed close behind, a ghastly smile on his face, his grinning mouth as if it was about to tear to the base of his ears. Appalling and horrifying. He bent down and dragged Sui Yun's limp legs, then exerted a fierce force and dragged him in the direction of the kitchen. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? This cuttlefish juice mixed noodles you just tasted a mouthful. Did not taste the essence of it, and then eat a few more mouthfuls of it. Sui Yun let out a desperate cry, his hands desperately clawing at the ground, trying to grab onto something to stop himself from being dragged back to the kitchen, but it was all in vain. Eventually, he was mercilessly dragged back to the kitchen. The kitchen door closed slowly, leaving only a long, black mark on the floor. When Xianjia and Xiali were so frightened that they were frozen like wooden chickens, trembling and not daring to move. Desperado. Scary as hell. Only Nicole had an expression that looked indifferent to life and death, and she couldn't even help but reveal a bitter smile. Why, Brother Iyun, I really can't help you. If you want to get out early, don't resist. You have to believe, anything that doesn't poison you makes you stronger. The pop-ups on the live feed howled. The horror movie has escalated. It's gone from a vicious poisoning case to a kitchen horror movie where a crazy foodie tries to eat me up. Although I've been hacking chicken every day, I don't want him to. No. Baby Iyun, what are you three waiting for? Hurry up and save him. Forget it. In this case it's better to take care of your own life. Who dares to go against the desperate poisoner openly? Chicken, you're on your own. Where's Xinyao? I haven't seen her since we disbanded the team. Wouldn't have been poisoned to death already, would you? Yo, are you okay? Tang Lei, if there is anything wrong with my Yao Yao I will directly throw a turd at your door. I'm not kidding, I'm really not kidding. The banquet hall was about to be set up when Sui Yun finally came out of the kitchen. The three rushed forward to check on him. However, surprisingly, he didn't act like the dead man slightly alive that Nicole had earlier. He was seen with his eyes wide open and a standard to bizarre smile on his face. Nicole carefully asked, Brother Iyun, are you okay? Sui Yun turned his head with a click, his eyes staring straight at Nicole, and grinned, revealing his blackened teeth. Sure, I'm fine. Thanks for asking, MS. Nicole was stunned, and Shelley rushed forward to ask, what's that in your teeth? Cuttlefish juice? As if it had triggered some keyword, Sui Yun's dark eyes flashed with a hint of red light. Oh yes, my friend, it's the damn, delicious squid juice. Oh my god, when that plate of squid ink pasta appeared in front of me. I mean, just one look and I was mesmerized. The pasta was tightly coated at every root with ink-thick squid ink, with an oily sheen like Uncle Jack's brand new, shiny old car. I'll bet that's the kind of look that would drive every cat in town crazy. Oh, Aunt Mary would never have believed that there could be such amazing food in the world. Damn. I'd like to kick the ass of whoever invented it. Why didn't they bring this delicacy to the world earlier? Making me miss out on all these years for nothing. Sui Yun said exuberantly, squirting Nicole and Shelley in the face with squid juice from his mouth. Luckily, Moon Hyunchul escaped by dodging far away. I'm starting to read it. Did Tang Lei add mushrooms to the cuttlefish juice? Chicken is upside down. Woo upside down or not it doesn't matter. Baby Iyun you're still alive is the biggest comfort to mommy. So, is everyone really going to collectively eat this mushroom squid juice with noodles for lunch today? Hyun save. Just then, Luo Qingyu and Xianing Xue came over. Luo Qingyu surveyed the banquet hall. The staff said it's almost ready, so we can come over first. Oh, the arrangement can be really beautiful. Xianing Xue curiously probed towards the mouth of the kitchen and frowned slightly. Why do I smell a pasty odor? Big mistake. I should have known I should have gone to the restaurant first and packed one for my husband on the way. Moon Hyunchul asked. Haven't you eaten yet? Chen Yingshui nodded her head obediently. Aha. Honey, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Seeing Wen Xianzhe look ready to do a little work, Nicole also hurriedly interjected. We have not eaten, all waiting for the noon feast. The rest of the people, including the poison Sui Yun, also turned their expectant eyes toward Wen Xianzhe. Qianing Shui? No, there are you guys so bright to rub it in. Moon Hyunchul realized in his heart and let out a long sigh, then turned towards the kitchen. It's great that its egg fried rice were saved. 8 guests sat around the glass round table. Tang Lei prepared a luxurious meal all morning and finally all on the table. However, with the exception of Tang Lei, each of them was carrying a bowl of egg fried rice, crunching and dazzling with the kitchen's own kimchi. Nicole wolfed it down. Don't mind Mr. Tang Lei, haha, let's have an appetizer first. Tang Lei laughed. Ha, it's fine. Eat. 5 minutes later, there were only 7 empty bowls and 7 pairs of chopsticks left on the table. Oh no, there's also a lavish meal with Tang Lei and his table. Tang Lei laughed. Ha, it's fine. Eat. Then he raised his chopsticks and began his journey as a lone foodie. Hiss, what's the deal with suddenly feeling a little sorry for Tang Lei? Poor man, he's got to be hateful. No, these people are going too far. This is the dish that Lei Di has prepared all morning. Do you know anything about the human condition? Well said. Reward you to accompany Tang Lei to eat with him. Tang Lei stubbornly ate all the dishes on the table and didn't show the slightest negative emotion. After eating, he even elegantly wiped his mouth and laughed. Oh, perhaps the meal this time is indeed not quite to everyone's liking. I'll improve it next time. The pop-ups cringed. Help! The desperado is evolving again. Rested guests gathered in the cruise ship's theater to kick off the afternoon's games, the improv. The showrunner gives a scenario setup and the guests draw character cards. Then, based on their understanding of the character, they work together with other guests to complete the improvisation. The card draw is complete, and the first set of questions is, snobbish father who forces his daughter and son-in-law to divorce and marry the son of a thug. Role assignments are, powerful father, Tang Lei, daughter, Qianing Shui, son-in-law, Moon Hyunchul, son of a tycoon, Sui Yun. Chapter 141. Don't force us to divorce. We love each other with all our heart. As soon as the results of the first group's role assignments came out, the pop-ups directly exploded. Asterisk. There's a shady thing going on. Pill spicy. Couple? That bastard will surely use this identity to take advantage of the goddess ruthlessly. What if he takes the opportunity to swear his sovereignty with a forced kiss? He's really capable of such a thing. Don't panic. The goddess is very serious about love. She still has her first kiss after so many years in the business. How can she lose to him so easily? That's right. The goddess is only temporarily mesmerized by him. If he really dares to come like this, the goddess will definitely see his true colors and be disappointed in him to the core. The stage set is in an ordinary family living room. Tang Lei was paralyzed on the sofa with a big grin, his legs crossed high, and his legs swaying. Qianing Shui stood in front of Tang Lei, her eyes reddening, tears swirling in her eyes, her voice pleading with a sobbing tone. Dad, please, don't force me to divorce Hyunchul. We love each other with all our hearts. When Xianzhe walked over to Qianing Shui and gently held her hand, gently comforting her. Honey, don't cry. Qianing Shui looked up at him, her tearful eyes misty, and complained. Husband. A few short lines that warmed up the pop-up hole read. Asterisk. Haha. Who allowed you to call the goddess wife? Shui is my wife, no barking. Get your hands off me, asshole. I can't even imagine what I'll do after touching your hand in the first round. No, those two names are too natural, right? Just like a real couple. My mom asked me why I'm watching a relationship mediation program. Seeing the two of them making love in front of him, completely not putting himself in his eyes, Tang Lei frowned and slapped the coffee table with force, saying impatiently, enough. Love? Can love bring you mountains of gold? Can it get you all the delicacies and luxury cars? The Su family's son, Sui Yun, has millions of dollars, rich as hell. If you marry, that's a step to heaven, glory and riches to enjoy. Look at the loser you married. He's broke and has nothing. How dare you get a license with him behind my back? Ha! Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. A hint of smugness flashed across Tang Lei's face as he got up to open the door, only to see Sui Yun walking in wearing a gorgeous suit with a smile on his face. He surveyed the crowd in the living room and said, Uncle Tang, I heard that you were talking to Ying Shui about us. Tang Lei smiled fawningly. Yes, young Master Su. Then with a frantic look, he signaled Wen Xianzhe and Qianing Shui to hurry up and separate the distance. Qianing Shui directly hid behind Wen Xianzhe, and Sui Yun's face changed as he let out a cold snort. Oh, Ying Shui, Why are you hiding? I'm your brother Iyun. Don't you recognize me? Why do you need to create a brother persona for yourself when you don't have shoulder pads and a suit? Shut up. Our Iyun is still growing just a little. Sooner or later it will become a double door. Suddenly realizing that Su Iyun is also a good material to play an evil lecher. Boing boing Snowy is like a scared little kitten yet. So cute. Kissing to death. When Xianjia looked at Su Iyun and suddenly smiled crookedly. Since they're all here, there's no need for me to hide anymore. In fact, I'm the new director of the Imperial Hao Group. And before that, I was merely deliberately hiding my identity in order to experience the life of an ordinary person. When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Without waiting for them to react, Moon Hyunchul quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Fire Tang Lei, how did our company recruit such a talent? Then he dialed another number. It's getting cold, and it's time for the SOs to go bankrupt. Hanging up the phone, when Xianjia walked over to Qianing Xue's side, gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and said, Wife, let's go and pick out a villa you like as our new home, and we won't have to suffer these indignities anymore. The pop-ups blew up. No, buddy, good lord, how many Dragon King novels did it take to come up with that line? Nonsense, it's clearly the formula of a flunky novel, okay? Stop it, asshole, you can't put your arm around a goddess's shoulder. Goddess, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and push him away. This asshole is taking advantage of you. Qianing Xue was slightly stunned, then shyly leaned into Wen Xianjia's arms, her eyes filled with adoration and love. Well, the two snuggled together and left the living room in style. Only Tang Lei and Su Yun were left standing frozen in place, full of confusion. No, who told you to act like that? The other group of four put on a fairly middling performance. All in all, definitely not as explosive as the drama that just took place. The second round of performances begins. The title is, A Cold-Blooded Assassin Who Has Fought Many Battles, Sneaks into the Palace to Assassinate the Empress, but is unfortunately captured. Role assignments are, Thousand Reflections of Snow, the Ruthless Empress, Moon Hyunchul, the Captured Assassin, Nicole, the Assassin's Accomplice, Su Yun, the Eunuch Who Rebelled. Chapter 142, I Will Never Fall Into Your Plaything for Glory and Wealth. Ah, that smells good. Once the results of the role assignments came out, the pop-ups blew up again. Ah, how come that asshole was paired with a goddess 2 times in a row? And he says there's no shady business. This is awkwardly dark. Isn't Su Yun there too? I don't care. I don't care. There's a backroom deal. Why are you so worried? A mere captive. How dare he offend his superiors? I'm afraid he's going to fight to the death. How can the goddess be his match? Instead, the goddess is captured. And you all know what happens next. Stop it. Stop it. This is an all-ages live program. How dare he? Amidst the pop-up brouhaha, the stage curtains were finally drawn back. The show begins. Inside the splendid palace hall, the candlelight swayed and flickered like countless stars clustered around. Qianing Xue was sitting on top of the dragon chair. Her body was graceful yet exuded a chilling majesty. A gorgeous dress embroidered with golden phoenixes outlined her perfect figure. The exquisite phoenix crown was inlaid with brilliant gems, and the hanging beaded curtains aptly covered her frosty and cold face, but it was hard to hide the stern light emanating from her eyes. Moon Hyunchul, bound by ropes, hung his head in humiliation and dropped to both knees. The corner of Qianing Xue's mouth hooked up a smile of contempt to the extreme. She raised her foot and stepped on Xianji's shoulder above, crushing it with force and said slowly, I heard that you are a powerful and famous assassin in the Jianghu, but this palace is a brave but not resourceful stupid just. Why is the goddess rewarding him? Goddess, step on me, grass. See the corner of that asshole's mouth that he can't keep down? It was cooled by him. How can I fix it? No one has praised Shueishue's acting skills? She's just finished playing a tender little wife, and now she's cutting into a domineering empress without any sense of contradiction. Nonsense. Evil female characters are a goddess's comfort zone. Qianing Xue stretched out her hand, her green onion white fingers gently picking Wen Xianji's chin, her eyes full of admiration and playfulness. TSK, really is a look like heavenly fairy person child. This kind of appearance, no wonder can stir up the wind and clouds in the Jianghu, set off so many bloody rain and wind. This palace look at you than the harem of those mediocre powder is more than 100 times stronger. Then from the palace, into my harem, afterward glory and wealth, enjoy the endless. Fingers slowly slid down Moon Hyunchul's cheeks, nails scratching his skin intentionally or unintentionally. The bright red cardamom on those fingers was akin to the dangerous aura that emanated from her, and it was frighteningly beautiful. Moon Hyunchul looked away angrily, humiliation written all over his face. He gritted his teeth, said word by word, to kill or die. As you please, but you do not want to use this kind of underhanded means to humiliate me. sure can be killed not to be humiliated. I will never be for the sake of glory and riches, to do this kind of metamorphosis thing, fall into your plaything. Seeing this, Xianing Shui couldn't help but giggle. Her laughter was clear and pleasant yet carried an endless chill. Interesting, quite a backbone at the end of your life. However, backbone can't save your life. Eunuch Su, wash him clean and send him to this palace's bedchamber. This palace will teach this guy who doesn't know how to live tonight. Sui Yun hunched over and quickly stepped forward, nodding his head and responding with a shrill voice. Yes, your majesty. The old slave will do it properly. Grass. Please, let me be in an episode too. I'll do anything. He doesn't want me to. I'll be your plaything for glory and riches. Please look at my goddess. Goddess, I too have a backbone. I too don't know how to die, and I owe you a tune-up. Please teach me. Public places. No open defecation. I'm convinced the chicken is also acting in his own color. Acting well. Free of black for 3 days. When Xianing Shui left the hall, Sui Yan looked around furtively and confirmed that no one was around before furtively approaching Wen Xianjia and lowering his voice. Kid, I can help you escape. As he said this, he secretly slipped Wen Xianjia an incomparably sharp dagger with a cold light flashing. Seize the moment and kill the dim-witted empress, and you'll be rewarded when the time comes. A hint of surprise flashed in Wen Xianjia's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure as he reached out to take the dagger and whispered, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your help. A great favor. I will remember it in my heart." When Sui Yun turned around to leave, Wen Xianjia's eyes instantly became ruthless. He fiercely drew his dagger and ruthlessly stabbed into Sui Yun's back. Pop-ups brushed across the screen full of question marks. Sui Yun's eyes widened with disbelief as he slowly turned back and asked in a breathless voice, "You? Why you?" Before the words were finished, his body slowly collapsed like a kite with broken strings. At this moment, Xianing Shui leisurely paced out from behind the screen. A victorious sneer hung on her face and her voice was icy cold. This palace has been looking for the ghost. This palace, there are people who dare to eat outside, collaborate with the enemy and treason? This palace set up this bureau, waiting for this moment. I did not expect this mole is actually you Su Eunuch. Weekdays to see you loyal to the palace. Actually all pretend. Really good acting it. Xianing Shui walked over to Wen Xianjia's side and once again picked his chin, his eyes full of appreciation. Good performance. Worthy of being a renowned assassin in the Jianghu. Speak up. What kind of reward do you want? Gold, silver, and jewelry, or a high-ranking official? Moon Hyunchul gently rubbed her hand, his gaze full of deep love and affection. To me, gold and silver treasures are nothing more than passing clouds, and high rank and fortune are like floating clouds. To be able to always accompany the Empress around, to solve her problems and protect her, is the greatest reward for me? The corners of Qianing Shui's mouth rose, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Very well, wash yourself clean and come to my chambers. Tonight, the palace will treat you well. When Xianjia's eyes rolled and the knots in his throat rolled. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift. The curtain on the stage slowly falls and the play ends. Goddess. I want favors too. I want treats too. I want to be with you forever. You're thinking about farts. I really stepped on the horse to obey. By what this bastard twice took the cool script. Twice and the goddess paste. Jealousy has turned me upside down. I have to say, Sui Yun's eunuch and corpse are both vividly and skillfully acted. If he turns into an actor, I'll have to support him. It always feels like there's something wrong with it. By the way, isn't the anchor an assassin accomplice? Why did he go down before he even debuted? Nicole, at this time, is still on her way here on horseback. After the performance, Sui Yun and Nicole had both changed out of their performance clothes and came out of the dressing room. Only when Xianjia and Xianing Shui were still inside. Chapter 143, saying you'll treat me. Did you forget to honor it? Xiaoning Shui and Moon Hyunchul were late in coming out of the dressing room. The pop-ups were anxious. No, it takes so long to change clothes? The Empress's suit is so troublesome to put on. It must be even more troublesome to take it off. I can understand the goddess dressing up for trouble, but why did that asshole stay inside and not come out all the time? 2. Maybe, is helping? What kind of help? You'd better make it clear. I didn't realize that the goddess had failed to defend herself against 1,000 defenses. That colorful sinful people really see the seams on the needle. Tricks more than used up. Inside the dressing room, the goddess took off the heavy phoenix crown, took off the body's complicated decorations, and was about to take off the last piece of lingerie and change into her own clothes. When she saw the bastard's unknown smiling face through the mirror in front of her, the goddess exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" He slowly walked forward and smiled understandingly. "Seeing that you haven't come out, I guess that you might be in some kind of trouble, so I came over to help you." The goddess hastily backed away, her body resting against the dressing table. No, no need. I'm not in trouble. I'll do it myself. At those words, he stopped his steps, his expression looking a little disappointed. The goddess was breathing a sigh of relief before he took another step. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. But, what you just said about treating me, did you forget to honor it? He walked in front of the goddess, propped one hand on the makeup mirror behind the goddess, and lowered his head closer. Hot breath sprayed on the side of the goddess's neck. The goddess was so shy that she kept shrinking. But, that's in the theater. His laughter low trembling from the throat intermittently issued, the corner of the lips up. Appear careless, I certainly know is in the play. We now, is not also in the play? Saying that, he reached out his hand and hooked a strand of the goddess's hair, placing it on the tip of his nose, sniffing it obsessively, and then a deep, unseen longing surfaced in his eyes. Don't you think so? Her Majesty. The blush on her fair cheeks colored away, spreading to the back of her ears and neck. The goddess lightly bit her lower lip. No, this is not the time to act. We should go out. Everyone is waiting for us. The goddess was about to break free of his shackles and escape towards the door when he grabbed her and pushed her back against the cold mirror. He looked at her condescendingly. Not a trace of humanity could be seen in his cold eyes. That won't do. Striving for excellence is a necessary quality for an actor. And as a recognized queen of film, how can you not set an example? This play must be finished. Listening to his temperatureless words, the goddess's tears had already colored her eyes red, rippling and rippling. Bastard. This asshole. Just then, he shook his head helplessly, gently stroking the goddess's hair that was trembling from fear. Comforting. Don't worry. It's just a play. There won't be any danger. How could I want to hurt you, little fool? He caught her soft and boneless jade hand and gently kissed the reddened fingertips. All right, my patience is limited. Now please honor your promise. He raised his eyes biting cold and lazy. Otherwise, I but will be even with the interest. Personally get back. Goddess knows that she is not his opponent. Can only bite tightly the lower lip, desperate to close the eyes with tears. Let him wantonly ask for the so-called treats. No, goddess, can't give in so easily. That's enough. How can a goddess be so sweet and stupid that she can be taken by that asshole? You guys are going too far. No matter how vigilant and smart the goddess is, she can't stand up to his pestering and bullying. Can't you get it through your head? Why? What's wrong with a couple doing a little shtick in secret? What's the big deal? I love you. Shibuya you. Goddess, please come out unharmed. After another 10 minutes, Xiaoning Shui and Moon Hyunchul finally came out of the dressing room one after the other. Xiaoning Shui gathered the sash in front of her body, looking a bit distressed, and muttered to herself, ancient costumes are really too inconvenient. If only they could be changed on and off with one click like a dress-up game. The pop-up saw that Xiaoning Shui didn't show anything unusual, which led to a collective sigh of relief. Behind him, Moon Hyunchul touched his reddened and torn lips and complained in a small voice. The dressing room clutter is also cluttered with accidental ganks. Hiss. See Moon Hyunchul broken face. The pop-up screen is even more gloating. Laughing. Ha 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 ha, deserved it. This is what happens when you keep taking advantage of a goddess. God has an eye for you. And you finally got what's coming to you. You bastard. Something's not right. Doesn't it seem like they're saying their lines like they're purposely saying them to us? Purposely trying to cover something up? What's wrong? Oh, it's not in vain that I've zapped so many villains. It finally works. Good. Keep zapping. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you serious? In front of you, the real situation is, after Sui Yun and Nicole left, Xiaoning Shui couldn't wait to take the opportunity to ask Wen Xianjia for a kiss. This is a treat for you. Thinking back to the morning almost caught by Xia Li's shock, when Xianjia said no matter what do not want to cheating with her. Xiaoning Shui is not willing, vowing to dominate. When Xianjia left and right dodge, and finally wrestled with her, Xiaoning Shui was pressed against the vanity mirror, unable to move. Her cheeks flushed red from the struggle. She pouted. Alright, no kiss, just don't kiss. Hurry up and let go of me. When Xianjia's eyes were ghostly. Say, lying to me is a puppy. Fooled you, I'm a dog. Alright. As soon as Wen Xianjia let go of his hand, Xiaoning Shui fiercely came forward and fiercely bit his lips. Hiss you. Xiaoning Shui proudly raised the corners of her mouth and smiled wryly, like a kitten that had succeeded in stealing fish. Humph. Me what me? I didn't kiss you. Moon Hyunchul laughed at her shameless behavior. With a cold grunt, he ripped open her collar, followed by leaning down and biting heavily on her white collarbone. You? What's gotten into you? Xiaoning Shui cried out in shock, her hands using all her strength to push him away. When Xianjia tidied up his slightly messy clothes, his complexion returned to its usual lightness, and he calmly said, well, now we're even. Then before Xiaoning Shui could get mad, She hurriedly buggered off. All 4 temporary performances had been completed, and the audience under the stage, that is, the 200 NPCs on the cruise ship, took out the voting machines in their hands and cast their valuable votes for the 8 guests' wonderful performances, Sui Yun, Tang Lei, and Shen Yao. Their palms were sweating nervously. Please, 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 let me be the host again. I don't in a million years want to sleep in the big bunk with Nicole and be tortured by her all night long. Finally, after an anxious wait, the votes came in. Chapter 144, Forcing a Lonely Man and Woman to Share a Room. What is this about? 200 NPCs vote, with a minimum of 1 vote per person and a maximum of 3 votes. The final vote for improv is 1000 Reflections of Snow, 58 votes, Tang Lei, 55 votes, Luo Qingyu, 48 votes, Sui Yun, 41 votes, Moon Hyunchul, 40 votes, Xin Yao, 21 votes, Nicole, 3 votes, Gift of Thanks, 2 votes. Once the poll results were announced, the pop-ups were instantly buzzing. Goddess. Unsurprisingly, it's alright, although Tang Lei always cooks with poison. His acting skills are not to be criticized. That asshole laughed when the goddess stomped on his shoulder. Why are there still so many votes? Why? Should one laugh deny his good performance at other times? Besides, how can you hold back a laugh when a goddess steps on your shoulder? I'm afraid you'll get so excited that you'll have a rejuvenation on the spot, right? Anchor and Spicy Prince are like a log, with no more than 2 lines per scene. How can anyone vote for them? Something's not right. Are Yao Yao just won Best Newcomer Actor? How come she only got so many votes? The voting is shady. The hosts take the stage and go over the rules for tonight's break. Thank you all for your wonderful performances and congratulations on your excellent results. Tonight, the top 4 guests with the highest number of votes will receive direct access to exclusive guest rooms. When Sui Yun heard this, he burst into tears. Since he happens to be in 4th place, he can finally get rid of Nicole's horrible attack trio. And Shen Yao wanted to die. Why? She's the best new actress. How can she be 3rd from the bottom? Bunch of unappreciative guys. Grass. Whatever. She's going to sleep on the deck tonight too. The host continued to add to the rules. Laughing. Don't be discouraged, guests at the bottom of the rankings. You have a chance to be fished. Dear guests, the rules of this pajama grouping game will be explained in detail next. The program group has prepared 2 groups, a total of 8 sets of pajamas, which are matched 2 by 2. According to the voting results, the top 4 guests will form Group A, which will select the pajamas of Group A. The next 4 guests will form Group B, which will select the pajamas of Group B. When the guests of Group AB choose pajamas that match each other, the 2 guests will automatically form a group. The next 4 guests will form Group B and choose the pajamas of Group B. When the guests of Group AB choose the pajamas that match each other, the 2 guests will automatically form a group. A special decision-making power is hereby granted to the guests in Group A. The guests in Group A may decide for themselves whether or not to allow the guests in Group B to share the room with them. However, it is important to note that once the decision is made, it cannot be changed. If the guests of Group B get the sharing qualification, they will be given priority to go to the corresponding guest room. Guests of Group A, why don't you look forward to who will be your bed partner tonight? Ahem. Just kidding. Don't worry about the embarrassment problem. The program team has thoughtfully added a new bed in each guest room to ensure that everyone can stay comfortably. Bed in each guest room to ensure that everyone can stay comfortably. Well, that's it for the rules of the game. So let's get the guests started on your choices. When the rules of the game came out, the pop-ups blew up. What genius game planner came up with this? It's not a forced pairing. What's the point of forcing a man and a woman to be in the same room together? What are you so excited about? I told you that the guests of the A team can decide on the use of the room. So if you don't want someone else to stay in the room, just reject it. That's right. 2 beds in 1 room. You can't sleep in the same bed. I don't care about anyone else, but I'm afraid that the goddess and that colorful sinful man will be chosen together. You don't say. It's possible. I've had a fortune teller tell me that the goddess and that bastard have an unbreakable bond. No, goddess. Hurry up and refuse to let anyone move in. No one can share a room with you. The guests were divided into AB and AB groups and entered different rooms. After 10 minutes, all 8 guests had made their selections. In the paper bag that each carried in his hand were the pajamas to be worn tonight. Guests in Group A made a statement about whether or not they agreed to guests in Group B sharing their rooms. Luo Qingyu gently smiled. No matter who it is, I hope you can sleep comfortably in a soft bed tonight. Luo Qingyu. Agreed. Tang Lei smiled with emotion. I who have slept in a big bunk, naturally know what it's like. 1 more person to sleep in a bed. 1 less person to sleep in a big bunk. My purpose is that simple. Tang Lei. Agreed. Sui Yun shyly lowered her eyes and squirmed. Growing up, it's still the first time I've slept in a room with someone else, even though I'm rather shy. But since there are two beds, then there shouldn't be any relationship, right? Being able to choose the corresponding pajamas shows that we are still quite destined for each other. So no matter if you are a brother or a sister, you are welcome to come to my room as a guest. Oh, Sui-Yun, agreed. Chen Yingxue squeezed the bag in her hand. It's also the first time I've slept in a room with someone else. I'm a bit curious about what kind of experience it is. Thousand reflections. Agreed. The pop-ups were a rip-roaring mess. No. Goddess. Confused. Did you see the smirk on that asshole's lips? Is he so sure he'll get a pair of pajamas with a goddess? I don't know if he's sure, but I'm haunted by a sense of foreboding. It's over. It's over. I guess it's just what he wants. I can't stand it. In the end, when will the results come out? I'm flying a helicopter to rescue the goddess now. There is still time. In the evening, the crew organized the 8 guests to join them in the ballroom to enjoy the last sumptuous meal on the cruise. After Tang Lei's poisoned Nicole, Sui-Yun, and Shen Yao, all 3 of them were like starving ghosts. As soon as they sat down on the table, they began to starve and roll up the clouds. Tang Lei, on the other hand, had his brows furrowed as he kept picking at the thorns of these dishes. Sour, salty, light, sweet, spicy, overcooked, pinched. Finally, with a long sigh, he put down his chopsticks and stubbornly took only a few grapes from the fruit plate to eat. The guests finished their meal, led by the staff. The guests in Group B were the first to leave the ballroom and head to change into their pajamas and into their guest rooms. The guests in Group A will wait a little while first. The guests in Group B finished dressing and the guests in Group A started to move. Finally, when everything is ready, the guests in Group A return to their guest rooms to reveal who their bed partner for the night will be. Chio Yuki's pajamas are a costume of the fairy tale character Little Red Riding Hood. She nervously twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. Only inside, there sat a big strong gray wolf. Chapter 145. Little Red Riding Hood was born to be eaten by the big bad wolf. As soon as Goddess Red Riding Hood opened the door, she saw a big gray wolf sitting on the bed. Looking at the size, it should be a male guest, right? She curiously walked forward, and the big gray wolf slowly raised its head and gave her a harmless smile. I knew it would be you, Ying Shui. The goddess's face flushed slightly, and a ripple rippled in her heart. Fruit is really him. Through so many days of getting along with the program, the goddess had long been coaxed by his sweet words to the point where she couldn't tell the difference between north and south, and was mesmerized by the gentle and caring image he displayed. She slowly stepped forward, gathered courage, and sat beside him. She hung her head and said delicately, I also thought that it would be you. She was a little shy and did not dare to look directly into his eyes, otherwise she would definitely be shocked by the undisguised fiery emotion in his eyes. Suddenly, he reached out, touched her hat, smiled wistfully. It's actually Little Red Riding Hood. In the classic story, Little Red Riding Hood was brutally eaten by the big bad wolf in the end. The goddess froze, her willow eyebrows slightly knitted, and snapped, What? When was Little Red Riding Hood eaten by the big bad wolf? Obviously the big bad wolf was Little Red Riding Hood recognized the scheme. The final end can be miserable. The goddess's serious retort was very cute, and it was so cute that he could see his throat tighten and his heart itch. TSK, want to eat. He pressed down the raging agitation in his heart, pretended to smile easily. Oh, well, it's me who remembered it wrong, and then rubbed the goddess's head, stood up, and went back to his own bed to lie down. It's getting late, time to rest, good night. The goddess was shy and annoyed at his overly intimate actions. Really, how can you casually touch people's head? Seeing him close his eyes, a sleepy look, the goddess is not good to say anything more, can only obediently lie down, muttered, good night, but not long after closing her eyes, sleepiness only just came. The goddess was woken up by the weight on her body. She opened her eyes in a daze, only to see him with his hands propped on her side, staring at her with a deadly stare. His face was frosty, but the bottom of his dark eyes tumbled with hot desire. The goddess instantly woke up, panicked and helpless, pulling the covers, exclaiming out, You, what are you doing in my bed? He let out a light laugh and raised his hand to lightly touch her fair and soft cheeks. You know, Little Red Riding Hood was born to be eaten by the big bad wolf. Oh. The cold fingers scratched through the skin. The goddess tensed up and clenched her teeth in fear and anxiety. At this moment, she finally realized that the man in front of her, everything she did on weekdays was a disguise. He was a real beast in wolf's skin. With a trembling voice, she pleaded for mercy as if to please. I'm so sleepy, let's go to bed first, okay? The goddess tried to change the topic, but he squinted his eyes pleasantly as if he had heard some wonderful proposal, and agreed, okay. As soon as he lifted the covers, he lay down and held the goddess tightly in his arms. The goddess struggled in terror, and was about to cry out for help when he covered her mouth in death. He came close to her ear, lowered his voice, seemingly threatening, Seemingly persuasive, this is what you said. Oh. First sleep. We sleep together. Being confined by his wide and sturdy body, the goddess was both afraid and desperate, and the crystalline tears surged up to her eyes, coloring the tail of her eyes red. She was not willing to be so wantonly controlled by him, and began to struggle intentionally or unintentionally. But unfortunately, in return, it was an even colder and more frightening warning. Oh, it's really disobedient. It is between sleeping with me and being eaten by me. Choose one for yourself. The icy cold voice does not carry any temperature, as if it is a whisper from the devil. It was like being drenched by a bucket of ice water from head to toe, a piercing coldness running through her entire body. The force that bound her increased by another point, and the goddess felt like her body was entangled in thorns, making it difficult to breathe. In an instant, tears blurred her vision, and the goddess finally recognized reality. Can't escape. Really, can't escape. Seeing that the goddess finally gave up resisting and struggling, the corner of his mouth hooked up a victor's smile. He lowered his head and kissed the back of the goddess's neck. Well, so good. Then, he went out of his way to enjoy this delicious prey. Grass. No, dude, how did you type all those words in 2 seconds? You're ING Superman, aren't you? I didn't even see who was in there, and you wrote a ING 800-word essay on it? Now is the time to discuss this? The goddess is about to be eaten by the big bad wolf. After seeing the person in the big gray wolf clearly, Chen Yingshui raised her hand to lightly cover the corner of her mouth. Then his cheeks were colored with a light scarlet red, and with some shyness, he slowly stepped forward. I can't believe it could be you. Moon Hyunchul also gulped nervously, scratched his head in embarrassment, and answered in a low voice. Well, we're kinda connected. There's no such thing as fate. You know how you and the goddess got together. Oh yeah, I can't believe it's not shady. Why? Isn't it easy for a couple to pick the same set of pajamas when their hearts are in the right place? What a surprise. I love you asterisk. Heart has you asterisk. Xian Yingshui walked back to her bed and sat down. Then neither of the two spoke again, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Rua. When Xianjia finished, the wife of this body looks like she is so small so wanna make a mistake to her how to do The two men were unperturbed on the surface, but inside they had turned over and surged. The audience in the live room had brushed over the question mark. I don't think I pressed pause either. Is it stuck? Nope, it's not stuck. And both of their faces are turning red as if it were visible to the naked eye. What do you mean? No, dude, what do you mean you're pulling the covers in front of you? Asshole. Hold it for me. I'm not going to be able to get the job done, but I'm going to be able to get it done. In front of everyone is not good to play it. I go first. You relax. Do what you want to do. I really go. Has gone. Did not peep at you. Moon Hyunchul finally couldn't help himself and took the lead. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep first. Chen Yingshui was slightly stunned and hurriedly responded. Oh, I'm going to sleep too. Good night. Then he raised his hand and turned off the lights in the room, which was quickly plunged into darkness. The two of them quickly lay down on their own beds, and with a swish they lifted the covers and covered themselves in them. Thousand Yingshui. I can't take it anymore. Why is there a camera? Bad guys like the big bad wolf who do bad things should be chained up and punished severely by the righteous Little Red Riding Hood. When Xianjia, TSK, a harmless, silly white sweet like Little Red Riding Hood should be educated hard by the evil big bad wolf so that she can recognize the evil in the world. Hiss. Ha. Calm down. The two pupated like ostriches under the covers for half a day before finally subsiding. Just as the pop-ups in the live broadcast followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief, Moon Hyunchul suddenly lifted the covers and sat up. With a red face, he looked at Xian Yingshui's bed, gasped loudly, swallowed hard and said, I'm sorry, Yingshui. I can't stand it. Can you help me? Chapter 146. Want to do this and that in the bathroom with your husband. I'm sorry, Yingshui. I can't stand it. Can you help me? At those words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Asterisk. What the are you talking about? How dare you make such a counterintuitive request in front of a national audience? Are you planning to go all the way to the dark side? I can't help it. Cannot control it to go to the toilet on their own. I'll call the goddess. Why? Asterisk. Goddess. If he doesn't say yes, he's not going to dominate. Is he? Goddess danger. Xian Yingshui sat up violently from the comforter, her eyes wide with disbelief. No, there is a camera in the room. Husband, you wake up. The room was dark, and she couldn't see Moon Hyunchul's expression, but could only vaguely see his silhouette, which kept rising and falling with his rapid breathing, and the cameras in the room were able to capture his expression clearly, and so the viewers of the live broadcast could see. Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, his expression growing more restrained and stoic, a look of suffocation. He spoke again, pleading, "I'm really sorry to bother you, but, please." Xianing Shue's face also began to burn, and she could only pinch the corner of the quilt uneasily as she tentatively asked, "How can I help you?" Goddess, what are you talking about? You're not really going to help him. Goddess's jade hand. How can it be used for such things? It doesn't have to be a jade hand either. It could be a jade foot, a jade leg, a jade mouth. Shut the up, shut up, help me. Moon Hyunchul's voice carried an unbearable huskiness. Xianing Shui held her breath, only hoping that he wouldn't say it too bluntly so that she could pretend she didn't understand or change the subject to muddle through. Could you turn the light on for me for a second? I can't see my way to the bathroom. 1,000 reflections of snow. Xianing Shui indifferently raised her hand and pressed the chandelier switch above the bed. With a crisp pop, the whole room lit up. When Xianjia hurriedly got off the bed, put on his slippers, and after thanking Xianing Shui, he quickly went straight to the bathroom, leaving behind a speechless Xianing Shui and the entire live broadcast audience together. A black crow flies overhead leaving 6 dots. The last time I was this speechless was the last time I was this speechless. Paging. False alarm. I'm impressed. I knew he'd get up in the middle of the night from all the orange juice he drank at dinner. Hiss. What's wrong with me actually being a little disappointed that he didn't show his evil claws? Disappointed Marty. I knew there was a bunch of perverts on the screen. Goddess. Hurry up and lock the bathroom door while you're at it and lock him in. That way you'll be absolutely safe at night. After a while, Moon Hyunchul's voice came from the bathroom. Ing Shui. Why don't you go to sleep first? I want to take another shower. I'll just turn off the light later. Xianing Shui was slightly stunned. Her cheeks quickly flew up in a blush after she reacted. And she responded, "Oh, well," then quickly lay down and tucked in. With that, the sound of clattering water came from the bathroom. Why do you suddenly want to take a bath? I know what I'm talking about. Looking at the goddess's reaction, she should have gotten it too. This should be considered a good thing. At least she'll keep an eye out. So what if he gets it? If he gets horny again, the goddess won't be able to stop him. The most important thing for the goddess to do now should be to lock the bathroom door. If you're kind to your enemy, you're cruel to yourself. How could the goddess be so kind as to do such a thing? I just hope that bastard can change his face after taking a bath and become a new man again. I'm not telling you guys, don't always think in terms of color, okay? Does taking a shower necessarily mean you've had sex? Maybe he just accidentally peed on his pants. Xianing Shui closed her eyes tightly and forced herself to sleep. The water in the bathroom wasn't loud, but it stood out in the silence of the room. Xianing Shui turned on her side, her brows furrowed, making it difficult to sleep. I can't stand it. Trying to take a lovebird's bath with my husband and then going along for the ride and doing this and that in the bathroom. Husband's flesh. How many days has it been since I've tasted my husband's delicious flesh? Just as he was reminiscing in his mind, there was a bang in the bathroom, accompanied by Moon Hyunchul's pained whimper. Hiss. Xianing Shui was violently startled and hurriedly lifted the covers to get out of bed. She asked anxiously as she walked quickly in her bare feet to the bathroom door and tapped on it gently. Are you okay? Hiss. No, it's fine. The ground was too slippery. I fell down by accident. Deserved it. Evil people will be rewarded by God. This is what happens when you bastards do all the bad things. Something's not right. I smell a hint of conspiracy. What are you all so happy about? It's a trap, isn't it? Goddess. Danger. Xianing Shui's brows knit tightly as she asked with concern. Do you need my help? No, I can do it myself. Moon Hyunchul hastily refused. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was another thud in the bathroom. Moon Hyunchul laughed helplessly and bitterly, and self-mockingly said, What's wrong with me? I'm probably drunk. I can't even walk steadily. Upon hearing this, Xianing Shui said angrily, You obviously haven't been drinking. Okay, don't hold on. Can you still walk? It's really okay. The words were barely out of his mouth when there was another heavy fall. This time, Xianing Shui couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed the bath towel that was placed aside, tightly closed her eyes, reached out and unscrewed the bathroom door. Striding in, Chapter 147, You would never take advantage of me, would you? Goddess unscrewed the door handle, and saw him half lying on the floor, wet hair, water droplets like broken beads, sliding down his chest wantonly, dripping over his abs, while further down, woman, satisfied with what you see. He was wearing a few points of unintentional bad smile, like a sly fox that was staring at its prey. The goddess's cheeks instantly turned red, and she hurriedly looked away in panic. He slowly stood up, and then in the instant he got up, his legs suddenly weakened, and his entire body fell heavily towards the goddess. Oops, can't stand still. The goddess subconsciously stretched out her hands to help, but how could she withstand his force? Instead, she was wrapped tightly around his waist. Two people instantly close to the airtight, close to the goddess can clearly feel his crazy heartbeat, one after another, seemingly to smash her sanity. You, what are you doing? The goddess was ashamed and annoyed. Her small face rose more and more red. Her hands subconsciously wanted to push him away, but that sheepish strength was nothing more than a kitten scratching an itch in that bastard's eyes. He lowered his head. Warm breath sprayed in the ear of the goddess. Tone ambiguous to the extreme. Little fool, you are so worried about me? So distressed about me? So afraid of me getting hurt? After saying that, he even deliberately blew in her ear, like a feather gently sweeping over, causing the goddess' delicate body to tremble violently. She twisted her body, wanting to break free from his embrace. Don't joke around. Quickly let go of me. He was not moved in the slightest. Instead, he embraced her more tightly. Then he extended his index finger and picked up her chin, forcing her big watery eyes to meet his own. It's so hard to be this close to the little fool. How could I let go? The goddess was shy and angry. Her eyes instantly flushed slightly red, aggrieved and helpless. How could he be so shameless? If you keep this up, I'm really going to get angry. The voice carried an obvious anger. Yet to that asshole's ears, it turned into a sweet petulance without the slightest deterrent. He hummed and laughed with satisfaction. Then let go of one hand. Alright, I won't tease you. I really fell several times just now, and it still hurts a bit. The goddess blanched at him in shame, and although her heart was angry at the tease he just made, she couldn't help but be concerned in the end. Did you hurt anywhere? What a kind and uncaring goddess. Looking at her shy and concerned look, his heart moved, and the corner of his mouth once again hooked up a bad smile. He came close to her and whispered in her ear, I just fell so many times. I'm sore all over now. Can you help me take another shower and massage me on the way to help me soothe and comfort me? When the goddess heard this, her face swish became even redder, and she hurriedly shook her head and refused. No, I can't. But he didn't let up. His hands tightly encircled her waist, pulling her further into his arms. Just help me, okay? I know. You would never take advantage of me, right? Saying that, he also looked at the goddess pitifully. The goddess was overwhelmed by his actions, and her heart was both shy and somewhat intolerant. Under his softly coaxing, she bit her lip, red-faced, and agreed, okay. Hearing the goddess's answer, a smug smile immediately bloomed on that bastard's face. Thank you, Ying Shui. He took the goddess's hand and led her slowly towards the bathtub, then suddenly blushed and threw her into the bathtub. The water splashed. The goddess was instantly drenched. She was furious, and was about to question, when he stepped into the bathtub with one foot, looking down at her, his gaze cold and emotionless. I figured it out. I'm a bit embarrassed to keep asking you to help me, so it's better for me to help you first. He leaned down, and in the goddess's horrified eyes, he reached down and pulled over her wet pajamas. The clothes are soaked through. It's better to take them off in a hurry. The corner of his mouth, a cruel and dangerous smile, accompanied by a tear sound, was infinitely enlarged. The goddess shook her head in horror, and her weak hands desperately tried to stop his further actions. Don't be like this. Unfortunately, her desperate cries for help and struggles were all drowned out in the sound of the crashing water in the end. Grass. No, buddy, how the hell did you send that in less than 2 seconds? What's wrong with the keyboard? Terrifying as it is. You're not even in the same dimension as us. Never mind the details. The goddess went in. It's in. And yet the real situation is. Chen Yingshui's cheeks reddened and she closed her eyes tightly, striding into the bathroom. Once inside, his eyes quickly opened. Ying Shui. Moon Hyun Chul snapped, hastily covering himself. First, wrap yourself up first. I'm not going to peek at you. The tone was shy and nervous, but the expression was one of infatuated appreciation, and the lustful gaze couldn't stop looking up and down. Oh, you've got a great body. Moon Hyun Chul glared at her in shame and his tone was distinctly shy and nervous. To die. What are you doing in here? Just after receiving the bath towel, Xian Yingshui couldn't wait to go up, but the floor of the bathroom was too slippery, and just after she took a few steps, her feet slipped, and her entire body lunged forward uncontrollably, falling right on top of Wen Xianjia. Yikes! The pop-ups on the live feed couldn't see what was going on inside the bathroom, so they could only swipe through it anxiously and quickly. I heard a bang and the goddess was really thrown into the bathtub by him? Wait, how come the door closed automatically? Finished. I hear the goddess pleading for help. She's saying no, saying hurry up and let her go. No. Rush to call the program hotline. Hurry and send someone to save the goddess. On the wet floor, the two were infinitely close. each other's breath clearly audible. An ineffable sentiment spread through the air. Xianing Shui's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were mesmerized. Then she directly kissed them. Moon Hyun-chul's face, which was originally red from embarrassment, was even hotter at the moment, and his body temperature, which had only cooled down with great difficulty, instantly rose again. Lean, with a clench of his teeth, he threw away all his concerns and raised his arms to encircle Xianing Shui, kissing back passionately. I don't know how long it took, but the bathroom door finally opened slowly amidst the anxious anticipation of the pop-up, only to see Little Red Riding Hood Xianing Shui with scarlet cheeks, helping the limping big bad wolf when Xianjia walk out. Oh ha! Goddess clothes are still intact. She's fine. Phew. Phew. Finally. Once again. Escaped from that asshole. Goddess, please don't be kind anymore, okay? If you can avoid the first day, you can't avoid the 15th. If this goes on, sooner or later you'll be eaten up by him. Xianing Shui carefully helped Wen Xianjia to the edge of the bed and made him sit down. She then turned and rushed to find the medical kit. Soon, Xianing Shui returned with a medical kit. She squatted down and tenderly and meticulously treated the abrasions on Moon Hyun-chul's knees. When Xianjia's eyes were filled with emotion. Thank you, Ying Xiwei. Xianing Shui's face slightly reddened. She lowered her head and whispered, "What's there to be thankful for? Didn't you also help me so much?" She carefully dressed his wounds, put away the medical kit, stood up, and wiped her forehead. Phew, that should be about it. Let me know if there's any discomfort. After cleaning up, Xianing Shui laid down on the bed, turned on her side, and smiled gently at Wen Xianjia. Good night. Well, good night. After saying good night to each other, Xianing Shui raised her hand and turned off the light. The room was once again plunged into darkness, and this time, the pop-ups followed suit. About the other groups of guests, Luo Qingyu's pajamas were a dark green snake with a long tail that trailed to the ground. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a large, nervous white bunny sitting on the bed. Chapter 148, the cute little bunny will be eaten by the terrible viper. As soon as Luo Qingyu opened the door to her room, she saw a large white rabbit sitting on the bed, her head lowered to death and her ears drooping. With the sound of the door to the room slamming shut and footsteps approaching, Shelley tensed as her heart jumped out of her throat. Please, please, it has to be her. The footsteps came closer and closer, finally stopping as the visitor stood and settled in front of him without making a sound. Xiaoli was about to gather the courage to look up to confirm whether it was Luo Qingyu or not, when his shoulders were gripped and then pressed down hard on top of the soft bed. Luo Qingyu directly rode on top of the big white rabbit sub, pleasantly squinting her eyes slightly as she said with a smile, "Cute little bunny, going to be eaten by a horrible poisonous snake. Oh, Sister Qingyu, eat me, a small rabbit is not enough for your teeth. I'll make sure you have a big one. No, don't eat me, I'm so scared. But, it shouldn't matter if I'm being ridden by Sister Qingyu. You should. These colorful ghosts are ing give me shut up. Asterisk. A spicy prince? Why did you pick such girly pajamas? Yikes, that's disgusting." After seeing that the person in the middle of the large white rabbit sub was Xiaoli, a flash of surprise surfaced on Luo Qingyu's face. Oops, I can't believe it's you. I thought it would be Ms. Nicole under such cute bunny pajamas. I'm so sorry. She smiled apologetically and moved her legs away from Shelley. Shelley blushed in shame and hurriedly straightened up. He rubbed the back of his neck and said incoherently, no, it's okay. Good lord, the bet is right. Of the 4 sets of pajamas in Group B, Shelley fell in love with the bunny pajamas at first glance. When the first installment of the show played tearing nameplates, Luo Qingyu pounced on him and whispered something about bunnies in his ear. Memories surfaced and Shelley blushed. I think she's quite fond of rabbits, so pick this one right up. So to the amazed stares of the other guests, Shelley took the fluffy bunny pajamas without hesitation. Want to go to bed? Luo Qingyu's voice pulled him back from his memories. Shelley nodded back. Frozen. Oh, go to sleep. Luo Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, then smiled mysteriously. Wait, I have an idea. Do you want to try it? Shelley was so mesmerized by her seductive smile that she nodded her head in agreement without even thinking. Yes. So, 5 minutes later, the 2 beds in the guest room fit together perfectly. Looking at her masterpiece, Luo Qingyu acted as excited as a little girl. Wow, I've never slept in a bed this big before. She lay back with anticipation, stretching her limbs out comfortably. Shelley looked at her happy expression and wanted to say something at the moment. Do you like big beds? My bed's pretty big. Wanna come play? You can just go to bed when you're tired of playing. He hurriedly shook his head vigorously to dismiss the thought from his mind. Luo Qingyu looked at him shyly and nervously. The corner of her mouth hooked up slightly as she patted the bed, signaling him to lie down as well. Lie down and rest if you feel tired. Shelley dutifully complied, and although the 2 beds were put together, The two men lay in their respective beds without crossing the line. Luo Qingyu turned on her side, facing Xiali, and softly asked, "Want to hear a little bedtime story?" Recalling that story that Luo Qingyu had once told Suiyun about the baby bear carrying its mother bear on its back, Xiali swallowed hard, but eventually nodded. Luo Qingyu smiled and began to tell a little bedtime story in a gentle tone. On a cold, snowy winter day, a fluffy white rabbit was rushing home. Suddenly, it saw a green snake frozen stiff and lifeless on the side of the road. The kind bunny gently cupped the snake and put it into his warm arms, trying to wake it up with his body heat. After a while, the snake slowly awoke in the rabbit's warm embrace. It opened its eyes and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me, cute little bunny." The rabbit smiled a little shyly. "You're welcome, pretty little green snake." One day, while the rabbit was foraging for food, a hungry wolf approached quietly with a fierce, greedy light in its eyes. Just as the wolf was about to attack, the snake quickly appeared, spitting out its letters, hissing a warning sound, and bravely rushing towards the wolf. The wolf was startled by the snake's sudden appearance, and after confronting the snake, he eventually slithered away. The rabbit excitedly pounced on the snake. "Thank you, little snake. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead today." The snake responded gently, "You have also saved me. We are friends. Ah, it is right to protect you." From then on, the rabbit and the snake became close companions, and they kept each other company and lived a happy life together in the forest. After hearing this cute little bedtime story, Shelley's heart began to pound. Rabbits, snakes, close companions, keep each other company, happily ever after. Is she hinting at something? Just as Xiali was rambling, Luo Qingyu raised her hand, touched the chandelier switch, and gently coaxed, "Well, that's it for the story of the bunny and the snake. Time for bed. Good night." "Oh," Shelley responded in a huff. "Good night." The switch was then flicked and the room was quickly plunged into darkness and silence. All that was left was the faint sound of a heartbeat for a long time. This is the original story of the rabbit and the snake in Aesop's fables, because the painting style is too cozy, causing many minors to start looking for snakes to put in their arms after viewing, so it was magically changed into the farmer and the snake. Thanks to the sister of the green rain, I can actually see it again in the Rinjiang. I'm really happy and touched. Rabbit, snake? Is Sister Qingyu implying that she and Cieli will be together and live happily ever after? Good. That's a good reading. What the hell? Snakes and rabbits aren't even the same species. Reproductive segregation. You know, there's no future together. Morning. Channing Shuai woke up to the cries of the seagulls, and her sleepy eyes subconsciously looked toward the next bed. Empty. After rubbing her misty eyes to make sure she was seeing things right, she got up with a hint of confusion and shuffled her slippers toward the bathroom. Up so early? However, the bathroom was cold and silent. Where was half a person? The doubts in Xianing Shui's heart intensified. Where to in the morning? She sighed softly and began to wash up, when she had just raised her head and was about to wipe the water droplets on her face with a towel. Moon Hyun Chul suddenly appeared behind her. Next chapter segmented super long mini essay warning. Skip if you don't like it. It's guaranteed to be the last super long essay. We'll control the length from now on. Chapter 149, you become a good little cat that can be fed by me at any time. A pair of arms encircled the goddess's slender waist from behind, and her delicate body trembled as she subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Yikes! In reaction, her face instantly became hot and she struggled in shame. You? What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of me. The asshole buried his head deep in the crook of her neck and deliberately said in a pained and weak voice, "My legs hurt. I can't really stand. Let me lean on them for a while, okay?" What a clumsy lie. But the goddess was too full of worry to tell the difference. Anxiously, she asked, Are your legs getting worse?" With that, she turned sharply and assisted him toward the bed. She motioned for him to sit down while she knelt down in front of him and scrutinized his leg. But after checking, she didn't find any abnormality. She raised her head in confusion. "There's nothing abnormal, just this look up and I saw." The goddess's face quickly turned red. Her heart beat violently, and her eyes looked as if they had been burned as she hurriedly moved away in panic, only to run right into his dangerous smirk. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining an evil smile. No, not good. The goddess realized the danger and was about to get up and leave when he suddenly pressed hard on her shoulder. The force was so great that the goddess was unable to resist. Her knees weakened and she directly fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! The goddess let out a delicate cry in pain, then glared up at him angrily. Asshole! He looked down at her annoyed and blushing face with amusement in his eyes. Ha! That's nice. That look on your face. The goddess was ashamed and anxious. Her soft hands panicked and scratched the asshole's arms as hard as they could, trying to break free of his bonds and stand up. Let go of me. Hurry up and let go of me. You're doing this. The viewers of the live broadcast are all watching. He grunted. Yeah, look up. Is the camera still there? The goddess looked up in horror and looked around. And sure enough, the camera was nowhere to be seen. Turns out he got up that early to get rid of the camera. Oh, if you don't want to get hurt, be good and obey me. Oh, my methods. You know. A wave of fear welled up in the goddess's heart, and her clear eyes were filled with panic. Yes, he had been so perfectly disguised that no one had ever found out what he was up to. As far as she knew, anyone with that kind of patience and perseverance was no simple character. What's more, she was just a weak woman, not a match for him at all. No relying on brute force, she could only outsmart him, gain his trust first, let his guard down, and then think of a way to escape. The goddess bit her lower lip and obediently lowered her head, her voice sweetly soft and feeble as she tremblingly asked, "You, what exactly do you want to do?" He smiled teasingly and reached out, cupping her chin between his index finger and thumb and lifting it hard, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Little dummy, are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be stupid? What do you do? It's early in the morning. Of course I'm feeding you something tasty." As he said that, his eyes slowly moved down and landed on top of her rosy and tantalizing lips. He greedily licked his dry lips. The goddess' brain boomed. His heart was instantly invaded by shame, and his alabaster cheeks reddened as if they were dripping blood. "No, I can't." The voice trembled with fear. He suddenly grabbed her hair hard, closing the distance between them. The deep eyes were devoid of warmth, and a dangerous smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he said viciously, "You don't have the right to refuse." Oh. With that, he reached behind his back, pulled out a hot dunking bag, and forcefully shoved it into the goddess's mouth. Well, the boiling hot soup instantly exploded in her mouth, scalding the goddess to tears. Soup dripped down the corners of her mouth and the goddess blinked incredulously. "Jew, it's a soup dumpling? Oh, is it good?" His voice came from overhead, and another fragrant dunking bag was handed to her mouth. "Have another one if it's good, while it's hot." Without waiting for her to agree, her lips, which appeared extra crystalline and translucent with the soup, were squeezed open, and once again a dunking bag was stuffed in. With this one after another, the goddess was finally fed, and she waved her hands and shook her head in a hurry, her pretty face red and hot. No, don't, really can't eat." He smiled dotingly and picked up a tissue to tenderly wipe the corners of her mouth. "Oh, little greedy cat." Mouth said don't want, but ended up eating so much. "If you like it, every day to give you to eat, okay? Ah." The goddess averted her eyes in shame and clenched her teeth, not wanting to pay him any attention. Seeing the goddess with this arrogant and twisted look, that asshole's mood was pleasurable to the extreme. "It's so nice that you've become a good kitten that can be fed by me at any time. Grass. Asterisk 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 Nima is getting more and more outrageous. Aha, this ing better really just be dunking. There's someone behind you. Goddess in danger." The real situation is, when Xianjia appeared behind Xianingshue, Xianingshue was shocked and quickly turned around to ask, "You, where were you just now?" Moon Hyunchul smiled slightly and explained, "I couldn't find anything to do after waking up, so I went to the deck and took a stroll. Guess what I saw? About 15 minutes ago." Moon Hyunchul took a leisurely stroll on the deck, enjoying the early morning sea view. At this moment, in this situation, he couldn't help but want to compose a poem. "Ah, the sea, you're beautiful. Ah, the sea, you're all water." Suddenly his feet hit something and he lost his center of gravity and almost fell. At the same time a cry of pain came from his feet. "Ah!" Moon Hyunchul hastily stabilized his stance and lowered his head. Only then could he see what he had just touched under his feet. Sui Yun. Next to it, there was an oversized mouse lying. Go back in time to last night, wearing Godzilla pajamas. Sui Yun moodily opened the door to his room, and a tightly clothed Ultraman appeared in front of him, causing him to scream out in fear. "Ah!" Ultraman Nicole said as she hastily zipped down her hood. "Brother Iyun, it's me." Sui Yun screamed louder and became more desperate. "Ah, grass ah, a 1 in 4 chance. How did she still run into her? I'm really convinced. What he wouldn't give to travel back a few hours now and strangle himself for agreeing to share a room." Sui Yan dared to be angry as Nicole surrounded him and looked up and down in curiosity and excitement. "Wow, it's actually a monster. Brother Iyun, we're really destined for each other, eh?" Sui Yun smiled stiffly. "Oh, yeah, what fate. Sinful karma." Sui Yun didn't want to bother with her anymore. He just wanted to hurry up and fall asleep, preferably sleep to death. That way, he could be spared from her 3-piece set of horrifying attacks. So he hurriedly laid down on the bed and laughed. "It's getting late. I'm going to bed first." Oh, then quickly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Nicole hurriedly lay down on the bed as well, turning off the light and preparing to fall asleep. Soon the room was left with the sound of Nicole's even breathing. Sui Yun was overjoyed in his heart. Great, she's asleep and she's not snoring and grinding her teeth and talking in her sleep. She's asleep and not snoring and grinding her teeth and talking in her sleep. Soo-yoon is relaxing his body and nerves in preparation for a great night. The nightmare then begins. Read the comments. I'm lost. Do a statistic. Think the daily mini theater is good. Love to see the deduction of 1. Think the mini theater is in the hydrological. Not interesting. Don't want to see the deduction 2. Chapter 150, Dawei Tianlong. Prajna Bama coaxing. Accompanied by Nicole's even breathing, Soo-yoon was about to peacefully enter dreamland. Suddenly, the breathing stopped abruptly. A rustling sound came from the room immediately afterward, like the sound of lifting the covers and getting out of bed. Soo-yoon opened his eyes with some annoyance, only to see Ultraman Nicole looking down at him with an expressionless face, a dull gaze, and empty eyes. Soo-yoon's heart was jolted and he subconsciously held his breath. Nicole cocked her head and frowned, then suddenly grabbed Godzilla Soo-yoon's collar with one hand and shouted in excitement, "Bold demon! I can tell at a glance that you're not human." Then he was slapped across the face. Soo-yoon was struck dumb. His face was on fire, and his head was tilted to the side. What is the status of? A quick reaction followed immediately afterward. She's sleepwalking. Grass. Soo-yoon cursed in his heart. Nima. Instead of snoring and grinding your teeth and talking in your sleep, you're just sleepwalking, aren't you? And she's treating herself like a demon trying to subdue it. Soo-yoon was about to wake her up with the same slap, but suddenly remembered something. Forcibly waking up a sleepwalker can result in very serious consequences, such as a mental breakdown, inability to distinguish reality from the dream world, or even leaving terrible after effects. Soo-yoon got weak and immediately dismissed the idea. He grabbed Nicole's hand instead and tried to break free, but Nicole sneered and scorned. "Humph, a trivial skill. How dare you show off your skills, great mighty heavenly dragon." With that, she quickly let go of her hand and made decent hand gestures while reciting the mantra in a neutral manner. The great mighty heavenly dragon, the Dala Dharma mantra, the world-honored earth store, the Prajna Buddhas, the Golden Mountain Dharma Temple, the demon's forbidden land, and the Prajna Bama coaxing. And so we can see, a spandex-clad Ultraman, with no front or back, casts mysterious oriental spells and tries to subdue a harmless little monster. Taking advantage of the gap between her spells, Soo-yoon hurriedly ran down from the bed in a sorry state, quickly rushed out of the room, and locked the door. Soo-yoon leaned against the door breathing heavily as Nicole's disdainful laughter came from behind the door. He, this kind of unimpressive trick also wants to trap me? Then the door made a loud bang. Nicole raised the fire extinguisher and slammed it hard against the door, one after the other. 80. Soo-yoon was on the verge of breaking down, and just then, Luo Qingyu and Cieli from the next room rushed over. Luo Qingyu frowned and asked, "What happened?" Soo-yoon looked like he had seen a savior and hurriedly explained the situation to her briefly. "Nicole sleepwalked and went crazy in there." At those words, Luo Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. Got it. Leave it to me." She raised her hand and knocked 3 times on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Nicole inside stopped attacking the door at once. It's not a good idea for a good boy not to stay in bed at night. The tone was gentle yet with a hint of an irresistible oppression. Nicole instantly stiffened her body, not daring to move. What is this feeling of being suppressed by the bloodline? Nicole gulped hard and forced herself to shout toward the door. "Wretch! Great! Bold demon! How dare you bluff!" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the door was opened, only to see a huge green snake spirit, dragging its long tail, walking slowly towards her. The snake spirit's eyes were like 2 deep pools of water, glowing with an eerie green light. A horrible black aura was rising all over his body. His complexion was as pale as paper, and the corners of his mouth rose up into an icy smile. A disobedient child can be severely punished. Nicole's legs went weak with fear and her mind went blank. Does Bionic Ultraman dream of electronic snake charmers? With a teasing smile, the snake charmer raised one hand and pressed it to the top of Ultraman's head. Slowly, gently stroking, the snake charmer came closer to Ultraman, spitting his venomous letter and grinning grimly with sharp fangs at the corners of his mouth. "Good boy. If you don't want to be eaten by me, go to bed quickly." And so, Ultraman, who had been mad a minute ago, now lay obediently on the bed like a wind-up doll, and pulled the covers back on himself and closed his eyes obediently. Still shivering uncontrollably though, Soo-yoon and Cieli behind Luo Qingyu were stunned. Kindergarten teachers have a knack for keeping crazy kids in check. Luo Qingyu explained a few words to Soo-yoon before leaving with Cieli. "Remember to call me if there are any more accidents." The room was back to its original state, and Nicole should be really honest this time. However, Soo-yoon left the room with determination. Already psychologized. How can I still sleep when I'm in the same room with her? After walking on the deck for a while and being blown by the cool sea breeze, Soo-yoon's irritable mood was finally soothed. Looking at the bright and clear full moon in the distant sky, Soo-yoon felt a lot of emotions in his heart. At this moment, in this situation, he only wanted to compose a poem. Moon, moon, why are there always tears in my eyes? No other reason than, you're so beautiful. Then his feet tripped over something, and with a loud bang, he hit his head directly on the ground and fainted on the spot. And it was a huge, foaming at the mouth rat that tripped him up. Shinyao in Jerry Mouse pajamas. About an hour ago. As soon as Tom Cat Tang Lei opened the door, Jerry Mouse Shinyao greeted him shamefully and nervously. Evening, good evening Mr. Tang Lei. Tang Lei smiled and went forward, sitting next to Shinyao. Good evening, Yao Yao. Then the two began to talk about life and ideals. Suddenly, Tang Lei's stomach made an untimely sound. Coo coo coo. Tang Lei smiled awkwardly. Ha ha, it's true that eating only fruits at night won't work. At dinner, Tang Lei criticized the dishes harshly and gambled on eating only a few grapes. He got up and asked Shinyao, I'll go to the kitchen to make some snacks. Do you want one? A huge panic instantly surged in Shinyao's heart, and she hastily shook her head and refused. Haha, I don't need it, I've already eaten enough at night anymore and I'm really going to be overweight, thank you. Mr. Tang Lei, for your kind words I appreciate it. Tang Lei expressed his understanding and smiled. In that case, well then, I won't force you. Then it left the room. Shinyao felt as if she had taken a trip from the ghost gate and breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. 10 minutes later, however, she realized that she had let go of that breath too soon. Tang Lei grinned as he came forward with a plate of black stuff. I know that the food at noon wasn't to your taste, so I just improved it again to make sure you're satisfied this time. Thump, thump, thump. Those were the last three echoes of Shinyao's heart before it stopped beating. Later, under Tang Lei's persuasion and coercion, Shinyao still ate the dark pile. Well, Shinyao's body stiffened, and her eyes glowed, as if she was returning to the light. She recklessly rushed out of the room, shouting something like ha 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 toast, I'm becoming hot. And so we can see. A giant rat was talking gibberish while barreling across the deck. Oh my god, I've never been happier in my life walking on thin ice. I mean, if Harry Potter decides to marry Lou, then Porky Pig is going to hate the Hulk. Are you my master? No, I'm your yum yum. Suddenly, the rat's body began to twitch, then kept rolling its eyes, and finally went rigid and collapsed on the deck. Above is the exciting story that took place last night. After the guests all got up and had a quick breakfast, the 2-day luxury cruise was officially over. The guests get off the cruise ship and rejoined the deserted island. It was also their last day on the desert island. The show gave the phone back to the guest and said there were no tasks or requirements on the last day. Guests can move around the island as much as they want and take photos to remember the event. The program also set up a craft station, a makeshift shed. Many DIY materials were prepared there so that guests could personally make souvenir gifts for their favorite guests. After getting his cell phone, Moon Hyun-chul wanted to go to the craft station first to make souvenirs. But Cheon Yang-seol went up to him and invited him to take pictures with himself on the island. Chapter 151 Qianing Shui kisses Wen Xianzhe in public. Faced with Qianing Shui's invitation, Wen Xianzhe was somewhat flattered. Ah, a photo shoot? Yeah, but I want to get my gift to you done first. Qianing Shui took his wrist and muttered in a petulant manner. Geez, let's put that kind of thing aside for now. It's such a nice sunny day for taking pictures. Then without further ado, he pulled him toward the beach. The pop-ups on the live feed blew up. Aha goddess, what are you doing? Ah, ha ha ha, I saw a hallucination. The goddess actually took the initiative to pull that bastard's hand. It's not right. Take a nap first. Finished goddess, this is really fall in love. Goddess confused. Ah, what are you yelling about? We should be happy that the goddess got a free photographer. And it's not like we're pulling on our wrists. So why are you all so excited? Oh ho, but if this keeps up, sooner or later the goddess's jade hand will touch his palm. Then here, and finally there. Ah. Grass, who taught you to reason like that? If you can't reason, don't reason. Qianing Shui led Wen Xianzhe to a tall coconut tree. She raised her head to the top of the tree, the back of her hand half covering her eyes as she recalled. Remember the first day we came to the island, when we were looking for the supply packs? At that time, I found a supply pack at the very top, and I originally thought it was quite unfortunate to say that I was giving up, but it turned out that you just walked right up to it, and it really scared me. Moon Hyun-chul smiled in embarrassment. How do you remember this so well? I'd almost forgotten about it. The mind couldn't help but wonder. SSSH, what's wrong with today? Why are you so talkative when you're so forthcoming? Shouldn't I be the one to take the initiative and be chatty? Afterwards, Qianing Shui took Wen Xianzhe around the island again. Everywhere you go, you can talk about what happened here, all about the memories of the two. There were also a lot of group photos taken during the time, sticking so close that their heads were leaning together, looking at all the red warmth of the pop-ups. Ah, asshole, who told you to put your hand on the goddess's shoulder? What? If you don't put your arm around me, you put your arm around me, don't you? Ah! Chop chop, 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 chop. This is what sweet little couple outing photo really cannot wait to stick together all the time belongs to is. I love you asterisk asterisk. Stick to you. The two of them had strolled around almost the entire island, and by the time they returned to the campsite, Qianing Shui was already so tired that her legs were weak. She almost fell down by accident, but luckily Moon Hyun-chul held her up in time. Be careful. Qianing Shui's cheeks were slightly flushed as she leaned into his arms in a bird-like manner, and the pop-up screen howled with another heartbreaking cry. Qianing Shui said she wanted to take a nap, so she stayed in the tent to rest alone. Instead, Moon Hyun-chul headed to the craft station and started making souvenir gifts. On the movement of others, Nicole, taking pictures everywhere and getting various guests to click pictures. How did I, Nicole-sama, get to stand shoulder to shoulder with all these movie star and movie queen bigwigs in the first place and talk and laugh about it? Maybe these group photos can be auctioned off and cha a wave of crappy money. Xinyao, take pictures with Tang Lei everywhere. It's come this far, and there's no turning back for a long time. If I don't fire up the CP, how can I live up to the pain? Ah no, the poison I've been eating these days. Sui Yun, crazy about making handmade souvenirs. Oh, it should have been clear a long time ago that he is not at all good at pleasing women. Never mind. Since we can't fire the CP, let's fire the persona. Now it's popular for him to be this love-struck, infatuated male duo, making an elaborate gift to Qianing Shui. Whether she accepts it or rejects it, it's best to reject it so that he can earn a wave of viewers' tears hard. Thanks for the gift, taking pictures with Luo Qingyu everywhere. He's going to have to wash all of these photos and make 2 copies. One copy is made into an album for your collection, and another is framed and hung all over the room. Qianing Shui woke up and walked out of the tent to reach the crafting station when the guests had already made their souvenirs and given them away. Sui Yun tangled and hesitated for half a day, but in the end, he hid the ugly rag doll he had sewn behind his back. No, it's too ugly. It's embarrassing. He gritted his teeth and reassured himself. Oh, there's actually a reason he doesn't give it away. Don't want to make things difficult for her because you love her too much. Keep your distance because you love her too much. What a hidden and restrained love. Sui Yun almost moved himself to tears. After when Xianjia did the final finishing touches, he couldn't wait to give a string of shell bracelets to Qianing Shui. That, Ing Shui, is for you. But, no, that's too ugly, right? What straight male aesthetic? After half a day's work you made this? Wearing this kind of thing on your hand will only pollute the goddess. Okay? Qianing Shui took the necklace, her bright eyes full of admiration and surprise. She asked, looking up, a little shyly, can you help me put it on? Moon Hyun-chul froze and quickly agreed. Oh good. He carefully put on the bracelet for her, and Qianing Shui raised her hand to change various angles, constantly surveying it, lovingly. Then she dropped her arms, her pale cheeks suddenly flushed, her vision wavering. I was going to make a gift for you as well, but time seems to be running out. So as compensation. Ha ha, say what compensation you can like me. Before he could finish his words, Qianing Shui stepped forward and quickly planted a kiss on his face. Chapter 152, I'm so convinced. I've met 3 evil spirits as soon as I got home. Qianing Shui's soft lips imprinted on his face, and Moon Hyun-chul's brain went down. Qianing Shui pulled away from the distance between him, her white cheeks flushed like ripe peaches. She lowered her eyes shyly, her fingers twisting the corners of her coat uneasily. No, it's not to be disliked. Oh. Flop, flop, flop. Moon Hyun-chul's heart was in a frenzy. Wife, how can you be so cute and shy? Can I kiss it back? Can I kiss it back? Ha! No, for the first time I had the urge to put on a fast and furious show in front of the whole country. Not only him. At this moment, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was as if 2 atomic bombs had been thrown into it, completely exploding. Goddess. No. Goddess, what are you doing? What's going on? Goddess. Haha, must be the usual reward themselves too many times or hallucinating. This cannot go on. All from tomorrow onwards will not be able to reward themselves. Oh, so now reward yourself for the last time. It. Yelling, mad, creeping in a dark, twisted way, rushing into the kitchen to sharpen a kitchen knife, killing myself. My heart hurts. It's cracking in pain. Spews a mouthful of blood, cough. Ouch, something wrong? Hey, I'm floating, I'm flying. This wing, this circle of light, hey I seem to be really similar. Qianing Shui's move not only shocked the viewers of the live broadcast, but the other guests on the scene were also completely confused. All the various hints of favor previously prepared, as well as subtle words of love, were lost in the performance of the moment. After all, the heart is in the right place. Moon Hyun-chul finally snapped out of his rambling thoughts. A shy blush spread from the roots of his ears to his entire face. and he subconsciously lowered his head, his mouth mumbling, but he couldn't manage to say complete words. Oh, me, you, oh, finally, after a group photo of the guests, the hosts kicked off the wrap-up and preview of the next installment. Thanks to all the guests for presenting us with a romantic island trip. The good times are always short, even if there is much reluctance. It's time to say goodbye, but the romantic encounters will continue to be staged. Viewers, we'll see you next time. The second installment of Summer of Heart's Desert Island Adventure is officially over. When Moon Hyun-chul returned home, he saw neon lights flashing in the living room and speakers playing a mix of dynamic music. Moon Hyun-ah took the microphone with one foot on the couch and sang a magically altered version of Good Luck with great joy. Fold 1,000 paper cranes, and tie a red ribbon. May the good people, good luck every day. My brother's getting married to Shue Shue, and I'm so happy I can't stop smiling. Fan Xingjie and Xiao Qicheng, who were sitting on the sofa, were leaning closely together, looking sad and crying with snot and tears, singing while crying. All are brave. The wound on your forehead. You're different. The mistakes you made. Go, worthy, that ing asshole. Pentatonic in changing the words. Jinx heard the highs and lows and had to come alive to send a hex missile to both of them, with the speakers playing their own songs and the three of them singing their own. The whole scene can be summed up in one word: clusters of demons. Fan Xingjie, who was blurring with tears, was the first to notice Moon Hyun-chul, who was standing next to them with a speechless look on his face, and instantly his eyes lit up, immediately dropping the microphone and running towards him. National husband, you're back. Moon Hyun-chul frowned. What the hell? Fan Xingjie explained. Xianing Xue is a national goddess. What is you as her future husband if not a national husband? Xiao Qicheng also crawled forward with his hands and feet, grabbing Wen Xianjia's pants leg, crying uncontrollably and begging bitterly. I Xiao Qicheng never begged anyone in my life. I'm only asking you for one thing now, brother. Can you let me be the best man when you and Xianing Xue get married? Can I be the best man when you and Xianing Xue get married? I'm begging you. Please woo-woo. Seeing this, Fan Xingjie also grabbed Wen Xianjia's collar and shook it hard, emotionally. Other than that, as your best friend for so many years, it's only right that you give me a best man seat when you get married. Isn't it? Isn't it? Speak up. Moon Hyun-chul had a lifeless look on his face and didn't even bother to argue. It looks like we'll have to put a notice on the door in the future. Xiao Qicheng and Fan Xingjie are not allowed to enter. Just then, Moon Hyun-ah enters carrying a kitchen knife. She had a black face, grinning like a soporific cyberwoman in the light of colorful neon lights. Give me slack. Open. The two men who had fallen into madness were so startled that they fled in a hurry. Aha! It seems it's better to live a little than to be the best man. Moon Hyun-chul let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank you, Saya. But before the words fell, when Xianya threw down the kitchen knife, came close to him, and stared dead at the left side of his face, his eyes glaring round, his voice trembling with excitement. Ha! Is this the face that was kissed by Yuki? Moon Hyun-chul's heart snapped so hard that his breathing almost stopped. This seems even more upside down than the two just now. Ahem. That Moon Hyun-chul hastily took a step back and was about to say something to change the subject, when Moon Hyun-ah came close again and inhaled deeply into his face, and in an instant, both of his eyes emitted a frenzied red light. Ah, I smell it. It belongs to Yuki's refreshing fragrance. I'm a grass. Ah, the smell of Yuki. Let me smell Yuki again. Moon Hyun-ah sucked and licked her lips, obsessively coming forward and picking at his clothes carelessly. You've hugged Yuki so many times. You've already gotten her scent all over your body, right? Let me suck on it. Ahahaha. Moon Hyun-chul finally relented and punched her unconscious. Moon Hyun-ah, come to your senses. Moon Hyun-ah's eyes went black and he fell straight onto the sofa behind him. Moon Hyun-chul carried her back to her room and threw her on the bed without a good grace. Although he was upset, he helped her pull the covers back on. Moon Hyun-chul couldn't stop sighing and shaking his head. No, this is just where to kiss a face upside down like this. If she knew that Xianing Xue already and that's no. Damn. What's the deal with that? Moon Hyun-chul almost went into cardiac arrest and hurriedly stopped, not daring to think any further. I'm so convinced. I'd met 3 cowboys as soon as I got home. So I've got to go. Boing boing, no, I'm going to go to my wife right now and complain. Moon Hyun-chul goes over the balcony to reach Cheon Yang-seol's room, but doesn't see her. He walked to the living room and heard the sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom. In the shower? He approached gingerly, then heard Xianing Xue humming inside. Floof, floof, floof. Sounds like he's in a good mood. He suddenly remembered that last night on the cruise ship, he had fallen down in the bathroom, and Xianing Xue had suddenly barged in, and then gave him an extremely nasty look at his fruiting body. There was a deliberate fumbling as she kissed him, towering over him as she admired the way his face reddened and he clenched his teeth. Damn! The more Moon Hyunchul thought about it, the angrier he became. How could there be such a wicked woman? He took a deep breath and calmed down. Then a sinister smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to the doorknob, twisted it hard, and quickly opened the door. Chapter 153, Taking a Bath Together in the Tub. Warm yellow light spilled into the bathroom, fogging it up. Chen Shui hummed as she cozily enjoyed the hot water. Her long hair was wet against her pale back, and crystal droplets of water slowly slid down her snow-white skin. Suddenly, there was a creak and the bathroom door was pushed open without warning. In the hazy vapor, a figure appeared suddenly. Chen Shui's eyes instantly flinched as she quickly reached out and grabbed the knife that was placed on a shelf, and without hesitation, she stabbed towards the man. Moon Hyunchul had just entered the door when he saw a flash of cold light and subconsciously exclaimed in shock, "Honey, it's me!" At the same time, his eyes were quick, and he hastily reached out to take hold of her wrist. Chen Shui's hand was held, and her movements paused. After seeing that it was Moon Hyunchul, the tension and fear instantly turned to anger and shyness, and her cheeks turned red. Fingers loosened and the knife fell to the ground with a clang. "Why are you barging in all of a sudden? Do you realize I'm scared to death of you?" As he said that, his eyes began to redden and tears welled up in his eyes as if they were going to come out in the next second. Moon Hyunchul was confused for a moment. I just wanted to surprise you." "Wait, how is this not what I expected? Shouldn't she be the one who shrieks and covers her chest, then starts pounding his chest with her petulant little fists? And why is there a knife in the bathroom?" Chen Shui glared at him in exasperation. Then as soon as she copied the shower, she aimed the nozzle at him, pressed her finger, and a stream of scalding hot water poured over him. Moon Hyunchul jerked his body. "Hiss, it's hot." The soaked clothes clung to his body, and his hair was disheveled by the current, a few strands of it clinging woefully to his face. Chen Shui's mood seemed to have improved, and she hummed and laughed triumphantly. Moon Hyunchul was helpless. His hands quickly grabbed the hem of the soaked blouse, and with a strong tug, the blouse was smoothly taken off. With his firm chest and abs on display, he casually tossed his wet clothes aside and wiped a handful of water from his face. That took the edge off, didn't it? Upon hearing this, Chen Shui couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Ha, how can it be that easy?" As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Moon Hyunchul grabbed one of her hands and embraced her in his arms, dropping a kiss on her cheek in the process. "I really just wanted to surprise you. What bad intentions could a shy, innocent boy like me have?" While saying that, he also rubbed against her neck. Her neck was tickled by his hair. Chen Shui lightly bit her lower lip, puffed up and turned her head away arrogantly. "Humph, I don't care. You just did it on purpose. To scare me on purpose? You're just a bad person." But there wasn't much anger left in her voice, more pouting. Her eyes were still red, and she sniffled every now and then, looking aggravated. When Xianjia let out a light laugh, his hands tightly encircled Chen Shui's waist, holding her tighter and whispering softly in her ear. "Oops, so quickly you found out the true face it, then I will not act oh." With that, he lowered his head and held the back of Chen Shui's head with one hand and kissed her lips without refusal. Chen Shui stiffened, then slowly relaxed. Her hands unconsciously grabbed his arm and kissed back passionately. It was only after a long time that the two of them reluctantly parted their tightly pressed lips. Chen Shui's cheeks were scarlet, not knowing if it was because of the lack of oxygen or the heat, or both. Her hands were still hooked around Moon Hyunchul's neck. Her eyes were mesmerized and blazing as she gasped for air while smiling. "I haven't said I'm going to forgive you yet. If you want to apologize, show some more sincerity oh." The corners of Moon Hyunchul's mouth rose slightly, then he looked around for a week. "Speaking of which, in the bathroom, it's a first, isn't it?" The warm water sloshed slightly in the huge bathtub, full of rose petals, giving off a charming aroma that soothed the tense nerves. When Xianjia leaned his back against the edge of the bathtub while Chen Shui closed her eyes and nestled comfortably in his arms, the long hair was scattered casually on her shoulders, a few strands of hair plastered on her fair neck, and the whole person appeared particularly delicate. Moon Hyunchul picked up a soft towel and wiped her arm with gentle movements. "Is that sincere enough?" he asked. Chen Shui gently shook her head and said in a long drawn-out tone, "No enough." But that mischievous voice still revealed her true mood. After saying that, she turned her head sideways and leaned on Moon Hyunchul's shoulder as if she had found a place to rely on. "How it's not enough oh." When Xianjia dropped a kiss on top of her head. "So greedy? Don't you know how to be happy with what you have?" Chen Shui hummed lightly. Her hands lifted up and pinched his face. "I'm sorry, my Joe yuck. The 9 leaky fish. Can't understand what you're saying." Moon Hyunchul was speechless. "Well, you're a mountain I can't climb in the shameless department." The water in the tub was getting cold, but neither of them had any intention of getting up, so they just snuggled in silence. Occasionally, A flower petal swayed gently with the water waves and landed on Xianing Shui's shoulder, and when Xianzhe would gently help her remove it. After a while, Xianing Shui seemed to have regained some strength and mischievously cupped water in her hands and sprinkled it on Wen Xianzhe. Moon Hyunchul froze for a moment, then reacted and started to fight back, playing with her in the water as well. For a while, the bathroom was filled with the laughter of the two. Ha ha, ouch. It didn't take long, however, for the laughter to turn into indescribable sounds. In the morning, Moon Hyunchul woke up and started surfing the internet. After yesterday's show, the kiss that Xianing Shui left on his face completely set off the entire internet. Hashtag Chaningshu was first on-screen kiss hashtag explosion. Hashtag 1000 reflections of snow. Falling in love hashtag explosion. Hashtag 1000 reflections of snow hashtag sweet white man hashtag explosion. Hashtag Man Hyunchul. Public enemy of the people hashtag explosion. Hashtag Man Hyunchul. Who is this? Hashtag explosion. In short, everything related to the two all set off a huge wave. Microblogging almost paralyzed. Walmart shopping bag aboard a helicopter gunship. How can a goddess who is not close to men do such a thing? How is it possible? It must be a script that the program team intentionally made up for the sake of traffic. Goddess. If you've been kidnapped, blink your eyes. Yen Wang Diao, you may not believe me. When I saw the goddess booing that asshole, I had a heart attack on the spot, and I just got out of the emergency room. Kobo, I'm going out. I don't care if the goddess was just momentarily swept away by that subtle atmosphere. As soon as she calms down, she'll realize how impulsive and stupid her actions were. Sister, open the door, I'm my brother. That's right. A crappy bracelet tricked the goddess out of her heart. I can only say that little girls who have never been in love are so gullible. Combat screaming chicken. I used to run a relationship counseling class, and that kid looks like a peer. Even the top ones in the industry. Alas, one can only say that Xianing Shui's fall was inevitable. Flip to garden cow grandpa. Attention all of you who are brothers and fathers. Recently there may be many brats imitating that bastard to the ignorant young girl wildly attentive. The little girl may not be able to resist. Be sure to watch your sister and daughter. The more Moon Hyunchul looked at it, the tighter his frown became. No, how on earth did my image become like this step by step? Just then, the phone popped up with caller ID. It was Moon Hyuna who called. Chapter 154. When Shinya realizes something's wrong. The moment he saw the caller ID, Moon Hyunchul was taken aback, then hurriedly and gently half sat up, leaning against the bed, pulling the quilt upwards to cover Xianing Shui's white and bare shoulders. Then he pressed the answer button and lowered his voice. Hello? Yeah? Moon Hyuna's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, where are you now? Why is there no one in your room? In the face of Wen Xianya's barrage of questions, Wen Xianzhe subconsciously glanced at Xianing Shui, who was still asleep, and casually made it up. I'm on my morning run. Despite the small sound, Xianing Shui was woken up and opened her eyes in a daze. Her hair was a little messy on the pillow, and her white cheeks were lightly flushed in the morning light. Her brows subconsciously furrowed when she saw that Moon Hyunchul was on the phone with someone. Who? Noticing that she was awake and her expression still seemed a bit displeased, Moon Hyunchul hurriedly said wordlessly with his mouthpiece. My sister. Xianing Shui instantly sobered up a few points and gently raised her eyebrows. Oh. Looking at Moon Hyunchul's nervous appearance, the corner of his mouth immediately hooked into a mischievous smile. She pivoted and moved closer to Moon Hyunchul, lifting her hand to encircle his arm. A warm, soft touch came from his arm, and Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but let out a low whimper. Hiss. Moon Hyuna on the other end of the phone was immediately alert. Brother, are you really running in the morning? What was that sound you just made? Xianing Shui laughed even more happily and reached out her fingers again to gently trace across Moon Hyunchul's chin, then slowly down his neck, drawing circles on his chest. Moon Hyunchul was so tickled and wriggly that he barely managed to hold his cell phone steady. He glared at Xianing Shui, who had a bad smile on her face, without a good mood, and used his grip to hold her troublemaking hand while forcing his composure into the phone. Of course I'm running in the morning. Just accidentally tripped. Well, I should run back. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Brother, to bring you. At the mention of breakfast, Moon Hyuna was instantly diverted and spoke excitedly over the phone. I'll have the xiaolong bao from Wang Mazi's house, and soy milk. And yes, bring me another order of donuts. Moon Hyunchul listened patiently, responding every now and then. Instead, his eyes stayed fixed on Xianing Shui's pitiful expression, full of helplessness, as if he was silently begging for mercy. Stop it. Oh, it was hard to wait for Moon Hyuna to finish. Moon Hyunchul hung up the phone, and just as he put the phone down, he was violently pushed by Xianing Shui. Before he could react, Xianing Shui had already rolled over smoothly and pressed him underneath. Moon Hyunchul was speechless. Hey, I have to hurry back. Wheel. Be back in the evening. Shoo. Channing Shui lifted a slender white finger and pressed it to his lips, blocking his words. Willow frowned slightly, her expression innocent. But isn't it easy to be suspicious if you don't sweat on your morning run? With that, he slowly leaned down and leaned over to whisper delicately in his ear. Do you think it's right, hubby? With a bag full of breakfast in his hand, Moon Hyunchul stood in front of his house and took a deep breath, then opened the door with a hearty breakfast and a good sweat. I had just stepped into the foyer and was about to look down to change my shoes when I heard a familiar conversation. I was going to make a gift for you as well, but time seems to be running out. So as compensation. Ha ha, say what compensation you can like me. Moon Hyunchul's heart immediately thumped. He walked towards the living room with a stiff pace, only to see Moon Hyuna sitting on the sofa, biting her handkerchief and staring at the LCD TV in front of her with pink bubbles in her eyes. Moon Hyunchul followed her line of sight and instantly went into cardiac arrest. On the screen, Channing Shui shyly approached and kissed his face. Moon Hyuna's eyes were glowing, her cheeks were scarlet, and she let out a scream of incomparable excitement. Then immediately the pause button was pressed and the picture was frozen in that beautiful moment. She started rolling around on the couch over and over. An unidentified, eerie laugh escaped his lips. He. Moon Hyunchul was dumbfounded. As it turns out, as soon as Moon Hyuna woke up, he started to watch back the cut part of Heartwarming Summer where he interacted with Cheon Young Seol. Now it just happened to be put into the part near the end of the show where Cheo kissed him on the face. No, sister? Finally, Moon Hyuna noticed Moon Hyunchul, who was standing on the sidelines with his mouth wide open and had been petrified. Brother? The steaming bag was opened wide and the aroma of xiaolongbao, soybean milk and donuts instantly hit the nose. When Xianya feasted on xiaolongbao with one hand and fritters with the other, she looked up to Moon Hyunchul and asked curiously, Brother, aren't you going to eat? Moon Hyunchul shook his head. I already ate out. Oh, I'll eat it all then. Oh? Eat it, it was meant to be bought for you. Moon Hyuna nodded happily, a happy smile on her face. Without realizing it, a faint scent entered her nostrils, and the smile on Wen Xianya's face instantly froze. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked up and down at the sweaty Moon Hyunchul. Moon Hyunchul was puzzled. Asterisk. What for? Moon Hyuna quickly moved closer and sniffed at him vigorously. Immediately afterward, her eyes rolled back in shock. Brother, a night has passed. What's the matter with the scent of snow and snow on you not only not fading, but instead getting stronger? Moon Hyunchul's heartbeat steeply accelerated. You're such a dog's nose. His mind raced and he instantly came up with an excuse. Ha, I didn't take a shower last night because I liked her smell too much and didn't want it to go away. Moon Hyuna's brows furrowed in disgust, and just as he was about to spit out how he was so unkempt, Moon Hyunchul quickly stood up with a face of obsession and fervor. Oh, so that her flavor can penetrate my skin, my blood, my flesh, my soul. It will be able to merge with me perfectly. You in me, I in you, never to be separated in life. Moon Hyuna's mouth opened so wide that he could fit 3x Xiaolongbao in it at the same time, sighing in amazement. Brother, you are also too perverted. She began to think differently. But if it were me, I don't seem to want to take a shower either. That is the flavor of snow and snow. Moon Hyuna gulped and came closer to Moon Hyunchul again, sniffing hard, and a look of infatuation instantly appeared on his face. The smell of Yuki. Suddenly, her face changed as if she remembered something, and her original infatuated expression was instantly replaced by doubt. Wait a minute, isn't this the same smell he brought back after coming home in the middle of the night earlier? This isn't right, is it? She couldn't believe it and sniffed harder. But, really does taste exactly the same. Moon Hyuna's CPU was dry-fired. Moon Hyunchul also seemed to realize that he was acting a bit too much and hurriedly stopped. I don't think Yuki likes people who aren't clean, so I'd better go take a shower first. With that, he immediately rushed towards the bathroom like a gust of wind and closed the door with a bang. Moon Hyuna looked at Moon Hyunchul's back as he fled, his brows getting tighter and tighter. Something's not right. Something's not right. What's going on? What's going on? Chapter 155, seems to be an old friend. After Moon Hyunchul came out of the shower, he received a call from Zhao Qian. There's a delivery for you. It's been in the post for days. It's been delivered to the office. Hurry up and come get it. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but wonder as he wiped his wet hair. Courier? The delivery he bought was never sent to his home. How could it be sent to the company? Suddenly, he moved as if in reaction. Wait, it can't be what I think it is. So, Moon Hyunchul hurriedly changed his clothes, disguised himself, and wrapped himself up tightly. He is now a public enemy, and must be very careful when he goes out. He said to Wen Xianya's room, Xiao Ye, I'm going to a part-time job. I may not be back at noon. You can make your own food if you want to eat, or order takeout, and then left in a hurry. Moon Hyun-ah, on the other hand, who was in the room, didn't hear what he was saying at all, just holding a pen and paper. Biting my nails tightly, I kept reasoning and analyzing, assuming possibilities. There really are so many mysteries on Lao. Moon Hyun-chul arrived at the Light and Shadow building, which he hadn't visited in a while. As soon as he entered the top floor office, he saw a huge, human-sized courier with confidential shipment written on it leaning against the corner. Sure enough, I knew it. So Moon Hyun-chul immediately carried the humanoid courier to the last unoccupied, vacant practice room and unpacked it. A tall, lanky, 2-meter, upright battle robot appeared in front of him. Unsurprisingly, this was the Superman that Elder Genbu had created through his battle data with man. Superman exudes an innate sense of oppression. Why does this look so familiar? The metal casing takes on a noble yellow color with a cold glossy surface. The head is uniquely styled with a high blonde hairstyle design, created from a single strand of metal that is silky smooth. The hard lines of the facial contours, especially the green heart symbol on the forehead, are really eye-catching. Moon Hyun-chul picked up the manual and took a look at it, and sure enough, it was Superman. After briefly understanding the functions and how to use them, Moon Hyun-chul put on his boxing gloves and pressed the green heart on Superman's forehead. It's time for some serious exercise. It would be best to emit the scent that Qianing Shui had left inside him by way of sweat. Superman's red electronic eyes flashed rapidly a few times and emitted a highly recognizable arrogant voice. Humph, human, how dare you wake me up without permission? You'll soon regret your arrogance. WRYYYYYY. Sure enough, it was that deceased person. As soon as the words fell, Superman, like a cheetah, violently rushed towards Moon Hyun-chul, his body as agile as electricity, his right fist raised high, with the sound of whistling winds, smashing straight towards his head. The goal is clear and imperative. When Xianjia reacted extremely quickly, his body sidestepped and narrowly avoided the powerful strike. He gasped in shock. Is it because I'm rusty or Superman is super evolved? I almost nailed it. Superman lets out a mocking laugh. Flat pants, flat pants, flat pants. That attack scared you like that? When Xianjia took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his stance, formally entering the preparation mode. Then, there were all sorts of cracking, popping, thumping noises coming from inside the dance studio. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 5 hours passed. Moon Hyun-chul is still alive after Superman's horrific attack, but it's all over the place. And he finally realized clearly that Superman was really super evolved. The reaction speed and fighting ability is far beyond man. He'll really nail it if he keeps this up. Moon Hyun-chul gritted his teeth. He couldn't just dodge. He had to attack. So he feigned an attack to the left, and Superman responded with a defensive move. At that moment, Moon Hyun-chul suddenly changed direction and dashed to the right with great speed before leaping up high and delivering a powerful flying kick towards Superman's chest. This time, Superman didn't have the time to avoid it completely, and Moon Hyun-chul's foot kicked heavily on its chest with a dull thud. WRYYYYYYY. Superman lets out a roar, his body taking a few steps backward slightly. Seeing this, when Xianjia's heart rejoiced, knowing that his attack had worked, Superman stabilized his stance, anger flashing in his electronic eyes. Humph. Sculpture. Oh, will you remember how many pieces of bread you have eaten so far? Your attacks are as meaningless to me as those loaves of bread you've forgotten. After saying that, he suddenly launched a counterattack. Its arms waved rapidly, and a whistling sound was heard in the air. It was like a helicopter propeller spinning at high speed. Ha 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 ha, I'm so high as hell. Superman, the metal plate on his chest slowly opens, revealing an energy core emitting a blue glow. Immediately afterward, a thick beam of energy shot out from the core, carrying a blazing heat and a powerful impact, shooting straight toward Xianjia. Moon Hyun-chul's eyes widened and he hastily dodged sideways. The energy beam grazed his body, leaving a scorched mark on the wall of the training room. High tech. This nifty, this how to fight. Before Moon Hyun-chul could catch his breath, Superman's legs ejected a powerful stream of air, causing it to instantly rise up into the air and hover in midair. Its hands danced rapidly, and the space around it seemed to distort as a powerful magnetic field quickly formed, enveloping Xianjia in it. Xianjia only felt as if his body was being pulled by countless invisible hands, and his actions became abnormally slow. Nishinai! With a loud shout, Superman once again swung out that huge mechanical fist, wrapped in the sound of whistling winds, and crushed over towards Xianjia. Moon Hyun-chul tried his best to get out of the magnetic field. The moment the fist was about to hit him, he rolled violently and finally dodged the fatal blow. No, we can't keep fighting. He'll really die. And that's when he realized a serious problem. He forgot to read the manual on how exactly to forcefully terminate Superman's attack. It's over. It's over. Just as he was despairing, the door to the dance studio was opened with a swish. Moon Hyunchul looks up, only to see Qianing Shui appear in the doorway with a cold face. Chapter 156, please, look at me well. Qianing Shui pulled open the door of the dance practice room and stepped in with a cold expression and without a glance. Moon Hyunchul instantly panicked and exclaimed in shock, "Don't come in. It's dangerous." Then gritting his teeth, he stood up and tried to block Superman's attack. However, to his surprise, Superman actually stopped attacking, his electronic eyes still flashing red as he stood motionless, confused. When Xianjia turned his head to look at Qianing Shui, only to see that she was walking towards him step by step, his sound-off heels crunching across the floor echoed through the dance studio. Qianing Shui's gaze was glaringly cold, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile at when Xianjia, not replying to messages and not answering phone calls, so you're having a good time with this guy, huh? Moon Hyunchul raised his hand in a blocking gesture. No, wait, don't come over here yet. What's all the fun and games? I almost got screwed by it alright, and why are you even jealous of a robot? Qianing Shui didn't listen to him at all, and continued to walk forward as I did. She had a firm stride and was not the least bit timid in the face of a battle robot that stood nearly 2 meters tall. After standing still, she wrapped her arms around her chest and tapped the ground with the tips of her heels one by one. Greeting, Superman. Hey, what's the game? Why don't you let me join in? Play what? Playing for your life. But to Moon Hyunchul's surprise, Superman still didn't attack, and the dangerous red light in his eyes had somehow turned into a soft green light. Moon Hyunchul was dumbfounded. He looked at Superman and then at Qianing Shui. No, the white Sora is so strong that Superman is subdued? Right at that moment, Superman bowed elegantly to Qianing Shui. Hello, ma'am, how may I help you? When these words came out, Moon Hyunchul was confused. What? In response to Superman's reaction, Qianing Shui, however, waved her hand casually as if she had expected it. There's nothing more for you to do, so go play by yourself. Superman nods respectfully. Okay, I'll leave you two alone then. With that, he stepped back, grabbed the broom in the corner, and began to clean up. And so we can see, a huge battle robot, with a broom, was sweeping the floor in earnest. Moon Hyunchul's jaw dropped to the floor in shock. Ing Shui nodded in satisfaction and said thoughtfully, well, it's a bit more obedient than expected, but this look is too strange. Do you think it would be smoother to give it a maid's outfit? Moon Hyunchul asked in disbelief as he felt hot to think about that image. So what's going on here? Originally, after Qianing Shui's life-threatening serial call to when Xianjia remained unanswered, she was so angry that she was about to flip over to his room from the balcony when she received a call from Elder Xianwu. Superman doesn't have a forced termination program set up, and it will never stop attacking unless the opponent is completely unable to act. So don't just turn on the training without the determination to die. Qianing Shui suddenly reacted. The reason why Moon Hyunchul hadn't been able to get in touch was most likely because he was training with this Superman. Her brow furrowed as she hurriedly asked, what then? Elder Xuanwu looked a bit surprised. Well, wasn't it a toothpick I hit? How did it hit you where? Forget it, tell you the same. Want Superman to stop attacking. The way is actually very simple. Qianing Shui listened attentively and nodded her head uncontrollably. Oh, so it is. After listening, she hung up the phone and immediately rushed towards the light and shadow building. The information that Ing Shui received from Elder Xuanwu was, the first version of Superman was so vicious that not only the trainees but also the bystanders were not spared. It will never stop attacking until all the people in the room have been beaten to death. The White Tiger Elder and Vermilion Bird Elder who had surrounded the test were both punched into the ICU. Superman crossed his arms and pointed at its inventor, Elder Xianwu, and said in a disdainful tone, Hey, old man, isn't the training ground quite spacious? Why don't you find more guys to compete with me? Also, it's time to upgrade my robotic arm. It's already at the state-of-the-art level. It's too weak. You old thing's technology is so useless. Elder Xuanwu sprayed a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Yalla! So in a fit of pique, he added a new program to Superman to restrain its ferocious, unmanly behavior. When an old man, child, woman, or animal appears on the field, Superman must immediately stop attacking, end his bloodthirsty fighting mode, and enter gentleman mode. Gentleman mode, civilized, polite, understanding, respect for the elderly, love for the young, and willing to help others. And so, there was the present scene. That deceased person would be pissed off to life if he knew he'd been blown up and converted into a gentleman in a parallel world, wouldn't he? When Xianjia, who was informed of the causes and consequences, was speechless, Mouth me. Woman mouth ba. Chen Shui raised her hand to cover her mouth and said in surprise. Now. Here? Moon Hyun-chul froze, instantly blushed, and hastily denied. That's not what I meant. Am I? No. As much as we all like excitement, it's still a bit too much in front of outsiders. When Xianjia hurriedly reached out to cover Chen Shui's mouth, his eyes panicked as he looked toward the door, afraid that someone might happen to pass by. He lowered his voice and responded perfunctorily. Speaking of outsiders, Xianing Shui immediately fell on her face. She broke off Moon Hyun-chul's hand and punched his chest angrily. Humph. Originally wanted to nest with you today to do nothing at home and enjoy the rare alone time. But it turned out that you ran to stay with this guy for so long. Forget it. You have to make up for me when you go back. Oh. There's a week's break before the third installment of Summer of Hearts begins. Xianing Shui has temporarily put off all announcements on the grounds that she wants to take a few days off. It's really just about simply wanting to make up for all those. That came to a screeching halt on the show with Hyun-chul Moon. At night, inside the hazily lit bedroom, Xianing Shui was lying on one Xianjia's undulating chest like a lazy kitten. His long hair was spread out and a few strands fell casually and tickled his face. Xianing Shui blinked her moist and misty eyes. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she said softly, Honey, what do you say we set up a mirror next to the bed? When Xianjia frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, Ha? So stinky? As he spoke, he reached out and gently ruffled Xianing Shui's hair. Xianing Shui gave a delicate smile. Then stretching out his slender fingers, he gently stroked Moon Hyun-chul's face. The temperature of his fingertips seemed to pass through his skin to the heart. No, don't you like being behind me? But I'd be sorry if I couldn't see your face. If there was a mirror. Moon Hyun-chul's face instantly turned red, from the base of his ears all the way to the base of his neck. No, you're too sick for your own good. Xianing Shui beamed. A trace of aggression flashed in her eyes as she said in a petulant manner, Don't you want to see my face? Moon Hyun-chul's mind couldn't help but visualize that image. Everyone, mirror, mirror. The heart races. Thump, 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 thump. Don't want to? Xianing Shui gently blew in his ear, her warm breath blowing on the rolling ear. When Xianjia couldn't hold back any longer, he rolled over and pressed Xianing Shui underneath him, pretending to be relaxed. Ha! It's not that much trouble. Doesn't this give you a good view? Xianing Shui let out a delicate laugh, raised her hand to cup his face and came close to his lips. Her charming eyes were like silk and she exhaled like orchids. Well, to be fair, then you'll have to keep an eye on me next. Meanwhile, after a whole day of reasoning and analyzing, Moon Hyuna finally discovers her oldest brother's secret. Chapter 157, Couple Suite. Moon Hyuna hypothesized various possibilities and each of them was closely analyzed and worked backwards, finally discovering the secret of the scent on her old brother who usually acted like a serious person. She had been neglecting the important point earlier, which was, Moon Hyun-chul used to eat with Chi Ening-suit. It was that time when she won the lottery to be able to attend Cheon Yang Seal's fan meeting, and she just had to do a community volunteer activity that day and couldn't go, so she asked Moon Hyun-chul to go in her place. It turned out that Moon Hyun-chul's luck was better than hers. He was directly chosen as the lucky fan to have lunch alone with Chi Ening-shui. During the time alone, Moon Hyun-chul was mesmerized by the scent of Chi Ening-shui's body, and even after they parted, he thought about that scent to the point of obsession. It was a light jasmine scent, with a hidden undercurrent of lightness and the freshness and sweetness that intertwined the flavors. Just like Chi Ening-shui herself, she is as subtle and elegant as she can be, without being ostentatious or strong. However, it has a power that can penetrate deep into the heart, so that people can't help but want to smell it a few more times and immerse themselves in this charming fragrance. Just by smelling this scent, it was like meeting Chi Ening-shui herself, so Moon Hyun-chul tried his best to replicate this scent. As for the method, it could have been rolling around in a jasmine bush, or it could have been purchasing a jasmine-scented perfume straight out of the box. Anyway, he made it. His body was literally tainted with the same flavor as Chi Ening-shui. Reasoning and analyzing to this point, Moon Hyuna couldn't help but weep. Brother it turns out, really started liking Yuki a long time ago. That's why he acted so aggressively and so well when he was pursuing Yuki on the show. I'm sure it's been practiced countless times in private against the air. Walking out of the room and looking at the closed door of Moon Hyun-chul's room, Moon Hyuna stood in awe. I'm sure my brother, now, is practicing desperately against the rolled-up quilt, too. Suddenly realizing something, Moon Hyuna's small face reddened. Ahem, that kind of thing does require a bit of rehearsal. In short, she supports him 100% in everything he does. Come on, old man, There were still the last 2 days before the start of the third installment of Summer of the Heart, and when Xianjia drove the Maybach that the show team had given him and took Qianingshui to some ancient town on the outskirts of the summer city to take a stroll. Originally, Qianingshui wanted to take his Phoenix, but unfortunately, it has been raining for the past 2 days, so I had to settle for a ride in a Maybach. On the co-pilot, Qianingshui nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, this driving skill is much better than Assistant Lin." She inclined her head slightly and smiled mischievously at Moon Hyunchul, who was in the driver's seat. "Do you want another chauffeur's job on the side?" Moon Hyunchul didn't look away and smiled. "Ha, does an old driver still need to hire a new driver?" Qianingshui snorted arrogantly. "Humph, it's true that I'm an old driver, but what kind of new driver are you? You are clearly the god of car, okay?" Moon Hyunchul suddenly remembered again what she had said the other day about having a mirror in the bedroom, and his ears burned a little. Okay, 50 steps don't laugh at 100 steps. Here, after parking the car, when Xianjia picked up the umbrella and walked in through the entrance of the ancient town with Qianingshui, a fine, silky rain fell in flurries, filling the air with a damp, fresh scent. Because of the rain, the usually bustling old town seems particularly quiet at the moment, and there are few pedestrians on the road. Pedestrians were wearing umbrellas, so even though they were a handsome couple, they didn't draw attention to themselves. Shopkeepers sitting boredly in front of the door, looking at the rain curtain, occasionally greeted with passing pedestrians, the voice of a few points of lethargy and cozy. "Handsome ladies, want to come see our handmade oil paper umbrellas?" Moon Hyunchul wore a simple white shirt with a pair of light blue jeans. The whole person looked fresh and handsome. In his right hand was a dark blue umbrella that covered his face. On his left hand, he was holding Qianingshui's hand, his fingers tightly interlocked. Qianingshui tied a side ponytail, wore a gentle beauty makeup that was completely different from her usual, and wore a light pink floral dress, pretending to be shy and leaning in when Xianjia's arms. No one who looked at her would believe that she was the legendary cool goddess Qianingshui. The stone path under their feet became smooth and bright under the rain, and the two of them just walked slowly along the green stone path of the ancient town, stopped to admire the old buildings along the street, or occasionally walk into a small specialty store, picking out your favorite small items and softly discussing each other's preferences. The living, breathing, loving little couple. At the end of the tour, the two arrived at the hotel that Moon Hyunchul had booked. After entering the elevator, Qianingshui was finally able to stretch her waist and change into her true form. "Really, it's not easy to come out to play and still have to act." When Xianjia raised his eyebrows, "Acting? Don't I see you having fun?" Qianingshui glared at him petulantly and retorted, "Oh, if you don't consider all the risks, a normal trip, it should be you leaning shyly in my arms. Understand?" Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Ah, what the hell?" Ding! The elevator reached the designated floor and the doors slowly opened. Qianingshui continued to shyly bury her face in Xianjia's chest. Moon Hyunchul raised his hand and covered his forehead in a helpless manner, his cheeks slightly red. So in the eyes of outsiders, this is just like a pair of young lovers who come to the room for the first time. After arriving at the hotel room, Qianingshui was finally able to completely let herself go. It's a couple's suite. As soon as you enter the door, you can see a counter dedicated to various props, the handcuffs, whips, ropes, candles, ribbons. Moon Hyunchul's breathing stuttered and he went into cardiac arrest. "No, I didn't have any of that stuff when I looked at the display pictures." Qianingshui's white and slender fingers gently scratched across these wide array of props as she tilted her head, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a seductive to the extreme smile. "Honey, do you want to start playing with that first?" Chapter 158. What's the best thing for a man and a woman to do in a room together? Moon Hyunchul was speechless and took Qianingshui's hands off those props without any good reason. "Play my ass. I don't know if it's been used by anyone else. If you want to play by it yourself." Qianingshui nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, that's true." Then quickly opened a shopping app on my phone and ordered the same model at the speed of light. "Well, this, and this, wow, this looks good too, eh?" Moon Hyunchul was shocked. "Wait, that's not what I meant. And that's a lot of action for you. Should I say no less than the woman who said she wanted to marry me 1 minute and had her license the next?" Qianingshui put away her phone in satisfaction and smiled colorfully at Xianjia. "I bought the Tomorrow Direct, so we can play to our heart's content tomorrow night." Oh. The line of sight once again fell on those various colored props behind Qianingshui, and Xianjia swallowed a mouthful of saliva violently. Oh, it's over. And I'm actually kind of looking forward to what's going on." Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth indisputably. "Damn, it's been completely assimilated into her." Qianingshui strolled around the room again, looking around. "Well, even if you don't play those, it's still early, so you have to find something to do, right?" She started rummaging through the box, trying to find any interesting contraptions. She pulled open the drawer of her bedside table and instantly her eyes lit up. She turned around and smiled wryly at Moon Hyun-chul. Honey, what do you think is the best thing to do when you're alone and sharing a room? Moon Hyun-chul was speechless. Do, bleep. Xianing Shui was also speechless. That kind of thing will be done later. She pulled the contents of the drawer out quickly and hid them behind her back. Fussing. Ahem. I'll tell you what to do. A lone man and woman sharing a room is perfect. She purposely trailed off before slowly stepping forward and quickly bringing out the cardboard box-like object she had hidden behind her. Make the game. When Xianjia fixed his eyes on the thing in Xianing Shui's hand, turns out it's a box of flying chess. Xianing Shui happily pulled him to sit on the bed and couldn't wait to unpack the brand new flight chess package. So next up is a tense and exciting game of flight chess with me. Xianing Shui spread the chessboard out on the bed with great interest and looked up to Wen Xianjia. What are you waiting for? Get over here. Moon Hyun-chul sat on the edge of the bed and looked down at the flowery checkers on the chessboard. A little confused. I don't know how to play. Xianing Shui revealed a look of, how can you not even know how to do this? And then patted the seat beside him, signaling him to sit closer. It's easy. I'll teach you. Moon Hyun-chul obediently moved to her side and lowered his head to listen carefully to her explanation. Xianing Shui picked up a dice and waved it in front of him. The dice have 6 sides, 1 through 6 points. Each person has 4 pieces, and the goal is to get them from the beginning to the end. She pointed to the start and end points on the board and continued. Roll a 6 for the piece to take off, and each time the dice are rolled after that, the piece moves forward a corresponding number of steps. If the piece goes to a square with someone else's piece on it, it can eat the other player's piece, sending it back to its starting point. Moon Hyun-chul nodded thoughtfully. Well, that sounds like it's pretty simple. Xianing Shui quickly divided the pieces and handed Wen Xianjia 2 red pieces, while she herself took 2 blue ones. Alright, the rules are over. Let's get started. In the first 2 rounds, it was a close win for Moon Hyun-chul. He patted his chest like a hijacker. Phew, sure, it's tense and exciting. Then with a smile, he gave a cupped fist salute to Xianing Shui. I'm sorry. Xianing Shui had a black line on her face, silently rearranging her chess pieces, her body radiating low pressure. At the start of the 3rd set, Xianing Shui's luck seemed to have finally improved. The pawns were way ahead and looked to be leaving Moon Hyun-chul's pawns far behind. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and smiled provocatively at Moon Hyun-chul. Oh, it's called wind and water. However, just when she thought she was winning, Moon Hyun-chul's pieces suddenly took off one after another, quickly catching up with her progress. In the end, Moon Hyun-chul's last piece rested firmly on the finish line. Oops, sorry, I won again. Moon Hyun-chul smiled idly at her. Xianing Shui's originally white cheeks turned red as she clenched her teeth and angrily threw the dice aside. No more games. With that, he rolled over onto his back and buried his face in the pillow. Looking at her shoulders that kept shaking, Moon Hyun-chul instantly became weak. Shouldn't I give her a break? He leaned close to her ear and coaxed in a low voice. Why? Actually, I'm just lucky to be a rookie. Actually, Xianing Shui still ignored him, only burying her face deeper into the pillow and raising her hand to push him away carelessly. Leave me alone. Don't want to talk to you. The voice was tinged with sobs, sounding aggravated. Moon Hyun-chul was shocked. No way. Really crying? He reached down and rolled her over gently. Only Xianing Shui's eyes were red and moist. Well, it did cry. Seemingly mortified that her unpleasant side had been discovered, she hastily blocked her face with her hands and feet. You're so annoying. It's annoying. Looking at her in this annoyed look, Wen Xianjia couldn't help but let out a light laugh. There's no one else to play chess and make yourself cry. Hearing his unapologetic low laughter, Xianing Shui became even more angry. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Just as she wanted to scold him, her lips were sealed by Moon Hyun-chul's lips without any explanation. Well, Xianing Shui resisted and put her hands against his chest, trying to push him away. Nasty, nasty. No kissing me. Moon Hyun-chul ignored her resistance and held her tightly in his arms, kissing her tenderly. Xianing Shui's resistance was gradually disintegrated, and finally, she gave up struggling, wrapped her hands around his neck, and began to fiercely kiss back. As if in retaliation, she bit his tongue hard. Wen Xianjia ate the pain, but only frowned slightly, still indulging her willfulness. Gee, cheapskate. The end of a lingering kiss. Lips parted. Wen Xianjia raised his hand to caress Xianing Shui's scarlet and rolling cheeks, gasped lightly, and asked, still angry? Xianing Shui's eyes were red and wet, only they had stopped shedding tears. She averted her eyes sheepishly and muttered in a small voice. Am I angry? I'm not angry. Why would I be angry? That's an inexplicable question you're asking. Moon Hyun-chul was speechless. Ha, all soft, only hard mouth. He pretended to be serious and said, oh, so I'm mad at you for biting me so hard. Xianing Shui snorted disdainfully. Humph. Stingy. After saying that, as if realizing something, his face reddened another point. She rolled over and pressed Moon Hyun-chul underneath her, bracing her hands on his chest and looking down at him arrogantly. Humph. Since you're angry, I'll reluctantly coax you. Then hooking the corners of her mouth, she leaned in close to his ear and whispered softly, I'll be gentle this time. Oh. The night before Summer of Heartbeats began, a blurry set of sneak peek photos quickly topped the trending search. A white-shirted man with an umbrella and a woman in a pale pink floral dress leaned intimately together on the street of an old town in Summer City. Chapter 159, the third installment of Summer of Hearts, begins. In the photo, the two were seen holding each other's fingers and behaving intimately. Because of the distance, the sneak peeks are blurry and are of back and sides, but one of them still showed a man's face, the guest of its Summer of Heartbeats, the man favored by Cheon Young-suk, Moon Hyun-chul. So the hashtag Moon Hyun-chul secret lover hashtag, explode, quickly hit the hot search. He chess pieces did not put in the chess cover Nima just kissed by the goddess on the program. Turned around and other women embracing what seamless scum? The goddess really looked away. Tonight's dumplings, who can understand my mood now? And angry and happy. He is angry that he has got the goddess's heart and does not know how to cherish it. And he is practically born in the birth of the womanizer everywhere. The goddess is finally able to see his true colors this time. I don't wear fall pants, of course it's hiya. Woohoo! Lungs itchy feeling, is there a possibility that the woman person in his arms is 1,000 Ingshue? Praise me for the 10th consecutive 3 gold, look at the body then seems to be really right. Failure is always in life, no way isn't this a proper hot couple? It's already developed to this point? This progress is also too fast. Right. Chin Shur Huang Paimon, wait a minute. If you're acting so close in public, wouldn't you already? In private? Aotian Dragon, your ancestors 18 generations. Shut up, how can that be? Pure beauty. Sacred. Untainted and unsanctified. Even if she was temporarily mesmerized by that bastard, there's absolutely no way she'd make this pretentious fawning gesture at him. Just as netizens were heatedly discussing whether the woman in Wen Xianjia's arms was Qianing Shui or not, Moon Hyun-chul posted a tweet. The first blog post he had posted since registering on Twitter. Moon Hyun-chul, just a friend. Don't think too much. This tweet came out, but also attracted the whole network wild spray. Do you believe in yourself? You can fool yourself, but don't fool the others, who the ordinary friends in 10 fingers, and leaning on the shoulder, and bare chest. This is still only the tip of the iceberg. Kissing is not caught on camera. Scum go to hell. Die. At Channing Shui. I'm sorry to bother you goddess, but goddess please take a look. This is the true face of this bastard. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you. And I'm so happy to see you. Look at this man's face. The evidence is in front of us and he's still so shameless. It's disgusting. So under this microblogging in addition to attacking and abusing, the rest are all Qianing Shui. However, the next thing that happened was an unexpected thing. Qianing Shui actually liked this tweet from Wen Xianjia. This move takes the story to a new one. What does this mean? Goddess surfing and eating watermelon accidentally slipped? Her hand slipped and she should have quickly cancelled the like. But she didn't. No. Does the goddess believe that he and that woman are just ordinary friends? No way. She chose to believe such an obvious and clumsy lie. Oh, I'll tell you why. Because Yuki is the woman in the photo. And she also thinks she's just normal friends with him. That's why she likes it to show her approval. Fart. So what the hell is going on? What is the truth? I can't tell the difference, I really can't. About half an hour ago, the moment he saw the hot search, Moon Hyun-chul's eyes widened in horror and he almost went into cardiac arrest. It's over. Careless. Qianing Shui, on the contrary, appeared to be exceptionally calm. She looked through the photos, and her tone seemed to have some regrets. How come they didn't include my face in the picture? I was so happy with that makeup. It could have started a makeup imitation craze again. What a shame. For a moment, Moon Hyun-chul somewhat suspected that his ears were wrong. What? No. Why aren't you panicking at all? As if guessing his doubts, Qianing Shui looked up and explained with a smile. It's quite a pity. If I've photographed my face, we can stop acting so raw in the next program. However, since things have come to this, it's just another push along. Oh, look at that expression on your face. Don't panic. Just do what I say next. After sending out that clarifying tweet as requested by Qianing Shui, Wen Xianjia turned off his cell phone and took a deep breath. That way, it's okay, right? Then he looked towards Qianing Shui, who was intently reading a novel on the sofa, showing a perverted smile every now and then. He walked over to her and sat down, peering over curiously. What novel? Is it that good? Qianing Shui raised her head, eyes full of fondness, and said happily to him, "It's good. Of course it's good. It's an urban novel about an office romance between a beautiful star and her handsome assistant. To outsiders, it seems that they are just superior and subordinate, with clear boundaries, but in private, the two of them have already made secret overtures to each other. It's super similar to ours, isn't it?" Moon Hyunchul sweated. "Where's the resemblance? Ugh, how come there are so few reviews for such a good-looking book? Let me write a 5-star review. The gift is also small o. First send 10 Big God certification to encourage it." After the operation was completed, Qianing Shui smiled with satisfaction. Moon Hyunchul asked breathlessly, "So what am I supposed to do for tomorrow's show?" Qianing Shui cocked her head in thought, then a flash of light flashed in her eyes, when she excitedly voiced her brilliant idea. Moon Hyunchul's eyebrows knitted together with a look of contempt. "Are you sure?" Qianing Shui laughed and lay on his shoulder. "Of course, it's time to test your acting skills again, hubby." After a week's wait, the much-anticipated third installment of Summer of Hearts is finally on the air. The theme of this one is a trip to the countryside. Chapter 160, So the Goddess is Just His Prey? The third and final installment of Summer of Hearts has officially kicked off. The first image of the live broadcast shows the 8 guests assembled at the station, waiting for the bus to this destination. After a week's rest, the guests are back to full blood, especially the trio of Nicole Shinyao Su Yun, who was deeply poisoned by Tang Lei, was now full of redness and spirit, gathering together to talk and laugh. Xia Li also took the initiative to approach Luo Qingyu, put on a cool expression, and said the opening line that he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. "Long time no see." Luo Qingyu didn't reply and just guffawed. No sound is better than sound at this time. It drew wails from the pop-up CP fans. When Xianzhe's face was expressionless, his pale gaze staring ahead as if he were an icy statue. "Ah, what a handsome side face. Oh, I haven't seen you in a week. You're starting to go the cool guy route? Something's wrong." According to a normal opening, shouldn't he be bumbling his way up to the goddess and launch a sweet-talking attack? Why isn't he moving? "Ing Xue, long time no see. How have you been this week?" "Me? Honestly, some not so good." "Why?" "Because I can't see you. My heart always feels empty. I miss you so much." "Do you miss me?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Han speaks on the big one. What the hell? Last night, he was reported to be having an affair with another woman, and today he wants to pretend that nothing happened? No matter how shameless you are, you can't be this shameless. He's just too weak to face the goddess. Qianing Shui surveyed Moon Hyunchul out of the corner of her eye for a few moments, and was about to gather the courage to go up and say hello to him when he took a step away. "The bus is coming." The bus stopped in front of the crowd and the tour guide said with a small speaker, "Ladies first, please ask the female guests to get on the bus first." Oh. Qianing Shui found a seat against the back by the window and sat down. After the female guests were all seated, the male guests got on the bus in turn. Tang Lei walked straight to the empty seat beside Xinyao and sat down, smiling evilly at Xinyao. Xinyao shyly averted her eyes. "You." Sui Yun chose the window seat in the last row. "Rest your chin in one hand and look up at the sky at 45 degrees. Rear window, home of the king." And when Xianzhe got on the car, he didn't look at Qianing Shui at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he sat directly in one of the front rows. The original expectant light in Qianing Shui's eyes instantly dimmed. She frowned slightly in some confusion, her teeth biting gently across her lower lip. Then his body leaned back in the seat somewhat disheveled, inclined his head, and looked out the window as if nothing had happened. Even though she tried her best to act like nothing had happened, the disappointment that spilled out from the bottom of her eyes was clearly captured by the viewers in the live broadcast room. Yuki's eyes are dead. Oh my god. The aggravation is visible to the naked eye. It's the first time I've seen Yuki show this expression. No, didn't the couple show their feelings for each other on the last program? Why have they become strangers this time? What's going on? Yeah. Didn't we go on a date to the old town together when we were on vacation? Date? My ass. That woman is not a goddess at all. First, he passionately pursues the other party, and then after getting the other party's favor, he intentionally hangs the other party out to dry. Why is this operation so familiar? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this a typical PUA beginning? It's over. The goddess has been trapped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nima seems like it's really the same thing. Remember the previous tweet that said that assholes' methods are exactly what you'd find in a relationship training class? He didn't really like the goddess. He was just treating her as prey, just simply enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Now that the prey is in hand, he's no longer interested in her. Asshole. How dare you do this to a goddess? I'll blow his head off. Rip. Crush him into powder. The pop-ups were noisy. The other guests in the bus were also filled with incredulity at what Moon Hyun-chul was doing. Xiali? Master, I can't learn from you this time. With his head held high, he walked straight to Luo Qingyu's side and sat down. Nicole's eyes flashed with gossip, and after her eyes rolled twice, she got up and moved to Qianing Shue's side. She smiled and asked, Sister Snow, can I sit next to you? Qianing Shue was startled and turned her head, smiling and nodding her head in agreement. Sure. Nicole happily sat down beside Qianing Shue, then opened up the conversation in a very self-conscious manner. I was a dead home, almost never go out, but this week high school classmates have to pull me back to my alma mater. To be honest, the same classmates have been successful, either into a large company or start their own business as a boss, or not help all the way up to read to the doctorate. I'm a non-professional. With them I can really walk on thin ice, such as the back, such as sitting on pins and needles, such as the death of a mother. Ha ha, far from it. So Sister Snow, did you go anywhere this week? Facing this sudden question, Qianing Shue was slightly stunned, then immediately adjusted his expression and responded with a smile. Haven't gone anywhere, I'm at home reading the script. The pop-ups instantly exploded. The goddess said she didn't go anywhere, so she's not the one who's cuddling with that asshole. This is certain. That asshole really is in two boats. Simply human scum. Good guy. Thought it was just a simple chit-chat. Didn't realize it was for another purpose. The anchor turned out to have a heart too. I have to say, the anchor's use of idioms is really like a fish out of water. Like a tiger. Like counting. Like walking on the ground. What's the Dewey tale? Nicole rattled off a few more random things before terminating the conversation with a nap first. There was a silence in the carriage. Throughout the entire journey, Qianing Shue's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally looking ahead. However, Moon Hyun-chul didn't turn around once. Qianing Shue's eyes were already completely devoid of light, obviously broken-hearted. The pop-ups have wailed and kneeled down to beg the goddess to hurry up and wake up. That is a love catcher you or his prey, his plaything. Your feelings are being toyed with. He is not really like you at all. After a bumpy ride of more than an hour, the bus finally arrived at the destination of this episode, the Green Grass Village. The host was excited to introduce it. Dear viewers and guests on the scene, welcome to the recording of the third installment of the relationship variety show Summer of the Heart. The village we are in now is called Green Grass Village, named after the abundance of tea, bamboo and other green plants. Next, I'm going to talk to your guests about the important rules, in order for everyone to fully devote themselves to this love journey. From now on, everyone's cell phones and belongings need to be temporarily turned in for safekeeping, and their use is prohibited during the recording of the program, without outside interference. I hope we can let go of our burdens, feel the people around us with all our hearts, and discover the beauty of love. Here, you have to rely on each other, complete various challenging tasks, taste the food, enjoy the beautiful scenery and spend unforgettable time together. We wish all our guests a great time and a lot of happiness at Greenbrier Village. The host smiled as he opened an antique wooden box. Now please turn in your cell phone wallets first. Moon Hyun-chul was the first to hand over his cell phone. The phone's screen suddenly lit up, revealing the lock screen wallpaper, a photo of him and Chio Yuki. Qianing Shue's bleak eyes instantly gained color again. It was a group photo of her and him together on the last day of the last desert island adventure. Without changing his face, Moon Hyun-chul quickly pressed the on button and the screen turned back to darkness. Qianing Shue raised her eyes to his still cold face. Surprise flowed out of her bright eyes, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but hook up a smile of relief. Look at the pop-ups hugging and crying and sighing. Not a goddess, what are you laughing at? The goddess's expression is like saying, you really do have me in your heart, don't you? Although I don't know why your attitude towards me has suddenly become so cold. I know that there must be a reason for you to do so. Grass Look at me, I have a myocardial infarction. Who is going to save this stupid white sweet goddess who is sinking deeper and deeper into the mud? Oh, my god. I can't believe I'm cheating and playing with the heart of such an innocent and kind-hearted girl. Whoa. You're a real Sema. Chapter 161 Goose Catching Contest. That's right. The new routine developed by Qianing Shue and Wen Xianjie is just 2 words. Backwards chase. Thousanding Shue. Chase. Moon Hyun-chul. As for the specific operation, it is up to the 2 free play. The first segment of the program began with, the female guest of honor plays a game match, and at the end, the male guest of honor for housing and partner is chosen in order based on the results of the match ranking. The competition is, catch the goose. The rules are simple. The female guests need to enter the goose ring and the more geese they catch within the time limit of 5 minutes, the higher the ranking. In order to ensure the smooth running of the event, the program team has thoughtfully prepared a uniform outfit for the female guests. A waterproof and hard-wearing work outfit with a pair of tall rain boots is both practical and cute. After the female guests change their gears, They stepped into the goose ring one after another with their own anticipation and nervousness. Inside the goose pen, a group of large white geese are leisurely pacing and foraging for food, unaware of the impending crisis. The one who took the lead was Luo Qingyu, who had a gentle smile on her face as she softly called out to the geese, "Come here, cuties." However, the geese didn't seem to appreciate it, and when they heard her voice, instead of coming closer, they fluttered their wings and fled in all directions. Luo Qingyu wasn't ashamed and still had a gentle smile on her face. What a disobedient child. Before the words left her mouth, her eyes flashed and she quickly reached out. A goose that attempted to come forward at her provocation was then strangled to its fate, followed by a mournful scream. God dash! The other geese saw, scared to flee in all directions, the whole circle of geese into a pot of porridge. Goose, what a scary pussy. Retreat! She's like a god of war. Mamma mia! Sister Qingyu is so handsome. Sister Qingyu is on my front. Ah, I'm a disobedient child too. Sister, come and pinch my neck. Choke me hard. Ah, Nimas like to play with letters to find a rope to hang themselves, not die of pleasure. After throwing the first goose out of the circle, Luo Qingyu stood in the center of the goose circle, her hands naturally hanging down, her eyes focused. She copied her left hand and wrapped her right hand in a fluid motion. The geese were powerless before her, and one by one they were thrown into the enclosure. The pop-ups are as horrible as they come. Qianing Shui was still a bit overwhelmed when she first entered the goose ring. She clenched her fists, her eyes revealing a steely determination as she struggled to find an opportunity. She followed Luo Qingyu's example and quickly approached a goose. But before she could reach out, the goose fluttered its wings and ran away. Undaunted, Shi Yangsha continued to chase after them and after many attempts, finally managed to catch a goose. With this experience, she gradually found the feeling and her movements became a bit more skillful. Despite a number of woeful moments in the process, she never let up and stayed fully focused on the race. Cheer up, Ing Xiao Ye. Oh, clumsy goddess is too cute. The thought that she's fighting so hard so that she can choose to form a group with that asshole makes my heart ache with pain. Xinyao cautiously approached a large white goose. As she was about to reach for it, the goose suddenly turned around and poofed on her foot without mercy. Ah! Xinyao collapsed on the spot. But for the sake of the competition, she fought back the nausea and continued into the fight. Then a foot slipped and he fell on his back and sat on his ass. No! Yo-yo! Aha, damn stinky goose actually dared to do this to Yo-yo. Kill, kill, kill. It's tragic, but forgive me if I unkindly squeal with laughter. What an unprecedented predicament. What happened to Nicole was even worse. She had just entered the goose pen when she was targeted by a grumpy goose. The goose stretched its neck and spread its wings and charged toward her aggressively, pecking at her legs with its beak over and over. Nicole screamed as she ran around. Where's your dignity? Everyone else is chasing the goose. Only the anchor is being chased by the goose, so frustrated that he has no eyes to see. Time flew by in a tense atmosphere, and 5 minutes went by in a flash. With a command from the moderator, the game was over. The staff quickly tallied up the number of geese caught by each female guest. The end result: Nicole, 5. Shen Yao, 2 only. 1,000 reflections of snow, 11 only. Luo Qingyu finished catching all the rest of the geese in the goose pen, totaling 32 geese. The pop-ups are breathtaking. Luo Qingyu, this is too powerful. It's like the god of goose catching. This gap is also too big. Direct fault first. The goddess only came in second, but she put up a good fight. Anchor can catch 5 even if he's such a noob. What's up with Shen Yao? Shen Yao's mind crumbled after several falls. Then she just swung for the fences. The women were ranked according to the number of geese they caught, and then the choices began. Luo Qingyu chose Rustic Dream Cottage. In Xia Li's nervous thumping heartbeat, Luo Qingyu walked up to him and smiled. Please teach me more next. Oh. The corners of Shelley's mouth could hardly be suppressed, and he hurriedly nodded in response. Well, good lord. Xianing Shui chose Cozy Country House. She summoned up the courage to walk up to Wen Xianjia, nervously dropping her eyes and lightly biting her lower lip, her tone full of apologies. Yeah, sorry for not picking the best place to live. Chapter 162. The noble goddess in the hearts of thousands of young men even obeyed him. In the face of Qianing Shui's self-reproach, when Xianjia did not respond at first, the air was extraordinarily quiet. Qianing Shui's face gradually reddened, and her eyes became more and more flustered and clueless, as if he wanted to say something more. Moon Hyunchul then smiled bashfully. No need to apologize. You've done a great job. At those words, Qianing Shui raised her head incredulously. Moon Hyunchul continued to smile gently at her. Thank you for wanting to choose me. Qianing Shui looked as if she had received some great praise, and her face instantly flashed with undisguised delight. It's good that you don't mind. Watch the pop-ups gnash their teeth. Goddess, don't be so humble. It's his honor that you chose him. It's already treasonous if he doesn't kneel down and kowtow to you a few times. Finished. First indifference, after the praise. This is not a typical slap and then give a date series? The goddess has been pinned to death by him. Before, it was when Xianjia who flattered Qianing Shui, but now Qianing Shui is looking at his face. Their positions have been completely reversed. The goddess brain has been infected by the love brain virus. She's completely lost her ability to think and has become a fool who only revolves around that asshole. Damn it! I have a feeling that no matter what excessive demands he makes next, the goddess will agree to all of them. The third-ranked Nicole chose ordinary farmhouse bungalow, and her partner's choice was Su Yun. The last-ranked Xinyao can only choose old warehouse remodeling room. His partner has no choice. Tang Lei. Once the grouping was complete, the guests headed to their respective residences for the next 5 days to drop off their bags and get acquainted with their surroundings in the process. The roads in the countryside are rugged, with potholes and gravel everywhere. At a glance, it looks like an uneven battlefield. Qianing Shui dragged her own suitcase and struggled to move forward on this road. The suitcase shook violently from the unevenness of the ground, and now and then the wheels caught in the cracks of the gravel with a harsh scraping sound. Before long, she was panting with exhaustion. Just as she was about to lose her grip, a familiar figure appeared beside her. It was Wen Xianjia. He walked over to Qianing Shui and said nothing. He just smiled gently at her before reaching out and lifting her heavy suitcase. The movement was very easy, as if the suitcase didn't weigh anything. Qianing Shui raised her head, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. When Xianjia shook his head and responded with a smile. What's the point of being polite with me? It's a trivial matter. Wajnama just showed up now. Where did he go earlier? First he stood by and watched, and then he gave a helping hand when the goddess was about to break down. This heart is simply too deep. Damn it. The goddess even stupidly thanked him. I really will. I say, are you guys delusional? Isn't brother-in-law as considerate and attentive as ever? It's just that I've become more mature and stable, and I think it's even more attractive than before. Ah, yes. I feel the same way. My sister. My ass. Mature and stable. My ass. You superficial women who only look at the face know nothing about it. The two walked side by side, and with Moon Hyunchul's help, the road ahead became much easier. In no time, they arrived at the cozy country house. The outer wall of the small courtyard was made of red bricks, and the gate of the courtyard was half hidden, through which one could see the lush scenery inside. Moon Hyunchul pushed open the door and a fresh floral scent hit his face. The yard is filled with all kinds of flowers and plants. Red, pink, purple of any color, swaying gently in the breeze, as if welcoming their arrival. In one corner of the yard, there was a large, leafy tree. A stone table and a few stone benches were placed under the tree, and there were some small colorful stones scattered around, which looked very cozy. Just then, a puppy and a kitten caught Qianing Shui's eyes. The puppy was snow white and fluffy, like a ball of cotton candy, and he was happily running after the kitten. The kitten, on the other hand, jumped up and down, and every now and then turned back to pick on the puppy, and the two little guys had a great time. Qianing Shui was instantly attracted to them, eyes full of love. Footsteps also unconsciously stopped, watching fascinated. When Xianjia looked at Qianing Shui's focused appearance and gently reminded him, come back and see it later. Don't delay. Only then did Qianing Shui come back to her senses, realizing that she was a bit out of line. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she smiled in embarrassment before hurrying to keep up with Wen Xianjia's pace. Watch the pop-ups have heart attacks and collectively vomit blood. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? The goddess can watch as long as she wants. It's not your turn to tell her what to do. Goddess, why are you obeying this asshole? The goddess is completely led by his nose. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I hate it so much in the end of the world. Oh, Qianing Shui, the dream girl of thousands of young men, has become his love captive? Isn't he cool as hell? Clothed beast, I'm going to pull out your intestines, tear you to pieces. The two walked inside. The living room was simple and cozy. There were a few pillows on the wooden couch and a delicate vase with a few freshly picked flowers on the coffee table. However, when they walked into the bedroom, they found a situation that made Qianing Shui a little embarrassed. Only one of the bedrooms here is open and there is only one bed in the bedroom. Qianing Shui's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes revealed a hint of panic. Moon Hyunchul, on the contrary, appeared relatively calm as he walked straight into the bedroom, and then he began to silently pack up his luggage. Seeing this, Qianing Shui had no choice but to force her composure and start moving. After tidying up for a while, Qianing Shui couldn't wait to come to the living room and start organizing the sofa. Moon Hyunchul walked up and asked, "What are you doing with that?" Qianing Shui lowered her head, not daring to look directly into his eyes, and whispered, "I'll sleep here at night." Moon Hyunchul's eyes flashed with an obscure emotion, but they quickly returned to normal. He laughed softly and said, We'll talk about that sort of thing later in the evening, so let's put our bags away first. We've got a mission to assemble for later. Xianing Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, put down the work in her hands, and began to continue packing her own luggage. The pop-ups tore at my heart and hurt. Let's talk about it at night. Talk about what? You roll outside and sleep on the sofa. The goddess sleeps on the bed. What's there to say? It's as simple as that. How can it be so simple? After watching so many episodes of the program, can't you see how kind the goddess is? She's a true goddess who would rather suffer herself than see others suffer. What the hell is the program group doing? Preparing a bedroom for such a big house? They want the goddess to be taken advantage of by that asshole, don't they? It can't be helped. Relationship variety shows are like that. If it weren't for the fear of being reported, or else I'd hate for the guests to do it in front of the audience. Bleep. Boing boing, but I just want to see Yuki and my brother-in-law do, bleep, in front of me. Asterisk 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 you. Do you ah? Once all the guests had put their bags away, they made their way to the village square to gather. They're about to play their first game since arriving in Greenbrier Village. Giant Maze Escape. Chapter 163, Giant Maze Escape. The beginning. The so-called giant maze is actually a huge green cornfield planted in the formation of a maze. It was still planted months ahead of time by the crew for today's game. The upright cornstalks were more than 2 meters tall, and were more than suitable to be used as the walls of the maze. With a microphone in hand, a big smile and a loud voice, the host begins to explain the rules of the game. Guests, welcome to this exciting and challenging giant maze adventure. The rules are simple. Your 4 groups of guests will enter the maze from 4 different directions. Each group is given an initial key, and your key task is to find 3 gems to set on this key as a way to activate it. These 3 jewels are not easy to come by, and require you to solve various puzzles set up in the maze in order to obtain them. The activated key will be used to open the treasure chests in the center of the labyrinth, of which there are 4. Only if you successfully open the treasure chest and get out of the labyrinth will you be considered to have completed the quest. The host paused, a hint of cunning in his eyes, and continued. However, the labyrinth is not that simple, and there are a number of labyrinth guards, played by staff members spread throughout it. If you are unfortunate enough to be caught by them, you will be confined for 1 minute, and if you are caught 3 times, you will regrettably be eliminated from the tournament outright. To help you with this challenge, we have equipped each person with a danger warning meter, which will alert you if you are approaching the labyrinth guardian. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Any questions? Moon Hyunchul raised his hand and asked with a serious face. Can we take out the maze guardians? The host sweats. Of course not. Then hurriedly coughed softly. If there's nothing else, then I declare, Giant Maze Escape begins. With a command from the host, the 4 groups of guests then quickly ran towards their respective entrances. After entering the labyrinth, Moon Hyunchul walked in front of himself. Xianing Shui followed closely behind him, her gaze unconsciously falling on his upright back. A hint of despondency flashed in her eyes, and she clutched the initial key tightly in her hand, looking soulful and thoughtful. Ooh, the goddess has been left out again. She looks so sad. Damn it. Looking at the goddess with such an expression makes my heart ache along with her. It hurts. It hurts too much. Bastard in front of you. Why are you walking so fast? Don't you know how to wait for a goddess? Just then, Moon Hyunchul suddenly stopped in his tracks. Xianing Shui was not in the least bit prepared and slammed headfirst into his broad back. Boom. There was a dull thud. Hiss. Xianing Shui let out a cry of pain and subconsciously covered her forehead, frowning in pain as she hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Moon Hyunchul turned around and gently held her hand over her forehead and asked gently. It didn't hurt, did it? Xianing Shui was stunned and hastily shook her head. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied. No. The corner of Moon Hyunchul's mouth slightly hooked, then naturally took her hand. Come on, we've got to hurry. Xianing Shui looked like she had forgotten the pain on her forehead all of a sudden, and hurriedly nodded her head and answered softly. Well. Then he let him lead himself forward. Goddess, how to get caught in a trap again. Intentionally ignoring the goddess. Intentionally stopping. Intentionally letting the goddess bump into him. I'm convinced. How did he manage to make every step carefully calculated? The two held hands, side by side, as they made their way through the labyrinth. They didn't have to go far before they found a box with a combination lock in a corner. On the box's display, there was this question. In a small town, a mysterious theft occurred. The police locked up 4 suspects, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu and Zhao Lu. During the interrogation, each of the 4 gave the following statement. 1. The child, I am not a murderer. 2. Li Si, Wang Wu is the murderer. 3. Wang Wu, Zhao Lu is not a murderer. 4. Zhao Lu, Li Si is telling lies. The police investigated and found that only one of them was lying while the other three were telling the truth. May I ask who is the real murderer? After quickly reading the questions, just as they were about to scrutinize them, the danger warning meter on Xianing Shue's wrist suddenly emitted a sharp beep. Immediately afterward, a rush of footsteps came from far and near. When Xianzhe's face changed, and on the spur of the moment, he quickly picked up the box, tightly holding Xianing Shue's hand, and pulled his legs to run. The figure of the labyrinth guardian soon appeared behind them, emitting a jie laughter. In hot pursuit, Xianing Shui couldn't keep up with Xianzhe's pace at all as she pleaded without coming up for air. Slow down. Suddenly she stumbled and nearly fell. When Xianzhe picked her up in a horizontal hug and continued to run wildly through the maze, turning left and right. Ooh, here comes my favorite part of the princess hug. The no attacking labyrinth guardian's rule is correct, or this dude would have mailed it by now. Me? What if I made a mistake with the voice of the goddess? Aha, I'll be damned. After countless turns, the footsteps behind them finally faded away. When Xianzhe stopped and made sure that the labyrinth guardians were no longer going to follow him before carefully putting Xianing Shui down. At this moment, Xianing Shui was panting, her chest heaving violently as she panted heavily. Phew, so tired. When Xianzhe couldn't help but tease, what are you tired of? It was obviously me who carried you and ran. Hearing this, Xianing Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, because it's tiring to use your brain. I know what the answer is. Chapter 164, Groping and praising is something that owners only do to their pets. Moon Hyunchul was a bit surprised. Really? Xianing Shui took a deep breath and began to analyze it seriously. Well, if Zhang San is lying, then Zhang San is the murderer. But at this point, Li Si, Wang Wu and Zhao Lu are all telling the truth. Li Si said that Wang Wu was the murderer, which contradicts Zhang San being the murderer. Therefore, Zhang San can't be lying. She briefly stated all the various hypotheses, and finally came to the conclusion. So the real murderer is Li Si. Thousanding Shue said as she typed the answer on the box. Then, with a click, it slowly opened. Just inside the box lay a brilliant ruby quietly. Thousanding Shue excitedly reached out and took out the gemstone, setting it on the key with excitement. It's a third of the way there. Moon Hyunchul smiled slightly and reached out his hand, moving gently to touch the top of her head in praise. Well, awesome. Xianing Shui blinked incredulously as her body stiffened like a frightened bunny. Then her cheeks quickly turned red. She lightly bit her lower lip and shyly lowered her head. The last name of one-eye day your ancestors. Who allowed you to touch the goddess's head? Something's wrong. Not only did the goddess not resist, but she looked like she was enjoying the feeling. What's with this feeling of being tempered? Nima's, petting and praising is something that owners only do to their pets. What? The goddess has become his. I can't say it. Grass. Meanwhile, another part of the labyrinth. Luo Qingyu and Xiali had already managed to find 2 gems, getting closer to the goal of activating the key and opening the treasure chest. Shelley's mood was both excited and nervous, and his steps became more and more hurried, eager to complete the task as quickly as possible. Suddenly, an elaborate combination box appeared at the intersection in front of them. The smooth shell glistened in the sunlight, as if it were signaling temptation to them. Shelley's eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't wait to rush up, not noticing the difference in his feet at all. Only to hear a click, he stepped on a mechanism hidden in the ground. In an instant, a powerful current erupted from the ground and rushed straight in his direction. Xiali was simply too late to dodge, and was doused by the sudden stream of water. The entire person instantly turned into a soupy chicken. Shelley froze in place, dumbfounded. His hair was wet and plastered to his forehead, beads of water constantly dripping from the ends, and his clothes clung to his body, outlining his slightly distressed form. He stifled a loud sneeze and his body shuddered violently. Luo Qingyu walked quickly to his side, her tone filled with concern. Are you alright? Get your clothes off or you'll catch a cold. A blush instantly rose to Shelley's cheeks. I'm fine. Luo Qingyu seemed to have sensed his concerns as she turned around and faced the photographer following her, a gentle and polite smile on her face. Can we stop shooting for now? The photographer understood and immediately moved away from the camera in silence. No. I want to see Shay's delicious flesh. Damn it. Sister Qingyu is not the only one who can eat. Luo Qingyu turned her body back and smiled at Xieli. Is this okay now? Nervousness and shyness were written all over Shelley's face as she tried to speak. He began to think about what Moon Hyunchul would do if he were in the same situation. Shelley had a flash of insight, and without hesitation, quickly moved to remove the wet clothes from his body. Afterward, Luo Qingyu also took off her own wide jacket and handed it to him. I gotta size up. And it should fit you as well. Plus size. Xia Li's eyes couldn't help but move from the jacket in front of him to Luo Qingyu's body. At the moment she was wearing only a white t-shirt that outlined her full breasts. Together with her slender waist, she then appeared to accentuate that broad bosom. Shelley's ears rolled and he hurriedly averted his eyes in panic. With slightly trembling hands, he took the jacket and gulped, nervously, "Thanks." When he finished, he carefully put his jacket on. The jacket still retained Luo Qingyu's body heat, as well as a faint body odor. As he did, the scent hit his nose and lingered, being wrapped in Qingyu's body heat and scent. Upon realizing this, Shelley's heartbeat involuntarily sped up, as if there was a small deer thrashing around in his chest. Flop flop. Luo Qingyu looked at the slightly restrained Xia Li after putting on the jacket, the corner of her mouth slightly raised, nodding in satisfaction. "It does fit." Saying that, she suddenly reached out and took Shelley's hand. His own hand was held tightly by a soft, warm hand, and Shelley's body jerked. Luo Qingyu's tone carried a hint of reproach and a few moments of doting. It's always so easy to be impulsive, but it's easy to fall into a trap. The roll in Shelley's ears quickly spread to her face, then her neck. His heart beat even more violently, and he even began to worry if Luo Qingyu would hear him. "Lying, calm down. What should I do now if it's the master?" Once again, Shelley had a flash of insight and quickly stabilized his mind. Then his fingers bent and held Luo Qingyu's hand back. Luo Qingyu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and approached his ear, softly saying, "Well, that's good." Warm breath swept over Shelley's ear, provoking a shiver. For a moment, Shelley's brain smoked and went down. When the two reappeared in the camera, they only saw Xia Li walking forward like a lost soul puppet, letting Luo Qingyu lead him forward. "Finally changed. What's taking so long to change clothes? Ha? Why are you wearing Aoyu's clothes? Spicy Prince? You're right. Is this the legendary girlfriend's jacket? What's the point of the jacket?" The point is to change clothes, and they got involved. Although Nicole was possessed by strong luck, she could not help Sui Yun's bad luck. The two teamed up, and their chi luck collided with each other and magically cancelled out. Every step the two took in the labyrinth was exceptionally difficult, encountering countless traps and labyrinth guardians one after another along the way. Every time he managed to get away from the labyrinth guardians, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he would fall into a new trap. Water, fire, electric shock, flying arrows. The level of excitement pulls full circle, just when they were exhausted, and thought they were getting out of their predicament and able to move forward without difficulty. The unexpected came again. When Sui Yun was not paying attention, his feet became empty and his entire body fell straight into a large pit hidden in the grass. "Ah ha ha ha." With a terrified cry, his figure instantly disappeared in front of Nicole's eyes. "Brother Yun!" Nicole cried out anxiously and ran quickly to the edge of the pit and peered down. Sui Yun was on all fours, and his eyes were starry. Fortunately, the bottom of the pit was covered with thick straw, which provided some cushioning. Sui Yun didn't suffer any serious injuries, but the sudden fall still caused him to grimace in pain. "Ah, how my ass is blossoming. That's what I want to see. This pit must be 3 meters high. It's almost as high as a building. The show's a good one." No one thinks these two are really too unlucky? They're so unlucky. Anchor, where's your strong luck? Come on, let's do something. Chapter 165. The goddess sat on his shoulder. Seeing that Sui Yun didn't climb up even after trying for half a day, Nicole said anxiously, "Brother Yun, don't move yet. I'll find a rope to pull you up." Without waiting for Sui Yun to respond, she turned and ran away. Sui Yun shouted from the bottom of the pit, Hey, don't go." Nicole had long since disappeared from his sight. Sui Yun was so angry that he pounded his chest and gritted his teeth. "Damn it! Think I don't know what's on your mind? What's with the rope? Just trying to leave me here alone, I guess." Nicole ran all the way. Miracles happen. Without Sui Yun's doom and gloom to suppress her, her suppressed good fortune really started to explode. She actually did find a long rope of grass in a corner of the maze. Nicole was ecstatic, and as she grabbed the rope, she turned around and prepared to return to save Sui Yun, only to turn around and realize something embarrassing. She forgot which way to go on her return. Nicole's brain raced. Well, Brother Yun stays inside the pit, and the maze guards can't catch him. Then let him stay in it. I'll take this one to the sea. Nicole gave up looking for Sui Yun and continued to run forward, without Sui Yun's bad luck interfering. Nicole's good luck came rushing in like a flood that broke the dike. 2 puzzles in quick succession. She barely thought about it, using her intuition, and easily solved the puzzle, successfully obtaining the 2 gems. Woohoo! Cool! Nicole came to the last puzzle, titled, Converts the following hexadecimal numbers to decimal numbers. Hexadecimal number, 2A. The corresponding decimal number. Nicole looked at the title and giggled. I recognize both 2 and A. How do you combine them and not recognize them? What hexadecimal? Decimal, ah, this is clearly to the tip. Nicole frowned and stared at the title for a long time, then finally clenched her teeth and pressed 2 numbers haphazardly. 42. The miracle happened again. With a crisp click, the puzzle's mechanism was opened. Nicole managed to get the 3rd gem. Oh ha! 3 consecutive blooms. I'm just asking, who else has this kind of luck? It won't work. Anchor's luck must be picked up this time. Catch. 666 is too strong. Without Chicken dragging his feet, the anchor is directly super god. The anchor is flying solo. Nicole quickly set the gem in the last slot of the key and the key was successfully activated. At this moment, you are only 2 steps away from completing the quest. You just need to reach the center of the labyrinth to open the treasure chest and then get out of the labyrinth. Nicole continued through the maze with a full heart. She circled the maze and then, the ghost circled back to where Soo-Yoon was trapped. A mount. Nicole walked to the deep pit and squatted down, apologizing towards Soo-Yoon who was sitting inside, hugging her knees and sobbing non-stop. Ha ha, Brother Yoon, I'm late. She threw the end of the rope into the pit and yelled, Brother Yoon, grab the rope. I'll pull you up. Looking at the sudden appearance of Nicole and the rope, Soo-Yoon hurriedly wiped his eyes, his face full of incredulity. She actually went to get a rope to save me? Damn. I can't believe I suspected her of leaving me on purpose. To measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. Soo-Yoon, you deserve to die. When I get out, I will solve the puzzle and redeem myself with strength. Soo-Yoon held on to the rope while Nicole used all her strength to pull upward. Then the accident happened. As a result of her exertion, Nicole slipped on her feet. With a scream, Nicole was yanked into the pit by a powerful force. It fell heavily on Soo-Yoon's body. Ah! Soo-Yoon's 2 eyes glazed over as he let out a miserable scream of pain. I'm really impressed that the anchor had a smooth ride and got hit hard as soon as he rendezvoused with Chicken. Now we can conclude that Soo-Yoon's bad luck Nicole's good luck. This is great. The 2 unlucky frogs can sit in a row and watch the world go by. Meanwhile, Shin Yao and Tang Lei's group seemed much calmer, didn't encounter any traps or maze keepers. And, of course, there was no encounter with the code box, not even encountering a new scene, because they keep circling the same place. Tang Lei wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and sighed. This labyrinth is too big. How come we can't get out in half a day? Shin Yao also frowned bitterly. Yeah, and not a single code box has been encountered. It couldn't be that someone else finished looking for them, could it? The 2 spat at each other for a few moments, then started spinning in place again. What man-made ghosts hit the wall? The 2 crouching dragons and phoenix daisies are a great pair for the show. For a moment I couldn't tell who was worse off compared to Nicole and the others. After much difficulty, when Xianjia and Xianingshua finally collected all 3 gems and successfully activated the key, after a short period of excitement, a new problem came. The labyrinth's inner structure is intricate and dizzying. Xianingshua looked around at the dense, almost identical-looking cornstalks, and couldn't help but knit her eyebrows slightly, murmuring softly, but where exactly is the center of the labyrinth? Moon Hyunchul bowed his head in deep thought for a moment, and a light flashed in his eyes. I have an idea. As the words fell out, he didn't explain much and directly bent down, wrapping his hands around Xianingshua's waist, and with a gentle push, he picked her up. Xianingshua was surprised when Xianjia lifted her up and sat her on his shoulder. Asterisk. Aha asshole, what are you doing? Damn it. So that when he inclined his head he could see the goddess's jade. Jade. Xianingshua's body instantly became stiff. Her cheeks swish red, all the way to the roots of her ears. She subconsciously grabbed Moon Hyunchul's hair with both hands, and for fear of hurting him, she hurriedly let go and placed it in front of her body in a shy manner. She spoke incoherently. What? What is this for? Moon Hyunchul didn't answer positively, but only asked in a flat tone, can you see it now? Xianingshua reacted at once and raised her head, her gaze crossing over the surrounding cornstalks to look into the distance. The view opened up for a moment, and her eyes instantly lit up. She exclaimed excitedly, I see it. I see the treasure chest land in the center of the labyrinth. Chapter 166, Labyrinth Smash. Xianingshua sat on Wenxianjia's shoulder and commanded the direction, the 2 of them working in perfect harmony. Along the way, Wenxianjia's breath was steady and his face was as usual, not showing a trace of fatigue. Look at the pop-ups gnashing their teeth and drooling. Finally, they reached the center of the labyrinth without incident. Wenxianjia put Xianingshua down carefully, on the table in front of them, 4 treasure chests were neatly placed. Xianingshua inquired to Wenxianjia, which one to drive? Just take your pick. Xianingshua hesitated and chose the treasure chest on the far left. She inserted the key into the lock hole, turned it, and opened the treasure chest. The only 10 round and full, about the size of a thumbnail. Bluish-purple translucent beads were neatly arranged inside. The interior is dotted with fine golden and silver rays, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Chen Yingxue was stunned. Wow, it's beautiful. But what is it? Moon Hyunchul came over to look at it and shook his head. I don't know. Take it for now. Well, we should get out now. So, they used the same method again. And Chen Yingxue once again sat on Wen Xin's shoulder, guiding him out of the labyrinth. This time, Chen Yingxue was not as nervous and shy as earlier and appeared much more relaxed. Lift high. This is too much fun. Soon, the two made it out of the maze and became the first group of guests to complete the task. When Xianzhe's eyes even flashed with a fleeting hint of regret when she lowered Chen Yingxue onto her shoulders. Suddenly, she made the connection. Wouldn't it be if she turned on her side and then put a leg over his neck? Imagining that image, Chen Yingshue's heartbeat immediately beat rapidly due to excitement, and her cheeks were colored with a rich flush. She suddenly gripped the hem of her coat and bit her lower lip, noticing that her state was a bit off. Moon Hyunchul quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Chen Yingxue quickly shook her head, her voice carrying a hint of a strange huskiness. I'm fine. It's your fault for having to lead me in such a weird way. No, I'll have to play it that way once I get back." After a while, Luo Qingyu and Xieli also managed to walk out of the maze. Both had slightly disheveled hair and some grass clippings from the maze on their clothes. The treasure chest they opened was 2 stones. The overall color is a deep indigo blue, and the surface of the stone has subtle gold bumpy textures that intertwine like a dreamy galaxy. It should be the same substance as the 10 beads that Chen Yingxue had opened. Meanwhile, in the deep pit, the 2 men who were still playing the role of frogs in the well, Nicole got anxious and called out at the top of her voice, "Help! Help! Somebody help us!" Brother Yun, you shout too. There's strength in numbers. Sui Yun was ashamed and unwilling to speak. Nicole's shouting actually attracted a labyrinth guardian. Looking at the 2 men at the bottom of the pit, the labyrinth guardian frowned. More workload, better leave it alone." Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Sui Yun immediately put down his dignity, kneeling down with a thud, kowtowing and bowing to the labyrinth guards. "Help me, brother, do me a favor, benefactor, save me out, please 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 please, I'll do anything after I get out. I go." Chicken gifted player followed the anchor stayed not long. The Empire's strongest etiquette have already learned? Can you do everything? Will that high school math paper do? Sui-yun, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly, I really don't know how to do that. I won't be able to get it from AI. Stop. Nicole and Sui-yun had said all the nice things, and the labyrinth guardians were too embarrassed to accept so many rings from Sui-yun for nothing, so they had to get them out of the trap. Then they were put through a minute of confinement punishment. Once the 1 minute was up, Nicole and Sui-yun scattered their legs, running to a fork in the road. The 2 parted ways. Nicole ran wildly all the way to the center of the labyrinth in one fell swoop. Convinced, without chicken, the anchor is really as good as open. Nicole panted as she made her way to the treasure chests and opened the left one without hesitation. Only the treasure chest held 2 large glass beads of the same strange color. Crystal clear, like 2 pure crystals. The whole body exudes a faint blue light, like the ghostly light in the deep sea. Mysterious and charming. So beautiful. Nicole slipped the glass beads into her coat pocket. Regardless, then the troops were counted. A bearing was chosen, and the final steps were begun. Escape the maze. Nicole was a godsend all the way through. Both the maze guardians and the traps were avoided by her. In the end, after 991 difficulties, she finally managed to get out of the maze. The moment she saw the other guests clapping and congratulating her, Nicole burst into tears on the spot. Whoa! The pop-ups cheered and applauded, exclaiming that it was too much for them and tearing up the airwaves. After separating from Nicole, Sui-yun was chased by the labyrinth guardians. Soon he was caught up and helplessly accepted his first confinement. When the time was up, he immediately got up and continued his escape. But around a corner, he was grabbed by another labyrinth guardian and once again received confinement. In doing so, he was caught 3 times. He can only follow the rules and be eliminated from the game outright. Xin Yao and Tang Lei, on the other side, finally realized that they had been circling around in place. The 2 were embarrassed. Xin Yao was suddenly struck by an idea. Mr. Tang Lei, let's forget about these corn walls. Head in one direction and charge straight out. I'll go. Are you really a genius? Doesn't that count as a foul? What rules to break? Rules? They're meant to be broken. Tang Lei hesitated for a moment, but looking at Xin Yao's firm eyes, he still nodded. Okay, this does what you said. So the 2 held hands, ignoring those cornstalks, and piggybacked their way across the street. Then, rushing headlong into the same trap that had previously trapped Nicole and Soo-yoon. The pop-ups exploded with laughter. Ah ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. What, the former stepped in the pit, the latter into the pit. Ah. Well, it's confirmed that this group is the worst. Xinyao and Tang Lei struggled to no avail and had no choice but to abstain. All guest challenges are over, and it's time for checkout. Chapter 167. Doesn't the little glutton's little appetite love to eat what I give it? The host stood in front of the crowd and loudly announced the results of the match. For this giant maze escape contest, the first group to complete the task is Wen Xianjie and Xianing Shui, who receive a tricycle as a reward. The second group is Luo Qingyu and Xiali. They won an electric car. The third group is Nicole. Although Soo-yoon was eliminated, Nicole managed to complete the mission, so their group gets a bike. And finally, Tang Lei and Xinyao, who didn't complete the mission. No reward, but considering that their experience in the maze was so difficult, we decided to give them a consolation prize despite the forfeit, a chicken bus. Of course, these means of transportation are limited to use in Greengrass Village only. You can't drive away. Oh, so the prizes are all transportation? Why do I think the second place electric car is the best instead? Who has nothing to do with driving a tricycle around the village. I'm not going to lie. It's me. Just as everyone was feeling fairly satisfied with their prizes, the host sold out and said, "You all must be wondering what the treasure you opened in the treasure chest is, right?" The crowd nodded vigorously as the host smiled and introduced himself. In fact, in our green grass village, there is an extremely rare type of jade, starland jade, hidden underground. The interior of this type of jade naturally forms a unique texture like the starry sky, and under the refraction of light, it will shine as bright as a star. And the texture of each piece of starland jade is unique, like a unique imprint given by the universe. Moreover, starland jade is extremely difficult to mine and its production is scarce, which, together with its stunning beauty and mysterious color, makes it extremely valuable in the jade market. Not only is it of great ornamental value, but it is also considered a coveted treasure by many collectors. The beads, stones and glass beads that you have opened are actually carefully carved from starland jade. Hearing this news, the guests are surprised, have picked up their trophies, carefully examined, eyes full of surprise. Nicole's mouth was watering. Perished the thought of ha 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 ha, this is rich. Ah, this is the real prize. I'm going to go. I just checked online. Just Qianing Shui's one small bead must be worth 5 figures. Aha, I've got red eyes. So there's an unopened treasure chest, can you give it to me for free? I'm a student. This concludes the first day's activities. The guests couldn't wait to drive their respective transportation back to their residences. Except for Tang Lei and Xinyao. Looking at the so-called chicken bus in front of them, which they had never seen before, the two of them looked at each other with no way to start. Chicken carts, also known as unicycles, are a common means of transportation in rural areas. It's not usually used to transport people. The rest is shipped with everything. Straw, stalks, urea fertilizer, even manure. Looking at the backs of the other guests leaving in style, envy flashed in Xinyao's eyes, along with a hint of regret. She sighed softly, if only we could win better transportation too. Tang Lei's heart felt like it had been heavily stabbed, filled with self-reproach. He walked to Xinyao in large strides, reached out his hand, and patted her shoulder. Get in the car. Yo, I'll push you. We can go back in style too. Xinyao was startled and quickly waved her hand to reject it. How is this good? Unfortunately, she couldn't resist Tang Lei's repeated requests, and in the end, she was still a bit formal as she rode on the chicken bus. Then please, oh Mr. Tang Lei, it's over, 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 it's over. Tang Lei took a deep breath, gripped the handle of the chicken cart with both hands, bent his legs, and rose up with force. Up, the chicken bus wobbled and moved forward, and Tang Lei clenched his teeth and stumbled, trying to keep the car balanced. Xinyao was emboldened, her smile stiffened, and her ominous feeling of foreboding grew stronger. I was trying to find an excuse to get out of the car when the chicken bus suddenly lurched and then tilted violently to one side. Only heard a clang. Xinyao, even with the car, tumbled into the ditch. Aha, yo, are you okay? Ha 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 ha, I knew there would be an accident. Why are the pop-ups still gloating? Do you have a conscience or are you human beings? Private Marseille. It's okay. I just knocked on the wooden fish for all of you and confessed to Buddha, who has forgiven us. So you can all go on laughing. Ha 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 ha. Tang Lei quickly jumped down into the ditch and pulled the soaked Xinyao out from under the chicken bus. He was in pain and said all sorts of things to apologize. Xinyao wanted to give him a few slaps and beat him up, but in the end, she held her tongue and turned it into a bitter smile. I don't blame you, Mr. Tang Lei. Then with Tang Lei's support, he returned to the old warehouse remodeling room. Looking at the small and gray space, looking at the broken and tattered furniture, Xinyao finally broke the defense. Well, wow! They cried out. The pop-ups laughed even louder. Inside the living room of the cozy little house, Xianing Shui put the 10 starland jade beads in a box and handed them all to Wen Xianjia. Moon Hyunchul was a little confused. Xianing Shui explained seriously. In the past, no matter if it was a material pack, or points or anything else, you gave it all to me, so this time, these starland jade pearls should all go to you as well. Moon Hyunchul looked at the beads, then at her, then smiled and reached out to take it. Then I'm welcome. Oh, no? Did you really take it? Don't you know anything about the world? I'm convinced. Really not acting at all? When Xianjia picked up a bead from the box, raised it to his eyes, and scrutinized it, then with gentle movements, he placed it next to the corner of Qianing Shui's eye. Pure and bright eyes and the light of the beads against each other. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but murmur. It's beautiful. The starland jade bead pressed against the corner of her eye, bringing a hint of coolness, and Qianing Shui couldn't help but cringe. Moon Hyunchul quirked his mouth meaningfully. It matches you. Hey, a hot pervert, get your dirty hands off me, asshole. If you know you're a good match for a goddess, hurry up and give it back to her. Something's wrong. Suddenly starting to say something about being beautiful and matching, he was clearly hinting at something. He casually sat on the sofa, then gently placed a cold bead against the goddess's belly. It matches you so well that you can eat it in, right? The goddess froze, and then immediately blushed, her ears rolling. You? What are you talking about? How could I possibly eat such a thing? Even through the fabric, she could still feel the dangerous coolness. She lightly twisted her waist in an attempt to avoid it, but he suddenly reached out and clasped her back, pressing her hard into his arms. He lowered his head, his hot breath swept over the tip of her ear, and he compulsively whispered, "Oh, isn't the little glutton's little gluttony the favorite thing to eat what I give?" The goddess's soft hands against his chest, biting her lower lip, arguing, "Eat, the stomach will be bad." He laughed softly, pressing the ghostly blue beads gently crushed over her abdomen. "Will not be. Oh, come on, open your mouth. I feed you grass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother SA, weren't you blocked? How come it's resurrected again? Eat, 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 eat in? Aho, what an animal." Chapter 168. Click to see the top secret images. Inside the kitchen, what the young, naive girl doesn't know. In the evening, the sun gradually gathered its rays and hid behind a thick layer of clouds. The entire village of green grass was then covered in a grayish hue. Shortly afterward, fine raindrops fell from the sky. It's raining. The village of green grass is hidden in the misty rain. On the roof of the small, cozy country home, rainwater slid down the shingles and made a small splash on the ground. The flowers and trees in the yard, under the baptism of fine rain, became more green and delicate, emitting a burst of fresh fragrance. Xianing Shui looked at the rainy scenery outside the window. Her mood looked extraordinarily pleasant and soothing. Suddenly, she stood up and volunteered to Moon Hyunchul. "I'll cook tonight, so you can watch some TV in the living room for a while." When Xianjia was slightly stunned, and without waiting for him to respond, Xianing Shui turned around and walked into the kitchen. The pop-ups have been brushed over. Nowadays, it's not the same as in the old days. Cooking is the goddess's job too. It's just that the goddess looks like she's in a good mood, so let her go. The goddess has put on an apron, tied up her hair. What a wife. Goddess began to wash vegetables. I'll want to become a potato in the hands of the goddess, so that you can be her skin like solid fat jade hand wantonly pressed and rubbed. Goddess, don't wash dishes. Wash me. Downhead male show flavor. Xianing Shui decided to make two simple and homemade dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and hot and sour shredded potatoes. She took the potatoes and tomatoes out of the cupboard and began her cooking journey. However, the seemingly simple task of peeling the skin was not easy for Xianing Shui, who never went to the kitchen. She picked up the paring knife and clumsily peeled at the potatoes. The potato skins were peeled in thick and thin pieces, and in some places even large chunks of potato flesh were removed. Yikes! Potatoes thud slipped into the pool. The splash of water wet Xianing Shui's bangs. She fumbled to fish. The pop-ups are calling out Ozel. Xianing Shui looked at the wretched potatoes in her hands and couldn't help but frown and puff out her cheeks. What a klutz! She chided herself softly. It was hard to finish peeling the potatoes, so the next step was to shred them. Xianing Shui picked up the kitchen knife with one hand and carefully pressed the potatoes with the other. But her hands kept shaking, and the shredded potatoes came out in different thicknesses and shapes. Just as her hands were busy, Moon Hyunchul walked into the kitchen. Want me to teach you? Without waiting for Xianing Shui to respond, he walked behind her and stretched out his arms, gently circling her in his embrace. Wrapping his broad palm around her small hand, he leaned in close to her ear and gently explained. Potatoes should be held like this. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 what are you doing asshole? Taking advantage of the goddess again and again. Don't get that close to the goddess. Hurry up and back off. Back off. Back. Get back. Click to see the top secret images. Patient guidance in the kitchen. Hands-on instruction. Things a young girl doesn't know. Nima's kataka was all blown out. The sudden touch startled Qianing Shui to shrink her neck. Don't move. Moon Hyunchul lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. Hold it well or it'll slip out. Qianing Shui stared at the two's interlocked hands. Her cheeks flushed red and she was so nervous that she was breathing a little fast. Oh, but there was a sudden flash of light in his head. Wait, this pose, this line, this isn't kitchen play. Qianing Shui's heartbeat instantly sped up violently again from excitement. How did I not think of this play before? Damn. I'll have to try that when I get back. Smelling the delicate fragrance coming from Qianing Shui's hair, Wen Xianzhe's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat, then realized that the pose did seem a bit. He suddenly remembered what she had said before. Don't you like being behind me? But I'd be sorry if I couldn't see your face. If there was a mirror. Moon Hyunchul subconsciously raised his eyes, and the snow-white tiles reflected the silhouettes of the two men one after the other. Like that time in the bathroom. Moon Hyunchul instantly felt his throat go dry. Convinced. Why did I just walk in and why did I act like that? He forced himself to calmly hold Qianing Shui's hand that was holding the kitchen knife and said, The knife has to be held like this. Why are you so weak all of a sudden? What the? Put the knife down. No. Goddess, hurry up and stab him with the knife. The chance to kill the sex fiend is just around the corner. It's not right. This expression and voice are not right. Could it be? Photographers don't just shoot the upper body. Hurry up and go down When Xianzhe patiently guided Qianing Shui and taught her how to properly use the kitchen knife. Then take her hands and swish and shred. See all the pop-ups red temperature. Have scolded him and took advantage of the goddess cheap and pretentious. What good things have been taken up by him really damned a lei gong dianmu to point roll off fast thunder split dead this evil animal. Under the guidance of Wen Xianzhe, Qianing Shui gradually mastered the skill of cutting shredded potatoes, and the shredded potatoes became much neater. After the potatoes were shredded, Qianing Shui blinked incredulously, as if she couldn't believe it was her own handiwork. Moon Hyunchul smiles and asks, how about that? Isn't that full of fulfillment? Qianing Shui nodded shyly. Then he squeezed his shoulder and pushed him out of the kitchen. I told you to rest. I'll do it. Moon Hyunchul was helpless and turned back to the living room. The pop-up finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Moon Hyunchul walked into the bathroom. The pop-up sucked in another hurried breath. There were unpleasant noises coming from the kitchen. One moment there was the sound of pots and pans clashing. The next the sound of oil splattering. I don't know how long it took, but Qianing Shui finally came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes that looked quite passable. Moon Hyunchul also came out of the bathroom. Qianing Shui placed the dishes on the table and looked at him with an expectant face. Taste it. Moon Hyunchul picked up his chopsticks and picked up a chopstick of tomato scrambled eggs and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he gave a thumbs up and said, Yummy. Qianing Shui smiled happily when she heard this, but she also looked a little unsure. It can't be comforting, can it? She picked up a chopstick and put it in her mouth, chewing tentatively. Then the eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it was really quite tasty. Moon Hyunchul smiled. Didn't lie to you, did I? Qianing Shui shyly lowered her head. Well, it's good that you like it. Dinner was over and we were about to discuss sleeping for the night when a bright flash of lightning streaked through the window. Then a loud thunderclap rang out. The incandescent light overhead suddenly went out, and the whole house was instantly plunged into darkness. Greenbrier Village. There's a collective blackout. Chapter 169. Is it so much like the bathroom? So much like the mirror. Accompanied by deafening thunder and a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, the entire green grass village was instantly plunged into darkness. The electrical system was overwhelmed by the ravages of this storm and stopped working. Qianing Shui was somewhat caught off guard by this sudden power outage, and subconsciously leaned towards Wen Xianzhe's side. Moon Hyunchul gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'll go and see if there are any candles. With that, he carefully groped his way through the darkness. Then a candle and a box of matches were found in the corner of the cabinet. He skillfully struck the match, and the feeble flame jumped up instantly. As the candles were lit, the dim candlelight wavered in the room, dispelling the darkness around them. At this point, although the viewers in the live studio can still see the screen through the backup equipment, the program team, after urgent discussion, considering the impact of the thunderstorm and the guests' need for rest, decided to suspend tonight's live broadcast, so that everyone can take an early rest. The pop-ups instantly exploded. No, don't go off the air. I want to see it again. It's over. How are we supposed to spy on that asshole when it's off the air? Goddess in danger. Abominable. The storm met the power outage. The sky is not timely. The ground does not fit. People are unfavorable. It seems that the goddess is destined to have such a thing. Faint candlelight lit bedroom. The goddess sat on the edge of the bed nervously twisting the hem of the garment. Said to him gratefully, "Thank you, willing to let me sleep in bed." He stood in front of her, and laughed softly, raised his hand to stroke the top of her head, and asked, "So, how are you going to thank me?" The goddess froze, raised her head, and timidly said, "For the next few days, I'll do all the 3 meals." He laughed and shook his head. "There's no need to work so hard." Then suddenly reached out and pushed her down on the bed. "Just help me warm the bed." Oh. The goddess's heartbeat instantly accelerated, and just as she was about to open her mouth, he blew out the candles, and the room was instantly plunged into darkness. Then a flash of blue light seeped out from his pocket. It was the ghostly blue light from the Starland Jade bead. He took out one of the Starland Jade beads and placed it on the goddess's flat belly, slowly rolling it downward as he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "But before warming up the bed, I'd like you to warm it up a little bit first." "Oh, grass why do you keep thinking about that stupid bead of yours?" As the cameraman left, the live feed dimmed. As soon as the photographer stepped out of the small courtyard, Qianing Shui returned to her nature. She walked up to Wen Xianjia and stretched out her hands to hook his neck. Her voice soft and with a few teasing words. "Backward village, windy and rainy, lonely man and woman. You say, what do we do, good husband?" Moon Hyunchul snorted coldly and said in a serious voice, "Your hair is burned." "Ah!" Startled, Qianing Shui subconsciously let go of her hand and panically ran her hand through her hair. As he touched it, he cried out anxiously, "Where is it burning?" Seeing Qianing Shui's panicked appearance, Wen Xianjia finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was only then that Qianing Shui reacted to the fact that she had been tricked. She angrily snatched the candle from Moon Hyunchul's hand and made a move to burn his hair. Just in time, a drop of melted candle oil dripped onto her hand. Hiss! Qianing Shui let out a light cry in pain and subconsciously let go of the candle. Moon Hyunchul was quick to catch it. Then the other hand took Qianing Shui's hand and blew on it, asking nervously, "It didn't burn, did it?" Qianing Shui's eyes slightly reddened, and she said in a resigned manner, "How could it not burn? It hurts." Then he whacked him hard and chastised him with a huff. "I blame you for scaring me on purpose. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me?" Luckily, the water heater in the house is solar powered, so even if the power goes out, you can take a hot shower. The door of the bathroom opened and a stream of hot air bubbled out. Then Qianing Shui, who was wrapped in a bath towel, came out from inside with a satisfied look on her face. With a towel wrapped around his waist, Moon Hyunchul followed her and shook his head breathlessly. Just loved the bathroom and the mirrors so much. Outside the house, the wind was howling, and the branches of the trees were blown to the side, making crunching noises. Beams of rain crackled on the roof and windows in a cacophonous and intense piece of music. In the bedroom, the dim candlelight swayed gently in the breeze, stretching the two men's silhouettes. Qianing Shui changed into her pajamas and climbed into bed, naturally lying into Wen Xianjia's embrace. Outside the window, the lightning and thunder continued, with flashes of lightning lighting up the room every now and then, and the thunder rumbling as if it were right in front of my ears. Qianing Shui buried her head in Wen Xianjia's chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat. The uneasiness in her heart gradually dissipated. She asked, "Do you think this thunderstorm will continue until tomorrow? It would be great if the power is still out tomorrow. No need to act, no need to do tasks. You can stay in bed all day." Moon Hyunchul wrapped his arms around her waist, rubbing his chin against the top of her soft hair, and murmured, "Indeed, sleeping in the rain is the best." Qianing Shui hooked the corners of her mouth and looked up, reaching out to poke the knot of his throat, asking with a bad smile, "Oh, how cool is that? Meaning has meaning." Moon Hyunchul grunted lightly as he held her mischievous fingers. Knowingly, the two of them were talking to each other, and Qianing Shui laughed very perversely a while later and started to move her hands, a moment later and blushing with shame, furious and open-mouthed to bite him. But they were all stopped by Moon Hyunchul justice. I don't know how long it took, but when Xianjia felt Qianing Shui's voice getting smaller and smaller, and his body gradually relaxing, he looked down and realized that Qianing Shui had already closed her eyes and entered dreamland. The corners of Moon Hyunchul's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. He gently pressed Qianing Shui into his arms to make her lean more comfortably, then whispered, "Well, go to bed early, wife." After saying that, he also closed his eyes, and in this night of thunderstorms, accompanied by the even breathing of the girl in his arms, he entered a sweet dream. Unfortunately, as the two had hoped, the sky stopped raining the next day and the electrical system was restored to the village of Ayazora. The live feed is finally back up. Following the cameraman's footsteps, the viewers of the live broadcast also arrived at the cozy countryside courtyard where Qianing Shui and Wen Xianjia are. "Goddess, I'm coming. God bless. The goddess must be safe and sound." I had a dream last night that the goddess was tricked into the bathroom by that asshole and then strong-armed her. Ah, shut up. The dream is the opposite. The dream is all the opposite. As soon as the photographer enters the living room, he sees the blow-up. He only saw Moon Hyun-chul sitting on the sofa with a weird reddish color on his face. Xianing Shui, on the other hand, lowered her head and half-kneeled in front of him on one knee. Chapter 170, I'm good at this, right? Did I not lie to you? Moon Hyun-chul clenched his hands on the couch, gulped, and said, I can do this kind of thing on my own. I don't need to bother you. Xianing Shui half-kneeled in front of him on one knee, looked up at him with a gaze as gentle as water, and smiled. Leave it to me, you've helped me so much. This little thing is what I should do. Don't worry about it. I'm very skilled. I guarantee to make you satisfied. Between the words, she slowly lowered her head, one hand gently lifting up the hair that fell beside her cheeks, her movements carrying an indescribable flirtatiousness and naturalness. Moon Hyun-chul took a deep breath and his tense body gradually relaxed. Then I'm counting on you. Xianing Shui suddenly remembered something and looked up, asking curiously, by the way, which style do you want? Something traditional, or something new? Moon Hyun-chul's brows furrowed slightly, and the fist resting on the sofa subconsciously tightened for a minute. Better to be traditional. Xianing Shui nodded her head at the words, and then, her dexterous slender fingers began to move. Then, skillfully, she helped him tie his shoes. Grass, your pants are off and you're showing me this? Scared me to death. I thought I was going to see a forbidden image early in the morning. No, it's just tying a shoelace. How did you guys make the conversation so easy to misinterpret? Phew, great. The goddess's jade mouth and hands are not contaminated, but you're a crippled asshole who can't even tie his shoes and needs the goddess's help. Looking at the perfect bow on Wen Xian's shoes, Xianing Shui nodded with satisfaction, then asked with a smile as if seeking a compliment. How about that? I'm good at this, right? Did I not lie to you? Moon Hyun-chul couldn't stand the ambiguous position anymore and nodded his head in a hurry. Well, you got up quickly. Xianing Shui stood up, but due to maintaining a position for a long time, her legs were a bit numb, and with a stagger, her entire body fell forward uncontrollably, falling into Wen Xian's arms. Moon Hyun-chul was quick on his feet and grabbed her by the waist to stabilize her. He nervously asked, Are you okay? Xianing Shui grabbed his sturdy arm with both hands and gently shook her head. I'm fine. The moment they looked at each other, an unspeakable impulse welled up in both of their hearts. When Xianjia and Xianing Shui, this is not a kiss? The distance between the two gradually drew closer, and just as their lips were about to touch, the cameraman on the sidelines coughed softly at an inopportune moment. Ahem. The two instantly woke up as if in a dream, and hurriedly separated with their hands and feet. The pop-ups brushed through like crazy. The goddess's first kiss was almost handed over. Damn bastard. You're so good at finding opportunities. You want to take advantage of someone's danger and take away the goddess's first time, don't you? Good job, Mr. Photographer. Asterisk all almost kissed. I want to see Shui and brother-in-law kissing. The photographer dragged out and rewarded with 50 lashes. Does it feel like brother-in-law is back to his old self? Shui reveals his nature whenever he's in danger. I feel like he's really pretending to be high and cool these days. After a night of torrential rain, the green grass village in the early morning exudes a fresh and moist scent. The ground was wet and there were puddles of various sizes everywhere. The expected outdoor activities could not be accomplished today, so the crew, after some deliberation, had the guests wear VR equipment to watch a movie instead. Of course, it's to advertise for sponsors on the side. Watching the movie is not just about watching the movie though. There are corresponding challenging tasks. Complete the task and you will receive a free copy of all products produced this year by the sponsor of this VR device. Failure of the mission will result in receiving the punishment of clearing the streets of Greengrass Village. Movie and mission extraction complete. Nicole Soo Yoon's group. Funny movie. Challenge goal, no laughing. Moon Hyun-chul's Chien Ingyue group. Horror movie. Challenge goal, no screaming. Luo Qingyu Xieli group. Tear-jerking movie. Challenge goal, no crying. Shen Yaotang Lei's group. Suspense movie. Challenge goal, no reasoning, guessing. You can talk during the viewing process, and if there are no special circumstances, you may not leave early, or the challenge will be considered a failure. Before the movie started, Chio Yuki stood outside the movie studio, squeezing her hands constantly, her eyes revealing obvious nervousness. She said to Moon Hyun-chul, What if I'm afraid I can't control myself? Those horror images will definitely be scary. Moon Hyun-chul gave the advice. How about trying to cover your mouth? Xianing Shui frowned and thought seriously, then shook her head and said helplessly, It's so tiring to keep lifting my hand, and I'm afraid I'll forget when I get nervous. Moon Hyun-chul let out a soft chuckle. Mind if I cover it? Xianing Shui was first shocked. Her cheeks instantly turned scarlet, and after a moment of hesitation, she gently nodded. Well, that would be a pleasure. The pop-ups tore at my heart. Asterisk 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 goddess, how you promised. What kind of genius could have come up with this counterintuitive method? The goddess is again taking the initiative to send the sheep into the tiger's mouth this time. The rough thumb gently stroked over the goddess's red and delicate lips, and he smiled understandingly. If you feel that you cover it too tightly, you have to tell me in time. Oh. The goddess shyly nodded, and then the wide palm covered her lips. Not long after the movie started, the goddess was immersed in the movie. A big hand was suddenly placed on her thighs. The goddess's delicate body trembled violently, and she tried to resist, and her mouth was covered to death, so she could not break free to ask for help. He also deliberately blew in her ear. Hush, quiet. Issued a scream but counted as a challenge failure. It. Goddess's face reddened, wet eyes gushed out tears, but unfortunately, completely not his opponent, can only let him do whatever he wants. I don't know how long. He finally let go of the hand covering the goddess's mouth. The goddess had long since lost the strength to call for help, and just leaned softly against him, gasping for breath. He laughed softly with satisfaction. You're right. It's really tiring to keep lifting your hand all the time. So, he said. He took out a ghostly blue bead from his coat pocket, and gently bit her rolling earlobe. Next, block your mouth with this. How about it? Grass. I'm convinced. Do you like that damn bead that much? Soon, 4 groups of guests arrived one after another in the movie studio set up by the show. The movie booth is bright and spacious, surrounded by comfortable couches. Guests spread out and sat down as staff handed them the latest VR glasses provided by the sponsors. On the sofa, the two of them sat side by side, and once Qianing Shui had put on her glasses, when Xianjia put his hand behind her neck and gently covered her mouth, it was painful to watch the pop-ups. The lights went out and the movie studio was plunged into darkness. Chapter 171, VR Movie. Viewers can watch any of the same movies that the guests watched. You can also hear instant commentary from the guests. You just can't see their faces. All 4 movies are around 2 hours long. 2 minutes into the movie, Nicole couldn't hold back her laughter. Po ha 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 ha. Don't laugh at the challenge. The challenge failed. Sui Yun gritted his teeth in anger. I don't want to sweep the streets. He lambasted Nicole in his mind for a few moments, but it wasn't long before he couldn't stop himself from laughing. What am I laughing at? Then, as if they were broken, the two began to let out a laugh. The whole movie studio was filled with quick laughter. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. I can't even hear the others. Why are Xin Yao and Tang Lei laughing along? How come Xin Yao and Tang Lei started to laugh along? Laughter is contagious. There is a class. My desk suddenly and inexplicably laughed, although I do not know what he was laughing at, but I also ghostly followed the laugh. And then the whole class followed the laugh. The teacher scolded and scolded also followed the laugh. The entire floor followed the laugh. Wait, I faintly heard the goddess plea for help. She said no, said hurry up and let her go. Goddess, are you okay? You squeak. The movie that Cheon-yang Seol and Moon Hyun-chul watched was a horror movie that couldn't be called. The best way to cope is not a strong heart, huge guts, but, close your eyes. So as soon as the movie started, Moon Hyun-chul just closed his eyes and turned the volume down to 0 in the process. Well, everything's ready to go to sleep now. He was about to adjust a comfortable position and then fall asleep when a moist, soft touch came to his hand. Xianing Shui actually took the opportunity to lick him. Moon Hyun-chul's body trembled and subconsciously popped his hand away. What are you doing? When Xianjia voicelessly accused, Xianing Shui grabbed his hand and began to write on his palm. So boring, honey. An intermittent light touch tickled the palm of his hand. Moon Hyun-chul took her hand and replied by writing quickly on her palm. Watch a movie if you're bored. It quickly received an exasperated reply from Qianing Shui. It's because of the movie that I'm bored. What do you want? Let's play some fun games. You're crazy. I don't like public play. I refuse. Oops. It's not what you think. It's about playing games the way we do now. Like now. You, the brave one, were caught by me, the Demon King. Moon Hyun-chul froze, then understood. Isn't it just role-playing? Okay. That's the way to play it, right? He quickly got into character and counterattacked. One swings his holy sword and the Demon King is beheaded. The end? Qianing Shui was almost so angry that she spat out blood. But, damn it, how dare you do this to me? You'll regret this. Words are all powerful, and anything you can't do on a regular basis can now be realized to your heart's content. A wisp of the Demon King's residual soul invaded One's body before his death. One was possessed by the evil Demon King and returned to the village to kill all the villagers. One was in agony and committed suicide. There was no way that Moon Hyun-chul would easily admit defeat either. so he hardened his heart, regardless of the plot and logic in front of him, and directly turned over the surf to sing, dry and finished. Guts is reborn and throws the stillborn, not yet blackened Demon King into the alchemy furnace. Qian Yingshui countered. The Demon King didn't die from this, but instead practiced his fiery eyes, so the two of them go back and forth, and by writing on each other's palms, they write a super doggone Western fantasy. After countless PKs, Qian Yingshui once again fell into a disadvantage, and was about to counterattack when the lights of the movie studio quickly lit up. The viewing is over. Qian Yingshui hurriedly retracted the hand that was ready to write on Wen-Xianzhi's palm and bit her lower lip tightly in reluctance. Hi damn it, so close to rebooting the universe and becoming the creator. Qian Yingshui took off her VR glasses, her eyes looked wet, and she couldn't control her exasperated glare at Moon Hyunchul. Moon Hyunchul asked with a smile as if nothing had happened. How did the movie feel? You were really brave. You didn't scream out in fear. We completed the challenge. Oh, great. The goddess doesn't have to sweep the streets anymore. Yes. What the hell? Can't you see the goddess' angry face? And her eyes are so wet. She's been crying, right? That asshole made her cry. Asshole really did take the opportunity to do something to the goddess after all, didn't he? Goddess. Speak up. Tell me all the atrocities he's done to you. How can you talk about something like that? The final result of the challenge was, Nicole Sui-Yun don't laugh at the challenge and fail. Moon Hyunchul Qian Yingshui don't call it a challenge and succeed. Luo Qingyu Shelley don't cry challenge. Failed. Shen Yao Tang Lei don't reasoning challenge. Successful. The tear-jerking movie that Shelley Luo Qingyu watched is a story about a mother and her child. Luo Qingyu maintained a light expression throughout, but Xiali couldn't help but cry out. Luo Qingyu raised her hand and held his head in her arms, not saying anything, just patting his back gently, just like that mother in the movie did to her child. Xiali's tears were gradually stopped, but he still didn't want to leave Luo Qingyu's embrace, so capriciously, he kept his face buried in her warm chest until the end of the movie. For the next 2 days, the weather was back to being sunny. The blue sky was a clear blue with white clouds. The sun is shining and the breeze is light, bringing a silky freshness to the air, mixed with the fragrance of earth and grass, refreshing the smell. Guests were welcomed to a series of colorful games and challenges. For example, coming to a tandem bungee jump on a cliff, boat races in the reservoir, mysterious old mansion adventure, water gun fights and more. Playing around, when Xianjie even forgot about his own persona and resumed his attitude towards Qian Yingshui from the first 2 installments. All sorts of enthusiasm, all sorts of concern, and of course, all sorts of mooching that pop-ups hate so much. On the 5th and final day of the countryside tour, all guests will participate in a traditional festival in the village of Greengrass, the Pray for the Edge of the Temple. The origins of the Praying Edge Temple Fair can be traced back to a moving legend from 1,000 years ago. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a pair of deeply in love lovers in the village. The boy was called Chang and the girl was called Jean. Chang is hardworking and kind, and Jean is gentle and beautiful. The two of them fall in love and make a vow to be together for the rest of their lives. However, their love is strongly opposed by the family, who believe that their union will bring bad luck. In order to break up the lovers, the family takes Cheng into forced labor while Jane is confined to her home. During the long days of separation, Jane prayed every day in front of the temple at the head of the village for Cheng's safe return. Her sincerity touched the gods in the temple, who decided to help the lovers. With the blessing of the gods, Cheng successfully completed his labor and returned to the village. The two were reunited in front of the temple and hugged each other tightly, crying tears of joy. From then on, they lived a happy and fulfilling life. In order to commemorate the lovers and to pray for the beauty and happiness of love, the villagers organize a temple fair at this time of the year in the hope that, like Chang and Jean, the lovers will be united in love. So the temple fair will end with a night of confessions for the guests. Chapter 172, You're here to take a, aren't you? Before attending the temple fair, guests need to make a trip to the village service center in Greenbrier Village. There was a temporary dressing room converted by the show where they were about to pick out their costumes for the temple fair. This temple fair, in order to restore the original traditional style, all visitors to the temple fair need to wear ancient costumes. Feel that, through time and space, unique flavor. And the village service center is at the entrance to Greenbrier Village, some distance from where the guests are staying. That's when the transportation they won in the Giant Maze Escape contest comes into play. Early in the morning, Moon Hyunchul got up and went to the courtyard. It rained a while back and the body of that trophy tricycle spattered some stains. So Moon Hyunchul picked up the hose and rinsed the tricycle briefly. Once cleaned, he skillfully straddled the tricycle and sat firmly in the driver's seat, his long fingers turning the key and starting the engine. He then turned his head and raised his hand to greet Qian Yingshui, who was walking out of the house. With a smile, Yingshui, get in the car. Oh good, here it comes. After Qianing Shui boarded the car, she sat down next to Wen Xianjia. The tricycle started up and drove out of the yard, moving smoothly along the winding lanes of the village. An early morning breeze brushed my face with the scent of earth, grass, and flowers. On both sides of the road, bright green crops swayed in the breeze. Qianing Shui's hair was a bit messy from the wind, and a few strands of broken hair fell mischievously onto her cheeks. When Xianjia glimpsed the scene out of the corner of his eye, and he reached out his hand, moving gently to gently pin the broken hair on Qianing Shui's cheek behind her ear. Her fingers inadvertently touched her cheeks. Qianing Shui subconsciously cringed, and a light blush instantly rose on her face. Seeing this, Wen Xianjia couldn't help but let out a light laugh. "You're so pretty today, Ing Shui." "Nonsense, the goddess is not beautiful any day. Bastard, you're starting to move early in the morning, aren't you? It's the last day. If you don't take advantage of it, you won't have a chance later. Concentrate on driving. Flirting is forbidden. This is the wrong driving demonstration. New and old drivers in front of the screen should not learn it." The blush on Qianing Shui's face deepened another point as she twisted her fingers and muttered in a small voice, "I've always been pretty alright." The soft, sappy tone of his voice made the tip of Moon Hyun-chul's heart tremble. Yes, yes, yes. The wife is the prettiest. Why is my wife's face so soft? The hair strands are also so good to touch. And the ears are so small and cute. The wife's whole body is a treasure. Damn. Would love to pull into the grove right now and do this and that with my wife. Before long, they met Xin Yao and Tang Lei, who were walking to the service center. The two of them were tired and panting. And when they saw Wen Xianjia and Qianing Shui's tricycle, Xin Yao's eyes instantly lit up. She pulled Tang Lei up quickly and asked with some embarrassment, "Sister Ing Shui, can we get a ride?" Without hesitation, Moon Hyunchul smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, come on up. People are asking about the goddess. What are you promising?" "Why? The couple's joint property. Isn't it the same whoever agrees to it?" Xin Yao and Tang Lei carefully climbed onto the tricycle and squatted on the bucket at the back. It's a bit of an unflattering position, but it's better than walking. The tricycle continued on its way, and after traveling for a while, it encountered Luo Qingyu and Xiali again. Luo Qingyu skillfully rode the electric bike while Xiali sat in the back seat, his hands holding her waist tightly, like he was afraid of seeing an acquaintance. His face was also buried in Luo Qingyu's back. Although his expression could not be seen, the reddened ears still betrayed his mood at the moment. Manly man in the back seat of a car? That's lame. No, why is Luo Qingyu driving the car? Xia Li wouldn't even know how to ride an electric bike, would he? The Prince of Spice is a rich young master, usually traveling in a luxury car. How could he ride an electric bike? What's High Versailles? Seeing Wen Xianjia and their tricycle, Luo Qingyu smiled and greeted them. "Good morning, everyone." Shelley's body jerked at the sound of the crowd replying. Then he buried his head even lower, his ears even redder. "Be sure to learn to drive an electric car when you get back." When Xianjia and Qianing Shui and the others continued to move forward, and they didn't go far before they saw Nicole and Sui Yun in front of them. Sui Yun was pedaling his bike with great effort. Beads of sweat covered his forehead and his cheeks were red from the exertion. Nicole, meanwhile, sat in the back seat and kept cheering him on. "Brother Yun, come on, cheer up, we're almost there." At that moment, there was a loud bang and the bike had a flat tire. Sui Yun stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Nicole also let out a gasp of fright and hurriedly popped out of the back seat of the car. Moon Hyun-chul asked as he hurriedly stopped the car, "Are you guys okay?" Nicole bent down to look at the deflated tire and whimpered, "Whoops, car has a flat tire. Chicken's doom is truly horrible as it is. It's hard to escape the bike." 3 seconds of silence for the poor victims. "Wait, they're not going to take the tricycle too, are they?" "Tricycle. Danger. Don't be afraid. There are so many people in the car. They'll surely be able to squash Chicken's bad luck." Sui Yun and Nicole logically got on Moon Hyun-chul's tricycle. There were 4 men squatting on the tricycle at this point, each with an embarrassed smile on their face. Tang Lei was the first to break the deadlock and open the conversation. Then the 4 of them started chatting about one thing or another. "You're here to take A, right? What's with the 4 ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* to the overload of people. After stumbling all the way, they finally reached the village service center. After getting off the bus, the guests could not wait to enter the temporary dressing room, ready to select their favorite ancient costumes. Unlike in the past, this time there is not one dressing room for the male guests and one for the female guests. Instead, there are 4 small dressing rooms where the 4 groups of guests enter, discuss and help each other, and strive to present the best CP effect in the end. The pop-up exploded at this news. Ah! Groundhog squeaks, last day to start taking the big drugs? Playing this big? Damn Now not only the goddess, the female guests are going to be looked at I'm sure there are compartments in the small dressing room. And it's not a good idea to be anxious about taking out a loan. For that asshole, this is the perfect time and place to get down. Ah, the goddess finally breathed a sigh of relief after fearfully changing her clothes. Fortunately, he didn't suddenly barge in. She nervously walked out from the cubicle, only to see that he was already waiting for her outside the door. Seeing the goddess's stunningly beautiful ancient costume, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He hooked up the corner of his mouth and raised his hand to gently stroke over her soft and white face. You, today, are so beautiful. Ah. The goddess's thick eyelashes fluttered slightly, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lightly bit her lower lip, but she didn't avoid his hand that was stroking her face wantonly. She said shyly, I still have a headdress that I haven't put on yet. The goddess adjusted her headdress in the mirror, and he stood behind her, smiling and praising. Sure enough, it's even more beautiful than it was just now. Just then, he pulled out an ethereal blue bead from his bosom, then approached the goddess's ear, and said in a low, compelling voice, take this with you too. Will you? Take this beautiful bead and stroll around the temple with me. Still thinking about your broken beads? I can see that Brother Composition is obsessed with the Starland Jade Pearl. Let's crowdfund to buy him one. Finally, all 4 groups of guests changed their clothes and came out of the dressing room. Chapter 173, Under the Binding Tree, A Deep Kiss. 4 groups of guests have finished dressing. Luo Qingyu was dressed in a green dress with a lithe figure, and the cut of that dress was just right, framing her figure in a graceful manner. She raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes were sly and soulful, living like a fox demon coming out of the mountains and forests, mysterious and charming. And Shelley, who stood beside her, was dressed in a scholar's outfit. The white robe was spotless, with a square scarf on his head and a folding fan in his hand, showing off his elegant temperament, as if he was a flamboyant gentleman who was about to enter the capital to catch the examination. A 1,000-year-old fox demon who can see through the world's coldness and warmth, an innocent scholar with one heart who only reads holy books. I want to see the fox demon sister trick the little scholar into the middle of nowhere and then do this and that. Chen Yingshui changed into a light pink flounced jacket with a brocade belt of the same color tied around her waist. The hair was carefully pulled back, with a few strands falling down the sides of her cheeks for a more playful and cute look. With a white jade carved peach blossom hairpin in her hair bun and a pair of small and delicate pearl earrings, the whole person was like a young lady coming out of a deep mansion, sweet and dignified at the same time. When Xianjia, who stood beside her, was dressed in a competent black power suit with clean and smooth lines, and an ancient jade pendant hung on his belt. With his upright posture and sharp eyes, he looked like a loyal guard who was always watching over the lady. A simple and kind-hearted young lady who doesn't know anything about the world, an honest-looking but ruthless guard. I want to see the black-hearted guard trick the ignorant young lady into bed and then do this and that. Nicole, on the other hand, was dressed in a pink boleros with delicate little flowers embroidered on her dress. She had 2 playful buns tied around her head with 2 colorful ribbons that fluttered in the wind. The whole thing looks playful, cute and full of energy. Standing beside her was Sui Yun, dressed in a blue chivalrous outfit with a long sword at his waist, the maid of the heroine and the bodyguard of the hero of the costume drama. It looks like they'll be forced to make a pair at a later stage. Rejects bondage. Reject Lalang. Reject pairing. Thank you, my baby Dokmi. Xinyao chose a long lavender dress and her hair was coiled into an elegant bun. Tang Lei picked out a vivid purple satin robe, which was embroidered with intricate patterns outlined in gold thread. Footsteps, a pair of black thick-soled boots. The edge of the boots is similarly encrusted with a circle of gold. Walking, the whole person golden light. M is a bit of a thug. Tycoon and his new concubine. Yao Yao is the one who is some kind of concubine. Anyhow, she is also the rightful wife. Okay. After changing clothes, the crowd was ready to leave for the Praying Edge Temple. Luo Qingyu skillfully stepped onto the electric car while Xiali continued to sit in the back seat. When Xianjia jumped on the tricycle, Qianingshu sat beside him, and Nicole, Sui Yun, Xinyao and Tang Lei also got on. With the roar of the engine, the tricycle starts up and carries the crowd to the temple. Whether ancient or modern, this is a pairing that makes people do a double take. The image is too beautiful to look at. Finally, they arrived at the temple site. The colorful lights, bustling crowds, and rising and falling shouts instantly brought the crowd into a lively world. After saying goodbye to each other, the 4 groups of guests went their separate ways, each starting their own marvelous journeys in the temple fair. At the temple fair, guests can earn points by playing a variety of traditional games. As long as you gather 100 points, you can exchange it for the knot love thread, which symbolizes a good meaning. It is said that as long as you tie up the wrists of 2 people with this knotting love thread, and then go hand in hand to the knotting tree in the center of the temple to pray for karma, the 2 people will be together forever and reap eternal love. Chen Yingshui and Wen Xianjia held hands as they traveled through the bustling temple fair. they first came to the riddle-guessing booth. The stalls were filled with colorful lanterns, each with a strip of paper with a lantern riddle tied underneath. Channing Shue's eyes shone brightly and she couldn't wait to pick a lantern riddle. She cocked her head, thinking hard, and before long, she excitedly blurted out the answer. The stall owner smiled and nodded, handing them a points card. When Xianjia couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising as he looked at Channing Shue's happy expression. My wife is awesome. Then they moved on to the play area for the kettle set. Moon Hyunchul picked up the bamboo ring. His eyes focused on aiming at the mouth of the pot in front of him. He threw it gently, and the bamboo ring was accurately attached to the pot. The surrounding people applauded, and Channing Shui was so excited that she almost jumped up. My husband is awesome. They then went to the place where the lots were drawn. Moon Hyunchul picked up the bamboo tube and shook it gently, and a bamboo stick fell out, upside down. Channing Shui also picked up the bamboo tube and gently shook it. A bamboo stick fell out, upside down. The two men smiled at each other. We're all great. With that, they had a great time and were completely immersed in the festive atmosphere. Unconsciously, the sun was sinking in the west, and the afterglow of the evening poured over them. Channing Shui and Wen Xianjia took out their points cards and realized that the points had far exceeded 100. Moon Hyunchul asked, going to redeem the bonding love line? Channing Shui looked at him with ghostly eyes. What do you think? Aha goddess, you're not really going to make some wish with him to be together forever, are you? I've wished so many times that I'd get rich overnight, and it's never come true. The two of them went to the exchange office and smoothly exchanged the bonding love line. The naughty love thread is woven with red thread and embroidered with delicate patterns. They took the naughty love thread and started looking for the naughty tree. When they finally reached the naughty tree, night had fully fallen. The first fireworks suddenly bloomed in the vast, endless night sky. It was like a bright shooting star breaking through the sky, followed by one firework after another rising one after another, like a blooming flower in the night sky. The colors intertwine and decorate the entire night sky like a dream. The light from the fireworks spilled over the naughty tree, and the leaves shimmered with tiny shards of light. Moon Hyunchul picked up the not love thread and tied it around both of their wrists. At this moment, his heart suddenly tensed up, and a thought kept surfacing in his mind. Can we be together forever just by praying? Forever? Just then, Channing Shui suddenly reached out her hand and interlocked her fingers with his. When Xianjia raised his head, only to see the corners of Channing Shui's mouth slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile. Her eyes reflected the brilliant fireworks in the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. With a deafening roar, a huge golden firework blossomed in the sky, and the light, like a small sun, illuminated the entire temple fair and their faces. In this splendid moment, Channing Shui closed her eyes, came closer, and tenderly kissed Wen Xianjia's lips. Chapter 174, Are you talking about kind of game? After a light kiss, Channing Shui left Wen Xianjia's lips, her fair cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. She seemed to want to say something, but was unable to because of her shyness and nervousness, and just lowered her eyes helplessly. An uncontrollable urge surged through Moon Hyunchul's heart, and his heart beat violently as if it was about to break through his chest. He didn't want to think about anything at the moment, and was only acting on instinct. He wrapped one hand around her slender waist, clasped the back of her head with the other, and kissed her deeply. Channing Shui froze, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly before she closed her eyes. She lifted her hands and hooked them around his neck and kissed him passionately and defiantly. The audience in the live broadcast room at this moment had all gone crazy, swiped through a screen full of heartbreaking, ah, and excited, ah. At this time, the fireworks in the night sky are still blooming non-stop, one after another, decorating the entire night sky like a fairyland. The two of them who were holding each other tightly under the naughty tree kissed each other hard. The camera slowly moves up and over the two men, finally stopping at one gorgeous firework after another. The third installment of Summer of Hearts is officially over. The video of the passionate kiss between Channing Shui and Wen Xianjia quickly spread all over the internet. Hashtag Channing Shui's first on-screen kiss. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag Channing Su, Moon Hyunchul, fairy couple. Hashtag Moon Hyunchul, you deserve to die. Hashtag explosion. Emergency artifact orgy. I just took a nap. How did I wake up to the sky collapsing? Why? Because he is good. I don't care. The video is definitely P. It's AI face swap. This person is not a goddess at all. Sweeps himself across the room and does back to hunger. Damn it. Although I've long accepted the fact that the goddess is bewitched by him, I still can't accept such an exciting picture in front of me. Brothers, hello fragrance. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the goddess. You think about it, before the flowers, in front of the tree, in that kind of atmosphere, a small girl with no experience in love. It is difficult not to brain hot. I should be in the rivers and lakes leisurely at thousands of Ing Shui at Man Xianjia. When will you get married? When will you have a baby? When is the second child? 3 folds. Nimni folds, what's the hurry? The official announcement first. After the program, Moon Hyunchul did not choose to go home. It didn't take much guessing to know that when he went back, there would surely be 3 oxen and demons that had fallen into madness and demonization outputting at him. So for the sake of his own life, he'd better not go back for the time being and let them calm down for a night. Inside the bedroom, Xianing Shui sat on the soft bed, holding the bonding love thread in her hands and playing with it. Then she looked up and turned to Moon Hyunchul and asked, "Hubby, what do you think should we do to preserve this?" Moon Hyunchul raised an eyebrow. "Cut it into 2 pieces and braid them into bracelets, 1 for each person?" At those words, Xianing Shui looked a bit speechless. "Idiot, wouldn't that break our love affair? No way. It's too unlucky. It's a symbol of our beautiful love." Moon Hyunchul stroked his chin in thought. The corners of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "Don't you think it's perfect for a game?" A trace of doubt first flashed through Xianing Shui's eyes, followed by an instantaneous realization. She narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled flirtatiously. "Are you talking about a game like?" Moon Hyunchul nodded, then stepped forward with a bad smile on his face. "Yes, oh. It's guaranteed to make you want to play, oh." He took the nodding love thread from Xianing Shui's hands and skillfully put it on his finger. Then in Xianing Shui's expectant eyes, a pentagram was quickly woven. "Moon Hyunchul, how's that for awesome? Want to play?" 1,000 reflections of snow. Looking at the standard 5-pointed star in front of her, Xianing Shui's eyes still couldn't help but float a trace of marvel. She couldn't wait to reach out her hand and jumped at the chance to try it. "How do you make it up? Teach me." So, under Wen Xianjia's patient guidance, the clumsy Xianing Shui finally independently made up a decent pentagram after several attempts. She immediately smiled like a simple child. "Whoa!" She proudly showed the pentagram on her finger to Moon Hyunchul. "How about that? Am I awesome? Whoa, amazing. Just genius." Moon Hyunchul applauded exaggeratedly, then took the naughty love thread and said with a smile, "Show you a couple more hands." Then he skillfully turned out butterflies, baskets of flowers, birds, etc. with red thread. These were the tricks he used to practice to coax Moon Hyun-ah, who was still a brat. Thinking of Moon Hyun-ah, Moon Hyunchul's heart suddenly thumped. You should still be next door going crazy right now. Fan Xingjie and Xiao Qiqing are presumably there. I just hope Xiaoya doesn't accidentally cut them both up when she goes crazy." Just as he was ruminating, Xianing Shui reached out and grabbed the red thread in his hand and huffed. Okay, stop showing and teach me." Then Hyunchul Moon began his journey of teaching flipping ropes. "Ha!" Moon Hyunchul yawned, then looked at the time. "It's almost 10 p.m. He urged Xianing Shui. "Stop playing. It's time to sleep." Xianing Shui was having fun and didn't want to stop at all. She raised her head and looked at Wen Xianjia and pouted. Go ahead by yourself. I'll study for a while." Then once again, he lowered his head and fought with the red thread in his hand, looking at Xianing Shui's focused appearance. Wen Xianjia shook his head helplessly. "Alright, then I'll go take a bath myself, oh." When he finished, he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Xianing Shui responded without lifting her head and continued to immerse herself in her world of flipping ropes. When Wen Xianjia returned to the bedroom again wrapped in his bathrobe, he only saw Xianing Shui sitting on the edge of the bed, her face filled with anxiety and helplessness. Her hands, on the other hand, were wrapped several times by the knotting love thread. That effort to break free was as cute as a kitten that stole a ball of wool and then got tangled up in it. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Xianing Shui raised her head and looked at Wen Xianjia pitifully. "Honey, come and untie me." Wen Xianjia rubbed his hair and walked slowly towards Xianing Shui, flirting as he walked. "Yo, so proactive and sweet. Wrapping yourself up and delivering?" Chapter 175, Shocking 1,000 Years. At those words, Xianing Shui immediately glared at him in shame. "What active sweetness? Untie me." Moon Hyunchul towered over him with a smug expression. "Beg me." Xianing Shui glared at him with an exasperated look, then raised her mouth and pleaded in a delicate voice. "Please, hubby." The voice was soft and sticky, with a pampering meaning, and it made Wen Xianjia's mood happy and his body soothe. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. "Cool." He smiled in satisfaction, tossing the towel casually on the drying rack before stepping forward. "Well, that's good. Here to untie you, oh." Xianing Shui smiled on the surface, but inwardly, she had already begun to conceptualize a revenge plan. "Taking advantage of me, ha? See how you die when I free my hands later." When Xianjia walked over to the bedside, but did not untie the red thread for Xianing Shui first, but instead put his hands on her shoulders. Xianing Shui was just puzzled when Xianjia gave a hard push, so she fell backward defenselessly and her whole body lay on the bed. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Xianing Shui let out a petulant cry. Moon Hyunchul leaned down and supported his hands on both sides of her body. Teasingly, Wasn't that how you wanted to play it earlier? And it's okay to botch it. Then, in her dumbfounded eyes, she lifted her hands above her head and held them down, lowering her head and kissing her on the lips. Morning. Moon Hyunchul woke up and only felt a strange sensation coming from his wrist. He subconsciously tried to move his hands, but realized he couldn't move his wrists. He opened his eyes in a daze, only to see Qian Yingshui lying on her side beside him. A dainty smile hung at the corners of her mouth, and there was a gleam of triumph in her eyes. Good morning, hubby. Moon Hyunchul raised his hands to see that the nodding love thread was making his left hand and right hand nodding. That's when he reacted. Oh, so it was retaliation from the cheapskates. Qian Yingshui's finger gently poked his chest, her eyes full of teasing. How's that for a bad taste? Want to be free? Humph. Then beg me. Moon Hyunchul resisted the urge to roll his eyes, speechless to the core. He gave a look of tortured agony. Honey, I was wrong. Please let me go. Qian Yingshui listened and narrowed her eyes pleasantly. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Cool. She sneered and followed Moon Hyunchul's example last night, grabbing his wrists with both hands and raising his hands high above his head. Then one long, slender finger picked up his chin, the smile on his face growing more and more amused. Man, you started the fire. Put it out yourself. Although Qian Yingshui and Wen Xianjia have already kissed passionately in front of the whole internet, which is considered to be a confirmed relationship by definition. However, to everyone's surprise, neither side's microblog sent out an official announcement. Not right. So little news. This situation should not be to send tweets to each other, 8? I know. It must be the goddess who has come to her senses and finally realized what an impulsive and stupid thing she did, and is at this moment reflecting on her regret. That's right. It's good that the goddess has come to her senses. It's not too late to mend. Maybe it's just a simple matter of not wanting to take up public resources. Besides, do people have to report to the netizens when they fall in love? Shui and her brother-in-law are busy with their wedding/pregnancy/second child/meeting the parents. How do they have time for all this formalism? When Xianjia and Qian Yingshui finally gave up and got out of bed after a morning of being shameless, Moon Hyunchul returns home and prepares to be baptized by a trio of cool-down, but still red-warmed bullies. Instead, Qian Yingshui headed to the Qian family villa. Inside the villa, the spacious living room was lit as bright as day. Qi Jun sat on the sofa, his hands folded on his knees, his brow furrowed and his face grim. His eyes were dead set on the doorway, as if he was waiting for something, suppressing the anger that was about to erupt within him. When Qian Yingshui's figure appeared in the doorway, his body stiffened, and then he violently stood up, his voice questioning with a hint of trembling. Qian Yingshui, what the hell is going on? This is a completely different storyline from what she swore earlier that she was going to turn that kid down hard at the confession ceremony. Ha! Qian Yingshui's body trembled, and her eyes instantly reddened as tears welled up in her eyes. She lowered her head and twisted her hands together uneasily, sobbing, I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't want this to happen, but it's like I really fell in love with him. The voice was tinged with a sob, permeated with a deep sense of helplessness and guilt. At those words, Qian Jun almost spat blood on the spot. What did you say? Qian Yingshui raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, and continued. During the process of getting along, I kept warning myself that it was just acting, but I just couldn't help but be attracted to him. He's really so gentle and sweet, full of security, and with him, it's as if I don't have to be afraid of anything. A blush of happiness appeared on her face, and her eyes were filled with love and fondness. Qian Jun looked at her look of being immersed in love, and the anger in his heart grew even more. His teeth clenched and he was about to scold her for her confusion when Qian Yingshui added to herself. I often wonder if I could have met him earlier, if I wouldn't have had to encounter so many accidents and dangers. Shijuan's heart snapped and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. He cleared his throat and said in a calm voice, Danger? Accidental? That's why I told you to get more bodyguards. Qian Yingshui didn't seem to hear her father's words as she was lost in her own thoughts, talking to herself. You know Dad, he can defuse bombs, grab guns with his bare hands, and fly over walls. He is simply omnipotent, and he also promised me that with him around, I will never get hurt. To tell you the truth, after he saved me from those two kidnappers, the hands of those two kidnappers, I have already developed a different emotion towards him. Hearing Chijuan's eyes widen in shock. So, from that time she has? Qian Yingshui's eyes became firm. Dad, I want to quit the circle. I want to marry him. Qianjuan's face instantly turned pale. Retreating and getting married? Qian Yingshui straightened her back, her eyes revealing an unquestionable firmness. I've decided that I don't want to stay in this circle of right and wrong. I want to marry him and be an ordinary but happy wife. Qianjun was anxious. Don't you care about Qian's group anymore? Didn't you want to help Dad manage the company? His voice carried a hint of pleading. He didn't understand. She had gone through all the trouble of trying to meddle in the group's affairs in the first place. How could she just give up now when she said she would? Chen Yingshui gently shook her head, a faint smile on her face. No, it's better to let my mother and sister help with the company. I'll stay out of it. Not to mention, I'm just an outsider. Qian Jun became even more anxious and hastily interrupted her. You're not some outsider. You're my daughter too. Chen Yingshui was startled by her father's action. A hint of a flattered look flashed in her eyes, followed by a grateful smile. Thanks, Dad. But I've really made up my mind that I want to live the life I really want. The kind of life where I'm surrounded by love and there are no hookups. I know this may disappoint you, but it's the truest thing in my heart. The words had already been said, and Xianjun was speechless. He was silent for a long time and finally said slowly, I can't give you an answer on this matter yet. Let me see the boy first. Chapter 176, Your daughter can't live without me. She'll go crazy without me. Let me see the boy first. At those words, Qian Yingshui's body stiffened violently, and her pupils suddenly contracted. She stared incredulously hard at Qi Jun and questioned with a trembling voice, Dad, are you trying to threaten him or bribe him with money to get him to leave me? Qi Jun's expression froze, clearly being spoken for. Without waiting for him to respond in time, Qian Yingshui's eyes quickly darkened, her expression becoming harsh and cold. Ah, so that's really what you're planning? If you don't agree with us being together, then don't blame your daughter for not remembering the years of father-daughter friendship. This was the first time Qian Jun had seen her show a scary expression like that, and it actually caused a layer of cold sweat to seep out of his back. He quickly stabilized his mind and hastened to defend himself with a dry smile. No, Ying Shui, what are you thinking? I just want to know more about him. After all, he's the one you like, my future son-in-law. I can't just let you follow him in a haphazard manner, right? As soon as the words fell, a flash of surprise immediately flashed across Qian Yingshui's eyes and she couldn't wait to ask, Dad, you're okay with us being together? Qi Jun was stunned, and only then did he realize that he seemed to have been trapped. His brow furrowed slightly and he digressed a bit. Hurry up and let me see him first. In the prosperous summer city, the business map is like a battlefield without smoke. The competition between the major groups is exceptionally fierce. With swords and dark tides, every business is racking its brains to compete for more market share and higher profits at all costs. In this cruel business competition, the slightest carelessness may lead to a total loss and be mercilessly eliminated by competitors. The biggest advantage for the Qian group to be able to stand out and occupy a place among the many competitors was the trump card of Qian Yingshui. With her super popularity and strong influence in the entertainment industry, Qian Yingshui became the best spokesperson for Qian's group's external publicity. Every event she attends and every product she endorses attracts the attention of countless media and consumers, bringing great commercial value and brand exposure to Qian's group. Her name, Thousand Reflections of Snow, is the gold standard of the Thousand Group. Whenever Qian Yingshui is mentioned, people will naturally associate it with Qian's group's high-quality products and excellent corporate image. Losing Qian Yingshui, Qian Clan Group would be without its sharpest weapon and would instantly lose its competitive edge in the market. Without Qian Yingshui's influence and appeal, the Qian Clan Group would be obliterated and gradually drowned out by other competitors. The market share and brand reputation that Qian's group has accumulated over the years will be under great threat, and may even fall into the desperate situation of bankruptcy and closure. Thinking about this, Xianjuan's heart was filled with anxiety and fear. He knows how important Qian Yingshui is to the Qian group and understands how heavy a blow she will bring to the group once she retires from the circle and gets married. Therefore, he must not let Qian Yingshui withdraw from the circle, let alone any marriage. He had to do everything he could to stop her from making this bad decision. Qian Yingshui walked into the parlor with Moon Hyun Chul on her arm. Dad, I brought Chul. Hearing this intimate name, Qianjuan's tiger body shook. He turned, his eyes lingering for a moment on the two who were pressed together. He then sighed helplessly and said to Qian Yingshui, Why don't you go out, and I'll talk to him alone? A wave of uneasiness immediately surged up on Qian Yingshui's face, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Wen Xianzhe's hand. Moon Hyunchul gently patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, I'm sure Dad won't give me a hard time. As soon as these words came out, Qianjun almost spat out blood in anger. How can you call me Dad? Who is your dad? Qian Yingshui looked at Wen Xianzhe's gentle smile, and after hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Aha. Then he let go of his hand and looked at Qi Jun again, wanting to say something, and finally walked out of the parlor. The door was gently closed, and only Qi Jun and Wen Xianzhe were left in the parlor. With a relaxed face, Moon Hyunchul walked over to the sofa and sat down graciously. He smoothly picked up the tea that had long been brewed on the table, gently blew on it, and elegantly took a sip before smiling at Qianjun. Why are you standing there? Sit down. Qi Jun froze. What? Is this kid crazy? The last time we met, This kid was so nervous that he couldn't even speak properly, and he had a coy demeanor. But at this moment, he seemed to really be the master of this place, exuding a sense of confidence and calmness. In the face of the sudden transformation of Wen Xianzhe's image, Qianjuan's brain was in a state of confusion, and even a little confused. How dare you turn your nose up at me on the strength of Qian Shue's favor? He walked over to Wen Xianzhe and sat down in front of him, his fingers slowly turning the trigger finger that symbolized the head of the Qian family, trying to get back the momentum of his home turf. He asked, "Do you truly love our Xue?" Moon Hyunchul sipped his tea lightly and said carelessly, "Well, it should be." In Qijuan's surprised expression, Moon Hyunchul suddenly leaned his body forward and meaningfully hooked the corner of his mouth. "But she certainly loves me with all her heart. Do you know what this means, Mr. Thousand? She can't live without me anymore. And she'll go crazy without me." Qijuan's heart felt like it had been hit hard by a hammer, shocking him a little. What the hell is going on with this kid? Originally, he was thinking of pressurizing Moon Hyunchul, or worse, sending him away with money and telling him to get lost. If those don't work, then he'll just have to disappear for good. But now it seemed that the man was far more difficult to handle than he had thought. Qianjun quickly calmed down, sneered, and asked in return, "Can't live without you? Going crazy without you? Ha! Are you so confident that she loves you enough to do that?" When Xianzhe had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his sharp and oligarchic gaze gazed at him without half a degree of warmth. "You don't believe it? Then you want to confirm it for yourself?" Chapter 177, Give me $1 billion. Qi Jun was silent. Qian Shui was a stubborn person. This he knew very well. Whether it's a product she wants to endorse, a drama she wants to act in, or a role she wants, she fights tooth and nail for it. You don't stop until you get what you want. But it's also this stubbornness that has gotten her to where she is today. So when Qian Shui proposed that she wanted to intervene in the Chen clan group, Qianjun knew clearly that, no matter how much he pushed back or made excuses, she would never give up so easily. But, she's actually giving it up voluntarily for this brat now? Not only the Qian group, but even her career that she had fought for 10 years in the entertainment industry. The man's place in her heart was palpable. Qijun stared intently at the well-traveled man in front of him, and unwillingly uttered a taunt. Qian Shui would definitely be disappointed in you if she knew that you uttered those words. When Xianzhe, however, was unimpressed, and the corners of his mouth still had that contemptuous smile. "Is that so? I would think that the fact that her own father is doing everything he can to prevent her from getting together with her beloved, just to squeeze her residual value to her heart's content, would be even more disappointing to her oh so much." His own dark thoughts were just put out in the open, and Qianjuan's heart sank so hard that a cold sweat instantly rose on his back. He began to turn the wrench on his finger restlessly and quickly. "Ha! What are you talking about? Nonsense! Damn! What the hell is wrong with this kid?" Moon Hyunchul continued coldly. "I'm honest with Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian, also don't pretend in front of me, okay? I know what you want. You want Qian Shui to stay in the entertainment industry forever, to maintain the perfect image of a national goddess forever, and to always act as a money-making machine for Qian's group, right?" Qijuan's turning of the trigger finger jerked to a halt, hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the effort, as if to suppress the shock and confusion that churned inside in this way. When Xianzhe looked at his reaction, helplessly laughed. "Don't be so surprised. Is a person all know Qian Shui to Qian's group means what? This is a fact known to all. Not what my secret investigation oh." Qianjuan's face turned red with shame and indignation, his back teeth gnashing. That's right. Everyone in the circle knew that Qian's group had grown and prospered by sucking Qian Shui's blood, but no one had ever dared to say it so nakedly to his face. Moon Hyunchul continued to ask, "Do you know what I want?" At this moment, Qianjun was already completely at a disadvantage. He pursed his dry lips tightly and impatiently asked along with his words, "What do you want?" Moon Hyunchul held out a finger. "$1 billion. Give me $1 billion, and I can lock Qian Shui out of the entertainment industry forever as you wish." When these words came out, Qianjun even stared incredulously as if he had been struck by lightning, and at this moment, he finally realized the true purpose of the man in front of him. Turns out it's just one word, money. Qijun was exasperated and laughed. "Ha, ha, thousand Shui, ah, thousand Shui. My stupid daughter, who thinks she's found someone who truly loves her, is nothing but a profit-seeking villain." Knowing the other party's true purpose, Qianjun, as if he had gained a bargaining chip that he could negotiate with him, his entire body became confident. He relaxed his body and leaned back lazily on the couch with a playful smile. "How can I trust you to keep your word and not just turn around and disappear with the money?" Although $1 billion was not a small amount, compared to the value that Qian Shui had created for the Qian clan group, it was a drop in the bucket. Moon Hyunchul let out a light laugh with a sincere expression. I'm just an ordinary citizen. If I really took the money and ran away, I definitely can't run away from the Chien group's pursuit. And your daughter won't let me off easily. She can be even more stubborn than you think. How could I be so stupid? I will stay by her side until she can no longer be of value to you. You need a plainly marked guard more than a lover with a bad heart, don't you? What do you think, Mr. Chien? Chijuan's insides began to waver as his finger turned up the trigger again and asked, what are you going to do to get her to willingly stay in show business? Moon Hyunchul smiled, picked up a pen and said as he casually drew circles on the table, there are so many ways. Tell her that my favorite thing about her is the way she shines in front of the screen, and she promises to pick up a new drama right away. Tell her that I don't want to be overly noticed, and I don't want to be labeled as Thousand Reflections Snowsman, and she'll give up on marrying me right away. And he rattled off various scenarios. Hearing Chijuan's brows furrowed. But then again, one had to admit that he did seem to know her better than he did as a father. As Chijun begins to falter, Moon Hyunchul plays his last card. You want Qianing Shui to continue to work for the Chen Group. I want money. Qianing Shui wants love. The three of us don't have conflicting purposes. Mr. Chien, this is a win-win-win situation. You're a shrewd businessman. You should know how to weigh the pros and cons better than I do, right? Qianjuan's reddened eyes stared at the man in front of him with a deadly glare, only hating that he could eat him alive with his eyes. If not, Qianing Shui will logically retire from the circle and marry him. If he was killed, Qianing Shui would definitely know who had done it, and the consequences would be even more unimaginable. There was no room for him to refuse. Qianjun closed his eyes and let out a long breath, as if he wanted to expel all the anger that had built up inside of him in this way. He slowly opened his eyes, and though his face was expressionless, he almost spat out a word through clenched teeth. Good. Eventually, a deal was struck. Text message on his cell phone received the news of $1 billion in the account. When Xianjia got up and smiled and nodded at Qianjun. Mr. Chien. Happy cooperation. Qianjun was so furious that he couldn't wait to dismantle him and break him into pieces right now. But he still pretended to be unconcerned with a cold snort. Ha, I hope you're worth it for what you've done. Brats who don't know any better. The day Qianing Shui gets tired of you is the deadline for you to pay your debt. Just as when Xianjia was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned his head, looking at Qianjun and said, you know what, Mr. Chien? If she could get some love from her family, she wouldn't have to be tricked by an asshole like me with a little care and a few sweet words. Qianjuan's body jolted as a complex emotion surged in his heart. Moon Hyunchul changed his tune again. Ah no, if there is no that kidnapping case, I will not end her acquaintance. We are originally different worlds of people. In the end, or those two thugs to the two of us to hold the red line it. Also do not know how they are now in the prison life. Want to find a chance to go to visit them it. He said to himself as he headed for the door. Chi Jun, who had left the parlor behind, had his fists clenched and his face pale. Yes, it all started with that kidnapping. And that kidnapping, he's the one who plotted it. Not only that, all the terrible accidents Qianing Shui had suffered over the years had come from him. It was all the inspiration he found from that time when Yuan Rong's designed wigwam broke and Qianing Shui fell into a cliff and became unconscious, thus triggering a huge flow of traffic. The docile horse suddenly lost control while filming. Bombs for props become real bombs. The warm water in the glass was replaced with concentrated sulfuric acid. Also, on her way to the Dasha Film Festival, she was kidnapped by vicious thugs. Qianing Shui's carotid artery was scratched, went into the rescue room, and almost died on the operating table. And he realized that what he did was a bit too much. He also didn't expect the kidnapper to hit her so hard. Immediately afterward, he sent someone to dispose of the two imprisoned kidnappers as a way to assuage his inner guilt. If she gets some love from her family, she won't have to be tricked by an asshole like me with a little care and a few sweet words. With Wen Xianjia's words just now constantly echoing in his mind, Xianjun only felt a stabbing pain in his head. Just then, Moon Hyunchul opened the door to the parlor, only to see Qianing Shui waiting outside the door with an anxious face. Chapter 178. Are you the little girl I fished out of the water? Seeing Wen Xianjia come out from within the parlor, Qianing Shui hurriedly greeted him. She took his hand and asked worriedly, Jia, Dad didn't give you a hard time, did he? The corner of Chijuan's eye twitched. Who's giving who a hard time anyway? Qianing Shui, you're really smart to find such a character. When Xianjia held back Qianing Shui's slightly trembling hand and comforted with a smile. No, how could Dad give me a hard time? He and I pushed and talked a lot, and I fought a lot. Come on, let's go back and talk slowly. Then he pulled Qianing Shui away from the scene. Inside the bedroom, Qianing Shui stood in the center of the room, her eyes glaring round, her face filled with incredulity. 10 billion? The rosy lips were slightly parted and half closed. They had clearly agreed before that asking Qianjun for 5 million would be enough, but when Xianjia had taken the liberty of asking for 1 billion, what was even more unbelievable to her was that old stingy bastard, Qianjun, actually did give it? Moon Hyunchul sat on the edge of the bed, his legs folded casually. He grunted softly in triumph, lifting a hand to gently straighten his cuffs absently. Ha, $1 billion is still too little for me. Where do you stop with the money you've made working for him these past 10 years? Qianing Shue's brows tightened. A trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes as she took 2 steps forward, clasping her hands in front of her chest and retorted. What money you helped him earn? It's just temporarily placed at his place for safekeeping. Sooner or later, I'll get it all back. And the 1,000 group, all of which, he owes to me, and my real parents. Moon Hyunchul's leisurely expression instantly froze in disbelief. Qi-jun is not your father? Qianing Shui raised an eyebrow. You just realized that. Ha? Since the media didn't publicize Qianing Shui's birth, many people really didn't know the fact that Qianing Shui was just an adopted daughter of the Qin family. Qianing Shui laughed lightly and wrapped her arms around her chest. He, how dare you call yourself an avid fan of Thousand Reflecting Snow? And you actually don't even know about this. So I'll reluctantly help you with a little bit of science. Lin Han, the sole heir of the Lin Group and the real father of Qianing Shui. A tragedy 22 years ago changed the fate of the Lin Han family forever. At the time, Lin Han was traveling with his wife and 2-year-old daughter. Instead, he was hit by a drunk driver and the vehicle rolled over and plunged into a cliff. After 3 days and nights of grueling search by the search and rescue team, the remains of Mr. and Mrs. Lin were finally found at the bottom of the cliff. Their bodies have been badly damaged by the beasts, and the scene is unforgiving. The young girl, on the other hand, was as if she had evaporated from the earth and was never heard from again. The search ended in tragedy, and the little girl was presumed dead. Lin Han was the only son in the family, and his passing was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Lin family. The head of the Lin family was hospitalized because of this anger, while the Lin Group became the fat meat coveted by many ambitious people. It was at this point that Qianjun, the new helmsman of the Qian Group, stepped forward. Qianjun and Lin Han are not only friends from generation to generation, but also close friends who grew up together since childhood, and their friendship is deep. As a result, the head of the Lin family decided to transfer the majority of the Lin Group's equity to Qianjun, hoping to use this to preserve the Lin family's heart and soul. Qianjun lived up to its promise. With the support of this huge capital, Qian's group quickly rose to become a rising star in the industry. As for the Lin clan, it was completely merged by the Qian clan due to the passing of the Lin clan's family head several years later. From now on there will be no more Lin's group in Xiaochang. After a few more years, Qianjun picked up a 12-year-old girl from the orphanage and brought her back to the Qian family, and claimed that she was Lin Han's daughter, the kid who should have died in a car accident 10 years ago. Qi-jun promised to love and raise her as if she were his own daughter. Yi Wanrong once suspected that this is the illegitimate daughter of Qianjun outside, and quietly took their hair to do the DNA identification. But the test results showed that they really weren't related to each other. For Qianing Shui, her memories began in the orphanage, with almost zero recollection of her biological parents. As she grew older, she began to have doubts about the true cause of her biological parents' deaths. Did they, indeed, die in an accident? Qi-jun is undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary of Lin Han's passing. Her parents' deaths must have something to do with Qi-jun. There was one other thing that confused her greatly, though. Why didn't Qi-jun dispose of her back then? Why bring her back to the Qian family again after 10 years? What the hell is he up to? After listening to Qianing Shui's narration, when Xianjia's brows furrowed as his gaze locked onto her, a hint of incredulous confirmation in his tone. An orphanage? You spent time in an orphanage? Qianing Shui's expression was a bit speechless, slightly raising her eyebrows, a few hints of helplessness in her tone. Is that the point? When Xianjia, however, as if he had seized some key clue, stood up fiercely with eagerness in his eyes and pursued the question. Which orphanage? The corner of Qianing Shui's mouth hooked slightly, revealing a meaningful smile as she slowly spat out a few words. Warm Sun Orphanage. Warm Sun Orphanage. Hearing this name, Moon Hyunchul's entire body was stunned. This was the place that he and Moon Hyuna had been forced into by the sheriff of Summer City after he and Moon Hyuna had escaped from that place and came to Summer City. Although he had only been at that orphanage for a week, the memories of that time were exceptionally vivid, because in that cold winter, the young 3-year-old Moon Hyuna was deceived by 3 goddamn little people and drank the driving rain, followed by a whole day of pain and suffering. Enraged to the core, he went to the 3 little men for revenge, and it was in that process, he accidentally fishes a skinny, short little girl out of the freezing water. The frozen, reddened face in her memory was now gradually overlapping with the delicate and mature face in front of her. Moon Hyunchul's pupils contracted slightly, and his voice trembled a little. You You the little girl I fished out of the water? Qianing Shui gently covered the corner of her mouth as if she was suppressing some kind of emotion. Then she raised her eyes. Her bright eyes had become wet at some point. She looked deeply at him, a complicated glint in her eyes. Yes, that soft and pitiful little girl has now become a great beauty with an extremely deep city and a ruthless heart. Oh. Her voice held a hint of self-deprecation, yet a hint of pride. Moon Hyunchul's shock was hard to express. He had never imagined that the skinny little girl back then would be the one in front of him, the Qianing Shui who had once made him fear and hate. Qianing Shui suddenly hooked his neck, her slender fingers gently tracing across his angular face, her tone carrying a few hints of teasing. But then again, you taught me all of this. Her voice was low and seductive. Have I? As you wish? Chapter 179, I'm going to cut my heart open, stuff you in it, and then sew it up with a single stitch. With Qianing Shui's words, those dusty memories came like a tidal wave. Can you not be so lowly? No wonder those three will come to bully you. So, what should I do then? I'm just like me. Forget it, don't be like me. They all say I'm crazy, insane. Whoever bullied you and upset you, you get back at them. If you think about it, there's nothing wrong with being a crazy psychopath. At least no one will dare to mess with you. At this moment, Moon Hyunchul finally understood. Why was Qianing Shui so obsessed with him from the very beginning? Why did she always have an obsession in her eyes that he couldn't understand? So the source of all this was the little girl he had casually saved back then? The white moonlight is himself? A complex emotion surged in when Xianzhe's heart as he tightly wrapped his arms around Qianing Shui's waist, his gaze deep and fiery. Why now? Look at me like a little cutie, like dangling in front of you. Aren't you having a good time? Qianing Shui let out a light laugh, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Yeah, it sure is funny to see you with that dazed look on your face. With a turn, Moon Hyunchul pushed her down on the bed and leaned in close to her ear. Ha, letting you be a lunatic is really a lunatic? It's more than just what I wanted. It's almost like the blue is better than the blue. Qianing Shui's smile became even more flirtatious at that moment as she gently stroked his cheek and whispered, So are you still satisfied? Moon Hyunchul let out a light laugh and didn't reply, only replacing words with actions. All the mysteries are finally solved and all the emotions explode at this moment. What was once an orphanage, what was once a cold lake, what was once salvation, is now an unbreakable bond between them. Qianing Shui looked at him with infatuation, feeling his warmth, murmuring intermittently, Thank you, for saving me back then. Also thank you, for letting me become the person I am now. Moon Hyunchul's heart felt like it had been tickled, and the roots of his ears instantly became hot. He opened his mouth a little shamefully. Well, concentrate at times like this and don't say these melodramatic words, okay? Qianing Shui's movement stalled and she was about to blow up when Xianzhe sealed her mouth with her lips. He said nothing more, just held her tighter. No matter what the future held, he would never leave her alone in the storm again, because she had long been the most important part of his life. Qianing Shui lay on Xianzhe's chest, her fingers mischievously drawing various shapes on his chest. For his part, Moon Hyunchul wrapped one arm around her shoulders and gently stroked her long hair with the other, his fingertips occasionally curling a strand of hair and letting it slide back down. Qianing Shui suddenly raised her head, blinked her eyes, and asked, Honey, do you know why I became an actor? When Xianzhe looked down at her, a flirtatious smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. To unleash your evil nature? He deliberately trailed off, his eyes full of teasing. After all, the roles she's played, a vicious female mastermind, a ruthless female agent, and a black lotus bent on revenge. Each one is impressive and completely in character. Qianing Shui sniffed and immediately glared at him angrily, poking his chest with her finger. Where am I evil? I'm old and righteous, okay? She said as she rolled over and sat up, looking down at him with an incredibly serious expression as she explained. I became an actor for oh so simple reasons. She leaned down slightly, close to his face, her voice soft but with a hint of cunning. As soon as I'm famous, I can appear anywhere, TV, newspapers, magazines, billboards. That way you can see me and recognize me. She raised a nice eyebrow, a hint of helplessness and flirtation in her tone. Unfortunately, I had grown into a big girl by the time I became famous, and had long since changed. Even later, when I appeared alive in front of you, you idiot didn't even recognize me. When Xianzhe sniffed and couldn't help but laugh out loud, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Ha, can't you just send out an announcement that says, that teenage hero who saved me back then? Please come forward on your own and I'll send you a deluxe gift package? I promise to come and recognize you the first time. Qianing Shui exasperatedly whacked him. The force was not heavy, but it carried a few hints of pettiness. Then there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people who have saved me. And who knows if you'll choose to jump out on your own. After the two of them joked around for a while, Chen Yingxue suddenly quieted down and lay back on his chest, her voice becoming soft and serious. But over the years, I've really only been able to be myself when I'm acting. When Xianzhe was slightly stunned, and a trace of complex emotions surged in his heart, Chen Yingxue let out a light laugh, her fingertips gently tracing across his chin. But after I met you, I didn't need to disguise myself. Her eyes softened with a faint hint of relief. I actually don't like the feeling of showing my head and being watched by countless eyes. As long as you have me in your eyes, that's enough. She lifted her hand and gently stroked the corner of his eye, her voice so low it almost sounded like she was talking to herself. So you'd like to watch me forever? Instead of answering immediately, Moon Hyunchul purposely made a face and shook his head. No. Chen Yingxue froze and was about to get angry when he suddenly grabbed her hand and held it tightly in his palm, his eyes serious and fiery. Where is just gazing enough? I'm going to cut my heart open, stuff you in it, and sew it back together with a single stitch. Chen Yingxue was stunned. Then she couldn't help but laugh out loud, but the corners of her eyes were slightly moist. She lowered her head, her forehead against his chest, her voice muffled. Where did you learn that corny love line? Corny as hell. Moon Hyunchul gently lifted her chin and kissed her forehead, quirking his mouth in triumph. What learning? Ha! It's 100% original to me. Reprinted. Chen Yingxue was amused, then didn't say another word, just hugged him tightly as if she wanted to integrate herself into his body. Their heartbeats seemed to synchronize in this moment, and their breath intertwined with each other's, warm and reassuring. Outside the window, the night was deep and starry. Inside the house, on the other hand, the world of the two seemed to stay in this moment forever, quiet and beautiful. Suddenly, Chen Yingxue slowly opened her mouth, breaking the silence. Tomorrow, I'm going back to the studio to choose a script, and then I'll start preparing for the movie to hit this year's Dasha Best Actor. And it will be the last play of my 10-year acting career. Chapter 180, I Want to Eat the Bunny Early. About the final installment of the Summer of Hearts, the Praying Edge Temple. The other three groups of guests stay ended up like this. Before, when Xianzhe and Chen Yingxue arrived under the Praying Edge tree, Xia Li and Luo Qingyu had already been there long ago. After obtaining Luo Qingyu's consent, Xia Li then carefully tied the red, knotting love thread to both of their wrists. The movements were gentle and focused, and when his fingertips occasionally touched Luo Qingyu's wrist, a faint blush unconsciously rose at the base of his ears. Luo Qingyu looked down at his clumsy but serious appearance. The corners of her mouth slightly raised and a hint of laughter flashed in her eyes. After tying it, Shelley took a deep breath, then closed her eyes with anticipation and made her wish to the god of bonding. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, his cheeks looking a little tight from the tension, but his mind chanted silently. Let me marry her, please. Get married, please, please. Up. The wish echoed in his mind over and over again, as if every time he meditated on it, he was one step closer to its fulfillment. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that Luo Qingyu had somehow brought her face in front of his. Her breath brushed his cheek gently with a hint of light fragrance, like early summer gardenias, fresh and intoxicating. Shelley subconsciously cowered backward, his heartbeat steeply accelerated, and even his breathing became a bit disorganized. Luo Qingyu, however, looked at him with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness and teasing, and softly asked, what was the wish? Shelley's throat tightened a little, and his voice was so low as to be almost inaudible. Wishes that concern you. Luo Qingyu let out a light laugh and smoothly interlocked her hands, which were tied together with his fingers. Her fingertips were slightly cool, but they made Shelley's palms instantly hot. She whispered, me too. Oh. Xiali froze and looked up at her. Luo Qingyu blinked. A flirtatious glint flashed in her eyes as she approached his ear and asked softly, want to know what I wish for? Shelley nodded subconsciously, his heart beating as violently as a drum. Luo Qingyu's breath sprayed on his ears with a hint of warmth, causing his entire body to freeze in place. Her voice was like a feather gently brushing against the tip of his heart, with a hint of titillation. I'd like to, sooner than later, eat the bunny. Oh. Shelley's ears instantly turned red, and even her neck was tinted a light pink color. His fingers trembled slightly as he tried to say something, but realized he couldn't even get a word out. Luo Qingyu couldn't help but laugh out softly as she looked at his innocent and shy appearance. She backed away a little and cocked her head at him, her voice soft and still with a hint of seduction. Will you help me fulfill this wish? Shelley tried to calm her frantic heartbeat, her eyes dodging as she nodded at a loss for words. Luo Qingyu smiled with satisfaction and gently squeezed his hand, as if telling him in a silent voice, I'll be waiting. After that, the two maintained their wrists tied together and continued to roam the temple fair. The roots of Xia Li's ears were still lightly flushed, but his hand was holding Luo Qingyu's hand tightly, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly shake him off. Luo Qingyu occasionally glanced at him sideways, her eyes filled with tenderness and favor. The temple fair was brightly lit and crowded. Yet the two seemed to be in a world that belonged only to them. The nodding love thread on his wrist glowed bright red in the light, tying together two people who would never have crossed paths, and the group of Nicole and Soo-yoon. Because Soo-yoon's bad luck was too powerful, it caused the two of them to go through a lot of trials and tribulations in this bustling temple fair. The two first came to a dart-throwing game booth, only to find that there was already a long line in front of them. It was hard to get in line for them, and Nicole excitedly stepped forward when the stall owner suddenly shouted, "Sorry, the dart just stabbed someone and spilled blood. Business is suspended." Next, they came to a lasso game booth. This time there is no cue, but just as Soo-yoon was about to set the circle, the prop on the stall suddenly click. The pole broke. The third game is shooting balloons. Nicole confidently picks up the toy gun, aims at the balloons and pulls the trigger, but the gun is broken and can't shoot any bullets at all. It's hard to find a riddle game, but it turns out that both of them are DD yuck, so they can't even guess anymore. To summarize, either there are too many people in line, or the props are broken, and it's so hard to play the game, but then you can't get past the level. Anyway, the two struggled to earn points at the temple, until the fireworks burned out and the temple fair ended. The two did not win enough 100 points, and naturally did not redeem the bonding love line, but there was no need for the two of them to bond. Even the pop-ups have been saying that the two of them are designated as octogenarians, and that they will never get any good juice together. And the group of Tang Lei and Shin Yao, although the two earned 100 points and successfully redeemed the bonding love line, they ultimately did not succeed in bonding. Shin Yao just wanted to take the opportunity to stir up some heat with Tang Lei, but she definitely didn't have any non-human thoughts about him. The thought that if the god of karma accidentally jerks off and works, she and Tang Lei would really be a natural pair. There's no telling how much she'll have to suffer in the future. In the future, she will not die of overwork because of filming, or because she was stabbed to death by the fanatical fans of the opposite family, but she will be poisoned to death by the desperate poisoner Tang Lei. So, when the bonded love thread was redeemed, she quietly disposed of it while Tang Lei and the camera weren't paying attention. When she arrived under the prayer tree, she was horrified to find that the karmic love thread that she had put in her bag was actually gone. Shin Yao cried bitterly and blamed herself. She looked at Tang Lei with tearful eyes and couldn't control her sobbing. "Mr. Tang Lei, it seems that our destiny can only go so far." Watching the pop-ups grieve and lament that Lei Yao's CPBE is gone. One night after the program ended, the phrase #LuoQingYuCieli quietly climbed the hot search list. The hottest content under the word is a set of street photos. The picture is from the evening. The empty, quiet streets were colored orange by the setting sun. Xia Li wore a simple white shirt on top, a pair of dark-colored slacks underneath, and a pair of white board shorts on his feet. The whole person looked fresh and sharp. His hands gripped the handlebars of the motorized bike steadily, his eyes focused ahead, his expression looking a little nervous, like a beginner who has just learned to ride a bike and is afraid of making a mistake by accident. It's fine if you fall yourself, but the important thing is that you'll involve the people behind you. Luo Qingyu was sitting in the back seat, wearing a light blue dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind. On his head was a straw sun hat, revealing a clear face under the brim, with a gentle smile between his eyebrows. She looked extraordinarily cozy and relaxed as she held the brim of her hat with one hand while the other wrapped around Shelley's waist. "Ha ha ha ha, the CP I knocked actually has an after-sales service. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Thank you gift this is to send Sister Qingyu off work? What class? Kindergarten hasn't even started yet. No way. Prince Spicy is really learning to drive an electric car? I've never seen a luxury car without a girlfriend in an electric car, so it's true that rich people can play. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to diss you." That said, how come there's no news from Yuki and her brother-in-law since they got off the show? Mostly busy on their honeymoon. Just as netizens were discussing whether Qianing Xuan when Xianjia had secretly started making babies, a powerful tidbit of news came out. Chapter 181 Brother, please let me see Xue Xue once. Gossip says, Qianing Xuan Moon Hyunchul have broken up for practical reasons, and attached the chat logs of the most well-known group of paparazzi teams in the entertainment industry as evidence. This chat group has been the scene of many outrageous celebrity gossip scandals. For example, a well-known actor has dated 8 girlfriends at the same time. A well-known actress and ex-husband and current husband hotel room staged burning winter and so on. Almost no one believed it when it was broken. But in the end, almost all of these bombshells were confirmed to have actually happened. That's why the whole internet was in an uproar when the news of their breakup came out. No snowball fights, what? I haven't seen them handing out candy offline yet. Tell me that's not true. Lonely Root 3 did not wait for the official announcement of the news, but waited for the news of the breakup of the partnership. Good reason how to break up, In the end, what do you mean by realistic reasons, What is the beauty of me and Su Gong in the north of the city? The reason I know. It's quite a big deal. It's all over our group. I heard that as soon as the program ended, the guy named Wen went to Qian Yingshue's father, the director of the Qian group, to propose marriage, kneeling directly in front of Qianjun and begging him to marry Qian Yingxue to him. He promised to give her happiness and let her be the happiest woman in the world. As a result, Qijun kicked him straight away. Then take $5 million and drop it on his head and tell him to get lost. Called him a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Also do not look at their own a few kilograms. Even the 1,000 group's 1,000 gold. The national goddess of the idea also dare to hit. The surname one was knocked out by 5 million on the spot. And Qian Yingxue directly lay on him and gave him artificial respiration in front of Qianjun. Qianjun saw that he was so angry on the spot that he had a heart attack. His limbs were twitching, and he was foaming at the mouth. The housekeeper was so scared that he called an ambulance to drag him to the hospital emergency room. The doctor said to prepare for the worst, and the location of the crematorium was booked. But Qijun came back to life. He said to Qian Yingxue, "Take your pick, father or man. Only one of him and the boy can live anyway." Qian Yingxue was a kind girl with filial piety. Even if she was no longer mesmerized by that boy, she certainly couldn't just stand by and watch her father get pissed off alive. She had no choice but to tearfully cut off contact with the boy. That's pretty much what happened. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit with this description, but the reality is about as good as it gets. I'm a dairy farmer, it's true. I heard it hiding under the bed in the hospital ward. Long live sweet tofu brain, it's true. My cat said it heard the same thing from the cat at Chijiazwang Villa. Language representative, please read the original text carefully and answer the following questions. 1. Which incident is referred to in the text as making a big fuss? 3 points. A Moon Hyunchul proposes marriage to Qianjun. B. Qianjun thumps Moon Hyunchul with a body kick. C. Qianchun takes $5 million and smashes Moon Hyunchul into unconsciousness. Cheon Yangseol was forced to break off her relationship with Moon Hyunchul. 2. Calling him a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Not even looking at his own weight. Even dare to hit the 1,000 group's daughter. The national goddess's idea. In this article, can you replace toad wants to eat swan meat with delusional and why? 3 points. 3. In the context of life, talk about how we should deal with the conflicts between parents and partners. 3 marks. Just as the netizens were divided, another news report came out. Qian Yingxue has agreed to work with renowned director Fang Qiu, and she will soon star in his latest movie. It is expected to open at the end of the month. It's also the first time she's gotten back into acting since her last kidnapping. The title of the new play is a modern-day mansion revenge drama. Soon the time came to the end of August. The heat of summer is fading and there is a hint of early fall crispness in the air. Chio Yuki's new movie officially opened and she attended the opening ceremony as the lead actress. On the day, she looked elegant and graceful in a simple white dress. Her long hair was slightly curled and casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was lightly made up, and her whole body looked fresh and natural. After the opening ceremony, Qian Yingxue stayed on set to discuss the script with the director and other actors. It didn't take long, however, for the paparazzi to capture a remarkable set of images. Qian Yingxue moved away from the crowd and stood side by side with a man wearing a black duck-tongue hat in a close demeanor. The man was tall and leggy, wearing a simple black t-shirt and jeans. The brim of his hat was pressed low, covering most of his face, but the outline still showed the delicacy and three-dimensionality of his features. The two of them leaned in close, and the man slightly lowered his head as if he was listening to Qian Yingxue. Qian Yingshue's face wore a gentle smile, occasionally looking up at him with tenderness in her eyes. Her fingers rested gently on the man's arm, her movements natural and intimate, as if such contact had long been a habit. The man, on the other hand, lifted his hand every now and then to help her straighten her wind-blown hair with gentle and meticulous movements. When the man occasionally came close to her ear and whispered something, Qian Yingxue couldn't help but giggle out softly, her cheeks slightly reddening, looking extra shy. The two interacted naturally and sweetly, as if they were a couple in love, completely ignoring the stares around them. The group of photos immediately sparked a buzz among netizens when they were revealed. Oh my god, this is too sweet. The two of them look so good together, and the interaction is so natural. Who is this man? He looks so handsome. He doesn't show his face, but he's got a great demeanor. This isn't Yuki's new love, is it? What about brother-in-law? Is here ally gone? Don't. Is this the end of my CP? I'm really impressed. Are you all blind? It's obviously that one kid. But didn't you say that Qian Yingxue has broken up with him? They've never publicly said they're breaking up, okay? The netizens are just guessing and rumoring, okay? Yuki's smile says it all. No matter who it is, Yuki looks happy anyway, and that's enough. Moon Hyunchul returns home and Moon Hyuna immediately rushes forward. She fell to her knees with a thud, then hugged his thighs, crying and begging, "Ooh brother, I'm begging you. I've completely calmed down and definitely won't do anything weird anymore. Just let me meet up with Shue Shue. Chapter 182, Onyai-chan, isn't she also your little baby? Moon Hyun-ah knelt on the ground, clasping her hands tightly around Moon Hyun-chul's legs and tilting her head up, her large eyes filled with pleading. Brother, please, let me see Yuki once. Just one side. I promise I won't bother her for too long. Moon Hyun-chul looked down at her, his brows furrowed, helplessness and dislike written all over his face. He tried to pull his leg out of her arms, but Moon Hyun-ah held on for dear life and couldn't move at all. He sighed and spoke in a stern tone. Hurry up and get up. What's it like? When Xianya, however, stubbornly shook her head and hugged tighter. I won't get up until you promise me. With a sneer, Moon Hyun-chul pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and shook it. Oh really? Then I'll make a video call to Qianing Shui here, so she can see what her future sister-in-law is like. Upon hearing this, Moon Hyun-ah immediately jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on and scrambled to grab his cell phone. Don't, brother, don't hit. Moon Hyun-chul easily dodged her hand and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Didn't you say you wouldn't get up if you were killed? What? Now you know you're afraid? Moon Hyun-ah glared at him with a puff of air, then hurriedly stood up straight, patted the ash on her knees, and pouted and muttered. I just slipped on my feet and accidentally fell over. It wasn't on purpose. Moon Hyun-chul snorted coldly and put his cell phone back in his pocket, clasping his hands on his chest and looking at her condescendingly. And you say you've calmed down and won't do anything strange. Ask yourself, did you just act strangely? When Xianya skimmed her mouth, her eyes fluttering, obviously a little weak, but her mouth was not soft. What's so strange about it? I just want to see Shue too much. Brother, didn't you say you want to make a video call to her? Go ahead. I won't stop you. Moon Hyun-chul narrowed his eyes and flirted. Ha, can you make sure you won't have a seizure when the call comes through? Won't howl in disarray? Won't crawl in a shadowy, twisted manner? What if you have a regression and scare my little baby? Moon Hyun-ah was shocked by the intimate address. She closed her wide-open mouth and blinked her big wet eyes, putting on a resigned expression. Then he twisted his hands in front of his body and made a show of wriggling, beaming as he asked, Onyai-chan, aren't people your little babies too? Moon Hyun-chul's tiger's body shook and instantly got goosebumps. You're a treasure weapon. Moon Hyun-ah jumped up and down in anger at the comment and pointed at Moon Hyun-chul's nose in accusation. Brother, you're really too much. Forgetting your sister when you have a girlfriend. Forgetting your sister when you see color. Moon Hyun-chul shrugged, a smug smile on his face. It can't be helped. Who made Qianing Shui just too beautiful, too seductive, and too much of a head-turner? As he said that, his expression began to become mesmerized. Ah, Ing Shui, my love, my precious treasure, my fragrant and soft little sweetheart. When Xinya was so angry at his dejected look that he clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only soften his tone and continue to be pampered. Brother, you let me see her. I promise to be good. Absolutely will not give you shame. When Xinya looked at her pitiful look and couldn't help but let out a light laugh, finally letting go. Well, I'll let you guys meet one day when she's busy and free. Moon Hyun-ah's eyes instantly lit up and shone like stars. Really? Moon Hyun-chul nodded, a hint of favor in his tone. Of course it's true. Your sister-in-law, your future sister-in-law would love to meet you too. Moon Hyun-ah was so excited that she danced around and did a street dance show in place. Great! I can finally meet Shue. Brother, you're really the best brother in the world. Instead, Moon Hyun-chul raised his hand to interrupt her excitement, his tone serious. But there's a precondition. Immediately, Moon Hyun-ah stopped moving and blinked with an expectant look. On what terms? Moon Hyun-chul clasped his hands to his chest and said with a serious expression, cool your excited heart and grow up. Don't act like a crazy person when you meet someone. You're not so young anymore. You'll be a high school student in a few days when school starts. Be a bit of a quasi-adult. Moon Hyun-ah gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and swore, just don't worry, brother. I promise that on the day I meet Shue, I'll definitely behave myself in a knowledgeable, elegant and decent, gentle and generous manner. And I'll definitely not disgrace you. I'll let her know that your sister is also a super cute and dependable janky girl. Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but laugh out loud at her serious look and reached out to rub her hair. Okay, I'll see what happens then. But if you screw up, you'll never see her again. Oh. Immediately, Moon Hyun-ah raised her hand and made an oath gesture. I promise, it will never be screwed up. After sending Moon Hyun-ah back to his room, Moon Hyun-chul had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to sit down for a drink of water when his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up. Hello? Hello? Young man, why haven't you been training with Superman lately? I'm still waiting for your training data to be sent back so I can continue developing Superman Pro. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. When Xianja froze, then reacted. This was Elder Xuanwu's voice. He coughed awkwardly and explained. Elder, Actually, it's because the Superman's ability is really too powerful. I'm not its opponent at all. I simply couldn't beat it. Training once almost took my life. If it wasn't for Qianxiu's timely appearance, terminating its attack mode and entering gentleman mode, I would have been killed by it long ago. There was silence on the other end of the line for a second. Then a loud, hearty laugh erupted. Ha ha ha, this is the effect I wanted. This is a super combat type annihilation robot that my students and I have spent a lot of effort to research. You know, Superman was designed with the idea of pushing the limits. Its attack system was carefully crafted by us, incorporating the most advanced technology, whether it's strength, speed attack style or reaction ability. It's far beyond ordinary robots. It's a miracle you lasted as long as you did under its attack. And you, my friend, you're the real Superman. Moon Hyunchul listened with black lines all over his head and couldn't help but spit out. Oh, the feeling is that you're using me as an undead guinea pig. Elder Xuanwu laughed even more cheerfully. Young man, don't say that. This is a high recognition for you. Moon Hyunchul shook his head helplessly and suddenly thought of something and asked. Wait, did you just say students? You have students? Elder Xuanwu's tone carried a hint of pride. Of course, I'm the ace tutor in our studio. I've brought quite a few outstanding students, and they all have notable achievements in the field of artificial intelligence now. After some small talk, when Xianjia realized that Elder Xuanwu's background was far deeper than he had imagined. Chapter 183, Hubby, come over here and practice this episode with me. Elder Xuanwu, real name, Zhao Xuanwu, born in Zhejiazhuang, a martial arts family. He practiced martial arts since childhood and was gifted with great talent, winning many national martial arts competitions. However, as his training progressed, he gradually realized that the human body had its limits, so he studied hard, and when he scored on the college entrance exam, he decided to enroll in the artificial intelligence program at the University of Science and Technology. During his college years, he not only graduated with honors, but also led his team to participate in several international robotics competitions, winning numerous awards. After graduation, he formed a studio with several like-minded partners, focusing on the development and innovation of martial arts robots. Over the years, he has trained one group of talented young people after another, and the studio has gradually made a name for itself in the industry. Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but sigh as he listened in awe. Elder, your resume is too impressive. It's simply legendary. Elder Xuanwu, however, humbly smiled. No, just doing something I like. With that, he suddenly couldn't help but sigh. Right now, my main concern is actually the development of Superman Pro. But even if enough training data from you and Superman is sent back, we can't build Superman Pro. Moon Hyunchul asked curiously. Why? Elder Xuanwu helplessly flirted. Oh, it's a matter of one word, money. Over the years, I've used up my savings for R&D and sold my house, so I had to go back to Zhejiazhuang to live in my old house. Why? But the lack of funds has always been a big problem. This project requires a large amount of capital investment, from the procurement of high-end materials, to the development of complex technology, to the debugging of sophisticated equipment. Every part of the process requires money. Because of financial constraints, the robot's performance is not yet at its best, and that's giving me a headache. You say what I do is not good. I have to choose such a money-burning hobby. I might as well play mahjong with White Tiger and the others. At least I can win some tea money. When Moon Hyunchul heard this, he suddenly thought of something and asked in a serious tone. Elder, how far can you advance your research if the funds are sufficient? Elder Xuanwu sighed. Well funded? That would certainly greatly enhance the performance of the robots, and even allow for some innovations that we've always wanted to do but weren't in a position to do. In addition to combat robots, there are also domestic robots, medical robots, and so on that my other team members want to develop that could get a huge breakthrough. However, this is not a problem that can be solved by tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's not easy for you to make money working part-time, so don't worry about that. Moon Hyunchul smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. So what if it's $1 billion? Is that enough? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line, as if even the air had frozen. It was only after a few seconds that Elder Xuanwu's voice resounded again with a hint of disbelief. How much did you say? Moon Hyunchul repeated. 1 billion. Is that enough? Elder Xuanwu's voice trembled a little. Young man, you're not kidding, right? Moon Hyunchul smiled, his tone extraordinarily serious. Of course not. I am interested in your research and believe in its value. If you need it, I can provide financial support. He had seen the tremendous progress and breakthroughs of Man and Superman in less than 2 months, and that was with insufficient funding. If the full-bodied Superman Pro is really developed, there are those domestic robots, Medical robots. Elder Xuanwu was silent for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. Good, good, good. Young man, you are really something. With this amount of money, our research can definitely be taken to the next level. However, I have to remind you that this is a long-term investment, and you may not see a return in the short term. Oh, Moon Hyunchul's tone was firm. I understand. I'd like to have a face-to-face chat with you about research and development. Is it convenient for you lately? There was a hint of impatience in Elder Xuanwu's voice. Of course it's convenient. Let's choose a day. Let's do it today. When Xianjia immediately drove to Zhao's house and talked with Elder Xuanwu for a whole day, finally reaching a cooperation, he provided Elder Xuanwu and his team with $1 billion of financial support for research and development, which arrived in installments, and the ownership of the results of the research and development all belonged to him. A warm sunset light pours in from the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Xianing Shui was wearing loose home clothes, lazily nestled on the sofa, casually flipping through the script. She shook the printed script in her hand and hooked her finger at Moon Hyunchul, who had just walked out of the study. Hubby, hurry up and come over and practice this episode with me. Moon Hyunchul stepped forward, took the script, and his eyes just swept through 2 lines before his brows twisted into knots. Plot summary: the heroine infiltrates her enemy's house and ends up getting caught, and the enemy's young master tries to flick her off, only to be ruthlessly killed by the heroine in return. In detail, the script clearly reads: the young master of the enemy family pinches the female lead's chin, his fingertips ambiguously rubbing her lips, smiling lowly. Such a pretty face. It's a pity to be an assassin. Scrolling down further, there was even such an intimate description as: young master pressed the heroine on the soft couch, undoing the belt around her waist with one hand, his large, bony hands sliding recklessly over her thighs. He snapped the script closed and his face darkened. What kind of plot is this? Which pervert wrote the screenplay? Who's playing that enemy young master? Xianing Shui blinked, with an innocent face. I don't know yet. It might be the director's temporary added audition clips. She sneaked a toe rub against his calf as she spoke, and when she saw the tips of his ears redden slightly, she added fuel to the fire. But the counterpart actor hasn't been decided yet. Why don't you help me audition first? In fact, there was no such episode in the script at all. This is the same text she printed in the Tetsuyuki CP hypertext. Seeing that when Xianjia seemed to be a bit hesitant, Xianing Shui hurriedly pulled over his hand and shook it in a petulant manner. Let's just try it out. If it doesn't work, I'll just ask the director to remove this part. Please, hubby. Those eyes were full of supplication, as if it would be a great sin for Moon Hyunchul not to agree. With a skeptical look on his face, Moon Hyunchul raised an eyebrow and asked, really? Xianing Shui immediately patted her chest and said with conviction, of course, I'm a movie queen. Xianing Shui, don't I even have the right to say that? When Xianjia sighed helplessly and finally agreed. Okay, come on then. Chapter 184, hubby, you're so bad, but I love you so much. When Xianjia pressed Xianing Shui onto the sofa and smiled evilly, he leaned down, close to Xianing Shui's face, and mockingly said, you want to take revenge even with this kind of ability? Xianing Shui tried to break free from his bonds, but when Xianjia's strength was clearly greater, and she could only struggle in vain, cursing continuously under her breath. You scumbag, let go of me. However, Moon Hyunchul had no intention of letting go and instead pressed her harder against the couch. Fingers gently picked up her chin, eyes burning at her, the smile at the corner of her mouth a little thicker, said slowly, oh, calling me despicable? Then I'll let you know today that falling into my hands is more than just being mean. Saying that, his fingers slowly slid down Xianing Shui's cheeks, his movements gentle yet with a hint of ambiguity. Xianing Shui was tightly confined to the sofa by him and could only stutter. You don't mess around. When Xianjia saw this look on her face, he felt amused in his heart, and he purposely stayed close to her ear, his warm breath spraying on her neck. How could I mess around? But just letting you get a good feel for what happens when you offend this young master. Saying that, he gently bit Xianing Shui's earlobe, causing her to tremble and unable to resist a cry. Xianing Shui hurriedly put the trembling end of her voice away. Shamed and annoyed, she struggled hard against Moon Hyunchul's confinement and pouted. Asshole, get off me. Moon Hyunchul smiled with a villainous look on his face as he gently stroked her cheek with a mocking tone. Do you really think you can escape if you fight so hard? Xianing Shui's cheeks were touched by the warm palm, and she immediately felt a tingle. She bit her lower lip and glared angrily at Moon Hyunchul as she continued to speak her lines. What the hell do you want? When Xianjia didn't answer and just continued to molest Xianing Shui, he moved his fingers to her chin and lifted her face, forcing her to look directly at him. You know what? You're really cute when you're desperate like this. It makes you want to take you hard. Xianing Shui was mortified. She shook off Wen Xianjia's hand with force and shouted angrily. You pervert! Get off of me. Moon Hyun-chul, however, seemed like he didn't care about her resistance at all, and instead teased her even more recklessly. He reached his other hand to Qian Shue's waist and gently scratched it, making Qian Shui laugh. Ah, what are you doing? Don't tickle me. Qian Shue's laughter instantly made the originally tense episode light and fun. Moon Hyun-chul felt a surge of pleasure in his heart as he watched her smile and laugh. He continued to tickle Qian Shui. Being so ticklish, you can still be an assassin? Qian Shui laughed so hard that tears were almost flowing out of her eyes as she struggled feebly, her mouth breaking. No, don't husband. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing that she was already gasping for breath from laughing, Moon Hyun-chul stopped his hand, but still didn't loosen his hold on her. He leaned down, close to her face, and said with a bad smile, "Did you really think you could get your revenge when you were overpowered by me so easily?" The corners of Qian Shue's eyes had laughed out physiological tears. She gasped for air and gave Moon Hyun-chul a breathless glare. Huffing, okay, no more acting. Moon Hyun-chul smiled and finally loosened his hold on her. He raised an eyebrow in triumph. How's that? I'm not a bad actor, am I? Qian Shui sat up panting, her cheeks still flushed. She glared at him, a hint of defiance in her tone. Humph, it's not bad, but it's a pity that the theater is really too narrow. It's only suitable for playing a lecher. Moon Hyun-chul shrugged his shoulders in disbelief, the corner of his mouth curling into a bad smile. What's wrong with just playing a lecher? Aren't there the kind of actors who specialize in scenes that molest the female lead? This track is pretty wide. There's room for one more of me. Upon hearing this, Qian Shui immediately furrowed her brows, a hint of anger in her tone. And you want to do a play that specializes in flirting with the heroine? Moon Hyun-chul came closer to her and wrapped one hand around her waist, his voice low and ambiguous. Specializing in molesting you, the heroine. Qian Shui's heart raced at this look, but she still forced herself to stay calm and reached out to push his chest. You're thinking fart food. Moon Hyun-chul raised an eyebrow, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Want to be flirty again? Upon hearing this, Qian Shui immediately pushed him carelessly, a hint of panic in her tone. No more. When Xianjia, however, smiled even more smugly. That's not up to you. Before the words left his mouth, Qian Shui was plummeted by him and pressed down on the sofa. She let out a cry of surprise, and before she could resist, Moon Hyun-chul's hand had already reached her waist and gently tickled it. Qian Shui immediately shrank into a ball of laughter, begging for mercy while hiding. Ha ha ha. Don't scratch. Hubby I'm wrong. I'm wrong However, Moon Hyun-chul refused to let her go easily, and his hand movements became more nimble. What's wrong? Qian Shui's face was red and she said in a broken voice. Wrong. Wrong shouldn't say you can only play a. You're a superb actor. Ha 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 ha. Stop it. Only then did Moon Hyun-chul slow down his hand movements slightly and look down at her face that was red from laughing. So will you dare to talk nonsense from now on? Qian Shui hurriedly shook her head, her chest still heaving, her wet eyes full of aggression. Don't dare. I want revenge. Revenge. Moon Hyun-chul laughed softly and finally let go of his hand, but instead of getting up, he smoothly took her in his arms and whispered low in her ear. That's a good boy. Qian Shui's ears instantly became hot. She leaned smoothly into his arms, panting softly, her cheeks still flushed. She muttered in a small voice. You're so bad, but I love it. Moon Hyun-chul laughed softly before taking her hand and lowering his head to kiss the back of her hand gently. He raised his eyes, looked into her fluttering eyes, and asked with a bad smile, want to see something worse? Without waiting for Qian Shui to reply, he plummeted her onto the sofa and forcefully ripped open her bodice. The drama of the enemy's young master flirting with the captured heroine. But it's not over yet. The foggy bathroom. Inside the bathtub filled with hot water, when Xianjia was vigorously massaging and pounding Qian Shui's shoulders while kissing and coaxing her. I'm sorry wife, I was wrong, I shouldn't have continued when you were crying to stop. But don't you just like excitement? Just tell me if it's exciting. Qian Shui grumbled and accepted his apology while secretly thinking in her heart. I'll definitely be looking for a smaller scale for future homages. Chapter 185, I know. Baka Oniai-chan. The time is fast approaching September. Hyuna Moon has finally embarked on her high school life as a freshman in the senior high school section of Sangjae High School. The campus was buzzing with activity on the opening day of school. There were students and parents everywhere, dragging suitcases and backpacks, and the air was filled with a fresh and expectant scent. Moon Hyuna was wearing a brand new school uniform and her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, making her look extraordinarily spirited. She dragged a pink suitcase and followed behind Moon Hyun-chul, her eyes constantly surveying her surroundings, excitement and curiosity written all over her face. Brother, look over there. Is that our school's library? It's so big. Moon Hyuna pointed to a building in the distance and excitedly pulled Moon Hyun-chul's sleeve. Moon Hyun-chul glanced in the direction she was pointing and nodded. Well, it's the library. You can go there more often in the future to read books. Then reached up and rubbed her hair, smiling. When you go to high school, the study task can be much heavier than middle school. You have to plan your time well, so don't think about playing all the time. When Xianya raised her chin proudly, "Humph, I'm a master of time management. Of course I can study and play at the same time. Don't worry about such things." The two chatted all the way to the girls' dormitory building. The dormitory in the upper section of Sangjae High School is a 4-person room, and the conditions are quite good. Moon Hyuno's dormitory was on the second floor. She dragged her suitcase and followed Moon Hyun-chul up the stairs, pushing open the door to the dormitory. It was empty. When Xianya smiled proudly, "Looks like I'm the first to arrive. Now I can pick a good bed." She looked around the dormitory and finally chose a bed by the window. The sunlight from the window poured in and shone warmly on the bed. Moon Hyun nodded in satisfaction. "This is it." Moon Hyun-chul put the suitcase aside and started to help her make the bed. With skillful movements, he unfolded the sheets and spread the quilt, not forgetting to admonish him. The sheet should be made flat or you won't be able to sleep comfortably. And the comforter should be dried often or it will smell easily. When Xianya nodded her head in a hurry, "Good." When Xianja made the bed, stood up, and clapped his hands, "All right, the bed is made. From now on you remember to tan the quilt once a week. Don't be lazy." When Xianya nodded her head in a hurry, "Good." Moon Hyun-chul looked around the dormitory again and continued to exhort, "Pay attention to hygiene in the dormitory. Take out the garbage in time. Don't pile it in the corner. And wring out the towel. Also, don't stay up late at night playing with your cell phone. Go to bed early. Remember to eat on time. Don't be picky." Moon Hyuna finally broke down and covered her head with her hands, shaking her head in pain. "Ah, master, don't read it. Moon Hyun-chul smiled helplessly. "Fine, I'll stop. Take care of yourself. And call me anytime if anything happens anyway." Moon Hyuna nodded her head obediently and smiled shyly. "I know, Baka Oni-chan." She tried to force him away quickly in this way. As expected, Moon Hyun-chul instantly got goosebumps again. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. "Baka Yalu, don't call me that." Then hurrying up to help her pack her things. Finally, Moon Hyun-chul packed everything up and he looked at the time. Knowing that it was time for him to leave, he walked to the door of the dormitory, gently tapped Wen Xianya's shoulder, and said, "I'll be going then." Moon Hyuna smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Aha, bye-bye. Go get busy. I'm so old. I can take care of myself. Bye-bye brother." Moon Hyun-chul smiled helplessly and turned to leave. Finally, his back disappeared around the corner of the dormitory building, looking at the corner where people were coming and going, but there was only no shadow of Moon Hyun-chul. Moon Hyuna's heart, however, suddenly produced a trace of reluctance. She stood frozen in place, looking in the direction her brother had left, a hint of loss in her eyes. It was the first time in her long life that she had been separated from her brother for so long. In the past, no matter what happened, her brother was always the first to appear by her side, protecting her and taking care of her, but from now on, she's going to have to face everything in her life alone. At the thought, her nose turned sour and her eyes grew moist, thinking of the concerned look in her brother's eyes just now, remembering his gentle exhortations, the reluctance in her heart grew stronger. She suddenly regretted that she hadn't just spoken to her brother more, hadn't said goodbye to him properly. She took a deep breath and blinked hard, forcing back the tears. Phew. It's a necessary part of growing up and everyone has to learn to be independent. She looked around the strange dormitory and gave a determined smile. Anyway, a new life begins. She was going to brave the future and make her brother proud of her. Just as she was about to start unpacking, the door to her dormitory was suddenly pushed open. A girl with a double ponytail poked her head in and asked with a smile, "Hello, is this the dormitory for the 3rd senior class?" Moon Hyuna nodded and responded with a smile. "Yes, are you my roommate?" The girl with the double ponytails walked in, dragging a large suitcase with a big smile on her face. "Yeah, my name is Yang Chuxia. And you?" "My name is Moon Hyuna. Nice to meet you." Moon Hyuna stood up and greeted him warmly. The two quickly chatted and the dormitory was filled with laughter. Moon Hyuna thought darkly in his heart. A new life. It's not so bad. Moon Hyuna's high school takes a vacation once a month, so Moon Hyun-chul can finally enter Chiening Shue's house through the front door with honor. Ahem. That's not the point. The point is, he's got more than enough time to get rich. Sure enough, with the financial support of Hyun-chul Moon, the research and development progress of Elder Xian Wu's team skyrocketed. What had been a stalled project now feels like hitting the fast-forward button, and in just a few weeks the team has managed to develop several amazing miniature spy robots. The robots come in a variety of shapes and sizes, some disguised as buttons, some resembling hairpins, and others looking like ordinary cell phone pendants or earrings. Not only can they shield conventional detection equipment, but they can also take high-definition photos, record audio, decipher passwords, and even analyze data in real time, making them ridiculously powerful. Moon Hyunchul was intrigued by the miniature spy robots, especially their real-world capabilities. He decided to test the power of these little guys himself. However, it is not easy to find a suitable test site. After some thought, he came up with an excellent spot so he dialed Xiao Qiqing's number. Hey, young Master Xiao, are you free these days? When Xianjia opened the door, Xiao Qiqing's shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. You? Why would you call me? Moon Hyunchul smiled. His tone relaxed. Aren't we friends? Isn't it proper for friends to contact each other? Xiao Qiqing froze. His voice could not hide his excitement. Pals? Friends? Ahahaha says it all. I'm free. What is it? It's not a big deal. I just want to ask you a favor. What a favor? Just say it. I'd like to go to the casino that your family covers for fun. Chapter 186. How many times have you and Xianing Shui kissed? When Xiao Qiqing heard this, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. What's so fun about a casino? Every time I go I win. It's no fun at all. Moon Hyunchul inwardly spat silently. That's because they all gave in to you. The landlord's stupid son. Xiao Qiqing quickly hummed and laughed triumphantly again. But since you want to go, then go. Who made this young master and you friends? By the way, do you want to call Fan Qingjie as well? It's more lively with more people. Moon Hyunchul immediately refused. No need. Just the two of us can go. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a second. And then Xiao Qiqing's excited voice came out. Really? Just the two of us? There was a hint of incredulous joy in his tone, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Moon Hyunchul smiled. Yeah, just the two of us. Xiao Qiqing was happy in his heart. Looks like I'm already on better terms with him than he is with Fan Qingjie. Ha 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 ha. He immediately patted his chest and assured. Okay, then I'll go pick you up now. You wait. After hanging up the phone, Moon Hyunchul walked to the mirror and carefully organized his outfit. He put on a pair of ordinary-looking glasses, which were actually the latest invention of the Zhenbu Elders workshop. There is a built-in advanced analytics system that analyzes the situation in the casino in real time to help him make optimal decisions. The glasses also have an anti-detection feature that makes them completely undetectable by the casino's equipment. Then he took another ring out of the drawer and gently put it on his finger. The ring is actually a miniature spy robot that scans the card table for information and transmits the data to his glasses in real time via wireless transmission. Finally, he changed into a well-tailored black suit, looking both civilized and dangerous with a hint of danger. A vivid image of civilized scum. Half an hour later, Xiao Qiqing's car was parked under the Tianyi building. Moon Hyunchul walked down the steps and got into the car. Xiao Qiqing looked him up and down. No, it's just a trip to a casino. Why are you dressed more formally than I am for a blind date? When Xianjia laughed, his tone light-hearted. How can I be worthy of your status as a friend of young Master Xiao if I don't dress formally? Upon hearing this, the corners of Xiao Qiqing's mouth were harder to suppress than AK, and he was full of concern. Ahem. That's right. Come on, let's go. I'll show you my young master's territory tonight. The Starlight Casino is located on the ground floor of a luxury building in the city center. There were several uniformed security guards standing at the entrance, and they immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Xiao Qiqing. Good evening, young Master Xiao. Xiao Qiqing waved his hand and led Wen Xianjia to strut in. The interior of the casino is decorated with gold and extravagance. As soon as they entered the door, several sexy and beautiful lotteries immediately recognized Xiao Qiqing and surrounded him, laughing in a delicate voice. Young Master Xiao, long time no see. Why are you free to come and play today? Xiao Qiqing frowned, impatiently pushing them away mercilessly. Leave me alone. I have business tonight. The beautiful lotuses saw this and had to leave unhappily. When Xianjia looked on in amusement and teased, young Master Xiao really is charming. Xiao Qiqing, however, suddenly showed a sad expression. What's the point? It's not like Qianing Shui likes me anyway. Then a blush floated on her cheeks and she gritted her teeth and glared at Moon Hyunchul. How many times have you and Qianing Shui kissed? Kissed on the mouth? Moon Hyunchul sweated and hurriedly changed the subject. Ahem. So, should we compete tonight to see who wins more money? Xiao Qiqing's eyes instantly lit up and he agreed in one breath. Yes. Xiao Qiqing immediately walked towards the roulette table, confidently ready to show off his skills. Instead of acting immediately, Moon Hyunchul found a corner to sit in first. He pretended to casually observe his surroundings, but in reality, his scouting glasses were already at work, silently recording every move inside the casino. Moon Hyunchul sipped his drink while checking the data in real time through the analyzing system built into his glasses. He realized that the casino was really dark, and many people were making unseemly deals. The analyzing system of the glasses even automatically recognized the faces of several wanted criminals and transmitted their information to his phone in real time. Sure is a marvelous invention. Moon Hyun-chul thought darkly in his heart, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Just then, a stocky man approached, staring at him with an unkind look in his eyes. Boy, you look familiar. Who brought you in? Before Wen Xianjia could say anything, Xiao Qiqing jumped off the gambling table and flew over. He's my brother. Why? You have a problem with that. The man took a look at Xiao Qiqing and immediately changed his smile. So it's young Master Zhao's friend. Misunderstanding. You continue to play. When the man left, Xiao Qiqing looked at Wen Xianjia with some displeasure. I say, what are you sitting there for? Hurry up and start. You're not trying to give me a break on purpose, are you? Wen Xianjia laughed helplessly. Isn't this my first time in a casino, and I still don't know the rules of the game? I was just observing the other players to see how they play. Learning first. Xiao Qiqing nodded thoughtfully. Oh, did you learn then? Moon Hyun-chul replied confidently. I've learned, so I'm going to go against them. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he walked straight to a poker table. Moon Hyun-chul sat down at the poker table and tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop. The lenses of the glasses were constantly flashing information about other players' hands and base cards. His expression looked calm, but inside he already knew everything. Through the analyzing system of his glasses, he found that the middle-aged man sitting across from him, an ordinary-looking player, actually has several trusts around the table, disguised as ordinary gamblers. These touts occasionally approach the tables of other players and peek at their hands. The message was then whispered to the middle-aged man through tiny gestures or glances. This kind of low-level cheating tactic had nothing to hide in front of Moon Hyun-chul's glasses and ring. Moon Hyun-chul sneered and thought darkly in his heart. Since you want to play dirty, I'll play with you to the end. The glasses analyzing system immediately went into action, quickly calculating the optimal strategy for each hand. The betting begins and the dealer deals the cards. Chapter 187, Wow, hubby, you're so handsome today. Moon Hyun-chul's glasses immediately displayed information about the other player's hands and base cards. He glanced down at his cards, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and then he pushed the chips out without moving. Raise the stakes. The middle-aged man on the opposite side frowned, clearly not expecting this seemingly gentle young man to be so bold. He stole a glance at the two next to him, who immediately passed on the message with a tiny gesture. The middle-aged man hesitated and eventually chose to call the bet. In the next few rounds, Moon Hyun-chul looked like he was on a roll, and every hand was incredibly accurate. Whether he raises, calls or folds, his decision-making is flawless. The middle-aged man and his trustees began to sit up and down, and there were murmurs. Is this kid cheating? How come he wins every hand? The Dutchman also noticed the abnormality, but no matter how much he examined the card table and Moon Hyun-chul's movements, he couldn't find any breaks. Moon Hyun-chul's glasses and ring perfectly avoided all detection equipment. After all, this was an existence that even the most advanced anti-cheating systems could not detect. As the bet progressed, the chips in front of Moon Hyun-chul piled up higher and higher. One by one, the players at the card table were defeated and left the table with ugly faces. In the end, only the middle-aged man was left holding on. He stared at Wen Xianjia dead in the face, a hint of threat in his tone. Kid, good luck, but you don't win at the gambling table just by luck. Wen Xianjia smiled faintly, his tone light. Luck is also part of strength, isn't it? The middle-aged man snorted coldly and pushed out all the chips in front of him. All in. Moon Hyun-chul glanced at the data displayed on his glasses and already had an answer in his heart. Without hesitation, he pushed his chips out as well. Heel. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned ironic when the Dutchman announced the result of Moon Hyun-chul's victory. He snapped to his feet and pointed at Moon Hyun-chul's nose and yelled, "You cheated! That's impossible!" Wen Xianjia still wore a smile and had a calm tone. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Why disgrace yourself here? The middle-aged man was trembling with anger, slamming the table and yelling at the minions behind him. Give me on. Teach this ungrateful brat a lesson. As soon as the words fell, several stout little brothers immediately rushed up, their fists heading straight for Wen Xianjia's face. However, Moon Hyun-chul was prepared for this, as he quickly got up and dodged the first punch with a sidestep. This was followed by a backhanded elbow strike that sent the first punter straight to the ground. Immediately after that, he raised his leg and struck a sweeping blow, and the second junior was also kicked out, knocking over the nearby gambling table. The scene was in chaos, chips and playing cards flying everywhere, and the guests around them screaming and ducking out of the way. When the middle-aged man saw this, his face became even more ugly and he roared, "All of you, abolish him!" However, Moon Hyun-chul's movements were clean and sharp, and his punches and kicks carried an overpowering aura between them. It was as if he had anticipated his opponent's every move. easily dodging the attacks while countering them without mercy. Because the glasses can also analyze your opponent's physical attributes and attack movements in real time, quickly determining where their body is weakest and the best way to respond. Yes, this is the same scanning configuration of the Man series. Moon Hyunchul finally experienced the holographic perspective of Man and Superman. That's a heck of a lot of fun. So Moon Hyunchul transformed into an invincible state, and in less than a minute, he beat up all of those few minions. The minions lay on the ground, wailing. When the middle-aged man saw this, his face turned pale and he subconsciously took a few steps back. When Xianzhe looked at him coldly with a hint of mockery in his tone. Want to continue? Just then, Xiao Qiqing, who happened to miss the live struggle because he went to the restroom, dashed over. He aggressively grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar and roared, "Dare to spread wildness on my father's territory. Don't want to live, do you?" The middle-aged man was so frightened by Xiao Qiqing's aura that he trembled and begged for mercy. "Young Master Xiao, misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your friend. I'm getting out. Xiao Qiqing snorted coldly, let go of his hand, and kicked him away. "Get out of here and don't let me see you again." The middle-aged man rolled and crawled and escaped from the casino with his minions. Xiao Qiqing let out a sigh of relief, then dashed a handful of hair. "Ha ha, I just looked so cool standing up for him." "Oh, just be as thankful as you can be for having a friend like this, young master." Just then, Moon Hyunchul patted his shoulder and laughed. "We haven't even split our matches yet, so hold on to your hats." The final result of the matches, of course, Xiao Qiqing, the stupid son of the landlord who was put to sea by everyone, including Moon Hyunchul, wins. He shook his head somewhat helplessly. "Why? It can't be helped. The strength is here. You can't even lose if you want to." Then he smiled generously at Moon Hyunchul. "Don't worry, as the winner, this young master will treat you to dinner someday." Xianing Shui was originally nestled on the sofa memorizing script lines. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she raised her head and her gaze was instantly attracted by Wen Xianzhe, who was dressed in a black suit. Her eyes lit up and she straightened up excitedly, saying, "Wow, hubby, you're so handsome today." Moon Hyunchul raised his eyebrows and gave a confident smile. "Ha, what day am I not handsome?" Saying that, he undid his tie while walking towards Xianing Shui. Suddenly, an interesting idea flashed through his mind. Without moving, he gently touched the rims of his glasses and activated their scanning program. In an instant, the various data of Qianing Shui appeared one by one on the lens in front of his eyes in the form of virtual images. When his gaze inadvertently swept over the bust data, his pupils dilated slightly and he secretly marveled in his heart. "Gee, is it actually this big?" Seeing that his gaze had been lingering on her breasts, Qianing Shui's eyes sullenly snapped. "Why do you keep staring at people's boobs?" Moon Hyunchul coughed lightly twice, trying to hide his embarrassment, and stammered, it feels like, it's a little different." Qianing Shui couldn't help but laugh at his embarrassed appearance. She moved forward, her soft body pressing gently against him, her arms wrapping around his neck in a delicate manner. "Of course, after all, I've been doing a sculpting workout every day." Her breath carried a faint fragrance that sprayed on Moon Hyunchul's face, causing his heart to flutter slightly. Qianing Shui's eyes were full of love, and the more she looked at Wen Xianzhe, the more she felt that he was hopelessly handsome today, white and tender as jade. His hands gently stroked his cheeks and said in a slightly petulant manner, "Hubby, can you try more styles in the future? I want to fall in love with every style of you once." When Xianzhe reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile as he asked, "So what's my style today?" Qianing Shui stood on her tiptoes and approached his ear, softly saying, "It's the style that makes people want to do bleep with you as soon as they take a look at." "Oh, Chapter 188, 30 Days to Becoming a Great Boss." Moon Hyunchul let out a light laugh. "Shouldn't it be a style that you want to start learning from me as soon as you see it?" Qianing Shui blinked and tilted her head in confusion. "Learning? Learn what?" Moon Hyunchul let go of the hand around her waist and raised his hand to push the glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses reflecting a cold light in the light. He bowed his head slightly, a hint of seriousness in his tone. "Don't I look like a senior teacher in this outfit? Scholarly and knowledgeable. It looks like I can teach a high-level student." Qianing Shui was amused by his pretense and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Then he deliberately made a face, looked him up and down, and flirted. He, with a teacher as handsome as you, how can students still have the heart to study? I'm afraid they only care about looking at you every day, right?" Moon Hyunchul raised an eyebrow, a hint of smugness in his tone. "That depends on who's teaching. Teachers like me are very strict." Qianing Shui's eyes twinkled, and she suddenly picked up the script on the sofa, pointing to a random word and deliberately asking in a dainty voice, "Mr. What? How do you pronounce this word?" "I don't know." Her voice was soft and sticky with a pouty undertone, but her eyes were full of mischief. Moon Hyunchul was tickled by her look and reached for the script in her hand, casually tossing it onto the sofa and, then as he picked her up across the room, his serious tone was a mixture of petting and threatening. That's not even going to work, so it looks like you're going to have to get some tutoring. Xianing Shui was startled by his sudden movement and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. She pressed the corners of her mouth down, then looked at him with a mock shyness, a hint of panic in her tone. Mr. What are you doing? Hurry up and put me down. Moon Hyun-chul, however, was unmoved and carried her straight to the bedroom. Didn't you want me to teach you? Since you're so good at learning, I'll teach you well. Walking into the bedroom, Moon Hyun-chul threw her straight onto the bed and propped his hands on her side, looking down at her. Now, let's start cramming. The corner of Qianing Shui's mouth was not suppressed after all. She hurriedly bit her lip and said timidly, then, Mr. One can teach well. Oh, people are very stupid. Moon Hyun-chul lowered his head and whispered in her ear, don't worry, I'll be patient. Qianing Shui's ears were tickled by his warm breath, and she couldn't help but shrink her neck, pouting. You don't blow air. Moon Hyun-chul, however, as if he was deliberately teasing her, not only did he not stop, but he also gently pinched her pink cheeks. The fingertips touched her delicate skin, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a bad smile as he flirted. What? Didn't you just say you wanted me to teach you? Now you're shy again? Xianing Shui glared at him in exasperation and said unconvincingly, can you not stop itching in your place? Then the corners of her mouth quirked up as she yanked on his tie and threw him hard against her. She began to peel off his clothes with a look of excitement. Oh, I'm going to rush the division today. It was a beautiful September day. Moon Hyunchul stood in front of a slightly outdated office building and looked up at the somewhat faded signboard on top of the building. Star Ocean Games. This company was once a leader in the gaming industry, but is now on the verge of collapse due to mismanagement and outdated technology. Moon Hyunchul smiled slightly, already having a plan in mind. A few days later, Star Games officially changed its name to Xuanwu Technology Company, Ltd., and announced that it had been acquired by an anonymous boss. Large-scale reorganization and reforms have taken place within the company. Although Moon Hyunchul became the de facto controller of the company, he chose to keep a low profile. Except for the company's top management and the core technical staff of the Xuanwu Elders team, none of the other employees knew his true identity. Elder Xianwu's team quickly moved into the company, bringing with them the latest technology and research and development, and with the company's veteran technical staff to form a traditional and innovative combination of technical team. Xianzhouwen familiarized himself with 30 days to become a great boss and understood the following. First, talent is the core driving force of enterprise development. So, he made a decisive move to open a talent recruitment drive with a breakthrough. He has crafted an attractive salary and benefits package system that is generous enough to make his peers drop their jaws. With these attractive conditions, the company has succeeded in attracting a large number of excellent managers in the industry. Each of these elites has excellence and experience in their respective fields. They are either ingenious in market development or skillful in team management. Second, employee motivation and sense of belonging are key to business development. So, he made another push to improve his staff across the board. Not only has the salary level of employees been significantly increased, but also provides more benefits for employees, such as regular health checkups, rich group building activities, and cozy employee birthday parties. These initiatives, like a timely rain, moisturized every employee's heart. Employees who were originally demoralized were instantly ignited, as if they were pumped with chicken blood, and devoted themselves to their work. In the office, the lights are on, and the sounds of keyboard clacking and discussing problems are intertwined to form a vibrant song of struggle, thriving and flourishing. Third, all-round development is the way to go. As a result, the company's scope of business expanded rapidly and was no longer limited to game development. Instead, it covers a wide range of high-tech fields such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, smart hardware, and blockchain technology. Moon Hyunchul's goal is clear. Build Xuanwu Technology into a technology giant that integrates R&D, innovation and application. In just 1 month, Xuanwu Technology Company, Ltd., quickly rose from the dead. The company has relaunched a remake of the shuttered open-world game I've Got a Date with an Elf. Chapter 189 I Have a Date with an Elf. I've Got a Date with a Genie is set in a world called Terra. In this great land, humans and elves live in harmony. However, the peace is shattered by a dark force. A mysterious curse spreads quietly, causing the elves to weaken and nature to begin to lose its balance. In order to save the continent and the elves, the player, as the chosen adventurer, steps into this world full of fantasy and unknown. Players need to unravel the machinations of the dark forces and find a way to lift the curse. In the process, Players will delve into a variety of dangerous scenarios, fight powerful enemies, and uncover the hidden secrets of the continent. Both the plot, scenery, and combat have received many favorable reviews. Of course, the most popular thing that players love is the dating system with individual sprites. In the course of the adventure, the player will meet a variety of elves, such as the arrogant young lady, the neighbor girl, the mature imperial sister, and the cute lowly. Join them side by side in all kinds of beautiful and touching stories. These charming and charismatic elves have players falling in love. So on the day the game shut down, countless players went to temples to burn incense, just to beg their wives to live on for a few more years. Unfortunately, reality is unforgiving and the wife died. And now, their wives are resurrected. Not only that, but the game reopened with a companion VR device. With a high-resolution display offering a 180-degree field of view, players will feel like they are on the continent of Terra. Supports real-time tracking of players' head movements for natural perspective shifts. At the same time, with a full-body somatosensory device, it is able to capture the player's body movements and realize real walking, running, jumping and other actions. In order to enhance the immersion, the device is also equipped with environmental simulation functions, such as simulating wind blowing, rain, and the heat of flames, so that players can feel more realistic changes in the environment during the game. The most important thing, of course, is the sweet time to date your wives. Ahem. It's just not good enough. That's why I've Got a Date with an Elf caused such a stir as soon as it was resurrected. Players revel in the joy of reuniting with their wives after a long time, as well as its more realistic graphics and smooth operation. They have filled up their kryptonite as a bride price to remarry their wives. So the game's first weekly water flow directly exceeded 1 billion. Throughout the month of September, Moon Hyunchul was almost always in the company. Even when he's home, he stays in close contact with company executives via teleconferencing and email. Xianing Shui was also busy shooting all day long. Every night, both of them came home with a tired body, laid down on the bed and didn't want to do anything. The frequency of in-depth study of biology is greatly reduced. The employees within the company didn't know who the anonymous boss was, but everyone admired his ability and vision. Employees are excited about the company's rapid rise. In the pantry, a few employees were chatting. Have you guys heard? The company is launching a new smartwatch next month, and it's rumored to be super powerful. Yeah, I've heard about it too. It seems to simulate lovers' conversations. It's just black. Our company is really getting better and better. I wonder who that anonymous boss is. It's so mysterious. Who cares who he is? It's good to follow him anyway. In a private office on the top floor of the company, Moon Hyunchul was in a video conference with the Xuanwu Elders team. On the screen, Elder Xuanwu's face carried a hint of excitement. Hyunchul, our complete body domestic robot is in the final stages of testing and will soon be ready for the market. When Xianjia nodded, his tone steady. Very well, Elder. The market potential of this product is huge, but we must make sure that it's safe and there can't be any slip-ups. Elder Xuanwu laughed. Don't worry, our technology has reached the international leading level. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Moon Hyunchul smiled slightly, a hint of anticipation in his tone. That's good. In addition, the next step in the development program of the virtual reality game has to be tightened up. We want to stay ahead of the market. Elder Xuanwu nodded. Understood. The team is already working overtime. After hanging up the video, Moon Hyunchul walked over to the window overlooking the city at night. Everything experienced in the past 2 months has been like a dream. The company's performance skyrocketed like a rocket. Its market share continued to expand, and customer satisfaction increased dramatically. What was once a company on the verge of bankruptcy is now a shining new star in the industry. He took out his phone and looked at the lock screen wallpaper where he and Xianing Shui took a picture together, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a happy smile. Now it's time to consider the progress of officially marrying your wife in style. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. But before that, gotta clean up the old stuff that gets in the way to do that. Hyuna bounced home with her backpack, humming a light-hearted tune. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw that Moon Hyunchul was sitting on the soft sofa, intently flipping through papers, his brows furrowing and stretching at once. She smiled and shouted, "Brother, I'm home." Moon Hyunchul raised his head and was just about to respond when his gaze suddenly settled on her wrist. There was a prominent band-aid there and some bruising around it. His heart tightened. What happened to the wound on your hand? Moon Hyuna glanced down at her wrist and smiled indifferently. It's okay, I accidentally got hit by a ball while playing basketball. Just a minor injury. Moon Hyunchul stood up and walked over to her, gently taking her hand and looking at it carefully. It's really just a smash. When Xianya drew back her hand and waved it. Brother, don't make a fuss. It's really fine. When Xianja looked at her stubborn look, and the worry in his heart slightly lessened, but he was still uneasy. His eyes grew firm, his tone serious. If anyone bullies you now, just tell brother, and brother will make him eat his words. When Xianya couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this, she crossed her arms and said confidently, "Whoever bullied me and asked you to do it, I could have beat him up myself. I'm the fierce girl who could beat her classmates to concussion in the 6th grade. She wasn't at all shy about that year now, and spoke of it with a hint of amusement on her face. Moon Hyun-chul looked at her and a wave of relief welled up in his heart. He sighed helplessly, a doting smile on his face as he reached up and rubbed her hair. Messing it up? Okay, but remember to go easy on them. No problem. Moon Hyun-ah excitedly sat down on the couch and started gushing about what was new at school. Brother, you know what? Our school's cafeteria recently got a new chef, and the braised pork is super tasty. And the physics teacher in our class is especially funny, always telling some strange cold jokes during class. Everyone laughs. Moon Hyun-chul sat back on the couch and listened to her with a smile, interjecting every now and then. Oh, is that so? And what about the equipment in your lab? When Xianya's eyes lit up, the lab can be advanced. The microscope we used for our last experiment was the latest model, and even the nucleus of a cell could be seen clearly. What's more, I even joined the club. Moon Hyun-chul raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Really? What club did you join? Moon Hyun-ah sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. I was going to join the boxing club. When Moon Hyun-chul heard this, his heart thumped and he almost didn't knock over the glass of water in his hand. Boxing club? Chapter 190, I'm already a capitalist. Truth be told, since the last time he went back to the boxing ring and was tied up by his boss and then saved by Xiao Qiqing who rushed to his rescue, Moon Hyun-chul had never gone back. When he heard Moon Hyun-ah say the word boxing, he couldn't help but be shocked. No way. Is this the rhythm of a sister taking over her brother's business? Seeing him reveal a look of being frightened, Moon Hyun-ah hurriedly explained. I didn't want to take the opportunity to beat up my classmates. I just simply thought boxing was pretty cool. Unfortunately, too many people signed up and the quota was full, so I didn't sign up. With that, she sighed regretfully. Not only that, but then I went to look at the basketball club and the martial arts club. It turned out that all the sports-related clubs were full. I had no choice but to join the painting club in the end. Moon Hyun-chul, however, breathed a sigh of relief as he said, painting club is good. Painting can develop patience and improve aesthetics. How nice. When Xianya gave him a breathless look. But painting is so boring. Sitting there motionless, it doesn't suit me at all. When Xianya smiled and comforted, take your time. Maybe you'll realize that you have a talent for painting. And when you become a painter in the future and become famous, you can sell a painting for several $1 million. Moon Hyun-ah was even more speechless. Oh, the probability of this future coming true is even smaller than buying a lottery ticket and winning 100 million. No, it's even smaller than the probability of you succeeding as a capitalist. Moon Hyun-chul didn't say anything, but just smiled slightly. I'm sorry, but I'm already a capitalist. The two of them joked with each other for a few more moments before Moon Hyun-ah suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way brother, there will be a parent-teacher conference next Wednesday. Do you have the time? Moon Hyun-chul hesitated for a moment and immediately replied, of course I did. When Xianya's eyes instantly lit up. Really? That's great. Our homeroom teacher said that this parent-teacher conference is going to praise some students who have performed well, and I think I can definitely make the list. Moon Hyun-chul raised an eyebrow. Oh, so confident? When Xianya raised his chin proudly, that's how confident I am. You're just waiting to be praised by the teacher in front of the whole class of parents. Geez, to be able to teach such an outstanding child. What is your educational style, Mr. What? Can you share it with all the parents? Moon Hyun-ah mimicked it so well that Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help himself. According to you, I still have to prepare a speech first? When Xianya shook his head, of course you don't need to. Just answer like this, I usually don't control her much. It's her own obedience and love of learning. This child. Save your heart. Moon Hyun-chul laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. You can really flatter yourself. Huh? What? At such a young age, you started to take credit for your work. In ancient times, you were a traitor who was destined to be executed by the whole family. When Xianya crossed her arms and coldly grunted in disdain, Humph, who dares to kill me? I will directly plot to usurp the throne. Execute the emperor's 9 clans. When Xianya applauded, good. Emperor Ya is mighty. Moon Hyun-ah was so overwhelmed by his praise that he jumped right onto the couch and started mouthing off. When I become emperor, the first thing I'm going to do is to make Shueshue the empress. Moon Hyun-chul's applauding movement lurched and his smile froze on his face. Ha! Realizing that she had said something outrageous, Moon Hyun-ah instantly blushed in shame and hurriedly looked for a remedy. Gee, just kidding. Then immediately he sprang off the couch and darted back to his room as if he were fleeing. I have to do my homework. Do not disturb. As the door to the room was closed with a bang, Moon Hyun-chul shook his head helplessly. Really? Fireproofing against your own sister. But the wife can only be mine. No one can take it away. Neither does. In fantasy time. He picked up his cell phone and sent a message to his assistant. Next Wednesday is cancelled. I have important business. The assistant immediately replied, received. Just in time. Qianing Shue's message popped up as well. Kissing my dear wife, hubby, I miss you so much. Kissing my dear wife, tonight, can we do something shady? Just 2 short pieces of news made Moon Hyun-chul's blood boil and he wanted to show off his skills a bit. A little? Just a little? He hurriedly returned the message. Handsome and capable husband, Qianing Shue's note to him. Hey, kisses dear wife, yikes. Blushing, come on, come on. Moon Hyuna sat at her desk. Her head bowed as she carefully wrote her homework. Suddenly, her arm accidentally hit the corner of the table and a stinging pain came from the bruise. She frowned and gently rubbed the injured area. She muttered with some annoyance. When the hell will I get well? I should have brought back the Yunnan black medicine that Mr. Bai sent me. With that thought, her mind couldn't help but drift back to her gym class a few days ago. That day, the sun was shining and the sky was turquoise blue. The playground was bustling with activity and filled with the laughter of the students. Wearing lightweight sportswear with a high ponytail, when Xianya was playing basketball with a few classmates on the basketball court. In less than a month after school started, when Xianya became the king of popularity in her class by her lively, cheerful and helpful personality. However, not everyone likes to see her shine like this. Wang Meilin, the class flower, stood on the sidelines and watched when Xianya being surrounded by her classmates. Her heart felt like she had overturned a jar of vinegar and had been holding her breath. She stared at Moon Hyuna so hard that she wanted to trip her up with her eyes and then stomp on her a few times before stepping on her hard. What's so attractive about a woman? What a bunch of dirtbags. What a lack of vision. Moon Hyuna is extraordinarily popular among both boys and girls. I even received several anonymous letters of confession. The letter was filled with praises for her. What with, the little sun on earth, the angel is actually by my side, I want to be your unique friend so much, and so on. Looking at Moon Hyuna instantly aged 50 years. Because then she can make the subway. Old man. Looking at cell phone face. But regardless of the content of the love letter first, this kind of person who doesn't even have the courage to confess in person really can't raise Moon Hyuna's interest. She now only recognized men who were as bombastic as her oldest brother chasing after Qianing Shui. She was going to throw the confession letters in the trash. But her roommate, Yang Chuxia, told her that, at least it's someone's heart, even if you don't like them, you can't spoil it like this. When Xianya heard this, he thought it made sense, and so as not to let these thoughts be spoiled, she put on the back of her letter of confession. All of it was used for trigonometry drafts. Looking at the draft paper that was densely written, Moon Hyuna nodded in satisfaction. Well, that's a good use of things, and not a waste of their intentions, then threw them all in the trash. And this scene was coincidentally seen by Wang Meilin. Wang Meilin frowned and walked by pretending she didn't see anything. When the class had all gone off to run the gym and she had excused herself on the grounds that she wasn't feeling well, she quickly ran to the sanitation corner and rummaged through the trash cans. 4, 5, 6, 6, counting the love letters that had been drafted and crumpled up into a ball. Wang Meilin's eyes were spitting fire with jealousy. Wang DFA? I can't believe she got 6 love letters. She only got 3. And one of them had the exact same handwriting as the one she had received. Upon closer inspection, it's actually even the exact same content? Just changed the designation. Wang Meilin was furious and tore all the love letters into pieces while screaming, ah, Then she quickly ran over to each boy's table and examined their handwriting with wide eyes, and succeeded in discovering the scummy man who presumed to have 2 feet. Chapter 191. We all love playing basketball. It's actually their manly class president, Xu Yingquan. Yo, Mirin, why don't you go play basketball? A strong and violent slap came from her shoulder, and Wang Meilin let out a soft cry in pain, then angrily looked to her left. Xu Yingquan had walked up to her at some point and looked at her with a smile, asking, what's the point of just watching? Why don't you join one? Wang Meilin opened his hand without a good mood and snapped, leave me alone, don't want to go. Xu Yingquan felt the residual temperature of his palm, and his heart was happy. He raised his eyebrows and said in a serious manner, as the class president, the intimate good friend of your classmates, I suggest that you work out more. Oh, look at you so thin. I can't stand it with a gentle pat, if you get married in the future. With that, he gave a meaningful smile. Wang Meilin reacted, her ears instantly turning red, hastily pulling away from him, disgustedly. Are you disgusting? Still, there was a twinge of joy in his heart when he heard him say he was thin. Xu Yingquan grunted in disbelief. What's the point of pretending to be pure? Don't you girls drive in the dormitory every day? I didn't say anything. You're the one who associated it with yourself. You're the one who's disgusted. Wang Meilin was so angry that she was speechless, and Zhu Yingquan shifted his eyes to the basketball court. He looked at the energetic figures on the basketball court, stroked his chin, and nodded approvingly. Well, Moon Hyuna is not only a good student, but also a good athlete. She's simply a model of excellence for today's high school students. Listening to Wang Meilin was instantly unpleasant. The latter sentence is a weighty and precise stepping stone. No wonder those 3 grandchildren in my dorm said they liked her. With a loud boom, the volcano of anger in Wang Meilin's heart completely erupted. Alas, after all, this kind of girl, put where our teenager's heart of the white moonlight it. Oh, what me such a strong-willed man, sometimes also almost shaken it. Wang Meilin was so angry that her chest kept rising and falling violently, and her eyes were glazed over, as if she was about to transform into a man-eating evil spirit in the next second, tearing and swallowing Zhu Yingquan, who was still gushing beside her. With scarlet eyes, she pushed Zhu Yingquan out of the way before stepping aggressively into the basketball court. Add me one. As soon as Miriam Wang got the ball, she began to conceive of an evil plan. Finally, she found her chance. She deliberately took the opportunity to pass the ball, and her hands lashed out, slamming the ball hard towards Moon Hyuna's arm. With a muffled bang, Moon Hyuna was hit, and a sharp pain instantly traveled up his arm. She subconsciously covered the injured area with a pained expression on her face. Wang Meilin, however, gloated and laughed, then spat out her tongue apologetically. Oops, sorry. Man Hyuna forced himself to endure the pain and raised his head, his eyes filled with anger and doubt. Of course she knew that Wang Meilin did it on purpose, without knowing why she did it. What's wrong with you? She didn't get mad on the spot. She just kept telling herself not to bother with it. Seeing that she didn't fight back, Wang Meilin thought that she was easy to bully and tried to do the same trick again. She picked up the basketball again, a sinister smile curling up at the corner of her mouth, and quickly launched a second attack on Moon Hyuna. Moon Hyuna was prepared for this and quickly sidestepped. The basketball hit the ground and bounced back, hitting Meilin Wang's nose with precision. Wang Meilin immediately let out a miserable scream. Ah ha ha ha. She held her hands over her nose as blood flowed in a steady stream from her fingers. The other students rallied around, especially Wang Meilin's little followers who acted so heartbroken. Sister Lin, are you okay? Why are you bleeding so much? Hurry hurry, I have paper here. Come on up. I'll carry you to the infirmary. Immediately, the distant gym teacher blew a shrill whistle and rushed over to check on the situation with a nervous look on his face. What's happening? When Wang Meilin saw the teacher coming, she was immediately wicked. She covered her bleeding nose with one hand and pointed at Wen Xianya with the other, shouting loudly in an urn. Teacher, Moon Hyuna hit me with a ball on purpose. Wen Xianya was instantly confused. I didn't. Wang Meilin's little sisters also balked at the idea that it was Moon Hyuna's fault. That's her. We all saw it. She's gone too far. How can she intentionally bash people? If it wasn't you, did the ball fly over to us Lin by itself? Don't be sophomoric and apologize. They spoke to each other, their voices getting louder and louder, as if they were trying to drown out Wen Xianya. A few other onlookers knew the truth, but none of them dared to stand up and say anything, because they all knew that Wang Meilin had a background. Some bowed their heads and pretended not to see. Some sneaked a look at Wen Xianya with sympathy in their eyes, but they didn't dare to make a single sound. Moon Hyuna stood still, surrounded by the accusing voices of the crowd, so angry that her face turned white and her hands clenched into fists. The physical education teacher looked at Wang Meilin's injuries and frowned even more tightly. He turned his head to Moon Hyuna and said, Moon Hyuna, how could you do this? Quickly apologize to Wang Meilin. When Xianya raised her head defiantly, tears glistening in her eyes. Teacher, I didn't smash her on purpose. It was her. Self. Enough. The gym teacher interrupted her, his tone stern, his eyes revealing a hint of impatience. Anyway, you apologize first. When Xianya bit her lip, her teeth sinking deep into her lower lip, the aggression in her heart surging like a tidal wave. When the gym teacher saw she wasn't moving, he pulled her aside and lowered his voice. When Xianya, I know you're aggrieved, but Wang Meilin's father is the vice mayor, so don't mess with her. In case she goes back and complains, she might involve your family. When Xianya heard this, his heart sank as if he was poured from head to toe by a basin of cold water. She knew that her teacher was doing it for her own good, but she really wasn't willing to let her bow down to Wang Meilin. But when I think of my brother, in the end, Moon Hyuna still put aside her so-called dignity for the time being, just as she decided to return to the basketball court to apologize. A cool female voice came from the side. Wait a minute. Chapter 192, Bored to Death. A bunch of I'm not going to gym class. The crowd followed the sound and saw a woman with outstanding temperament walking over with elegant steps. She was dressed in a simple white lab coat, her long dark hair tied casually behind her head, a few strands falling down by her cheeks. Her skin was pale and looked a little sickly, supposedly from not being in the sun for a long time. She had a faint smile on her face, giving her a lazy yet warm feeling. The gym teacher recognized her and said with some surprise, "Mr. White, Baekhyun, the school's biology lab teacher, is usually rarely seen on the playground." The students who hadn't yet taken a biology lab class weren't familiar with her, but her presence instantly turned the scene into a subtle one. The students around them began to whisper, "Wow, this is the teacher? So pretty. Ah, it's my favorite mature big sister. Ha, look at the ring on her hand. Married? No. Why can't my sister wait 2 more years for me?" Baekhyun walked up to the physical education teacher and shook the cell phone in her hand, the ring on her ring finger sparkling as she smiled. "I just happened to be recording the students coming alive and made a special video of it. Would you like to see it?" Wang Meilin's eyes instantly widened, a face of disbelief halfway. How to suddenly kill a Chang bite Jintu? Her little sisters also began to exchange uneasy glances, a panicked look on their faces, and Moon Hyuna also looked at this suddenly appeared savior incredulously. Baekhyun passed her cell phone towards the gym teacher again, urging in a gentle tone, "Mr. Su, what do you think?" The gym teacher could only smile awkwardly and hesitantly took the cell phone. The HD video clearly shows that Wang Meilin intentionally smashed the ball into Moon Hyuna's arm, smiling with a gloating look on her face. When Moon Hyuna ignored her, she started to get the better of her and ended up getting herself hit in the nose by the bouncing ball. The factual evidence is right in front of us, and no gym teacher can open his eyes in front of so many students. He was a bit speechless for a moment, and a cold sweat even surfaced on his forehead. This. He intended to symbolically criticize Wang Meilin for a few sentences, but when he looked up, he saw Wang Meilin's eyes glaring like bronze bells. That expression was like saying, "Think before you speak." The gym teacher had an instant jolt. "I dang, a 40-year-old man actually have to look at a little girl face? Grass." Baekhyun retrieved her cell phone, then dropped her sight on Wang Meilin, who had an ugly face. The corners of her mouth still held a light smile, and her tone was light. "Now, who is the one who should apologize? Anyway?" Wang Meilin was instantly furious. Her face flushed red as she glared viciously at Bai Yen. "Apologize to your mother." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone present, especially Wang Meilin's admirers, were stunned. The gentle class president actually swears? Realizing that she had momentarily said something that ruined her image, Wang Meilin hurriedly covered her mouth. Quick mouth. And just then, Baekhyun added another stab. She smiled in disbelief, lightly sarcastic. "I didn't realize that student Wang's mouth was as unclean as his hands. Is this what your father taught you? But as I recall, isn't Vice Mayor Wang known to be clean and have the least amount of filth around him?" The surrounding students couldn't help but snicker. The physical education teacher's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Baekhyun. "No, sis, you're too strong, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of being punished?" But then he thought, it wasn't that Baekhyun was fierce, but he was acting too wimpy himself. "I didn't do anything. I'm afraid of Marty. Can her father fire me?" So he also stood up his chest and criticized Wang Meilin seriously. "Wang Meilin, you intentionally hit Moon Hyuna with a ball and falsely accused her. Is this the behavior a student should have? Hurry up and apologize." The other students hurriedly chimed in. "That's right, and evil. It's too disgusting, isn't it? Apologize, apologize, apologize." Wang Meilin was dumbfounded by her dislike. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't say a word. She clenched her teeth and stomped her foot in anger as she turned and left the playground with her little sisters in a rage, and cursed to himself. "Annoying, a bunch of. I'm not going to this pussy gym class." The image of the class flower, completely finished. Moon Hyuna breathed a sigh of relief, the big stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. She gratefully said to Bai Yen, "Teacher Bai, thank you, or else I would have really been held down and rubbed against the ground by that psychopath." Baekhyun listened and just smiled slightly. She looked down at the bruise on Wen Xianya's arm, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She then turned to the gym teacher and said, "This student has injured her hand. Let me take her to the infirmary." On the way to the infirmary, Baekhyun walked in front and Moon Hyuna followed. The two of them were speechless all the way. Moon Hyuna's heart was thumping nervously, as if he could hear his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. She surreptitiously raised her eyes to look at Baekhyun's back. Baekhyun's posture is upright, her pace is light, and her white lab coat looks exceptionally clean in the sunlight. Moon Hyuna couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Mr. White is really good at what he does. Arriving at the infirmary, Baekhyun gently knocked on the door, and a "please come in" came from inside. Baekhyun pushed open the door and smiled as she greeted the teacher in the infirmary. "Teacher Lee, please, this student has some bruises on her arm. I'll bring her in to take care of it. The infirmary's Ms. Lee, a kindly middle-aged woman, nodded and smiled in response. No problem, Mr. Bai. It's really rare for you to bring a student in person. Baekhyun smiled and didn't say anything more, but walked over to the medicine cabinet and skillfully took out antiseptic solution in gauze. Turning to Moon Hyun-ah, come sit down and I'll take care of it for you. Somewhat flattered, Moon Hyun-ah hurriedly walked over to the chair and sat down, dutifully extending his arm. Baekhyun's movements were gentle and meticulous, first dipping a cotton swab in antiseptic solution and gently wiping the bruises on her arm. Moon Hyun-ah couldn't help but hiss Ash felt a chill. Baekhyun looked up at her with a gentle tone. Does it hurt? When Xianya shook her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. It doesn't hurt, it's just a little cold. Baekhyun smiled and continued to help her with the medicine. When Xianya smelled the faint smell of laboratory reagents mixed with a hint of fresh aroma on her body, and he couldn't help but feel a little trance in his heart, she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Mr. Bai, what is taught in the biology lab class? Baekhyun's hand movements paused and he looked up at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. What? Interested in a lab class? Moon Hyun-ah froze and quickly nodded. Aha! Actually interested in you, she added silently in her mind, but didn't dare say it out loud. Baekhyun said softly while helping her with the medicine. Lab classes are usually scheduled once a month, depending on your teaching schedule. Of course. She paused, a hint of flirtation in her tone. Depends on my mood, too. When Xianya was amused by her words and couldn't help but ask. Then, Ms. Bai, what do you arrange when you're in a good mood? Bai Yen smiled. When the mood is good, I might take you guys to do some interesting experiments, such as observing cell division, or cultivating microorganisms, and extracting and separating pigments from chloroplasts. If the mood is particularly good, I might take you guys out for experimental investigations. Upon hearing this, Wen Xianya couldn't help but exclaim, wow, so rich. Immediately afterward, her eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Mr. White, isn't it still possible to dissect frogs? Chapter 193, Frog, no one to give me a voice? Baekhyun laughed at her excitement and shook her head. That's a college-only course, at the high school level. We don't usually schedule experiments that complex. Moon Hyun-ah let out a somewhat disappointed oh. Baekhyun couldn't help but smile as she looked at her lost look, a hint of doting in her tone. However, if you want to experience it, I can also arrange it at the beginning of next month. Oh. When Xianya raised her head violently, her eyes full of surprise, really? Bai Yen nodded, her tone relaxed, of course, but the prerequisite is that you have to attend class properly and seriously complete the experiment prep tasks assigned by the biology teacher, so that when you really operate, you won't be so frazzled to find the direction. When Xianya immediately nodded her head like garlic, I definitely will. Teacher Bai, don't worry. Baekhyun looked at her serious look and couldn't help but reach out and rub her hair with a gentle tone. Okay, the medicine is on. Remember to stay out of the water for a few days and change it on time. Such an intimate gesture caused Moon Hyun-ah's cheeks to blush slightly, and a warm current welled up in her heart. Ever since she was a child, it seemed like her brother was the only one who would show such concern for her. Only her brother would rub her hair like that. She stood up and once again said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. White. Bai Yen smiled faintly. No need to thank me. Remember to be more careful next time. Don't get hurt again. Otherwise, your family will surely be sad. The next day, Wang Meilin changed her image from her usual gentle class flower. Anyway, her image had been ruined in front of the class yesterday, so she just let herself go completely. With a lollipop in her mouth, bright lipstick and heavy eyeshadow, she looked both rebellious and flamboyant throughout. The class couldn't help but look at her a little more as she walked into the classroom. Whispers rising. Without caring, Wang Meilin walked straight to Wen Xianya's desk and intentionally bumped her elbow, touching Wen Xianya's book to the floor, only to hear a clatter. Wen Xianya's books neatly placed on the edge of the desktop were brought down by a force and scattered on the ground. Moon Hyun-ah was organizing his notes with his head down when he was startled by the sudden noise. She snapped her head up, anger in her eyes, and questioned loudly, What are you doing? Wang Meilin clasped her hands in front of her chest and slightly raised her chin. Her eyes filled with disdain as she snorted. Isn't putting a book out here like this just for people to touch? What? Blame me? Moon Hyun-ah was just about to retort a few more words when suddenly, the class bell rang crisply. Wang Meilin grunted, tossed her hair, and returned to her seat with a smug stride. When Xianya sighed softly helplessly and had to bend down, slowly picking up the books on the floor one by one, the anger in his heart was difficult to quell. No, there must be a chance to teach her a lesson. The language teacher walked into the classroom with her textbook. She stood on the podium, swept around the room, and spoke in a serious tone. Everyone take out your dictation books and let's mimeograph Pipa Xing. The class wailed and someone whispered, "Why is it mimeographed again?" Wang Meilin skimmed her lips and impatiently put her hand into her desk to feel around. Suddenly, her fingers touched a sticky mess. That strange touch made her heart thump. Startled, she hastily pulled her hand out and fixed her eyes on a bloody frog. The frog was dripping wet, its body limp in Wang Meilin's hand, blood constantly seeping out of its already broken body. Wang Meilin's scalp went numb, and fear instantly took over her entire body and mind. She jerked up from her seat, her face white, and the frog in her hand was flung out of her hand, falling right onto the desk of her front row classmate. The classroom was in chaos as the students in the front row were also frightened and screamed. What happened? Who did this? The language teacher slapped the podium and tried to maintain order, but the class was already in disarray. Wang Meilin was so angry that she was trembling, pointing at Wen Xianya and yelling loudly, "You did it, didn't you? Making such disgusting things to scare me." Moon Hyuna looked confused. "It's not me. It's none of my business." At the same time the mind was amazed. "I was just thinking about teaching her a lesson. How come it came true so soon?" Wang Meilin didn't even listen to her explanation and rushed to her with an aggressive tone. "Who else but you? Yesterday you embarrassed me and today you want to get back at me, don't you?" When Xianya's face turned white with anger and stood up to retort. "I didn't. Do you have proof that I did? Don't just frame people." The surrounding students also began to talk, and some whispered, "It can't be Moon Hyuna, can it? She's usually quite honest." Man, Wang Meilin's gentle class flower image is faked. When Xianya's warm-hearted little sun persona can't be faked too, it's actually a shady bee? TSK. It's true that you can't tell the difference between people. Others look skeptically at Wang Meilin. Could it be that she's pulling her own prank and trying to frame someone else for it? Hasn't she always looked at Moon Hyuna in a bad light? It's really possible that she's directing herself. There are also those who are watching the fun. Who cares who did it? Fight. What are you waiting for? Pull your hair. Frogs, does no one have a voice for me? The language teacher, seeing the scene getting out of hand, rushed over and snapped, "All be quiet. Wang Meilin, Wen Xianya, you two come with me to the office." The rest of the students continued to write silently. Wang Meilin glared at Wen Xianya unwillingly and huffed as she followed the teacher out of the classroom. Moon Hyuna sighed helplessly and followed suit. In the office, the language teacher sat in her chair and looked at the two men gravely. "Say, what's going on?" Wang Meilin snatched the first word, her tone full of aggression and anger. "Teacher, Moon Hyuna purposely put the dead frog in my desk to scare me. She just wanted to get back at me." When Xianya quickly explained, "Teacher, it really wasn't me. I don't even know where that frog came from." The language teacher frowned and looked at the two, his tone stern. "I will investigate this matter clearly. Wang Meilin, you calm down first. When Xianya, you also don't get excited. When it's clearly investigated, I will naturally give you an explanation." When Xianya nodded, "Well, I'm sure teacher will return my innocence." Wang Meilin bit her lip unwillingly and wanted to say something else, but seeing the teacher's serious expression, she had to shut her mouth. Outside the office, a slender figure leaned against the wall. She played with her hair in boredom and couldn't help the corner of her mouth from quirking. Just then, the office door was opened and Moon Hyuna walked out. Chapter 194, Stop it. Stop it. Stop fighting. You guys have to stop fighting. Moon Hyuna stepped out of the office, and within a few steps, he saw Baek-won standing by the window in the corridor, holding a document in her hand, seemingly waiting for someone. She froze, surprised. "Mr. White." Hearing the sound, Baek-yeon turned her head with a faint smile on her face. "Moon Hyun-ah, why don't you go back to the classroom when class has started?" When Xianya was about to reply when the office door opened again and Wang Meilin and the language teacher walked out as well. When Wang Meilin saw Bai Yen, her face instantly turned ugly and she glared at her in disgust before walking away without looking back. The language teacher was a bit surprised to see Bai Yen. "Ms. Bai, who are you here to see?" Bai Yen smiled and spoke in a natural tone. "I'm looking for Mr. Zhang to discuss about next month's lab class." Ms. Zhang is the biology teacher in Wen Xianya's class. The language teacher nodded, but then said with some difficulty, "But, Mr. Zhang seems to have a class this session and is not in the office." Baek-yeon was slightly stunned and said, "Ah, in that case, then I'll come back next class." Seeing this, Wen Xianya hurriedly said, "Mr. Bai, I'll go back to the classroom first as well." Bai Yen nodded, her tone gentle. "Go, don't delay class." Moon Hyuna turned to leave, but in his heart, he was a little puzzled by Baek-yeon's appearance. She always felt that Baek-yeon's appearance was not a coincidence, but she couldn't say why. After class, Moon Hyuna still had the frog on his mind, so he ran outside the office to see if Baek-yeon was still there. Sure enough, she saw Baekhyun through the window discussing something with the biology teacher. Mr. Zhang. Teacher Zhang frowned, his tone a bit hesitant. Teacher Bai, isn't the experiment of dissecting frogs a bit too early for them? Bai Yan smiled, her tone gentle but firm. Teacher Zhang, the purpose of the lab class is to let the students experience the charm of science firsthand. Dissecting a frog may seem a bit scary, but it will allow them to understand the biological structure more intuitively, which will definitely be of great help to their subsequent studies. And I will do my safety instructions well in advance to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Teacher Zhang sighed, apparently convinced by Bai Yan. Alright then, I'll have them preview the relevant content in advance. Bai Yan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Don't worry, I will arrange everything. Moon Hyuna stood outside the door, and when she heard this, an incomprehensible thought suddenly arose in her heart. Is that frog in Maylin Wang's desk? Shocked by her own thoughts, she subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth. As Baekhyun walked out of the office, Moon Hyuna's heart instantly tightened. After a moment's hesitation, she plucked up the courage to step forward and ask, Mr. White, are there any frogs in the lab right now? Baekhyun looked at her with some surprise, like she didn't expect her to show up here. She quickly regained her gentle expression and said, of course not. A bunch of frogs croaking, that would still turn the lab upside down? But why do you ask? Can't you wait to do the experiment now? When Xianya quickly waved her hands and shook her head. No, I'm not ready yet. Bai Yan's eyes carried a hint of a smile. Don't worry, just now your teacher Zhang has already agreed to do the anatomy of a frog for next month's biology experiment. So just prep yourself well, and you'll have to perform well during the lab class. Don't let me down. When Xianya immediately nodded her head, her tone firm, Teacher Bai, don't worry, I won't let you down. Baekhyun nodded in satisfaction and patted her shoulder. Go on, have a good class. Then it turned and left. When Xianya looked at her back and the doubts in his heart dissipated a lot. She had just suspected that the frog was actually Baekhyun's handiwork. After all, they had only mentioned the frogs yesterday, and it just so happened that they had found them in Mei Lin Wang's desk today. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Plus, Wang Meilin had also offended Miss Bai by swearing at her. But come to think of it, Mr. White is a teacher after all. How could he be bothered with a student? As for it being about her, that's even less likely. Mr. White had only known her for less than a day. How could he possibly stand up for her? Moon Hyuna breathed a sigh of relief. I think it was done by other people who hated Meilin Wang. After all, Wang Meilin was so flamboyant, there were many people who didn't like her. Moon Hyuna turned around and walked towards the classroom. Whoever did this is none of her business. Anyway, the one who was disgusted was Wang Meilin, and she deserved it. Since the frog incident, things have become difficult for Meilin Wang. Something creepy always appears in her desk for no apparent reason. Spiders, cockroaches, earthworms, etc. There were even times when her books would go missing and inexplicably appear in the trash the next day. Wang Meilin was able to play it cool at first, but as time went on, her nerves got tighter and tighter, and she finally broke down completely one morning when she opened her desk and saw a dead mouse. She screamed and jumped up from her seat, her face white and her voice trembling. Who the hell? Who's screwing with me? The class looked at each other in dismay, and some people gloated and whispered, retribution is coming. Continue to be arrogant. When Wang Meilin heard these words, she was so angry that she was shaking, pointing at those classmates and yelling, CNM shut up. How dare you badmouth me behind my back after receiving so much from me? What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Stuff. At that moment, Jiang Feifei, the runner-up in the opening class flower contest, walked over slowly, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, with a hint of mockery in her tone. Wang Meilin, instead of shouting here, why don't you think about whether or not you're a bad human being to invite so many surprises? Look for the reasons from yourself beforehand in everything, and then you'll realize that everything makes sense. Wang Meilin's eyes widened and she looked at Jiang Feifei angrily. What are you talking nonsense about? Wasn't it you who did it? Jiang Feifei shrugged. Her tone relaxed. I don't have that kind of free time. If you really want to know who did it, why don't you buy a monitor and install it on your desk? Wang Meilin was so angry that her face turned blue and said through gritted teeth, Jiang Feifei, last time when you lost to me in the class flower contest, you're not happy in your heart, are you? Now you're taking the opportunity to get back at me? Jiang Feifei laughed exaggeratedly as if she had heard some heavenly joke. Class flower campaign? What the hell? You're the only one who cares about such a childish game, aren't you? You think I don't care? Besides, if you hadn't sent chocolates to the whole class a few days in advance and bought a lot of people's hearts, do you think you could have one? And your chocolates are made in China, right? My dog won't even eat it, and you're giving it to your classmates? TSK, really petty. Wang Meilin was so angry that she was trembling and violently rushed forward, grabbing Jiang Fei-Fei's collar. Say another ing word. Jiang Fei-Fei was also not willing to show weakness and backhanded Wang Meilin's hair. What? You want to fight? Wang Meilin's scalp was torn raw, and she instantly grimaced in pain. Her eyes turned red, and with a backhand, she grabbed a handful of Jiang Fei-Fei's hair and pulled a handful off with force. ICNM. Fei Chang let out a chicken scream in pain. Ah. Then defiantly, he wrestled with Mei Lin Wang. The former winner and runner-up of the class flower contest are now transformed into two crazy beasts, tearing and shoving each other. Wang Meilin kicked hard at Fei Zhang's legs with her feet, while Fei Zhang elbowed desperately at Wang Meilin's abdomen. Seeing this, the surrounding students hurriedly swarmed around and tried to separate them. Stop it! Stop it! Stop fighting! You guys! Stop fighting! But they were fighting so hard and completely out of their minds that they couldn't pull it off. Their bodies kept bumping against the desks and chairs, making a thumping sound, and the desks and chairs in the classroom were knocked to the ground. Books and stationery were scattered all over the place in this chaos. Colorful pens rolled everywhere, and textbooks were trampled underfoot. Screams and persuasive voices rose and fell, and the whole classroom was in chaos, as if it had turned into a battlefield. Moon Hyana shrank into a corner and watched the show with some gloating. Wonderful! Just wonderful! The homeroom teacher heard the clamor over here in his office, and with a shock in his heart, he immediately put down the lesson plan in his hand and rushed to the classroom with quick steps. As soon as he rushed into the classroom and saw the chaotic scene in front of him, his face instantly became gloomy and he hurriedly shouted sternly, "What's going on? Stop it all." Chapter 195 Spoiled out of two foxes small specifically to torture me. Unfortunately, Wang Meilin and Jiang Feifei had already killed their eyes and turned a deaf ear to the class teacher's stern rebuke. Ignoring the pull of the crowd, Wang Meilin charged forward with all her strength like a maddened bull, her hands flailing in the air, wanting to grab Jiang Fei-Fei again. Her hair was strewn messily about her face, strands flying wildly with her violent movements. The mouth also kept screaming and cursing. Die stinking ECNM. Jiang Fei-Fei wasn't willing to be weak, and while struggling desperately, she stomped backward with her feet as hard as she could, trying to get rid of her classmates who were pulling her down. There was a fierce gleam in her eyes, like a cornered beast. She cursed back. CNM, CNM, CNM. The homeroom teacher couldn't pull these two gods at all, and even had his glasses knocked out of place by a slap from who knows who. He desperately resisted the urge to curse. I've spent my whole life doing good deeds, and I'm about to teach my last class. How come I still have two super hungs? What a ing sin. While the crowd was at their wits' end, several teachers from other classes rushed over when they heard the commotion. They quickly joined the team pulling the fight, and a male teacher, who was big and burly, took hold of Wang Meilin's arm and dragged her backward. Wang Meilin struggled desperately, her feet stomping on the ground, her mouth still cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The other female teacher joined a few classmates in pulling Jiang Fei-Fei's arm in a deadly grip to prevent her from pouncing on her again. Jiang Fei-Fei was also unwilling to give in. Her body kept twisting and her hands flailing in an attempt to break free. At the same time, "You can't keep your mouth shut. Fark squid 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 fark squid." After some intense pulling and persuasion, with the joint efforts of the teachers, Wang Meilin and Jiang Feifei were finally separated. Both of them looked woefully out of shape with their clothes ripped, their hair in disarray, and scratches on their faces. They were panting, their eyes still hostile and angry. Probably would have jumped on each other if someone hadn't been pulling them. The homeroom teacher finally breathed a sigh of relief as he pointed at them with a trembling hand and said under his breath, "You two, with me to the office. The rest of you continue with your classes." In the office, the homeroom teacher sat in his chair and looked sternly at the two men. "Tell me, what's going on? Why the fight?" Wang Meilin skimmed her mouth, her tone full of disdain. "Teacher, she was the one who provoked me first." Jiang Fei-Fei sneered. "Obviously you started it, and you're still evil? Would I give a if you hadn't been a first?" Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the homeroom teacher hurriedly slapped the table with a stern tone. "Enough! No matter who started it, fighting is wrong. Call your parents." When Wang Meilin heard this, she immediately snorted disdainfully and said, "My father is busy with meetings and managing Xia Chang every day. How could he have time to care about such trivial matters?" Jiang Fei-Fei did not show any weakness either. "My dad is also busy meeting clients and talking business. He doesn't have time." The homeroom teacher was so angry he spat out blood. "Dad's busy calling mom." The two froze, looking a little embarrassed. Wang Meilin skimmed her mouth, her tone impatient. "Teacher, you're making too big a deal out of this, aren't you? We're just messing around. There's no need to call the parents, right? Zhang Feifei suddenly took Wang Meilin's arm and said with a smile. Yeah, teacher. We're pretty close. We were just messing around. Right, Meilin? Wang Meilin held back her nausea and barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she concurred. Yeah, teacher. We're just messing around. Don't take it seriously, haha. The homeroom teacher watched the two pretend to be together, but there was nothing she could do about it. One dad is a deputy mayor. One dad is a real estate developer. Neither of them is someone to be messed with. Spoiled to raise two foxy little people. Specifically to torment me. Grass. I'm so damned sinful. Eventually, the homeroom teacher sighed in frustration and helplessly compromised. Okay, let's forget about it this time. One of you will write a pledge that no matter what happens in the future, you will not argue or fight, or else you will get a direct home visit, and next month's parent-teacher conferences, no matter how busy your parents are, whether it's dad or mom, you have to come to one. You have to come. You hear me? The first month of vacation just happened to coincide with the National Day holiday. Moon Hyun-ah has been lying at home for 2 days now. When Moon Hyun-chul returned home, he saw that Moon Hyun-ah was nestled on the couch playing a game, so he walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Pack up, we're going out for dinner tonight. Moon Hyun-ah asked casually without lifting her head, her fingers flying on the gamepad. What's for dinner? Eat a big meal. Moon Hyun-ah let out an "oh" and kept her eyes glued to the screen, obviously not interested in the feast. She'd recently gotten hooked on a new game and was playing it with such fervor that she didn't have the heart to leave the house. It was almost time for the appointment, so Moon Hyun-chul looked at his cell phone and couldn't help but urge him on. Stop playing and get changed. We're going to be late. Only then did Moon Hyun-ah reluctantly put down the handle and lazily stood up. Got it. Got it. She grabbed a random jacket from the closet, and because she was too lazy to wash her hair, she grabbed a hat and put it on. Moon Hyun-chul shook his head helplessly as he looked at her in this casual outfit. Can't you dress up a little? Moon Hyun-ah's eyes were speechless. It's not like we're going on a blind date. What's the point of dressing up? The car drove to the entrance of an upscale restaurant, and Moon Hyun-ah got out of the car and looked up at the restaurant's signboard with some surprise. Brother, are you rich today? To actually bring me to a place like this for dinner? Moon Hyun-chul's tone was casual. It's a luxury once in a while. The two walked into the restaurant and the waiter greeted them warmly, smiling after confirming the reservation information. Both of you, please follow me. The waiter bowed and nodded as he walked to the door of a compartment. Enjoy your meal, all three of you. Moon Hyun-ah froze and turned his head to Moon Hyun-chul. 3? Who else? Moon Hyun-chul smiled mysteriously. Guess. Moon Hyun-ah frowned, his tone disgusted. It's not Fan Qingjie, is it? You haven't cut ties with him yet? Moon Hyun-chul smiled without saying anything and just gently pushed the door open. Moon Hyun-ah turned her head and stared in shock. Chapter 196, You're getting married? The one sitting in the box was actually Qianing Xue. Qianing Xue was wearing an elegant white dress today, the hem of which was slightly fluffed up, setting off her entire body like a blooming lily. Her long hair fell softly over her shoulders, curling slightly at the ends, making her look gentle and sensual. Her face was lightly made up. Her lips were a gentle bean paste pink. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon when she smiled, and her whole person exuded a charm that made it impossible for her to take her eyes off of her. When Xianya was stunned, half speechless, his mind blank. How could she not expect that she would actually meet Qianing Xue on such an occasion? The person she dined with tonight was actually Qianing Xue. Seeing her frozen in place, when Xianja couldn't help but laugh. Why are you still frozen? Come and sit? Then he took the lead and walked to the seat next to Qianing Xue and sat down. Only then did Xianya come back to his senses, carefully and stiffly moving to the seat opposite Qianing Xue, his hands and feet not knowing where to put them. Qianing Xue smiled and looked at her, her voice gentle. Your sister Xiaoya, right? I've often heard you talk about you. Oh. When Xianya heard Qianing Xue's voice, his entire body crisped up and stammered. Hello you hello. Ah, Yuki is really pretty and gentle. Moon Hyun-ah screamed madly in her heart, but then she suddenly thought of something important. She didn't wash her hair today, and went out with a casual jacket and a hat. Why didn't the stinky old man say so earlier? The first meeting with Yuki is actually this image. Let me die. Moon Hyun-ah crumbled inwardly, but her face was forced to be calm. But her ears were already so red that they were about to drip blood. Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but spit out when he saw how nervous she was. Show some of what you look like when you're having a seizure at home. Don't be so dignified. When Xianya glared at him and retorted in a small voice, I am not the one who's having a seizure. Qianing Xue was amused by the interaction between the two and reached out to hand the menu to Xianya with a gentle tone. Order whatever you want. It's on me. Moon Hyun-ah took the menu, her hand still shaking a little, and thought darkly in her heart. Xue is really so gentle. She won't let my brother order and let me order whatever I want. He. In between waiting for the food to be served, Xianing Shui folded her hands and placed them on the table. With a gentle smile on her face, she took the initiative to chat with Wen Xianya about Wen Xianjia. Zhu is really an exceptionally good person, gentle and patient and understanding. You must be very happy to have such a brother by your side, right? Moon Hyana sniffed and said with some embarrassment. He's always bullying me, but he's really a good guy. When Moon Hyunchul heard that, he immediately sat up straight. Nonsense! When have I ever bullied you? When Xianya gave him a breathless look and immediately disliked him back. When you gave the dice a hand and caused me to wash the dishes every time. Moon Hyunchul froze slightly, then raised an eyebrow and explained in a serious manner. You're a cook and you love to play, so why should I blame you? Moreover, I was trying to tell you not to gamble. Think about it, if you meet someone who uses dice to set up a game outside in the future, don't you know what's going on? And you don't thank me for my good intentions, and then you bite back and say that I'm bullying you? Is there any justice? When Xianya choked and blushed at him, you're so shameless. Xianing Shui, on the other hand, was amused by the siblings' mutual insults. With a twinkle in his eye, when Xianya began to gush to Xianing Shui about Wen Xianjia's black history, my brother is all talk, but he's actually dumb as hell. The first time he finished using the pressure cooker, he opened the lid without waiting for the gas to finish, and he got fried all over the rice porridge. Another time I went out to take out the garbage. The garbage was too full and stuck. I didn't lift the garbage bag out, and in a daze I took the garbage can with me and threw it out, only to come home and find the garbage can missing, and insisted that I'd hidden the garbage can on purpose. And. Xianing Shui listened with great interest, from time to time letting out silver bell-like laughter. As she listened, she interjected a few sentences from time to time, making Wen Xianya laugh as well. The two talked more and more, as if they had become good friends who had nothing to talk about. Moon Hyunchul listened on the sidelines and kept defending himself, but each time, Moon Hyuna disliked him unmercifully. And you say I've forgotten my sister? You're not just as bad as you look at your brother. Bakayalu. During the meal, Moon Hyuna had completely let go and chatted with Xianing Shui about everything from movies to life. Suddenly gathering her courage, she cautiously asked, can I call you Yuki? Xianing Shui smiled and nodded. Of course. As Moon Hyunchul listened to the conversation between the two, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he thought darkly in his heart. Unfortunately, it's about to change its tune. Moon Hyuna chats about how she fell in love with Cheonyang Seol, from being awestruck when she first saw her in a movie, to catching up on every single one of her productions, to becoming a huge fan, and finally, she proudly said, speaking of which, I'm still the bride of you too. She then tells the story of when she won the lottery for a meet and greet for a lucky fan, but couldn't go because of a community event, so she asked Moon Hyunchul to go for her, and the two of them ended up getting to know each other through that. Moon Hyunchul listened and fell into a memory. Yes, not only that, back then in the orphanage, it was also because in order to take revenge for her, so I went to find those three little, and then accidentally saved Xianing Shui. It's all as if it's fate. Xianing Shui smiled and looked at Wen Xianya. Her tone was gentle. That I have to thank you for being such a cute little red bride, letting me meet such a good person as Zhe. When we get married, how about I give you a big red packet? Moon Hyuna subconsciously nodded. Yes, but then she reacted, her eyes widening. Wait, marriage? Xianing Shui hit her mouth and laughed lightly, leaning intimately on Wen Xianjia's shoulder and nodding her head seriously. Right. Moon Hyuna snapped to her feet, her voice rising an octave in excitement. You guys are really getting married? When? Moon Hyunchul raised his eyebrows in triumph and replied calmly. Within this year. Moon Hyuna jumped up and down in excitement, quickly pounding his hands on his chest and running all over the house. When Xianjia looked towards the stunned Xianing Shui and explained helplessly, see, this is her usual state. Xianing Shui smiled with arched eyebrows, then said to Wen Xianya, however, the fact that we're going to get married has to be kept secret from the public for the time being. Oh, When Xianya immediately stopped and nodded solemnly, don't worry, I'll definitely keep it a secret. During the meal, Moon Hyuna was so happy that she kept drinking, and then her bladder started to protest. Seeing her face stifled red and embarrassed to leave, Moon Hyunchul directly pointed it out. Come on, if you want to go to the bathroom, just go. Why are you holding it in? Moon Hyuna could only smile awkwardly. Then I'll go to the restroom for a while. You guys eat slowly. After saying that, he flew away from the box, taking advantage of the gap between Wen Xianya's visit to the restroom. Xianing Shui breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, her entire body relaxing and leaning against the back of the chair. Phew! She patted her chest lightly as if she had just gone through a stressful performance. She turned her head to Wen Xianjia with a hint of apprehension in her eyes and asked in a small voice, I just behaved okay, didn't I? Chapter 197, So you're admitting you're a chimera? Moon Hyun-chul raised an eyebrow and teased. Playing the role of your brother's gentle girlfriend is all. And the titular movie queen would still be nervous? Xianing Shui glared at him. Her eyes ghostly. That's different. She's your only family and my future family. In the future, the three of us will have to live a good life. Of course we have to leave a good impression. Moon Hyun-chul laughed and reached out to gently pinch her cheek. Don't worry. The impression you have in her mind has long since ceased to be good. Xianing Shui froze. Then her eyes widened in shock. Ah, not well? Then did I just do something wrong? Or did I say the wrong thing? Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but laugh at her nervous look and reached out to take her into his arms. It's exceptionally good. Super good. The first good in the universe. Even if you don't say a word, she'll still think you're a heavenly, gentle, considerate, perfect goddess. So why be so nervous? Xianing Shui's cheeks blushed slightly at his amusement and muttered, Is it really that good? When Xianjia looked down at her with gentle eyes, What's the point of lying to you? You're Xianing Shui, her idol, her goddess, her future sister-in-law. She worships you to no end. When Xianing Shui heard this, her heart was sweet and happy, but she still deliberately skimmed her lips. Her fingers gently traced across his chest, and her tone carried a hint of flirtation. And, how do I look in your mind? When Xianjia grabbed her restless hand, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a teasing smile, lustful chimera. Xianing Shui glared at him petulantly, her other hand picking up his chin, her fingertips gently rubbing over his skin. If I was really horny, you'd have had an adult by now, and you'd still be alive and kicking? Moon Hyun-chul laughed at her words, his tone playful. So you're admitting to being a chimera? The corner of Xianing Shui's mouth hooked up and came close to his lips, her voice as light as a murmur. What do you think? At this moment, the door handle of the box was suddenly twisted with a click, and when Xianya's voice came from the door, I'm back. Xianing Shui was startled violently, and hurriedly pushed Wen Xianjia away, quickly sitting up straight, her face quickly returning to a gentle and decent smile. She turned her head to look at Wen Xianjia. Yeah, what a coincidence you're back. We were just talking about you. Upon hearing this, Moon Hyun-ah immediately came over in a panic with a tense face. Talking about me what? When Xianjia looked at Xianing Shui with admiration, worthy of being a movie queen, she changes her face just as fast, and he rushed to match it, pretending to be relaxed. Chatty, you're a tiny little cutie who can't even go to the bathroom. When Xianjia instantly blushed. You? How can you say that about me in front of Shui? Xianing Shui smiled and rounded up the conversation. Alright, don't listen to him. He just praised you for being understanding and cute. I feel the same way too. Oh. Upon hearing this, Moon Hyun-ah hurriedly lowered his head shyly and scratched the back of his head. Where is it? Yuki thinks I'm cute and understanding. Her first impression of me was first class. Ha 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 ha. After finishing his meal and was about to leave, Xianing Shui suddenly remembered something. By the way, I almost forgot something important. She took out an exquisite gift box from her bag and handed it to Wen Xianjia with a smile. A little gift. Moon Hyun-ah was flattered to receive the gift box and was so excited that she almost jumped up again. Thank you Shui. I love it so much. She hugged the gift box and smiled from ear to ear. It was the best day ever. Not only did he meet Yuki, but he also learned the good news that she and his oldest brother were getting married. Ah, I'm so happy. When she got home, Moon Hyun-ah was like a little wild horse out of control as she rushed into the living room and couldn't wait to turn on the speakers and microphone. She stood in the center of the living room, microphone in hand, her eyes sparkling as if she were standing on a concert stage. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, I'm Moon Hyun-ah, presenting a song called Wedding March DJ fill-in version. She gave an exaggerated bow, then pressed play, and the magically altered version of the music instantly started. Moon Hyun-chul stood in the doorway and shook his head helplessly as he watched his sister's self-congratulatory demeanor. He took off his jacket and casually hung it on the coat rack before walking to his room. As soon as he opened the door to his room, Moon Hyun-chul froze. Xianing Shui was lying on her side on his bed, one hand propping up her head and the other gently fiddling with the sheets, her eyes flirtatiously looking at him. She was wearing a silky halter nightgown, the hem of which slipped slightly to reveal her slender legs. Honey, ready for the chimera? The voice was low and seductive, with a hint of mischievous laughter. Moon Hyun-chul hurriedly closed the door behind him, leaned his back against the door, and lowered his voice to ask, How did you get there so fast? Xianing Shui gently rolled over and lay on her back, resting her chin and blinking her eyes. Of course people have to be positive after all. They can't wait to continue what they didn't do in the box with you. Outside the house, when Xianya's singing voice came in through the doorway, so loud that it seemed to lift the roof. Your heart, my heart, we are bound together. Your love, my love, we love each other so much. Xianing Shui frowned and asked incredulously, Is she usually like this? Moon Hyunchul sneered and walked over to the bed and sat down. Did you hear that? That's what you call good soundproofing. Xianing Shui skimmed her lips, then rolled over and sat up, wrapping her hands around Wen Xianjia's neck and pulling him closer to her, whispering, "Then let's just keep it down." Moon Hyunchul froze at her sudden movement, then smiled helplessly. "You do know how to think." Xianing Shui gently bit his earlobe. "That's for sure. I'm very smart." Outside the house, Moon Hyun's high-pitched song still continued. Inside the room, however, the two men's breaths gradually intertwined. Finally, Moon Hyuna got tired of singing. The sound of the music outside the house finally faded, replaced by the sound of her collapsing on the couch and gasping for air. Inside the house, when Xianjia and Xianing Shui also stopped, the two of them lay on the bed, and Xianing Shui lay on Moon Hyunchul's chest, panting softly. "Husband?" Xianing Shui raised her head and looked at him with gentle eyes. "Do you want a Chinese wedding or a Western wedding?" Chapter 198. One pen. One man. One night. One miracle. When Xianjia looked down at Xianing Shui in his arms, his fingers gently ruffling her hair as he asked in a gentle tone, "What about you? Which one do you want?" Xianing Shui frowned in thought, with a tangle in her eyes, and muttered in a small voice, "I want both, eh? What to do? Chinese weddings have that traditional sense of ceremony. Western weddings are romantic and dreamy. It's really hard to choose ah." Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but laugh at her tangled look, then nodded with a serious tone. "That's easy. We'll get married in a Chinese wedding, then get divorced, then remarry, and have a Western wedding." Xianing Shui froze for a moment, then pfft out of laughter, raised his hand and gently punched him. "You are a genius." Moon Hyunchul raised an eyebrow, a hint of smugness in his tone. "That's for sure. I'm a customized solution for you." Xianing Shui smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons. Then she thought of something and blinked, asking mischievously, "Then in addition to Chinese and Western weddings, there are also weddings of ethnic minorities, such as the Dai's water-splashing wedding and the Mongolian horseback riding wedding. Why don't we experience each form once?" Moon Hyunchul pretended to think seriously for a moment and nodded. "Well, that's a good suggestion. We could start with a Chinese wedding, then a divorce, then a Western wedding, then a divorce, then a Dai wedding, then a divorce, then a Mongolian wedding." Xianing Shui was so amused by him that she fell on the bed laughing, covering her stomach and said, "Then we married and divorced and married and divorced. The Civil Affairs Bureau directly pulled the two of us black, and maybe it will also be spread as negative news, outrageous, in order to experience a variety of wedding forms." Xianing Shui when Xianjia repeatedly married and divorced, the Civil Affairs Bureau staff collapsed. The life of a laborer is also a life. Moon Hyunchul smiled back and reached out to pull her into his arms. "Flirting. That's not bad. At least we'll still be on the hot seat, and in the meantime, we can advertise for the wedding planning company. What do you think? How much is a better endorsement fee to charge them?" Xianing Shui leaned against his chest and laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. "You're quite the business guru. Even getting married and divorced you can think of ways to make money." The two laughed and joked around for a while, followed by a lot of pie-in-the-sky conversation, chatting from the formality of the wedding to the location of the honeymoon, and from the honeymoon to future life plans. Xianing Shui leaned into Wen Xianjia's arms and said softly, "In fact, no matter what form the wedding takes, as long as it's you, I feel especially happy." Moon Hyunchul lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his tone gentle. "Me too. It doesn't matter what kind of wedding as long as it's you. All that matters is that the groom is me and the bride is you." Xianing Shui raised her head with a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Then why don't we just not have a wedding and just go traveling around the world, going wherever we want?" Moon Hyunchul smiled and pinched her cheek. "That's fine. I'll go wherever you go anyway." Xianing Shui leaned back into his arms and said softly, "Then it's a deal. No matter what happens in the future, we have to be together all the time oh." Moon Hyunchul wrapped his arms around her tighter. "Well, always and always together." As the two talked, their voices trailed off and their eyelids began to fight. After exchanging goodnights, they fell into a deep sleep. The night outside the house was thick, and the moonlight spilled into the room through the curtains, reflecting on the figures of the two embracing each other. The 7-day vacation turned out to be only the last 2 days, and when Xianya returned to school a day early, in the evening, she began to pack her book bag. She sat at her desk, flipping through and examining the piles of workbooks and test papers on her desk, her eyes wide with disbelief. "That's not right. I thought I did all this homework. Why are they all blank?" The more she looked, the more she panicked. Did I finish them in a dream? She glanced at the time. 8:30 p.m. There are more than 20 hours until tomorrow's back-to-school deadline of 5 p.m. That's plenty. She can make it up. So she quickly took out her pen and began to write furiously. Moon Hyun-chul passes by her room and sees her desperately trying to catch up on her homework as he leans against the doorframe with a gloating look on his face. Oh, you play with things during the day. Now you know you regret it, don't you? When Xianya ignored his taunts as his pen swished across the test paper, her face was as calm as water. A pen, a man, a night, a miracle. Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help himself. And miracles, the art club really doesn't suit you. You should just join the magic club. When Xianya stopped her pen with a click and showed her teeth at him in exasperation. Okay, don't bother me. Hurry up and claw. I'm going to start making miracles. Moon Hyun-chul shook his head with a smile and turned to leave her room, not forgetting to add a sentence before he left. Okay, big magician, take your time to be busy. I'll come to witness the miracle tomorrow morning. Oh. Moon Hyun-ah took several deep breaths once again and adjusted her mood before continuing to work wonders. Moon Hyun-chul went back to his room. I was getting ready for bed when my cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up his cell phone and realized he had received an anonymous email. He frowned and clicked on the email, which contained a video. He clicked on the video, and the image was of Moon Hyun-ah happily playing basketball with his classmates on the school's basketball court. She smiled brightly, moved nimbly, and looked completely absorbed in the fun of the exercise. The corners of Moon Hyun-chul's mouth involuntarily lifted up as he looked at his sister's happy face. However, the next second of the video, a new female classmate joins the pitch. She took the basketball and suddenly slammed it hard at Moon Hyun-ah's arm. Moon Hyun-chul's smile instantly froze and his eyes became sharp. He stared tightly at the screen, watching Moon Hyun-ah's pained expression after being smashed, and the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. He remembered the bruise on her arm when she'd come home from vacation, and he'd felt something was wrong then. And it turned out it hadn't been his fault then. It did get hit playing basketball, but not accidentally, but by someone on purpose. The video continues to play. The female student tried to hit Moon Hyun-ah with the basketball again, but she was surprised when the basketball bounced back and hit her nose. She falsely accuses Moon Hyun-ah and the people around her are up in arms for Moon Hyun-ah to apologize. The gym teacher was also indiscriminate, and then pulled Moon Hyun-ah aside again and said something to her in a serious tone. The video comes to an abrupt end as Moon Hyun-chul watches his sister being cornered and eventually turns towards Wang Mei-lin. Moon Hyun-chul was shaking with anger, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white. So, yet ended up going to apologize to that Wang Mei-lin? His heart was filled with anger and heartache. It's only been a short time since school started and I'm being bullied like this by my classmates. What a fool, not telling me when you're aggrieved. Stupid. Yet, in the midst of his anger, he felt a twinge of doubt. Who made this video? Why was it sent to him? What is the purpose of the other party? Moon Hyun-chul calmed down and quickly took a screenshot of Wang Mei-lin in the video and sent it to his assistant. I want to know everything about this man in 10 minutes. Chapter 199, If you don't raise a child, it's your father's fault. A few minutes later, the assistant's call came through. When Xianja picked up the phone with a cold tone, "Speak," the assistant's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. What? It's already been checked out. That girl is called Wang Mei-lin. She is the daughter of the Vice Mayor Wang Chang, and she is currently studying in her senior year at Shanxi Middle School. She is usually a bit more flamboyant in school, but because of her family background, the school teachers don't dare to do much about it. Moon Hyun-chul sneered. The deputy mayor's daughter? No wonder it's so arrogant. In his years as a clerk at the bookstore, he'd seen a lot of parents who brought their children in to buy study materials. Some parents were gentle and patient with their children as they selected books. Some parents looked nervous and formal, as if for the first time to enter such a high-end place, and do not even dare to touch the books. Other parents are condescending, show extreme impatience with their child, and holler at him. He knew full well that what kind of parents raise the kind of children. Moon Hyun-chul said a few more words to his assistant and then hung up. He looked at the information sent by his assistant, the column of Wang Mei-lin's father, and his eyes were harsh. Vice Mayor Wang, since you don't educate your own children properly, I'll be the only one to help you. The next morning, Moon Hyun-chul pushed open the door to Moon Hyun-ah's room and saw her asleep on the table. The bruise on her arm was finally almost healed, and Moon Hyun-chul's mood improved slightly. Moon Hyun-ah's face was buried in his arm, a pen still in his hand, and his desk was piled with filled workbooks and test papers. Moon Hyun-chul sighed softly and walked over, carefully picking her up. Moon Hyun-ah grunted in a daze, but didn't wake up. Moon Hyun-chul placed her on the bed and moved gently to cover her up. Moon Hyun-ah, however, suddenly woke up and looked at Moon Hyun-chul's face as she yawned and asked lazily, "Brother, why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes?" When Xianja froze and looked up at her with a hint of helplessness in his tone, "You still have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't you the same yourself?" Moon Hyun-ah bristled and said with a straight face, "I did that for a miracle." Moon Hyun-chul laughed and reached out to poke her forehead. What a marvelous miracle it is, great magician. Hurry up and catch up on your sleep. Moon Hyun-ah grinned. Oh well, call me again at lunchtime. Oh. After Moon Hyun-ah completely fell asleep, Moon Hyun-chul's eyes instantly became deep and deep. He got up, closed the door gently, and walked out of the room. In the office of the Xiacheng city government, the vice mayor Wang Chang was sitting in front of his desk with a frown on his face. The mayor retired last week and the deputy mayors are gearing up for their next promotions. Wang Chang was no exception. He knew that this was a critical moment in his career and that nothing could go wrong. Secretary Xiaoli stood behind him, her delicate soft body close to his back, her slender fingers gently pressing his shoulders for him, her tone carrying a hint of ambiguity. Vice Mayor Wang, you have been working too hard recently. Do you want Xiaoli to help you? Relax? Wang Cheng's expression was serious and his tone was cold. It's a critical time lately. Doing your part is enough. Ray bristled and rolled her eyes lightly. You think I want to? Just then there was a knock on the office door. Wang Cheng was shocked and hurriedly knocked off Xiaoli's hand. Xiaoli ate the pain and scolded Wang Cheng an old bastard. Then he hurriedly stabilized his mind, looked at the schedule and said to Wang Cheng, I think it's the reporter who booked the interview the other day. After receiving Wang Cheng's permission, she went forward and opened the door. The door opens and a young reporter in a ducktail hat walks in. He had a notebook and recorder in his hand and a professional smile on his face. Vice Mayor Wang, how are you? I'm a reporter from the Xiacheng Daily. I'm here today to interview you about the future development of Xiacheng, said the man, showing his press card in passing. Ray stepped forward with the testing equipment and did the usual full-body scan of him. No hazardous materials were detected. Wang Cheng changed into an amiable expression and stood up to shake hands with the reporter. Welcome, welcome, have a seat. As the interview began, Wang Cheng spoke eloquently. From urban planning to economic development, from improving people's livelihoods to environmental protection, every sentence seems to be well thought out and full of responsibility. The reporter nodded as he took notes, clearly satisfied with his answers. Finally, the reporter boy closed his notebook and asked with a smile, Vice Mayor Wang, you just mentioned livelihood issues. I would like to ask, how do you balance your family and work? After all, as a vice mayor, you must have a very busy schedule. Wang Cheng sighed, his tone tinged with self-reproach. To be honest, I didn't do well in this area, because I was too busy working. I often neglected my family. I am sorry for my wife, and I am sorry for my daughter. Every time I think of this, I feel very guilty. The reporter nodded, his tone gentle. I heard that your daughter is studying in high school at Shanxi Middle School. Next Wednesday is the parent-teacher conference. Will you be there? Wang Cheng revealed a trace of a loving fatherly smile. Of course I will go. Although work is important, the child's growth cannot be ignored. I will definitely make time and go to her parent-teacher conference. Satisfied, the reporter put away the recorder and stood up to shake hands with Wang Cheng. Thank you for accepting the interview. Then I won't bother you to continue your work. Wang Cheng smiled and nodded. You've worked hard too. Take your time. After the reporter left, the smile on Wang Cheng's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a hint of fatigue and indifference. He sat back in his chair and rubbed his temples, thinking dark thoughts. Parent-teacher conferences? It's just a walk in the park. Just then, Xiaoli stuck up again, winking and dainty. Look at your frown. It's so wrinkled you could pinch a fly. Working with a tired body will only get you half the result with twice the effort. Seeing that Wang Cheng didn't resist and that his eyes started to become hot, she raised the corners of her lips and smiled. Sure enough, better let Ray help you relax and unwind. Inside the office, figures overlapped and breaths entwined. No one noticed at all that the phantom miniature spy robot floating in the air was glowing with an eerie fluorescence. When Xianzhe walked out of the municipal government building and took off his duck-tongued cap, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a cold smile. Get ready for my big gift to you, Vice Mayor Wang. Chapter 200, Dissection of a Frog. In biology class on Monday, the biology teacher had the biology representative hand out the prep sheets for Tuesday's biology lab. He stood on the podium. His tone was serious. Prepare well. Tomorrow afternoon we will do the experiment of dissecting frogs, in groups of 5, free to form teams and determine a team leader. The classroom exploded with excitement. Woohoo! It's dissecting frogs, eh? My god, the first experiment is so exciting. I can't even imagine what I'm going to do later. Dissecting a frog? Wouldn't that be too bloody? Froggy is so cute. How can you kill Froggy? That's right. They should be thrown into a red frying pan, gurgled, then fished out, with cumin, chili powder, and scallions. No scallions. Wang Meilin sat in her seat, her face pale, her fingers clutching the prep sheet so tightly that her knuckles were white. Frogs? Actually frogs. Her mind instantly went to the bloodied frog in her desk that day, and her stomach lurched so much that she almost threw up. Her classmates noticed her strange appearance and whispered, "What's wrong with Wang Meilin? The face looks so ugly. It's not like the last frog incident left a psychological shadow, is it? Ha ha, maybe she wants to throw up when she sees a frog now." The biology teacher heard the students' comments and added, "If there are any blood sickness, or any other physical discomfort, you can take a leave of absence and have a study hall in the classroom." Wang Meilin bit her lip, struggling in her heart. She was both afraid of frogs and didn't want to be called timid and pretentious. What to do? After class, the students began to form teams freely. Moon Hyuna became the subject of an invitation and was soon surrounded by several of his classmates. "Moon Hyuna, team up with us. We're one short in our group. You're up." Just then, Jiang Feifei walked over. Although she usually didn't have much to do with Wen Xianya, and was even a little jealous of her, she decided to pull her in when she thought of her beef with Wang Meilin. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. "Wen Xianya, can I join your group?" Jiang Feifei asked with a smile. Moon Hyuna gave her a look and nodded even though she didn't like her personality much. "Yeah, welcome aboard." In the next second, Wang Meilin also twisted her way over. She stood still in front of Wen Xianya with a face of remorse and self-reproach. "Wen Xianya, I was wrong about the basketball thing last time. I apologize to you." All of the surrounding students were shocked. Wang Meilin, the untouchable Wang Meilin, was actually bowing her head and apologizing to Moon Hyuna. Wang Meilin said, and squeezed out a few tears, "I know I'm wrong, but I'm really scared of frogs, but I don't want to miss this experiment. Can you let me join your group?" Seeing this, the other students chimed in. Meilin knows her mistakes and corrects them. What a good student. Yeah, she loves learning so much. Let her join. Promise her. Promise her. Together. Together. When Xianya looked at Wang Meilin's hypocritical appearance and sneered in her heart, how could she possibly apologize sincerely? But since she wants to play, let's play with her. She wanted to see what tricks Wang Meilin was trying to pull. "Alright, you're in," When Xianya said faintly. It was Wang Meilin's turn to be shocked. She looked at Moon Hyuna incredulously. "What? It's not a sisterhood. Why did you say yes?" Her preconceived notion was that Moon Hyuna would reject her unceremoniously and ridicule her some more. And then she could make a heartbroken face. "Since you don't want to forgive me, my presence must make you uncomfortable, right? Fine. Then I'll disappear." That would give her a reason not to go to the lab. Yeah. And by the way, there's a wave of moral abductions of Moon Hyuna. She had apologized. It was Moon Hyuna herself who didn't appreciate it. But now, Moon Hyuna smiled and patted her shoulder. "Cheer up, oh. Definitely don't drag our group down, oh." The corners of Wang Meilin's mouth twitched, pulling up an ugly smile. I will. Damn it, On Tuesday afternoon, students filed into the biology lab. The laboratory was neatly arranged with rows of lab benches filled with various instruments and tools, the microscopes, glass test tubes, flasks, beakers, and a variety of precision measuring instruments. There was also a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. The students looked around with a sense of novelty and excitedly discussed the upcoming experiment. Just then, Baekhyun walked in. She was wearing a white lab coat. The clean and pure white color set her off even more. Her long hair was coiled up behind her head, a few strands of broken hair falling down beside her cheeks, and she wore a faint smile on her face. As soon as she appeared, the entire lab instantly fell silent. The original noisy discussion came to an abrupt end, and all the students' gazes were directed at her in unison as if they were attracted by a magnet. "Gosh, this teacher is so pretty. Teacher, don't dissect the frog. Dissect me. I want to be soaked in formalin by teacher and never rot so she can keep looking at me." "No, dude, you. Isn't this the teacher who helped Moon Hyuna last time?" Baekhyun was followed by a small assistant. The eyes are clear and stupid, and they look like college students who are here for an internship. Even though none of them noticed him, he was proud to see Baekhyun so popular along with them. What a blessing to work with Mr. White. Bai Yen walked to the podium and smiled as she scanned the circle. "Hello everyone. I'm today's experiment instructor, Bai Yen. Before I start the experiment, I'll explain the precautions. Today we are going to conduct an experiment on dissecting frogs, so please make sure you pay full attention and memorize every precaution." She turned slightly sideways, her hand pointing toward the neatly arranged lab bench, its dissecting tools glinting coldly and its frog specimens resting quietly. "Look, everyone, on the lab table in front of us are the various tools needed for this experiment. Scalpels, tweezers, scissors, etc. And they are all extremely sharp. When picking up and using these tools, it is important to concentrate and move steadily and slowly. For example, when picking up a scalpel, it is very dangerous behavior to hold the handle firmly and keep the blade away from yourself or others. After use, put the tool back to its original position in a timely manner. Do not place it randomly, so as not to touch it during the walking process and cause danger. Then she leaned over and picked up a frog specimen and showed it to the class. This is the subject of our experiment today, a frog. It is important for people to realize that these frog specimens have been specially treated, but personal hygiene is still required during contact. That's why it's absolutely forbidden to eat during the entire experiment. At these words, Wang Meilin, who was secretly chewing bubblegum, was startled and immediately stopped chewing. She raised her eyes and found Baekhyun looking at her. Gulp, the bubblegum was swallowed. Baekhyun smiled slightly and continued to explain. Because our hands come into frequent contact with specimens in labware, chemicals or bacteria that may remain on the specimens can easily cause discomfort and may even, once they enter the mouth through food, poisoned. Upon hearing this, Wang Meilin's eyes filled with horror and her hands strangled her neck. Then with no time to think, he quickly rushed out of the lab and headed straight for the restroom, leaving the class in a state of confusion. Scared off by a specimen frog? Probably just can't hold it in? Kaki disengaged too. Baekhyun smiled and continued to explain. Her voice was gentle and her explanations clear, and the students listened extraordinarily attentively. Moon Hyuna stood in front of the lab bench, holding the lab manual in her hand, looking at Baekhyun with bright eyes full of admiration. Wow! The knowledgeable Mr. White really shines. After the explanation, Baekhyun began to demonstrate the steps of dissecting a frog. She moved skillfully and gently, as if she were treating a work of art. The young assistant and her classmates watched in awe, exclaiming, Mr. White is amazing. After the demonstration, students began working in groups. Hana Moon and the rest of the group followed the steps carefully. Just then, Wang Meilin, who had gone to the toilet to induce vomiting, finally returned weakly. Since she hadn't heard the steps of the experiment, and since she didn't want to touch the slimy stuff, she just stood by and watched. When Xianya's skillful movements, as if a battle-hardened veterans, attracted other groups of students have gathered around. Praise and praise. What a steady hand. Frogs, there's no shame in dying. Mr. Moon, please team up with me next time. And me. Seeing that Wang Meilin's face was starting to become ugly, the corners of her mouth hooked into a bad smile and she started to add fuel to the fire. Wow. Moon Hyuna, you're too good too. You're a genius. Ugh. It's so hard to be teamed up with some loser who can't do anything but stand around. Wang Meilin's face was ironic, and her eyes were glaring red. On what grounds? On what grounds? On what grounds? With anger burning in her chest, Wang Meilin only wanted to do one thing now. She grabbed one of the scalpels on the test bench and smiled at Wen Xianya. You're too unsharp for this knife, so let's use this one. With that, he violently stabbed the knife into Moon Hyona's hand. Chapter 201 Mr. Bai killed Wang Meilin, just in the nick of time. A white, slender hand suddenly gripped the blade. Blood ran down the blade and dripped onto the lab bench. The entire class watched the scene in shock as the air seemed to freeze. Mr. Bai! When Xianya exclaimed in shock, Baekhyun appeared between the two at some point. Her face was expressionless and she just held the scalpel that was stabbing at Moon Hyuna in a death grip. Wang Meilin was so scared that she immediately let go of her hand. Her face pale. Baekhyun smiled faintly at Moon Hyuna as if the injury on her hand wasn't even worth mentioning. She turned her head to Wang Meilin, her eyes so cold that they seemed to be able to freeze the air. She raised the bloody knife and waved it in front of Wang Meilin's eyes. Didn't I emphasize that you shouldn't point the blade at your classmates? Wang Meilin looked at the bloodstained knife. Her heart palpitated so much that she could barely breathe, and she took a shivering step back, her lips trembling. Her eyes went black, the sky swirled, and her entire body fainted directly to the ground as if all her strength had been drained away. Aha, Marin! Wang Meilin's little sisters cried out in alarm and lunged forward, shaking her shoulders in panic. Meilin, wake up! The lab was a mess, with students exclaiming in shock. Meilin Wang is crazy. Did she just intend to kill someone? It's horrible. I don't want to be in a classroom with murderers. Baekhyun, however, remained calm as an iceberg. She placed the knife on the lab table and pressed her other hand against the wound, her tone calm and strong. Don't panic everyone, keep experimenting. It's just a minor accident and won't affect our lessons. Moon Hyuna looked at the blood on Baekhyun's hands and his heart seized with pain. She walked quickly to Bai Yan's side, her tone anxious. Teacher Bai, you're hurt. I'll take you to the infirmary. Baekhyun looked down at her hand. The wound was not deep but the blood was still seeping out. Just then, Mr. Wu, who was also a biology lab teacher, rushed over out of breath. A student just rushed out of the lab to call him, saying that there was a murder in the lab. Frightened, he hurriedly turned off the handful of king pesticide that he had turned on when he was groping for fish, and desperately ran here. When she saw Wang Meilin, who was lying unconscious on the ground, her little sister, who was kneeling beside her and bawling, And Bai Yen, who had a cold face and whose hand was still dripping blood. Ms. Wu was so scared that she stopped breathing. Mr. White killed Wang Meilin. Bai Yen stepped forward and smiled at Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, you've come at the right time. I would like to go and take care of the wound first. I'll leave this place to you for the time being. Is that okay? Looking at that beautiful yet icy face, Mr. Wu forgot to think for a moment and just nodded his head blankly. Oh. Baekhyun and Moon Hyuna left the lab together and walked towards the infirmary. Moon Hyuna held onto Baekhyun's arm the entire way, her eyes filled with worry. Ms. White, are you in pain? Do you want me to carry you? Bai Yen was amused by her and her tone was gentle. No need. It's just a small injury. It won't get in the way. When they arrived at the infirmary, Moon Hyuna skillfully found the medical kit, took out the antiseptic solution and gauze, and began to treat Baekhyun's wound. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, as if she had done this a million times before. Baekhyun was a bit surprised and looked at Moon Hyuna's focused side face and asked softly, "You're so skilled at handling wounds?" When Xianya smiled while bandaging it, "Because my brother used to come back with inexplicable injuries on his body, and I was the one who took care of it." Baekhyun's eyes stared slightly, and there was a hint of tentativeness in her tone. "Your brother gets hurt a lot?" Moon Hyuna nodded and said helplessly, "Yes, although he always says that he accidentally fell. I know that it's definitely not that simple. Probably because he's afraid that I'll worry. He never refuses to tell me the truth." Baekhyun's expression became complicated. "Your brother really loves you then?" When Xianya raised his head, his eyes filled with pride. "Of course, he said that I'm the one he loves the most in the world." She paused, a hint of mischief in her tone, "But he's found someone he loves more than me now." Baekhyun froze, then asked, "Will you be sad?" When Xianya shook his head and smiled brightly, "How could that be? I can't wait to be happy when someone is willing to love and treat my brother well. Moreover, I also love Shui Shui." When Bai Yen heard the name Shui Shui, she frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Yuki?" Chapter 202 Mr. Bai, do you have children? Only then did Moon Hyuna realize that he had spoken out of turn and coughed in embarrassment. I mean, I like to study too. That way you won't be lonely." Baekhyun couldn't help but laugh at her flustered look. She reached out and gently touched Wen Xianya's head, her tone gentle. "Then you're really a good boy who loves to learn." Moon Hyuna's face instantly turned red and lowered her head, not daring to look Baekhyun in the eyes. Mr. White is touching her head again. "Love that feeling." Baekhyun maintained a calm demeanor throughout the wound treatment process. Moon Hyuna couldn't help but ask curiously while carefully bandaging the wound, "Mr. White, aren't you in pain?" Bai Yen looked down at her hand, her tone bland. "It's just a small injury." Moon Hyuna looked up in shock, her eyes filled with incredulity. "A small wound? How can it be a minor injury when the flesh is turned out?" As if Baekhyun could see her doubts, she smiled and explained, "When I first started with the scalpel, I was also clumsy and often hurt myself yet. Over time, I became accustomed to this kind of small injuries." When Xianya listened in awe and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Bai, why did you become a biology lab teacher?" Baekhyun smiled, her tone relaxed, "Because it's easy, she said, twirling the ring on her ring finger, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. "My loved one is not well, and it just so happens that this job is clear and gives me more time to take care of him." Moon Hyuna nodded, and in his heart, his admiration for Baekhyun increased a few more points. She hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Bai, do you have children?" Baekhyun's expression instantly froze for a moment, her eyes becoming deep and sad. She was silent for a few seconds before she whispered, "There was," immediately realizing that she had asked a question she shouldn't have. Moon Hyuna felt a pang of regret in her heart and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. White, I shouldn't have asked that." Bai Yen shook her head, barely squeezing out a smile. "It's fine, it's all in the past." She stood up, her tone regaining its calmness. "Well, since that's pretty much taken care of, we should head back." Moon Hyuna nodded, packed up the medical kit, and stood up after Baekhyun. Just as Baekhyun bent down to organize her lab coat, Moon Hyuna unintentionally glanced at her chest. In an instant, Moon Hyuna's eyes widened in shock. On the pale, delicate skin, there was a scar spreading out from where the heart had been. That ugly, that shocking. It's out of place with the gentle and beautiful Ms. Baekhyun. Moon Hyuna's heart shook, but seeing Baekhyun's calm look, she pressed down her doubts and didn't ask more questions. Instead, Bai Yen looked at her and said gratefully, "Xiao Ye, I really thank you for today." Mr. White's name for her had become the same as her brother at some point. When Xianya hastily shook her head, her tone firm, "Teacher Bai, it's only right for me to say this. You were injured in order to protect me. I'm really grateful to you. Bai Yan smiled, her eyes gentle. Don't say that. Protecting the students is a teacher's responsibility. The two of them walked out of the infirmary together and on their way back to the lab. Moon Hyuna couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Baekhyun. She wondered in the back of her mind, what had Mr. White been through? What happened to that scar? And she said she once had a child. Did she lose her own child? Thinking of this, a pang of sourness ran through Wen Xinya's heart. She suddenly felt that Baekhyun's gentle and calm exterior might be hiding many unknown wounds. At night, Bai Yan was the only one left in the lab counting the equipment. Suddenly, the little assistant hurried in, panting. White, Mr. White, has a parent looking for you. Baekhyun raised her head and frowned slightly. Parents? Who is it at this late hour? The little assistant shook his head. No, I don't know, but it looks quite dignified. Bai Yan put down the scalpel in her hand, wiped her hands, and walked out of the lab. A woman in a flashy dress was standing in the doorway with a designer bag in her hand and a condescending smile on her face. Mr. White, can I talk to you alone? Inside the office, the noblewoman sat elegantly on a chair and took out a thick envelope from her bag and pushed it in front of Baekhyun. Bai Yan glanced down at the envelope, her tone cold. Mrs. Qin, what does this mean? Qin Zhu Wang Meilin's mother smiled slightly, with a hint of false apology in her tone. My family Meilin today because she wanted to pass a scalpel to a classmate but accidentally scratched Mr. Bai. I'm really sorry. This is a little bit of our intention. I hope that Mr. Bai can accept it. Baekhyun's slender fingers gently pinched the envelope and casually shook it. A few bills slipped out of it and scattered on the tabletop. She glanced down, the corner of her mouth curling into a sneer, her eyes holding undisguised contempt. For this amount of money, is Mrs. Qin planning to send out the beggars? Qin Zhu froze, the smile on his face stiffening slightly. That's a full 100,000 in there. She had thought that this amount would be enough to shut Baekhyun up, but she didn't expect the other party to be so dismissive. Then how much compensation does Mr. White think is appropriate? Qin Zhu forced down the dissatisfaction in his heart. His tone remained polite, but a coldness had already permeated his eyes. Bai Yan slowly raised her head, her gaze looking straight at Qin Zhu. She lifted her left hand, the white bandage wrapped around her palm stung in the light. Her voice was cold, without the slightest bit of temperature. I want Wang Meilin to leave such a wound on her palm as well. Qin Zhu's heart sank violently and his face instantly turned pale. No way. What are you babbling about? Baekhyun smiled slightly. Because you're a mother. Does it hurt to just fantasize about your child being hurt? Take it easy, Mrs. Qin. The most important thing to teach a child is to let her empathize. As long as she can feel the same hurt, she will be clear about what she should do and what she shouldn't do. I'm doing you a favor, Mrs. Qin. The smile at the corner of Bai Yan's mouth deepened, but it caused Qin Zhu to feel a chill. Cold sweat oozed from her forehead as she still tried to maintain the smile on her face, but the muscles at the corners of her mouth had twitched slightly. Mr. Bai, that's a bit serious. Meilin is just a child. She was really just careless. Besides, she didn't cause any serious consequences, did she? You can just forgive her. Baekhyun didn't answer, but took out a scalpel from the drawer. Chapter 203, An Eye for an Eye, Blood for Blood. Qin Zhu's pupils suddenly contracted and his heartbeat accelerated. Before she had time to react, Baekhyun had already raised her hand violently, and the scalpel stabbed at her hand on the table in a swift manner. Ah! Qin Zhu let out a scream and instinctively retracted her hand. The blade grazed her pinky and dug deep into the tabletop with a muffled thud. Baekhyun was still smiling and her tone was relaxed. I'm sorry, I was also careless and I didn't cause any serious consequences. Can you forgive me? Qin Zhu's face was pale and his heart was beating wildly. She forced herself to be calm, but her voice trembled a little. What the hell do you want? Baekhyun slowly pulled out the scalpel with a hint of wood shaving still on the blade. Her eyes were icy cold and her tone was low and firm. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Qin Zhu's breath hitched as she gritted her teeth and decided to use her final killer move. Do you know who her father is? Meilin? Have you ever thought about who you're fighting against when you're being so aggressive? Baekhyun's fingers gently traced the blade of the scalpel. Duh. Me? Her voice was still calm, but it carried an invisible sense of oppression. This is also too serious. You should not have seen a real aggressive, right? She stood up slowly, the scalpel in her hand glinting coldly in the light. Qin Zhu's heart almost stopped, and she could no longer maintain her composure as she violently stood up from her chair, turned around, and rushed towards the door. Bai Yan didn't chase after her, but just stood in place, coldly looking at her hastily fleeing back. Qin Zhu ran furiously all the way until he ran downstairs, exhausted and out of breath. She looked up at the floor where Baekhyun was and gritted her teeth in anger. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her palms. Just a little lab teacher. How dare you be so arrogant? Right away. I'll show you what happens when you offend the mayor's wife. She pulled out her cell phone aggressively and dialed a certain number. Her tone icy. Hey, it's me. Find out about an experimental teacher named Bai Yin for me. I'm going to make it impossible for her to stay in Xiaochang. The person on the other end of the phone answered respectfully. Understood, Mrs. Qin. And just then, something pink suddenly boiled and floated down from upstairs. Qin Zhu fixed his eyes on the 100,000 cash bills. The bills drifted through the air like an ironic rain. Upstairs, Baek Yun stood by the window, coldly watching everything downstairs, playing with the scalpel in her hand. The corners of her mouth curled into a bewitching smile. If I could, I'd like to cut your family's brains out and see what's in them. Is it the same selfishness, arrogance and stupidity? Qin Zhu dragged her tired steps back home, her high heels making a crisp sound on the marble floor. In the living room, Wang Chang was sitting on the sofa flipping through documents. Hearing the commotion, he asked without lifting his head, "Is everything done?" Qin Zhu froze for a moment, then responded somewhat sheepishly. Wang Chang frowned, a hint of impatience in his tone. What the? I asked if you've done it? Is can't speak human language? Qin Zhu was startled by his tone, and hurriedly stood up straight, his tone urgent. Do it, do it. It turned out that Qin Zhu took $100,000 to find Bai Yin was authorized by Wang Chang. Tomorrow was the parent-teacher conference, and although he was only going to go through the motions, the matter of the deputy mayor's daughter deliberately stabbing a teacher must not fester. Wang Chang closed the file and gave Qin Zhu a cold look. Did Bai Yin take the money? Qin Zhu lowered his head. His voice trembled a little. She didn't want it. Wang Chang's face instantly sank. Didn't ask for it? That's what you call getting it done? Qin Zhu hurriedly explained. That Bai Yin is too ungrateful. When I gave her money, not only did she not accept it, she threatened to make Mei Lin return blood for blood. She even held up a knife to come and cut me. She's simply a lunatic. Hubby, you have to do something. Wang Chang's eyebrows wrinkled together, and then he let out a cold laugh. A little lab teacher. Actually so arrogant? Toast the wine, but not the punishment. He leaned back against the back of the couch and let out a long sigh. Looks like another favor to be owed to old Zhong. Lao Zhong, full name Zhong Yu, is the academic affairs director of Shanxi Middle School, specializing in the management of the staff. Just then, Wang Meilin walked out of the room. She was in her pajamas, her hair disheveled, and she had obviously just woken up from a nap. She saw her parents sitting in the living room in a stony atmosphere and couldn't help but shrink back and ask in a small voice, "Dad, Mom, what are you guys talking about?" As soon as Qin Zhu saw Wang Meilin, her anger instantly erupted. You unconscious dead girl, you know how to cause trouble all day long. Today, you actually dared to injure someone with a knife in school. Are you trying to piss me off? Wang Meilin was scolded, then retorted defiantly. It's not like I did it on purpose. Besides, that Bai Yin isn't any good either. Qin Zhu was so angry that he slapped the table. How dare you talk back? At the end of this semester, I'll send you abroad, saving you from embarrassing me here. Wang Meilin bit her lip, held her tongue, lowered her head, and turned around to go back to her room. She closed the door and leaned against the back of it, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Why are you blaming me? It's you who are useless. You can't even handle a lab teacher. I'm sorry. In the living room, after Qin Zhu scolded Wang Meilin, he turned his head to Wang Chang with a hint of ingratiation in his tone. Honey, look at my living expenses this month. Wang Chang frowned, his tone cold. You're going to gamble again? Qin Zhu quickly waved his hands. It's not to gamble. I quit a long time ago, just going out to have fun with my sisters. If I don't go, it's your face that's lost. They are all prominent figures in the city. I can't look too shabby, right? Wang Chan laughed coldly with a hint of mockery in his tone. Your so-called sisters, apart from playing mahjong or shopping, what's there to compare? The inspections have been very strict lately. If it's reported that the vice mayor's wife lives a lavish life, then how can I still run for office? Let's talk about it next month. When he finished, he stood up and went back to his room without looking back. Qin Zhu looked at his back and gritted his teeth in anger. She looked down at her empty purse with a pang of annoyance. Finally, her eyes fell on a certain celadon vase in the corner of the living room. It was an antique that Wang Chang had bought from an auction last year and was said to be worth a lot. Qin Zhu stared at the vase, greed and determination flashing in his eyes. When you become mayor, you can have as many vases like this as you want, she murmured, a cold smile curling the corners of her mouth. She stood up and walked over to the vase, reaching out and gently caressing it, feeling the cool, smooth texture. Then, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Oldly, it's me, that antique dealer you mentioned last time. Is he still collecting celadon? Yes, I have a good thing here. Wednesday, parent-teacher conferences for the upper school at Sungai Middle School. Chapter 204. Wow. Moonhwan, your dad is so young. The campus was buzzing with activity on the day of the parent-teacher conference. Banners, welcoming parents to our school, were pulled up everywhere. The students were unmotivated to go to class, and the whole building was in disarray. After the first period, students poured out of the classroom like a flock of birds and ran to the front of the school to greet their parents. Moon Hyun-chul was wearing a well-tailored black suit today, combing his sharp back hair. The whole person looked extraordinarily energetic. He leaned against the large banyan tree at the entrance to the school, swiping down on his cell phone. The girls passing by cast shy glances, and some even couldn't help but whisper about it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, see that handsome guy over there. So damn handsome. Ah, why not my parents, why not my parents? Let's go. Go over and ask for a weenie. Let's just forget about it. Among the many waiting parents, Moon Hyun-ah saw Moon Hyun-chul from a distance. After all, that handsome and upright figure was just too conspicuous in the crowd. She suddenly blushed a little, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. She ran over quickly and called out, "Brother!" Moon Hyun-chul looked up and couldn't help but smile when he saw his sister panting. Running so fast, not afraid of falling? When Xianya ran to him, panting slightly, her face flushed. "Yes, come down quickly to make sure you can't come again because of such and such, so I can ask for a leave from the homeroom teacher." Moon Hyun-chul knocked her on the head. "Ha! If you say you'll come, you'll definitely come. Am I that discredited?" When Xianya grunted and pulled him towards the classroom. "Let's go. Let's go. Don't be cool here." A number of parents were already sitting in the classroom. Moon Hyun-chul sat down in Moon Hyun-ah's seat and looked around, noticing that many of the parents were talking in low voices and the atmosphere seemed particularly lively. Moon Hyun-ah came up to his ear and whispered instructions. "Remember, if the teacher praises me, you'll bring out that speech I prepared for you earlier." Moon Hyun-chul smiled mysteriously and suddenly pulled out a densely written paper from his pocket and waved it in front of Moon Hyun-ah and said, "Don't worry, I'm prepared." Moon Hyun-ah's eyes widened in shock. "No way. You really prepared some kind of speech?" Moon Hyun-chul nodded seriously. "That's for sure. It took me a long time to organize it." Moon Hyun-ah tried to snatch a look, but Moon Hyun-chul skillfully dodged it. "Moon Hyun-ah, show me." Moon Hyun-chul, "No, this is a parenting trade secret. Kids can't read it. It's only shared with parents." After Moon Hyun-ah huffed and puffed and left, Moon Hyun-chul looked at the contents of the speech and the corner of his mouth hooked up. Yeah, he's worked hard to put this together. And not only that, he's printed thousands of copies to make sure that all the parents who are coming this time get one. When Xianya just went out the door, and a few female classmates gathered around and asked in a chorus, "Wow, Moon Hyun-ah, your dad is so young. It's really handsome. Your mom must be pretty too, right?" Moon Hyun-ah was speechless. "That's my brother." The female classmates got even more excited. "What kind of girls does your brother like? Does he usually like to play games? What level of pesticide is he?" Moon Hyun-ah's head was spinning from their questions and he waved his hands. "Don't even think about it. My brother already has a girlfriend." The women sighed in disappointment, but quickly gathered around to ask questions again. Moon Hyun-ah managed to get rid of them and returned to the classroom door, sneaking a glance inside. In the classroom, parents were already chilling. Some parents shook each other's hands, some whispered, and some even chatted about business partnerships. The whole classroom didn't feel like a parent-teacher conference, but rather like a business networking event. Just then, Wang Chang walked in. When he appeared, the atmosphere in the classroom was instantly quiet. Some parents recognized him and hurriedly got up to greet him. "Vice Mayor Wang, you're here too." Wang Chang nodded, an official smile on his face as his eyes swept across the classroom. The moment he saw Moon Hyun-chul, his heart suddenly missed half a beat. Before he could look around much, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom and clapped her hands. "Parents, welcome to our Senior Class 3 Parent-Teacher Conferences, where today we will be discussing our children's learning and future development." Wang Chang could only withdraw his sight and sat down in Wang Miling's seat. He always thought the man looked familiar, but couldn't recall where he'd seen him for a moment. He consoled himself in his heart, he had to meet so many people every day. It was normal to meet a few familiar faces, probably some guy who tried to get a gift from him before and was turned away. Students were herded onto the playground for free time. Outside the classroom, there was a crowd of reporters, with long guns aimed inside. These reporters have long been sniffing around because there are quite a few social celebrities in attendance at today's parent-teacher conference. What with internationally acclaimed musicians, entrepreneurs, philanthropists, and so on, the most talked about person in the third class of senior high school is the vice mayor, Wang Chang. The cameras all disliked him, and the reporters had already made a mental note of how they should go back and write their articles. The vice mayor is concerned about education and shows a pro-people image by attending the Parents Association in person. However, little did they know that today's parent-teacher conference was not destined to be peaceful. On the playground, students gathered in small groups. Some are playing basketball, some are playing soccer, and some are sitting in the shade and chatting. The whole campus is full of youthful vigor. However, amidst this bustling atmosphere, a depressing shadow hangs over the grove. Deep in the grove, a skinny girl was surrounded by several tall girls, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was almost suffocating. Her name is Fu Yu. She comes from a poor family, but she got into this key middle school with excellent grades. She was usually quiet, always kept to herself, and never got into trouble. Today, however, she was a target. Surrounding her were Wang Meilin and a few of her little sisters. Wang Meilin sneered and stepped forward, tooting, "Fu Yu, you were really noble during the monthly exam." One of her little sisters violently pushed Fu Yu. Fu Yu stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, her knees knocking against the hard ground, causing her to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. Fu Yu sat in front of Wang Meilin in last month's monthly exam. During the exam, Wang Meilin sneakily kicked her chair and ordered her in a low voice to hand over the test papers. Fu Yu gritted his teeth and ignored it. She knew that if she was caught cheating, she would risk expulsion. She had worked so hard to get into the school, and this could never happen. Wang Meilin looked condescendingly at the wretched Fu Yu, her tone full of disdain. "Oh, it's a shame that no matter how clean you are, no matter how hard you try, you still can't get first place." The mocking words were like a sharp knife, piercing hard into Fu Yu's heart. Fu Yu's grades have always been among the best, but every time he has missed out on first place. She knew that Wang Meilin was deliberately poking at her. Fu Yu couldn't bear it anymore, raised his head and looked straight into Wang Meilin's eyes. "You don't care what number I take. Anyway, I rely on myself, and I'm better than you anymore." Upon hearing this, Wang Meilin's face sank and she violently raised her hand, fiercely flinging Fu Yu across the face. With a slap, Fu Yu's cheeks instantly reddened and swelled up, and the fiery pain caused her eyes to blacken for a while. Seeing this, Wang Meilin's little sisters gathered around and kicked at Fu Yu. "Dare to go against our Meilin sister? Who do you think you are? Keep tugging. Ha! Aren't you arrogant? Look at you. How did you get in here? Your mom didn't sleep with the principal, did she? Ha 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 ha." All sorts of obscenities, mocking abuse accompanied by punches and kicks fell on Fu Yu. She covered her head, her eyes red with tears, and clenched her teeth to keep from crying out. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop it, I've recorded the video." The crowd froze and turned their heads to look, only to see Moon Hyuna standing not far away, his cell phone raised in his hand, his eyes staring at them coldly. Chapter 205, The Battle in the Grove. Wang Meilin's face instantly turned ugly. Annoyed, she yelled at her little sisters, "Get on me! Grab her cell phone!" The little sisters sniffed and, like vicious dogs that had been driven away, swarmed up and pounced towards Wen Xianya with their teeth and claws open. However, Moon Hyuna was prepared. She quickly shoved her cell phone into her pocket and then sidestepped, easily dodging the first girl's attack. The girl lunged. Her body lurched forward from inertia and almost fell to the ground. After dodging the attack, Wen Xianya quickly rushed forward and grabbed the arm of Fu Yu, who had fallen to the ground, and pulled her up with all her might, while saying eagerly, "Run, get the teacher." Fu Yu raised his head and looked at Moon Hyuna's eyes filled with concern and nodded vigorously. She fought back the pain in her body, stood up on shaky legs, and stumbled toward the outside of the grove. Wang Meilin looked at Fu Yu's fleeing back. The anger in her heart became even more intense as she shouted angrily once again, "What are you waiting for? Go!" At her urging, the four remaining little sisters looked at each other and once again approached towards Wen Xianya. "Want to be a hero? Fine, I'll let you." Moon Hyuna didn't talk nonsense with them and directly rushed towards the closest girl with an arrow step. Then the right fist swung out quickly, hitting the girl straight in the nose. The girl let out an ouch and fell backwards. Before the other girls could react, Moon Hyuna quickly turned around again and raised a kick to another girl's leg. The girl's center of gravity was unsteady and she fell to the ground. Then, Moon Hyuna's body turned around and grabbed the arms of the two remaining girls with both hands, pulling their bodies towards her with a forceful tug. Then he pushed them violently into the center, and the two girls collided with each other with a bang and fell to the ground, letting out pain screams. Just like that, Wen Xianya knocked all four little sisters to the ground in a few strokes, her movements flowing in a single motion. Looking at Wang Meilin, she was dumbfounded. "It's on, isn't it?" After resolving her little sisters, Wen Xianya slowly raised her head, her eyes cold and fierce, staring straight at Wang Meilin. She didn't say anything and just took a step towards Wang Meilin. Wang Meilin was so frightened by her aura that she backed up. Her face was pale, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. After a while, Wang Meilin barely managed to squeeze out a harsh sentence. Grass. Wait for me. After saying that, she turned around and ran toward the outside of the grove in a lumbering manner. The little sisters also rushed to get up in a panic and followed close behind. When Xianya stood in place, looking at the backs of the crowd fleeing in disarray, her taut nerves finally relaxing, she breathed a sigh of relief. Combat. Cool. She took out her cell phone and uploaded the video she had just recorded directly to the school forum. Then he turned off his cell phone, turned around, and dashed away from the grove. Meanwhile, the faculty senate. Director of Instruction Zhong Yu sat behind his desk with a false smile on his face and said to Bai Yin, Teacher Bai, I remember you just joined this semester, right? A month has gone by really fast. How do you feel about your job? Have you encountered any difficulties? Bai Yin stood in front of him, her expression calm, her tone bland. Thank you for Director Zhong's concern. Everything is going well at work, and I haven't encountered any difficulties for the time being. Zhong Yu still maintained his smile, then took out a resignation application form from the drawer and pushed it in front of Bai Yin. But unfortunately, Mr. White, there have been some personnel adjustments at the school recently, so you may be needed to cooperate. Bai Yin glanced down at the sheet and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Director Zhong, this is Vice Mayor Wan's intention, isn't it? Zhong Yu's face instantly became unsightly and his tone chilled. Teacher Bai, don't ask about some things you shouldn't ask about. You just have to do what you're asked to do. Baekhyun let out a light laugh. What if I don't fill it out? Zhong Yu was about to have a fit when suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of sirens rang out at the school entrance. His brow was furrowed, and he was vaguely uneasy. Bai Yin, however, remained calm, even with a hint of a smile. Director Zhong, don't you want to go out and take a look? Something seems to have happened outside. 15 minutes ago, inside the Senior 3 classroom, the homeroom teacher, dressed in neat professional attire and with a gentle smile on her face, stood at the podium and made a polite speech. Thank you parents for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to our school for this parent-teacher conference. I hope we can. After a few words, she turned and picked up the stack of sheets on the podium, sweeping her gaze across the room in an organized manner. Here are the report cards from last month's exam so parents can see how their children did. With that, the report card was passed backward in order from the first row. Parents received their report cards, and for a moment, the classroom resounded with the rustle of paper. Parents' eyes scanned the report card, looking for their child's grade ranking. As he looked at the top-ranked name, Moon Hyun-chul nodded with a pleased smile. Well, no poking. The needle doesn't poke. Some of the other parents looked surprised. Some looked embarrassed, and discussing with each other. Yo, your family Zihan passed the language test this time. So much progress. No, I've spent so much money on tutoring him. However, in this seemingly normal atmosphere, a sudden change occurred. Some parents' eyes widened precipitously when they flipped to the back of the report card, only to see the back of the report card actually printed Wang Cheng's bribery record. Chapter 206, Wang Cheng, out. The back of the report card turned out to be Wang Cheng's record of bribery. On there, the time, the place, the person you're dealing with, the amount of money you're dealing with. It's all listed clearly. 20XX, May 6th, at the Royal Hotel VIP room, and the general manager of the Guanoi Enterprise Lu transactions 2 million yuan. 20XX, May 21st, at the Government House Office, trading $3.2 million with Zhao of the Zhao Group. 20XX, June 2nd, in Wangjia Villa, and self-employed Su trading 1 million yuan. The parents looked at each other and subconsciously looked at Wang Chung, who was intently looking at Wang Meilin's grades. What the hell is going on here? Are you kidding me? With the mayoral election coming up, Vice Mayor Wan's rival screwed up? Of course, they didn't say much, just silently put the report card away. Move carefully as if this was not a piece of paper but a bomb that could detonate at any time. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher didn't notice anything strange at all. She turned around and skillfully clicked on the projector, a smile still on her face, and said in a soft voice, Next, I will be showing parents clips of what their children have been learning this month. Ah, dead beat. Gently, a coquettish voice came out of the speakers, and the classroom instantly fell into silence. Then the picture began to reveal itself. The class was in an uproar, and the parents had expressions of shock to the core. Instead of a vibrant scene of students' academic lives, a jaw-dropping video plays on the screen. In the scene, inside the glittering office, Wang Cheng is having an affair with a woman. Two bodies of white flesh overlapped, and all sorts of nasty talk went on and on. The woman's face was mosaicked, but Wang Cheng's face was uncovered and clear for all to see. Wang Cheng sat in his seat. His entire body was like a lightning strike, stiff and pale. He sprang to his feet and roared with all his strength. Turn it off! Turn it off! The homeroom teacher's hands scrambled over the computer keyboard, but no matter how much she clicked or tried, nothing helped. Some female parents closed their eyes and covered their ears in shame. Some other parents stood up excitedly and just pulled out their cell phones and started recording. When Xianjia calmly sat in his original position, looking at Wang Cheng's panicked back, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug sneer. Not only that, but something even scarier happened. The projectors in the other classes were actually playing the same video in sync. In an instant, the entire school building was in an uproar. Parents' exclamations and murmurs came from all classes, and reporters slammed the classroom door with force, carrying cameras and microphones, rushing into the classroom with hurried footsteps and surrounding Wang Cheng. Deputy Mayor Wang, is that you in the video? What is your explanation for this? Will this affect your campaign? Wang Cheng was forced to step back by the reporters and his face turned blue as he quickly stabilized himself and defended himself. I did no such thing. It's AI synthesized. Just then, the school's radio suddenly rang out, and a middle-aged male voice with an electric current resounded throughout the school. On the radio, Wang Cheng's voice was cold and sinister. Su Min is all yours. If he still shows up at the campaign site, you know what the consequences are. Yes, don't worry. Su Min, who was also the vice mayor of Xiaochang, had a heart attack at home some time ago, and failed to receive timely medical treatment and passed away. The entire school was instantly plunged into dead silence, then erupted into an even greater commotion. You're saying the guy in the video is our vice mayor? Oh my god. What? He's here today? In which class? So shameless. How can such people deserve to serve the people? Hurry up and go to jail. Just then, the sound of sirens came from far away and several police cars pulled up in front of the school. The police, heavily armed, quickly rushed into the school building and headed straight for the third class of the senior year. When Wang Cheng saw the police, his face instantly turned pale. The previous majesty and calmness was gone. His forehead oozed cold sweat, and his fingers kept trembling. He struggled and tried to escape, but was blocked by reporters. Deputy Mayor Wang, are you really suspected of buying a murder? Does your family know that you have done this? Please answer our questions positively. The reporter's questions stabbed at Wang Cheng like knives, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. The police officer stepped forward, his tone serious. We received an anonymous report from a citizen. Wang Cheng, you're suspected of buying a murderer, taking bribes, tax evasion, etc. Come with us. When Wang Cheng heard these words, his heart stopped, his eyes went black, and he directly fainted. The police quickly handcuffed him and carried him out of the classroom. His body was limp, like a soulless shell, and his former splendor and power were reduced to nothing at this moment. In the crowd, when Xianjia stood quietly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes were grim. Led by example. That's the last lesson you'll ever learn for your daughter. Vice Mayor Wang. 2 days ago, in the corner of a certain cafe, the lights were dimmed and the air was thick with the scent of coffee. Ray looked a little impatient. What the hell do you want with me? Moon Hyunchul didn't say anything more, just pulled a cell phone out of his pocket and gently pushed it in front of her. What was playing on the screen was exactly a segment captured by the phantom miniature spy robot. The fragrant footage of her and Wang Cheng. Ray's face instantly turned pale and the coffee cup in her hand almost fell. She jerked her head up to look at Wen Xianjia, her voice trembling. How did you get this? When Xianjia smiled faintly, his tone calm and subdued. Don't be nervous, I just want to make a deal with you. Ray's heart raced and her mind was in turmoil. She tried to calm herself down. How much do you want? And you should go to Wang Cheng, not come to me. Moon Hyunchul shook his head, his gaze deep. No, what I want is not money. Ray froze and looked at him quizzically. So what do you want? When Xianjia looked straight into her eyes, his tone firm and icy. I want you to give me all the evidence of Wang Cheng's embezzlement and bribery over the years. Ray's pupils contracted violently and her body involuntarily shrunk back. She subconsciously shook her head, her voice almost squeezing out of her throat. No, I can't do that. Moon Hyunchul raised an eyebrow. Why not? Ray's eyes instantly reddened and her voice choked. He'll kill my parents. I can't take that risk. As it turns out, Ray is the first college student in her family and is the pride of her parents. She studied hard as a child and finally got into a prestigious university and a government job. However, her dreams were soon shattered by reality. Wang Chan used his authority to submarine her and threatened to let her whole family end up if she dared to tell. Xiaoli had no choice but to succumb to his lechery and become his mistress. Not only that, but Wang Chan forced her to participate in false accounting and other illegal activities. He often told her, "We're on the same rope, and if something happens to me, it's not going to go well for you." Ray knew her life was ruined, so she gave up her resistance and spent the whole day carefully pleasing Wang Cheng. I only wish I could glean more money from him to send home to my parents to make a better life. She spends her days in fear that one day something will come out of the woodwork and she and her family will be in a situation of no return. Moon Hyun-chul's eyes flashed with sympathy after hearing her story, but he quickly regained his composure. He said, "Haven't you always wanted to get rid of Wang Chang? As long as you let me successfully bring down Wang Chang, I'll let you and your family leave the country, get away from here, and start a new life." Ray froze, a flicker of hope in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. "Really? Can you do that?" Wen Xian just smiled slightly. "Believe it or not, it's entirely up to you, but you have to know that this is your only chance." Ray fell silent, her heart struggling fiercely. She knew that if she continued to stay by Wang Chang's side, the future of herself and her family would only get darker and darker. But if you trust Moon Hyun-chul, there might be a silver lining. Finally, she gritted her teeth and raised her head, her eyes determined. "Okay, I promise you, but you have to promise to get me and my family out safely." Moon Hyun-chul nodded and extended his hand. "Happy cooperation." Ray hesitated, but eventually took his hand. While Wang Chang was being escorted to the police car, Bai Yan stood by the window of the faculty office and coldly watched it all. Her eyes were deep and cold, as if she were watching a play that had been expected. Then, a faint smile curled up at the corner of her mouth. "You really didn't let me down." Wen Xianya's brother, Zhong Yu, stood behind her, his face pale and in a cold sweat. He finally realized that he seemed to have messed with someone he shouldn't have. Bai Yan turned around and looked at Zhong Yu, her tone calm. "Director Zhong, do I still need to fill out the resignation application form?" Chapter 207. Mei Lin Wang. Out. Zhong Yu hastily shook his head, his voice trembling. "No, there's no need. Mr. Bai, go ahead, go ahead." Baekhyun let out a light laugh and turned around to leave the faculty office. The video that Moon Hyuna uploaded to the school's forums quickly went viral. In the video, poor Fuyu is being punched, kicked, and verbally abused by 4 girls, and the one who started it all, the Mei Lin Wang, was watching this with her arms wrapped around her chest, snickering. The video caused an immediate uproar when it was released. Students have left messages expressing their sympathy towards Rain, as well as berating Wang Meilin. "This girl is so pathetic. What did she do wrong to be treated like this? Who is that woman with the smelly face? How can she be such a bully? This is too disgusting." "I know. It's Meilin Wang from senior class 3. Her dad is the vice mayor." "I'll be damned. Vice mayor? No wonder he's so wild. Wang Meilin is usually arrogant. I didn't expect to do this kind of thing behind her back. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be in school." "Sister bully, the second generation official, get out of Sangjay." Wang Meilin saw these messages and became enraged. She immediately sent a private message to the forum administrator, "Delete the video for me." The administrator replied to her with an emoticon of, "Who are you sending it to?" and then directly hacked her. Wang Meilin was so angry that she was trembling and violently slammed her cell phone on the ground, the screen instantly shattering. Her little sisters saw this and rushed forward to comfort her. "Meilin, don't be angry. Isn't your father the vice mayor? Let him help you out." "What's a forum administrator?" "Yeah, one word from your dad and they'll have to behave and delete the video." Wang Meilin listened and calmed her heart a little. She gritted her teeth and stormed angrily towards the school building, ready to get help from her father. However, she had just run to the front of the school building when she saw the scene of her father being escorted to the police car by the police. Wang Meilin instantly froze, her entire body frozen in place as if she had been struck by lightning. The students around her recognized her and murmured, "Isn't this Wang Meilin? Why is she here? Is she here to give her dad one last ride? What's the point of giving it away? Father and daughter are going to jail together. Ha ha, the umbrella is gone. Sister bully has finally gotten her comeuppance." Wang Meilin's face instantly turned pale when she heard those words. Her legs went weak and she almost fell to her knees. She couldn't believe what was in front of her. Her father, the always formidable deputy mayor, had been taken away by the police. When her little sisters saw this scene, they didn't dare to chase after her anymore and ducked away for fear of being implicated. Wang Meilin stood still, trembling. Her mind went blank, and all that was left in her ears were the jeers and murmurs of the students. She felt a sudden spinning in blackness. She hurriedly steadied herself, clenched her teeth, and fled amidst the jeers of those around her. The parent-teacher conference was still hard and finished, but the atmosphere had long since become eerie and heavy. Parents left in a hurry, while reporters were busy filming and interviewing, and the whole school was in disarray. Wang Meilin hid in the toilet, not daring to go out at all. She huddled in the corner of the cubicle, her hands clasped tightly around her knees, tears falling down her face. Her mind kept replaying the image of her father being taken away by the police, and her heart was filled with fear and despair. Why did it come to this? Just then, a few female students walked into the bathroom, discussing about Wang Chang. "Have you heard? Wang Meilin's father was arrested. Seriously? Isn't he the deputy mayor? Of course it's true. The police are here. And they say he's suspected of buying a murder. Oh my god. That's horrible. What about Meilin Wang? Will she be arrested too? I don't know. I heard the police are looking for her. When Wang Meilin heard those words, she screamed and violently rushed out of the cubicle. The two girls who were discussing were scared half to death by Wang Meilin, who suddenly rushed out. Wang Meilin's face was pale, her eyes panicked, and her mouth kept chanting, I want to go home. I want to escape with my mom. To escape to a foreign country. She stumbled out the door, but accidentally tripped over a water stain on the floor and landed hard on the ground. Her knee knocked and blood oozed out, but she couldn't care less about the pain and struggled to get up. But she couldn't. The students around her recognized her and gathered around, pointing and talking. Isn't this Wang Meilin? Why is she here? I heard her father was arrested. Is she going to be arrested too? Serves her right. Who made her usually so arrogant? Wang Meilin shed tears as she struggled to crawl forward. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were dirty, and her whole body was a mess. She kept mumbling, don't get me, don't get me. Just then, a pair of clean sneakers stopped in front of her. Chapter 208 Brother, is our family rich? Wang Meilin raised her head and saw Wen Xianya looking at her coldly. Wang Meilin's tears sprang out all of a sudden. She didn't care to think. She just grabbed Wen Xianya's pants leg, her voice trembling. Moon Hyun, please, help me. I don't want to get caught. Wen Xianya squatted down and looked into her eyes, her tone calm. Wang Meilin, when you were bullying your classmates and enjoying the happy life brought about by your father's corruption and bribery, did you ever think about today? Meilin Wang froze. She recalled a time years ago in kindergarten when she and a child fought over a toy and ended up accidentally scratching and blinding one of the other's eyes. Blood splattered onto Wang Meilin's face, and she was so shocked that she screamed and fell to the ground, knocking her knee. The next day, that little kid's parents came in. Wang Meilin vainly tried to run away, but the parent pressed his child's head and bowed his head to Wang Meilin and apologized. I'm sorry Ms. Wang. Yesterday, scared you, right? My child does not know how to behave. Please forgive him. When she got home, she happily told Wang Chang that the little kid apologized while crying, saying sorry, but he only has one eye for tears. It's really funny. Looking at his daughter's laughing face, Wang Chang shook his head helplessly. A broken toy is just a toy. What's there to grab? Fall so big a mouth. Want what? And Dad said on the line. You do not lack anything. The memory of my father's face was gradually blurred by tears and turned into a chaotic puddle of mud. Moon Hyun continued to say word for word. All of this. You and your father deserve it. Wang Meilin couldn't control it anymore and directly broke down and cried. Wah! Her cries echoed in the empty corridors, and they seemed especially poignant. When Xianya stood up and mercilessly turned around to leave, leaving the wretched Wang Meilin alone on the floor crying. It's so nice that she now has tears in both eyes. At PTA noon, the school is especially open for students to go out to lunch with their parents. The campus was abuzz with parents holding their children's hands and laughing as they walked out the door. Moon Hyun quickly walked towards the place where he had agreed with Moon Hyun Chul under the big banyan tree. Along the way, she heard a number of people whispering about something. Hey, did you think that sister over there just now is so pretty? Like a star, eh? How can a celebrity come to a parent-teacher conference? That's right. And shouldn't celebrities go out surrounded by a large group of people? Where do they come alone? What single shot? Didn't she have a boyfriend with her? Moon Hyun suddenly had a shock in his heart and hastily accelerated his pace. From a distance, she saw that Moon Hyun Chul was talking and laughing with a woman. The woman wore sunglasses, was tall, had an outstanding temperament, and exuded a charisma that made it impossible to take her eyes off of her. Many people around cast curious and odd gazes, and some even secretly took out their cell phones to take pictures. Moon Hyun's eyes widened in surprise. Is that Snow? She walked over to her quickly, and when Qianing Shui saw her, she waved and smiled in greeting. Yeah, long time no see. Moon Hyun was so excited that he almost jumped up. It's really her. She hurriedly jogged forward and lowered her voice. Yuki, what brings you here? Qianing Shui smiled and touched her head. Isn't today a parent-teacher conference? I just happened to pass by, so I came to see you. Moon Hyun's heart blossomed. Yes, is it? Gosh, am I some kind of cool heroine today? The high-flying older brother wowed the audience at the parent-teacher conference. Kobayashi valor easily saves innocent young girls. Arrogant haters father and daughter both ended up miserable. The beautiful sister-in-law traveled thousands of miles to meet just for the sake of one meeting. Seeing Moon Hyun smiling with a springy face, Moon Hyun Chul was speechless. Oh, you really believed me when I said I'd come to see you? The wife came to see me. Of course. He poked Moon Hyun's forehead. Alright, Stop giggling and go eat first. The three of them discussed what to eat for lunch for a while and then rode together in Moon Hyunchul's Maybach. The car slowly drove off campus, leaving behind a sea of envious stares. At noon that day, two things quickly topped the Hot 100. Hashtag Vice Mayor Wang Chang was arrested for attending a parent-teacher conference. Hashtag thousands of Inshui attends parent-teacher conferences. Hashtag Wang Chang deserves what he gets. This kind of person should have been arrested a long time ago. What? Actually really is 1,000 Inshui? Obviously at the scene why I did not go up to ask for an autograph photo. Chien Inshui attends parent-teacher conferences? She and Moon Hyunchul already have a child? What? The kid is already in high school? Growing up so fast on hormones. They've only known each other for 2 months. And the embryo hasn't even been formed yet. So where's the child coming from? It's more like a crossover. No. The goddess used to film at Shanxi Middle School. She just misses her alma mater and goes back to see it. It's not about attending a parent-teacher conference, let alone any kids. But then again, when Xianjia and Xianing Shui, they're practically a ceiling of face value. How good-looking their children must be. Arriving at an upscale restaurant, the crystal chandeliers shed a soft glow and the air was lightly scented. When Xianjia brought Xianya and Xianing Shui into the box, and the waiter respectfully handed over the menu. When Xianjia handed the menu to Xianya and Xianing Shui with a relaxed tone, order whatever you want. Moon Hyuna took the menu but fidgeted a bit. She sneaked close to Xianjia's ear and asked in a low voice, "Brother, you're not eating Shue's soft food, are you?" Moon Hyunchul frowned slightly. "Is that the image of me in your mind?" When Xianya nodded her head without hesitation. "Yes, you used to be someone who even had to save on instant noodles. And now you're actually bringing us to a place like this. What is it if it's not a soft meal?" When Xianjia was amused by her and deliberately lowered his voice to say, "But soft rice really smells good, eh? You're sober. You don't eat it." When Xianya's eyes widened in anger and she raised her hand to whack him. You're really too shameless." Xianing Shui couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, don't tease her. Xiao Ye, didn't your brother tell you about his business venture?" When Xianya froze and turned his head to look at Xianing Shui, "Starting a business?" Xianing Shui nodded, her tone relaxed. "Yeah, he's got his own company now. Well, although it's still in its infancy, it already has quite a few investors." Moon Hyuna's mouth opened wide in shock and he turned his head to look at Moon Hyunchul. "Brother, are we rich?" Moon Hyunchul sounded relaxed. "Well, pretty much. Just a few small goals." Moon Hyun almost fainted. "No way. Lao has really gone against the grain and become a capitalist. Your wish for your brother to become a dragon has actually come true? Had she really become the heroine of a cool article?" Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but laugh out as he looked at her shocked look. "If you don't order, you won't be able to make it back to school in the afternoon." Oh, only then did Moon Hyuna come back to her senses and hurriedly flipped through the menu, only to find that the prices on it dazzled her. She raised her eyes, looked at Wen Xianjia, and tentatively asked, "Brother, are you sure we can afford to eat?" Wen Xianjia waved his hand. "Don't worry about it, it's not bad." After that, the three of them had a full meal. What is not eaten? Wen Xianjia packaged, brought back to the school as the evening snack. After dinner, Moon Hyunchul sent Xianing Shui to the theater group and then sent Moon Hyuna back to school. On the way, Moon Hyuna suddenly thought of something and turned his head to Moon Hyunchul. "By the way, brother, can you come with me to meet a teacher? She has helped me a lot during this time and has taken care of me." While driving, Moon Hyunchul asked, "Which teacher?" When Xianya smiled mysteriously, "Just follow me later." Chapter 209, Who do you save first when teacher Bai and Shui fall into the water at the same time? Moon Hyuna and Moon Hyunchul arrived at the office door of the lab building. Moon Hyuna raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock on the door echoed through the quiet hallway. A short while later, the door slowly opened and a middle-aged teacher wearing glasses appeared in the doorway. Moon Hyuna poked his head in and looked into the office with a puzzled look on his face as he asked, "Excuse me, where is Mr. White?" "Mr. White went back on leave today. Taking a vacation?" "Is Mr. White sick?" "I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe something at home? You guys looking for her for anything?" "No, nothing. Excuse me." Walking out of the experimental building, when Xianya's mood was obviously a bit low, Moon Hyunchul gave her a sideways glance and asked curiously, "Is Mr. Beck the teacher you said helped you a lot?" Moon Hyun nodded. "Yes, Ms. Beck is really gentle and beautiful, just like an angel." Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but laugh and teased, "You're not seeing color again, are you? The last person you described like that was your dearest Shui." Upon hearing this, Wen Xianya immediately glared at him and huffed, "You're the one who sees color. Mr. White and Shui are both very nice people, and they've both been very kind to me. so I'm not that kind of shallow person. When Xianjia raised his eyebrows and deliberately teased her. Oh, then who will you save first when both of them fall into the water? When Xianjia snorted coldly, I'll kick you down. You'll get them both up, and then I'll kick you down again. When Xianjia couldn't stop clapping his hands and praising. Okay, murdering your own brother. What a good job. The two joked around the whole way, and before they knew it, they were walking down to the dormitory building. Moon Hyunchul stopped and reached out to rub Moon Hyuna's hair, his tone softening. Well, I won't go up there. I'll come pick you up on vacation this month, and then I'll go say thank you to that Mr. White. But you have to learn to be independent. Don't keep letting your teachers help take care of you. Moon Hyuna perfunctorily said. No la. That's good. Get up there and take a nap while you still can. Moon Hyuna waved her hand and turned to run into the dormitory building. Moon Hyunchul stood still until her figure disappeared into the stairway before turning to leave. Mr. White, is this the guy who anonymously sent him the video? Moon Hyuna returned to the dormitory and just pushed open the door. She was surrounded by her roommates. They were holding their cell phones in their hands, and on the screen was clearly a picture of Moon Hyunchul and Qian Yingshui, their eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. When Xianya, this person is your brother, right? The person next to him is Qian Yingshui, right? They're in love, right? I told you why I always thought your brother looked familiar. So he's been on Love Roundup. Oh my god. I didn't recognize him. Your brother is 100 times more handsome in person than on TV. No wonder we didn't recognize him. When Xianya, can you get Qian Yingshui's autograph for me? I'm her 10-year-old fan. Moon Hyuna was overwhelmed by their questions, and after throwing down a sentence of I will do it next time, she hurriedly climbed into bed and covered herself in the quilt. It's over. Now we're really famous. After the lunch break, Moon Hyuna and her housemates returned to the classroom, and when they entered, everyone was shocked. The classrooms have been transformed and refreshed. A brand new air conditioner has been installed in the back corner. The walls have fresh wallpaper. The projector has been replaced with the latest model, and even the library corner is filled with brand new books. The most surprising thing is that everyone's desks and chairs have been replaced with height-adjustable, intelligent desks and chairs with storage functions, and a thick set of brand new teaching aids are placed on the table. There was a lot of talk among the students. What's going on here? How did our classroom suddenly become so advanced? Who's so trenchant? I can't believe I changed so many things for our class. It's not like the school suddenly got a conscience, is it? The homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with a smile on his face. Class, these are sponsored by a certain anonymous parent who wants our class to have a better learning environment, and also wants everyone to study well and be friendly. The students speculated among themselves as to whose parents were so generous. Moon Hyuna looked at the Laguna desk and couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Xanadu Technology? Never heard of the brand. The homeroom teacher continued. In addition, Ms. Wang Meilin will not be in our class from today, and the position of Literature and Arts Committee member is vacant, so we need to hold a new election. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd recommended Wen Xianya. Wen Xianya, she's perfect for it. Yeah, Wen Xianya has a good personality and is well liked, so she's perfect to be the Literature Committee member. I'm with Moon Hyuna. Moon Hyuna waved her hand in embarrassment. I don't want to be on the Arts Committee. I want to be on the Sports Committee. The homeroom teacher, however, looked at her with a smile. Since everyone recommends you, then it's Wen Xianya student. Next month is the whole school chorus competition. I hope you can lead our class to a higher level of cultural activities. With the earnest expectations of her classmates and teachers, Wen Xianya had to take over the big job. A few girls stole a glance at Zhang Feifei, but found that she was not annoyed as expected, but instead had a calm face. Zhang Feifei and Wang Meilin won the competition for the position of the class flower and literature and art committee member of the fight to the death. And now Wang Meilin stepped down. Zhang Feifei how to also not fight it? It turns out that Fei Chang's mom warned her sternly at noon today. Don't get into trouble these days, or Wang Chang will end up like her dad. Wang Chang had unseemly dealings with numerous entrepreneurs, and her father was one of them. The prosecutors are now conducting a thorough inventory, and although that transaction was a long time ago, there's no guarantee that these things won't come out. Zhang Feifei lowered her head and silently flipped through the book. She needs to start studying hard. She definitely couldn't turn into the miserable state of Wang Meilin. In the evening, two young police officers entered the office of the director of the Qian Group and showed a search warrant to Qian Jun. Qian Jun, according to the evidence we have, you're suspected of bribing the vice mayor Wang Chang, and the time, place, and amount of the relevant transactions are all recorded in detail. Come with us.